Welcome to the disaster survival game. A global catastrophe has struck, all worlds have merged, and reality has collapsed. From today onward, you'll have to fight for survival in this world. A strange voice echoed in his mind, and Lin Feng found himself lying on a dilapidated wooden bed. He remembered that he had worked overtime until 11 p.m. last night, and went home and fell asleep immediately. He never expected to wake up in this kind of place. Soon, a semi-transparent panel appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Game guide, personal information, shelter, chat channel, trade channel, friends, map. He first clicked on the game guide, and the sound rang out again. Humans without any power who want to survive in a world where all realms have merged should guard their wooden houses and continuously upgrade and strengthen them. This is your only hope. You may venture out to explore during the day, but you must return to the shelter at night. Otherwise, you will die. Gather as many resources as possible to increase your strength, because other races are also getting stronger. Lin Feng suppressed his panic and continued checking the information. The guide said that daytime was relatively safe, but there was still a possibility of encountering wild animals and other species. Without shelter at night, certain death is certain. In addition, everyone has a 7-day newbie protection period. He then opened his personal profile. Name, Lin Feng. Abilities, none. Aptitude, none. Talent, not activated. Items, none. Let's look at the shelter information. Shelter, level 1. Upgrade requirements, 50 units of wood, 20 units of stone. Lin Feng then opened the chat channel. The messages in the regional channel were scrolling wildly. Almost all of them were groans and nonsense. Holy crap, stop messing with me. I don't want to survive. I'm almost done with the game. Can't you wait until I finish it? Lin Feng didn't rush to speak. After many people had used up their speaking chances, useful information finally appeared in the channel. Everyone calm down. I found a basic resource pack in the cabin, and it contained a stone axe, wood, stone, and mineral water. I found it too, and it can also activate talents. I gained enhanced perception. I activated beast affinity, which can reduce the hostility of beasts. Upon seeing these words, Lin Feng immediately searched the wooden house and found a gray bag in the corner. Upon opening, the following prompts appear. Obtained 1 stone axe, obtained 2 bottles of mineral water, obtained 3 apples. After receiving the item, Lin Feng immediately opened his personal information and selected to activate his talent. Activate personal talent? Yes. The next second, a stream of light emerged from his body. Congratulations on awakening your talent. Myriad manifestations of heaven. Description: it deduces the myriad things in the universe, gathers causal information, and can automatically collect information and provide feedback. Upon seeing this description, Lin Feng was momentarily confused. He considered asking in the channel, but refrained from doing so. Talent is such an important thing that the fewer people who know about it, the safer it is. He gripped the stone axe tightly, stood behind the wooden hut door, and peered out through the crack. A cold wind kept blowing in, forcing him to huddle in a corner. He knew very well that he had to go out and collect resources after dawn to upgrade the cabin as soon as possible, or he would freeze to death sooner or later. Not long after, a sound suddenly came from outside, as if something was crawling along the ground. Lin Feng stared intently at the doorway. The sound suddenly stopped. The next second, a pair of blood-red vertical pupils appeared through the crack in the door. A sudden banging sound rang out. The monster was ramming its head against the door. Lin Feng's face turned pale, and he gripped the stone axe tightly. Fortunately, there was a newbie protection period, and the monster couldn't break in even after ramming for more than 10 minutes. Then, a sharp screech came from outside, and the monster seemed to have escaped. Lin Feng finally dared to breathe heavily, his back already soaked in cold sweat. After recovering, he immediately opened the chat channel and found that many people were talking about their experiences that night. That thing outside keeps scratching at the door. It looks like a wild wolf here with green eyes and wants to eat me up. Just then, someone suddenly sent a message. A beautiful woman has come to my area. She says she got lost in a nearby village and wants me to rescue her. The chat exploded. Don't open the door. The game warned us it's extremely dangerous at night. That's right, don't believe anything she says. The man scoffed. Tisich, you're just jealous of my good luck. I've already opened the door, and the beautiful woman is right next to me. He then posted a photo. In the photo, a fat man is embracing a beautiful woman. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. How could such a person suddenly appear in the wilderness in the middle of the night? Sure enough, the person never replied after sending the photo. Soon, people noticed that the number of people in the regional channel had decreased. Originally 156,873 people. Now only 156,200 remain. So many people died in just over 10 minutes. Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart and could only grit his teeth and endure until dawn, just like everyone else. After daybreak, a notification appears. Today's weather. The sun is shining brightly, the sky is clear and blue, and everything is vibrant with life. It's the season of abundant harvests. Sunshine duration, 5 hours. Temperature, 13 to 18 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 30%. Lin Feng stared at the length of the sunshine for a couple of seconds. Although he found it strange, he picked up the stone axe and, after confirming that there was no immediate danger, pushed open the door and went out. As soon as he closed the door, he saw that the door panel was covered with scratches, indicating that the monster had almost broken in last night. He looked up at the distant forest and realized that the most needed materials for upgrading the cabin were wood and stone. He strode to a thinner tree, raised a stone axe, and chopped down hard. The tree trunk barely showed any marks. Instead, the impact left his hands numb. Lin Feng didn't stop. A full half hour passed before the tree finally fell. He looked at the 5 units of wood he had obtained. Just then, a few lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1. 50 meters east of the shelter, there is a wooden treasure chest that can contain basic resources. 2. There's a small river 300 meters to the west. If you walk another 20 meters downstream, there are many stones piled up there, and a group of freshwater fish are hiding there. The fish meat is delicious. 3. Walk straight for 430 meters towards Sunset Forest. There is a dead tree that has been struck by lightning. The tree hollow contains food for the black bears during the winter. Every day at dawn, the black bears go out to hunt for food. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then immediately brought up his personal panel. Only after seeing his talent ability did he fully understand. This was news that could save his life. He tore off a vine to use as a rope, tied the wood together, carried it on his back, gripped the stone axe tightly in his hand, and walked eastward while cautiously observing his surroundings. After walking 50 meters, he officially entered the Sunset Forest, and the surrounding light dimmed. Lin Feng quickly discovered a wooden treasure chest half buried in the dead leaves under a tree. He strode forward, brushed aside the leaves, opened the chest, and found 3 orbs of light inside. After crushing it, he obtained a flint and steel, along with 20 units of wood and 10 units of stone. He quickly stuffed the flint and steel into his pocket, not even bothering to throw away the empty box. Thinking of the black bear granary mentioned in the intelligence report, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but still decided to risk going in again. The day is still long, and the black bears are likely already out foraging, so you're unlikely to run into them head-on. So he put down his materials and continued deeper into the forest, stepping through the thick layer of fallen leaves. The further he went, the dimmer the light became, and the lower the temperature grew. More than 300 meters later, he finally saw the huge, withered tree that had been struck by lightning. A crack appeared at the base of the tree, forming a passageway large enough to crawl through. Vines hung down around it, indicating that large animals frequently entered and exited the area. Lin Feng first carefully checked the surrounding area to confirm that there was no immediate danger before cautiously approaching the tree hole. The cave was dark and smelly, but he forced himself to go in despite feeling nauseous. He found many corn stalks that had been broken in half, with golden ears of corn still hanging on them. He quickly broke off 6 apples and picked up a few bright red ones from the ground. Suddenly, he saw a dead deer hanging there, its neck torn open, blood still dripping down. Lin Feng was so frightened that he fell to the ground with a thud, his face turning pale. He grabbed the corn and apples and turned to run away. He hadn't run far when he heard the roar of a black bear behind him. He didn't dare turn back and charged forward with all his might. He barely managed to stop when he ran back to where he had put the wood and stones, panting heavily his legs feeling weak. After recovering, he picked up the materials and boxes and returned to the shelter. Seeing that it was still early, Lin Feng hurriedly went to cut down another batch of wood. But the stone axe was too inefficient. By the time he dragged the wood back, the sky in the distance had suddenly turned dark. Lin Feng quickly closed the wooden door and peered through the crack into the darkness outside, vowing never to come back at the last minute again. The cold wind kept blowing in, and he shivered from the cold. He could only gather the dry grass he had collected during the day and strike it with a flint and steel. At first there was only thick smoke, then flames suddenly shot out. He quickly added dry leaves and branches and slowly built up the fire. Lin Feng's nerves, which had been tense all day, relaxed a little. But as soon as he relaxed, his stomach started growling. He took out the apples he had gotten from the treasure chest during the day and ate 2 of them in big bites, which finally suppressed the unbearable hunger. The cold wind howled outside, and Lin Feng couldn't sleep at all during the long night, so he simply opened the chat channel. In the chat, most people were discussing their day's harvest. I worked all day and only got 10 units of wood. I didn't even see a single stone. I have plenty of stones, but no wood. Let's trade in the trading channel and exchange what we have. Soon, people started complaining about the trading price. 5 units of stone for 15 units of wood? That's outrageous. Some people also talked about their talents and birthplaces. My talent is to accelerate plant growth, but others can control fire. Upon seeing these messages, Lin Feng also posted a message. We should gather resources as soon as possible to upgrade the shelter. It's only autumn, and it's already this cold at night. When winter comes, even a level 1 shelter won't be able to withstand it. This statement immediately resonated with many people. Indeed, the days are already quite short now, and in winter there may only be 2 or 3 hours left. Just then, someone posted a photo. In the photo, a young man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts was sitting by a fire, making a peace sign. I've awakened my flame control abilities and am warming myself by the fire. After observing for a while, Lin Feng roughly understood the situation. Everyone's spawn location was completely random. Forests, grasslands, deserts, snow-capped mountains, and swamps. As for talents, some are suitable for early game exploration, while others are geared towards later game development, such as mechanical heart and beast taming. He then opened the trading channel. In addition to wood, stone, and iron ore, there were even people selling weeds and manure. The prices of various resources vary greatly, and many people are clearly waiting for unsuspecting victims to take advantage of them. Apart from basic materials, the most traded items are food and water. While browsing the goods, Lin Feng suddenly stopped. A scroll caught his attention. Fishing net making scroll. Lin Feng thought of the group of freshwater fish mentioned in the intelligence report during the day. If they had fishing nets, the catch would definitely double. He immediately clicked on the other person's profile picture and sent a private message. An apple in exchange for your scroll. The other person replied instantly. No, 1 is too few, at least 5. Lin Feng replied directly, stop dreaming. Right now, all food is obtained from basic resource packs, and you know how expensive they are. Moreover, the scroll is just a method of making the scroll. You still need to collect materials later, and I don't think those materials will be easy to find. On the other end of the chat channel, Wu Zihao fell silent after reading Lin Feng's message. Lin Feng was right. What they lack most right now was food and water. In the trading channel, a single berry can sell for 20 units of wood, but there are still very few people willing to sell it. Wu Zihao's talent is called danger perception. With this ability, he was able to explore thousands of meters outside and find 2 treasure chests, one made of wood and the other of black iron. The scroll for making that fishing net was found inside the black iron treasure chest. When he first got the scroll, he thought he had struck it rich. But when he saw the ingredients, he could only sigh. The ingredients were good, but they wouldn't fill his stomach. So he wanted to negotiate the price again and quickly sent a message to Lin Feng. 2, I'll add some other things. I have a lot of stones here. I can give you 5 units of stones. Lin Feng thought about it and finally agreed to put the apples he had brought back from the tree hole up for sale. Before long, a crafting scroll and 5 units of stone appeared in front of him. After Lin Feng tore open the scroll, light fell, and he successfully learned how to make a fishing net. Fishing net. It can be used to catch fish and shrimp, as well as birds and rabbits. It has many functions, depending on how you use it. Materials needed: tree branches, netting. Lin Feng stroked his chin and pondered. This net covered too much area. No one of the other party gave up. However, for him, learning how to make it was enough. He could always find the materials later. He checked the trading channel again, but sure enough, he couldn't find the relevant materials. The firewood crackled, and a cold wind kept seeping in through the cracks. Lin Feng added 2 more pieces of wood, but it was still terribly cold, so he could only try to get as close to the fire as possible. He casually started planning for tomorrow. First, find the treasure chest, then chop down trees to gather wood, and if he had the chance, go to the tree hole again to find food. If all goes well, he'll trade food for wood and stones to upgrade his shelter to level 2 as soon as possible. He also wants to go to the river to collect water for trade. Just as he was about to fall asleep, heavy footsteps suddenly came from outside the cabin. Lin Feng was jolted awake and stared intently at the door. The sound grew closer and closer, finally stopping at the doorway. Lin Feng even held his breath, afraid of disturbing the monster outside. About 10 minutes later, the footsteps sounded again and slowly faded away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and fall back asleep, still shaken by the experience. The next morning, Lin Feng woke up shivering. The fire had long since gone out. He pushed open the door, intending to stretch, but saw 2 strange footprints left at the doorway. The footprint was long and thin like a chicken claw, but it was frighteningly large, over 20 centimeters long. Before he could think further, new information surfaced. 1. 3 kilometers to the northwest, there is a cave near a cliff, the entrance of which is covered by black vines. These vines are afraid of fire, and there are a lot of stones and some kind of special items inside the cave. 2. There's a treasure chest 300 meters south of the shelter. 3. As winter approaches, squirrels store large amounts of food in their nests. Careful observation of the trees reveals that squirrel nests often have windows. Lin Feng quickly made a decision and headed south. The other 2 intelligence reports couldn't be completed immediately, especially the one about the cliffside cave, which was too far away. He hadn't walked far when he found a wooden treasure chest on a tree trunk. After poking the chest down with a branch, he found 8 units of wood, 5 units of stone, and a blueprint for making a wooden cup. After learning the blueprints, Lin Feng discovered that the wooden cup could be made with just wood and could hold 300 milliliters of water. Upon seeing this, he immediately thought of a new commodity for trade: water. Following the previous intelligence, Lin Feng quickly located the small river and spotted the bend in the water's flow. Sure enough, small fish, about half the length of a palm, were hiding in the crevices of the rocks. The fish looked a bit like crucian carp, hiding in the shadows, seemingly afraid of the sunlight. Lin Feng quickly made a decision. Compared to catching fish, the most important thing right now was to gather enough resources to upgrade the shelter. However, before taking action, he quietly approached the riverbank, picked up a stone, and smashed it into the water. Water splashed everywhere, and the clear water fish hiding under the rocks darted around in a panic. Several fish that had been stunned by the splash quickly floated to the surface belly up. Lin Feng picked up the fish, 5 in total, threaded a straw rope through their gills and hung them around his waist, then began moving the stones. These stones didn't look big, but they were surprisingly heavy to lift. Lin Feng couldn't manage them with just his hands. He wished he had a tool to drag things. So he opened the trading channel and saw a message: hand-pulled board for trading 1 liter of water. The other party didn't reply. He had no choice but to walk upstream along the river to see if he could find any other resources. Along the way, there were many small fish in the stream. He remembered the method of using mineral water bottles as bait to catch fish. So he drank the remaining half bottle of water, stuffed some corn kernels into the bottle, tied it with a rope, and threw it into the water. He continued to climb, and the higher he went, the clearer the water became, but the weeds and trees around him grew denser. After walking 300 or 400 meters, he suddenly saw a steep slope with water rushing down the slope. At the top of the slope was a black iron treasure chest, which was particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. Lin Feng immediately climbed up, but after he stood firm, he realized that in front of him was a sea of trees shrouded in thick fog. He first opened the black iron treasure chest, inside which were 4 orbs of light. Lin Feng didn't rush to take them out, but instead picked up the chest, intending to take it with him first. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from the depths of the forest, startling him so much that he froze on the spot, turned pale, and ran away. When he ran back to the mineral water bottle, he found that about a dozen small fish had already crawled into it. Although the fish wasn't big, it was enough for a meal. Just then, the person selling the hand-pulled board finally replied. Making the pull-out board also requires wood. 300 milliliters, and I can give you a cup for free. Okay, deal. Lin Feng muttered to himself. It looks like the container will be more expensive. He then made a wooden cup, filled it with water from the river, and completed the transaction. Soon, a simple pull board appeared before him, with a round hole at the front for threading a rope. Lin Feng immediately wove vines into a rope and piled the stones on it one by one. But as soon as he exerted force, the hand-pulled board did not budge. He then realized that he had packed too much, so he had to cut some off until he could barely pull it, and then gritted his teeth and dragged it toward the shelter. The journey was extremely difficult, requiring 4 trips back and forth, but he finally managed to transport most of the stones back to the shelter. After finishing his work, Lin Feng collapsed onto the ground. His hands were already worn raw, and his shoulders were burning with pain. When he pulled open his clothes, he saw that his shoulders were covered in red and purple marks. With 2 hours left before dark, he knew he was too exhausted to cut down any more trees and could only make other preparations. He first made 6 wooden cups, and then filled a wooden treasure chest with water to facilitate future transactions. Then he walked around the area again, memorizing the locations of all the resources in the vicinity, planning to collect them again the next day. Just as he was about to go back, he looked up and suddenly noticed a round window on a large tree. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the intelligence report mentioned squirrels like to hoard food, and their nests often have windows. This one in front of him was most likely a squirrel's food storage. He climbed up the tree branch, slipping down the first 2 times, and barely made it up on the 3rd try. Reaching into the hole, he pulled out a handful of peanuts. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly stuffed the peanuts into his pocket. Then he grabbed a few more handfuls, which included nuts such as chestnuts and walnuts, in addition to peanuts. After filling both bags, he simply put his clothes in and filled 2 more bags. Seeing that it was getting dark, he dared not linger and jumped down from the tree, running frantically towards the shelter. Not long after, a large orange squirrel hopped back into its tree nest, ready to enjoy its winter food, only to be completely dumbfounded by what it saw. With more than half of the food gone, it let out a pitiful cry after confirming it hadn't misread it. But darkness quickly descended, and it immediately fell silent. On the other side, Lin Feng had already lit a fire and was taking stock of today's harvest. 5 freshwater fish, 12 small fish, a box of river water, and 135 units of stone. He only needed wood to upgrade his shelter. He then opened the black iron chest, crushed a ball of light, and 30 units of wood, 5 units of iron ore, a blueprint for making an iron axe, and a men's sweater fell out. Seeing these things, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, only to realize that continuing to go upstream was definitely the right thing to do. He immediately put on his sweater and felt much warmer. Then he learned the blueprints for the iron axe, and with enough materials, he made it right away. A metallic iron axe appeared in his hand, and he casually chopped a piece of wood in half. System prompt. In the Cataclysm game, the quality of tools, equipment, and other items is divided into common, fine, excellent, rare, perfect, legendary, and epic. Lin Feng glanced at it. The iron axe was only of ordinary quality, but it was clearly much stronger than the stone axe. He had also gathered enough wood, so he decisively chose to upgrade his shelter. The materials vanished instantly, and the entire wooden cabin was suddenly illuminated by a blinding white light. Damn, could you at least give me a heads up next time? When Lin Feng rubbed his eyes and looked clearly, everything had completely changed. The old, drafty wooden house was gone, replaced by sturdy wooden walls and stone slabs paving the ground. Shelter, Level 2. Description: Winter is coming. Please continue to upgrade your shelter level as soon as possible. Upgrade requirements: 230 units of wood, 100 units of stone, 30 units of iron ore. Meanwhile, new facilities were unlocked. A wooden bed, wooden chair, wooden table, wooden torches, wooden arrows, a wooden hammer, and a whole bunch of other things. Lin Feng made a wooden bed first, so he no longer had to sleep against the wall. After all that work, his stomach started growling. Lin Feng put the corn by the fire to roast, then skewered a freshwater fish and put it on the fire as well. While the fish was grilling, he opened the chat channel, which was filled with groans and complaints. Ugh, it's evening again and I'm starving. There's nowhere to eat. I did find some sour berries, but my stomach hurt after eating them. I'm not only short of food, but also water. Does anyone have any water? Didn't you guys open any treasure chests? I opened one and got a stuffed bread. Why is it that all I get is junk? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. There were obviously more people getting good items today. He might be able to find something useful in the trading channel. He clicked in and saw that it was indeed much more lively than before. In addition to wood and stones, there was water, food, tools, equipment, and blueprints. The electric fan crafting blueprint can be exchanged for 500 pieces of wood. The porcelain basin crafting blueprint can be exchanged for 100 stones. The compass crafting blueprint can be exchanged for food. He traded a stone hammer for food. He traded a high-quality trap for water. Lin Feng immediately clicked on the trap. Name, small trap. Quality, high quality. Lin Feng sent a message directly, asking if he could exchange 300 milliliters of water. The other party replied instantly, agreeing in a way that surprised even him. Seeing this reaction, Lin Feng immediately understood that the other party had probably already obtained the blueprints for making a small trap. A small trap was placed in front of Lin Feng. This thing didn't require anyone to pull the rope. It would close itself as soon as the prey crawled in. He set the trap aside for now, planning to try it out tomorrow. Then, Lin Feng checked the trading channel and quickly saw a message offering to exchange cactus fruit for water. In the boundless desert, sand dunes collide in the distance. And beneath a sand dune, a tenacious little wooden hut stands. Inside the room, a young man wearing a Pikachu t-shirt huddled in a corner, watching the sandstorm outside. Why was I assigned to the desert? I didn't do anything wrong. He became more and more aggrieved as he spoke, and tears streamed down his face. This man was named Tao Chiwen. He started in the desert, and his talent was lacking. It was like entering a nightmare mode. He's been surviving on cactus fruit for the past 2 days, but his mouth is so dry it's practically burning. Without water, he probably won't last another 2 days. He frantically begged for money in the trading channel, but those people were all incredibly shady. Finally, someone replied, saying 100 milliliters of water in exchange for 15 cactus fruits, plus 20 units of cactus wood, 30 thorns, and 10 flowers. Tao Chiwen was so angry that his vision blurred. He pleaded in a low voice, "Less is more, brother. You're going to die in the desert sooner or later anyway, so just give me the resources and save them from being wasted." Damn it, good people never get rewarded. Tao Chiwen cursed, then coughed again. Just when he was about to despair, another message popped up. Lin Feng sent a message. I can provide 300 milliliters of water, but could you give me more cactus fruit? Tao Chiwen, grasping at a straw, immediately replied, 10 cactus fruits, plus 5 cactus thorns and 2 cactus flowers. How about that? Lin Feng was stunned when he saw this. He had only intended to exchange for 5 or 6 fruits, but the other party had given him so many. Lin Feng immediately agreed and handed over the wooden cup filled with water. A short while later, a pile of items appeared before him. The cactus fruit, cactus thorns, and cactus flowers were all of excellent quality. Lin Feng tasted a fruit. It was sticky, but could at least replace a vegetable and replenish the vitamins his body lacked. As he was pondering this, the other party suddenly requested to add him as a friend. As soon as Lin Feng accepted, Tao Chiwen's message came through, "Brother, thank you. I would have really died without your water." Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, thinking that this person was a bit of a chinibyu, a person with delusions of grandeur, but he could understand it. Starting in the desert was indeed hellish difficulty. So he thought for a moment, since you both want to live, why don't we help each other? I'll provide you with water, and you can give me the resources unique to the desert. Tao Chiwen immediately became excited. Great. As long as there's water, I can hold on. I have other things, just give me a little more water. Soon, The other party sent several photos, showing yellow sand flying everywhere outside and sand covering the inside of the house as well. Besides cactus materials, Tao Chuan also had a fishing rod, compost bin blueprints, wheat seeds, corn seeds, and moonflower seeds. When Lin Feng saw these things, he subconsciously glanced at the roasted corn next to the fire. He seemed to have forgotten to save seeds, but even if he had, there was nowhere to plant them now. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then sent a message to the other party, expressing his willingness to exchange 1 liter of water for the blueprints and seeds. The other party immediately agreed. After the transaction was completed, in addition to the blueprints and seeds, the other party also gave 3 units of cactus wood. This type of wood has quality. It can be used to upgrade shelters and to craft tools and equipment, provided you have the corresponding blueprints. After Lin Feng finished studying the 2 blueprints, a message quickly popped up in the chat box. Tao Chuan, brother, if we brothers team up, we can definitely survive in this game. Tao Chuan, in the desert, the thing I lacked most was water. Before, I was afraid of sweating too much, so I didn't dare to go far. Now that we have water, I can go out and find resources without worry. I'll share any good finds with you later. Lin Feng replied with an okay, then started munching on some corn and peeling some peanuts. Looking at the remaining corn, chestnuts, and walnuts in a box, he knew he wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. However, winter is coming soon, and if a blizzard hits and resources outside are cut off, the more you stock up at home, the safer you will be. At night, the level 2 shelter blocked the cold wind, and the fire burned brightly, so hot that Lin Feng took off his sweater. However, the chat channel was still filled with complaints about being cold. With nothing else to do, he continued browsing the trading channel and soon spotted a blowgun crafting blueprint. The other party wanted food, so Lin Feng took a picture of 12 small fish and sent it to them. The other party hesitated for a while, but finally agreed. After learning the blueprints, he realized that blowguns required bamboo and thorns. He had cactus thorns, so he searched for bamboo in the trading channel and actually found some. Lin Feng exchanged 5 units of stone for 8 units of bamboo, and quickly made a blowgun that looked like a flute. He blew hard at the wood in front of him, and the green thorns instantly pierced more than 3 inches deep. Lin Feng pulled out the thorn and put it back in. He also understood that the blowgun could be used repeatedly, and only the thorn was consumed. As he continued scrolling down, he saw many more drawings, but most of them were priced outrageously. Some even had a direct message: "No bargaining, please." Lin Feng added some firewood, feeling that the long night was truly unbearable. Just then, a message suddenly popped up in the chat channel. "Brothers, I've started a gang called the Premium Survival Mutual Aid Gang, which aims to facilitate fair and just transactions. The guild already has over a dozen members, and we share resources. Our shelters have all been upgraded. If you think the trading channel is too unfair, you can join us." The chat immediately buzzed with excitement. "Wow, this is amazing. I'll take it. Damn it. I've been fed up with those bastards on the trading channel for ages." Lin Feng was initially tempted, but when he saw that he had to pay 10 units of wood before joining the group, he immediately gave up. He always felt that groups that collected money up front were mostly unreliable. Sure enough, it wasn't long before someone started cursing in the channel. "You bunch of bastards, you even cheated me out of this little bit of resources. I contributed wood to the group, but when I asked what was available for trading, nobody responded. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" As Lin Feng read these words, he felt even more that truly reliable cooperation was extremely rare in this world. As time passed, Lin Feng realized that being too airtight wasn't all good. With the fire burning, the air inside was getting worse and worse. He had no choice but to crack the window, open a crack to let in some cold air. But if a monster broke in during the night, it would be a huge problem. After thinking it over, Lin Feng put out the fire and lay down on the wooden bed wearing a sweater. But the bedboard was too hard, and he soon felt uncomfortable from the pressure. In the end, he could only curl up in a corner and doze off. Not long after, Lin Feng was woken up by the cold again. He opened his eyes and saw that it was still pitch black outside, and there was still an hour until dawn. He was too lazy to light another fire, so he could only wrap himself tightly in his clothes and endure the daylight. Chapter 10: Sunflower. As the sun rose, the room gradually brightened. Lin Feng first glanced at today's weather. Cloudy turning overcast, with only 5 hours of sunshine, temperatures ranging from 12 to 17 degrees Celsius, and humidity at 40%. It was noticeably colder than yesterday, with the clouds hanging low, as if the weather could change at any moment. He had just stepped out the door when a notification message appeared before his eyes. 1. There are spider nests in Sunset Forest. Killing spiders will yield spider meat, spider webs, and spider glands. 2. 2 days later, there will be a special autumn event. Be sure to participate and collect as many event items as possible. 3. Downstream of the river, there's an ancient willow tree with its gnarled roots forming a natural tree hole, inside which are relics of the spirits. 4. Thunderstorms are coming, and lightning will strike the trees, creating rare charred wood and charcoal. Seeing the 4th notification, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. He usually only received 3 notifications a day, but this time there was an extra breaking news message. Looking at the overcast sky above, he immediately realized that it was likely to rain and thunder today. Lin Feng didn't dare to delay. He first set up a small trap under the tree, covered it with fallen leaves, and then put leftover corn cobs as bait before carrying his iron axe to the riverbank. He put the fish trap made from 2 mineral water bottles back into the river, put corn kernels in it, and then followed the river downstream to search. After walking more than 100 meters, he first picked up a wooden treasure chest, which he then carried on. As he walked further and further, the river widened, and he could see many fish swimming in the water. After walking more than 800 meters, Lin Feng finally saw a huge ancient willow. The willow was tall and thick, with low-hanging branches, and there was even a black iron treasure chest hanging on one of the branches. Lin Feng hurried over and discovered that the river had eroded a natural hole in the base of the willow tree. He gripped his iron axe and carefully crawled inside. At first, the tree hollow was very narrow, barely wide enough for a person to pass through, but after a few steps, it suddenly became spacious. The hollow was dimly lit, and there were stone tables and benches around it, clearly showing signs of life. On the stone table sat a flower pot containing a wilted plant. Lin Feng took a look and discovered it was a rare quality sunflower. It could absorb sunlight and continue to glow at night, not only providing illumination, but also helping plants grow in place of the sun. In addition, it could condense sunlight sap, improve its quality, and even produce seeds. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng didn't hesitate, picked up the flower pot, and left. However, before leaving, he searched carefully one last time, removing all the glowing fluorescent stones from the wall. As soon as it emerged from the tree hole and came into contact with the sunlight, the leaves immediately unfurled and the flowers slowly bloomed, looking very much like sunflowers. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then climbed up the willow tree and took down the black iron treasure chest hanging on it. After returning to the riverbank with 2 treasure chests and a sunflower, he first filled the 2 chests with water, then picked up his fishing gear. This time, he actually caught more than 20 small fish. After dealing with these matters, Lin Feng threw the fishing gear back into the river and then began cutting down trees to collect wood. Wood was his biggest need right now. He needed to upgrade his shelter and stockpile fuel for the coming winter. With the iron axe, chopping down trees became much easier. With a series of muffled thuds, trees fell one after another. By the time the sky had completely darkened, a large pile of wood had accumulated beside Lin Feng. He looked up at the sky, first transporting the wood back to the shelter, and when he came out again, he had a hand-pulled plank in his hand. Chapter 11 Dragon? Lin Feng carried the wood back and forth 8 times. Just as he reached the shelter's entrance on the last trip, a thunderclap suddenly rang out from the sky, followed by a torrential downpour. Fortunately, he wasn't far from the door, so he wasn't soaked, but the wood was completely drenched. If he wanted to use it for upgrading, he would have to let it dry first. Thunder rumbled outside, and the rain poured down harder. With 2 hours until nightfall, Lin Feng could only wait inside. He first checked on Sunflower. She was in slightly better condition than before, but still somewhat weak. A pile of wood lay in the corner of the room. If the shelter hadn't been upgraded to level 2, there simply wouldn't have been enough room for it. He fished 3 times today using mineral water bottles, catching nearly 40 small fish. Besides that, he sorted through his catch. The fluorescent stone glowed in the dark, and was of excellent quality. The wooden treasure chest contained 2 bananas, an umbrella, and a water bottle. The black iron treasure chest in the willow tree was even more impressive, containing blueprints for a fireplace, a pickaxe, a fine torch, and a quilt. Seeing so many blueprints, Lin Feng immediately perked up. Once he learned how to make these, as long as he had enough materials, he could keep making them, which was very profitable whether he used them himself or traded them. Without hesitation, he immediately learned them all. Looking at the crafting menu, he saw that there were indeed many new items. He also understood that the shelter could only craft basic items. Truly special facilities still needed to be unlocked with blueprints. Just then, another bolt of lightning struck, startling Lin Feng. In the distance, trees in the woods had been struck by lightning, and faint white smoke was rising from them. The warning had mentioned that trees struck by lightning would turn into charred wood and charcoal, but in this weather, he dared not venture out. Lin Feng checked the new items he had learned to make. Apart from the lack of cotton in the quilt, he could make everything else. He immediately built a fireplace out of wood and stone and placed it on the right side of the cabin. Seeing that the smoke could escape through the chimney, he breathed a sigh of relief. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about getting smoked while lighting a fire in the house anymore. Afterward, he also made a pickaxe and a fine torch as backup. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder outside grew louder and louder, and a plume of black smoke even rose in the distance. Lin Feng stood at the door and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, is the whole forest going to burn down? However, the black smoke didn't last long and quickly dissipated in the torrential rain. But in the next second, a huge tree-shaped bolt of lightning illuminated the sky. Lin Feng's pupils shrank sharply because he clearly saw a massive dragon shadow fly across the sky and then disappear. Dragons? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Dragons exist in this world? The scene was incredibly shocking, but he quickly recovered. If even an elven relic like the sunflower could appear, then the emergence of dragons in this world didn't seem impossible. After all, the game had stated from the beginning that this was a global catastrophe, a merging of all worlds. It quickly became completely dark, and Lin Feng closed the door. The room was lit by sunflowers and fluorescent stones, so he lit the fireplace, put chestnuts and walnuts on it to roast, and ate some peanuts and apples. Today's harvest wasn't bad, but the most crucial problem remained unsolved. Food was still scarce, and sleeping conditions for warmth were subpar. Thinking of this, Lin Feng opened the trading channel and searched for cotton. Surprisingly, he actually found some, even seeds. Chapter 12, Fine Grilled Fish. The other party wanted to trade cotton for food, so Lin Feng messaged Xiaoyu to ask if that was possible. The other party quickly replied that it was possible, but they needed to see what kind of fish it was first. Lin Feng took a picture and sent it over. Soon after, the other party added him as a friend. Sheng Wanqin said, "Brother, these fish are too small. They're all tiny fry. How are we supposed to eat them?" Lin Feng replied, "Small fish are edible too, and small fish are easier to handle. You don't need to process them. You can just put them on the fire and grill them." Sheng Wanqin thought for a moment and said, "That makes sense. How about this? I'll take all of yours." Lin Feng told her that he had about 40 of them. The two discussed the price for a while, and finally the deal was settled. Lin Feng gave her all the small fish in exchange for 15 units of cotton and 12 cotton seeds. In addition, for the next 2 days, he had to provide her with no less than 30 small fish each day, and she would find him at least 5 cotton seeds each day, and would give him priority in trading cotton if she had any. After acquiring the cotton, Lin Feng remembered that he needed filaments to make quilts, so he searched the trading channel and quickly found cotton thread. He exchanged 1 unit of stone for 2 large skeins of cotton thread, confirming that this stuff could be used to make both quilts and fishing nets. Then he saw someone trading spider webs for stones, so he simply exchanged 5 units of stones for 2 spider webs. After opening the crafting panel, Lin Feng discovered that spider webs could also be used, and then he realized that web-like and thread-like materials were essentially the same type of material. They were still short of cotton quilt material, but they had enough for a fishing net. Without hesitation, Lin Feng made the net. With this, catching fish tomorrow would definitely be much easier. Remembering the intelligence report mentioning spider nests in Sunset Forest, where killing spiders yields spider meat, webs, and glands, Lin Feng immediately decided to venture deeper into the forest tomorrow. If he could gather enough spider webs, he might be able to collect enough materials for the quilt. Another day passed, and the items in the trading channel had clearly changed. Previously, people mainly traded wood, stone, and water, but now more people were exchanging for food and warm clothing, indicating that everyone was preparing for the coming winter. Lin Feng didn't have much food. Besides a few freshwater fish, he only had apples, bananas, corn, and cactus fruit left. After wandering around, he traded stones and water for a planting box and planted the wheat and corn seeds he had obtained earlier. Outside, the wind howled, the rain poured down, and thunder roared incessantly. The level 2 shelter had started to leak under the heavy rain, but fortunately, it wasn't too serious. Lin Feng took out the freshwater fish that he hadn't taken to trade, did some simple processing, skewered them on a branch, and grilled them by the fire. Before long, the aroma wafted out, making his mouth water. Just as he picked up the grilled fish, a message suddenly popped up in front of him. Name, grilled fish. Quality, excellent. Description, ordinary freshwater fish, after being grilled, has tender and nutritious flesh that can replenish energy. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then took a bite. The fish meat was tender and delicious. No wonder the intelligence report said that freshwater fish had a delicious flavor. He ate quickly, even chewing and swallowing the fish bones. After finishing a skewer of grilled fish, he was still somewhat unsatisfied and became even more determined to catch more freshwater fish in the future. Then he poured the water from the treasure chest into a kettle and put on the fire to boil. He had never dared to drink river water before for fear of parasites, but now that he had the kettle, he could finally drink hot water. While the water was boiling, Lin Feng opened the chat channel to check on the other survivors. Someone said, "It's great, another day of lying down. As long as the shelter can keep us from the wind and rain, isn't that enough?" Someone immediately retorted, "Lying down used to be okay, but now it's a sure way to die." Another person said, "I went out to look for supplies today, and I could clearly feel the temperature dropping." Someone else chimed in, "Even without a fire at night, the level 2 shelters are freezing cold. It's only autumn now. Who knows what it will be like when winter comes?" The crowd began to discuss amongst themselves, and the atmosphere gradually quieted down. Just then, someone sent a message. "Tomorrow will be the 4th day, and I'm more worried about what will happen after the newbie protection period ends. There's also something else. I specifically observed last night that there was only one monster in front of the shelter." Chapter 13, The Trading Fireplace. The chat channel suddenly became lively, with someone sending a message saying that they had seen a monster outside last night. "Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Brother, you're too brave. I don't even dare to go near the door at night." The man quickly explained that he had found a special pair of glasses in the treasure chest, which allowed him to see through obstacles and thus clearly see the monster's appearance. It was a creature entirely green, without fur, wearing thick clothes, and carrying a large wooden club. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that thing resembled a goblin. But the problem is, aren't goblins supposed to be weak? How could it appear in the dark? These words immediately caused an uproar in the channel. Some people mentioned that they had obtained a damaged version of the dwarf hammer, while others mentioned that the treasure map contained clues about the nine-tailed fox. Seeing these messages, Lin Feng understood even more clearly that this cataclysmic game was far more complex than he had imagined. Goblins, dwarves, and nine-tailed foxes had all emerged. If it were simply a matter of survival, it would be manageable, but once the intricate world system was involved, the variables became far too numerous. Meanwhile, many people in the channel were also discussing the troubles that followed the shelter upgrade. Do you have any way to solve the problem of lack of oxygen when starting a fire at night? The level 2 shelter is not drafty, but what's the difference between that and murder in a locked room? I had the same experience. I opened the window to let in some fresh air in the middle of the night, and when I opened my eyes, there was a dark figure standing outside. It almost scared me to death. Now I can only put out the fire before I go to bed, but it's too cold at night, and I always wake up from the cold. This is not a long-term solution. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Clearly, these people hadn't obtained the fireplace blueprints yet. Upgrading the shelter only unlocks infrastructure. The fireplace wasn't included. But he was different. As long as he had enough materials, he could keep making it. Lin Feng immediately typed in the channel, "Don't you guys have fireplaces?" "No, what's a fireplace?" "Wait, boss, you have a fireplace." Lin Feng replied, "I can make it, and I'll put on the trading channel." While sending the message, he had already prepared 3 fireplaces and hung them up. However, he didn't want ordinary resources. He only wanted blueprints, scrolls, and tools and equipment with special effects. As soon as the item was posted, someone started sending me private messages to hurl insults. "You want to trade a broken fireplace for something nice? You capitalists deserve to die. Everyone's just trying to survive. You're giving it away for free, and you're trading it. You're really a scoundrel." Some people even sent more outrageous messages, wanting to exchange photos for a fireplace. Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at them anymore, and simply blocked them all. Even at a time like this, they still thought they were playing a game. If they didn't want to switch, they should get lost and not come begging again. Quite a few people did send out the items they wanted to trade. These included blueprints for ladders, iron buckets, stone walls, glass, ceramics, and furnaces, as well as scrolls for affinity, water purification, basic ointments, backpack expansion, improved campfires, and smokehouses. Later on, there's a mineral insight skill book, a basic common phrases scroll, a compass, a broken magic cauldron, and an emergency hemostasis and wound suturing kit. Seeing so many items, Lin Feng couldn't help but be tempted. Almost every single one of them could be incredibly useful in this survival world. Chapter 14, Huge Gains. Lin Feng quickly realized that he had encountered a rare opportunity. Many survivors have obtained the blueprints and scrolls, but due to a lack of materials, they are unable to craft them for the time being. Compared to these items that are not useful in the short term, they clearly need fireplaces that can immediately improve their living conditions. Lin Feng quickly checked the transaction information and began to filter for valuable items. Ladders are not needed for now. Iron buckets can be used to store water and supplies, and stone walls can enhance the shelter's defenses. Glass and ceramics require additional facilities to craft, but the forge blueprints are quite important. Learning them will allow you to forge special tools and equipment. The affinity scroll's effect is mediocre, only temporarily increasing affinity. The basic ointment crafting scroll is quite good, as it can heal injuries, but it requires rare materials such as spider glands. The backpack expansion blueprint and the mineral insight skill book were equally tempting to Lin Feng. After weighing his options, he ultimately chose 3 items: a beginner's ointment crafting scroll, a backpack expansion blueprint, and a mineral insight skill book. After the transaction was completed, Lin Feng immediately began studying everything. Next, he began making fireplaces in large quantities. The fireplace requires a large amount of wood and stone, resources he had originally planned to use to upgrade his level 3 shelter. Once all of that is invested, the upgrade plan will be delayed by at least 2 days. After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng decided to take the gamble. Blueprints and scrolls are extremely rare. If you miss this opportunity, you might not find them again. Besides, fireplaces aren't a unique resource. He just had the advantage of being there first. The current trading value is the highest. Once others also obtain the fireplace, it will be difficult to exchange it for good items. With that in mind, Lin Feng no longer hesitated and made fireplaces from a large amount of wood and stone, then put them all on the trading channel. Soon, transaction requests kept popping up. While blocking those who were cursing him, Lin Feng quickly filtered the items for trade, exchanging all the valuable blueprints and scrolls for them. Before long, his stockpile of wood and stone was exhausted, and all the fireplaces were snapped up. He originally wanted to continue acquiring materials and create a cycle of transactions, but some people in the chat channel had already started stirring things up. Some people criticized him for speculation and malicious monopoly, while others believed that fireplaces would become more common sooner or later and urged everyone to stop trading. Seeing that the wind direction had changed, Lin Feng decisively stopped. Looking at the pile of blueprints and scrolls on the ground, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He soon discovered that blueprints and scrolls also had different levels of classification. Common grade items won't be specifically marked like ladder blueprints. However, this time, quite a few excellent grade items have appeared, including forge blueprints. Lin Feng did not delay and studied all the blueprints and scrolls. Although most of the items required very rare materials and could not be made at the moment, a few of them still surprised him greatly, especially the backpack expansion design drawings. After learning about it, he realized that this thing could directly add 5 slots to his backpack, and each slot could hold 20 units of items without increasing his weight. This means that he will be able to carry more supplies when he goes out to collect resources in the future. However, expansion requires high-quality animal hides, fibers, and high-quality needles, which cannot be made at present. In addition, he learned the basic universal language scroll, which allows him to understand the basic languages of other races. As for the Mineral Insight skill book, its effect is relatively limited. It can only help identify mineral information. Nevertheless, this transaction still made Lin Feng a fortune. He also fully understood that in this world, possessing resources that others do not have is equivalent to having the initiative in transactions. Just then, the kettle on the fire hissed, and the water boiled. Chapter 15, Lightning Mushroom. Lin Feng picked up the kettle and poured hot water into the wooden cup. Lost in thought as he watched the steam rise from the rim, he was suddenly startled awake by a muffled thud outside. He gave a wry smile and said in a low voice, "I'm dreaming again. I should think about how to save up enough resources to upgrade my shelter to level 3 first." Lin Feng held a wooden cup, sipping hot water, and casually browsed the chat channel. The argument about the fireplace was still going on. Many who hadn't received one were cursing him for being heartless, while others were sarcastic, saying that having a fireplace wasn't anything special. Soon, several pictures were posted. They showed people who had completed their transactions with Lin Feng sitting comfortably by the fireplace. The channel was immediately filled with sarcastic comments, but no one paid any attention. Lin Feng finished the remaining hot water, then grabbed a wooden basin, poured in river water and hot water, quickly washed his face, and then soaked his feet in it. The moment the hot water enveloped him, he couldn't help but sigh with relief. Soaking his feet on such a cold day was truly comforting. He also muttered to himself, "Trying to trade me a wooden basin blueprint for a fireplace. I bet you haven't even upgraded your shelter to level 2 yet." After soaking for more than 20 minutes, Lin Feng returned to the fireplace and slowly fell asleep by the firelight. When he woke up again, it was still pitch black outside. Lin Feng glanced at the time. There were still more than 3 hours until dawn. He had slept well and felt quite refreshed, but the daylight hours were still too short. He added some branches to the fireplace to keep the room warm until dawn. Today's weather. The sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. Sunshine duration, 5 hours. Temperature, 11 to 17 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 50%. Lin Feng pushed open the door, and a blast of fresh air rushed in, instantly making him feel much more awake. However, he also clearly felt that the temperature had dropped a bit. After last night's torrential rain, the ground was flooded everywhere, making walking quite difficult. He packed everything he needed, and as soon as he stepped out of the room, a new prompt appeared before his eyes. The first clue says that lightning mushrooms grow under trees struck by lightning. They are edible and contain energy and can be found 500 meters north. The second clue says that rainwater has washed out special gelatinous clay from the upper reaches of a river to the west. The third clue is more direct. A special item that only lasts for 1 day has appeared in a cave 3 kilometers northwest of the mountain cliff. As for the fourth clue, a black bear has discovered a beehive, so perhaps there's something to be found. After reading it, Lin Feng quickly decided on his goal for the day, to go north and find the lightning mushroom. On the way, he glanced at the small trap he had set the day before. It was empty. He covered it again with fallen leaves and green leaves before continuing on his way. After walking about 500 meters, Lin Feng spotted the large tree that had been struck by lightning ahead. Its crown had collapsed, and the trunk was covered in charred marks. A burnt smell wafted from it as he approached. Beneath the tree, a dozen or so small mushrooms were growing, emitting a faint blue glow. Name: lightning mushroom. Quality: excellent. The description is also straightforward. This mushroom only appears after thunderstorms, exists for a very short time, and eating it can replenish nutrients, improve reaction ability, and increase resistance to lightning. Lin Feng's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly scooped one up and popped it into his mouth. The mushroom had a smooth and tender texture and a slight electric current, like being gently shocked, but it wasn't unpleasant. After eating one, the changes weren't obvious, but this thing was definitely good. He dug out all the remaining lightning mushrooms, put them in his pocket, and then swung his iron axe at the lightning-struck tree. After chopping for more than 10 minutes, the tree finally fell, dropping a lot of charcoal and a special kind of shiny wood, as thick as a forearm. Ordinary charcoal can burn continuously and can also absorb impurities from murky water. As for charred wood, it is of superior quality, not only used as fuel but also for making special items, and it even emits a faint fragrance when burned. After collecting these items, Lin Feng glanced deeper into the sunset forest. Remembering the direction from which the lightning struck yesterday, he decided to continue walking further in. He was stunned before he had walked even 50 meters. There were 2 more lightning-struck trees ahead, surrounded by a circle of lightning mushrooms. Lin Feng immediately rushed over and dug up the mushrooms one by one, collecting 15 in this trip. As he continued chopping down trees, he saw a faint blue light flashing in the distance. Lin Feng immediately understood that today was destined to be a great harvest. Chapter 16, Special Treasure Chest. Lin Feng ventured deep into the sunset forest, digging up 30 or 40 lightning mushrooms and collecting a large amount of charcoal and charred wood. Since he couldn't take too much with him, he could only pile up the resources and retrieve them when he returned. Continuing forward, a vast mushroom field came into view, with all kinds of mushrooms in bright colors and strange shapes. Some had ghost faces, some were extremely poisonous, and there were also top-quality ingredients like termite mushrooms. After a quick inspection, Lin Feng did not pick any mushrooms rashly. Instead, he discovered something strange under a fleshy mushroom about the size of a wash basin. He gently poked it with a twig, and a prompt immediately popped up in front of him. Open the special treasure chest. Mushroom chest. Lin Feng was stunned. The system had mentioned a special treasure chest when he opened the wooden treasure chest before, and he never expected to actually encounter one today. Open. The mushroom cap slowly opened, revealing 3 orbs of light inside. Lin Feng tried to move the entire treasure chest, but found that he couldn't move it at all, so he had to open the reward on the spot. The first cluster of light was a mushroom cap of excellent quality. Wearing it can not only restore your energy and resist some toxins, but also reduce your presence and even disguise yourself as a mushroom. The second orb of light is a high-quality, top-of-the-line potion-making machine. When different materials are added, it will randomly generate various potions, which may be poisons or healing agents. The third glowing orb is a high-quality mushroom bun. Upon seeing the 3 rewards, Lin Feng couldn't help but swear. The contents of the special treasure chest did not disappoint him. The mushroom bag looks like an ordinary red and white mushroom, but it has 15 compartments inside, and each compartment can hold 30 units of items. The only problem is that it needs regular watering and good soil, otherwise it will gradually shrink, reduce its storage space, and become irreversible. Even so, Lin Feng was still very satisfied. With this backpack, collecting resources will be much easier for him in the future. He put on the mushroom hat, put the potion-making machine into the mushroom bag, and then began to collect mushrooms and wood on a large scale. More than an hour later, the mushroom bag was full, and he finally found the spider's nest. On the ground, tiny black spiders, each the size of a palm, crawled back and forth, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Feng did not back down. Since we're here, we might as well collect the materials we need to make a quilt. He took out a blowgun and aimed it at a lone spider. The first arrow missed, and the spider immediately charged at him. Lin Feng quickly loaded the cactus thorns and blew them out again. With a soft plop, the spike pierced the spider's body, pinning it to the ground. Taking advantage of the spider's struggle, he rushed forward and chopped off its head with an axe. After the spider dies, its flesh and web fall off. Next, Lin Feng used blowguns and axes to hunt down spiders. There are 2 small spider nests nearby, but the number of spiders is not large, so they pose little threat to him. After cleaning up, he harvested a lot of spider meat and spider webs, but unfortunately the drop rate of spider glands was very low, and he only got 2 in total. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Feng did not linger. He put away all the resources and returned the way he came. After leaving Sunset Forest, he first returned to the shelter to drop off most of his supplies, and then set off again. The intelligence from the second day mentioned that there was a special cave in the northwest, which contained not only a large number of stones, but also special items. Today's intelligence serves as a reminder, and explicitly states that the cave will only exist for one day. Lin Feng would naturally not miss such an opportunity. He ran wildly northwest for 3 kilometers before finally arriving at a low hill. Behind the low hills lies a continuous mountain range, shrouded in mist and clouds, stretching as far as the eye can see. Lin Feng searched around and soon found the hidden cave behind a patch of vines. Chapter 17, Stalactite. When Lin Feng reached the entrance of the cave, he was met with a dense thicket of vines. The leaves shone with a brownish light and had barbs along the edges. It was impossible to force his way in. Even the slightest touch would tear his skin open. But he already knew what this thing was afraid of, so he simply took out a torch, lit it, and pushed it forward. Sure enough, the vines seemed to come alive, quickly retreating and revealing the entrance to the hole in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng first used a torch to probe inside, confirming that it was deep enough before touching the mushroom hat on his head, gripping the axe tightly, and carefully walking inside. Not long after they walked, they heard a rustling sound behind them again, and the vines drooped down once more. He walked very slowly, his heart pounding the whole time. As he ventured deeper into the cave, the walls and floor became glistening with moisture. The sound of dripping water filled his ears, and a faint fragrance wafted in the air, making him increasingly aware that this place was no ordinary place. As time ticked by, Lin Feng could no longer afford to dawdle and had to quicken his pace. After walking down another 200 steps or so, the view suddenly opened up before him, revealing an underground river that stretched directly in front of him. The cave was filled with piles of rocks, an astonishing number of stones. This one spot alone would be enough for him to use for a long time. What's even more eye-catching are the 3 large stones hanging overhead, with thin streams of water sliding down the grooves and finally dripping into the recesses below. The aroma became even stronger as we walked closer. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately ran over. Sure enough, he saw a milky white liquid accumulating in the dent. That stuff is called stalactite fluid. It's of excellent quality and can restore physical strength, enhance physical fitness, and even has some healing effects. He took a sip on the spot, and a warm feeling immediately surged through his body. Most of the fatigue from the journey just now dissipated, and his legs felt as comfortable as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out a container and collected all the stalactite liquid he could hold. When he reached the largest rock, he froze again. What's dripping down here is actually century-old stalactite liquid. This stuff is even more ruthless. It can not only replenish deficiencies and accelerate healing, but it can even bring a person back to their peak condition. Lin Feng tried taking a drop and instantly felt 10 years younger, with his physical strength, mental energy, and stamina returning to their peak. Good stuff, really good stuff. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and carefully put away the century-old stalactite liquid. But he quickly frowned again. The intelligence report said revealed its presence, but the stalactite liquid had clearly been there all along. Obviously, the real target must be something else. With that in mind, he began to search carefully and soon found iron or copper or gold ore in 2 treasure chests, one made of wood and the other of black iron. He first chipped off a piece of gold, which felt heavy in his hand, weighing at least 3 or 4 pounds. But when he thought about how he was trying to survive and that no amount of gold could buy his life, he calmed down. As he continued his search, Lin Feng glanced up unintentionally and was instantly startled, taking 2 steps back. The cave's ceiling was covered with vines, which looked like countless venomous snakes coiled together in the dim light. Even more bizarrely, something seemed to be wrapped deep within the vines, like a statue or a stone, but it was covered up again in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to give up, he glanced down and caught a glimpse of light. Following the light, they discovered another layer of water below, with 2 giant river clams, each over 1 meter long, lying on the bank. Their shells were half open, each holding a bright pearl that shone faintly. At this moment, Lin Feng finally understood that what the intelligence report was referring to were these things. He immediately slid down and used a branch to pull out the pearl. Just as the pearl was about to detach, the clam snapped shut with a loud thud that sent chills down his spine. Lin Feng secretly rejoiced that he had been cautious enough. Otherwise, if he had actually reached out to grab it, his arm might have been crushed. Before he could examine the pearl's properties closely, the two clams suddenly sprang up and disappeared into the underground river. He searched the surroundings again to make sure he hadn't missed anything, then climbed back up, mined some stones for a while, and then turned and rushed out of the cave. Thanks to the effects of the century-old stalactite, he ran very fast. Halfway there, he went upstream to dig for about 10 minutes to collect some gelatinous clay and filled it with water. Then he rushed back to the shelter, slammed the door shut, and muttered something under his breath. Chapter 18, Purifying Pearl, Night Shining Pearl. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As darkness fell, Lin Feng went to the fireplace. Instead of adding more wood, he took out the charcoal he had obtained during the day and threw it in. After the flames were lit, he noticed that the smoke produced by the charcoal was significantly reduced. As for the burning time, he would need to continue to observe it. As the temperature inside the room gradually rose, he filled the kettle with water and placed it next to the fire to heat it. Taking advantage of the free time, Lin Feng began to take stock of today's gains. There are 49 lightning mushrooms in total, all packed in a mushroom bag. They are edible, have special effects, and are also good for trading. There were approximately 80 units of charcoal, 23 units of charcoal, and over 100 units of wood. Looking at these resources, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter, "It's a pity that thunderstorms like this are not common. Otherwise, I could continue collecting them." In addition, there were plenty of common mushrooms, enough to last him a long time. The mushroom hats, mushroom bags, and the upside-down potion-making machine that can be found in mushroom treasure chests are also quite valuable. He placed the potion-making machine on the table, tried putting the ghost-face mushroom inside, and then placed a wooden cup underneath. The machine started running immediately, and the production time was displayed as half an hour. As for what kind of medicine we will ultimately get, we can only wait for the results. The harvest of spider meat and spider webs was also plentiful, yielding 32 portions and 25 portions respectively. The spider meat was of mediocre quality. The description stated that the meat was dry and had a sour taste. Lin Feng skewered the spider meat and roasted it by the fire, and an unpleasant smell immediately filled the air. He then took out the spider web and cotton and successfully made 2 thick quilts. After laying out the quilt, Lin Feng lay down directly on the wooden bed, and the soft touch made him breathe a sigh of relief. Tonight, he can finally get a good night's sleep. The stalactite solution still works amazingly well. He remains energetic, but lacking a sealed container, he can only temporarily store it in the mushroom bag. In terms of ore, he harvested 12 units of iron ore, 6 units of copper ore, and 4 units of gold ore. The wooden treasure chest contained wood, stone, 2 pears, a bag of weed seeds, and a pair of sneakers. When Lin Feng saw the shoes, he was worried that the size was wrong, but he was relieved to find that they were size 45. The contents of the black iron treasure chest are even more valuable, containing a planting box, a spear, and blueprints for crafting a small trap. Lin Feng learned everything directly. He happened to have all the materials needed for the spear, and quickly made a spear about 1.78 meters long with a sharp tip, which was very easy to use. Small traps can be made with spider webs instead of silk threads, and he stopped after making only 2. As for the planting boxes, the wood needs to be processed into planks first, which he cannot do with his current conditions, so he has to put it aside for the time being. After finishing all that, Lin Feng took out the 2 pearls he had obtained from the clam spirit. After reviewing the information, his eyes lit up. Water purifying beads. Quality, excellent. Effect, continuously purifies polluted water sources. Night shining pearl. Quality, excellent. Effect, excellent companionship at night. Although the descriptions of the 2 items are simple, their effects are extremely powerful. Lin Feng immediately put the water purification bead into the treasure chest filled with river water. Soon, the beads emitted a faint glow, and the impurities in the river water began to decrease. Clean water has always been the most scarce resource for survivors. With the water purification beads, he will never have to worry about water again. As for luminous pearls, they are natural lighting tools. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and took out the gelatinous clay he had dug up on the way back. This material has a wide range of uses. It can be used not only in conjunction with stone walls, but also to make pottery and porcelain. Unfortunately, due to limited resources, he can only store it for future use. At this point, the spider meat by the fire was finally cooked. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the poorly presented roasted meat, but still took a bite. Chapter 19, Trading Spider Meat. The moment the spider meat entered his mouth, Lin Feng frowned. This stuff is sour, astringent, tough, and hard. It's really difficult to chew. Even after being preserved in a mushroom bag, the taste is still awful. He forced himself to take a few bites, feeling like he was chewing on undercooked beef, and it took him a while to finally swallow it. Looking at the remaining spider meat, Lin Feng decisively gave up trying to continue. He picked up a pear and took a bite. The sweet and juicy taste instantly dispelled the strange taste in his mouth. However, so much spider meat shouldn't go to waste. Lin Feng added a few chestnuts to the fire and casually opened the chat channel. The channel was almost entirely filled with requests for help. Some people survived on berries for days on end. Some set traps, but only caught one rabbit. And some found wheat, but could only cook it directly. Even worse, some had been starving for 2 days and could only survive by drinking water. Besides food, sleep was also a problem. The wooden beds were too hard, and the straw mats were prickly. Everyone was struggling to survive. Lin Feng watched for a while, then opened the trading channel, listed the spider meat, and provided detailed information about its taste. Just because he doesn't eat it doesn't mean others don't need it. Sure enough, as soon as the transaction was posted, a flood of messages came in. As usual, Lin Feng blocked those who started cursing and began filtering the items to trade. Wood, stone, bluestone, agate, jade, obsidian, and various special types of wooden blueprints. Paper-making machine, stone mill, fiber weaving, primary signal flare. After some deliberation, he finally traded 2 pieces of spider meat for 3 units of obsidian. Meanwhile, at the foot of the volcano, in a level 2 shelter, Lu Yufan was huddled in a corner. He hadn't eaten for 2 days and could only barely survive on boiled water. Others can at least dig up tree roots and pick leaves, but he was born in a volcanic area, surrounded by nothing but rocks. Although they have awakened a talent for resisting high temperatures and no longer need to worry about the heat, they still can't find any food. These days, he has been relying entirely on obsidian to exchange for resources, barely managing to upgrade his shelter to level 2. When he saw someone selling spider meat, he initiated the transaction on a whim, but to his surprise, he succeeded. Once he got his hands on the spider meat, he immediately put it on the fire to roast. As the aroma of meat wafted through the air, Lu Yufan kept swallowing, his eyes fixed on the fire. Once the meat was cooked, he didn't care that it was hot. He grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth. Although the spider meat was dry and tough, making it difficult to swallow, it was a rare delicacy for him after being hungry for 2 days. Before long, the 2 pieces of spider meat were completely eaten. Lu Yufan slumped to the ground and patted his stomach contentedly. So comfortable, so very comfortable. But soon, he started to worry again. I originally planned to eat sparingly, but I ended up eating it all in one meal. What am I going to do tomorrow? After hesitating for a long time, he finally mustered up his courage and sent a friend request to Lin Feng. On the other side, Lin Feng had just finished learning a few new blueprints when he saw the application message and casually clicked agree. Lu Yufan immediately sent a message. Hello, do you still need obsidian? I'd like to exchange it for some food. If you don't want obsidian, I also have sulfur and volcanic limestone. Big brother, I'm really at my wit's end. I thought awakening the high temperature resistance talent was a perfect start, but now I can't even get a meal. Lin Feng read the message and replied quickly. I have 2 pieces of spider meat here. Trade me the sulfur and volcanic lime. The moment the message was sent, the other party immediately sent a transaction request. The spider meat disappeared, replaced by a large piece of sulfur and a basin of volcanic lime. After the transaction was completed, Lu Yufan immediately sent a message. Brother, thank you. This is all the sulfur and volcanic lime I have. I'll continue searching tomorrow as long as you still need it. Chapter 20 Brothers, You're Real Men. Seeing that Lu Yufan had taken out so much volcanic lime at once, Lin Feng knew that the other party was really about to collapse. You're at a volcano? That's not a good place to go. Lu Yufan said helplessly. My start is too outrageous. I guess there are many people who are worse off than me. Lin Feng comforted him. I once met a survivor in the middle of nowhere who couldn't even find water. Lu Yufan paused for a moment, then sighed. That's even worse. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. Don't give up, Lin Feng said. The volcano must have special resources. Search for them and then trade them. Lu Yufan nodded in agreement. Obsidian, sulfur, and volcanic limestone are all unique to this place, and they will definitely be of great use in the future. But right now, many people can't even afford to eat, so even the best resources have to be used to ensure survival first. Lin Feng deeply agrees with this. He stated frankly, I don't have much food here either. The reason I traded spider meat this time was simply because it tasted terrible, and I'm not sure if I can maintain a stable supply in the future. Lu Yufan was very grateful. Brother, you've been incredibly generous. Without this spider meat, I probably wouldn't even be able to leave the house tomorrow. Once I've eaten my fill, I can go further tomorrow. If I find anything good, I'll tell you first. Lin Feng replied, okay, and then contacted Tao Chiwen in the desert. Do you need more water? The message had barely been sent when the other party replied with a long string of words. In the past 2 days, Tao Chiwen, relying on the water provided by Lin Feng, explored more than 2,000 meters around the shelter, but did not even see a trace of the oasis. However, he also sent over a dozen resource images. Besides cacti, there are also camel dung, camel hair, poplar wood, fox fur, bone fragments, sand thorns, and desert melons. All desert specialties. After reading it, Lin Feng said, I found a tool that can purify water sources. I will continue to give you river water and clean water, but you have to continue to provide me with desert resources. After saying that, he sent the information about the water purification beads. Tao Chiwen was instantly excited. Holy crap, this is an amazing artifact. Brother, you're really a good friend. Even my own brother isn't as good to me as you are. From now on, whenever I find resources, I will definitely make a deal with you first. Lin Feng had originally thought the other party would try to bargain, but he didn't expect them to agree so readily. He knew very well that ordinary water would only become less and less valuable in the future, but clean water was different. There were still many people on the trading channel who were willing to pay high prices for it. Moreover, he has always wanted to establish stable cooperative relationships with other survivors. Tao Chiwen, a desert survivor, is a good partner. Soon, the other party sent a transaction request, asking for only 300 milliliters of clean water. Lin Feng simply poured a cup and handed it over. After the transaction was completed, a large amount of resources appeared in front of him, which surprised him. Tao Chiwen sent a message, Brother, you're a real man. This clean water tastes so good. Lin Feng smiled. The real man is the other person, because almost all of those desert resources were packaged and sent over. He picked up a desert melon at his feet, split it open with his axe, and a sweet aroma immediately wafted out. Take a bite, and it tastes similar to cantaloupe with plenty of juice and a high sweetness. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, making the room warm and cozy. Paired with a bite of melon, it couldn't be more comfortable. Meanwhile, the water purification beads continue to work. In fact, Lin Feng wasn't telling the truth. The purification speed of the water beads was much faster than he described. In a short time, the river water in the treasure chest had all turned into clean water. Knowing that Yu Yufan was still trapped on the volcano and probably short of water, Lin Feng casually sent him a message. Do you need water? Chapter 21, The Legendary Blackjack Treasure Map. Lu Yufan was drinking boiled river water when he suddenly received a transaction message from Lin Feng. He looked down and was completely stunned. Clean water? Without hesitation, Yu Yufan replied immediately, yes. Soon, 100 milliliters of clean water was traded over, and the other party didn't even mention any conditions. Lu Yufan quickly took a sip, feeling that the water was like nectar, and in the blink of an eye, he gulped down half of it. After drinking the clean water, he looked at the river water in his hand again, and his face immediately showed disgust. Now this is what water should be like. He wasn't an unreasonable person. Lin Feng had helped him so much, he couldn't just leave without showing any appreciation. But after searching high and low, he didn't have many decent resources left. Finally, he gritted his teeth and packed up everything else and gave it to Lin Feng. On the other side, Lin Feng was browsing the trading channel. He had just traded a mushroom for a soap-making blueprint when he saw that Lu Yufan had sent a trade request. On the surface, it says 1 unit of wood, but when he clicks on it, a bunch of random items pop up in front of him. Lin Feng was speechless. Do you all like to pack up junk and give it away? Lu Yufan quickly sent a message. Brother, I really don't have anything good right now, but don't worry, I'll definitely keep looking for resources to trade with you tomorrow. Go for it, kid. Lin Feng's lips twitched. This kid really was a bit of a chinibyu, a person with delusions of grandeur. However, he still patiently examined each item. Most of them contained materials unique to the volcanic region, along with a few pieces of equipment and 2 blueprints, a fish basket crafting blueprint and a compass crafting blueprint. In addition, there's a treasure map. Its name is the legendary Blackjack treasure map. The description says that Blackjack once roamed the oceans and amassed a fortune, hiding his treasure on a small island. Anyone who finds the island by following the map will have the chance to become the new Blackjack. Lin Feng curled his lip after reading it. This thing sounds powerful, but it's completely useless to him right now. He's still struggling to survive on land. He doesn't have time to go treasure hunting at sea. He casually put the treasure map aside, picked up the kettle that had been boiling, and poured the hot water into the wooden basin to soak his feet. Looks like I need to find a way to get a thermos. Otherwise, the water will cool down too quickly when it gets cold. While soaking his feet, Lin Feng took the opportunity to organize the resources at hand and plan out the things he needed to do next. Planks, planting boxes, soil, fertilizer. All these things needed to be prepared. He first traded for planks to make a machine, then made a lot more planks, and then built 3 planting boxes. He can dig for ordinary soil during the day, and he has also exchanged quite a bit for high-quality soil in the trading channel, which is enough for now. As for fertilizer, he had previously studied the blueprints for compost bins, and now that he had all the materials, he made one directly from camel dung, wood ash, and wood, and then used the compost bin on the wheat seeds. Lin Feng knew very well that winter would come sooner or later, and relying on luck to find food was not enough. Planting was the safest way. He then contacted Cheng Wanqin to ask if she had any cotton left. She replied quickly, saying she still had quite a bit, but could only exchange it for food. After Lin Feng sent the information about the mushroom, the other party immediately offered a price of 1 to 10. The price was outrageous. Lin Feng had no intention of accepting it. The two chatted for a few minutes, but the other party refused to lower the price. However, at the end, he added, if you can exchange it for grain, meat, especially meat, I will give you a surprise. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes upon seeing this sentence. Everyone is short of food, especially meat. Although he is spider meat, it's so unpalatable that it's not a viable long-term trading method. Just then, a soft sound came from the side. Lin Feng immediately turned his head and saw that the overturned potion-making machine had stopped, and there was a little more than half a cup of green liquid in the wooden cup below. He picked it up and took a look, and his expression changed instantly. It turned out to be a cup of high-quality, highly poisonous potion. The description is very straightforward. This thing is almost always fatal if it comes into contact with blood. Startled, Lin Feng immediately put the wooden cup back and placed a stone on top of it, fearing an accident. But the next second, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Black bear. That black bear, which had been entrenched there for several days, must have stocked up on plenty of food for the winter in its den. If he could kill the bear, even if he couldn't eat the meat, the food inside would be enough for him to use for a while. He would have had no chance against the black bear before, but now that he has this bottle of highly poisonous potion, things are different. Moreover, today's random information also mentioned that the black bear found the beehive. Since it disturbed the beehive, the swarm of bees would definitely retaliate. Chapter 22, Shelter, Level 3. Lin Feng thought about it more and more and felt that his plan was feasible, so he decided to start implementing it tomorrow. Moreover, tomorrow is the autumn-themed event mentioned in the intelligence report, so since it's been specifically highlighted, we definitely can't miss it. After drinking most of the hot water in the kettle, he poured in some purified clean water and put it back on the fire. The chat channel was still lively, but most people were worried about how to get through the days ahead. Lin Feng was halfway through reading when he suddenly remembered that he had something to do, so he immediately opened a shelter page to check the upgrade requirements. We have enough stones, we're only short 100 units of wood, and we're not far off from the iron or either. He had plenty of resources, so he went to the trading channel to exchange them for wood and iron ore, and then immediately chose to upgrade. A dazzling light flashed, and when Lin Feng opened his eyes again, the small house in front of him had completely changed. Shelter, level 3. Description: the upgraded shelter now possesses a certain level of protection, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary wild animals and barely withstanding winter snowstorms. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's heart sank slightly. The information revealed in this description is too obvious. Wild animals are clearly divided into different classes, and when winter comes, the blizzards will probably be more terrible than imagined. He then looked at the upgrade requirements for level 4 shelters and immediately frowned. The demand for wood, stone, and iron are surged, and there is an additional supply of high-quality resources. This means that while level 3 might be something you can grit your teeth and push through, level 4 is definitely not something you can accomplish in a short time. However, he was more concerned about the changes in the shelter itself than these things. After the upgrade, the interior space expanded to over 100 square meters and was divided into a living room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, and 2 empty rooms. Lin Feng looked through each room one by one and found that apart from the bedroom where the original wooden bed was still there, all the other rooms were empty. He couldn't help but complain. They've already given us a room. Couldn't they have provided some amenities along the way? Fortunately, a new production list has also been unlocked. Wooden toilets, stone wash basins, and kitchen utensils such as kettles, iron pots, wooden spatulas, and wooden spoons all appeared. He can now cook properly as long as he has enough ingredients. After wandering around for a while, Lin Feng returned to the living room and looked at the fireplace on the wall. Although the house has become bigger, a problem has arisen. The heat from the fireplace, which used to cover the entire small house, is now clearly insufficient. Especially when you go to other rooms, the temperature drops significantly immediately. Fortunately, the charcoal in the fireplace was still burning, which surprised Lin Feng. He stared at the pile of charcoal in the corner and suddenly realized that this might be the key material to survive the winter. Back in the bedroom, Lin Feng put one quilt under his body and another over himself, then lay down on the bed and immediately felt much more comfortable. He was scrolling through the chat channel when he suddenly saw a message and his gaze stopped. I opened a black iron treasure chest and found a scroll of Attack and Defense Alliance. It can be used by one person. As long as the other person agrees, the two can form an alliance and even move their shelters together. The chat channel exploded the moment the message was posted. Some people exclaimed, "Isn't this just teamwork?" If used properly, it can definitely achieve a result greater than the sum of its parts. Others immediately countered, "Cooperation is one thing, but how will the resources be divided? If we actually live together, the conflicts will only increase over time." Some people even shared their personal experiences, saying that they used to desperately help their brother's family, but ended up having their legs broken, and now they have to come out and find resources even with their injured legs. Immediately, some people in the channel sighed in admiration, while others became even more wary, saying that no matter how good such a scroll was, they dared not easily trust anyone. Lin Feng wasn't surprised by the arguments. After all, some people have used the guise of mutual help to scam resources before, so who would dare to easily entrust their back to someone else now? However, he also knew in his heart that if he really got his hands on such a scroll, he would probably first find a reliable and trustworthy ally. Chapter 23, The Legacy of the Elves. The luminous pearl on the bedside table emitted a soft glow, illuminating most of the room. As Lin Feng watched, he felt sleepy, wrapped himself tightly in the quilt, and fell into a deep sleep. The shelter at night provides survivors with a rare sense of security and allows them to temporarily forget about the dangers outside. On this boundless continent, as temperatures continue to drop, countless animals are migrating towards warmer places. Lin Feng was awakened by a commotion. It was still dark outside the window, and there was still more than 2 hours until dawn. He stretched and sighed, feeling how comfortable it was to have a quilt. He hadn't slept so soundly in the past few days. Knowing that winter is coming and the temperature will drop even lower, he plans to collect more spider webs and cotton to make several more quilts. But the rushing sounds outside grew louder and louder, as if countless animals were running past the sanctuary, and there was also the sound of wings flapping in the sky. Lin Feng walked to the door, but dared not open it rashly. He could only press his ear against the door and listen carefully, worried that the shelter might be attacked. Fortunately, the commotion lasted for quite some time, and the shelter was never attacked. Then, at dawn, all the sounds suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng immediately pushed the door open and went out, but the outside was empty, and there wasn't even a trace on the ground. The commotion last night was astonishing, yet it was as if nothing had happened, which made him even more puzzled. Today's weather forecast indicates plenty of sunshine, clear skies, 4.5 hours of sunshine, temperatures ranging from 10 to 17 degrees Celsius, humidity at 50%, and wind speed at level 3. Lin Feng noticed the addition of wind speed to the weather forecast and immediately thought of the level 3 shelter's mention of resisting wind and snow. Perhaps the two were related. Then, a series of intelligence reports appeared before our eyes. The special autumn event, the herd migration, has begun. Herds of animals will appear near each shelter as they head south to warmer temperatures. The herd will stop to replenish their water along the way, and collecting items from their bodies could be of great help. The herd of beasts will also attract more predators, who will be eyeing these prey and looking for opportunities to hunt them. If Lin Feng wants to profit, he has to be the last one standing. The third piece of intelligence indicates that within a kilometer northeast of Sunset Forest, there's an ancient tree that is thousands of years old, where some of the elven heritage is hidden. The natural forces that once protected the heritage have been destroyed by the beasts. Now is the opportunity to enter. The fourth intelligence report mentioned that the mist at the border of Sunset Forest and Rotten Swamp was temporarily dispersed by the thunderbirds that flew south last night. There are plenty of sweet potatoes growing there, but to get into the Rotten Swamp, you must first pass through the spider nest you saw before. The last reminder is that the night of the full moon is approaching, and survivors can leave the shelter to search for full moon-exclusive materials, treasure chests, and random events. Pumpkins and other moon-related crops may bring unexpected profits that night. After reading the 5 pieces of intelligence, Lin Feng fell into thought. He hadn't expected that the autumn event would be a beast migration. If he had known this would happen, he should have set up several smaller traps in advance, or bought some large traps on the trading channel. But the herd must be quite large, and ordinary traps might not be effective. He decided to go and check the situation first before making any plans. Although the first and second pieces of information were similar, they both reminded him that neither the herds nor the predators were easy to deal with, and that he had to proceed with caution. Lin Feng glanced at the river a few times, then turned and walked northeast towards Sunset Forest. The sunflower we got last time was an elven item, and since this one is an elven legacy and has been protected by nature, its value must be even higher. Not long after, he went about 1,000 meters into the forest and finally saw the ancient tree. The ancient tree is over 100 meters tall, its canopy like a giant umbrella that blocks out a large amount of sunlight, and its thick trunk resembles a thick wall. The brown bark is covered with patterns, each mark resembling a testament to the passage of time. Lin Feng walked around the ancient tree, but did not find the so-called elven heritage, so he frowned. The intelligence couldn't be wrong. He looked up at the endless tree trunks, his face grim. "You're not going to make me climb up there, are you? I can't do that." Unwilling to miss out on the treasure, he kept patting the tree trunk, trying to find the hidden mechanism, but to no avail. Could it be that he really wouldn't be able to obtain the elf's legacy this time? The more Lin Feng thought about it, the more unwilling he became, and he decided to search carefully one more time. If you really can't find it, you'll have to give up for now and come back after you've traded for the tree climbing equipment. He walked around the ancient tree again and again, then suddenly stopped and stared down at the ground beneath his feet. Lin Feng stomped on the soil and immediately realized something was wrong. So he took out a shovel and started digging. After digging 20 or 30 centimeters, A bright green wooden board appeared before us, seemingly still brimming with vitality. He used a shovel to pry open the wooden planks, revealing a wooden staircase extending downwards. Lin Feng took out a torch and probed inside first. After confirming that there was nothing unusual, he slowly walked down. The underground space is formed by countless intertwined tree roots. It is not large in area, but there are many multi-tiered cabinets around it. The cabinet, which once seemed to be filled with books, has now been taken away, leaving only the neatly arranged elf-shaped wooden table and chairs and a delicate oil lamp. The layout here is as if some elf once studied and lived here, and this was once its temporary home. Lin Feng picked up the oil lamp, and the information appeared. The emerald green oil lamp is of excellent quality and was made by elves. It burns oil extracted from elvenwood fruits, which does not produce smoke and emits a pleasant fragrance that refreshes the mind. This is definitely good stuff. Lin Feng immediately put the oil lamp into the mushroom bag and looked at the table and chairs next to him. To his surprise, the furniture was made of high-quality elven wood, which could be used to upgrade the shelter. As for the cabinets, their quality was equally high, so Lin Feng simply put all the furniture into his bag. Just as the last cabinet was being taken away, a book fell out of it. The Diary of the Elf Hedrick. Chapter 24, Twin Treasure Chest. Lin Feng picked up the diary and casually flipped to a page, which recorded trivial matters from the harvest month of the 520th year of the elf calendar. The diarist and his companions collected sunflower seeds, hoping to plant and bloom them the next day. He also wrote about the delicious food and fun things in the human kingdom, but he couldn't go there and could only sleep out of boredom. He didn't have time to look closely. He simply stuffed the diary into his pocket, held up the torch, and continued searching, his eyes scanning every corner. Soon, in the dim light, he discovered two connected treasure chests, one entirely green with leaf patterns carved all over it, and the other as white as snow with mountain peak markings on its surface. A system prompt sounds. Do you want to open the twin treasure chest? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and pressed for an explanation of what the twin treasure chest was, but the system did not provide one, so he had no choice but to open it. The system then asked him to choose between the elf chest or the forest chest, and reminded him that the chest opened first would contain more valuable items, while the chests opened later would be downgraded. Lin Feng was now facing a decision-making dilemma. The elf treasure chest was clearly related to elves, but the forest treasure chest was too broad in scope, and he had no idea what was inside. I remembered that the intelligence report mentioned that this place contained elven relics. For something to be called a relic, it must be something that the elves valued most. Since it's all a gamble anyway, he decided to gamble on the one with the higher probability. Open the Pokemon chest. The green treasure chest opened automatically, and 5 bursts of green light broke open one after another. The first item made Lin Feng's eyes widen. It was a broken elven wand, yet of exceptional quality. Crafted from the heart of a century-old elven tree. Though damaged in the Great War, it still enhanced natural magic and accelerated casting speed. The wand comes with 4 abilities. It increases plant growth speed by 20%, enhances plant survival ability, releases vines to bind enemies, and heals ordinary injuries with healing light. This is a beginner's dream tool that combines planting and survival, especially its healing ability, which can be life-saving in critical moments. The remaining items are 10 sunflower seeds, 20 moongrass seeds, and a high-quality moonwell. The moonwell is a unique structure of the elves, capable of nurturing moonwell water. This water can be used for baptism, healing, and detoxification, and long-term consumption can improve physical fitness. It can also water plants and stimulate their vitality. Even rare plants that are difficult to take root and sprout can receive great help. A high-quality magic wand and a high-quality moonwell. Lin Feng's luck was off the charts this time. Finally, there is an ancient elven tree seed of unknown quality. The description mentions that the elves suffered repeated defeats in a great war, with heavy casualties among their people, and even the elven mother tree was destroyed. The surviving elves fled with the seeds of the ancient tree, hoping that one day they could cultivate a new elven mother tree. Lin Feng was not yet clear about the specific effects of the seeds, so he could only put them away for the time being, and then opened another mountain forest treasure chest. It contains high-quality Shandong steel, which is extremely strong and difficult to destroy, and a key to a secret garden that can unlock a hidden garden secret in the mountains. In addition, there are 30 rice seeds and a random resource exploration scroll. The scroll can explore for high-quality resources within a radius of 20 kilometers and provide directions, making it quite valuable. After the 2 treasure chests disappeared, Lin Feng searched carefully again to make sure nothing was missed before heading down the stairs to leave. But as soon as he peeked out, he immediately retreated. There was no danger outside, because he discovered that the staircase was actually made of high-quality elven wood. How could such a good thing be wasted? Lin Feng immediately knocked down all the stairs. After leaving, he didn't rush back, but continued on his way. The 4th piece of intelligence stated that a large number of sweet potatoes grew at the border between Sunset Forest and Rotten Swamp. Just from a name, he knew it was food. He had to go and loot it while he could. Lin Feng arrived at the spider's nest, casually dealt with a few spiders, and harvested spider meat and spider webs. After passing through the nest, he walked another 300 or 400 meters. The trees gradually thinned out, and a light mist hung in the air. Further ahead, large shrubs replaced the forest, their branches laden with purplish-red berries. These berries are called berries. They taste sour and ordinary, but at least they can fill your stomach. Passing through 2 giant bushes, Lin Feng saw a flat piece of land. The dark brown soil emitted a strange smell, and green plants grew on it, with leaves that looked like a combination of sweet potatoes and potatoes. He carefully approached and dug into the soil with a shovel, where he found fruits of varying sizes growing. Sweet potatoes, of average quality, are rich in starch and have a very strong satiating effect. Upon seeing the message, Lin Feng immediately smiled. Last night, he was worried about food, and today he found enough rations to get through the winter. There are about 3 or 4 tenths of an acre of land covered with sweet potatoes. If we dig them all up, we shouldn't be too short of food this winter. Chapter 25, Sweet Potato. Thinking about the upcoming harvest, Lin Feng immediately became very energetic, wielding his shovel to turn over the soil and dig out the sweet potatoes buried deep underground one by one. If you're not careful, the shovel will cut the sweet potato in half. Lin Feng picked up the broken piece and found that it was yellowish-white inside and had a faint fragrance. He took a bite directly. It was crisp and tasted almost exactly like a sweet potato. If it weren't for the name sweet potato, he would have suspected that he had dug up a sweet potato. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to feel bad about it. Even if it cracked open, he could just wash it and eat it anyway. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng sped up and dug frantically. After digging for a while, he discovered that the sweet potatoes varied greatly in size, with the smallest being only the size of a ping-pong ball, while the largest far exceeded his expectations. He spent more than 10 minutes clearing away the surrounding soil and unearthed a sweet potato as big as a water vat. Information emerged. It was actually a high-quality sweet potato. In addition to being more effective, it also has 2 additional properties: satiating and eliminating waste. The former reduces hunger, while the latter helps expel impurities from the body, although it will smell very bad. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, but still stuffed all the sweet potatoes into the mushroom bag. He dug for more than an hour, and he was already panting heavily. When he was a child, he helped with chores in the countryside, and at least he could work slowly. But now, with limited daylight, he had a rush. So he took out a drop of the century-old stalactite liquid and drank it. A warm current quickly flowed through his body, sweeping away all his fatigue. Lin Feng spat, rubbed his hands together, and continued digging. I'll give it my all. More than half an hour later, he seemed to have burned out completely, with the upturned soil behind him, some of the pits even reaching a meter deep. He dug up more than a dozen high-quality sweet potatoes alone, an even bigger number of ordinary ones. He had no energy to count them and just wanted to lie down and rest. As dusk approached, Lin Feng suddenly stood up, took a small sip of ordinary stalactite liquid to regain his strength, and then put the mushroom hat on his head. A refreshing sensation instantly flooded his mind, like taking a sip of mint tea, making him feel much more awake. Looking at the sweet potato leaves scattered all over the ground, he remembered that sweet potato leaves were edible. These sweet potato leaves were probably edible, so Lin Feng despite his fatigue, collected them all into the mushroom bag. After doing this, he didn't rush to leave, but continued exploring. After walking 50 or 60 meters forward, a large swamp blocked our path. The swamp stretched as far as the eye could see, its surface shrouded in mist, which grew thicker the deeper we went, completely obscuring our view. The rotting swamp was covered with tangled vegetation, and some of the mud was constantly bubbling. Several strangely shaped, pitch-black trees grew crookedly. Lin Feng tried stepping onto the edge of the vegetation, feeling as if he were walking on thick fallen leaves. He took out his spear and thrust it forward, the tip sinking into the ground without any resistance. He immediately dared not move. The vegetation was too good at camouflage. If he mistakenly thought he could walk on it, he would probably sink to his death in the swamp. However, after clearing away the weeds, he discovered that underneath was actually high-quality swamp soil. This soil had undergone years of fermentation, rotting, and accumulation, making it extremely fertile. Lin Feng dug up 20 units of swamp soil with his shovel, finding that enough for the time being, so he didn't waste any more time. After circling the edge, he discovered a wooden treasure chest. He intended to put the treasure chest into his mushroom pouch, but was prompted that items in his storage space could not be stacked. He could only carry the treasure chest south, while also checking the extent of the swamp. Instead of finding the swamp's edge, we encountered numerous dilapidated wooden huts. These houses had a strange style, with a somewhat gothic and eerie feel. Lin Feng observed from a distance for a moment, but found no biological activity, so he shook his head and left. Before leaving, he glanced back at the sweet potato growing area. When he was digging just now, he deliberately left some sweet potatoes behind and didn't take them all. Perhaps he can come back to harvest them when the fog clears next time. On his way back to the shelter, he encountered spiders again and collected some more spider meat and webs. Back at the shelter, he piled most of the supplies from his mushroom pack in the living room. Next, he used the materials to make several small traps and spears, and then went out again, heading towards the river. Before even getting close to the riverbank, Lin Feng saw a large number of animals gathered there. Sika deer, zebras, antelopes, bison, and various wild beasts were slowly drinking water. Although they appear relaxed, they are actually always alert to their surroundings. They are ready to fight back or turn and flee at any moment if danger approaches. Lin Feng looked at the spear in his hand. He might be able to kill a single beast, but there were too many of them in front of him, so he couldn't just fight them head on. Let alone bison, even a few dozen Sika deer charging at him together would be enough to kill him. The autumn migration of animal herds was clearly more troublesome than he had imagined. He set up a small trap under the tree and returned to his shelter for the time being. While resting and eating bananas, he pondered how to get meat from the wild animals. He really didn't want to give up this prey that was practically delivered to his mouth. If he could kill 5 or 6, he could stock up on a good amount of meat to prepare for the coming winter. After finishing the banana, Lin Feng picked up the apple and began examining the contents of the mushroom packet. He quickly noticed a peculiar paralyzing mushroom. If this mushroom is accidentally ingested, it will paralyze the entire body of the organism. Although the effect is short-lived, it is clearly of practical use. A few mushrooms alone are not enough to subdue wild beasts. Too few will have no effect, and too many will deter the beasts from swallowing them willingly. Just then, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Feng. He looked at the overturned potion-making machine and put 6 paralysis mushrooms into it at once. The machine started running, and Lin Feng stared at it, muttering to himself, "It has to succeed. Whether we can have a big harvest this time depends on you." Chapter 26, Paralyzing Agents. Lin Feng was waiting for the manufacturing machine in the shelter when he suddenly heard wolf howls outside. He immediately opened the door and saw a pack of blue wolves standing not far away. These blue wolves were long and slender, covered in blue fur, and their green eyes were filled with hunger. The pack consisted of about 7 wolves, with the alpha wolf being particularly large, and 3 cubs protected in the center. Lin Feng was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and was about to close the door, but stopped at the last moment. He pushed the door open again, stared at the pack of wolves 20 meters away, and a strange thought arose in his mind. Wolves are extremely sensitive to smell. They cannot possibly fail to detect any living creature nearby. Yet the pack of blue wolves before him showed no reaction, as if the sanctuary and he did not exist at all. Lin Feng simply stood at the door and observed carefully. He finally confirmed that it wasn't that the wolves were deliberately ignoring it, but that they genuinely couldn't see the shelter. To verify his guess, he stepped outside. The instant his foot touched the ground, the wolves recoiled as if they had encountered something terrifying. The alpha wolf crouched low, staring intently at Lin Feng, before suddenly lunging forward. Lin Feng immediately stepped back and returned to the shelter. The alpha wolf landed empty-handed, looking around in surprise and sniffing the air. The living person who had been standing right in front of it just moments before had vanished in a thin air. Lin Feng tried twice more, and the wolf pack dared not approach at all. Even the alpha wolf seemed terrified. At this point, he finally understood the purpose of a daytime shelter. To carnivores, the shelters are transparent during the day, and survivors inside remain undetected. Even at night, when the shelters become visible, they are protected by the system, preventing monsters from entering. Unless someone like that unfortunate guy at the beginning opens the door themselves and lets the monster into the shelter. However, Lin Feng estimated that this was mostly just a perk during the newbie protection period. Once the protection period ended, the wild beasts should be able to see the shelter, and at that time, large animals like black bears might just try to break down the door. Just then, two giant tigers emerged from the forest. They were incredibly large, measuring 5 or 6 meters long, and every step they took exuded the oppressive aura of kings of the mountains. An ordinary tiger is 1 or 2 meters long, and a Siberian tiger is only about 3 meters long. Just looking at these two golden tigers from a distance made Lin Feng's legs tremble. He could only recognize that it was a golden king tiger, but he couldn't see its rank or detailed information. The two tigers walked straight to the riverbank, not in a hurry to hunt, as if they were waiting for something. Over the next half hour, various large carnivores passed through the forest. Lin Feng was horrified. The sunset forest was far more dangerous than he had imagined. With a ding, the erratic potion-making machine finally finished. Lin Feng strode over. The wooden cup contained a pale blue liquid. Name: Paralysis Potion. Quality: excellent. Made from paralysis mushrooms, it greatly enhances the paralyzing effect, affecting even large carnivores, provided the potion can enter their bodies. The production machine did not disappoint him. He successfully obtained the paralysis drug. Lin Feng put the drug into his mushroom bag and began to think about how to maximize its profit. He originally intended to wound the wild beast with a bow and arrow. Once the skin was broken, the medicine would enter the body through the bloodstream, paralyzing the prey, after which it would be at his mercy. He had already traded the bow and arrow blueprints, and he had no shortage of wood and iron ore. But when Lin Feng made the bow and arrow, drew the bow, and shot an arrow at the wood, the arrow went wildly off course. He had never practiced archery before, and there was no time to cram at the last minute. After thinking it over, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a more direct method: poisoning. The wild animals along the river need to drink, so if we pour the paralyzing potion into the river, even if it's diluted by the water, it should still work. As for how strong the effect will be, we'll just have to gamble. The herd migration would only last a day, and with nightfall approaching, Lin Feng decided to make his move. Losing the gamble wouldn't be a loss, but winning would be a huge profit. He put on the mushroom hat and carefully stepped out of the shelter. Many predators lurked ahead, waiting for their prey to make a move. Only then did Lin Feng truly understand the phrase in the intelligence report: the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He lowered his profile, bypassed the predators, and arrived at the upper reaches of the river. This was the very spot where he had previously discovered the treasure chest, but now it had become a poisoning point. Lin Feng took out a paralyzing potion and poured it directly into the river. Part of the river water quickly turned light blue, drifting slowly downstream with the current. Lin Feng retreated along the same route, hiding in a position where he could clearly see the situation on the riverbank, and activated the camouflage skill of his mushroom hat. The next second, he transformed into a giant mushroom. Although it looked somewhat abrupt, it was much safer than a living person standing there. Lin Feng waited silently. The herbivores continued to drink water with their heads down, showing no signs of distress. His heart sank. Had the medicine become ineffective after being diluted? Time passed slowly, and the sky grew darker. Lin Feng figured he probably wouldn't be able to get any meat today, but luckily he had dug up a lot of sweet potatoes, which at least temporarily solved his food problem. Just then, an animal on the riverbank suddenly collapsed, its limbs stiffening, and it remained motionless. Lin Feng instantly became alert, staring intently at the riverbank. Then, one wild animal after another collapsed to the ground. The paralyzing drug had finally taken effect. But it wasn't him who acted first. It was the predators who had been lying in wait. Wolves, tigers, and cheetahs all charged forward. They didn't understand what was happening, but they knew this was a rare opportunity. Lin Feng remained disguised as a mushroom and could only pray in his heart. Leave some for me, don't eat it all. Chapter 27 Meat, All Meat. The air along the river was thick with the stench of blood. Large numbers of wild animals had been torn apart, and their blood had flowed into the river, turning the surface crimson. This was a one-sided massacre. The sick deer, which should have been adept at running away, remained motionless, allowing the carnivores to tear them apart and devour them. Carnivores, of course, will not stop. Instead, they will seize the opportunity to eat voraciously and replenish their nutrition to build up their strength for the upcoming migration. Watching this scene from the shadows, Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble slightly. He had seen massacre scenes on television before, but the impact was never as strong as it is now, knowing it was a performance or a documentary. Now, seeing flesh and blood flying everywhere and smelling the pungent stench of blood, he truly felt the cruelty of this catastrophic world. Since arriving, Lin Feng's survival process has been relatively smooth, and he even felt at one point that the so-called Catastrophe game was not as dangerous as he had imagined. But now he understands that it was just a period of protection for new players. Once the shelter is exposed to the beasts, the survivors will have to face these monsters head-on. This game is never safe. There may be a life-threatening danger at any moment in the future. Those who choose to lie down in the chat channel, unwilling to upgrade their shelters, and just huddled in level 1 shelters to pass the day, may have never truly witnessed this kind of despair. Lin Feng didn't intend to remind them that some ideas are useless no matter how much others say, unless you personally experience a major change. Just then, he suddenly noticed that several carnivores had started to stagger, as if they were disoriented. The next second, a wolf collapsed to the ground, as if lighting a fuse, and more wild animals followed suit. The other carnivores finally realized something was wrong, and instead of eating the meat right in front of their mouths, they turned around and fled. They were clearly also affected by the paralysis. Their limbs seemed to have lost control, and they felt as if this riverbank had become a devil's territory. Lin Feng remained motionless until he was certain that all the carnivores that could still move had fled far away. Only then did he rush out his hiding place, and his mushroom camouflage vanished instantly. Upon arriving at the riverbank, the pungent smell of blood assaulted Lin Feng's nostrils. He gagged a few times, forcibly suppressing his nausea, and then took out his spear. The beasts that fell were only paralyzed, not completely dead. He aimed at their heads and stabbed them one by one. Blood gushed out continuously, splattering his clothes and body. At first, his face showed disgust and pity, but as he killed more and more beasts, his eyes gradually became cold and numb. Some carnivorous beasts stared at him, their eyes filled with madness, bloodlust, hatred, and even pleading. But Lin Feng did not hesitate at all. He knew very well that if the beast did not die, he would be the one to die once the paralysis wore off. One after another, beasts fell, and Lin Feng was covered in blood. But to his surprise, he discovered that killing these beasts would also drop treasure chests, and the drop rate was quite high. In addition to the wooden treasure chest and the black iron treasure chest, he also obtained a special flesh and blood treasure chest. These treasure chests can be taken directly without being restricted by the opening location. Lin Feng didn't rush to open them, but instead glanced at the sky. With only 10 minutes left before nightfall, he quickly stuffed all the items dropped by the beasts he had killed into his mushroom bag. Fortunately, he had cleared out his backpack beforehand, freeing up a lot of space. But even so, there were still some wild animal carcasses that he couldn't fit inside. Lin Feng could only carry as much as possible, and then, with his full load of spoils on his back, he ran all the way to the shelter. He had only been back at the shelter for less than 2 minutes when it became completely dark. Lin Feng leaned against the wall, panting heavily, partly from exhaustion and partly from the excitement of the harvest. Today's day had been far more fruitful than he had imagined. He poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down, trying to calm his feverish mind. After a few minutes, Lin Feng finally exhaled a breath of stale air and began to sort through his harvest. He used the elven legacy he received from the ancient tree to fill the living room with tables, chairs, benches, and cabinets. The once empty living room suddenly felt more alive. The furniture made of fairy wood emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance of herbs and trees, making it exceptionally comfortable to smell. The elf wand is currently a powerful artifact, extremely valuable to survivors. As for the seeds of the sunflower, moongrass, and ancient elf tree, Lin Feng decided to plant them immediately. He had enough resources, so he made 10 planting boxes and planted all the existing seeds, including the ancient elven tree seeds whose purpose was unknown, which were placed in a separate planting box. Then, he placed the magic wand in the center of the planting boxes. The wand glowed with a faint green light, which slowly enveloped all the planting boxes. Both of the elf wand's passive abilities can promote plant growth. Lin Feng discovered that the wheat, corn, and moonflower seeds he had planted earlier had all sprouted and grown into seedlings. Seeing the significant increase in plant growth rate, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could now focus on developing his own agricultural business, using the elf wand as the core element. Next, he took out the moon well, and, after confirming its use, the system immediately displayed the available placement locations. Lin Feng soon discovered that the moon well could not be installed inside the house. It could only be placed outside the shelter, and it had to be placed on his own territory. After thinking about it carefully, he finally realized that the shelter was not just the room in front of him. The trading channel will display blueprints for fences, stone walls, vine walls, etc., which are used to help survivors expand the area of their shelter. Any area enclosed by walls can be considered part of the shelter, where more facilities can be placed. Otherwise, with limited indoor space, there would be nowhere to put so many facilities, and the system wouldn't have provided these blueprints for nothing. Lin Feng had no choice but to put away the moon well for now, planning to relocate it after the walls were built the next day. He then took out a random resource exploration scroll and chose to use it. The scroll searched continuously like a radar, and after a moment, a red light appeared. Yin Gang, high-quality resources. Lin Feng had previously obtained mountain steel from a treasure chest in the mountains, and now he had discovered rock steel. He checked the marked location and found that it was the same area where he had obtained the stalactite. It's not far, so I can go check it out on my way later. Finally, there were the sweet potatoes. Lin Feng washed them clean with river water, took out 2, and buried them under the ashes of the fire. Chapter 28, Shelter Level 4. Lin Feng looked at the large pile of sweet potatoes in the corner, estimating it to weigh several 100 pounds. Even if they ate as much as they wanted, they wouldn't have to worry about food shortages this winter. The acquisition of the high-quality swamp soil completely solved the problem of planting mushrooms. Now that food and planting were secured, he began to organize the afternoon's harvest. The paralysis drug brought far more results than expected, with more than 80 portions of ordinary wild animal meat and more than 20 portions of superior-grade wild animal meat. Venison, beef, and antelope meat have different effects, but all can improve physical fitness. In addition, there are materials such as deer hide, cowhide, wool, deer antlers, and cow horns. Both wolves also yielded wolf pelts, wolf meat, wolf eyes, and wolf penises. Lin Feng's haul this time was enormous. He wouldn't have to worry about meat for the foreseeable future. Looking at the pile of whip-like items, he really didn't know what to do with them, so he could only leave them aside for the time being. Then, he began opening the wooden treasure chests he had acquired that day. As each chest was opened, the already limited space in the living room quickly became even more cramped with the resources. Wood, stone, iron, ore, and copper were kept appearing, along with cotton gloves, hats, raincoats, boots, sneakers, and slippers. Numerous blueprints were also produced, including blueprints for making straw mattresses, storage boxes, baskets, curtains, and glass cups, all common items. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together and continued opening the black iron treasure chest. Compared to the wooden treasure chest, the contents inside were clearly much more valuable. Fine wood, fine stone, a simple workbench, a vertical multi-tiered planting rack, as well as blueprint for making comfortable bedding sets, a smokehouse, and an improved campfire. Finally, there was a gas mask. Several items were exactly what Lin Feng wanted, but he didn't make them immediately. Instead, he planned to open all the treasure chests first. The last one is a special treasure chest, the flesh and blood treasure chest. The moment the box was opened, a thick, bloody light surged out, and a pungent, nauseating smell of blood assaulted Lin Feng's senses. The moment he smelled it, countless writhing, bloody images flashed through his mind. Tentacles sprouted from the flesh, as if trying to trap one's spirit within them. Just as he was lost in thought, a cool breeze emanated from the mushroom cap on his head. A beam of light shone from the nearby elven wand, falling upon him. Lin Feng jolted awake, staring at the flesh and blood treasure chest with lingering fear. Seriously, there's a problem with opening a treasure chest. He muttered a complaint, then looked down and saw that there were only 2 items in the box. The first item is the key to the flesh and blood realm. The description says that the flesh and blood realm is a kingdom of flesh and blood, inhabited by countless terrifying and mysterious creatures, and also hiding unimaginable opportunities. The opening time of the secret realm is unpredictable, and survivors will be notified when it opens. Danger and opportunity coexist. Whether to enter is entirely up to the individual. The second item is a premium flesh and blood weaving machine, which looks like an old-fashioned weaving machine, but instead of cotton and linen, it uses flesh and blood to weave randomly. As for what will ultimately be woven, it's completely uncertain. Lin Feng frowned. He had originally thought the special treasure chest would yield something useful that could be used immediately. He already has a key to the secret realm, so it's not really relevant to him for now. The flesh and blood weaving machine is strange, but at least he can give it a try. He took out several pieces of wild animal meat and put them into the container below, but the machine indicated that there were not enough pieces. It wasn't until he put in 25 pieces of wild animal meat that the spinning machine finally started working. The machine was shrouded in blood, and a strong, pungent stench filled the air. A progress bar appeared above it, indicating that it would take 6 hours to complete. So long. Lin Feng seemed to be deep in thought. Based on his understanding of the Cataclysm game, things that take longer to develop are often the least ordinary. Now we can only wait until it's finished and see what 25 portions of wild animal meat can buy. After sorting through all of today's gains, Lin Feng realized he was still a little short of resources to upgrade his shelter to level 4. He immediately opened the trade channel, listed potatoes, and traded them for 300 units of wood and 100 units of stone. Soon someone came to their door, and after some bargaining, the transaction was successfully completed, and the resources needed for the upgrade were finally gathered. Lin Feng chose to upgrade without hesitation, then closed his eyes. A flash of light appeared, and when he opened his eyes again, the room had expanded considerably. The shelter has been successfully upgraded to level 4, gaining the ability of sturdiness. The shelter, built with a mixture of fine wood and iron ore, can effectively withstand attacks from natural disasters, geological disasters, and material disasters. Moreover, the house has become a 2-story structure with a larger interior space, and its attributes can be freely arranged by the owner. Upon seeing the upgrade requirements for a level 5 shelter, Lin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. 1,000 pieces of wood, 800 stones, 500 iron ingots, 300 copper ingots, and 100 steel ingots are just the most basic resource requirements. In addition, 3 kinds of fine facilities and 1 kind of planting or breeding facility are required. 100 each of fine wood, stone, and ore, and 30 each of high-quality wood, stone, and ore. Most importantly, the upgrade reminder clearly states that superior and high-quality materials will affect the shelter capabilities gained after the next upgrade. The higher the quality and rarity of the material, the stronger the ability to obtain it. Therefore, careful selection is essential. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. He guessed that all level 4 shelters were sturdy, and the real difference probably lay in level 5. There are many kinds of materials in the Cataclysm game, such as obsidian, mountain steel, rock steel, jade, 5-spice wood, dragon bone wood, and 5-element wood. He has seen quite a few of them. Upgrades do not restrict the type of materials used, only their quality. However, different materials will affect the shelter's capabilities, meaning that level 5 is a true dividing line. Some people use rare materials to upgrade and gain more powerful abilities. Those who are unlucky and unwilling to risk their lives can only use ordinary materials to make up for it, and their abilities will naturally be weaker. Shelters are essential for survivors to stay alive, and the strength of a shelter directly affects everyone's future survival. A step ahead leads to continuous progress. A step behind leads to continuous setbacks. Lin Feng didn't know if anyone had already upgraded their shelter to level 4, but he had to start preparing for level 5 shelters from now on. Chapter 29, Roasted Venison. Lin Fenghuan's living room was about 20 square meters larger, and the other rooms were also expanded by about 10 square meters each. There was an extra staircase leading down to the right of the door. He had thought that his floor was the first floor, but when he went down the stairs, he found that there was a whole different world below. The first floor was empty, with a layout completely different from the second floor, and no rooms were partitioned off. The moment Lin Feng stepped in, a three-dimensional model of the shelter appeared before his eyes. The system indicates that the first floor can be freely planned by the survivor, and can be set up as a planning area, a breeding area, or even for raising fish indoors, depending on how the survivor uses it. The appearance of the two-story shelter, especially the first floor, which could be freely decorated, reminded Lin Feng of the coming winter. Since entering the disaster game, the temperature has been dropping every day, and the shelter upgrade information has repeatedly emphasized the need to withstand wind and snow. In addition, the wind speed in the weather is getting stronger and stronger, so Lin Feng has to plan for the worst. When winter arrives, there may be snow tornadoes or even continuous blizzards. At that time, survivors will be unable to go out and will be forced to stay in their shelters, relying on the supplies they have stockpiled in advance to survive. There isn't enough food, wood, or warmth. Survival itself might be a problem. The system provides this layer of space, clearly to allow them to stockpile resources in advance, and also to remind everyone that future blizzards may even bury an entire layer. Lin Feng returned to the second floor, added 2 pieces of charcoal to the fireplace, and stared at the flickering embers for a while. Food, cotton clothing, cotton quilts, and what are all necessities for getting through winter. Compared to ordinary wood, charcoal burns longer and reaches a higher temperature. If we could get our hands on charcoal-making blueprints or equipment and a mass-produced charcoal, we would have an extra layer of protection during the cold winter. Just then, his stomach suddenly growled loudly. He had been through so much today. If it weren't for the stalactite keeping him going, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Now that I've relaxed, exhaustion and hunger suddenly overwhelm me. Lin Feng first ate a banana to replenish his strength, then took out a stone slab and placed it on the fire, and then took out a piece of venison and put it on top. The flames quickly heated the stone slab to a scorching high. The venison sizzled, and the fat kept seeping out, instantly filling the room with a rich aroma. He used 2 tree branches as chopsticks, constantly turning the venison. As the meat gradually cooked, the aroma grew stronger, and Lin Feng's mouth watered. When it was almost done grilling, he couldn't wait to take a bite, and it was so hot that he kept exhaling. The meat cooled down a little in his mouth, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Tasty! Lin Feng hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and he thought that the uncooked venison would be very fishy, but he didn't expect it to taste so good. He blew on the hot meat and ate the whole piece in big mouthfuls, his face full of satisfaction. But one piece wasn't enough, so he took out 2 more pieces of venison and put them back on the stone slab to grill. But just eating the plain flavor always felt like something was missing. Lin Feng opened the trading channel and searched for seasonings, finding quite a few available. 5 units of rock salt could be exchanged for 10 units of wood, 3 chili peppers for 8 units of stone, and there are also pepper tree seeds, star anise, and other items. Lin Feng traded the wood for rock salt and sent a message to the seller, indicating that they could continue trading in the future. Soon, a friend request popped up, and he accepted it. Manhwa asked, "Do you need a lot of salt?" Lin Feng answered directly, "Yes. How many do you have?" Manhwa said she had 30 units of rock salt and wanted to exchange them for 150 units of wood. Lin Feng frowned. The ratio was simply outrageous. Minwei quickly explained that she only needed 150 units of wood to upgrade her shelter to level 3. But the area she was in was extremely unusual. Her shelter was built inside a cave, surrounded by rocks, with very little wood. She was willing to bring in another batch of rocks. Lin Feng, however, had no shortage of stones, so he asked her if there were any other special resources in the cave. Minwei then sent 2 pictures. The first item is a red crystal of ordinary quality, containing a faint fire elemental power. The second item is night shining sand, a high-quality material formed from the accumulated bat droppings in caves. It is an excellent fertilizer and can also be used to make medicines and for alchemy. Lin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Yiming. He was preparing to develop agriculture, and this high-quality fertilizer was exactly what he needed. As for the red crystal, although he wouldn't need it for the time being, its fire elemental power might come in handy during the cold winter, though he would likely still need the corresponding blueprints and equipment. Lin Feng indicated that they could trade wood for luminous sand and red crystal. He also told Minwei that a level 4 shelter required 500 units of wood and advised her to prepare as soon as possible. Minwei was shocked to learn that he had been promoted to level 4 and immediately asked to see the information about the level 3 shelter. Lin Feng didn't hide anything and sent the message directly. Inside the enormous cave, Minwei, dressed in a plaid skirt, stared at the chat page, her face full of distress. A level 4 shelter requires too many resources. She has no shortage of stones, fine stones, and even iron ore, but wood is her biggest weakness. These days, she has managed to upgrade her shelter to level 2 by trading resources from the cave with other survivors. But she knew very well that in the disaster game, the shelter was the key to survival. Only by constantly upgrading could she withstand the increasingly terrifying dangers. While gathering resources in the cave, she had already encountered many creatures lurking in the darkness. Once those creatures attacked, she would have almost no chance of survival. Minwei also saw through Lin Feng's plan. He clearly wanted to establish a long-term partnership with her. Salt is a necessity for humans, and luminous sand is equally important for agriculture. As for the red crystals, she still had a lot of them, but since there were no corresponding blueprints, she couldn't use them anyway. Chapter 30. So many people who just lie down. Minwei is a smart person. As a student of a 985 university, she always considers things comprehensively. Many had long recognized the importance of rock salt and wanted to establish a long-term partnership with her, but she politely declined. Temporary transactions were acceptable, but long-term cooperation required careful consideration. Since wood was merely a basic resource, and exchanging it for rock salt was already considered a bargain. Suddenly a message popped up on the chat page, and Minwei's pupils contracted sharply. She stood up abruptly, her chest heaving. After a long while, she replied with trembling hands, "I am willing to cooperate with you long-term. The reason is simple. The other party sent information about a level 4 shelter, along with those demanding upgrade requirements. As far as she knew, no survivors seemed to have reached level 4 yet. At least, no one in the chat had mentioned it. To upgrade their shelter to this level meant the survivor was extremely strong, resource-rich, and didn't lack basic supplies like wood and stone. They probably even had plenty of high-quality resources. More importantly, the level 4 shelter made Minwei realize that once winter arrives, it will definitely be a disaster. The level 3 shelter can only barely withstand the wind and snow, and a level 4 shelter can probably only truly save lives. Having finally encountered such a powerful figure, she naturally wanted to cling tightly to his coattails. Minwei placed the items for trade, and after the items disappeared, a large amount of wood appeared before her. Without any hesitation, she immediately chose to upgrade. A flash of white light appeared, and she couldn't wait to check the shelter information, finding that it was exactly the same as what Lin Feng had shown her. Minwei breathed a sigh of relief, glad she had made the right choice. She then used the resources at her disposal to send Lin Feng a thank you message. After obtaining the rock salt, Lin Feng crushed it on a stone slab and sprinkled a small pinch on the venison. Adding salt to venison instantly enhances its aroma. Upon seeing Minwei's message, he smiled and said, "She's a smart woman. there's still hope. Immediately afterwards, Min Wei sent another trade request, exchanging wood for rock salt, luminous sand, and red crystal at an astonishingly high ratio, almost like giving them away for free. She added, "Boss, just tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you without hesitation. I just hope you can give me a little bit of information about surviving." Lin Feng thought she was indeed a remarkable person, so he simply accepted the deal and then sent her two key messages. First, during the beginner protection period, the shelter is hidden. Second, you must treat winter as a disaster and try to collect as much food, warm clothing, and wood as possible. The oil sizzled on the fire. Lin Feng picked up a piece of venison, let it cool slightly, and then put it in his mouth. With the addition of salt, the venison was incredibly delicious. After eating 2 pieces, he almost swallowed his tongue as well. Just then, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted from the ashes. Lin Feng brushed aside the ashes, revealing the sweet potatoes inside. He peeled off the skin, and the golden flesh was immediately revealed. He took a bite and found that both the texture and taste were much better than ordinary roasted sweet potatoes. While eating, Lin Feng opened the chat channel. Some people worried, tomorrow will be the 6th day. The newbie protection period is only 7 days. What will happen after it ends? Someone immediately replied nonchalantly, "Why worry about that? Just lie down. I'm still in level 1 shelter. I haven't been upgraded at all. It's been 5 days, and you're still only level 1? I'm already level 3. Don't believe him, he's definitely fishing for us. These big shots who pretend to be weak are the best at faking it. They say they're lying down, but they're actually more cunning than anyone else." That's right, they all say they're going to lie down, but when it comes down to it, they're all ruthless. The person actually posted a photo. In the photo, a middle-aged man with a stubble beard was making a peace sign at the camera, with a level 1 shelter clearly visible in the background. Faced with everyone's doubts, he didn't care at all. What's there to worry about? Eat and drink as usual. My area is rich in resources, and we've grown a lot of carrots. We've been living off carrots these past few days. This completely messed up the chat channel. Second level party member passing by. Everyone gather. They're here. They're here. The first level party members are here too, brothers and sisters. Let's get this party started. Some even shouted, "Level 1 is awesome. I'm here to represent level 1. Lin Feng frowned as he watched more and more people come to enjoy giving up. After the chat channel is led astray by the first and second level players, survivors who were originally eager to upgrade their shelters may also lower their guard after seeing these messages. This is the herd effect. A positive collective can motivate individuals to strive for improvement. However, once the overall atmosphere becomes negative, even those who were originally working hard will be dragged down and gradually become complacent. The shelter and the system are reminding them that the winter was extremely terrible, but now this group of people who were just lying around had ruined everything. Lin Feng did not want a large number of survivors to die. Firstly, each area had special resources, and the only way he could obtain them was through trade. If people died, the resources would naturally be cut off. Secondly, it's good to have more people in the chat channel. They can chat idly, brag, and occasionally a few funny people will pop up, which can relieve boredom. There's no mobile network here, and if the channel is just filled with wailing or no one is talking at all, that would really be suffocating. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sent a message. "I think you guys better be on your guard. Don't lie low, upgrade your shelter as much as possible, and collect resources to get through the winter." Unexpectedly, the message was met with ridicule as soon as it was sent out. "Hey, who's loading the cargo here? What are you loading? Does he really think he's something special? He's got a fatherly attitude. All he does is lecture. It's disgusting to hear. They're struggling to survive and still acting like male chauvinists. Who do you think you are, interfering with everything, even people's poop and farts?" Chapter 31, the survivors are finally afraid. The chat channel exploded instantly, with insults and sarcastic remarks flooding the screen, and many female survivors even saying he was very much like a father. However, many people have also stood up to support them, believing that those who warned of the dangers of winter are the ones who truly want everyone to survive. Some people couldn't help but curse, saying that they were attacked for trying to give a good reminder, which was like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a kind heart. A survivor in a level 3 shelter revealed the description. A level 3 shelter can only barely withstand the wind and snow in the dead of winter. He also reminded everyone that wind speed had been added to the daily weather forecast, clearly indicating that a blizzard was approaching. But some people still don't believe it, thinking that the weather is nice now and there are plenty of resources, so even if winter comes, how cold can it get? Some people suspected that these people were deliberately creating panic and must have some ulterior motive, and the two sides argued fiercely in the channel. Lin Feng sighed and simply sent out the capabilities and description of the level 4 shelter, but concealed the upgrade requirements. He didn't reveal all the information he had given Minwei before, since some of his trump cards couldn't be easily exposed. The moment the information about the level 4 shelter appeared, the tone of the chat channel immediately changed, and everyone was stunned. Holy crap! Someone actually upgraded their shelter to level 4. I've worked my butt off and only reached level 3. This is a real pro. The group soon discovered that the level 4 shelter not only had an added sturdiness attribute, but the building had also been transformed into a 2-story structure. Some people immediately guessed that this might be a warning from the system, that the blizzard might last a long time, and that the snow could even bury an entire house. If the level 3 shelter is completely buried under snow, people won't even be able to get out of the door, let alone continue gathering resources. Survivors in level 2 shelters panicked even more, fearing that their houses might be crushed by the blizzard. Some people even thought of a more terrifying problem. If there were continuous blizzards, no one would be able to go out and find food. We have to light fires for warmth at night now, and when winter comes, the fires will probably have to burn from morning till night, because there simply won't be enough wood. Food is also a major problem. Nowadays, many people are not getting enough to eat, and when winter comes, food shortages mean starvation. Previously, many people had a live and let live mentality, and seeing a large number of people in level 1 and level 2 shelters made them feel at ease. Since everyone is equally bad, there's no need for me to desperately try to improve, and even less need to worry about the future. But now, with Lin Feng's level 4 shelter right in front of them, everyone finally realized that the big shot was still desperately trying to become stronger. Moreover, a level 4 shelter already possesses sturdiness and has been transformed into a 2-story building. This is far more than a simple upgrade. There are indeed fools among the survivors, but there are also smart ones. They have already sensed the deadly danger of winter from just a few words of description. Many people were initially too lazy to persuade him, feeling that it was none of their business if others were courting death. But after Lin Feng took the lead, more people began to share information. Some people say that they opened a black iron treasure chest today and received a one-time disaster prediction scroll. The scroll clearly stated that the winter would bring extreme low temperatures of -50 degrees Celsius, and that this might only be the lowest temperature. The channel was immediately filled with panic. -50 degrees Celsius would be enough to freeze someone to death in modern society, let alone here where everything is scarce. Some people looked at their level 3 shelters in despair, feeling that they would not survive, while those in level 2 shelters were on the verge of tears. Others immediately reminded that while there was still time, they must frantically gather resources and upgrade the shelter to level 3 as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng sent out an even more crucial message. The newbie protection period was about to end. During the protection period, wild animals cannot see the sanctuary, and even if someone provokes a wild animal, as long as they escape home, the person will disappear without a trace. This also means that after the protection period ends, wild animals are likely to attack the shelter directly, and going out to collect resources will be more dangerous. Everyone then realized that Lin Feng's ability to reach level 4 was clearly not just due to good luck. He must have already fought against wild beasts. Lin Feng's 3 consecutive messages completely ignited the chat channel, and all the survivors began frantically analyzing the future crisis. With many hands making light work, the group quickly concluded that the most important things for winter were shelter, wood, food, and warm clothing. If priorities must be assigned, shelter, wood, and food would undoubtedly be at the top. Then, other people posted pictures of their treasure chest loot, including a scroll of prophecy, a shelter defense barrier, and even blueprints for making an air conditioner. Only then did the other survivors truly realize that Lin Feng was far from the only one who was thriving. Many people hold trump cards to weather the storm, but those who chose to give up and slack off have finally fallen silent. No one knows what they are thinking now, but at least no one dares to say anymore that the cold winter is just an ordinary drop in temperature. As Lin Feng was eating his second sweet potato, a friend request suddenly popped up. The note reads, "Boss, save me. I'm willing to trade resources. You'll definitely be satisfied." Lin Feng frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed. The other party's name was Zhu Sangui. He had just become friends with Lin Feng and sent a long message, hoping that Lin Feng would trade the resources needed to upgrade his level 2 and level 3 shelter. Chapter 32 Visitors from the Snow Mountain. Zhu Sangui immediately asked Lin Feng for help, saying that Lin Feng must have a lot of resources and asking him to help gather the materials for a level 3 shelter. Lin Feng recognized the name. 5 days after the catastrophe, Zhu Sangui was still in a level 1 shelter, yet he had been constantly promoting the idea that the catastrophe was harmless in the chat channel, probably misleading many people. Now that he's demanding resources from him, Lin Feng directly asked him what kind of deal he was going to make. Zhu Sangui, however, argued that since Lin Feng had the ability, he should take responsibility and help these vulnerable people. Lin Feng told him to get lost on the spot, finding this kind of moral blackmail most annoying. Just as he was about to block him, Zhu Sangui sent 2 more resource images. One is a high-quality lodestone containing special magnetic force. The other is a high-quality dawn dew from a tree spirit sleeping in an ancient forest containing life energy that can heal wounds and replenish life force. Zhu Sangui said that he had survived until now entirely thanks to the morning dew. These resources were extremely rare, and he could give Lin Feng some first, considering the materials for the level 3 shelter as a loan, to be repaid slowly later. Lin Feng almost laughed out of anger. This guy had excellent resources, yet he wanted to exchange a few scraps for a whole set of upgrade materials, and he even made up a high-sounding story about borrowing money. He replied directly, "May this lazy, wicked person who only wants to reap without sowing die sooner," and then promptly deleted the message. Judging from the information provided by Zhu Sangui, the area where he was located was not lacking in resources. The ancient forest was not short of wood, and since lodestone could be found, there must be a large amount of stone nearby. He had no shortage of the basic materials needed to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. Even with a little effort, 5 days would be enough to reach level 2. As for level 3 resources, he could trade them for magnetite and dawn dew. Ultimately, he's just a useless person who has the means, but only wants to get something for nothing. After that, more than a dozen people added Lin Feng as a friend, making similar requests. Lin Feng chatted with them briefly, then deleted them all, leaving none behind. The fact that the shelter hadn't been upgraded by the 5th day of the catastrophe didn't mean everyone deserved to die. But Lin Feng had no interest in wasting time on those who had neither resources nor sincerity and only knew how to ask for things. After eating the sweet potatoes, he finally felt a long-lost sense of fullness. In a word, he felt comfortable. Just then, another person sent a friend request, saying they wanted to trade upgrade materials with a high-level player. Lin Feng sighed and accepted the request anyway. The other person's name is Shan Wenjia, and he already has a level 2 shelter. He first explained that he is not a laissez-faire person, but rather that he has been held back by the environment. Shan Wenjia was located on a snow-capped mountain. The temperature had dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius, and if it weren't for the cotton-padded coat and boots he had found in his initial resource pack, he wouldn't have been able to go out and collect supplies at all. Trees were scarce on the snow-capped mountain, and the rocks were frozen solid. He hadn't slacked off for the past 5 days, but he still struggled to gather enough materials to upgrade his shelter to level 3. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised to hear about the snow-capped mountains. Although the environment was harsh, such a place should have unique resources. Why not trade them? Shan Wenjia said helplessly that he had indeed traded, but there were too few people who needed the snow mountain resources. Right now, all the survivors were preparing for the harsh winter, and no one was willing to spend resources to exchange for things that could lower the temperature. Immediately afterwards, he sent several pictures. High-quality snow mountain ice crystals can continuously release frost power, lowering the surrounding temperature. Premium Tianshan Snow Lotus can warm the kidneys and invigorate yang, promote blood circulation and detoxify, delay aging and enhance immunity, but cannot be eaten directly and must be used in combination with medicinal formulas. Ordinary snow bee's fur can be used to weave clothing and blankets, but it also has the property of absorbing heat and cooling down. There is also a type of ancient frozen ice whose quality is impossible to estimate. This ice was formed when the creatures and plants on the snow-capped mountains died and were repeatedly frozen by the extreme cold. It may contain anything, but to open it, it must be slowly melted by sustained high temperatures. The last item is premium-grade ice marrow. It can only be formed in millennia-old ice, containing powerful icy energy within. Its structure is stable and it will not leak cold air outwards, but it requires special equipment to utilize. Lin Feng then understood why no one wanted Shan Wenjia's resources. Right now, what everyone needed most was warm clothing. Who would be in a hurry to buy cooling ice crystals and wool? Perhaps some people saw the future value and traded a few resources to allow Shan Wenjia to barely upgrade his shelter to level 2. But ordinary survivors have limited resources and cannot afford to buy up large quantities of these temporarily useless items. However, Shan Wenjia's ability to obtain high-quality ice marrow made Lin Feng realize that the Cataclysm game seems to provide survivors with corresponding high-value resources in harsh environments. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then asked the crucial question. The snow-capped mountains were already cold enough. Even with the onset of winter, the temperature shouldn't drop much lower. Also, how exactly did they obtain that high-quality ice marrow? Shan Wenjia replied that he originally thought so too, believing that if he worked hard for a few more days, he could eventually gather all the materials for a level 3 shelter. But just now, he saw a topic in the chat channel about regional natural disasters. Lin Feng immediately opened the chat channel, searched for keywords, found relevant discussions, and carefully read them one by one. From the moment everyone enters the Cataclysm game, the world channel is locked, and only the regional channels are usable. The vast majority of people, you could even say 99%, subconsciously believe that everyone is in the same area. But as more and more people described the situation near the shelter, they gradually realized that things were not so simple. Chapter 33 Cedar Wood, Tian Shan Snow Lotus. The area where the survivors are located is far more complex than imagined. Forests, grasslands, plains, and riverbanks are relatively normal. In the chat channel, people began to claim they were in volcanoes, deserts, snow-capped mountains, caves, or even islands and lakes. The most outrageous thing is that there are 2 survivors, one underground and the other inside the bug's belly. This completely shattered everyone's speculations. Some believed that the world they lived in, like the Great Xia, possessed diverse geographical environments. Some people also feel that the areas where each survivor is located are so large that they cannot easily see each other. Regardless of the truth, it means one thing. Unless you use the Alliance Scroll, you may never encounter other survivors offline in your lifetime. This raises a question. With most people facing a harsh winter, what will the survivors in those special areas encounter? People living under volcanoes are not afraid of the cold. If the desert were to experience continuous snowfall or even snow disasters, then that place could no longer be called a desert. As for the caves, the blizzards would most likely be blocked by the surrounding mountains and wouldn't be able to get in. The daily weather forecasts posted by those people also proved that their environment was indeed very different from that of ordinary areas. Therefore, some people speculate that regional natural disasters may occur in the future, with each place experiencing different disasters. People in ordinary areas at least know that winter is coming, so they can stockpile supplies and reinforce their shelters in advance. The most frightening people are those who know nothing about the future. Of course, these are all just speculations. Barring unforeseen natural disasters, they would naturally have the upper hand. But Shan Wenjia dared not gamble with his life. If the snow mountain also experienced an extreme drop in temperature, his shelter would not be able to withstand it. Lin Feng opened the long message sent by Shan Wenjia again. Shan Wenjia said that his daily weather forecast consistently showed a continuous drop in temperature, and the snow-capped mountains would inevitably become even colder when winter arrived. Even if the temperature doesn't drop to minus 50 degrees Celsius, prolonged low temperatures are enough to destroy a shelter. His secondary shelter, built of wood and stone, is already showing signs of brittleness in its outer structure after only a few days. In his view, even if it is upgraded to level 3, it may not be able to withstand the low temperature for long. Only level 4 shelters, with their robust features, can truly offer some peace of mind, but they're by no means a guarantee of safety. Unfortunately, resources are scarce in the snow-capped mountains, and almost everything that can be found is related to ice and snow, so ordinary survivors simply cannot offer enough resources to exchange for them. As for the ice marrow, he found it after venturing deep into the snow-capped mountains. The temperature there was at least minus 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, making it impossible to stay for long. There were even more ice marrow and rare resources deeper inside, but he was unable to go any further. Lin Feng asked him, "If that's the case, why not trade with survivors in high-temperature areas instead of coming to me?" Shan Wenjie didn't hide anything. He said that Lin Feng had upgraded the shelter to level 4 in a short time, which clearly showed that he possessed unique abilities. More importantly, Lin Feng was willing to publish key information in the chat channel to remind those unambitious survivors. Because Lin Feng took the lead in sharing, others also began to lower their guard and share the information they possessed, indirectly saving countless lives. Shan Wenjie's shelter is too restrictive. If he wants to upgrade, he must find a stable and reliable partner. Furthermore, he speculated that since there would be blizzards, high temperatures might occur in the future, at which point snow mountain resources would become precious. After reading it, Lin Feng told him directly that smart people are worth trading with. He can provide the resources to upgrade the shelter to level 3, but Shan Wenjie must understand that Lin Feng is offering timely help this time. For Lin Feng, the snow mountain resources in Shan Wenjie's possession were merely icing on the cake. Shan Wenjie immediately responded that he understood and thanked Lin Feng for his willingness to help. Lin Feng had enough stones and iron ore. All he lacked was wood. He traded potatoes for a large quantity of timber, and then bundled stones, iron, ore, and timber together for the next transaction. Shan Wenjie also showed great sincerity, sending 3 extra items in addition to the resources he had previously shown. 15 units of high-quality cedar wood, capable of withstanding wind, snow, and severe cold. Ordinary quality cedar nuts can be eaten or planted. There are also cedar seedlings. Once planted, the cedar trees that grow into trees have strong resistance to wind, snow, and cold. What surprised Lin Feng the most was the pile of snow mountain ice crystals. As soon as they were taken out, they emitted a bone-chilling cold, making him shiver. He immediately made 2 large wooden boxes, sealed the ice crystals and other cold resources, and placed them on the first floor. The Tian Shan snow lotus and ice marrow could be temporarily placed in the living room. Not long after, Shan Wenjie sent another thank you message, along with a photo of the inside of the shelter. His shelter had been upgraded to level 3, but the house remained empty except for a small fire burning in the living room. Shan Wenjie looked to be in his mid-20s, wearing a thick coat and cotton boots, yet his nose was still red from the cold. Lin Feng thought for a moment and made a fireplace, offering only a single snow beast hair as the trade condition. Shan Wenjie immediately accepted. He said that there were people selling fireplaces in the chat channel, but the prices were too high for him to afford. The level 3 shelter in the snow-capped mountains looks like an igloo from the outside, but has almost no furniture inside and is far from comfortable. Shan Wenjie couldn't wait to install the fireplace and move the fire from the bonfire inside. The smell of smoke in the room dissipated instantly, and he hurriedly closed the window that was left a crack. The level 3 shelter was no longer drafty, and the indoor temperature began to rise little by little. He sat in front of the fireplace, feeling the long-lost warmth, and his eyes gradually hardened. He swore to Lin Feng that he would never forget this kindness and would repay it in the future. As Lin Feng said, this was not an ordinary transaction, but a true act of kindness in his time of need, which almost saved his life. Now that the shelter problem is temporarily resolved, he can continue to trade wood with Lin Feng for warmth. What he needs to do is to venture deeper into the snow-capped mountains and collect more and better resources. He used to be afraid to go too far, but now he finally has the confidence to try. Lin Feng was unaware that Shan Wenjie had made up his mind, and instead turned to contact Tao Chiwen and Liu Fan. He asked the two men if their shelter needed resource upgrades. The message had just been sent when the two replied almost simultaneously, and their replies were even somewhat similar. If Lin Feng hadn't known that one was in the desert and the other in a volcano, he would have suspected that the two had known each other beforehand. Chapter 34, Triple Hand Warmer Making Blueprint. Tao Chiwen sent a message. Brother, help me. Liu Yufan went even further, saying that he was doomed and begged Lin Feng for help. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. The fact that these two were still joking meant things weren't as dire as they seemed. He continued scrolling through the messages, his expression gradually growing serious. Like Shan Wenjie, the two were terrified by the regional natural disaster theories circulating in the chat channel. Their area was unusual, and they worried that an unusual catastrophe was about to occur. However, since the speculation remained unconfirmed, they were anxious but hadn't completely lost their composure. Tao Chiwen's shelter had already been upgraded to level 3 and was accumulating level 4 resources, currently halfway complete. Liu Yufan's situation was worse. He had just upgraded his shelter to level 3 and was almost out of resources. He auctioned off his existing special resources and took the initiative to trade with Lin Feng. Inside were ordinary obsidian, a dozen or so units of high-quality obsidian, and high-quality sulfur crystal cores. What Lin Feng was most interested in were the ordinary quality fire lizard scales. This thing can release heat, making it an extremely useful item for survivors who are about to survive the cold winter. Before Lin Feng could finish organizing the resources, Liu Yufan sent another transaction. The other party only wanted 1 unit of wood, but what they handed to Lin Feng was a blueprint. Triple hand warmer making pattern. Liu Yufan explained, Brother, I don't need these blueprints. I know you're going to have a harsh winter, so they'll be more useful to you. Lin Feng studied the blueprints directly and was immediately stunned when he saw the finished product and material requirements. This was actually a universal blueprint that could make 3 different qualities of hand warmers. Ordinary, fine, and high quality all can be made. Ordinary hand warmers only require stones and iron ore, so the consumption isn't high, and Lin Feng made one immediately. The finished product is about the size of a palm and looks like a power bank. He placed it on the fireplace, and its originally pale white shell immediately began to absorb the heat emanating from the fireplace. According to the blueprint, the initial state is pale white, which will then turn pale yellow, orange yellow, and finally red, indicating that it has been filled with heat. Once fully charged, it can be carried around and will continuously dissipate heat until the stored heat is depleted. Lin Feng put it in his pocket and personally tested its effectiveness. 1 hand warmer can cover the area from below the chest to above the knees. If you want to warm your whole body, you need to prepare 3, 1 for the upper, 1 for the middle, and 1 for the lower. High-quality hand warmers require high-quality stones or iron ore. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then took out high-quality obsidian to make one. The finished product still resembled a power bank, but it had become black and red. After placing it on the fireplace, Lin Feng even felt a chill as the thing was frantically absorbing the surrounding heat. A high-quality hand warmer is distinguished by its red patterns on the surface. Once all the red lines are filled, the charging is complete. As for high-quality hand warmers, the material requirements are even higher. They require at least 1 type of high-quality ore, which Lin Feng cannot produce for the time being. However, even the common and excellent versions are valuable enough. If Yufan were to list the blueprints on the trading channel, he could definitely exchange them for a large amount of resources. The other party preferred to leave the blueprints to Lin Feng even if they didn't use them themselves, and Lin Feng remembered this attitude. He never let those who genuinely helped him suffer losses, so he immediately reciprocated by giving them some snow mountain ice crystals. On the other side, Tao Chuan also traded for many desert specialties, including fine sand that could be used to make a variety of items. This is the meaning of cooperation. If you lack resources that others have, and you can offer what others lack, resources can truly flow. Lin Feng had long understood that to survive in the cataclysmic game, one must learn to unite and help each other. Hoarding resources and refusing to share will only lead to destruction. After organizing the resources, he contacted Cheng Wanqin to ask if he could exchange spider meat for cotton. Cheng Wanqin quickly agreed, and the two parties settled on a price ratio to complete the transaction. Lin Feng exchanged all the spider meat he had for cotton and cotton seeds, then planted the seeds in the planting box. He was always cautious, and he needed to address his weaknesses as soon as possible. Cotton is so important for winter. He made 4 quilts using some cotton and spider webs, then opened the trading channel. This time, he focused on acquiring blueprints, scrolls, special equipment, and tools, followed by fine wood, stone, steel, and materials with special functions. As for the items to be traded, they were naturally meat and sweet potatoes. As soon as the message was posted, a large number of survivors contacted him, but Lin Feng quickly filtered out those who weren't genuinely interested. He quickly switched to a basic resource awareness scroll. After using it, he could sense the surrounding basic resources and automatically label the information. This item wasn't very useful to ordinary survivors, since they could tell the difference. But Lin Feng still traded it for half a pound of sweet potatoes, since he didn't need any more sweet potatoes anyway. Then, he acquired a simple trap mastery scroll. Using it would allow him to master trap making and placement, enabling him to create basic traps without blueprints. Lin Feng has a special attachment to blueprints, scrolls, and knowledge. He firmly believes that what you learn and internalize is something no one can take away from you. He was delighted after using the scroll. The simple traps included lassos, pitfalls, small traps, and large traps, saving him several blueprints. Finally, there is a stack of 5 water purification talismans, which can purify water to the point of being drinkable. Although Lin Feng had a water purification bead and had stored a lot of clean water, he knew that he would have more and more friends in the future, and his water demand would only increase. So he spent half a pound of sweet potato to replace the talisman. Chapter 35 also has someone who has reached level 4. The blueprints for building a small log cabin allow you to build a 50 square meter log cabin in the wild. To upgrade further, you must obtain the corresponding subsequent blueprints. The multifunctional survival toolbox is of ordinary quality, but contains 20 or 30 tools, including an axe, shovel, hoe, flint and steel, knife, crowbar, and rope. The box is about the size of a handbag, clearly containing a small internal compartment. In addition, there are blueprints for a small rainwater collector. The rainwater collector can separate rainwater into 2 parts: ordinary rainwater containing impurities and rootless water needed to make potions. The emergency reinforcement scroll can only be used once, but can temporarily increase the sturdiness of a specified component by half, with the effect lasting for 3 minutes. Food smoking racks, glass jars, chicken coops, high-quality crystal energy lamps, and blueprints for invigorating incense have appeared in the market one after another. Basic contract scrolls, life-generating scrolls, and beast-soothing scrolls have all become highly sought-after items among survivors. There are also many fine materials such as titanite, living root clay, mithril, soft stone, mossy wood, and hydrogel, but only 3 or 4 units of each are available. These things are not needed for the time being, and keeping them takes up space. Now that someone is willing to trade them, everyone is naturally taking them out to exchange for urgently needed supplies. While Lin Feng was making his frenzied trades, the chat channel was also buzzing with discussion about him being the first exposed owner of a level 4 shelter. Some say that he had already amassed a lot of good stuff when he traded fireplaces last time, and this time he acquired a large number of blueprints and scrolls, which is obviously paving the way for future development. Some people are incredibly envious, feeling that in such a highly free survival game, resources are hard to collect in the early stages, and surviving is even harder. Once you establish a foothold, your resources, blueprints, and shelter level will snowball, allowing you to exchange scarce resources for the items you need. These are all for the big shots. Let's just focus on collecting resources and upgrading our shelter. The information we've received today is overwhelming. Just then, Lin Feng received a friend request with a note. "I have unique resources here, and I hope to trade with you." He agreed, and the other party quickly sent a message. "Changyu. Hello, I am the CEO of Changlu Real Estate." Lin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat surprised. Changlu Real Estate was once a Fortune 500 company, and Changyu had even topped the rich list. However, as the real estate industry declined, Changlu Real Estate gradually faded from public view, and rumors circulated that they had shifted their investment to other industries. Previously, Lin Feng was just an insignificant nobody who would never have come into contact with someone of this level. He never expected that after entering the Cataclysm game, he would be able to directly communicate with them. However, he didn't feel inferior. On the contrary, he thought things through very clearly. The Cataclysmic game might seem to put everyone on the same starting line, but intelligence and special talents would still create differences. Immediately afterwards, Changyu sent a photo. Purple jade grapes are of excellent quality, with a sweet and sour taste. They can temporarily increase speed after consumption, and long-term consumption can permanently increase speed by 10%. Don't underestimate that 10%. In dangerous situations, a little extra speed could mean an extra life. Changyu said that he is the only one who owns this purple jade grapevine, and he can cultivate it to a high-quality level. Lin Feng asked him directly, "So what do you mean?" Inside the forest shelter, 60-year-old Changyu puffed on a menthol cigarette, trying to stay alert. He was equally panicked when he first entered the Cataclysmic game. Being older, his physical strength and energy were no longer an advantage, and starting on the same footing as the younger generation was even more brutal for the elderly. Fortunately, he awakened a special talent, a construction maniac. This talent can significantly improve building attributes, reduce construction time and materials, and randomly add special effects to buildings. Each building can only be affected once, and the effect is completely random. Even Changyu himself cannot control it. With this talent, coupled with abundant nearby resources and his years of accumulated wisdom, he upgraded the shelter to level 4 in a short period of time. That's right, like Lin Feng is also a level 4 shelter owner, but he has never revealed it in the chat channel. He experimented with his talents repeatedly, creating a table that could walk, a chair that could play basketball, and a fire that could burn quickly. After numerous experiments, he finally managed to create 2 practical buildings, an energy-saving fireplace and a chair with an automatic massage function. Some of his old buddies were still stuck in level 3 shelters, but Lin Feng managed to reach level 4 on his own and was able to trade a large amount of sweet potatoes. This greatly appealed to Changyu. He wanted to establish a partnership with Lin Feng first. Once they had initial communication, he was confident he could turn Lin Feng into a resource supplier for him. "Changyu, I have unique resources and I'd like to cooperate with you. Also, your large-scale acquisition of high-quality resources is probably also to reach level 5, right? Lin Feng, looks like you're also from a level 4 shelter. I knew there were some formidable survivors among them. Changyu, there are quite a few people who own level 4 shelters, mainly because we have a cooperative alliance." Chapter 36, Scolding. When Lin Feng saw the message from Changyu, his suspicions were completely confirmed. Since all of humanity has been dragged into the Catastrophe game, those who were once at the top in various countries will naturally not be absent. These people have enormous influence. If a popular figure were to speak up in the channel, asking everyone to help him upgrade his shelter first, and then lead other survivors once he is stronger, many people would definitely offer their resources. Many people blindly trust those who were once high and mighty. Lin Feng hadn't encountered these kinds of people in the chat channel before. But now that Changyu had taken the initiative to contact him, it just goes to show that these guys have been lurking and wouldn't easily show their faces. In addition, there are elite soldiers and elite troops who possess combat skills and physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people. They are capable of killing even wild beasts, and their development speed naturally far surpasses that of ordinary people. Although everyone starts from the same starting line, their development is destined to be vastly different. Changyu is clearly no ordinary person, having upgraded the shelter to level 4. Changyu sent a message. "Your shelter has reached level 4, which meets the minimum standards of our alliance. I can help you join." Lin Feng immediately seized on the key point. Level 4 is just the minimum standard? You just said that some people can join even if they don't reach level 4. So they must have special conditions, right? Changyu made no attempt to hide it. Their status and position are beyond what people like you can imagine. Even if the shelter is only level 3, they still control resources that ordinary people cannot access. As for the conditions for joining, it's very simple. Since you're going to become an ally, you should be honest. You need to state your talents and resources and pay a fee in resources as a joining fee. From now on, we will have to submit 100 units of basic resources and 50 units of high-quality resources every week. After reading it, Lin Feng immediately started cursing. Do you take me for a fool or a sucker? You want me to reveal my talent, so why don't you reveal it yourself? Don't try to fool me with the excuse that you'll find out after you join. You don't even have the most basic sincerity. You think you're so great just because you posted a picture of the purple jade grapes attributes. Chang Yu's face immediately darkened. Since becoming the boss, he's always the one reprimanding others. Anyone who dares to talk back to him will either be fired or dealt with completely by him. Chang Yu replied coldly, "Young man, don't be so naive. Do you really think you're something special just because you have some skills? Even if we get into the cataclysmic game, the methods we self-made people have are beyond the imagination of you little brats." Lin Feng retorted without hesitation. "Pa, what do you mean by starting from scratch? Don't think I don't know. Your father works at the Municipal Grain Bureau, your brother works in the 10th Committee, and your uncle embezzled public property after going into business, turning it into private assets. You have a nerve to say you started from scratch? Aren't you ashamed? Isn't your alliance just a bunch of empty promises to lure survivors in, then get them to keep supplying you with resources, treating them like blood bags? You're a 60-year-old man, and you've upgraded the shelter to level 4 in such a short time. You must have a lot of blood banks under your command. In peacetime, you enjoy the support of countless people, have harmed so many, and now you still want to continue to leech off others. If you were really afraid of retribution, you wouldn't have dared to do this long ago." Chang Yu was so enraged by this outburst that he trembled all over and smashed the cup in his hand to pieces. He gritted his teeth and sent a message. "You little bastard, you'll regret it if you dare to offend us. You'll soon know what it means to be crushed by those in power." Lin Feng scoffed. "You old bastard, take care of yourself first. You're over 60 and still playing around like that. Be careful that thing doesn't work out and you catch a bunch of diseases. You might not even make it through the winter." After saying that, he deleted Chang Yu's contact, feeling it was bad luck, and spat out a curse. On the other side, Chang Yu was frantically smashing things inside the house. He had a smooth and successful life from childhood, and no one dared to criticize him. Even in modern society, if anyone investigated or tried to harm him, he could make them disappear completely with just a few words. Even now, in the cataclysmic game, he firmly believes that he can destroy Lin Feng. Thinking of this, Chang Yu opened a group called the 10 Elders Alliance. There are 10 people in the group, all of whom are wealthy and powerful, and each has considerable influence behind them. Chang Yu immediately sent a message. "Everyone, there's a kid who's been talking rudely, refusing to join the alliance, and even insulting us. We have to deal with him." Zhang Tianrui asked, "Who is it?" Ren Kaixian said, "It must be Lin Feng, the one who caused trouble in the chat and trading channels. A young man who doesn't know his own limitations." Li Jinyao sighed. "Young people these days don't know how to respect their elders at all. We could at least give them a little nudge before, but now that they've come into this world, it's not even convenient to do so." Meng Junxian was more concerned about resources. "What are you planning to do? We don't have enough blood packs, not enough for 10 people to level up quickly. We need to continue to find a large number of blood packs. I have tamed 3 excellent grade beasts, but excellent grade is still too low unless a beast tide can be formed." Zhang Tianrui said, "Then we'll encircle them from all sides. Old Sun is best at planning. Let him handle it." Sun Hongyu quickly chimed in, "I just brought in 3 blood packs, all level 2, just one step away from level 3. I also have some high-quality resources, which will take this time." Li Jinyao praised, "Brother Sun is truly amazing. Upgrading from level 4 to level 5 requires too many materials, and the upgrade reminder says that materials affect the quality of abilities. We should use only high-quality materials to build the strongest shelter." Meng Junxian said, "High-quality materials are too scarce. Right now, most survivors have good materials. Perhaps high-quality materials will gradually increase when winter comes." Sun Hongyu said, "It would be best to bring in those high-level survivors, as they have more resources. As for Lin Feng, since he is unwilling to join and dares to humiliate us, let's teach him a lesson this time. Let's make an example of him and show the other survivors the power of the 10 Elders Alliance." Chang Yu concluded, the 10 Elders Alliance must demonstrate its strength to gain the trust and even admiration of the people in the regional channels. Only in this way can the 10 of us stand at the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 37 Smear Campaign. Lin Feng sat in front of the fireplace and added 2 more pieces of charcoal, and the temperature in the room slowly rose. The ordinary hand warmers were full, but the progress on the high-quality materials was still far from complete. The kettle boiled, and he poured the hot water into a cup. The steam obscured his face, making his expression even more somber. Chang Yu had an ally behind him, and among them were quite a few powerful figures. The other party said they would make him pay the price, but Lin Feng didn't yet know whether Chang Yu would do it himself or the entire alliance would act together. But he wasn't afraid. They were too far apart to cross the sea to capture him. All the other side could do was manipulate the chat and trading channels. Lin Feng, looking at the large amount of resources he had accumulated, wasn't worried about the transactions at all. He would deal with whatever Chang Yu tried, no matter what tricks he used. Then, he took out the elf diary he had obtained earlier and flipped through it page by page. The contents were similar to those of an ordinary diary, mostly consisting of trivial records, except that it detailed methods of planting and raising animals. After he finished reading the diary, 3 notifications suddenly popped up in front of him. Congratulations on reading the elf diary and learning the basic elf planting technique, the basic elf brewing technique, and the basic elf animal husbandry technique. Lin Feng's eyes widened, confirming that he wasn't seeing things. It turned out this diary was also an elven legacy, and his ability to read elven script was entirely due to the common language he had previously learned. He couldn't help but sigh. Knowledge truly is power. All 3 abilities were very practical. They allowed him to grow crops unique to elves, and also to make fertilizer, planting boxes, and potions. The same principle applies to brewing and aquaculture. As long as the materials are sufficient, there's no need to rely on scrolls and blueprints. However, upon turning to the next page of the diary, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It turns out that there are many branches of the elf race, and there may be 30 or 40 kinds of elves in the world. They also have hatred for each other, such as dark elves and light elves, night elves and life elves. The elves once faced a crisis of extinction, with several races joining forces to try and destroy them completely. Even with all the elves united, they were powerless to save them. The elf who wrote the diary was a survivor. It fled everywhere and left behind the seeds of the elven race, hoping that one day the elven race could be reborn. Closing the diary, Lin Feng didn't gain any new abilities. He was simply curious about how the spirits of this world differed from those in the legends. It wouldn't be bad to catch one and take care of the plants. Just then, messages from friends started popping up one after another. Lin Feng clicked on them, and his expression immediately turned grim. He quickly opened the chat channel. At the top of the channel, Chang Yu posted an announcement using a pin card, claiming to be a survivor from a level 4 shelter and accusing Lin Feng of deliberately concealing crucial information about the level 4 shelter. Chang Yu said that Lin Feng did this to satisfy his own ambition and had even threatened other level 4 shelter survivors. He demanded that Lin Feng disclose information unconditionally so that everyone could see Lin Feng's true colors. The chat channel was instantly flooded with messages from many people repeatedly posting the conditions for upgrading from level 4 to level 5. They then began to denounce Lin Feng, saying that he maliciously monopolized resources, only cared about himself, and didn't care about the lives of others. And all these words ended with praise for a newly formed alliance of 10 elders. The 10 claimed to be industry leaders in modern society, tasked with leading the survivors through the crisis, and anyone could join. Lin Feng hadn't expected that they would launch a propaganda war that very night. It must be said this tactic of manipulating public opinion was very effective. A large number of survivors had already joined in condemning him. Some people criticized him for concealing the most important information. Some said that he was scheming against everyone by buying high-quality materials at low prices, and others cursed him to die in this harsh winter and demanded that he pay back the money. Of course, some people spoke up for Lin Feng, arguing that information was his right and the transaction was voluntary. Others reminded everyone that large-scale manipulation of public opinion is often either a smear campaign or a way to pave the way for oneself. However, dissenting voices were quickly drowned out, with some directly calling those who spoke up for Lin Feng lackeys. Others proudly announced that they had joined the 10 Elders Alliance and were immediately given 50 units of wood and stone. The man further claimed that the 10 Elders Alliance promised to regularly distribute supplies to help all members safely get through the winter. Chapter 38. You are too arrogant. In the chat channel, not everyone was criticizing Lin Feng. In fact, there were more people supporting him than he had expected. He thought he would become a pariah, but it turns out that not everyone was so stupid as to not see the situation clearly. Some people pointed out the key point directly. Using such an important prop as the pin card to publicly condemn Lin Feng is a waste and more like a premeditated siege. Previously, the channel was full of comments about slacking off and lacking ambition, so why didn't anyone stand up to refute them? But now that Lin Feng is in trouble, these people are rushing to jump out and uphold justice. Many others chose to remain neutral, more concerned with surviving the coming winter than with watching these people argue. Of course, there was nothing else going on at night. So many people just treated the incident as a spectacle. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and quickly figured out the other party's intention. This is clearly a propaganda offensive. Most of the people constantly stirring up trouble in the channel are probably members of the 10 Elders Alliance, or their vassals. Thinking of this, Lin Feng smiled instead. These people thought that by following so-called big shots, they could be promoted and live a good life. In reality, in the eyes of those people, they are nothing more than bags of blood to be extracted. In the past, when resources were gone, people could still post online, expose the issue to the media, or make a scene to demand an explanation. But now everyone is far apart, and once the resources at hand are exhausted, all that's left is to wait for death. There's another group of people who are completely led by the crowd, foolishly following along with the insults, and even actively joining those so-called alliances. Lin Feng didn't need to care. No matter how others criticized him, it wouldn't stop him from continuing to develop. But he was never one to suffer a loss. Since the other party had offered him a humiliating offer, he naturally had to retaliate. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng opened the trading channel and searched for the pin card. After searching around, I couldn't find a single one. He didn't know if this kind of prop was too rare, or if it had already been collected by someone in advance. Since we can't buy it, we'll trade it for food. Lin Feng directly listed 3 caddies of venison, offering only the top-ranked card for trade. Food is currently the scarcest commodity in the trading channel. The appearance of 3 pounds of venison immediately triggered a frenzy of inquiries from countless survivors. But Lin Feng only had one request, a pin card. Before long, someone offered to exchange a top-ranking card for venison, and Lin Feng agreed without hesitation. The next second, the pinned message in the chat channel suddenly changed. The original content attacking Lin Feng disappeared, replaced by 3 chat screenshots. When everyone clicked on it, they were shocked to find that it contained the chat history between Lin Feng and Changyu. Lin Feng offered no explanation or defense, but simply presented the most direct evidence. He knew very well that once he started explaining why he had withheld information, he would fall into the trap of self-justification set by the other party. The best defense is always offense. Even Changyu was surprised that Lin Feng would publish the chat logs directly. The winds of change in the channel instantly and completely reversed. So this is the truth. To join them, you first have to report your talents and resources, and then you have to submit them every week. What kind of era is this rule from? No wonder Lin Feng was unwilling to join. No one would have agreed to it. Look at the chat time. Changyu sent a pin message not long after being rejected. This is clearly malicious retaliation. Soon, people noticed Changyu's identity information. Changle Real Estate? My family emptied our savings to make the down payment, but the building project was abandoned, and we still can't move in. So it's you rich dogs who are so arrogant. I understand. They want to smear Lin Feng, build their own image, absorb ordinary survivors, and then drain them dry like blood bags. The 10 Elders Alliance? I think 5 Elder Stars would be more appropriate. They used to ruin a person using these methods, and now they dare to do the same in the survival world. It just shows how arrogant you are. As the discussion deepened, more and more intelligent people saw the hidden crisis. Why are these people with connections able to form an alliance and share resources internally in just a few days. Changyu is already a level 4 shelter, and the others in the 10 Elders Alliance are probably also level 4 shelters. They deliberately keep quiet, hoping to see the lying down faction influence others and prevent most people from getting into a higher level of shelter. When winter comes and everyone is short of resources, they will bring out their resources and trade them at an appalling rate to plunder what we have left. At that time, at least half of the people in the channel will become blood bags, and the 10 Elders Alliance will become extremely powerful with these resources. Isn't this how capital was initially accumulated? We've already been set up. There are quite a few smart people in the chat channel. They analyzed the chat history bit by bit and uncovered almost everything the 10 Elders Alliance was planning to do. The facts are clear. If anyone still believes in the 10 Elders Alliance, they have no one to blame but themselves for their own demise. At this moment, the 10 Elders Alliance group chat had completely exploded. The group was furious, but no one asked what Changyu and Lin Feng had talked about. They just wanted to teach Lin Feng a lesson and make this arrogant little guy pay the price. But the guesses of those people in the channel were exactly what they really thought. However, things did not go as they had planned. Ultimately, it's because they were too arrogant. They stood too high and too long, assuming that everyone should act according to their plan. These people may have been capable when they made their fortunes in their early years, but to put it bluntly, if you're in the right place at the right time, even a pig can fly. Moreover, they possess backgrounds and resources that are unimaginable to ordinary people. Once they stop personally managing affairs, they become increasingly presumptuous and have no idea how difficult life is for ordinary people. Even if Changyu was in the wrong, and even if Lin Feng really did something wrong, as long as people see the name Changlu Real Estate, countless people will point the finger at Changyu first. Therefore, their carefully prepared scheme appeared naive and laughable. Not only did they fail to destroy Lin Feng, they also revealed their true colors to everyone. In Changyu's shelter, he angrily smashed the tables and chairs, scattering wood fragments all over the floor. He was so angry that he was trembling all over, almost unable to catch his breath, and his face was filled with twisted hatred. Lin Feng, I'm going to kill you. Kill you. In the group, the others simply blamed him a few times, and soon all their hatred was directed at Lin Feng. In their eyes, Lin Feng, a nobody, dared to retaliate in this way, so he had to die. Yu Chengxian sent out a message. Look at the mess you've made. I'll have to deal with it. Chapter 39, Tarot Meeting. Li Jinyao called out Yu Chengxian in the group chat, saying that he had the most rare resources and would definitely have a way to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Yu Chengxian quickly responded that he had just obtained something that could target a target from 1,000 miles away, and that the prerequisites could also be met. However, the cost is enormous. Users will lose what is most important to them, and what they will lose is something outside the shelter. After reading the scroll's description, Meng Junxian immediately said that the side effects were indeed frightening. Fortunately, it wouldn't directly destroy the shelter. Otherwise, whoever used it would be doomed. Zhang Tianrui, however, felt there was no need to hesitate. As long as he could kill Lin Feng, that was enough. He didn't believe that a mere brat could counter this scroll. Meng Junxian replied directly, "Then you use it." Zhang Tianrui immediately changed his tune, saying that this matter originally had nothing to do with him, and whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences. Changyu watched as people in the group argued back and forth, everyone feeling that the price was too high, yet no one was willing to step forward. He knew very well that he was the lowest ranking among the 10 people, and if it weren't for his talent and ability, he would probably have been kicked out long ago. At this point, Sun Hongyu interrupted the argument, presenting two options. Either give up now and allow resource collection to be affected, resulting in increasingly slower future development. Either let Changyu use the scroll, or the group chat fell silent instantly. Everyone was clearly waiting for his decision. Changyu remained silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I brought this trouble upon myself, so I'll handle it. Brother Yu, trade the scroll to me." Before long, a scroll exuding a strong aura of blood appeared in his hand. Changyu stared at the description on the scroll, his face terribly gloomy, and said in a low voice, "Lin Feng, you have no idea about the capabilities of us. Even in the cataclysmic game, If you offend me, you'll die. The scroll needed to meet certain prerequisites, so Chanyu immediately opened his friend list and started sending messages to each friend one by one. On the other side, Lin Feng noticed that the pinned message had disappeared, knowing that he had achieved his goal. In the chat channel, people were still hurling insults at each other, sending one nasty message after another. It was clearly in complete chaos. Suddenly, a friend request caught Lin Feng's attention. The other party left only one sentence. I have also upgraded my shelter to level 4. Lin Feng thought about it and chose to agree. The other person's name was Bai Chun. He said as soon as he added him as a friend that as fellow survivors in the level 4 shelter, Lin Feng's counterattack this time was a pleasant surprise. Lin Feng bluntly pointed out that he wasn't one to suffer losses, and Bai Chun must have had other motives for adding him as a friend. Bai Chun didn't mince words and frankly admitted that he has a group called Tarot Club, which currently only has 3 members. Tarot Club only invites elites who meet the requirements, and Lin Feng clearly meets those requirements. Upon hearing the name, Lin Feng asked him if he wanted to play the fool. Bai Chun smiled and said he had read the novel, but preferred the Emperor card. Lin Feng followed up by asking, with power in his hands and control over everything, does Bai Chun intend to take control of the Tarot Club? Bai Chun immediately denied this, stating that members of the Tarot Club are equal, with no hierarchy, and that the founder was not him, but the Pope. In his view, this organization would allow everyone to survive longer in the cataclysmic game and also fight against the increasingly powerful 10 Elders. Bai Chun told Lin Feng that although the 10 Elders Alliance was composed of a group of elderly people, each of them had extraordinary talents. Some of them are skilled in healing and can create highly effective recovery potions, which they use as leverage to exchange for large amounts of high-quality resources. The importance of recovery potions is self-evident. If the 10 Elders Alliance were to monopolize them for a long period, their resources would only continue to grow. More importantly, the 10 members of the 10 Elders Alliance each have their own roles, and their abilities in construction, healing, planting, and taming complement each other. They all developed their sanctuaries around their talents, and the 10 of them, working together, had virtually no obvious weaknesses. If this continues, they will eventually monopolize the entire region's trade, and their power will only grow stronger. As the builder of the level 4 shelter, Lin Feng naturally knew how demanding the upgrade requirements were. At levels 5 and 6, the required resources will only become more staggering, and relying solely on individual collection will ultimately limit the speed. If the trading channel is also controlled by the 10 Elders Alliance, the development of others will be slowed down, and falling behind once will lead to falling behind at every step. Bai Chun's words hit the nail on the head regarding Lin Feng's previous concerns about counterattacking the 10 Elders Alliance. Lin Feng hadn't expected that the Alliance's foundation was even deeper than he had anticipated. Going it alone would indeed put him at a disadvantage. So he asked Bai Chun why he knew so much, what conditions were required to join the Tarot Club, and what obligations he would have to undertake. Bai Chun said that his talent was related to uncovering secrets. If the emperor wanted to secure his throne, he naturally had to know himself and his enemy. As for the requirements for joining, Lin Feng had already met them. The Tarot Club has no mandatory obligations, and members can leave at any time. The only rule is that high-quality resources are traded within the Tarot Club first, and the price is negotiated by both parties. Lin Feng felt that this matter would be entirely beneficial to him, so he immediately agreed to join. Soon, a group request popped up, and he clicked Accept, officially joining the Tarot Club. Bai Chun, with the nickname Emperor in his contact information, warmly welcomed the new member. Shu Jiner's contact name is Star. She said that finally a new person has arrived, and it's too boring to face the same 2 people every day. Song Xiangwen, acting as the Pope, simply said, "That's right, it's a good thing." Shu Jiner reminded Lin Feng that new members could choose a tarot card they liked and modify their notes. Lin Feng chose the Hermit option and thanked the group. Looking at the nickname, Shu Jiner laughed and said that she didn't expect Lin Feng to be such a lonely guy, which was a bit unlike him. Bai Chun then gave Lin Feng 2 free secrets. First, there are 2 most mysterious people in the 10 Elders Alliance. All that is known is that they are both men, and no other information is available. But these two people have already begun preparations for upgrading their shelter to level 5 and have at least completed most of them. Secondly, the harsh winter will last a long time, with the lowest temperatures beyond imagination, and unique winter monsters, resources, and events will appear. Upon seeing these two messages, especially the second one, Lin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. It seems that Bai Chen's investigative talent does indeed have some similarities to my own abilities. At this moment, Shu Jiner sent 3 kinds of resources, asking Lin Feng if he needed them and if he could trade with him. Tidal corals, kelp, and shrimp are all marine products. Looking at the list, Lin Feng immediately guessed that Shu Jiner's shelter was most likely located near the ocean. Chapter 40 Insider Trading. Before Lin Feng could even send a message, Bai Chun and Song Xiangwen had already shared the resources they had on hand. Bai Chun presented fine wind-sounding stones, eagle feathers, and spiral wood, while Song Xiangwen offered moonlight moss, delicious mushrooms, and highly poisonous spider silk. Lin Feng examined them one by one. Most of them were of excellent quality, and although a few were of ordinary quality, their effects were not bad. Delicious mushrooms can enhance the flavor of food, and eagle feathers have a wide range of uses, such as making fishing floats, clothing, hats, and arrow fletching. As expected of survivors who upgraded their shelter to level 4, just looking at these resources, you could tell that their area is no ordinary place. Their willingness to put their items up for trade is also a way of proving their strength and showing everyone that they are qualified to stay in the Tarot Club. Lin Feng had a lot of resources, but not many things that were truly unique to him. After thinking for a moment, he sent out a message. Lin Feng, I can make basic ointments. You can bring your own materials. Also, do you guys have backpacks? Shu Jiner immediately replied that she had a 5-compartment pouch, and backpacks were extremely difficult to obtain. They were almost never seen in the trading channel. Bai Chun didn't carry a backpack, but he had a 50-slot mid-level storage box that could extend the shelf life of fresh produce. Song Xiangwen simply stated that he did not have it. Even among the 3 of them, only Shu Jiner had a 5-compartment backpack, making Lin Feng realize even more how precious his mushroom-shaped backpack was. He then went on to say that he had a backpack expansion design that could add 5 slots, but the materials were relatively rare. Shu Jiner was immediately tempted. If her small purse could be expanded to 10 compartments, she would be able to make far fewer trips when going out to collect resources. Bai Chun stated that there were fine animal hides, but no fibers. Song Xiangwen took out some fine needles, saying they could be used repeatedly and were available for free without any payment. After rummaging through the box, Shu Jiner discovered that she had fiber, but everyone was short of materials and couldn't gather enough for the time being. Lin Feng didn't waste any words and directly set the rules. Whoever needs expansion should trade over the materials, and then he can make it. Not long after, Shu Jiner messaged him privately, saying that she had gathered all the materials and needed to expand her wallet first. She used 3 units of high-quality tidal coral, 10 units of kelp, and 20 shrimp as payment for the production. Lin Feng agreed to the deal, but couldn't help but pause for a moment when he saw the small purse she sent. It was a small tomato-shaped bag, only half the size of a palm, and looked unremarkable, but it was a valuable storage device. He asked Shu Jiner, "Aren't you afraid he'll take these important items and not return them?" Shu Jiner, however, said that since everyone is a member of the Tarot Club, there is no need to be wary of each other. Lin Feng didn't believe that someone who could upgrade a shelter to level 4 in a short time could be a truly naive and innocent person. But he didn't think much of it and started making the expansion once he had all the materials. A fine needle pierces through the fibers, stitching continuously onto the animal hide, which gradually merges with the small purse. Once the expansion is complete, the small purse's shape remains unchanged, but 5 additional compartments have appeared inside. Lin Feng returned the small purse to Shu Jiner and then applied to trade the remaining fibers. Shu Jiner was very grateful and simply gave him all the fiber, believing that the previous seafood and coral were not worth the expansion. Lin Feng did not refuse and then contacted Bai Chun, exchanging high-quality materials for animal hides. Once he had gathered all the materials, he immediately expanded the capacity of his mushroom bag. Unlike ordinary backpacks, the mushroom-shaped backpack is more like a living thing. Lin Feng was initially worried that the design would not work, but fortunately, it was eventually successful. Looking at the 5 new compartments in the mushroom-shaped backpack, Lin Feng smiled. Only those who actually own a backpack understand how important these 5 compartments are. Then, he looked at the shrimp that Shu Jiner had paid for. Each one was the size of a palm. Lin Feng took out an iron pot, poured in water, put in 5 prawns, and put it on the fire to cook. While waiting for the water to boil, he opened the chat channel. There were fewer arguments, and more people were discussing the shelter upgrade. Everyone originally thought that only Lin Feng had reached level 4. But now more and more people are discovering that other survivors have also done it, which has a completely different meaning. One person taking the lead might just be a fluke, but when many people are rapidly improving, it means they've actually fallen behind. The darkness restricted movement, and many people were itching to rush out and gather resources, making the trading channel extremely lively. In order to level up faster, many survivors have started trading their best items. Lin Feng immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to buy at the bottom. He put potatoes back on the market, this time with meat added, and the trading requirements were also much higher. Besides waiting for others to initiate trades, he also continuously exchanged his resources for basic materials. Sitting in front of the control panel, Lin Feng looked as if he were staring at the ever-changing stock market with a gambler's decisiveness. But this time he made the right bet. One by one, blueprints, scrolls, fine materials, and various special items fell into his hands. The most unique item is a scroll depicting random migration to a shelter. Once used, the shelter will be randomly moved to any location, such as land, sky, underground, underwater, ocean, or even lava. This thing is entirely dependent on luck. Unless faced with an insurmountable danger and with absolutely no way out, no one would dare to use it lightly. In addition, he also received a message pinning card, a thorny protective fence, a basic taming scroll, and a private group certificate. To Lin Feng's surprise, he actually received an ancient elven tree seed in exchange. That's something that can only be obtained from special treasure chests, so it seems he's not the only one who got a special treasure chest. Thinking of the full moon night mentioned in today's intelligence report, Lin Feng specially collected a large number of pumpkins and pumpkin seeds. He also targeted crops related to moonlight, such as moongrass, moonflower, and moontree. Lin Feng only stopped the transaction when the water in the iron pot was completely boiling. The shrimp gradually turned golden, and a rich aroma filled the living room. The living room was now filled with various materials, and the third condition for upgrading the shelter was almost complete. However, the first condition remains a mystery. Even now, Lin Feng still doesn't know how to make key materials like iron ingots and copper ingots. Chapter 41, Taking a Hot Bath. Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that upgrade materials such as iron ingots and copper ingots could only be crafted using specialized facilities. He went to the Tarot Club and asked around, and sure enough, they were needed to be forged in a furnace to become usable metal ingots. Fortunately, he had already acquired the furnace blueprints through a trade, but after learning them, he never took them seriously. Lin Feng slapped his forehead and couldn't help but mutter, "I've learned so many blueprints that I completely forgot about this." If other survivors heard this, they'd probably curse him out on the spot. They'd be lucky to learn even a few blueprints, but Lin Feng had almost maxed out his tech tree. He found a furnace in the shelter's construction menu, which required 20 units of fine stone and 30 units of iron ore. With enough materials, the furnace was quickly completed, but Lin Feng did not install it yet. Once the furnace was turned on, it would produce a huge amount of smoke, making the house uninhabitable. We should hurry up and build the outer walls too, he thought to himself. These days he's been busy collecting resources during the day and trading at night. Although he's obtained a lot of blueprints, he hasn't seriously set up the shelter. However, for now, he decided to try the freshly traded shrimp. Lin Feng picked up a shrimp, pinched off the head and tail, and bit into its shell and all. The shrimp meat was fresh, firm, and smooth, requiring no seasoning at all. He quickly finished the 5 shrimp, still wanting more. The other party didn't release any more shrimp for sale, clearly indicating they didn't have much left, or perhaps they were deliberately hiding some. After eating roasted venison, 2 roasted sweet potatoes, and 5 prawns, Lin Feng was so full that he could only wander around the living room to digest. At the same time, he began making various pieces of furniture and equipment. Storage boxes were placed in the living room, each with 30 compartments, perfect for storing fine materials that weren't needed for the time being. Curtains were hung on the windows, and food smoking racks and smokers were also made. Large smoking racks were placed outdoors, while smokers could be placed in the kitchen for intricate smoking. Then, he took out a crystal chargeable lamp and placed it on the living room table. This thing can provide light as long as a crystal is inserted. Lin Feng first put in the Snow Mountain ice crystals, and the light immediately turned on, constantly emitting cool air, like an air conditioner in cooling mode. His eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately remembered the red crystal he had traded with manhwa. The red crystal contained a faint fire elemental power, but he had never had a way to channel it, so it had been kept at the bottom of a box. After replacing it with the red crystal, the charging light lit up again, but this time it emitted bursts of heat, like an air conditioner turning on its warm air. Lin Feng immediately became interested and tried the earth crystal. However, after replacing it with an earth attribute crystal, the lamp still lit up as usual, but there were no additional effects. Even so, he was quite satisfied. With this, he could cool down in the summer and keep warm in the winter. Who wouldn't like it? He replaced the red crystal with a new one, intending to observe how long a single crystal could last. As various items were gradually moved inside, the shelter finally began to resemble a home. The living room was furnished with a wooden table and chairs, a clothes rack, a shoe cabinet, and even an empty birdcage. The kitchen now has more knives, spatulas, and steamers, and it no longer feels like an empty shell. The toilet in the bathroom was upgraded to a stone toilet, and a large bathtub was added next to it, big enough for Lin Feng to lie down and take a bath. He then went downstairs and created a vertical multi-tiered planting rack. This rack has 5 tiers, with 5 flower pots on each tier, allowing for the planting of a considerable number of crops at once. Lin Feng filled the flower pot with fine soil and planted cotton and wheat seeds, planning to transplant them after they sprouted. After finishing these tasks, he went back upstairs, added 2 pieces of charcoal to the fireplace, and brought the crystal rechargeable lamp into the bathroom. He poured plenty of clean water into the bathtub, then used hot water from the kettle to neutralize the temperature. Once the water was at a comfortable temperature, Lin Feng took off his clothes and lay down inside. The warm water covered his entire body, and the comfortable feeling made him almost unwilling to move. After being in this world for so many days, he finally had a good, hot bath. After soaking for more than half an hour, Lin Feng finally took out the soap he had just made. This stuff was made of wood, ash, and fat, and an ordinary survivor would never be willing to use precious fat for a bath. After washing off the foam and drying himself, he picked up the crystal charging lamp and crawled into bed. The warmth of the fireplace, combined with the heating from the red crystal chandelier, kept the bedroom temperature around 20 degrees Celsius, making it so comfortable that it made you want to sleep. With a loud bang, another noise came from outside. Lin Feng was already used to it. He merely glanced at it before continuing to check the chat channel. Although most of the chatter on the channel was boring and trivial, occasionally a useful message would slip through. He watched it while waiting for sleepiness to come over him. After an unknown amount of time, the warm breeze suddenly disappeared. Lin Feng looked at the charging lamp. The red crystal inside had run out of energy. In total, an ordinary red crystal can last for an hour and a half, which is quite effective. It seems I could trade more red crystals with manhwa in the future. He sent manhwa a message, but received no reply. She had clearly gone to sleep. Lin Feng didn't wait any longer. He browsed the trading channel for a while, like browsing shopping app, before closing the panel and going to sleep. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he was awakened by a churning stomachache. He didn't even bother to put on his clothes before rushing into the bathroom. He emerged with a sound, looking relaxed and refreshed. But the next second, my stomach started growling wildly again, and a strong feeling of hunger rushed into my mind. He rushed to the living room, grabbed an apple, and ate it in a few bites, but it didn't help at all. He then ate peanuts, walnuts, and bananas in succession. He didn't even roast sweet potatoes. He just ate 2 raw ones, and only then did his hunger feel slightly relieved. Taking advantage of the time, Lin Feng took out 2 pieces of beef, placed them on the stone slab, lit a fire, and put 3 sweet potatoes next to them. He glanced at the time. There were still 3 hours until dawn, but the chat channel was already buzzing with activity. Chapter 42: Blood and Flesh Curse Balloon. Lin Feng glanced at the chat channel. Many people hadn't slept all night. Some had stayed up all night, while others were too overwhelmed by the crisis to sleep. But everyone has the same goal: to frantically collect resources before the newbie protection period ends, and at least upgrade their shelter by 1 level. Lin Feng was quite pleased with this. The more survivors who survived, the better for everyone. Many hands make light work. He sprinkled some rock salt on the venison, baked it, blew on it, and immediately began to eat it in large bites. After eating the venison, his hunger was relieved considerably. Once the roasted sweet potatoes were cooked through, he ate 2 more before his stomach finally stopped growling. Lin Feng quickly noticed something was wrong. He used to be so full after eating this much, but now he didn't feel full at all. Could there be a hidden setting in the disaster game where people's appetites increase over time? He has no shortage of food, but if that's the case, the other survivors will have a hard time. As Lin Feng was thinking, he suddenly felt something different about his body when he got up. His mind was exceptionally clear, and his fists were full of power. He specifically moved several storage boxes to confirm that his strength had indeed increased. Lin Feng looked at the venison and sweet potatoes he had just eaten, and gradually he had an answer in his heart. In disaster games, food not only fills the stomach, but also seems to enhance the physical fitness of survivors. Shelter is not the only option. To survive, one must eventually go outside and fight wild animals head-on. Following this pattern, high-quality meat should provide a more noticeable enhancement. As dawn broke, Lin Feng arrived at the flesh and blood spinning machine. After processing more than 20 pieces of meat for a full 6 hours, the machine finally stopped. But the moment he saw the finished product, his brows furrowed immediately. It turned out to be a crumpled, uninflated, blood-red balloon, and the feel of it was no different from real flesh and blood. Name: Blood and Flesh Curse Balloon. Quality: excellent. This item will automatically bind to the holder and can also be unbound manually, but unbinding requires 100 units of flesh and blood. After binding, 5 units of flesh and blood must be provided every week, otherwise it will backfire on the holder. It has 2 abilities. The first is Curse Devouring, which can devour curses placed on the holder, consuming 20 flesh and blood. The second is Curse Release, which can release the swallowed curse to others, consuming 50 flesh and blood. Moreover, the balloon will always remain hidden, and only the holder can see it. As soon as Lin Feng touched it, the balloon inflated automatically and floated in mid-air, a blood-red rope wrapping around his arm. Upon closer inspection, the rope actually resembled a long, thin piece of intestine. No way, you idiot! Lin Feng was at a loss for words. More than 20 pieces of meat, 6 hours of preparation time, and in the end he had created a thing that was forcibly bound. Even more outrageous is that you need 100 units of meat to untie yourself. He had previously acquired a considerable amount of flesh and blood using paralyzing drugs, but he was still far from reaching 100, and getting rid of it seemed like a long way off. Lin Feng sighed, resigned to his fate, and decided to take it as a precaution. However, these 2 abilities are not very useful for the time being, as he has not even seen a trace of the curse yet. What really gave him a headache was that he had to consume 5 units of flesh every week, so he had to collect more flesh during the day. The black bear can't be kept here any longer. It's a good opportunity to go and see what's hidden in its den. Then, Lin Feng went to the upside-down potion-making machine and put ordinary mushrooms in. He had run out of paralyzing mushrooms, but there was still some highly poisonous potion in the mushroom pack. This time, however, he wanted to try what he could make from ordinary mushrooms. Thinking of the delicious mushrooms in the Pope's possession, Lin Feng sent a message to Song Xiangwen, wanting to trade some back. Song Xiangwen quickly stated his needs, and Lin Feng traded sweet potatoes for delicious mushrooms. These mushrooms are very large, pure white, and perfectly shaped with a pleasant aroma. Lin Feng kept most of it for cooking and placed the rest next to the potion-making machine for later use. Half an hour later, a pale green liquid appeared in the wooden cup. It was called mushroom juice, and its only purpose was to increase the feeling of fullness. Lin Feng put the delicious mushrooms back into the machine, and after another half hour, he finally produced an interesting potion. Name: Taste Bud Medicine. Quality: average. It has a rich aroma and can be added to the pot for seasoning, making even the worst ingredients taste delicious. This is a good product. Lin Feng put it away and then put the lightning mushroom into the crafting machine. Time passed slowly, and sunlight streamed into the living room through the windows. Dawn had finally broken. Lin Feng pushed open the door and stepped out. The chill that greeted him made him shiver involuntarily. Today's weather is sunny turning cloudy, with gusts of wind and light rain. There will be 5 hours of sunshine, temperatures between 10 and 15 degrees Celsius, and wind speeds of level 4. Even though the sun was high in the sky, the perceived temperature had dropped considerably, but thankfully he was wearing thick clothes. The leaves of the trees in the distant forest rustled in the wind, and Lin Feng muttered to himself, "A light drizzle, huh?" After autumn comes a rain, the temperature drops even faster. If the rain keeps falling, the temperature will only drop even faster. At that moment, today's information also appeared before his eyes. The first option is to go 800 meters upstream and then 200 meters west, where there's an abandoned watermill with a complete water wheel mechanism. You can obtain the watermill facilities. Secondly, a pharmacist once lived in Sunset Forest, and he left behind a small hut for making potions, the location of which has been marked. Thirdly, there's an abandoned path inside the stalactite cave, which is a mining tunnel dug by dwarves. If you follow it, you may find an underground mine. Fourthly, a large number of wild animals died yesterday, and their blood flowed into the river, triggering a rare fish season. You can go there to fish or catch fish. Fifthly, the smell of blood has stimulated the fallen sanctuary, which has activated its external defenses, and a large number of wild beasts will roam the vicinity. And those wild beasts could find Lin Feng's shelter at any time. Chapter 43, Forging Difficulty. The sixth piece of information from the prophet indicates that the newbie protection period is about to end, and all survivors will undergo an overall strength assessment. The higher the level, the richer the reward. The evaluation criteria are closely related to the shelter's level, the number of facilities, and resource reserves. Lin Feng remained relatively calm when he saw the first 3 pieces of information, but he was completely stunned when the 4th piece of information appeared. Yesterday's massacre, with blood flowing downstream and attracting large schools of fish, is indeed logical. But what exactly does the fallen sanctuary mentioned in the intelligence report mean? Does it mean that some survivors have already fallen? He pondered for a long time without finding an answer, but immediately became more vigilant. After the novice protection period ends, wild beasts can find shelter. If the beasts emerging from the fallen sanctuary set their sights on this place, the danger they face when venturing out to gather resources will increase dramatically. The 6th piece of information made Lin Feng's heart sink even further. In the past few days, he had been searching for resources everywhere based on intelligence, but he hadn't seriously planned a shelter. Since the assessment was about to begin, he didn't delay any longer and directly used the stone wall blueprints to build a stone wall around the shelter. The 2-meter-high stone wall was very sturdy, enclosing the entire shelter, but Lin Feng was clearly not satisfied. He then took out a thorny protective fence, built a fence with wood, and sowed the thorn seeds he had brought with him. Once the thorns grow and entwine around the fence, any wild animals that attempt to attack will be injured by the thorns first. Other varieties of thorns can then be planted later. He then arranged the various facilities he had acquired in order. The first one he placed was the cross-shaped moonwell. The moonwell produces water every day, which can heal, detoxify, and even improve physical health. Lin Feng felt that this thing was likely a resource unique to him. At least in the trading channel, he had never seen anyone else selling moonwell water. Next, he placed the forging furnace on the left side of the shelter. It was a huge forging furnace, 2 or 3 meters high, with an exterior that looked like solidified lava. It can unlock many items that must be made using a forge, such as the iron and copper ingots required for a level 5 shelter, which cannot be done without it. Lin Feng threw the wood and iron ore into the furnace, and with a roar, the furnace was officially started. The blazing flames were firmly contained inside the furnace, and Lin Feng could feel the intense heat even just by standing next to it. If it weren't for the excessive smoke, this thing could easily be brought indoors and used as a fire pit. But then, the sounds of hammering and forging began incessantly, and Lin Feng frowned. Such loud noises could easily attract wild animals. Upgrading the shelter requires various metal ingots, and crafting metal ingots requires a forging furnace. In other words, this commotion was unavoidable. The cataclysmic game was clearly forcing survivors to confront the beasts head-on. He waited for a while, but the iron ingot was still not finished forging. When he checked the progress, he found that it would take half an hour to forge one iron ingot. 500 iron ingots would require a furnace to be run continuously for 10 days. Not to mention the 300 copper ingots and 100 steel ingots needed. Lin Feng simply abandoned the iron ingot test and tested the copper and steel ingots separately. The copper ingot test took 40 minutes, while the steel ingot test took a full hour. He couldn't help but complain that this time setting was outrageous. It would be fine if the game time was different from real time, but now every minute was consumed in real time. Gathering all the materials needed for the first upgrade condition would take at least 1 or 2 months. Lin Feng roared to the sky, but of course received no response. However, he quickly calmed down. There were solutions. First, continue building more forging furnaces with multiple production lines operating simultaneously. Second, trade with other survivors. As long as you have enough resources, you can exchange iron ingots, copper ingots, and steel ingots. Third, he needs to find a higher grade forging furnace. He's currently using a basic furnace. Intermediate and advanced furnaces would definitely improve efficiency. Fourth, improve the quality of the fuel by using charcoal or high-quality wood. Lin Feng immediately tested it. Charcoal reduced the time by 5 minutes, while high quality would reduce it by 10 minutes. Ultimately, the higher the flame temperature, the faster the forging speed. The 3 methods mentioned earlier can also be combined with each other. As long as there are enough forging furnaces, good enough fuel, and high-grade smelting furnaces, he can build a forging factory that continuously produces metal ingots. But all of this depends on the uninterrupted supply of basic resources. Wood, iron ore, copper ore, and steel must all be supplied continuously. Lin Feng stuffed a large amount of iron, ore, and wood into the furnace and let it run on its own. But another question arose in his mind. Does he really have to take the path of single-minded development? Bai Chen once said that the 10 members of the 10 Elders Alliance each have their own strengths and skills, and they can grow rapidly by complementing each other. It is extremely difficult for one person to manage multiple directions at the same time. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air. Overthinking would only increase his anxiety. Only by constantly trying could he know which way to go next. He continued arranging the remaining equipment. The food smoking station took up a considerable amount of space and could smoke more than 20 portions of meat at a time, but he didn't have that much meat available at the moment. I made 6 small rainwater collectors and placed them in different locations in the yard. With everything settled, Lin Feng left the shelter with his weapons and food. He checked the map. The watermill and the apothecary's hut were both upstream on the river, not far away. We took advantage of this trip to search as well. After a night, the wild animals on the riverbank had vanished without a trace, leaving only mottled bloodstains and a strong, pungent smell. Lin Feng traveled upstream along the river and found a wooden treasure chest along the way. After opening it, he obtained wood, stone, and rose seeds. He walked 800 meters forward, then another 200 meters west, and realized something was wrong. Although the river could still be traced upstream to its source, it increasingly resembled a tributary. After walking another 200 meters, a wide expanse of water suddenly appeared before us, with the sound of rushing water constantly echoing in the air. The water was shrouded in layers of mist, obscuring the view on the opposite bank. Lin Feng estimated that the river was at least 10 meters wide. Moreover, the further down you go, the wider the water surface becomes, and the more rapid the current becomes. Chapter 44, The Pharmacist's Hut. The watermill stands on the riverbank, with water diverted by a man-made canal to power the watermill. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng discovered that the irrigation ditch was already clogged with silt, and most of the wooden blades of the water wheel had rotted away, but fortunately the rest of the parts were still intact. Suddenly, a prompt appeared in front of him. If abandoned watermill facilities are found, should they be recycled? Lin Feng immediately confirmed, and the mill was instantly illuminated, as if an invisible hand was gradually packing up the entire building. A moment later, the watermill disappeared from its spot, leaving only a ball of light hanging in front of it, inside which was a miniature version of the mill. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. When he saw the intelligence before, he only thought that he could move the mill away. He did not expect that the collection method would be like this. The word abandonment is intriguing. It could mean that local residents left, or it could mean that survivors abandoned the place. Thinking back to the corrupt sanctuary he had encountered before, Lin Feng vaguely felt that he had guessed part of the truth about this world. He first stored the shrunken mill into his mushroom bag, then went into the adjacent small house. This house hadn't been recycled by the system. It was covered in dust, and the tables and chairs were badly rotten. However, in a corner, he discovered a black iron treasure chest. Upon opening the box, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Inside were 20 portions of wheat seeds, 30 portions of corn seeds, 2 large bags of flour weighing a full 50 pounds, and 10 long, hard, and heavy loaves of bread. In addition, there are 3 recipes for honey bread, whole wheat bread, and butter bread, as well as a recipe scroll for a beginner's baking station. This is practically a bread slam. With winter approaching, bread that can be made in bulk and is easy to store is definitely a key asset. The good start put Lin Feng in a good mood. He glanced at the riverbank and realized it was a perfect spot for fishing, but time was tight, so he could only continue searching for the apothecary's hut, following the map markings. As he continued upstream along the river, he made another unexpected discovery. There were many stones scattered along the riverbank. Lin Feng casually smashed one open and put it into his mushroom bag, only to find a large crab underneath. River crabs, of average quality, are delicious and belong to the category of freshwater delicacies. For survivors lacking food, this was a rare treat. Lin Feng collected stones while searching for crabs, and the number of crabs far exceeded his expectations. There were 2 or 3 hidden under almost every stone. There were also river mussels in some of the silt. In the past, the meat of these mussels was tough and hard to chew, so Lin Feng didn't even bother with them. But now that the meat was food, he dug up quite a few of them. Schools of fish swam in the river, and a large patch of reeds covered the shallows. Lin Feng cut down a few stalks and discovered that the reeds were actually a usable resource that could be used to craft items. However, the reed marshes were too large, and he was afraid of getting lost and wasting time if he went in, so he did not go deep inside. He only looked around from the outside and vaguely saw wild ducks flying by. Finally, Lin Feng arrived at the apothecary's hut. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary house, with moss covering the roof and vines tangled haphazardly along the walls. He cautiously pushed open the door, first extending the torch inside to check for any living creatures before stepping inside. The room was only about 20 square meters, with many small gray-black bags hanging on the walls. The front wall was like a blackboard, covered with messy patterns, seemingly recording the process of taking blood from some creatures and then placing it in a container for research. After Lin Feng finished looking at the patterns, a prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. The survivors browsed the research information left behind by the missing apothecary and obtained a part of the secret: biological research on flesh deformities. The Pharmacists Alliance once studied organisms to find their nature and weaknesses and then refined targeted medicines. Flesh mutation is one such dangerous branch. Pharmacists can alter their own flesh through potions, but this mostly leads to malignant mutations, with only a few achieving benign mutations. Once, the Flesh and Blood Mutation Research Institute in Sunset Forest was attacked by malignant mutants. The institute was occupied, most of the pharmacists died, and the rest scattered and fled. The survivor has obtained an incomplete blueprint for the flesh mutation potion. Please use it with caution. Lin Feng opened the blueprint interface and, sure enough, found a new blueprint for a flesh mutation potion. But he dared not touch such a thing for the time being. Not only were the materials and equipment incomplete, but the risks were also terrifyingly high. He then removed all the glass bottles and jars from a shelf. These containers were perfect for storing the potions produced by the potion-making machine. He then opened the small, gray-black package on the wall, and a strong herbal scent immediately wafted out. Honeysuckle of excellent quality, can clear heat and detoxify, and has anti-inflammatory and detoxifying properties. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately opened the other bags one by one. Inside were a large quantity of high-quality medicinal herbs, including century-old ginseng, Hishou Wu, earth spirit grass, and lingji. These things couldn't be left untouched, so Lin Feng put them all in his mushroom bag and then carefully searched the hut, finally finding the second black iron treasure chest. The box contained 3 recipes: swiftness potion, stamina potion, and recovery potion. Each recipe also came with 2 bottles of the finished product. What shocked him most was a bottle of blood red potion. Name: Flesh Mutation Agent. Despite its excellent quality and numerous improvements, it still has a very high probability of undergoing malignant mutations. Once a benign mutation is achieved, physical attributes will be greatly enhanced, bloodline power will be activated, and there is even a chance to gain new talents. Lin Feng licked his lips, forced to admit that the description that followed was incredibly tempting. His talent was already extremely strong. If he could acquire another talent, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. Even though he was tempted, he didn't dare to gamble. The cost of the malignant mutation was clearly beyond what he could bear at the moment. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the apothecary's relic, triggering a survival mission to explore the Flesh and Blood Aberration Research Institute. Chapter 45: Dwarf Torches in the Mine. Mission objective: investigate the interior of the Research Institute and receive rewards based on the progress of the investigation. Lin Feng was surprised to receive a game quest. No one in the chat channel had ever mentioned anything like this before. After all, this was a survival game for everyone and shouldn't be like a regular game where quests were issued. He noticed a new task menu at the bottom of the channel, containing only this one task. Clicking on it revealed a map with red dots marking the task location. After comparing locations, Lin Feng discovered that the Research Institute was in the center of Sunset Forest, nearly 6 kilometers away from him. The forest environment was complex, and wild animals could appear at any time, so he didn't plan to take any risks for the time being. Fortunately, the task is not mandatory, and there is no time limit, so it's not too late to do it when you have the ability later. Before leaving, Lin Feng searched the house one last time to make sure nothing was missed, then quickened his pace to head towards the stalactite cave. He had 3 objectives this time: to see how much stalactite had accumulated, to find the abandoned mine tunnels dug by the dwarves, and to try and find clues about the rock steel resource scroll. After all, the production of steel ingots required rock steel. Along the way, he cautiously observed his surroundings, picking some cardamom and berries, but found nothing else. Reaching the cave entrance, Lin Feng raised his torch, pushed aside the vines blocking his path, and entered the cave again. Having learned from his previous experience, he was much calmer. As he walked deeper into the cave, all he could hear was the sound of water droplets hitting the rocks. Only a thin layer of stalactite had accumulated in the recessed stone wall. Lin Feng sighed, knowing that this thing couldn't be rushed, and he could only wait for it to accumulate slowly. He filled the stalactite into the mushroom bag, then went to check the lower underground river. Finding no river mussels, he took out a pickaxe and began mining. After digging several times along the previously dug marks, a large amount of ore was immediately exposed. Lin Feng felt relieved. Whether there was a mining area near the shelter made a completely different difference. After collecting the ore, he carefully searched the cave with a torch in hand. The intelligence only mentioned the existence of abandoned paths, but didn't specify their exact locations. Only after the firelight drove back a patch of fire-sensitive vines did a hidden cave entrance appear. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. The legendary dwarves were not tall, yet the mine tunnels they had dug were over 2 meters high and 3 meters wide. He put on a mushroom-shaped hat, gripped his spear, and took a torch as he entered the mine tunnel. Inside, rubble was everywhere and water dripped constantly from the ceiling. After walking 20 or 30 meters, his path was completely blocked by 2 huge rocks. Lin Feng approached to check and found a narrow gap beside him. Fortunately, he was thin enough to squeeze through. After passing through, he looked back and estimated that the 2 huge rocks were at least 7 or 8 meters wide, making it difficult to return the way he came. But the sight before him quickly made him forget about the problem. A wooden track stretched from beneath our feet into the darkness, parts of it already damaged. Iron frames were embedded in the walls on either side, clearly originally used to hold torches. At the end of the track, a dilapidated mining cart lay overturned on the ground, surrounded by piles of ore. "So this is the mine tunnel," Lin Feng said in a low voice. This place had clearly once been very prosperous, but it was unclear why it had been abandoned. He walked to the mine cart and used a spear to clear away the ore. In addition to iron ore and copper ore, he even found rock steel and mountain steel. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If there was so much ore in the mine tunnels, there might be even greater resources hidden in the underground mine pits. However, he was not blinded by excitement. He first packed all the ore into the mushroom bag, then walked to the wall and took down a torch. Name: Dwarf Torch. Quality: excellent. These are torches made by dwarves. They burn slowly, produce little smoke, and are extremely bright. Lin Feng lit it with his own torch, instantly brightening the surrounding area by a significant margin, doubling its brightness. It should be noted that his original torch, though also of excellent quality, still couldn't compare to the dwarf's torch. Looking at the track stretching into the darkness and the rows of torches on both sides, Lin Feng moved forward while collecting all the dwarf torches along the way. The mine tunnel was much longer than he had expected. He walked nearly a kilometer before finally seeing a different scene. A fork in the road appeared ahead, with two mine tunnels stretching into the distance, marked by a signpost in the middle. The left side leads to Ore Zone 10, and the right side leads to Forging Zone 5. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, then decided to go to the forging area first. He remembered forging iron ingots in the furnace that morning. Perhaps he could find resources there, or even a more advanced forging furnace. Traveling through the mine tunnels was particularly tedious, his footsteps echoing in the passages before and after him, and the torches casting long shadows. Lin Feng kept looking back, feeling like something was following him. But after checking several times, there was nothing behind him. He could only conclude that it was the psychological pressure of venturing into the mine alone. After walking for more than 20 minutes, with no end in sight, Lin Feng grew increasingly impatient. He still didn't know what lay within the mine shafts, and simply relying on his own 2 feet was already wasting far too much time. "I wish I could ride a bike." He simply opened the trading channel and searched, but instead of finding a bicycle, he found a blueprint for making a unicycle. The other party wanted food, so Lin Feng simply gave them sweet potatoes to complete the transaction. The wheelbarrow needed wood and iron ore, which he happened to have on hand, and he quickly made it. Stepping onto the foot pedals, Lin Feng looked like a clown selling balloons, and, ironically, he was actually carrying balloons with him. The wheelbarrow moved slowly along the wooden track, occasionally slipping off. Fortunately, Lin Feng had good balance and soon mastered the technique. With the help of the unicycle, he was much faster. Before long, a treasure chest appeared ahead, but it was much larger than a normal treasure chest and had a very strange shape. Could this be a special treasure chest? Chapter 46: Blueprints for the Grand Forging Furnace. Lin Feng was overjoyed and immediately sped up, pushing the wheelbarrow to the treasure chest. This is a treasure chest with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Its shape resembles a rock, exuding a heavy and solid aura. He reached out and touched it, and a prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Underground mine tunnels have unique treasure chests, rock treasure chests, which can be opened to obtain a large amount of mineral resources. The treasure chest was opened, and 3 orbs of light floated out and then automatically dissipated, revealing the contents inside. 100 units of rock, 100 units of iron ore, and 50 units of copper ore. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight of this haul. So much ore, he didn't know how long it would take to mine it all by himself, bit by bit. To his even greater surprise, after he put away the supplies, the rock chest automatically broke down into 10 units of rock. Lin Feng exclaimed repeatedly, "These are truly good things. If we got a few more treasure chests, we wouldn't have to worry about mineral resources for a while." The weariness from a long journey was completely washed away by the treasure chest. He pushed the cart forward, feeling a renewed sense of anticipation for what lay ahead. After walking along the track for a long time, A glimmer of light finally appeared in the darkness. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. As the light drew closer, he finally stepped out of the passage, only to find that he was still in a mine tunnel. There is a fork in the road ahead, to the left and to the right. The light comes from crystal lamps on the wall, which contains some kind of crystal, yet their light is exceptionally long-lasting. A wooden sign next to it reads, "The front leads to the forging area, the left side is the living area, and the back is the animal husbandry area." This surprised Lin Feng. This place was clearly not just a simple mine. The dwarves seemed to have lived underground for a long time. He even speculated that he might meet real dwarfs. However, Lin Feng only thought about it for a moment before giving up on going to the residential area and choosing the forging area instead. This passage wasn't long, and soon he saw a huge furnace that was over 10 meters high. The furnace surface was covered with runes, and two thick copper pipes extended from the furnace body, one leading upwards and the other deep into the ground. The surrounding area is dotted with platforms piled with ores and finished materials, resembling a complete underground forging workshop. However, the place was already dilapidated, with the walls looking as if they had been blasted open by a tremendous force, and the ground cracked beyond recognition. Beneath the massive stone pillar lay 3 short but stout skeletons. Dwarf skeletons. When Lin Feng saw the skeleton, relevant information immediately popped up before his eyes. He cautiously approached, and only after confirming that there was no danger did he gently touch it with his spear. The skeleton turned to ashes in an instant, clearly indicating that it had existed for an extremely long time. Lin Feng turned to look at the platform, his eyes immediately lighting up. This place not only has iron or copper ore and rock steel, but also finished products such as iron ingots, copper ingots, and steel ingots. It seems this place is the forging area where dwarves specialize in producing metal materials. But what exactly is the purpose of those 2 copper pipes? Lin Feng stepped forward and knocked on it. The copper pipe emitted a low, muffled sound, revealing that the entire pipe was made of copper ore. If it could be broken down, it would definitely be a huge resource, but unfortunately he tried and couldn't take it away at all. Then, Lin Feng crawled into the furnace, which was filled with, or residue, and had a strong forging smell in the air. He took a sniff, and besides the familiar industrial forging smell, there seemed to be another special scent mixed in. Lin Feng carefully examined the details and suddenly realized what was happening. This smells like sulfur. Why would there be sulfur in the forgeable area? He subconsciously looked at the copper pipes deep underground, and a bold guess came to his mind. These pipes likely lead all the way underground, drawing up magma to power the furnaces. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of his guess. Dwarves were renowned for their forging skills, and this enormous furnace might not even be considered their most important workshop. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly discovered a black iron treasure chest hidden inside the furnace. He took out the treasure chest, which contained 5 orbs of light. Since it wasn't convenient to carry the chest around, he simply crushed all the orbs of light. 30 units of iron ore, 20 iron ingots, 10 copper ingots, and 5 steel ingots. In addition, there are blueprints for a large forging furnace, a manual for using the Morden's furnace, and a fine-quality hammer. The weapon is called the Rock Breaker. It was crafted by an old dwarven craftsman and is specifically designed to assist in mining, increasing mining efficiency. Lin Feng grasped the hammer handle and realized that the thing was at least 1.5 to 1.6 meters long, with the hammerhead covered in protrusions and even the handle made of pure iron. The moment the hammer fell, it made him stagger. Lin Feng exerted all his strength and barely managed to lift it up. This hammer weighs at least 200 pounds. If his strength hadn't already increased, he wouldn't even be able to lift it, let alone swing it. He couldn't use it yet, so he could only stuff the rock breaker into the mushroom pack for now. In contrast, the blueprints for the large forging furnace surprised him even more. This blueprint can be used to build large forging furnaces like the one in front of us, which can greatly improve forging efficiency and significantly reduce forging time. Of course, its energy consumption is equally staggering. The exact amount of energy required will only be known after it is completed. As for the manual on how to use the Morden's furnace, it contains instructions on how to use it. That was a forging artifact of the dwarves, named after their god, and the furnace was clearly somewhere underground. Lin Feng was merely surprised, but had no intention of exploring further. The underground area was too vast and fraught with danger. He wouldn't recklessly risk everything for a treasure. After putting away his belongings, he looked up at the huge furnace and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I wonder if this furnace can still be started?" After fiddling around for a while, he gradually figured out the basic operating principle. The copper pipe was supposed to absorb magma and be used to burn forging materials. The copper pipes are now ineffective, but fortunately the furnace still has a backup energy supply area. Lin Feng took out a lot of wood and stuffed it into the container, then pulled the handle on the platform. A rumbling sound rang out. The furnace door slowly closed, and the surrounding tracks began to move, feeding iron ore into the furnace. The flames suddenly rose up, but only lasted for a dozen seconds before going out completely. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he added more high-quality wood. The flames lasted a little longer this time, but still only for 2 minutes. He pulled the switch, and the furnace door opened again, sending a wave of scorching heat rushing out. The iron ore that had been sent in earlier had already melted into molten iron, but because the door was opened too early, it quickly began to solidify after cooling. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment, clearly realizing that he had made a mistake. Looking at the solidified molten iron, he gritted his teeth, put in a large amount of wood, and restarted the furnace. The flames rose again, and soon the sound of hammering echoed from inside the furnace. Immediately afterwards, the other track began to operate, and forged iron ingots were transported out one by one. Chapter 47 Breeding Area. Iron ingots fell automatically into the wooden box, but the box had been rotten for too long and fell apart completely as soon as it was hit. Lin Feng bent down to collect the iron ingots, staring at the surging flames in the large furnace, silently calculating the forging time. This large furnace didn't belong to him. He couldn't see the specific progress and could only estimate it based on experience. Iron ingots could be produced in about 10 minutes, and the key was that it could forge a large amount of ore at once. He could easily throw in 1/5 of the iron ore and harvest a batch of iron ingots in 10 minutes, at the cost of an astonishing amount of wood consumed. Lin Feng hesitated for only a second before sending the iron ore, copper ore, and rock steel into the track, and adding a large amount of fine wood. Wood can be chopped again, but accumulating ore takes much longer. While the furnace was forging, he walked to the broken wall and peered out. Outside, there were more than a dozen tracks laid side by side, crisscrossing at a glance. In other words, the previous attack had penetrated more than a dozen underground passages in one go. Lin Feng couldn't imagine the destructive power it had caused, but he was certain that the dwarves, like the elves, had clearly suffered heavy blows. He didn't venture out rashly. These passages were too complex, and more than 5 would be enough to make one lose their way. He opened the map, and his location was marked as the underground mine's large smelting furnace forging area. The areas he had passed through were lit up, but the rest of the world was completely dark. Even with the map fully open, he wouldn't dare to wander around recklessly, let alone now that he couldn't see anything at all. Finally, the roar of the furnace stopped. Lin Feng stuffed the scorching iron ingots, copper ingots, and rock steel into the mushroom-shaped bag, took one last look at the large furnace, and turned to leave. The furnace at home was too inefficient, but this large furnace would save him a lot of time. He'd make more trips later to gather the materials needed to upgrade to the next level of shelter. After returning to the intersection, Lin Feng rode his unicycle to the residential area, hoping to see if any dwarves still lived underground. They hadn't gone far when they were blocked off by a series of light barriers. These were the dwarves' defensive mechanisms, powered by crystals, and could not be entered unless forcibly broken through. Moreover, attacking the light barrier would trigger other mechanisms. Lin Feng had no choice but to retreat, but he became even more certain that there were still dwarves underground. He then turned to the breeding area. There were no defensive structures there, but the scene before him shocked him. At the end of the mine tunnel were densely packed houses stretching downwards. Signs on the walls indicated 3 levels of housing, and there were stairs leading to the upper levels on the side. Each room was fitted with a heavy iron door, completely sealed off, making it impossible to see inside. Lin Feng took out the rock breaker and struck it with all his might, but only managed to leave a few white marks on the door, leaving him panting heavily. This floor had more than 20 rooms, and as he walked into a few of them, he heard low growls coming from inside. Lin Feng glanced down to the next floor and found that there were even more rooms on the 4th floor, so he went back to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor had only 12 rooms, most of which were also sealed off by iron gates. However, one room's door was somehow wide open. Lin Feng cautiously approached and probed the room with his torch. The room was small, about 20 or 30 square meters, with intricate patterns covering the walls and floor, resembling some kind of array. In the very center lay a strange skeleton with a single horn on its head. The skeleton of a one-horned bull is of excellent quality. It is a magical beast capable of unleashing lightning, and its horn is extremely valuable. Upon seeing the description, Lin Feng was first taken aback, then filled with surprise and doubt, and a vague guess had already formed in his mind. He put the skeleton into the mushroom bag and continued searching the room. Inside, there's also a high-quality cattle trough that can automatically add water and food, and it can also clean itself to keep it clean and hygienic. Next, he discovered a beast-taming rope. By simply placing it around the neck of a magical beast, he could continuously tame it, turning it into a loyal helper. This item is extremely effective against superior-level magical beasts, and even for higher-level beasts, it has a 30% success rate. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to put away the taming rope and the cattle trough. Both were truly valuable items. There's also a half bag of basic feed in the corner, which could improve growth rate, but unfortunately, it only weighed 10 pounds, so he took it too. After leaving the room, Lin Feng looked around at the countless iron gates and realized that the place was full of magical beasts, and some of them were likely still alive. If he could open the door, the rewards would be enormous, but it might also unleash dangerous monsters. He didn't move rashly and continued upwards to the 1st floor. There are 5 rooms here, 3 of which are just skeletons, while the other 2 are empty. It's unclear whether the dwarves took the magical beasts away or whether those things escaped on their own. The layout of the 1st floor left Lin Feng even more bewildered. He had thought this place would lead to the outside world, but all he saw were spiral stone pillars, their tops covered with sharp spikes. Those were also automatic defense mechanisms set up by the dwarves. Lin Feng dared not touch them and immediately went down the stairs. But as he walked, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him from behind. Lin Feng turned around repeatedly, but found nothing. Once might have been an illusion, but this feeling had occurred before, and its recurrence indicated that there was definitely something wrong with this breeding area. He dared not linger any longer and hurriedly rode away on his wheelbarrow. Shortly after he left, a pair of eyes slowly lit up from the darkness, staring intently at the mine tunnel he had left through. Lin Feng returned the way he came, squeezed through the mine tunnel blocked by rocks, and returned to the cave, finally feeling relieved. But when he exhaled and saw the scene before him, his heart clenched again. Chapter 48 Claws in the Dark. Countless vines hung down from the top of the cave, spreading and twisting along the stone walls, like venomous snakes coiled in the darkness. They clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to suddenly turn back. After a brief pause, they immediately retreated upwards at an even faster speed. Lin Feng looked up and saw that the cave's ceiling was covered with dense vines that kept wriggling and coiling, forming an endless sea of vines. The vines undulated gently, as if they were alive, breathing as if in a dream, and occasionally they would suddenly jump, as if waking up from a nightmare. Lin Feng got goosebumps all over his body, only then realizing that he seemed to have never checked the information about these vines. After he looked closely, only one line of description appeared before him. Mysterious vine, discovered by the dwarves while they were digging into the Earth's core in search of new energy sources. It has no ability to attack proactively and is afraid of fire. However, these vines have an unimaginable craving for flesh and blood, so the dwarves placed them near the mines to guard against flesh and blood research institutes. Lin Feng frowned. If it wouldn't attack proactively, why would it be so greedy for flesh and blood? This description seemed contradictory no matter how you looked at it. However, he didn't delve deeper, as he wouldn't find an answer anyway. But that last sentence gave him a vague sense that a conflict had clearly broken out between the dwarves and the Flesh and Blood Research Institute. Stepping out of the cave, the fresh air rushed towards him, and Lin Feng's tense mood calmed down a little. He had already gained a lot of intelligence today. Next, he needed to go downstream to catch fish and store food for the winter. The sky grew increasingly overcast, and rain seemed imminent. Lin Feng recalled the weather forecast. Once the light rain began, the temperature would continue to drop. He hurried downstream for more than half an hour and finally reached the lower reaches. Before him, the river was wide, and countless fish were leaping frantically out of the water, their fins constantly cutting through the waves, creating a spectacular scene. Lin Feng was still holding a fishing rod, but upon seeing this scene, he immediately threw the fishing rod aside. Why bother fishing? Just use a net. That's the most practical way. He had previously obtained blueprints for making fishing nets and had enough materials, so he quickly made a large fishing net and 2 additional small fishing nets. The large net is used for casting, while the small net is placed in the water, and meat is used to attract fish to swim into it. Lin Feng put the meat into a small net, threw it into the river, and then carried the large net to the bank. He had learned to cast nets from his grandfather before, and he knew that it was not as simple as just throwing it around. If you didn't control the force well, you wouldn't catch any fish, and you might even get dragged into the water yourself. As the fishing net was cast, a large number of fish in the river leaped and struggled frantically, desperately trying to escape from the net. Lin Feng immediately pulled in the net, the weight in his hands growing heavier and heavier as the fish inside struggled, making his arm ache. He gritted his teeth and dragged the net back until it finally left the water. Large patches of white fish belly glistened in the dim light, a real catch. Lin Feng didn't have time to count the fish. He simply put them into a bag and continued casting the net. He cast 3 nets in a row, each one brimming with fish. Then he gathered up 2 smaller nets, which were also packed full of all sorts of fish. Before he knew it, the sky had completely darkened, and a fine drizzle fell on Lin Feng, the coolness seeping into his clothes. But Lin Feng didn't care at all. He was completely immersed in the excitement of the harvest, and his eyes were only on the fish in the river. This feeling is like a farmer watching a bountiful harvest, or a fisherman watching nets of fish being hauled ashore, so excited he could barely contain himself. After all, fish represent money, and for Lin Feng, these fish are food for getting through the winter, something that can save his life. It wasn't until a bone-chilling cold swept over him that Lin Feng snapped back to reality and realized that it was already dark. With only a moment left before nightfall, he instantly snapped out of his daze, quickly gathered up the fishing net, and prepared to stuff the fish bag into the mushroom pack. But the mushroom-shaped buns weren't big enough. We had already caught so much fish that even with the expanded capacity, it couldn't hold this extravagant catch. Lin Feng could only manage to stuff some of the fish into the bag, leaving the rest of the bag full of fish on the pullboard before running frantically toward the shelter. To speed up his journey, he downed a bottle of swiftness potion. Once the potion took effect, his legs seemed to be enhanced by wind magic, and his speed instantly increased dramatically. Halfway through the run, his stamina began to wane. So he quickly drank a stamina potion, and his tired body was immediately filled with energy again. With the combined effects of the 2 medications, the shelter appeared ahead, with only 50 meters remaining. It got dark. The moment darkness enveloped the earth, Lin Feng once again felt that unforgettable fear. It was as if something was lurking in the darkness, staring intently at him, coveting his body, flesh, and soul, wanting to devour everything about him. Lin Feng felt them all over. He bit his tongue hard, and the taste of blood and the stinging pain forced him back to his senses. He continued rushing towards the shelter. But behind him, a series of seductive voices rang out. "Child, don't run away, come back. Son, I am your father. Why are you running away? Grandson, Grandpa wants to see you." The sounds kept drilling into his ears, but Lin Feng ignored them, his mind focused on only one thought: to rush into the shelter. Seeing that the sound was useless, a pitch-black claw suddenly emerged from the darkness and went straight for Lin Feng. The moment the claw touched him, Lin Feng froze on the spot, unable to take a single step. At the critical moment, the blood and flesh cursed balloon floating beside him suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit down hard on that claw. Black Claw withdrew in pain, and Lin Feng immediately resumed his movements, quickly opened the door, and rushed into the wall. Although the sense of danger behind him had dissipated, he dared not stop until he rushed into the shelter, where he finally collapsed, panting heavily. He was drenched in cold sweat. He had almost died in that darkness. After calming down a bit, Lin Feng stood at the door and cursed loudly into the darkness outside. "Damn it! I'm your grandpa. How dare you take advantage of me? Damn it! Come in if you dare, otherwise you're a coward." Chapter 49, Multi-Directional Development. Lin Feng cursed fiercely, venting all his frustration and fear before finally stopping. He still stared at the darkness outside with lingering fear. He had almost not made it back. If he hadn't received the potion at the apothecary's hut, which boosted his speed and stamina, he would probably still be stuck halfway there. What bothered him even more was that the black claw had completely rendered him incapacitated with just a touch. Lin Feng turned to look at the balloon beside him and noticed that it had undergone a new change. Ability 1, Curse Devouring Release, has already devoured a curse from Black Claw. This curse can cause a person to freeze for 1 minute and instill fear of the dark, and afterwards has a chance to attract monsters in the night. The curse can only be temporarily absorbed for 1 minute. To completely digest it, 20 pieces of flesh and blood are required. Lin Feng immediately understood and took out 20 pieces of flesh and blood, feeding them to the flesh and blood curse balloon. The balloon opened its massive mouth and swallowed the flesh and blood whole. The room quickly filled with the stench of blood, and the sound of its teeth chewing could even be heard. Before long, the curse was completely digested, leaving a small black claw mark on the surface of the balloon. This was the stored curse, which could later be released onto someone else using Ability 2. After dealing with all that, Lin Feng returned to the living room, sat down in a chair, poured himself a glass of cold water, and gulped it down one sip after another. Only after he had completely calmed down did he begin to organize his day's gains. It must be said that the day's harvest was far greater than he had expected. Especially when we went fishing by the river later, it was practically like picking up money off the ground. Lin Feng couldn't help but think that if he had gone to the river first, he could have brought back even more fish. As for the apothecary's hut and the watermill, he could go there tomorrow. But it's all in the past now, and there's no point in dwelling on it. He opened a bag and poured all the fish out. These fish were still alive, frantically thrashing their tails on the ground, trying to escape back into the water. Lin Feng roughly counted them. There were at least 500, including quite a few high-quality fish. In addition, there were 10 large turtles, each weighing over 10 kilograms, and an astonishing number of river shrimp. With so much meat, it's more than enough to last through the winter, and even until spring. But a happy problem also followed: how to preserve so much fish. Lin Feng thought for a long time and decided to smoke some of it, and keep the rest alive so that he could eat fresh fish in the future. Wooden buckets and basins were suitable for raising fish, but the space was simply too small. So he opened the trading channel and searched for items related to fish keeping. There were quite a few basins and wooden buckets in the channel, but Lin Feng quickly found 2 more suitable things: a well-equipped fish pond and blueprints for building the pond. Both of them wanted food, preferably meat. Lin Feng negotiated terms with them, exchanging 8 fish weighing about 3 pounds each and 3 fish weighing 2 pounds each for a fish pond and blueprints. The fish pond can be placed directly, and now the area enclosed by the stone wall is considered the shelter area, so he can put it outside. Lin Feng placed the fish pond on the right side of the house, near the moon well. The fish pond was quite large, about 3 meters long and wide, and nearly 2 meters deep. He put all the fish and turtles in, then went to the moon well. The well had already produced water, so he took some and poured it into the fish pond so that the fish and turtles could live longer and better. Then he installed the watermill. The mill needed water, and although it was now connected to the fish pond, the water level was too low to power the watermill. To truly utilize the watermill, a water channel would need to be dug outwards. Lin Feng went to the furnace again and added ore and wood. Although the furnace forging speed was very slow, making a little more was better than doing nothing. Back in the living room, he took out 3 large potatoes from the box, threw them into the ashes to roast, then put the iron pot on the fire, poured in water, and put in the river shrimp he had caught that day. That wasn't enough, so he took out some beef and laid it on a stone slab to roast slowly. While waiting for the food to cook, Lin Feng continued sorting through spoils. He took some of the wheat and corn seeds he had obtained from the watermill and planted them in the planting box, leaving the rest for later. The main problem is that there are too many planting boxes, and placing them all indoors takes up too much space. As for the 2 large bags of flour, each weighing 50 pounds, their uses are countless. They can be used to steam buns, make pancakes, and noodles, not to mention that he has also learned 3 bread recipes. Lin Feng went into the kitchen and found a spot to set up a basic baking station. As for when he would make bread, he would decide whenever he had time to experiment. All kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs are equally precious, and he specially found a box to store them. The medicines, on the other hand, remain in the mushroom packets for emergencies and will never be used lightly. He also sorted and put the remaining various ores into boxes. Looking at the various boxes in the living room, Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. He couldn't pile things up outside, but with so many boxes, finding supplies would become difficult. He sighed, his longing for boxes and backpacks to store his belongings growing stronger. The mushroom-shaped bag still doesn't have enough compartments. He originally thought that by adding 5 more compartments with the backpack expansion design, he wouldn't have to worry about storage space for a while. However, as it turns out, once resources become plentiful, even 5 more slots, or even 2 more mushroom packs, might not be enough. If other survivors knew about his troubles, they would probably all be furious. While others toil all day and have pitifully few resources, Lin Feng is in a situation where his backpack can't even hold everything. Lin Feng sat back down in his chair. The resources had been organized, and the next step was to proceed with the procurement, or rather, the transaction. Considering the resources he had and the future development direction, he gradually formed several ideas. Bai Chen once said that a shelter cannot develop in all aspects. Doing so would only slow things down. Most people would choose 1 or 2 directions and concentrate their resources on improving them. For example, planting, raising animals, foraging, and collecting. Some people are good at fishing, so they can trade large quantities of fish with others to obtain the resources they need for development. However, this model is too simplistic and is ultimately just a branch of the aquaculture industry. If a blizzard hits and fishing becomes impossible, the entire development could collapse. With ample resources at his disposal, Lin Feng naturally wouldn't bet on just one direction. He would at least develop 2 or 3 simultaneously. Agriculture is one such industry. The ingrained farming instinct in the people of Daxia made Lin Feng very clear about how important stable farming was. The current planting boxes are no longer sufficient for him. He needs more convenient and efficient planting facilities. Lin Feng searched the trading channel for a long time, but couldn't find anything suitable. In the end, he simply offered fish meat for trading, but set conditions. He would only exchange it for planting-related facilities or blueprints. Chapter 50: Compost Bins and Insulated Huts. The chat channel was unusually lively tonight, with various discussions constantly flooding the screen because tomorrow is the last day of the newbie protection period. Thanks to Lin Feng's earlier reminder, everyone realized the importance of the shelter and frantically collected resources during the day. Whether it's basic materials or high-quality resources, they all have only one idea: to acquire as much as possible. The existence of a trading channel also allows them to exchange items they don't need for the time being, desperately gathering materials to upgrade their shelter. Phew, I finally upgraded the shelter to level 3. It's much more spacious now, and I feel much safer living here. Who says otherwise? I used to think that level 2 was enough, but now I realize how stupid I was. You guys are already at level 3? I've worked myself to the bone and just managed to upgrade my shelter to level 2. Exchange any resources you have for now, and level up to level 3 as soon as possible. Don't hoard good things for later. You might not even live to see that day. Many people were reluctant to sell their scrolls and blueprints, thinking they would be useful later on. But upon closer inspection, they realized they might not even survive the initial stages. After Lin Feng pointed out the problem, more and more high-level shelters appeared, which made the survivors who were still hovering around level 1 and 2 panic. As a result, the trading channel became extremely popular, and in addition to the materials needed for upgrades, food and meat became the most readily available currencies. As soon as Lin Feng posted the transaction information, he immediately received messages from many people, who all took out their blueprints and scrolls. One of the drawings is for a large planting box, measuring 10 meters long and wide, and 5 meters deep, which is quite a nice piece of material. Lin Feng used 2 3-pound fish to directly replace the blueprints. Immediately afterward, he saw a high-quality blue compost bin and immediately made the transaction without any hesitation. This stuff can be made by putting fruit and vegetable peels, weeds, leaves, bones, and other materials into it. After fermentation, it becomes fertilizer, and the time depends on the type of materials. More importantly, it has a high probability of producing high-quality fertilizer. If the material quality is high enough, it may even be able to produce excellent fertilizer. Lin Feng had used compost bins before and knew that mixing fertilizer with soil was extremely beneficial to crops and flowers. This stuff is practically equivalent to making an unlimited amount of high-quality fertilizer, so its value is self-evident. Lin Feng was still startled when the compost bins appeared. He had thought they would be at most 1 or 2 meters tall, but they turned out to be more than 3 meters tall. But when he read the instructions again and discovered that high-quality materials could produce high-quality fertilizer, the small volume suddenly seemed insignificant. The effect of high-quality fertilizer is so great that even if it were 3 meters or larger, he would still have to stay. At this moment, someone else sent a transaction request and proactively added Lin Feng as a friend. Yushuang took out a blueprint for building a greenhouse and immediately asked to trade 100 caddies of fish. Greenhouses can grow crops and even raise animals in the cold winter, so the blueprints are indeed valuable. But Lin Feng simply replied, "You're overthinking it." Yushuang was still emphasizing the value of the greenhouse, but Lin Feng asked her in return, "If it's so good, why doesn't she keep it for herself? As long as we change the seeds, we won't have to worry about food in winter. As for meat, we can wait until winter is over." Yushuang admitted that the planting cycle was too long and she was not sure how long it would take to mature, but she still lowered the price to 80 Jin. Lin Feng bluntly pointed out that the materials needed for greenhouses are by no means simple. Plastic and glass are now very difficult to find. Even if he gets the blueprints, it's impossible to build it in a short time. Why should he spend so much fish and meat to exchange for something he can't use? Yushuang eventually lost weight to 50 pounds, but Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with her anymore, though he didn't delete her from his friends list. In his opinion, this woman either thought he was being taken advantage of or simply didn't understand reality. Greenhouse blueprints are indeed valuable, but they can't improve survival rates these days. Let alone 50 pounds of fish, even 10 pounds would be too much. For ordinary survivors, blueprints and scrolls that are useless in the early stages are practically worthless. Only someone like Lin Feng, with ample resources at his disposal, has the confidence to collect things that he won't need for the time being. This is the principle that if you take the first step, you will always be ahead. If you're slow in one step, you will always be slow. Many people just can't understand why they're reluctant to sell the items they get from treasure chests at a low price, but no one is willing to take them when they ask for a high price. In the end, those so-called good things can only be stored away at the bottom of a box and may never have a chance to be truly used until death. Soon, someone else sent a trade request directly. The item was a high-quality insulated house. The cabin has built-in insulation and can be used for living, as well as for raising and feeding fish. The other party only needs 20 kilograms of fish. Lin Feng wanted to negotiate the price, but the other party added 5 more heavenly jade lotus seeds. Tianyu lotus is a high-quality crop. The lotus seeds can clear the mind and detoxify. The lotus root is edible, and a lotus flower can be used to make spices and medicines. Even lotus leaves have the effect of purifying the air, but their most important ability is to enhance the vitality of fish and ponds. After a moment's thought, Lin Feng did not continue to try to lower the price and agreed to the deal directly. The insulated cabin transformed into a ball of light and fell into his hand, which he needed to place himself. He left the shelter and placed the hut next to the watermill. After the light faded, an ordinary-looking little house stood in the courtyard, right next to the shelter. Chapter 51. You are my brother. Lin Feng pushed open the door and went in, raising an eyebrow. The space inside was somewhat beyond his expectations. The small house, about 10 square meters, but in reality, the interior space is probably around 30 or 40 square meters. That's no small amount, considering his current bedroom is only this size. The room was empty except for something that looked like a fireplace. Lin Feng checked the information. A heating stove works similarly to a fireplace. You need to add fuel to it to warm up the whole house. Lin Feng immediately felt that this was just like a shelter. He casually added a piece of wood to the stove and lit it. He immediately realized that something was wrong. The temperature inside the room rose rapidly, and it was coming from all directions. Lin Feng squatted down and reached out to test the ground. He felt a continuous stream of heat rising up. He stood up and touched the wall, then understood why it was called a heated cabin. This house is like it has underfloor heating. Once fuel is added, it provides warmth from every angle, making it quite suitable for living. Lin Feng thought for a moment. The temperature outside wasn't too low yet, so there was no need to move the bedroom here. He built several large planting boxes, dug out a lot of soil from the yard and put it in them, and added a small amount of high-quality soil before planting the seeds. After leaving the cabin, Lin Feng returned to the living room, placed the heavenly jade lotus seeds in the planting box, and used the elf wand to increase their growth rate. Once they sprouted, he would transplant them into the pond. The planting issue is temporarily resolved, mainly because Lin Feng hasn't found any better items. He saw the chat box was still popping up, and when he opened it, he found that Yushuang was still sending messages, saying that all he needed was 20 caddies of fish, which was her minimum. She's a woman. Life isn't easy for her, and finding resources is especially difficult for her. Can't you, a grown man, show her some pity? As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Lin Feng was about to delete her when he saw her rambling on, but then he noticed that his friend had sent him a message. Tao Chiwen, brother, I've gotten some good stuff again. See if you need anything. A series of photos followed. In addition to the cactus set, there are also high-quality sand grains, jujubes, jujube wood, sea buckthorn berries, and other foods. Then there are camel hides, camel meat, camel bones, and so on. Judging from the photos, there are quite a few of them. Desert scorpion stinger, sunstone, etc. There were so many that it took Lin Feng quite a while to finish looking at them all. Lin Feng, so much stuff. It seems you've had a very fruitful few days. Tao Chiwen, thanks to your water, I no longer lack water resources and can go further. Otherwise, I would not have found so many resources. Especially today, I was lucky enough to encounter a camel caravan. I used traps and weapons to kill 2 camels and captured 2 more, a male and a female. Luckily, I had a taming scroll, so I tamed them and they can have baby camels in the future. Oh, and I also got a blueprint for a spinning machine. I've learned how to make it and spun quite a bit of camel hair and made a coat for you. The moment that message was sent, the other party sent a transaction request. 1 coat is traded for 100 milliliters of water. After Lin Feng agreed, the coat appeared in his hands. It was quite thick and weighed about 10 pounds. However, it looked dirty and had a strange smell. That's probably what a camel smells like. After Lin Feng put it on, he found that his body temperature rose instantly, so he had to take it off. This coat will be incredibly valuable in the coming winter. Lin Feng, thank you. What do you need over there? Tao Chiwen, I've already built a level 3 shelter and collected most of the resources. Now I'm lacking both common and high-quality iron ore, and I'm also short of more than 100 units of common wood and stone. Lin Feng, I have some here. Let's make a trade so you can upgrade the shelter to level 4 as soon as possible. He had a lot of mineral resources, but he was short of wood. Lin Feng used fish meat to trade for 500 units of wood on the trading channel, and then packaged the resources and traded them with the other party. The other party did the same. After the transaction was completed, Lin Feng was presented with a variety of miscellaneous items. He even sent 30 caddies of camel meat, not counting other parts of the camel. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, since meat was quite precious now, and he could easily trade with others on the trading channel and get far more resources than he could from Lin Feng. Isn't this too much meat for you? Why don't you trade with someone else? Tao Chiwen, brother, you're a genuine person, and so am I. In the beginning, I begged and pleaded with everyone, acting like their grandson, all for the sake of trading some water resources. But those people all took advantage of my misfortune, wanting only my things, and even said that I should make some more contributions before I die. At that time, I really thought I was going to die, Who would have thought that you would make a deal with me and immediately relieve my urgent crisis? This is called providing timely help in times of need. It saved my life. Later, you unconditionally provided river water and clean water sources, which made me feel that you were someone I could get to know better. This survival game, to put it bluntly, tests not only individual ability, but also teamwork. I don't think you can survive long by relying on individual efforts alone. Since I trust you, I'm willing to become your friend and ally. Lin Feng was moved by all the words he had sent. As he said, survivors should unite to survive better in the disaster game. Lin Feng, brother, I understand. We're staunch allies. If you need any resources in the future, just let me know. I got some fish today, and I sent it to you to try. He traded 30 caddies of fish, which was essentially a meat exchange between the two of them. Hao Chiwen, thanks. When I have the chance, I'll catch a few desert wolves for you to keep as pets. Also, I recently found a parchment in a box that contains information about a desert oasis. I'm going to look for it soon. If I can find it, that would be great. Lin Feng, that's true, but it's always better to be careful. By the way, what's the situation on your end? It's the dead of winter here. Hao Chiwen, I don't know either. Logically speaking, given the high temperature and water shortage in the desert, the most likely scenario is a continuous rise in temperature. As for water, that's not a problem. With you here, you can provide me with plenty of water resources. Lin Feng, anyway, the safety level will be higher once the shelter is upgraded to level 4, and we'll try to upgrade it to level 5 in the future. After sending the message, he saw that Lin Feng had contacted him again. Lin Feng, brother, I think I might die. Chapter 52, Shelter Disaster, Early Warning Device. One sentence was enough to make Lin Feng's eyes widen in shock. No, what do you mean? How come you're suddenly going to die? What happened? Lin Feng, the volcano here is about to erupt, and my shelter is only level 3. Even if I upgrade to level 4, I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand the lava. Upon seeing the message he sent, Lin Feng immediately thought of the possibility of a regional disaster. Could it be a disaster? But how do you know it's a volcanic eruption? Lin Feng sent 2 pictures. Lin Feng opened them and remained silent for a few seconds. Name, Shelter Disaster Early Warning Device. Grade, excellent. Description, this is a special device that is attached to a shelter and can provide early warnings of impending disasters, allowing survivors to make targeted preparations in advance. The current shelter is facing a disaster, a volcanic eruption. Lin Feng, brother, it seems I'm just too unlucky. I thought I was the chosen one, destined to make a name for myself in this world, but I never expected something like this to happen. Although I really want to say that human will can conquer nature, reality is just that cruel. My shelter simply cannot withstand the volcanic lava and will definitely be destroyed. Brother, it's been a pleasure meeting you. You've helped me a lot and shown me that there is still warmth in this world. Since I'm going to die sooner or later, I can't just sit here and wait to die. I've already decided to use this time to collect resources for you as much as possible. Brother, you must live on and see the wonders of this world for me. Then, a transaction request appeared. Lin Feng saw the contents of his transaction. It could be said that he was trading his own possessions for a unit of wood. If he agrees, I will instantly have a large amount of resources, which is something a survivor can collect in 6 days. Lin Feng chose to refuse. He did not want to accept it, nor did he want to watch the other person die. Lin Feng, brother, just accept the deal, otherwise if I die, all these resources will be gone. Lin Feng, things haven't reached a dead end yet. Don't give up easily. I'll trade you a scroll. If you still haven't found a way to avoid the volcanic eruption, then use it. Lin Feng traded the random migration scroll for the shelter. This scroll is quite special, falling somewhere between useful and useless. In someone like Lin Feng, it would be very useful, but in Lin Feng's sanctuary, it would be completely useless. Lin Feng, holy crap, bro, this scroll is incredibly useful to me. Thank you, bro, you're my real brother. Lin Feng, don't be too happy yet. After all, it's a random migration, and nobody knows where we'll end up. Lin Feng, it's okay. It's better than me waiting to die here. Brother, I made up my mind. Now that I can leave this place, I'll take advantage of this time to do some things that I didn't dare to do before. Lin Feng, whatever it is, don't take any risks. Lin Feng, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Feng didn't believe this immature teenager, so he didn't say much. After all, it was his own business. Liu Yufan, brother, you gave me something that saved my life, so I can't be stingy. You must accept what I traded to you this time. Lin Feng agreed to his trade request and also gave the other party 20 caddies of fish. He looked at the huge pile of things, sighed, and had to admit that this immature teenager was unusually generous in some ways. In addition to a large amount of common obsidian and sulfur, there are also 15 units of fine obsidian and 10 units of fine sulfur. Then there are 5 sulfur crystal nuclei, all of excellent quality. The fire lizard has 18 scales, 3 of which are of excellent quality. Lin Feng estimated that he had probably reached the fire lizard's nest. Name, obsidian. Quality, excellent. Description: in obsidian mines, sunlight shines on the ore for a long time, creating a special mineral with golden veins inside. It can be used to forge equipment. The material is strong and can absorb sunlight on its own and continuously release it. Name: lava tortoise shell, 10-year portion. Quality, excellent. Description: lava turtles molt once a year, and each molt represents an increase in their strength. The shell also becomes harder with each molt. Tortoise shells possess extremely high physical defense and excellent fire resistance, making them suitable for crafting shields or armor. In addition to these, there are also materials such as volcanic ash and flame stones. There was a lot of material, but only a few were actually usable. Lin Feng had a tortoise shell with a diameter of over 30 centimeters, which was a good item, but unfortunately he didn't have the blueprints for making a shield. The sizzling sound drew Lin Feng's attention to the stone slab, where the beef was sizzling and dripping with oil, its aroma filling the air. Lin Feng sprinkled some salt on it, took a bite, and found it tender and juicy, without the tough, chewy texture of beef. His taste buds were instantly awakened, and he devoured the beef. The water in the pot had already boiled, and the river shrimp were stewed until they turned bright red. He scooped the river shrimp out. Each river shrimp is quite large, and eating them is very satisfying, but they don't taste as good as sea shrimp. He ate while browsing the trading channel. Lin Feng is increasingly enjoying watching the trading channel, which feels a lot like shopping in a mall. It's even better when you come across the right item and have the money to buy it. He searched for shields and found that there were quite a few, most of which were finished products, basic shields made of ordinary materials and not very useful. As for the blueprints, they were just ordinary. As he scrolled down, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a transaction message. The crafting blueprints for the Xuanjia shield will be traded for 20 caddies of food. I have already posted the details of the shield. There were many comments below the trade, most of which were criticizing him, saying that the blueprint was not worth so much food. Lin Feng thought the Xuanjia shield was pretty good. According to the description, the Xuanjia shield was a mold that could be made using any materials. The grade and type of the materials would affect the shield's grade and abilities. Lin Feng sent a trade request, saying he was willing to trade 15 caddies of sweet potatoes for the blueprints. The other party agreed quickly, which surprised Lin Feng for a moment before he shook his head. It seems that I've been hanging in the trading channel for too long, and no one is willing to trade. Now that someone has come along, they don't want to miss out. After acquiring the blueprints, Lin Feng immediately chose to study them. He first made a black armor shield out of wood. It looked like a very ordinary shield of ordinary quality, without any other enhancements. Lin Feng then used the lava turtle shell, and as the light burst forth, he subconsciously squinted his eyes. Chapter 53, Lava Armor Shield. When the light faded, what appeared before Lin Feng was a palm-sized tortoise shell shield. The shell was a deep black color, while the base was a dark red, like cooled magma. The tortoise shell's natural hexagonal plates form the main body of the shield, which is extremely thick in the middle and gradually thins out at the edges, forming a perfect curved surface. The shield's surface was covered with mysterious patterns, like natural array formations. Name: Lava Armor Shield. Quality: excellent. Description: lava turtle shell, an excellent shield material, is used to craft shields and allows its inherent abilities to be fully utilized. Ability 1. Shield Defense. This ability activates a shield, creating a protective barrier. As long as the barrier remains intact, the shield bearer is invincible. Ability 2. Lava Impact, which can unleash the power of lava to destroy enemies. Ability 3. Flame Repair, passive. If the shield is destroyed, as long as it is not completely destroyed, it can absorb the power of flames to repair itself. Lin Feng hadn't expected to create a high-quality shield. He realized that the blueprints for the Xuanjia shield weren't so simple. Perhaps by using better materials, he could create a rare or even perfect shield. Lin Feng played with it for a while. With the lava armor shield, even if he encountered danger in the future, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. The newbie protection period is about to end, and the shelter will be exposed to wild animals. Sooner or later, he will face attacks from wild animals. With the shield in hand, the next step is the weapon. Lin Feng searched and found quite a few things, including basic swords and knives, as well as blueprints for bows and crossbows, but unfortunately he didn't find any finished products. He traded a few blueprints to learn from them, and realized that if he wanted to obtain more valuable and rare resources, blueprints, scrolls, etc., he still needed others to take the initiative to trade with him. With that in mind, Lin Feng put fish on the menu again, but this time there were no restrictions on the items. He would trade as long as the items were suitable. He received so many calls, all asking him to take pity on the other person and saying that since he had so many resources, why didn't he help others? Lin Feng immediately blocked all of these people. He refused to accept any moral blackmail. Then there were those who wanted to send him photos and videos, men, women, young and old, including a few old ladies and old men, which scared him so much that he didn't dare to look at them and blocked them all. The remaining option was to trade using ordinary resources, but Lin Feng refused. He doesn't lack basic resources now. He wants something more useful for future development. Just as Lin Feng was munching on a hard piece of bread, a transaction request caught his attention. The other party wanted to trade him 10 caddies of fish for the recipe for 3 whip wine. Lin Feng glanced at the recipe information, pondered for a moment, and traded 5 caddies of fish for it. The other party did not haggle and agreed. Having learned the recipe, Lin Feng realized he needed jars and wine. So he searched the trading channel and traded 2 large jars over. As for alcohol, the price is much higher, since alcohol and tobacco are so rare and can't be produced now. Most of them are obtained from treasure chests. He traded 10 caddies of fish for 2 caddies of liquor, put them into a jar, and then added the deer, wolf, and other items he had previously obtained into it. Unfortunately, there's so little liquor that it barely reached the bottom of the jar, and not even the other items made it through. The main purpose of Sambian wine is soaking. If it is not completely submerged in white wine, the part exposed to the white wine will rot and spoil, thus affecting the whole part. Having no other choice, Lin Feng had to trade for liquor, brewing tools, and blueprints again. Whether it was because the survivors were unwilling to trade, or because they found too little, Lin Feng didn't find any more liquor, but he did trade for the liquor brewing recipe and equipment. Upon seeing the required food supplies, Lin Feng fell silent. No wonder it is said that in ancient times, only high-ranking officials and nobles could afford to drink wine, and ordinary people simply could not bear to drink it. They can't even afford to eat their fill, let alone use grain to brew wine. Helpless, Lin Feng had no choice but to give up for the time being. Less than 2 minutes later, another transaction request came in, and Lin Feng immediately chose to trade after reading it. Name: Magic Wardrobe. Quality: None. Description: This is a magical wardrobe. Every morning at 8 o'clock, a piece of clothing will appear in the wardrobe. It is completely random, and anything is possible. Note: the clothes will not disappear if you take them with you. After the transaction was completed, Lin Feng placed the magical wardrobe in the bedroom. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary wardrobe, and when the door was opened, it was completely empty. It seems that more and more people are seeing his trading activities, and many people are coming over with their own treasures to inquire. Lin Feng traded for a high-quality automatic toilet and a dressing table. He wasn't applying makeup, but rather he was interested in the mirror that came with the dressing table. It features high-quality animal pens, water towers, cellars, and integrated bathing facilities. Lin Feng first went to the toilet and replaced the toilet seat. The old toilet seat was so cold that it made his buttocks feel cold to sit on, and it also had a friction sensation. Now that we've installed an automatic toilet, it looks high-end and classy. The integrated bathroom and shower room is a renovation of the bathroom, which not only has a shower head but also a bathtub. Lin Feng turned on the shower and was surprised to find that there was hot water. Feeling the temperature of the hot water, Lin Feng was shocked. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the integrated bathroom and shower was connected to the fireplace. The fireplace is lit, and some of the heat will also go through the pipes to heat the hot water in the tank, which is somewhat similar to the electric water heaters used in the past. The difference is that fireplaces cannot maintain a high temperature like electricity. Once the hot water in the tank is used up, you have to wait for a while. Even so, Lin Feng was already satisfied, considering that he had previously used a large wooden tub to pour hot water for a bath. Lin Feng went out with a smile, put the animal pen in place, and as for the water tower, it was a special building that could collect moisture from the air, store it in its internal space, and purify the water. It could be considered an evolved version of a rainwater collector. As for the cellar, Lin Feng chose to place it at the back of the house. After using it, a cellar of more than 100 square meters was created underground, with an exit that went up and down and a wooden lid covering it. He's just increasing the strength assessment. At least for now, there isn't that much food that needs to be stored in the cellar. After taking the iron ingots made in the furnace away, Lin Feng added iron ore and wood. He glanced at the dark sky, felt the low temperature, and went back inside. Flames burned in the fireplace. Water in the wooden cups was still steaming. Sweet potatoes in the ashes were already emitting a fragrance, and various resources were stored in the boxes. It has to be said that Lin Feng's standard of living is quite high among the survivors. Chapter 54. The Topic of Talent. Lin Feng lay comfortably on the recliner. It was made from the blueprints he had just traded in the trading channel. It had no other use than to lie down and enjoy himself. After taking a sip of hot water and a bite of sweet and creamy sweet potato, Lin Feng had 2 pages in front of him, a chat channel and a trading channel. He kept the trade window open, hoping to get some rare items. As for the chat channels, everyone is talking about what will happen tomorrow, which is the last day of the newbie protection period. I really don't know what will happen the day after tomorrow. I'm a little scared. During these past few days of exploration, I've discovered that there are quite a few wild animals around. Me too. If we wait until winter comes, these wild animals will be starving and will definitely attack the shelter. Don't you make weapons? At worst, you can fight wild beasts. I've made it. It's just a simple spear and a bow and arrow, but I've never drawn a bow and shot an arrow before. I've been practicing these past 2 nights. That's settled then. You can kill one with each arrow and easily get a lot of meat. You won't have to worry about food at all. Don't be naive. Even as an archery athlete who has awakened a shooting talent, I can't guarantee that I can completely kill those wild beasts. I've been hunting these past few days, so I'm not short of meat. If any of you want some, you can add me to trade. It's good to have talent. My talent is accelerated planting, which can be used to grow crops, but unfortunately there are too few seeds and not much food on hand. Damn it. Why is my talent taming? It's supposed to increase the chances of taming, but I haven't met any suitable animals. Right now, I only have 1 bird with me. Yeah, what are your talents? How about we share some? Let's forget about it. Talent is a secret. What if it gets exposed and someone sets their sights on it? That's ridiculous. You're miles away from us. Everyone's in the shelter. So what if we knew? That makes sense. My talent is danger intuition. I can sense in advance if something dangerous is going to happen. What a coincidence. Mine is also perception, but it's resource perception. This talent is really amazing. In the past few days, I've used this talent to collect a lot of resources and successfully upgraded my shelter to level 3. Now I'm just a little short of level 4. I reckon I can do it tomorrow. Damn, upstairs, I really think your talent is incredibly useful. Haha, you are all a bunch of trash talents. My talent is weakness strike, which can accurately find the weak points of beasts and deliver a fatal blow. TCH, that's a trash talent. My talent is doll making master. I can use materials to make dolls. I already have attack, defense, and support dolls. I'll show you. A video was posted online, and Lin Feng immediately clicked on it. The video shows 3 ordinary-looking puppets, about 1 meter tall, that look like mechanical puppets. One of them holds a long sword, and the other holds a shield. The 2 puppets are fighting a wolf. Their movements are simple and without any special moves. but they are both offensive and defensive, and they are not afraid of getting hurt when facing attacks from wild wolves. After several rounds of fighting, the support puppet next to the survivor suddenly reached out, and the wolf froze for a second before being pierced through the belly by a long knife. See? This is my talent. As long as I have enough materials, I can make a large number of puppets and even add various abilities to them. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. If his guess was correct, this person's talent required high-quality materials. It seemed that materials of excellent quality or above were also the other party's collection target. Frog Fun, your talents are all so strong. Why is mine a home barrier? It recognizes the shelter as home and releases a barrier. Only after breaking the barrier can you enter. Damn, you're not lacking at all. You're like a protective shield for the shelter. Even after the newbie protection period ends, there's nothing to be afraid of. My talent is Artisan Soul, which has a certain chance of enchanting and giving soul to things during construction, but I haven't succeeded yet. I guess I need better materials. Perhaps because someone brought up the topic of talent, and because they didn't need to worry about others taking advantage of their talents, the chat channel was suddenly filled with all sorts of talk about talents. Lin Feng was genuinely surprised. He thought his talent was already quite good, but seeing so many other talents made him want to be one too. The main reason is that some talents are too useful. A master doll maker like him has a large amount of high-quality materials at his disposal. If he could make an army of dolls, 10 of them could take on one beast, and they wouldn't have to be afraid of any wild animals. Another feature is the homestead barrier. After the newbie protection period ends, the shelter loses its defenses. What if survivors are attacked while exploring? With this barrier, there's no need to worry. As for other miscellaneous talents, they all have good uses, but unfortunately, each person only has one talent. Lin Feng noticed that the chat channel was discussing this matter. Seeing your talents makes me so envious. My talent is useless. I wish I could get another talent. Dual talents? I think it's unlikely. At least until now, no one has had 2 talents. Let's stop dreaming. Wait, have you ever considered that our talents might evolve? What do you mean by that upstairs? Did you get some information about talent evolution? Holy crap, tell me already. There's no definite information, but I found a black iron treasure chest in the ruins. I opened it and found a diary inside. It said that they were researching how to evolve talents, and that with the help of talented individuals, they had already made progress. I flipped through the later entries and found that the diary's author mentioned that the Research Institute had several individuals with 2 or even 3 talents, and that their talents were very useful. Unfortunately, most of the diary was destroyed and the key contents were lost. Could it really be possible? This is a big deal. Hey, don't overthink it. The only thing we need to do right now is survive. As for gaining other talents, that's only possible if you're alive. If you die, you'll have nothing. That's true. Let's just upgrade the shelter properly. Just then, Lin Feng received a transaction request. I have a top-of-the-line facility here. Can we add each other as friends? Chapter 55 Miniature Symbiotic Ecosystem. Upon seeing this message, Lin Feng accepted the friend request. Huang Sheng, hello boss. Lin Feng, you know me? Huang Sheng. My shelter was level 2 before, and I thought that level was enough. But after seeing the message from the expert, I got anxious and finally upgraded my shelter to level 3 today. I'm afraid that a level 3 shelter won't be able to withstand the coming winter, so I want to upgrade to level 4 before winter arrives. Lin Feng, you need high quality, or? Huang Sheng, yes, I've collected some myself, but the quantity is far from enough. I also want to trade with others, but their offers are too low. I'll send you the facility information first. 2 photos were sent over. One was a picture of a huge rectangular ecosphere, and the other contained its detailed information. Name, Miniature Symbiotic Ecosystem Tank. Quality, excellent. Description, this is an ecological fish tank with purification and nourishment effects. Simply add aquatic plants, algae, fish, and small shrimp to it to form an ecological cycle structure. It has a built-in microspace capability, and its exterior is an ecological tank that is 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1.5 meters high, but its internal space is 3 times the actual size. When Lin Feng saw the figure of 3 times, he was stunned for a moment. This is equivalent to setting up a fairly large pond indoors, which can raise a large number of fish and even achieve permanent fish supply by relying on its own effects. As long as there are fish in it, he will never lack fish to eat in the future. Lin Feng couldn't understand why the other party would trade this item, mainly because its value is too high. The trading channel isn't devoid of people trading fish. There are even plenty of live fish, as well as aquatic plants and other similar items. If all else fails, he can fish in a river. With this, I can use it not only this winter, but also for a long time to come. For such long-term facilities, it's likely that many people wouldn't easily put them up for sale. If the other party is so poor that they have no other choice but to trade resources to upgrade their shelter, then that's perfectly understandable. But his shelter is already level 3. Could it be that he wants to collect enough resources to upgrade to level 4 on his own? Lin Feng, your terrarium is very useful. What do you want to trade it for? If you're asking for all the resources from level 3 to 4, I'm sorry, I can't do that. Huang Sheng, not that much, just all the fine stones, wood, and iron will do. In addition, I need 50 caddies of meat. Lin Feng was relieved to see the terms of the deal, but he wouldn't actually give them to the other party. After some haggling, he agreed to give the other party all the best resources, plus 30 caddies of meat. When the transaction was completed, what appeared in front of Lin Feng was a huge fish tank. He specially made a table to put the fish tank on. He poured a large amount of river water into it, and the ecological tank automatically began to purify it. Lin Feng went out again and scooped out about 10 fish and a bunch of river shrimp from the pond, putting them into the ecological tank. The fish, which originally weighed about 10 kilograms, shrank considerably the moment it was placed in the tank. From the outside, it looked only about half the size of a palm. Lin Feng clicked his tongue in praise, saying that this miniature symbiotic ecological tank was quite effective. He searched the trading channel and traded 2 types of algae, giant algae and blue light algae. The former is a large type of algae that can be fed to fish and used in stews, similar to kelp. The latter emits blue light at night. He also traded 3 types of aquatic plants, bubble plant, which generates bubbles containing oxygen, coral plant, and clear water plant. Seeing the green gradually appear in the aquarium, Lin Feng felt like someone who had received a toy and began to think of ways to add fish to it. He traded various kinds of fish, such as koi, flounder, and ice fish. After working for a while, Lin Feng sat in front of the fireplace, looking at the terrarium, feeling a sense of genuine joy. The fishing enthusiast, the landscaping enthusiast, now all that's missing is a plastic modeler. Lin Feng also wanted to be a gloom maker, but unfortunately there weren't any parts for him to assemble here. Another transaction message came in. The other party said he had a facility he needed to trade and wanted to add him as a friend to discuss it in detail. Lin Feng naturally agreed. He would accept anyone willing to trade facilities. Yu Hong, hello. I'd like to trade food with you. Sweet potatoes and fish. I need 60 caddies of each. Please take a look at my goods before making a decision. After the photo was sent, Lin Feng opened it, but didn't immediately send a message. Instead, he started to think about it. Name, flesh furnace. Quality, excellent. Description, flesh and blood can be put into it for smelting. The furnace will fully temper the flesh and blood to produce flesh and blood essence potion. Drinking it can improve one's physical fitness and has a certain probability of extracting the abilities of the creature from which the flesh and blood originated. To use the furnace, you must first invest 50 pieces of flesh each time. He seems to have a connection with items related to flesh and blood. First, he obtained a high-quality flesh and blood weaving machine from a flesh and blood treasure chest. Then he created a flesh and blood curse balloon, and now he has seen a flesh and blood furnace. They all use a pre-feeding system, almost like a series of construction facilities. This flesh furnace is, well, a huge item that consumes meat. Most survivors simply can't afford to keep it. Even Lin Feng isn't sure he can use it multiple times. At most, he'll try it out to see what this flesh essence potion is all about. Lin Feng thought about it and decided to go ahead with the deal, but he definitely wouldn't give up that much stuff. After some twists and turns, the other party agreed to trade 40 caddies of sweet potatoes and 20 caddies of fish. The flesh furnace looks strange. It resembles a monster with its skin peeled off and flesh exposed, its mouth wide open, which is somewhat frightening at first glance. He hasn't used it yet. After all, he's a little reluctant to invest 50 units of flesh and blood at once. Just then, a line of text appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Congratulations to the survivor for collecting 3 flesh-related buildings, fulfilling the minimum requirements of Blood Butcher, and receiving the reward from Blood Butcher. Congratulations to the survivor for acquiring the building, the Altar of Flesh and Blood. Altar of Flesh and Blood. After being built, it allows for the use of flesh and blood as sacrifices, which can randomly yield items. Lin Feng. He was right. These things were indeed from the Flesh and Blood series. As for what this blood-slaughtering duke was, that remained a mystery. As for the Flesh and Blood altar, it had no level, and Lin Feng was considering whether to set it up. After thinking it over, he decided to give up on it for the time being. The main thing is that this title of Grand Duke sounds like a ruthless character, and who knows what might happen if you make contact with him. After trading 2 building facilities, Lin Feng realized a problem. It seems the survivors are really panicking. They all want to upgrade their shelter level before the newbie protection period ends. Chapter 56 Beef Pie. Lin Feng thought this approach was correct. If you can't even survive, why keep all those good things? Trade resources as soon as possible to improve yourself. Only by surviving can there be hope. As he was thinking this, Lin Feng realized that he was hungry again. He was a little puzzled, but didn't think much of it. It was probably because he had been running around all day and had exhausted too much energy. Lin Feng threw 3 sweet potatoes into the fire, and then placed 3 large pieces of beef steak on the stone slab. He thought for a moment, and since he had flour, he could make some pancakes to eat. Without further ado, Lin Feng went to the kitchen, poured flour into a bowl, added purified water, and kneaded it until it gradually formed a dough. While the meat was resting, Lin Feng thought that since he had some meat on hand, he could make a meat pie. He took out a piece of beef and began chopping it repeatedly with a cleaver. In the past, chopping beef would have been hard work, and a meat grinder was usually used. But now he found it quite easy. His strength had indeed increased considerably, and he chopped the beef in no time. As for seasonings like scallions and ginger, he had already traded quite a bit of them in the trading channel, chopped them into minced meat, and added them to the meat. Without cooking wine, he had to omit it. As for light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and chicken bouillon, Lin Feng found soy sauce in the trading channel and traded it for sweet potatoes. Besides these items, Lin Feng also traded about 10 onions. He planned to plant some of them, and chopped up 2 of them to add to the minced meat, roughly in a 1-to-1 ratio. Lin Feng set the minced meat aside and waited for the dough to rise while looking at the chat channel. Someone posted photos of themselves eating meat, and quite proudly at that. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then took 2 photos and sent them out. The chat channel exploded. Holy crap, you're a true master. We're just eating berries now, and you're already making pies. Wow, this guy is awesome. Boss, I haven't had a pie in ages. Can we make a trade? I'm willing to give up 10 units of wood. Upstairs, you must be dreaming. You think you can get a pie with just 10 units of wood? I'm so envious. I'm so hungry. I want to eat hamburgers, snail, rice noodles, ramen, fried chicken. Stop talking. You're making my mouth water. Lin Feng laughed heartily. After the dough had risen for about half an hour, he kneaded it, let it rise for a while longer, and then kneaded it into a long strip before cutting it into small pieces. Use a piece of wood of uniform thickness with the outer skin peeled off as a rolling pin to roll out the dough into small, roughly equal-sized wrappers, and then fill them with ground beef. Since he made it himself, Lin Feng was quite generous, resulting in a standard thin crust and thick filling. Before long, 6 pies were placed on the table. He placed the pie on a wooden board and went to the living room. Since there were no electric griddles, ovens, or other such items, Lin Feng decided to use the most primitive method. Slate. As for the oil, that's even simpler. The beef rendered a lot of oil as it was grilled, making a wonderful sizzling sound on the stone slab. Once the beef was cooked, Lin Feng ate the meat while placing the pie on top. With a sizzling sound, the dough colliding with the oil is like pleasant music. Lin Feng hummed a song, flipping the pie over from time to time. Before long, the crust was baked to a golden brown. He estimated it was almost done and took a bite. Even though it was very hot, the rich aroma of the pie still wafted out, hitting my nose and mouth. Sha sha dow dow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, here we come. Lin Feng blew on the pie, unwilling to put it down. The filling juices were oozing out from the dough, so plentiful and rich. He took a photo, then decided to record a video and posted it in the chat channel. The delicious pies immediately whetted the survivors' taste buds, and they began to tell each other what they wanted to eat. Lin Feng had already eaten 2 pies, and the feeling of satisfaction was like that of someone who had been starving for a long time, finally eating what they had been craving. Suddenly, someone messaged him to make a deal. The 2 dishes being traded were seafood steak and chicken leg rice. He was capable of making both dishes, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the food made using the recipes had special effects. Seafood and steak can restore physical strength, enhance physical fitness, and improve endurance. Chicken leg rice is for increasing speed. The other party wanted to trade for pies, but Lin Feng refused. He didn't have enough for himself. Unexpectedly, the other party persisted and added 2 more recipes, one for plum wine and one for berry wine. Lin Feng laughed when he saw this. Just how greedy this guy must be. He thought about it and realized that exchanging 1 pie for 4 recipes was quite a good deal. After the transaction was completed, the other party requested to add the other party as a friend. Bien Hongsheng. Hello, I am a chef, and I used to work in social media, shooting restaurant review videos. Lin Feng. Oh, I didn't expect it to be you. I used to follow you and often watch your videos. They were of very high quality. Bien Hongsheng. That's great. Thank you for your attention. My talent is related to food, and the food I make has special effects. If you want to eat delicious food that can also improve your strength, you can come to me. Lin Feng, what special effects? The other party sent 3 pictures. Berry cheese, it can be invigorating. Grilled steak, can enhance strength and improve physical condition. Spicy and sour fish, sour and spicy, delicious and appetizing. It can increase your resistance to cold for 15 minutes. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng stroked his chin, remarking that the talent was indeed quite good. Before he could think much about it, the other party requested a trade, offering 3 types of food in exchange for 1 unit of his wood. Lin Feng agreed, and 3 dishes appeared on the table. He first checked them, and after the system's analysis confirmed that there was no poison, he tasted them. The berry cheese tastes quite good, with a sweet and sour flavor and a thick texture. The sourness of the berries balances the milky taste, making it easy to eat without feeling guilty. As for the grilled steak, he had just eaten 2 pieces, but compared to the others, it was like heaven and earth. He thought he could cook, but others just had a natural talent for food. Lin Feng, your talent is quite remarkable. If I ever get the ingredients, I'll ask you to cook for me. He knew what the other party meant. They simply wanted to use his culinary talent to befriend him, making it easier to collect resources in the future. Of course, he only considered the other party as a backup, since it was something he was going to eat. He wouldn't have dared to eat it if the disaster game system hadn't detected it. Lin Feng picked up another pie, and as he was eating it, the transaction notification sounded again. Perhaps this is the trouble of happiness. Boss, I have a few good things here. Can we trade? I'm sure you'll find them useful. Chapter 57 Chong Yu's Scheme. Faced with a business opportunity offered to him, Lin Feng naturally agreed to the other party's friend request. Meng Shuqi, boss, can I trade with you for resources to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, as well as some meat and food? After that sentence was sent, several pictures followed. Name, nursery for seedling growth. Quality, excellent. Description, seeds of inferior quality planted in this nursery will have their growth time reduced by half. Automatic sprinkler blueprints, automatic feeding trough blueprints, chicken farm construction blueprints. Name, affectionate animal pen. Quality, average. Description, it has an innate affinity, and ordinary level wild beasts living in this pen will gradually be tamed. Lin Feng, your items are not bad, but there aren't many that can be traded. Meng Shuqi, then give me meat. I can use meat to trade resources with others, but I need 100 gene. Lin Feng, you're asking for an exorbitant amount, aren't you? Goodbye, don't bother seeing me out. Meng Shuqi, boss, I can cooperate with you. I have a lot of rare resources here that will definitely satisfy you. Lin Feng, I don't need it. Meng Shuqi, how about 80 gene? Lin Feng, 40 pounds, I guess. Meng Shuqi, okay, 40 gene it is. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. It seemed he wasn't very good at bargaining. However, he He didn't expect the other party to agree so readily, considering that these items were actually quite valuable. Anyway, the deal was done, and after Lin Feng got his hands on it, he placed the fertilization nursery in the yard. As for the animal pen, he placed it together with the high-quality animal pen and also put the cattle trough in there. The blueprints for the chicken farm, however, didn't require many materials, so he built it as well. The chicken farm is not large and was built in a corner of the yard to avoid affecting other facilities. Back in the living room, Lin Feng considered that he had quite a lot of equipment, but what he lacked now were seeds and animals. He traded for 8 kinds of crop seeds through the trading channel, planted them, and also traded for 2 cows, which he placed in the friendly animal pen. He also had a high-quality taming rope that could tame magical beasts. Lin Feng was thinking of trading for a powerful wild beast, but he found that there wasn't one in the entire trading channel. Thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. We kill and eat ordinary wild animals, but it's probably impossible for anyone to kill high-quality wild animals nowadays. He organized the food he had on hand and decided to stop trading with meat since he still needed to prepare for winter. He chose to use water from the moon well instead. Many survivors would likely need this well water, which can heal injuries. Just as he expected, as soon as it was listed, a large number of survivors came to send messages, and most of them were of relatively high level. As for the transaction price, Lin Feng still insisted on blueprints, scrolls, facilities, etc., since he didn't have much moon well water left. Lin Feng rejected several transaction requests in succession. To reiterate, he doesn't lack basic resources right now. That's the advantage of having a lot of resources. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that he was definitely not a top-tier survivor. He understood the principle that there are always people better than him and mountains beyond mountains. What he needs to do is to continuously strengthen and improve his own advantages, so as to always stay ahead of other survivors. In a level 4 shelter, Changyu looked at the chat interface in front of him, and a scroll in his hand showed that he was only missing one person. Damn Lin Feng, I never expected to have such a good thing as moon well water. If Li Jiniao finds out, she will definitely try to trade for it. After all, only in the hands of pharmacists like her can the water from the moon well unleash its full power. It's a pity. I sent 3 people to trade with him, but he refused each time. Lin Feng wants to trade for something better, and he's just one person short. I can't let all my efforts go to waste. The scroll in Chang Yu's hand exuded a strong bloody smell and looked like a living thing, constantly writhing. This is the scroll that Chang Xian took out earlier. Its effect is terrifying, but the prerequisites are also extremely demanding. First, you need to know the other person's name. Second, you need to know that multiple people have had relationships with the other person, including friends and family. If not, then you can only choose other relationships, such as transactional relationships, but these also have strict requirements. When trading with someone, the transaction cannot be equitable. The exchange must be conducted using goods of higher value than the other party. This is also known as a compensation mechanism. Fortunately, he had a few obedient subordinates to trade with Lin Feng. He was just one short when the other party changed the terms of the deal. The Moonwell water is highly effective and valuable. If one were to trade something of higher value, only he would be willing to make the move. Changyu pondered for a moment, then took out a key from a box on the side. It looked strange, like a candy. He contacted someone and traded the key to them. Lin Feng, I told you, you'll regret offending me. To us, you're nothing more than a little bug who got a bit of luck. The true pinnacle is a place you can never reach. Ah. Changyu laughed heartily, his face full of excitement. He couldn't wait to see the scroll take effect. Lin Feng received another transaction request. After looking at the photos of the items sent by the other party, he hesitated for a moment and then agreed to the transaction. What appeared in his hand was a key that looked like a candy. Name: Food Kingdom Smuggling Key. Description: insert the key into the lock to open the door to the food paradise. After one use, it can only be used again after 3 months. Note: Gourmet Kingdom, a place where delicious food is everywhere. Trust me, you will have a rewarding experience there. Lin Feng had only one attitude towards keys with such special abilities. Collect them, if you can. He felt that similar items would be of great use sooner or later. Ha ha, it's done. Lin Feng, You will experience a despair as deep as an abyss. You didn't expect this, did you? These people you're dealing with are all my men. I am Chan Igreku. Lin Feng's friend messages kept popping up. When he opened them, he found that several friends who had just made a transaction were sending him messages like crazy. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically when he saw the name Changyu. He quickly sent a message asking what he wanted to do. You'll see soon enough. We've been preparing for this plan for a long time. Sure enough, no one can resist the bait that's been delivered to their door. I will make you a puppet, a stepping stone for me to reach the highest point. After all, someone like you from the bottom has no idea about our situation. Before the cataclysmic game, this world was already divided into multiple classes. Do you think that everyone in the world who comes here will start from the same starting line? How naive, ridiculous, and foolish. Chapter 58 Curse Backlash, Stealing the Opponent's Talent. Lin Feng's expression was solemn. He didn't know if the other party was deliberately teasing him or if there was another reason. Instead of chatting with just one person, they sent messages through multiple people. Don't underestimate the servility of ordinary people or the leadership abilities of us in the upper class, especially when you have talent. Our development speed far exceeds your imagination. To tell you the truth, the 10 Elders Alliance is only a mid-level alliance among many alliances, but even so, it still crushes you trash. Human nature is inherently flawed. Infighting, backstabbing, distrust of others. It makes it impossible for you survivors to form alliances. Those survivors at the bottom will only continue to fight amongst themselves and will eventually have to depend on us. To put it bluntly, history cannot be changed, no matter how powerful you are. Lin Feng, it's ridiculous to see you reminding those trash in the chat channel. Do you think no one else has upgraded their shelter to level 4? Why didn't they remind you? The purpose is very simple. What they want is for ordinary survivors to work for them, never to be able to turn their lives around. But I didn't expect you to have so many good things. It's amazing. If I get everything from you, I can upgrade my shelter to level 5. You know what? I'm a big gambler, especially at crucial moments. I'll take a big gamble. You say I have a powerful background that allowed me to get the boss's position, but actually I got it through gambling. So, I'm taking the gamble again this time. I know that the people in the 10 Elders Alliance look down on me, but they only need my talent. But from today onwards, I am the leader of the 10 Elders Alliance. Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly grim. He had no idea what had happened. Here it comes. The scroll effect is activated. Suddenly, Lin Feng noticed that the living room was filled with blood mist, and he didn't know where the blood mist came from. The pungent smell of blood enveloped him, and then it rushed towards him. Warning, warning. The survivor has been affected by the blood and flesh curse scroll used by Changyu. Due to the large amount of flesh and blood applied by the other party, the curse will control the cursed person to do one thing. Almost instantly, Lin Feng knew Changyu's plan. He wanted to control himself and transfer all his resources to the other party. No. Lin Feng kept retreating, but he couldn't stop the blood mist at all. Just then, the blood and flesh curse balloon floating beside his shoulder suddenly burst open its mouth and sucked in all the blood mist. Note, due to the strength of this curse, digestion requires the consumption of 100 units of flesh and blood. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng directly invested 100 units of flesh and blood. He then saw the flesh and blood curse balloon become more lively, and its body turned even more crimson. Seeing the information displayed above about the curse digestion and related content about the blood and flesh curse, he gritted his teeth. Damn, I never thought there were such eerie things. If he hadn't been bound to the blood curse balloon, he would have really been doomed this time. On the other side, Changyu, who was feeling smug and dreaming of a wonderful life, suddenly noticed that blood mist was appearing around him. A warning message appeared. Warning, warning, your curse has failed, and you are suffering from the backlash of the curse. How is this possible? Changyu's expression changed drastically, and his pupils contracted sharply. This scroll of flesh and blood curse is extremely rare. Even you, Changxian, who specializes in finding resources, said that he had gone to great lengths to obtain it. It's simply impossible to fight the curse. No, absolutely not. Now it was Changyu's turn to keep backing away, but he bumped into a chair and fell to the ground. The blood mist rushed into his body. No! A sharp and mournful sound rang out. As the blood mist dissipated, Chang Yu looked as if he had aged 20 years. His hair turned gray, his face became wrinkled, and he lost all his energy. You should know that he had previously relied on a special fruit issued by the 10 Elders Alliance to increase his lifespan, but now he suddenly looks like an 80-year-old man. I Lin Feng you. His voice was old and slow. I hate it. When he realized he had lost something, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. When Lin Feng saw the blood mist reappear, his heart skipped a beat. What was going on? Wasn't the curse supposed to have disappeared? The blood and flesh curse balloons around him did not react at all, and Lin Feng watched as the blood mist entered his body. An indescribable feeling of comfort rose from my body and instantly spread to every part of my body. Lin Feng couldn't help but make a sound. He felt that his strength, stamina, and spirit had all increased. If he felt like he was back to 18 years old before, now he felt like he had an extra 18 years of strength and energy on top of that. Lin Feng finally snapped out of his daze and saw that a lot of impurities had appeared on his body, emitting an unpleasant odor. When you reach out and touch it, it's oily and you can't wipe it off at all. Lin Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he ran straight to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and as the hot water washed over him, the grease flowed down with the water. Lin Feng washed himself 3 times with soap before he could clean all the impurities off his body. He felt refreshed, and his physique improved, with clearly visible 8-pack abs and bright, piercing eyes. After changing his clothes, Lin Feng returned to the living room, but his stomach started growling. While he was cooking, he also checked what was wrong with him. Warning! Chang Yu failed to use the blood and flesh curse and suffer backlash. Due to the opponent increasing the power of the curse, the backlash effect has been amplified. Survivor Lin Feng has received 15 years of lifespan from Chang Yu, including his energy, spirit, physical strength, and everything else. Survivor Lin Feng obtained Chang Yu's items: excellent quality craftsman's forging furnace, excellent quality gem tree seed, no quality phoenix feather fragment, special quality doomsday library card, and 2 messages from the Heavenly Palace. Survivor Lin Feng has acquired Chang Yu's innate ability, the Construction Maniac. 3 consecutive notification messages left Lin Feng speechless with shock. Chang Yu had gone all in, but failed. Then he received a large amount of treasure. No wonder my physical strength has increased so much. It turns out it's 15 years of the other person's strength. Lin Feng eagerly looked at what he had obtained. A craftsman's forging furnace, made by the other party, which had the attribute of reducing forging time. Gem tree seed, 3, can be planted and will gradually grow into a gem tree, bearing gems. It is currently unknown what kind of gems it will produce. Phoenix feather fragments, the legendary feathers of the phoenix, have lost most of their power. The library card for the Doomsday Library allows you to see what kind of apocalypse will happen in the future, whether it's in your own area or in other survivor areas. Chapter 59, Heavenly Palace Information. When Lin Feng opened the 2 messages from the Heavenly Palace, he was slightly taken aback. Only then did he understand why Chang Yu had said those things. I've obtained a high-quality building that can rapidly promote plant growth. The warehouse currently holds 500 kilograms of grain, and I estimate this harvest will yield another 300 kilograms. The Heavenly Palace truly lives up to its name. It actually possesses something like this. If one were to consume it, it could add 100 years to one's lifespan. What is the Heavenly Palace? Who are these survivors? Since they had so much food, why didn't they post even the slightest message in the chat or survival channels? Chang Yu might know, but Lin Feng knew that even if he asked, the other party wouldn't answer. He then looked at the last one. To be honest, when he was browsing the chat channel earlier, some people were asking if it was possible to obtain dual talents, and at that time many people said it was wishful thinking. Some people say they've seen information about people with dual talents, but they don't know how to acquire them. I never expected that he would actually have one now. Construction Maniac significantly increases the attributes of buildings, reduces construction time and materials, and can randomly apply special effects to buildings. A professional talent born for construction has now fallen into his hands. After reviewing the talent information, Lin Feng casually crafted a chair. An additional effect appeared on the chair. Sturdy, This chair is exceptionally sturdy. Lin Feng tried tapping it and found that this chair with a special effect was much sturdier than an ordinary chair. After a moment's thought, he created another small trap, which also had special effects added to it. Delicious little traps. When wild animals see them, they will think they are their favorite food and will willingly walk into them. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This ability was a bit too useful. He created several items in succession and found that the additional effects of this ability were completely random. Some effects not only have no positive effect, but also affect the use of the product. For example, he made a table that was floppy and limp like a gummy candy. They also created an axe that refused to work. When used, there was a 15% chance that the axe would stop working and fail to chop. In other words, when you want to build some special buildings, you still need to be more careful to avoid doing something unnecessary and having the opposite effect. A message popped up in the chat channel, and Lin Feng saw that it was sent by Changyu through one of the people. Lin Feng, you have taken everything from me. I might even be expelled from the 10 Elders Alliance, but I swear I will make you suffer a terrible death in the future. So you're turning the tables on the bad guys, huh? If you hadn't been so arrogant and looked down on people from the start, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Besides, it's all your own fault. After sending the message, Lin Feng blocked all of them. He suddenly looked at the blood and flesh curse balloon next to him. He had previously stored a curse in it, and he had put in 50 pieces of blood and flesh to curse Changyu. The black claws on the balloon disappeared instantly, but he had no idea what the effect would be. Lin Feng finished the remaining pie and ate 2 sweet potatoes before feeling a little better. He then opened the group messages. Lin Feng, hermit everyone. Do you know about the Heavenly Palace? Shu Jiner, Xingxing never heard of it. Is it some kind of mysterious organization? Could it be that you've discovered a native organization of this world? Bai Chun, Emperor friend, why would you suddenly ask about the Heavenly Palace? Lin Feng, the hermit, it seems you know. I just got a little information about them. Bai Chun, Emperor, I know some things. Shall we share our knowledge? Shu Jiner, Xingxing, don't chat privately. Just say it in the group. Although I don't know about the Heavenly Palace, I can offer some secret information to you in exchange. To show my sincerity, I'll say it first. Shu Jiner, Xingxing, there are other people in this world. I mean people other than the survivors. They don't speak our language, but they look somewhat similar to us. I have another piece of news. I've discovered a secret realm that will be opening soon. You should be able to get a lot of good stuff from it. Teams are allowed in the realm, so if you're interested, you can come and check it out. Bai Chun, Emperor, these 2 pieces of information are actually a bit unequal, but considering that we are both from the Tarot Club, I will just say it anyway. What I know about the Heavenly Palace is that they somehow occupied a certain building in this world. To be honest, I only have a vague understanding of it. It's similar to a cultivation sect. They're currently in the outer sect, but they're trying every means to occupy the inner sect. Shu Jiner, Xingxing, this is so unfair. Why are they so lucky, but we are not? Bai Chun, Emperor, actually, the Cataclysm game is quite fair. There are gains and losses. I don't know what they gain or lose. After seeing the message he sent, Lin Feng also sent out the 2 messages he knew. Song Xiangwen, Pope, I know what they lost. Freedom. Shu Jiner, Xingxing, why did they lose their freedom? Doesn't mean they were restricted or bound. Song Xiangwen, Pope, I don't know. I only know a little bit, but I can be sure of one thing. As long as our shelter level continues to improve, we will come into contact with them sooner or later. Shu Jiner, Xingxing, it's too difficult. I get a headache just looking at the upgrade requirements. Other things are fine, but iron ingots, copper ingots, and steel ingots. I have 3 forges in my shelter, and they're running from morning till night. Even so, it takes a long time to make enough materials. Then there's this premium grade wood, stone, and ore. This stuff is even rarer. At least until now, I don't have a single piece. I even doubt if it really exists. Bai Chun, Emperor, have you all decided on your development direction? If you want to upgrade to a level 5 shelter, it would be best if our tarot clubs joined forces. Shu Jiner, Xingxing, my area is right by the sea, so we have abundant aquatic resources, including salt, seafood, and so on. Currently, the shelter has a high-quality offshore fishing ground, which is a good place to develop aquaculture, but I also want to develop agriculture. Song Xiangwen, Pope, use war to sustain war. Bai Chun, Emperor, my approach is rather unconventional, with a somewhat distorted development direction, but I can provide a lot of information resources. What about hermits? Lin Feng, the hermit. I plan to develop agriculture, animal husbandry, and metallurgy all at once. Shu Jiner, Xing Wao, the hermit is amazing. He's obviously a big shot. He has 3 industries under one roof. I can understand the first 2, but this smelting, does that mean you have a lot of furnaces? Chapter 60, Do You Want a Mermaid? Survivors who have upgraded their shelter to level 4 are all worried about how to collect the resources needed for level 5. The other conditions are manageable, but the copper, iron, and steel ingots are a nightmare. Survivors all have forging equipment to some extent. They've tried forging before, and they're still working overtime to do it. Unfortunately, the forging efficiency is so low that it's outrageously low compared to planting and animal husbandry. Lin Feng's suggestion to develop smelting was indeed alarming to the members of the Tarot Club. Bai Chun, Emperor Brother, you're not planning to build a smelting production line outside the shelter, are you? As a member of the guild, I'll provide you with some information for free. The furnace has a significant impact on the shelter, affecting soil, moisture, air, temperature, and more. You must have built a furnace and know the principle of furnace forging. 1, 2, or even 4 or 5 furnaces wouldn't be a big problem, but if it's to become a production line, then you'll need more than 10. Once this is done, the air around the shelter will be polluted, you will smell unpleasant smoke every day, and the soil and water will be damaged. Even if you have a lot of high-quality soil, it will not be able to withstand it. As for the temperature, your shelter will become an oven, which is good for getting through the harsh winter, but I believe the consequences will definitely not be what you want to see. In short, modern smelters are also built in the suburbs. Shu Jiner, Xing, this is indeed a problem. It's understandable that ordinary survivors would do this to survive, but let's not do it. Song Xiangwen, Pope, a person who can use the name of a hermit should not be so short-sighted. It seems that you have your own destiny. Lin Feng, hermit, that's right. When I went out to explore today, I discovered a huge dwarven furnace that can carry out large-scale forging with extremely high efficiency, but the requirements are also very high. Bai Chun, Emperor, what is the approximate efficiency, and what are the requirements? Lin Feng knew the other person was interested as soon as he saw the message. When he saw the forging efficiency of the large furnace, he had an idea in mind. With his current resources, he could barely manage to use it, but it was somewhat counterproductive. Moreover, the collection of basic resources was also a problem. Ultimately, he was just one person, not a group of people. He can multitask, or even do 3 things at once, but he can't multitask. While watching the forge, you can't collect resources. The furnace has extremely high fuel requirements. Ordinary wood is simply not enough to support its operation, and Lin Feng doesn't have enough wood on hand right now. It would be a huge waste of time for him to acquire enough wood before forging it. Later, he came up with an idea, cooperation among Tarot Club members. Lin Feng sent over his estimated efficiency of the great furnace, along with the photos he had taken, to the group chat. Shu Jiner, Xing, my God, such a huge furnace. No wonder you said you wanted to develop smelting. You had a trump card all along. Bai Chun, Emperor, it seems that this furnace is neither too far nor too close to your shelter, so it won't affect you. However, furnaces usually consume a lot of fuel, and yours probably consumes twice as much. Lin Feng, Hermit, I've used ordinary wood, and let me put it this way, it's completely useless. To keep it running, you need at least high-quality wood. Also, I can reveal something. You saw those 2 pipes in the furnace, right? I suspect they're drawing fuel from underground lava. I was planning to continue exploring, but the defenses designed by the dwarves stopped me. Shu Jiner, Xing, this is troublesome. I don't have much wood here. How about this? Let's talk about which resources we have more of and see if we can complement each other. As I just said, I don't lack food, seafood, or salt. Bai Chun, Emperor, besides information resources, I only have some wind attribute resources. I do have quite a bit of spiral wood, but it would be difficult to provide it in large quantities. Song Xiangwen, Pope, I can provide plenty of meat, bones, blood, and all sorts of wild animal parts. In addition, I have a large amount of spider silk. Shu Jiner, Xing, this is awkward. It seems like we can't complement each other. What should we do? For a moment, the group fell silent. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. It wasn't surprising. If just finding a few survivors could complement each other, then this disaster game wouldn't be scary at all. A while later, A message was sent out in the group again. Bai Chun, Emperor, you have a large furnace there that can quickly forge the materials needed for level 5, but you lack basic resources. However, if you're really willing to put in some effort, you can actually gather them. You're willing to speak up simply because you want to help a few of us. Since we're all members of the Tarot Society, we should help each other out. Here's what we'll do. I can trade for wood and stone, and you can forge them yourself. I'll then pay you a usage fee, which we can discuss privately. Shu Jiner, Xing count me in. Song Xiangwen, the Pope me. Lin Feng sent a message saying okay, and then received a private message from Bai Chun. What Bai Chun said surprised Lin Feng. Bai Chun said he would take 20% of the wood and stone he traded as a usage fee, and he would also provide his own unique resources as compensation. To show his sincerity, he directly traded 50 units of threaded wood, 30 units of wind-sounding stone, and an egg. Bai Chun, I stole this bird egg. I stole 3 in total. I used 1 for trading, and I incubated the other one. I'm giving this one to you. If you're lucky, it can hatch, and you can keep it as a pet. Name, Thunderbird egg. Incubation requirements. Incubation must be carried out in a location with wind or thunder attributes. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Taming pets was something he really wanted to do. There were people in the chat channel who had tamed cows, sheep, and so on. If they can be hatched and tamed into pets, they could be used for aerial reconnaissance in the future. As for the wind and thunder attributes, Lin Feng opened each box and found 2 kinds of high-quality resources. Lightning-struck wood, skeleton of a one-horned bull. Lin Feng built a simple bird's nest using the wind-sounding stone, then placed the 2 materials inside before putting the wind-thunder bird egg inside. The environment has been set up, but it's unclear when the incubation will take place. At this moment, Lin Feng received another private message from Shu Jiner. Hermit, do you want a mermaid? Chapter 61, Taking a Bath. When Lin Feng saw this message, he was completely stunned. Mermaid? No. Do you really have mermaids in your ocean? Or is it something else? Lin Feng paused for a moment, then sent the message. Oh, it's a dugong, right? I heard they're very rare. Shu Jiner, not a dugong, but a real mermaid. After saying that, 2 photos were sent over. The photo shows a woman with long, wavy blonde hair leaning against a rock in the sea. It was taken from a distance. Just looking at her back gives people a feeling of beauty and grace, especially her fair skin, which, against the backdrop of the azure ocean, makes people feel excited the moment they see it. In the second photo, she is sitting on a rock, with a fishtail below her waist, pale blue in color, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. The human head and fishtail are so harmonious that they don't give people a disgusting feeling at all. For some reason, Lin Feng felt a moment of mental confusion the instant he saw it. He touched his nose and found it was a little hot, but there was no bleeding. Lin Feng, she really is a mermaid, but something's not right. Why do I have this strange urge when I look at the photo? He didn't hide his feelings. Lin Feng didn't consider himself a gentleman. As the saying goes, a beautiful woman is the object of a gentleman's affections. Even a virtuous person would seek it, let alone someone who is not a virtuous person. But he's someone who's seen countless female celebrities on screen. It's impossible for him to have such thoughts based on just one photo. Shu Jiner, wow, you're such an honest person telling me things like this. To be honest, when I saw it, I was even more impressed than you, and I even thought about pursuing her. Fortunately, a piece of equipment I was wearing that could resist mental attacks activated automatically, which calmed me down. At that time, I even doubted whether I liked girls. Later I learned that this mermaid's charm was for all living beings. I witnessed several monkeys on Monkey Island fighting over her, and the winner jumped into the sea and was eaten by the mermaid. Lin Feng, you want to give me something this fierce? I'm afraid even you can't catch it. Shu Jiner, I'm trying to figure out a way, but the mermaid is too cunning and hard to catch. But I promise you, once I catch her, I'll definitely give her to you. Lin Feng, you wouldn't happen to be the boss, would you? Your ability to make empty promises is too skillful. Putting aside such unreliable things, even if you really caught them, I can't support them. Shu Jiner, you found out. Actually, I'm an internet celebrity with 3 million followers, and I've read countless survival novels. Lin Feng, hold on. What you said sounds familiar. I remember when I first came to this disaster game, someone said something like that in the chat channel. Could it be you? Shu Jiner. To be honest, it is I. Lin Feng. Getting back to the point, tell me how you want to trade. Shu Jiner. There are two kinds, usage fees and remuneration. I'll give you 15% of the former, and the latter are these things. Several photos were sent over in a row. In addition to the tidal coral, kelp, and shrimp she posted before, there are two other types, sea salt and sea sand. Shu Jiner. Most of them are made of ordinary materials, and a small portion are of high quality. Is that all right? Lin Feng agreed to the deal. To put it another way, even if the other party gave him 10%, it would still be pure profit. This is the benefit of having a large forge. It helps them quickly gather the resources needed to upgrade their shelter to level 5. Shortly after, Song Xiangwen also sent a message. He was even more direct and straightforward, offering the same 20% usage fee as Bai Chun, plus a reward. As for the reward, it was quite in line with his nature of using war to sustain war, as all the items sent were animal-related items, such as flesh, bones, and so on. Among them are 5 pieces of high-quality beef, which, just by being taken out, exude a unique beef aroma. Song Xiangwen. Eating more high-quality food is good for your health. Lin Feng replied with a thank you. He had also noticed that his strength had increased significantly after eating the food earlier. It seems that this disaster game is not only about upgrading the shelter, but also about finding ways to improve the survivor's strength. The sound of burning charcoal in the fireplace prevented the room from becoming eerily quiet. Lin Feng picked up the wooden cup, took a sip of hot water, and looked at the intelligence reports from the past few days. Most of the work had been done very well, relying on information. There are only 3 places now: the Black Bear's Den and the Beehive, the Full Moon Night, and the Fallen Sanctuary. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the planting box, where he had planted a considerable number of pumpkins, which had already sprouted under the blessing of the elf wand. He had previously traded pumpkins, moonflowers, and other items in the trading channel, and now that he saw this information, Lin Feng decided to collect some more. Pumpkins were quite common in the trading channel, while crops like moonflowers were less common, but still available. Even though the other party had high trading requirements, Lin Feng agreed to the trade. Time passed quietly. Lin Feng added a few pieces of charcoal to the fireplace and went to the bathroom. He turned on the tap, and hot water gradually filled the bathtub. Lin Feng lay down inside. In this kind of weather, taking a hot bath was an extremely luxurious thing for them, the survivors. The water slid across his skin, and the pores all over his body opened, allowing the heat to seep into them. Calming, extremely comfortable. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The day's fatigue completely melted away at this moment, replaced by a sense of joy. After soaking for about 30 or 40 minutes, Lin Feng dried himself off and lay down on the bed. The thick mattress provides a soft touch, and the cotton quilt wraps the body completely. Lin Feng discovered that clothing, food, housing, and transportation are indeed 4 things that one cannot live without. In a warm environment, Lin Feng gradually drifted off to sleep. When he woke up, he found it was still dark outside. He looked around and saw that there were still 3 hours until daylight. Lin Feng was terribly hungry and had no desire to go back to sleep. He washed up first, then went to the kitchen, put 2 sweet potatoes in a pot, and prepared to cook them. I took out the meat again and made a simple stir-fried pork with chili peppers. While waiting, he looked at the chat channel. Many survivors had woken up, and most of them were talking about the end of the newbie protection period. Today is the last day, and they are wondering what will happen after it ends. Others plan to go out today to collect more materials so that the shelter wouldn't be empty. Last night was quite long. For many people, it felt like several days had passed as they did so much. For example, upgrading shelters and trading food have led to a significant reduction in their resource reserves. Chapter 62, Purple Spirit Squirrel. Suddenly, a message popped up from a friend. Lin Feng clicked on it and found that it was from Bai Chun. He had collected some resources and traded them to Lin Feng so that Bai Chun could help him forge the items. Lin Feng agreed to the other party's transaction request, and 2 boxes, roughly the size of a palm, appeared in front of him. Name: disposable package. Quality: average. Description: package with special wrapping paper. 1 pack contains 50 units of material. Once opened, it cannot be reused. Lin Feng picked up the box, weighed it in his hand, and found that it probably weighed only a few pounds. He tried putting it into the mushroom packet, but found it didn't work. This is quite convenient for carrying materials. Each set contains 50 units, and the box itself isn't very big. After packaging, it can be placed in a box, which greatly improves the indoor storage environment. Lin Feng sent a message asking how he obtained such a thing, as he wanted some too. Bai Chun traded him 5 ordinary wrapping papers and 1 high-quality wrapping paper, the latter capable of packaging 100 units of material. He also told Lin Feng that it was made by a survivor with a talent for origami. The materials needed for ordinary wrapping paper are common, but high-quality ones are rare. Consider these packages as payment for his trouble. No repayment is required. In addition, he can introduce this survivor to Lin Feng. Before long, someone requested to add him as a friend. After Lin Feng accepted, he also learned the other person's name. Zhongxing. Hello. My talent is related to origami. In addition to making wrapping paper, I can also make paper puppets. If you need them, you can trade with me. Then came several photos containing information about various paper puppets. Paper birds can fly briefly and store 5 seconds of vision. Paper frogs can be used to lure wild animals to attack. Paper swords, despite being made of paper, are just as sharp. What an interesting talent. Lin Feng thought of several origami bloggers he had followed before, who could even fold complex mythical beasts like dragons and phoenixes. In addition to these, there is also the price of the wrapping paper. The basic material for ordinary materials is 5 units, while food and meat wrapping paper is better. High-quality wrapping paper requires high-quality resources and is produced in small quantities, making it impossible to mass-produce. Lin Feng traded 20 sheets of parcel paper with the other party, including 5 sheets of high-quality parcel paper. He wrapped up the basic resources he had on hand, and the room, which had been cluttered and messy, suddenly became spacious. He had already considered it last night, and he would definitely go to the dwarven mine again during the day today to try his best to produce the materials needed for level 5 shelter. He worried that once winter came, he wouldn't be able to go out. Once the sweet potatoes were cooked, Lin Feng brought them to the living room and ate them heartily without even peeling them. Time flew by, and when it got light outside, Lin Feng was already ready. He opened the door, but was forced to back away by the cold wind. The temperature dropped sharply, and the cold wind felt like a knife scraping against my skin. Lin Feng was shocked. Wasn't it not winter yet? He quickly looked at the weather. Today's weather. It will be cloudy, and the temperature will continue to drop. Sunshine duration, 4 hours. Temperature, 6 to 11 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 55%. Wind speed, level 4. Lin Feng frowned. The daytime hours had suddenly decreased by an hour, which was not good news for the survivors, since there were so many things that could be done in an hour. Another issue is that the temperature has dropped quite a bit, and Lin Feng feels that the perceived temperature is even lower than the temperature marked on the weather forecast. He put on the camel hair coat that Tao Chuan had given him earlier, and only then did he feel warm. Stepping out of the room, today's information appeared before my eyes. 1. The purple spirit squirrel, which you previously emptied at the stored grain warehouse, has recently obtained some kind of opportunity that has allowed its bloodline to evolve. During this period, it is unable to go out to find food and can only search the surrounding area. 2. The black bear's winter reserves are nearing their end, but due to the sharp drop in temperature, it suddenly felt a sense of panic, feeling that there wasn't enough food, and prepared to search for high-quality food in the next few days. 3. The beasts of the fallen sanctuary have emerged. They will indiscriminately attack the surrounding creatures and collect flesh and blood, seemingly following some kind of command. 4. Winter is coming. Prepare for the winter. You will encounter unimaginable and terrible catastrophes. The 4 pieces of intelligence made Lin Feng's expression somewhat grim, especially the second one. The black bear's den was not far from the shelter, and the shelter would appear in the wild beast site once the novice protection period ended. Once the black bear spots him, it will inevitably attack, since high-quality food is meat. He had been busy with other things and hadn't dealt with the black bear, which left a potential problem. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng decided to deal with the first 2 pieces of intelligence first. As usual, he added materials to the forging furnace, pushed open the gate to the courtyard, and his goal was very clear. He had previously found a squirrel's nest and taken out a lot of hazelnuts, walnuts, and other food from it, but he never expected that this squirrel would have such a good opportunity. Soon, Lin Feng arrived at the big tree. He looked up at the squirrel's nest, climbed up, and found that there was plenty of food inside again. Following the principle that even a mosquito's leg is meat, Lin Feng packed everything into the mushroom bag. The squeaking sounds continued, and the purple squirrel hiding in the innermost part became anxious. This was the food it had painstakingly collected for so long, and seeing it being taken away by bad guys, it rushed over. It was about to grab the bad guy's hand with one claw, but the bad guy seemed to have known it would attack and decisively withdrew it. The purple squirrel was furious. It darted out from inside and climbed onto a branch, squeaking loudly. This was the first time Lin Feng had ever seen an orange-red squirrel. Its fluffy tail was like a large feather duster. Its whole body was covered in fur, and its eyes were incredibly lively. Its face had a human-like expression. It was angry, furious, and accusing. The squeaking sounds continued, and its little paws pointed at the squirrel's nest, as if to say, "You can't do that." Seeing such an adorable squirrel, Lin Feng was instantly charmed. He wanted to capture the purple spirit squirrel and tame it to be his pet, etc. Lin Feng then realized something was wrong. Why did the intelligence say it was a purple spirit squirrel, but the one in front of him was orange-red? Could not be a squirrel? Had he come to the wrong place? That shouldn't be the case. It really is a squirrel's nest. Immediately, Lin Feng seemed to understand that its orange-red fur was its original appearance, and it only became the purple spirit squirrel after obtaining a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 63, The First Pet. Being able to detect information and possessing considerable intelligence, Lin Feng increasingly wanted to catch the squirrel and make it his pet. He tentatively continued to take food out of the nest, and the purple spirit squirrel squeaked angrily. But it couldn't stop Lin Feng, so it just kept waving its little hands and trying to get closer to grab him from time to time. Lin Feng was also looking for an opportunity to catch the squirrel, but the squirrel was like a spirit. Whenever he had the thought of making a move, the purple spirit squirrel seemed to know in advance and dodged to the side with incredible agility. Lin Feng had wasted almost half an hour here, but still couldn't find a suitable opportunity. He had to give up. The daytime was simply too short to waste it all. After much thought, Lin Feng came up with a solution. Trap. He had set several small traps around the tree, but had never succeeded. He had initially thought that the wild animals in the forest were too cunning. Now it seems that it might have been because of this squirrel. Last night, he obtained Chong Yu's construction maniac skill, which had created a delicious little trap that allowed wild animals to see their favorite food. Lin Feng left, and the purple spirit squirrel followed him, darting up and down the tree. After about 10 meters, it became extremely uncomfortable and had to turn back. Seeing that the food she had painstakingly collected had been taken away by the bad guys, the purple spirit squirrel was so angry that its fur stood on end. It did not notice that a huge mushroom was approaching, lingered for a moment not far from the tree, and then left. The purple squirrel was on the verge of tears. Winter was coming, and it could sense that this winter would be extremely terrible, which was why it was working so hard to collect food. Who would have thought that its den had been raided a few days ago, and now it's back again? Seeing that there wasn't enough food to last it through the winter, the purple squirrel jumped around anxiously. It regretted not eating that strange fruit, which had now prevented it from running around at all. Just then, it smelled a rich aroma, a mixture of its favorite hazelnuts, chestnuts, pine nuts, peanuts, and other nuts. The aroma kept tantalizing its taste buds, making its mouth water. The purple squirrel darted out of its nest and looked around. It discovered a large amount of food on the ground ahead. Once it gets what it needs, it won't have to worry about food. But it had never seen food on the ground before. For some reason, the more purple spirit squirrel looked at it, the more it wanted to go there, as if it were a treasure trove full of delicious food. As the purple squirrel gradually approached, it remained cautious and did not reach out to take it, instead choosing to touch it with a twig. After confirming there was no danger, the purple spirit squirrel rushed over. Click! A crisp sound rang out. The purple squirrel was still holding the walnut when it discovered that a net had surrounded it. It was actually very fast, but it was so caught up in its own world that it didn't notice anything amiss, which led to it getting trapped. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The purple squirrel struggled fiercely, crashing into the trap like a red lightning bolt. The small trap couldn't withstand the impact and was about to shatter when Lin Feng rushed over. He tore open a scroll, and as the white light from it fell upon the purple spirit squirrel, it slowed down. A scroll to soothe wild beasts. The scroll alone did not have much effect, and the purple spirit squirrel went berserk again. Lin Feng activated the second ability of the mushroom hat to reduce the beast's hostility towards him. At the same time, he took out 2 scrolls, which he had traded when he set the trap. Wild Beast Affinity Scroll and Taming Potion. With both methods employed, the purple spirit squirrel stopped, its eyes filled with confusion as it looked at Lin Feng, feeling a sense of familiarity mixed with strangeness. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Feng took out the beginner contract scroll he had obtained a long time ago, tore it open, and white light enveloped the purple spirit squirrel. He was a little apprehensive, unsure if he could successfully tame the squirrel. As time quietly passed and the white light dissipated, the purple spirit squirrel looked at Lin Feng, its bright eyes blinking with curiosity and affection. Congratulations to the survivor for forming a contract with the purple spirit squirrel. You have gained its dependence and affection, and from now on, it will be your pet. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then an excited smile appeared on his face. It was a success. Lin Feng removed the small trap, and the purple spirit squirrel immediately jumped onto his shoulder, stroking his face with its furry tail, making Lin Feng's face itchy. Good. Lin Feng reached out and touched the little head of the purple spirit squirrel, which comfortably shook its head. These are all yours. After saying that, the purple squirrel jumped to the ground and began frantically stuffing hazelnuts, walnuts, and other items into its mouth. However, there were so many things that its mouth couldn't hold them all. How about I help you pack it? Lin Feng asked a question, and the purple spirit squirrel tilted its little head, seemingly considering it for a moment, before nodding. After packing everything into the mushroom bag, Lin Feng then checked the information about the purple spirit squirrel. Name: Purple Squirrel. Race: Squirrel Mutant. Quality: Common, Upcoming Evolution. Abilities: Treasure Hunting, Danger Perception, Extreme Speed. Description: This is a squirrel that lost its parents at a young age. It does not know who its parents are, but it has a special bloodline that allows it to sense danger and escape, as well as find various foods, which has enabled it to survive. Using its treasure hunting abilities, it found a strange plant that bore a fruit. After eating it, it promoted the evolution of its bloodline. Note: eating high-quality food helps its evolution. Lin Feng was surprised when he saw the abilities. There were 3 abilities, especially the treasure hunting one, which was definitely a must-have for going out. Could it be that one of its parents was a treasure hunting rat? Lin Feng guessed. Seeing the lively purple spirit squirrel darting around on him, Lin Feng thought for a moment, I can't just call you Squirrel Squirrel, so I'll give you a name. From now on, I'll call you Purple Spirit. The purple squirrel made a squeaking sound of agreement. Lin Feng returned to its den and took out all the food stored inside, since Ziling would be living with him in the shelter from now on. He jumped down from the tree and ran straight towards the black bear's den. As they got closer, Ziling called out anxiously, even grabbing his hair with her little paws. Lin Feng understood what it meant. This was the ability to sense danger, detecting that there was danger inside. Chapter 64: Killing the Black Bear. Lin Feng produced the Lava Armor Shield, a shield of superior quality with 3 perfectly matched abilities. With the shield protecting him, Lin Feng felt his safety level had increased significantly. In his other hand, he held a crossbow bolt, which had been acquired in a previous transaction and had been specially coated with a potent poison. Lin Feng slowly approached, but he did not enter the black bear's den. After all, that was its home ground. Using the mushroom hat's ability to conceal his presence, he began to set up traps in the surrounding area. This trap is not the small one that caught Ziling before, but a large trap with good results. After setting up a circle, Lin Feng approached the tree hole and took out a crystal that emitted icy power. This is a snow mountain ice crystal, something Shan Wenjia traded with him. The ice crystal can reliably release frost power, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. There were more than 20 of them in this handful, and Lin Feng felt his hand were about to freeze after just 2 seconds of taking them out. He dared not waste any time, so he threw the snow mountain ice crystals into it and then turned and ran. From within the dark tree hollow came the roar of a black bear, and dense, icy elements emanated from it. Immediately afterwards, a black bear over 3 meters tall rushed out, accompanied by a strong stench that even Lin Feng, who was far away, found unbearable. He suppressed a cough and paused for a moment when he saw the black bear's appearance. The black bear was enormous, but its fur was torn in many places, and the flesh was beginning to rot, with swarms of flies crawling all over it. The black bear looked quite terrible. One of its eyes was tightly closed, and it was unclear why. What happened to this black bear that could turn such a powerful creature in the mountains into this state? The black bear roared angrily, but it didn't notice the trap in front of it and stepped directly onto it. The trap was activated instantly and wrapped around the bear. Lin Feng realized this was a good opportunity. While the black bear was struggling, he quickly ran over, and an elven wand appeared in his hand, activating his third ability. Vines sprouted from the ground, binding the black bear tightly, with sharp thorns piercing its hide. The black bear roared to the sky and struggled frantically. The trap broke, but the vines still bound it. Lin Feng knew the principle of striking while the iron was hot, so he aimed his crossbow at the black bear's wound and fired repeatedly. The crossbow bolts, laden with deadly poison, pierced the bear's flesh, further fueling its ferocity. After firing 5 crossbow bolts in quick succession, Lin Feng turned and ran, not daring to linger in the fight. He just needs to wait for the toxin to spread and take effect. There's no need for him to get close. The black bear's roars and struggles grew weaker and weaker, and the vines became more and more firmly embedded in its flesh. About 10 minutes later, the black bear collapsed to the ground. Lin Feng first probed the area with a branch to confirm that the black bear was dead before walking over. He looked at the black bear's massive body, somewhat surprised that the situation had been handled so smoothly. Lin Feng took out the dwarf torch and turned to enter the tree hole. Compared to his first visit, with the help of the dwarf's torches, Lin Feng could see the situation inside the cave clearly. A large number of wild animal carcasses were piled up together, emitting a foul smell. Lin Feng even wondered if the black bear was sick. After wild animals rot, bacteria will grow, which is not good for the black bear itself. The snow crystals he had thrown in earlier were still scattered on the ground inside the tree hole. Lin Feng picked them up and put them in the mushroom bag, and the temperature inside stopped dropping. He carefully examined the animal carcasses and found that only some were rotten, while many were still very fresh and perfectly edible. He put all the beast carcasses into the mushroom, and the tree hole immediately became spacious. He then discovered a bronze treasure chest. The box was opened, revealing 3 items inside. Lin Feng didn't examine them closely, put them into his bag, and began exploring the other areas of the tree hole. The black bear's den was a mess, with wild animal carcasses, a large amount of crops, such as corn stalks with corn kernels on them, and whole wheat stalks scattered around. Lin Feng initially sorted the items, but he got tired of it, and simply packed them all up and took them with him. The parcel paper he had acquired in the previous transaction was now put to good use, and he placed the parcels one by one on his handcart. Lin Feng spent almost an hour here, but he gained a lot, even scraping the ground clean, because he discovered that there was an area where the ground was made of high-quality soil. Just as Lin Feng was about to come out, Ling, who had been on his shoulder, suddenly jumped down and came to a wall, pointing at it with her little paws. "You said there's something inside?" Lin Feng approached with the dwarf torch. The wall didn't look any different, but when he tapped it, it produced a hollow sound. "It's hollow inside." Lin Feng took out his iron axe and chopped it down hard. A crack appeared in the wall, and with his continuous chopping, an opening large enough for a person to enter was formed. Lin Feng walked over, the flames illuminating the surroundings, revealing numerous drawings on the walls. Because of the passage of time, the drawing was somewhat blurry, but he could barely make out some of it. Some people with snake heads and human bodies are kneeling before a huge statue whose features are indistinct, and then they engage in a war with strange-looking creatures. The large-scale illustrations depict the cruelty of war, the deaths of countless people, and the suffering of those who survive. As time passed, these snake-headed humans communicated with their enemies, seemingly reaching an agreement to cease hostilities, even engaging in friendly exchanges and marriage alliances. When the first child was born, it was a humanoid child, except that its head still looked like a snake's head. The rest of its body was all human-like. In subsequent scenes, their child becomes increasingly similar to a human, and in the final scene, the child is clearly a human. Lin Feng photographed all the drawings. He frowned, unable to understand the meaning of the drawings. Theories of human origins? There seemed to be far too many similar viewpoints, such as aliens or monkeys evolving from humans. Lin Feng was only curious for a moment, then stopped paying attention and began searching for any unusual items. I didn't expect there to be two treasure chests, one made of black iron and the other bronze. After taking the box and confirming that there was nothing inside, Lin Feng quickly pulled the cart back to the shelter. He dumped everything into the shelter, then took the pre-packed resources and ran towards the dwarven mine. Today's main task is still forging. Chapter 65, Wind Whisper Leaf. The purple squirrel darted back and forth on Lin Feng's shoulders from left to right, and would occasionally climb up a tree to pick a couple of fruits for him. Lin Feng munched on the fruit, his pace quick, and soon arrived at the cave. There was still only a little bit of stalactite fluid left. The purple squirrel darted over and licked the stalactite fluid clean, even showing a look of enjoyment. You like this? That makes things easier. I have plenty more here. Lin Feng took out a small cup of stalactite from the mushroom bag. Ziling immediately ran over, hugged the cup with both hands, and kept drinking it with a happy smile on her face. Lin Feng looked at the location of the underground river, but did not see any river clams. He then followed the mine tunnel to the area where the great furnace was located. He opened each of the packages, and the contents were immediately revealed. Lin Feng first threw high-quality wood into the large furnace, lit it, and the furnace began to operate. He then put in the minerals. The sounds of banging continued, and the flames were reflected in Lin Feng's eyes. Ziling, however, did not want to stay there. It felt extremely hot and darted away. Lin Feng didn't stop it. The purple spirit squirrel has the ability to sense danger, so there's no need to worry about it encountering danger. While waiting silently, Lin Feng opened the chat channel. Compared to the night, there were very few people speaking in the channel during the day. Everyone was actively searching for resources. Before long, the forged iron ingots, copper ingots, and steel ingots fell into different baskets, which Lin Feng then collected. The furnace is highly efficient. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can operate continuously. It's just a pity that it cannot be moved. Furthermore, Bai Chun had also said that he did not recommend building factories around the shelter, as that would have a significant impact on the residents. He took out sweet potatoes, lit a fire, placed the sweet potatoes aside, and then found a stone slab to roast the meat on. The sizzling sound of oil seeping out rang out continuously, and the aroma wafted out. After the food was baked, Lin Feng ate it heartily. He thought that when he had time in the evening, he should prepare more ready-to-eat food so that it would be convenient for him to go out and explore. Bai Chun, dressed in a feather outfit, was climbing a tree so large that dozens of people couldn't encircle it. He had already climbed 300 meters high, but when he looked up, there was still no end in sight. This is a tree called the Windwood. There are many around his shelter, and each one is enormous. So far, he has climbed more than 10 Windwoods, the shortest of which is 1,000 meters tall. Yesterday, with some effort and the help of the tools he had acquired through the trade, he climbed to the top of the tree and discovered a large number of bird nests and various kinds of birds. These birds used the branches as boundaries and did not interfere with each other. However, there were also times when fights broke out. He had originally planned to sit back and watch the two tigers fight, then take advantage of the situation to plunder resources, like a mantis stalking a cicada unaware of an oriole behind it. Unfortunately, these were all minor squabbles that didn't really escalate. It seems that a more powerful entity is stopping them. Bai Chun climbed the tree for two reasons. First, the wind tree was huge with many branches, and there would be many resources and boxes on these branches. Second, the wind tree will produce a special kind of leaf called the wind whisper leaf, which contains the messages that the wind tree learns through the wind. The world is vast, and there are countless pieces of information. The information that Feng Yuya knows is scattered and without any pattern. However, Bai Chen's talent was perfectly suited to this, and he learned many secrets through Feng Yuya. If we're talking about who knows the most secrets among the survivors, he dares to say he'd definitely be in the top 10. Just then, a friend message popped up. He quickly opened it and found that it was from Lin Feng, who said that a batch had been forged and was being sent to him first. Bai Chen checked the time and was somewhat surprised, not expecting the forging speed to be so fast. He agreed to the other party's transaction request, and his face lit up with joy as he saw the pieces of material. For him, the only difficult condition for upgrading the shelter from level 4 to level 5 was the first one. Now, with Lin Feng's help, it would shorten the time considerably, which was a good thing for them, the survivors. After replying with a thank you, Bai Chen continued climbing. He saw a bell-shaped leaf on a branch above, which was the so-called wind whisper leaf. He quickly climbed over, carefully picked the leaf, and hesitated for a moment. Bai Chen currently has 5 leaves, so he doesn't need to worry about not having enough. Should he use this leaf to investigate Lin Feng's whereabouts? With his talent, he could find out, but there's a very high probability that he'd only uncover a casual remark the other party made, which would be a complete waste. It is also possible to know what the other person will say in the future, which can be considered as foresight, but it is different from foresight. Bai Chen hesitated, but ultimately chose to use it. As her talent was activated, Feng Yip emitted a silvery sound before turning into dust. The powder was not blown away by the wind, but instead coalesced into a line of words. When he saw it, Bai Chen was stunned, his expression complicated. A gust of wind blew by, and the writing disappeared. Bai Chen paused for a moment, looked up, and then climbed up again. On a small island in the vast ocean, a shelter is located, and about a kilometer away from the island, a small boat is swaying with the waves. On the boat, Shu Jiner held binoculars and was looking at the distant reefs, where a very alluring mermaid was sunbathing. Her heart began to pound rapidly, and she could feel her blood vessels dilating. Shu Jiner quickly put down the binoculars. She had been observing this mermaid for a long time. If it were before, she wouldn't have been too worried, but the novice protection period was about to end, and the sanctuary would definitely appear in the sight of marine life. The mermaid was so eerie that she was genuinely afraid she would target her sanctuary. Numerous bubbles rose from the water, and then a green octopus appeared and crawled toward the boat. Its tentacles hold a variety of resources, including shrimp, fish, a king crab, and 2 units of stone. My dear, my little Zhang Zhang. Shu Jiner stroked the octopus and took out some dried small fish for it. This octopus is her contracted pet. It doesn't have any great abilities, but it's best at escaping. It's thanks to the octopus that she's been able to find a lot of resources in the ocean. The octopus's tentacles gestured on the deck, and Shu Jiner half-guessed and half-asked to understand a little. Is a giant beast in the ocean about to awaken? Her face turned grim, as if the regional disaster that had struck her area might be caused by a giant beast. Chapter 66, Do You Want to Get Revenge? The 10 Elders Alliance. Zhang Tianrui, planting TSK. I really didn't expect that you, Lao Chong, such a piece of trash, would be outmaneuvered by this brat. Now that you've lost your talent, there's no need for you to stay in our alliance anymore. Meng Junxian, Beast Tamer Sai, the newbie protection period is about to end. You've suffered a backlash from the curse, and you're probably going to lose too much. Although you didn't say it all, I'm sure you went all in. You wanted to gamble your way to the death, but now you've driven yourself into a dead end. You've lost your talent, and it seems you've also lost some good things. It's not that we brothers are heartless, but our 10 Elders Alliance doesn't accept trash. Li Jinyao, medical, don't be so heartless. Brother Chong has built a lot of useful buildings for us before. We can't just turn around and kick him out. Zhang Tianrui, planning, there's no other way. I think everyone knows how important talent is. Without talent, it's hard to survive in this cataclysmic game. Our 10 Elders Alliance isn't among the top alliances. There are many stronger ones. If one of us drags the alliance down and affects the development of the entire alliance, can you accept that? Changyu, architecture, please don't kick me out. Although I've lost my talent, I will definitely find a way to improve my strength, and I will never hold you back. Please, for the sake of our past friendship, don't be so heartless. Zhang Tianrui, planting blame Lin Feng. He ruined everything for you. Lao Yu, you are the vice leader. Star vote. A short while later, a poll appeared asking whether to support kicking Chang Yu out. In the shelter, Chang Yu saw that the number of people who agreed was constantly increasing, eventually reaching 6. The next moment, a notification message appeared. You have been kicked out of the group chat by the 10 Elders Alliance. Chang Yu clenched his hands tightly, his fingernails digging into his flesh, and blood dripped continuously from his palms. Lin Feng, I want you dead. Chang Yu was so angry that he vomited blood. Having already lost more than 10 years of his lifespan, he aged even more. Just then, a friend pop-up window lit up. Sun Hong Yu, do you want revenge? Do you want to get back into this industry? Chang Yu replied without hesitation. I want to, but what can I do? A picture was sent to me. Upon seeing the information above, Chang Yu's pupils constricted, and his face showed surprise. Sun Hong Yu, this scroll to enter the secret realm was hard-won for me. Nobody knows what's inside. You're a smart person, so you know why I'm giving it to you. Whether you choose it or not is entirely up to you. Chang Yu naturally understood that, to put it nicely, they were pioneers. To put it bluntly, they were trailblazers. He had heard of the secret realm, but didn't know much about it. It was said that there were great opportunities inside, and if one could obtain them, one could rise to great heights and become a person of high status. However, far too many people died inside. 2 of the 10 Elders Alliance members have been exploring the secret realm for many years and have obtained a large amount of high-quality resources, which is why their development speed far exceeds that of other survivors. He was afraid of dying, but he was also afraid of ending up dead. Why not take a chance? Maybe there's still a chance. After much deliberation, Chang Yu agreed, and the two had a detailed discussion. The newbie protection period ends today, and many people are eager to find resources, wishing they could make the most of every minute. Unfortunately, the days are getting shorter, and no matter how fast they speed up, they can't change that fact. Many people deeply regret not having tried harder at the beginning. Lin Feng stayed in front of the large furnace, continuously adding fuel and collecting the forged products. During this period, he did nothing but browse the chat and trading channels. Ziling darted back and forth, and on her way back, she found some high-quality resources, giving him a preliminary understanding of Ziling's treasure-hunting abilities. Inside the giant furnace, materials are continuously melted and forged. Daylight passed quickly, and with 20 minutes left before nightfall, Lin Feng stopped the furnace and took all the materials with him. He returned to the shelter, and soon darkness enveloped the land once more. Lin Feng added materials to the furnace in the yard, then checked on the cows in the animal pen and the seeds in the planting box before returning to the shelter. It was Ziling's first time entering the shelter. Her big eyes were full of curiosity as she kept jumping around and darting about. Lin Feng ignored it and instead organized his gains for the day. Aside from giving some of the forged products to the 3 people, the rest were all his own. Even after reaching a deal with them, Lin Feng still insisted on prioritizing the collection of all the upgrade materials for himself. 58 units of iron ingots, 43 units of copper ingots, and 25 units of steel ingots. The forging efficiency of the Great Forge is indeed fast. At this rate, I can gather all the upgrade materials after a few more visits. Upgrading the shelter requires 4 conditions. The first condition has been largely met, the second and third have been met, but the fourth is still far from being met. Lin Feng also searched for high-quality materials in the trading channel. To put it simply, he only found a handful, and the conditions offered by those sellers were extremely high. Even he was unwilling to trade them. His stomach started growling, and he decided to go get some food first. Tonight is destined to be a long night, and Lin Feng has already decided to take advantage of the long night to cook a proper meal. He first took the meat out and hung it on the smoking rack and smokehouse, using the smoke to make the meat last longer. Then put the sweet potatoes into a pot and start steaming them. This time, there were quite a few. Even if they cooled down after cooking, they could still be eaten on the spot. Then there's the flour. He has a baking station here, so he might as well make some whole wheat bread, which would be eaten alone or used as a filling for meat. While the dough was fermenting, he prepared the beef and set it aside. He then started boiling water, preparing to braise it. Place the river crabs and shrimp in a pot and steam them all. In the kitchen, Lin Feng was busy moving around. With everything prepared, He took out the food he had taken from the squirrel's nest earlier that day while waiting. Most of them were hazelnuts, walnuts, chestnuts, and the like. Lin Feng kept some to cook and eat, and gave the rest to Ziling. There's nothing we can do about it. Ziling just loves hoarding things. Next comes the main event. The black bear's den yielded a considerable amount of loot. When Lin Feng opened the package, the entire living room was immediately filled with all sorts of odds and ends, followed by an unpleasant smell. Lin Feng coughed from the choking, covered his nose, and began to tidy up. First, there were the carcasses of various wild animals. After removing the rotten flesh, the remaining flesh and blood were perfectly edible. Chapter 67 Heavenly Snake Egg. The number of wild animal carcasses exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. After being cut and sorted, there were 150 units of meat piled up on the table, but all of them were of ordinary quality. As for bones and organs, there were even more, all of which were placed separately. Blood, rotten flesh, and mangled fur were placed in compost bins for composting. After working for quite some time, Lin Feng finally cleaned up all the flesh and blood. He opened the window to let in some fresh air, and the cold wind outside made him shiver. Feeling the temperature, Lin Feng's expression became somewhat solemn. The temperature was dropping far too quickly at night. Even so, he didn't close the windows because the smell inside was too strong. Next, he began to organize the basic resources, such as wood, stone, ore, and food crops. The black bear den has a considerable amount of basic resources, especially wood, which may be because the black bears also want to use wood for warmth. Then there were the grain crops, including corn, wheat, and rice, all of which were uprooted whole. The corn cobs were piled up like a small mountain, and there were also a considerable amount of wheat and rice. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Since the black bear was able to obtain these crops, it seemed that there must be fertile land somewhere in the forest. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to get so much stuff. One by one, the packages were opened. Suddenly, Lin Feng staggered back 2 steps, his face filled with horror. Among the many miscellaneous resources, there was a man wearing ancient armor, his chest deeply sunken, seemingly killed by a black bear's paw. Only after confirming that it was a dead person did Lin Feng dare to approach. He carefully examined the person and found that their clothing and appearance were similar to those of people from ancient times. Judging from his appearance, he must have only been dead for a short time, as there were not many signs of decay on his body. Lin Feng touched his armor and found that it was just ordinary plate armor with little defensive power. Could this be a native creature in the game? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He had previously learned from the elf's diary that there were humans in this world, but he didn't know where they were. This corpse further confirms that Lin Feng never expected to see it in this way. After much deliberation, he took photos of the body and then placed it separately, intending to bury it during the day. At the very least, they should be laid to rest. With the resources mostly sorted out, Lin Feng also discovered an unexpected yet reasonable item. Honeycomb. Name: Crimson Spirit Beehive. Quality: average. Description: the hive that nurtured the crimson spirit bees originally possessed the potential to evolve into superior quality, but it was destroyed by a black bear. The queen bee was severely injured and on the verge of death, and a large number of crimson spirit bees died. The moment Lin Feng saw it, the idea of taming it arose in his mind. Honeycomb represents honey, which is a wonderful thing. It can be used to make drinks, added to bread, and so on. Moreover, bees are social creatures, and if domesticated as pets, they can even help him fight. Lin Feng took out water from the moon well and dripped it into the beehive. He stopped when he saw that the queen bee's breathing had stabilized slightly. He plans to wait until the queen bee is domesticated before fully treating her. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she escaped. We set the beehive aside for now, but unfortunately we couldn't find any honey. We don't know if the black bear ate it all. Lin Feng then took out the items from the treasure chest he had found in the black bear's den. The bronze treasure chest contains 3 items. The first item is a basic resource pack, which contains 30 units each of wood, stone, and iron ore. The second item is a windproof lighter, which can still be used to light a fire in windy weather. The third item was a large quantity of high-quality chili seeds, which he planted in the planting box. Lin Feng pursed his lips, somewhat dissatisfied. After all, this was a bronze treasure chest. He opened the 2 treasure chests he found behind the wall. The black iron chest contained 4 items: a winter hat, snow boots, a snake egg, and a broken sacrificial jar. Name: Heavenly Serpent Egg. Quality: unknown. Description: this is a snake egg left behind by the legendary Celestial Serpent Clan. After thousands of years of changes, the vitality inside has been reduced to the minimum. If it is not nourished by something containing vitality, it will die completely. Name: Sacrificial Jar, damaged. Description: a jar used for sacrifices by the Celestial Serpent Clan. Items can be placed inside for offerings. There may be no response, or you may receive unexpected rewards. Opportunity and danger coexist. Heavenly Serpents. Could it be that the race depicted in the murals is the Heavenly Serpents? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He recalled those snake-headed, human-bodied creatures and was somewhat puzzled, since logically, the Heavenly Serpents should be snakes. Unable to understand the reason, Lin Feng looked at the Heavenly Serpent Egg, which was about the size of an adult's fist. The entire egg was petrified, except for a small part at the top that remained normal. He tapped it, and the Heavenly Serpent Egg made a thumping sound. If he hadn't discovered it, this Celestial Serpent Egg would probably have become a fossil. Lin Feng was wondering whether he should help the Heavenly Serpent Egg. This thing was definitely not simple, and if he could tame it, it would be of great help to him. However, the prerequisite is that it can hatch, and things that nourish life are extremely rare. Fine, you're lucky to have run into me. I have 2 of them, and I don't want to see you go extinct. If you do hatch in the future, don't forget my kindness. Lin Feng took the wooden box, put the Heavenly Serpent Egg inside, and then took out the moon well water. As the water from a moon well was poured in, the snake egg shell began to bubble continuously, seemingly absorbing the life force within. As the well water gradually became shallower, Lin Feng continued to add water. His savings over the past few days had given him quite a bit of moon well water, but seeing how much the Heavenly Serpent Egg had absorbed made him a little worried. Would he still need to take out the stalactite liquid? Fortunately, the situation did not exceed his expectations. The Heavenly Serpent Egg seemed to have absorbed enough and stopped. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and placed the box next to the miniature symbiotic terrarium. He continued to open the last box, and the contents inside made him pause in surprise. There are only 2 items, but the information they contain is quite chilling. Name: Heavenly Serpent Flesh and Blood Jar. Description: it contains the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of celestial serpents. This is a sacrifice performed by the Celestial Serpent Clan over many years. Opening it without permission will result in being cursed by endless celestial serpents. Name: Heavenly Serpent Soul Fruit. Description: the fruit of the sacred tree of the Celestial Serpent Clan. After being consumed, the Celestial Serpent can refine its bloodline, enhance its lineage, and gain celestial serpent abilities. If other creatures consume it, they will most likely transform into celestial serpents. Well, I didn't expect them to be 2 completely useless things. Lin Feng looked at the Heavenly Serpent Eggs inside the wooden box. It seemed that the Heavenly Serpent Clan had planned everything out just to leave them for their descendants. Chapter 68, A Sentence from the Future. After putting these things away separately, Lin Feng went to the kitchen, where the aroma of sweet potatoes already filled the air. Lin Feng opened the iron pot, and the aroma of braised meat instantly wafted out. He tried to insert it with chopsticks, but it was too hard and he couldn't get them in. Without a pressure cooker, stewing meat in a regular iron pot would take at least an hour. That's all right. Anyway, tonight is going to be very long. He needs to wait until midnight to check the game evaluation. The dough had already fermented. Lin Feng had fermented quite a lot of dough, some of which he kept, and the rest he used to make bread. One by one, whole wheat breads were placed in the baking tray, where the dough was rapidly reacting under the heat of the flames. The remaining dough is used to steam buns. That way, when we go out to explore in the future, we could take out the buns, break them open, and stuff them with meat. They will be absolutely delicious. Outside the shelter, the cold wind howled, but inside, it was filled with the warmth of life. The sweet potatoes were cooked, so Lin Feng set them aside, washed the pot, and started stir-frying vegetables. Stir-fried green peppers with pork, stir-fried cabbage, hot and sour shredded potatoes, etc. Before long, the living room table was laden with food. Lin Feng brought over the roasted meat, and when he returned to the kitchen, he saw that the bread on the baking tray was already baked. The freshly baked bread exudes a rich aroma, with a crispy crust. One bite reveals a chewy, yet soft texture. I feel incredibly happy. He sat in the chair, eating toast and vegetables. All that was missing was a beer. Unfortunately, brewing wine is too difficult, and no one in the trading channel has obtained any. Lin Feng opened the chat channel and read the survivors' messages. Today is the last day of the newbie protection period. I'm inexplicably a little excited. I wonder what will happen. Anyway, I've done my best. The shelter has been upgraded to level 4, and we've collected a lot of food. Even if a real crisis occurs, we should be able to get through it. Sigh, I now deeply regret why I lay down earlier, which slowed down the development speed. Now we only have a level 3 shelter. Don't worry, we've only been in this cataclysmic game for 7 days. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any major danger. That's right, that's what I think too. Besides, the only known crisis right now is the coming winter. As long as we have enough supplies, we can just stay in a shelter until then. Ah, no. Your shelters are all at such a high level. I'm only at level 2. Upstairs, just bury him. It would have been one thing if you were at this level a few days ago. But haven't you made any effort at all these past few days? The big shots have already reminded us in the channel. It seems you didn't listen at all. If you look at my life, I have fruits, vegetables, and meat. Even if winter comes, I won't worry. A picture of food laid out on a table was posted, and like a fuse, survivors began posting their own resources. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He could tell that these survivors might not have the same quality of life as him, but they generally didn't lack food. This is good news, meaning that the survivors' chances of survival will be much higher. Lin Feng has always held the view that the more survivors who survive, the better. Only with a large number of survivors can more resources be collected and exchanged in the trading channel. Furthermore, chatting with each other can also reveal information about other areas to other survivors. Suddenly, a message from a friend popped up. Lin Feng clicked on it and found it was by Chun. By Chun, it looks like you've been in front of the furnace all day. Thanks, I'll give you a secret for free too. My talent, combined with things like Wind Whisper Leaf, allows me to know information about a person, possibly from the past, present, and possibly even the future. Today I received a Wind Whisper Leaf, and thinking of repaying your help, I used my talent to check it out and received a message. Sigh, I should have taken a gamble. I wouldn't be stuck in this shelter with nowhere to go. If I had another choice, I would definitely be a wanderer. Lin Feng, what do you mean? I don't understand. Bai Chun, I don't understand either. Haven't you said anything like this before? Lin Feng, no, I never said that. Bai Chun, that's what you said in the future. I don't know what you will encounter in the future, but as I understand it, you will definitely face a huge choice in the future, which may be related to the shelter. You chose the safer path and gave up another possibility, which made it impossible for you to leave later when you encountered certain situations. Lin Feng, according to your logic, my shelter will face many dangers, but apart from natural disasters, I really can't think of anything else that might happen. Bai Chun, I don't know about that. Anyway, whether you believe it or not, this is a reminder. Lin Feng, thanks. His eyes were fixed on the sentence, and he couldn't quite understand it no matter how hard he tried. Anyway, the general idea was that it was about shelters. So, does this mean it's related to the upgrade of the shelter? Level 5 shelters will gain new abilities, and the materials used will also affect the quality of those abilities. It seems that he would be better off collecting high-quality materials to upgrade his shelter. Lin Feng posted the photos of the ancient people he had taken earlier to the Tarot Club group, with the caption, "I discovered this by chance today." To his surprise, Song Xiangwen was the first to reply. Song Xiangwen, hope I have encountered them before, but we couldn't communicate due to the language barrier. Another strange thing is that I could barely understand some of their speech, which seemed to be ancient language. Bai Chun, Emperor, I do know a little about that. Don't forget, the Cataclysm game mentioned the fusion of all worlds at the beginning. It wouldn't be surprising if ancient people appeared. It's just that we don't know where they are. So far, I haven't seen anyone other than myself. Shu Jiner, Xingxing, I don't know if mermaids count, but I'm afraid that once the newbie protection period ends, she'll set her sights on my shelter. Besides that, there's something else I want to say. Perhaps the regional disaster in my area is an attack by giant marine creatures. My pet has already given me a warning. I really want to upgrade my shelter to level 5 as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to survive. Bai Chun, Emperor, I have a guess that perhaps regional disasters will occur in every place, and it is not simply a matter of a cold winter. Lin Feng was taken aback. This guess was quite interesting. Lin Feng, Hermit, if what you say is true, and both disasters occur at the same time, then the survivors simply cannot survive. Bai Chun, Emperor Cataclysmic Game. It's not for you to survive easily. Chapter 69, Ranking Assessment. Lin Feng sighed. Bai Chun was right. Although their development was going smoothly, no one dared underestimate this cataclysmic game. Who knows what might happen next? They all agreed that perhaps this cold winter was just an appetizer. A few people chatted for a while in the tarot room, and their words were filled with concerns about the end of the newbie protection period. As for the survivors in the chat channel, they're now arguing with each other about who is living the most comfortable life. Lin Feng did not tell anyone about the survivor rating system. It was a secret brought about by his talent, and if others knew about it, other situations would inevitably arise. Ziling seemed tired from running around, so she jumped onto Lin Feng's lap, wanting to find a comfortable spot to sleep, but couldn't find one at all. Lin Feng was amused by it. He took out a box, stuffed it with cotton, and Ziling immediately darted over, her face beaming with joy. She placed her big tail under her little head and fell asleep comfortably. Lin Feng went to the kitchen and brought over the steamed buns. The freshly steamed buns are soft and fluffy. Break one open, stuff it with vegetables, take a bite, and the taste is absolutely amazing. While eating, he searched on the trading channel. If you want to form a contract with the Queen Bee and the Heavenly Serpent Egg, you will need items such as Beast Affinity Scrolls and Contract Scrolls. He searched it up and found that there were quite a few. This is the advantage of having a large number of survivors. They can find more treasure chests and get better items. Lin Feng traded food for 3 Beast Affinity Scrolls and 2 low-level Contract Scrolls, which he then used directly on the Queen Bee. As the Contract Scroll took effect, Lin Feng also sensed the Queen Bee's faint will. It is currently in its weakest state and needs to recover before it can reproduce. Lin Feng took out the moonwell water that he had prepared beforehand and dripped it onto the Queen Bee's body, drop by drop. After absorbing the water from the moonwell, the Queen Bee's aura grew stronger and stronger, and her vitality became more vigorous. Finally, it flew out of the hive and drank the moonwell water from the cup. The Queen Bee conveyed the thought of slumber. She needed to rest, and when she awoke, she would be a completely new person. Lin Feng originally intended to use another low-level contract scroll on the Heavenly Serpent Egg, but found it ineffective. He stopped trying and instead waited patiently for time to pass. It has to be said that a week has passed quite quickly, and the survivors seem to have gotten used to this cataclysmic world. Seeing them arguing in the chat channel felt a bit like reading comments online. I hope they can live a better life. Before we knew it, it was midnight. This is a new day and a crucial one. Lin Feng knew what was going to happen today, so he didn't sleep. There were also many night owls in the chat channel. Just then, the voice that had previously warned them about the cataclysmic game sounded in their minds. I never expected that you would actually make it through a week, and many of you have even been living comfortably. To the survivors, congratulations on successfully meeting the minimum requirements to enter the cataclysmic game. That's right, you heard me correctly. The most important disaster is yet to come. You will feel and experience what true despair is. I'm suddenly looking forward to it. However, before that, I will conduct a comprehensive evaluation of your experience over the past 7 days to see if your gains meet the standards. The system's notification sound woke up the survivors who had fallen asleep, and they listened in shock. Then, they saw a rating standard appear in front of them. 1 to 10, Mythology. 11 to 100, Epic. 101, 1000, Legends. 1001, 1,000,000, Perfection. 1,000,000 to 10,000,000, Rare. 10,000,000 to 100,000,000, High Quality. 100,000,000 to 1,000,000,000, Excellent. After 1,000,000,000, Ordinary. The grading is based on the quality of materials, tools, and equipment. Now let me see what your levels are. As soon as those words were spoken, all the shelters appeared to be scanned simultaneously by some supreme being. Lin Feng sat in the chair, and at that moment, he felt his whole body stiffen, as if even his blood had stopped flowing. A second later, he was panting heavily, his face filled with fear. The horror of this world was beyond his imagination. Lin Feng looked at the panel in front of him, waiting for the evaluation. He knew in advance that a rating assessment would be conducted, so he made ample preparations. I just don't know what level it will ultimately be. Bai Chan sat in the treehouse-like shelter, his face showing trepidation. Compared to other survivors, he had quite a few good items, but he didn't know how many points they would add. Shu Jiner leaned against the bed, watching the octopus slowly feeding in the fish tank on the table. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. After all, this was the culmination of 7 days of hard work, and now it was time to see the results. At the foot of the volcano, the Yufan grinned and munched on fruit, not worried at all. He knew he wouldn't be able to stay here any longer and would move on soon, so the evaluation didn't mean much to him. On the snowy mountain, Shan Wenjie was pressed against the fireplace. The room was not very warm, and he had a furrowed brow, seemingly lost in thought. In the world of the cataclysmic game, countless survivors are waiting, incredibly tense, so much so that they dare not even swallow their saliva. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and those who have been struggling to survive are now eager to see what rating they will achieve. As for those who chose to give up and slack off from the beginning, they felt it didn't matter. Time passed slowly, and just when the survivors were about to lose patience, a mocking voice rang out. "Are you getting impatient? The real show has only just begun." The survivors were so shocked by that sentence that they almost vomited blood, and then they saw the rating displayed before them. When Tao Chiwen saw that his rating was rare, he muttered to himself, "I really didn't expect it to be rare. I thought it would be excellent at most. I wonder what Brother Lin's rating will be." His development speed is very fast. He was among the first survivors to upgrade his shelter to level 4. He should at least be considered a legend. Bai Chun was relieved to see a perfect rating in front of him, which meant that he was ranked over 1 million among survivors worldwide. However, he also had some doubts about what kind of sanctuaries those who could obtain legendary or even epic or mythical ratings would be. Could it be that the shelter has reached level 5? And are all those buildings and facilities of excellent quality? Chapter 70 won the big prize. Countless survivors stared at their ratings, their minds filled with a myriad of thoughts. Some speculated about the different shelter levels and the quality of the buildings and facilities, while others felt that the rating system didn't matter, and still others wondered what the point of having a rating system in this survival game was. Lin Feng's expression conveyed a variety of emotions, including contemplation, surprise, joy, and curiosity. The game's rating for him is legendary, meaning he ranks among the top 1,000 survivors. Well, I'm quite satisfied with this rating, but I'm very curious about what the ratings for myths and epics would look like. Shelter level 5? Level 6? Could it be that the so-called Heavenly Palace has taken up a spot in the top 100? Lin Feng opened the chat channel and found it unusually lively. Wow, I got a top rating. That's amazing. It seems my hard work these past few days hasn't been in vain. I'm rated as excellent, which is pretty good. At least I'm still within the billion range. TCH, I'm just a regular rating. This thing is useless anyway. I really don't know what you guys are so happy about. Exactly. It's good to be ordinary, to live a peaceful and stable life as an ordinary person. Haha. I am a rare rating, ranked within the top 10 million globally. Speaking of which, why would a disaster game suddenly implement this rating system? Is it just a simple leaderboard? Probably not. Based on my experience reading countless novels, there are corresponding rewards after the rating system is implemented. Really? You're not kidding me. Let's wait a little longer. We already waited so long for the level assessment. I seriously suspect that there's a clown behind this game who likes to play tricks on people. Lin Feng shared the same thought. He waited silently. Sure enough, just 5 minutes later, the mocking voices rang out again. Oh my, I really didn't expect that your development level is beyond my imagination. Someone has actually touched the edge of mythology, but unfortunately, they are just a little short. Oops, I think I let slip. Oh well, let's just pretend you didn't hear it. Countless survivors felt ashamed. Are you curious about the purpose of the rating system? I can tell you, it's about whether you can survive in the future. Tremble, rejoice, you ants, accept your reward. Lin Feng's brows hadn't relaxed since the beginning. Wasn't this system a bit too outrageous? Legendary rating rewards are as follows. 1. Talent upgrade opportunity. 2. Special resource output 1, high quality. 3. Random shelter building 1, high quality. 4. Upgrade the entire scroll set from common to premium level. 5. Resource point migration order. 6. Diseased world tree seeds. 7. 1 permanent reinforced building stone. 8. Random skill book 1. 9. 50 units each of high-quality timber, stone, and ore. When Lin Feng saw the series of rewards, he was stunned. He thought that there would be rewards after the level assessment, but he didn't expect there to be so many. 9 kinds of rewards. This 9th reward directly addresses Condition 4 of the shelter's Level 5 requirements. The next moment, a large number of items appeared in front of Lin Feng, radiating dazzling light, making it impossible for anyone to look away. I'm rich, Lin Feng stammered, then slapped himself. The intense pain told him that he wasn't dreaming. He took deep breaths, but his heart was still pounding. About 2 minutes passed before Lin Feng finally calmed down a little and began to check what each reward was. The first reward is a talent upgrade opportunity, which can be used to upgrade your own talent. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. As a 7-colored light entered his body, a notification appeared before his eyes after the light dissipated. Congratulations, Survivor! Your talent has been upgraded. Lin Feng immediately opened his personal information and found that his talent page had changed. Talent, myriade manifestation, modifié. Description: it deduces the myriad things in the universe, gathers causal information, and can automatically collect information and provide feedback. After upgrading your talent, the daily information acquisition will be canceled and replaced by trigger information. Gaining new abilities, the small heavenly cycle is used for speculation, the great heavenly cycle for deduction, and the moonlight divination. The small heavenly cycle predicts that every 7 days it will bring the talent holder a piece of information of immense value and far-reaching impact. This information will no longer be limited to the individual, but will include the surrounding environment, changes in the heavenly Tao, and so on. The great cycle deduction. Every year will merge with the rules of heaven and earth, stealing secrets that will influence the future in the world. Using this ability will cause a huge drain on resources. Moonlight fortune telling. On the night of the full moon on the 15th of each month, the power of the moonlight will be used to make in-depth calculations, which can reveal the general direction of an event and the causes and consequences of opportunities. Lin Feng was unsure whether the changed talent was good or bad. The daily intelligence information that was previously available was gone, replaced by weekly, monthly, and yearly reports with more detailed information, making the intelligence even more important. Lin Feng had become accustomed to the daily intelligence information and was finding it difficult to accept it now. There's no other way. Since the talent has already been upgraded, we can only accept it. However, another talent that was taken from Chang Yu also changed. Talent. Heart of Creation. Description. This talent provides a natural advantage in various hands-on activities, such as building, crafting, refining, and planting. Passive ability. Structural Insight. It allows for a more intuitive understanding of the core key points and structures, such as architecture, planting, and refining. Skilled with hands. Improved hands-on ability. Able to quickly master any complex blueprint. A flash of inspiration. This has a chance to trigger during the crafting process and will optimize the crafted item. Proactive ability. Enchanting. After use, you can enchant the item, and the resulting item will be randomly altered and possess subtle properties. The 1,000 Machines deduction. It can be used to deduce and improve existing drawings, or to supplement incomplete drawings by filling in the missing parts. The upgrade of his creation heart talent truly shocked Lin Feng. It meant that he would become a master builder in the future. Oh no, he could also use this ability to refine potions, grow crops, and so on. For him, it was a great joy. This can be seen as mitigating the tragedy of the changes in the myriad phenomena and the secrets of heaven. Lin Feng then looked at the second item, a special resource output, which would generate an item that could produce high-quality resources completely randomly. As Lin Feng used it, the scroll immediately transformed into a water tank, no more than 2 or 3 square meters in size, which looked like a very ordinary fish tank. Name: Special Tank for Aquatic Resources. Quality: Excellent. Description: Common quality aquatic resources will be produced randomly every day. Good quality resources will be produced every 3 days, and excellent quality aquatic resources will be produced every 7 days. Chapter 71. The rewards are absolutely staggering. Before Lin Feng could even mutter anything, he saw a bubble emerge from the special aquatic resource tank and float on the surface of the water. Lin Feng popped the bubble, and a carp weighing about 10 pounds jumped out and fell to the ground, where it was hopping around. Forehead. Lin Feng was speechless for a moment. So this is what aquatic resources mean. He stroked his chin. Judging from the description, this high-quality aquarium was quite good, and it could complement the ecological tank. If you can't finish eating these fish right away, you can keep them in an eco tank. If you think about it that way, Lin Feng can accept it. The third reward was a random shelter building. Upon using it, a dusty, roughly 3-foot square pod appeared before him. It had a peculiar shape and was covered with layers of copper coins, though it was terribly dirty. Name: Treasure Basin. Quality: Excellent. Description: It can absorb the value of items to gradually restore itself, and can also temporarily store this value to upgrade the item's level. Note: The treasure bowl seems to have an extraordinary origin, but it has been obscured by special circumstances. Lin Feng suddenly didn't know what to say. Could this even be considered a building? He threw a piece of wood in, and a line of words appeared above the treasure basin. Value: 0. Lin Feng kept putting in wood, about 20 units in total, and found that the value was still 0. He didn't believe it, so he kept putting in wood until 50 units, when the 0 after the value finally turned into 1. 50 units of ordinary wood for only 1 unit of value. That's a bit scary. Lin Feng used high-quality wood again, this time less, only 20 units. Seeing that the value points had increased to 2, Lin Feng put the limp chair next to him back in, this time choosing to use the value to upgrade his level. As golden light flashed within the treasure basin, a soft chair was ejected. Name: Soft and Floppy Chair. Quality: Average. Description: This is a chair whose value has been increased, but it turns out that its value is insufficient to bring about a dramatic change. Of course, it is also possible that its value is too low. Forehead. Lin Feng was speechless again. In any case, let's just keep this treasure bowl as a lucky charm, since it has a good meaning. After drawing 2 rather abstract items in a row, Lin Feng began to doubt whether his luck was really that bad. We finally received such a good rating in 9 awards, it would be too much if we didn't get anything good in return. Upgrade scroll set. That's pretty good. When Lin Feng saw the information description, he knew it was definitely the most valuable thing at the moment. It contains 3 scrolls: Normal Upgrade, Fine Upgrade, and Premium Upgrade. The Common Upgrade scroll upgrades items made of common materials to superior quality. Lin Feng had a lot of ordinary materials in his hands, but he really didn't know which one to upgrade for the time being. Then there's the upgrade from Excellent to Superior, and from Superior to Rare. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to put the scroll aside for the time being and consider what to upgrade after he finished these tasks. The resource point relocation order allows you to relocate resource points. For example, if someone discovers rock and steel resources in a cave, they can use this order to relocate them to their desired location. The migration order is not unlimited. You have 3 chances to use it. Name: Diseased World Tree Seed. Quality: Unknown. Description: This is a seed that could have taken root, sprouted, and grown into the world tree, but it was contaminated during the fusion of the worlds. Due to the characteristics of the world tree, the seed did not die, but instead absorbed the essence of the corrupted world and mutated. Seeding is possible, but it comes at the cost of being attacked by the mutated world's creatures. Note: This is a gift from the will of the earth. It hopes that the survivors will cherish this seed and make the most of it. Lin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. Earth. Previously, survivors discussed this topic in the chat channel. If everyone on Earth came to this cataclysmic game, what would Earth be like now? Some say that the Cataclysm game warned them from the very beginning about the merging of all worlds, which, to put it bluntly, meant that Earth was also undergoing merging. The current notes on the World Tree seeds also confirm this. Lin Feng looked at the seed that was constantly emitting strange mist from a ball of colorful bubbles. He neither planted it nor opened it, but instead put it away separately. Permanent building reinforcement stone, which can double the strength of a building, is of excellent quality. Lin Feng immediately thought of the high-quality upgrade scroll, which he used on the enhancement stone. As a result, the strengthening stone could not be strengthened using the scroll, leaving Lin Feng speechless. He had no choice but to use the enhancement stone on the shelter. After the enhancement, he even went outside to take a look and tapped on the wall, finding that the strength had indeed increased a lot. Lin Feng returned to the living room and used a random skill book. Congratulations to the survivor for acquiring the skill Essence technique. The art of extraction allows for the free division of key parts of living organisms and plants, ensuring that their spiritual essence is not lost. Lin Feng looked at this ability with some confusion, not quite understanding its specific function. He simply took out a sick deer carcass that he had previously brought back from the black bear's den. As he pointed at it, the various parts of the sick deer automatically appeared in his mind. Lin Feng immediately understood that he was being asked to choose which part to cut. With a thought, Lin Feng chose to separate all the intact parts. An invisible hand moved swiftly, separating pieces of flesh and blood, bones, blood, heart, horns, and so on. Everything on the sick deer's body was separated. Even the rotten parts were cut out. Lin Feng's eyes widened. Only then did he understand the power of this skill. From now on, he can obtain all the wild beasts with just a tap of his hand, without having to go through the trouble of dealing with them anymore. After reviewing all the rewards for this ranking assessment, Lin Feng plopped down in a chair, his smile never fading. He was right after all. His aggressive trading over the past 2 days has finally paid off. Lin Feng became curious again. He was only at the legendary level, so what kind of things would those epic level survivors get? As for mythology, the system has already said that some people have only touched upon it, but haven't reached the pinnacle. He opened the chat channel to see what other people had gained. Once you click in, the chat channel is even more active than when the survivors first arrived in this world. Holy crap. Holy crap. I'm really fucked up. I'm rich now. I knew the reward wouldn't be simple. Chapter 72, some are happy, some are sad. Ha ha ha. I was rated as excellent, and I received 4 rewards, including excellent level buildings, scrolls, and 50 units of excellent resources. I also opened a mid-level contract scroll. Holy crap. I only got 2 items at the normal level, and they're both made of ordinary materials. Damn it. I should have tried harder. Upstairs, are you regretting it now? I was rated as excellent. Do you know what I was given? It'll scare you to death. It's a high-quality facility, a bird cage, which can help me tame birds. From now on, please call me Bird Trainer. I've unearthed a high-quality resource scroll. Once placed, it reveals a patch of high-quality chives. As everyone knows, chives are a valuable commodity. Gentlemen here, if anyone needs chives, come and trade with me. TCH is just high-quality chives. I've obtained a superior peach tree that can produce peaches that can increase one's lifespan by 10 years. Damn, how come you all got good stuff? I regret it so much. I should have worked harder. I should have at least gotten an excellent rating, or at least better than average. Hey, is there any way to undo my mistakes? It's too late to regret it now. What were you doing before? A big shot reminded us in the chat channel that we must upgrade our shelter level. Judging from your expressions, we can tell you didn't listen. Yeah, if you ask me, you deserve it. I'm really puzzled. In the past, the social classes were fixed, and no matter how hard we ordinary people tried, we couldn't get up. But here, everyone is on the same starting line. So why don't you try harder? To put it bluntly, it's still laziness. Truly diligent people would definitely have a higher rating. Lin Feng read their chat messages and marveled at how much everyone had gained. These were just the things they had shared. He imagined that most people hadn't shared what they had learned. My friend's chat suddenly started ringing incessantly. Lin Feng opened the app and found that all his friends had sent him messages. There were so many that he had to read them one by one. Bai Chun, my rating is perfect. I got some good stuff, including a high-quality facility called Mushroom House, where you can grow all kinds of mushrooms. There's also a chance that some of the mushrooms inside will be of high quality. Lin Feng. I also got a perfect rating and was given a special tank for aquatic resources. It can produce aquatic resources. Just now, it gave me a carp weighing more than 10 kilograms. Bai-chun, our shelter is already pretty good, but it's only of perfect quality. I wonder what higher level shelters are like. Lin Feng, who knows? Anyway, the reward this time is pretty good. Next, I'll try my best to upgrade the shelter to level 5. Lin Feng then opened the message sent by Shu Jiner. I got a perfect rating and received 5 items. That's awesome. 2 of them are resources, and the other one is equipment. Now I don't have to be afraid of mermaids anymore. Me too. I just chatted with Bai-chun, and his rating is also perfect. I was hoping that our tarot club could produce someone with a high rating. Shu Jiner sighed. It's too difficult, but I'm really envious. There are 5 perfect rating items. Those with higher ratings must have even more. I wonder what the Pope's rating is. He's really amazing. Lin Feng opened the message sent by Song Xiangwen. I've obtained information about hunting, as well as an alliance scroll that allows you to form alliances. If you encounter any wild beast that you can't fight, you can ask me for help. Then a request for alliances was sent. Lin Feng examined it carefully. The alliance scroll allows multiple people to form an alliance. Once allies are formed, they can teleport to each other's sanctuary. Allies cannot attack each other. If they do, they will be severely punished and may even die. This is the advanced version of the Tarot Club. People no longer just chat online, but can also meet offline. In addition, alliance scrolls can set alliance covenants, and Song Xiangwen has already drafted 2. 1. Allies must not attack each other. 2. Once allies enter each other's shelter, they may not enter other areas without permission. He also sent a message saying that the covenant would be discussed in the Tarot Club group. Lin Feng is not opposed to alliances. In fact, he is willing to form alliances with others. He firmly believes that survivors must help each other in order to survive in this cataclysmic game. If survivors betray, cheat, and deceive each other, then the number of survivors will only increase. He won't agree easily. He needs to see what the alliance agreement looks like first. Tao Chiwen also sent him a message, saying that he was lucky and was rated as rare, and was given 4 items. Then 4 pictures were sent over, clearly showing the reward information. Lin Feng sighed, realizing that the other party truly considered him a trustworthy friend, which was why they were so direct. The 4 items are 20 units of each high-quality resource, and a high-quality item called a reservoir, which can hold a large amount of water. He lives in a desert area. With this, as long as someone can help him fill in the water resources, he will no longer be constrained by water in the future. One is a high-quality resource scroll, but contains things like garlic. The last item is a high-quality crossbow with excellent rapid-fire capability. Lin Feng said he had a perfect rating, mentioned the special tank, and even traded the carp to the other party. Tao Chiwen also traded him about 10 high-quality garlic plants and a water storage tank. Lin Feng replied to him, saying that he would go out tomorrow to help him collect enough water resources. When he opened the message sent by Liu Yufan, the other party actually requested a transaction directly. He agreed to the deal for 1 unit of wood, and the 2 items appeared before him. Premium Sunstone, Premium Obsidian Essence. Brother, these are the resources I found when I entered the volcano. They're all of high quality and can upgrade the shelter. In addition, the Sunstone can also emit heat, so it can be used as an air conditioner. Brother, my rating is pretty good, excellent level. I got 4 items, including a scroll that can increase luck. That way, I won't be too bad when I use random migration scrolls in the future. Lin Feng, that's good, but don't take too many risks. Volcanoes are still very dangerous after all. He knew the other person was a rebellious teenager, and now that he had no worries, he was afraid he would take even more risks, so he gave him a special reminder. Lin Feng then opened the messages of other friends. Shan Wenjia's rating was also rare. This survivor on the snowy mountain seemed to have his own destiny. Chapter 73, Comparing Yourself to Me, is naive. When Lin Feng opened one of his friend's messages, he was stunned. Yu Shuang, I received an excellent rating and was given 2 items of excellent quality, which you certainly didn't have. Yu Shuang, luckily you didn't agree to my trading of the greenhouse. I used it myself, and it was because of this greenhouse that my rating was improved. Yu Shuang, you deserve it. It would be best if stingy men like you died. I know what kind of person you are without even thinking. You must be the kind of trash who works hard all his life, but only earns 3,000 yuan a month and can't even afford a house or a car. You Shuang me. I'm very rich. The The clothes I wear cost several months' salary for you. You regret it now, but it's too late. Who told you not to agree in the first place? You Shuang. I joined a really awesome alliance with these two things. Oh, you probably don't even know what an alliance is. Lin Feng scrolled through the chat history and then remembered who the other person was. She had tried to trade meat with him using greenhouses as collateral, but her demands were exorbitant and he had refused. Didn't they delete or block you back then? Lin Feng muttered. He suddenly had an idea. Lin Feng. Sorry, I got a perfect rating, and I was even given 3 high-quality buildings and 2 high-quality resource scrolls. Lin Feng. Seeing you get all defensive over such a small thing and come over to laugh at me, you seem like a total slacker, probably a prostitute. Otherwise, why would you make money so fast? Lin Feng. I've heard that people like you are riddled with illnesses. But there are healing potions in this world that can cure your ailments. Coincidentally, I happen to have some on hand. If you beg me, I might just take pity on you and give them to you. A level 3 shelter. The room was empty, with hardly any furniture, just a fireplace and a chair. Yu Shuang sat in the chair. She had used all her resources to upgrade the shelter to level 3. Fortunately, the rating gave her 2 good items. Thanks to them, she was able to join a league, and although she had to hand them over, she also received food. She has already begun to imagine her future life, where the Alliance will regularly provide her with food and resources. She just stayed happily in the shelter, letting those stinky men support her. But when she saw the message from Lin Feng, her expression changed, and she even subconsciously rubbed her legs together. The other person was right. She did indeed do that kind of work, and she wouldn't have given it up if she hadn't gotten sick. Seeing that the other party had a medicine that could cure her, Yu Shuang became excited and decided to give this scoundrel a chance. In any case, these men are all trash to her. She'll use them if she can. She sent the message, but found that it failed to send. The other person deleted her. She was stunned for a moment, then tried to add them as a friend, but failed again. The other party blocked her. Yu Shuang was so angry that she screamed like a madwoman, but it was no use at all. In the 10 Elders Alliance group, Sun Hongyu, planning I've brought in someone who's qualified enough to join our alliance. You guys are probably all familiar with him. Zhuang Yufeng, person hello everyone. It is an honor to join the 10 Elders Alliance. In the future, we will help each other and improve together. Zhang Tianrui, planning this name, sounds familiar. What do you mean by this contact name? Li Jinyao, medical, you wouldn't happen to be the boss behind Lin Feng Entertainment, would you? Zhuang Yufeng, person sisterly. It's an honor that you've heard of me. I am indeed the boss of Lin Feng. Li Jinyao, medical humph. If it weren't for my granddaughter being a fan of several male celebrities and asking me to help her contact them, I wouldn't even know about you. Zhuang Yufeng, person, your granddaughter wouldn't happen to be Lu Lele, would she? I know her. I specifically sent 3 of my stars over there, and I heard they didn't come back all night. Later, she even messaged me, saying she was looking for them frequently. Let me think, there are about 100 male stars in the company, and it seems like more than 50 of them have met with her. Li Jinyao, medical, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. It's all just a matter of mutual consent. Zhuang Yufeng, person, let me formally introduce myself. My shelter is level 4, and I'll be able to upgrade to level 5 soon with just a few resources. This time, I even got a perfect rating and received a lot of good stuff, including a friend teleportation scroll, which allows me to expand my business. I know you develop downlines to ensure a large supply of blood packs, but I'm different. I develop people, especially in this world without any form of entertainment, where everyone has reverted to their most primitive state. Without cell phones, without internet, and even with very little alcohol, one would think that both men and women would hope something would happen. I may not have many other skills, but I have an exceptional eye for people. Every celebrity I train possesses superb skills and can definitely meet your requirements, or even more unique, unconventional, or fun ones. I have over 50 of them right now. I'll upload their information in a bit. If you're interested, feel free to contact me. We're all in the same alliance, so it won't cost you anything. Rin Kai-Xian, in battle, gimme 2. I've been fighting wild beasts outside every day lately, and I'm exhausted. I need to relieve some boredom. Meng Junxian, animal tamer, I also want 2, preferably 1 big and 1 small. Li Jinyao, medical, gimme 3 young and strong men. Meng Junxian, the animal trainer, oh my. Sisterly, you're still as charming as ever. But you're getting old. Aren't you afraid of all the trouble? Li Jinyao. Medical, this rating gave me a great thing. I can use a lot of flesh and blood to extract and make a potion called longevity elixir. I just used it, and after drinking it, my body became 10 years younger. Zhang Tianrui, planting, wow, there's such a good thing. Sister Li, don't keep it to yourself. Let everyone use it too. Li Jinyao, medical, don't worry. Since I said it, it's definitely for you to use. However, you need to prepare the materials yourself. Also, I know that you all got good things from the rating, so please take them out too. We are an alliance, and hiding things will not benefit any of us. Zhang Tianrui, planting, I obtained a seed called Chiyua pear. It is of excellent quality and can purify the body of toxins and revitalize organs after consumption. I am currently cultivating it, but it requires high-quality soil. Does anyone in your area have any that can be traded to me? Meng Junxian, beast tamer, that I don't need to hide it anymore. I've obtained a high-quality beast taming shed that can tame beasts below high quality. Anyone who wants a pet can give it to me, and I'll tame it for you. Chapter 74, Formation of the Alliance. Lin Feng replied to all his friends' messages, remarking that everyone must have received a lot of good stuff, which was great as it greatly helped them survive. The chat channel was still filled with people showing off, regretting, envying, and being jealous. Some even said that since their ratings were so high, they should help ordinary people like them, who were disadvantaged. Although many people who rated it as average agreed, they couldn't resist the sarcastic remarks from others. There's nothing we can do. They weren't hard-working enough. Why didn't they do something sooner? Lin Feng took a couple of sips of water and told everyone that he had a perfect rating. He understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be felled by the wind. In addition, it's unclear whether he knows too few people or whether those with high ratings simply don't come out to show off. Surprisingly, no one in the chat channel claimed to be above legendary level. The highest level was still perfect. The Tarot Club's group chat buzzed with messages. Shujiner, I'm really puzzled. Is it possible that there isn't a single survivor above the legendary level? Why are they all perfect? Bai Chun, maybe they're hiding their true strength. There are only so many rewards for a perfect rating, so they'll definitely get more and better ones. What I'm more curious about is what the system said. There isn't a single mythic level survivor, and the most powerful one is still epic. Shujiner, never mind, there's no point in talking about it. Even the most powerful pope is perfect. Bai Chun, I can tell you something. Among my friends is a survivor with a legendary rating. He is indeed a pro. Shujiner, wow, that's impressive. Since you know he's a legend, you must have talked to him, right? What kind of rewards did you give him? Bai Chun, people can't tell you everything, but they did tell me two things. First, the reward for a legendary rating is 8. Second, he received a high-quality resource item, a tree that can bear special fruit. Shujiner, TSK. Legendary is really something else. 8 rewards. Epic wouldn't be 10, would it? Wait, could the epic level give legendary quality items instead? Lin Feng was somewhat puzzled. He was also a legend, so why did he receive 9 rewards? The other party was lying, but since they hadn't hidden the fact that they were legends, why were they deliberately concealing the number of rewards? Or perhaps, one of the rewards he received was quite special. Shujiner, let's talk about the alliance. What are your thoughts? Do you only want to talk online? Or do you want to meet in person? Bai Chun, the alliance must be formed. I learned some things through some special channels. This time, there are many alliance scrolls as rewards. It seems that the disaster game wants the survivors to unite. As for the purpose, I'm afraid there will be an even more terrifying disaster next. Lin Feng, let's talk about the alliance agreement then. After all, we have to take this meeting seriously since we're meeting in person, and we must prevent any unexpected events from happening. Shujiner, I also support it. After all, my secret realm is about to open. Originally, I wanted to bring you over in another way, but now with the alliance, it's much more convenient. Bai Chun, then let's discuss the alliance and finalize it as soon as possible. Song Xiangwen never showed up, and no one knew what he was doing. Lin Feng and the other 2 finalized the alliance agreement, which contained more than 10 articles of various kinds, making it quite rigorous. After checking it again to make sure nothing was missed, they submitted the application. Song Xiangwen immediately agreed, which showed that he was paying attention to the chat. At the same time, Lin Feng discovered a new alliance channel where allies could teleport to each other, but it wasn't free and required alliance coins. As for alliance coins, they are awarded through donations within the alliance, based on the value of the donated items. The donated items did not reach the alliance leader. Perhaps they were taken by the game. A single teleport costs 10 alliance coins, which isn't expensive. However, if you donate using high-quality wood, one alliance coin will cost approximately 10 units. This conversion is actually quite expensive. Not all survivors have such abundant high-quality resources. Even though they were allies, no one suggested visiting their respective shelters. Lin Feng sent a message in the group, saying that since everyone had received a perfect rating and good rewards, let's compliment each other. He told them that he had obtained a special tank with high-quality aquatic resources and an upgrade scroll, and wanted to see what they thought of the upgrade scroll. Shu Jiner also shared what she had obtained: high-quality refined salt, which not only makes food more delicious, but also replenishes the elements needed by the body, and there is also a rather unorthodox way to use it: marinated meat. Not only the flesh and blood of wild animals, but also that of humans, can be preserved for hundreds of years by covering them with high-quality salt. Lin Feng traded some with her, intending to use them for marinating meat. Bai Chun received the mushroom house, and he generously distributed a considerable amount of ordinary and high-quality mushrooms to everyone. The workshop that Song Xiangwen opened can be used to forge weapons and armor. He also said that as long as you provide the materials, he can help you forge them for free. Looking at the resources shared by the group, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, although they had different development directions, the resources weren't actually of much help to each other. The key is that they are all quite free-spirited, and even when recruiting new members, they need to go through an assessment first. He wasn't the only one who thought this way. Everyone else did too. Actually, Bai Chun, Shu Jiner, and Song Xiangwen all have other groups. Lin Feng is considering whether to add Tao Chiwen, Li Yufan, and the others to a group for resource sharing. Shu Jiner: Lin Feng, I have an idea about your upgrade scroll. Can be used to upgrade myself? Lin Feng: you mean people can level up too? He acted quickly, immediately selecting the method to use on himself, and when he found it didn't work, he sent the information out. Shu Jiner: can your backpack expansion design be upgraded? Lin Feng suddenly thought of this. That's right. This design blueprint is quite useful. He tried it with the upgrade scroll and found that the blueprint was actually of ordinary quality and could be upgraded to excellent quality. With the use of the upgrade scroll, the backpack expansion blueprint was successfully upgraded to excellent quality, and its effect was enhanced. Previously, it could be expanded by 5 squares, but now it can be expanded by 10 squares, and the capacity of each square has also been increased. In addition to this, I also gained the ability to temporarily expand the space by 5 spaces using materials, which last for 1 day. Chapter 75 Game Content Update. Lin Feng hesitated about whether to upgrade the excellent quality design to a premium quality design. He sent the design information to the Tarot Club and asked for their opinions. Shu Jiner: wow, it adds 10 slots and can even temporarily add 5 more. It's practically a divine artifact. Upgrade it. Once it reaches the premium level, it might add 20 slots. It's definitely a space artifact, the legendary storage ring. Bai Chun: I don't think it's necessary to do it so quickly. Expanding by 10 slots is enough for now. Even if we do add 20 more, there might be resource redundancy. It's better to leave it for now. Maybe you'll get something else that's more useful. Lin Feng thought what he said made sense. So he posted a message saying that he could help expand the storage capacity for free if the required materials were needed. As for high-quality upgrade scrolls, he has quite a few high-quality items on hand, such as the lava armor, the flesh and blood-weaving machine, and the elf wand. These things are enough for now, so there's no rush to upgrade. Speaking of the flesh and blood-weaving machine, he hadn't used it since he used it to make balloons. Since he happened to have a lot of flesh on hand, Lin Feng put 100 pieces of flesh and blood to make something and see what he would create. Just as the survivors were basking in the joy of the reward, a deep voice rang out. Congratulations to all survivors for making it through 7 days. The game will now be updated. The update details are as follows. 1. Winter is coming and temperatures will continue to drop. 2. The era of catastrophe has officially begun, and survivors will face countless disasters in the days to come. 3. Fully release high-quality resources, treasures, equipment, etc., and silver and gold treasure chests will appear while reducing the probability of treasure chests appearing. 4. Added boss challenges. Survivors will have a chance to encounter bosses. Defeating them will yield a large amount of rewards and treasure chests. 5. A rating will be conducted after each disaster, based on factors such as shelter level, building facilities, and resource availability. 6. Once the newbie protection period ends, the shelter will no longer be hidden and will appear in the sight of creatures. When a game update was revealed to all the survivors, they were stunned, replaced by fear and terror. The update was so shocking that everyone in the chat channel was talking about it. Damn, we're really facing a harsh winter. I have enough wood on hand, so I should be able to get through it. I haven't heard that the temperature will gradually drop. I remember someone on the channel saying that it would drop to 30 or 40 degrees. Shaw, it's only 30 or 40 degrees. People who are afraid of it probably haven't lived in the north. Here, this is the norm in winter, and every household hibernates. My hometown used to be in Mo, where the lowest temperature has reached minus 50 degrees Celsius, and I still survived. You panicking people remind me of those short videos I watched before about a cold winter and the end of the world, with temperatures dropping to minus 30 degrees Celsius, and me frantically hoarding food. It's hilarious. I bet it was written by someone from the south. Anyway, I've already stockpiled a lot of wood, so all I need to do is stay at home. It's not that the temperature will keep dropping. What if it drops to minus 70, 80, or even 100 degrees? Hey upstairs, don't embarrass yourself here. Why don't you mention absolute zero? I really don't know what you're arguing about. We'll find out when the time comes. Lin Feng, however, did not show any relief. He could tell that the fact that someone was giving such a warning meant that the temperature was about to drop to a terrifying level. Bai Chun had previously stated that the temperature would be at least minus 50 degrees Celsius. He currently has enough fuel to get through the winter, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Feng watched the chat channel commotion for a while, but then lost interest. He ate his fill, took a hot shower, and rubbed Ziling's belly as well. While bathing Ziling, he noticed that the orange-red fur on Ziling's body was indeed turning purple. I just don't know what it will look like after it evolves. Lin Feng lay on the bed, a thick quilt covering him, making him quite comfortable. He opened the trading channel, wanted to see what good items were available. Looking around, they were all old things, and not many people were willing to trade the rewards they had received. After closing the trading channel, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that Chang Yu's backlash had resulted in an item ending up in his hands. The Doomsday Library card allows you to enter a place called the Doomsday Library, where you can see what kind of apocalypse might happen in the future. Considering the update he had just received, Lin Feng felt that various terrible catastrophes were bound to occur in the future, and if he could learn about them in advance, he could prepare accordingly. Lin Feng chose to use it, and a library card immediately floated up and landed in front of him, forming a door. Lin Feng put on his clothes, Ning opened the door, and went inside. As he stepped inside, several lines of text suddenly appeared before him. Doomsday Library Rules. 1. You can only enter once a day, and you can only borrow one book each time. 2. No loud noises or disturbances are allowed. 3. Members are not allowed to communicate with other borrowing members. Violation of the regulations will result in death. Lin Feng stood firm, keeping his mouth shut and not daring to make sound. He carefully looked ahead and found that the surroundings were dark. He could only vaguely see the dense bookshelves, but he couldn't make out what the books on the shelves looked like at all. In other words, he could only choose blindly. Lin Feng observed carefully for a while and confirmed that he could not see anything else. He wondered why there was a rule against communicating with others. How could everyone communicate if they couldn't see each other? Lin Feng casually pulled a book from the bookshelf. Strangely enough, words immediately appeared on the cover when he held it in his hand. Insect Plague. As he opened the book, countless words emerged from within and entered Lin Feng's mind. In that instant, Lin Feng was in a daze, his eyes lifeless, as if he had lost his soul. A second later, Lin Feng's pupils shrank, his face filled with terror, and he instinctively tried to shout, but his hands covered his mouth first. He hurriedly put the book back on the shelf, stepped back, and left the Doomsday Library. Only after returning to the shelter and having his library card restored to its original state did Lin Feng finally catch his breath. Just a second ago, he entered a world and experienced what an insect plague was like from the first-person perspective of several people in it. The endless insects covered everything from the sky, the ground, and the ground. The first person was quite powerful. He was probably a magician. He was still using a wand to cast spells, bombarding the insects with a wide range of magic and killing them. Chapter 76 Winter Arrives. Lin Feng didn't understand magic, but he had seen spellcasting scenes on TV and in games. This magician's strength should be at least high level. Beside him were three other people, a warrior with a greatsword, an archer carrying a bow and arrows, and a priest dressed in a holy white robe. A standard combat squad, but in front of them were countless insects. Even though these insects were no match for them, they seemed to be endless, with one batch only to be followed by another. The squad seemed to realize the problem, and they fought and retreated, trying to leave, but it was too late. The insects surrounded them, and many extremely terrifying insects appeared. In the end, with the appearance of a huge magic circle, all the team members perished, and a magic circle also killed tens of thousands of insects. The magic circle dissipated, and the insects covered the area again. The subsequent perspectives all show them fighting the insects, until the last perspective, which shows a person standing on a high tower, presumably the administrator. From his perspective, he saw a prosperous empire, imbued with a magical aura, with 6 magic towers standing atop its towering walls and countless arrow towers. In the distance, endless swarms of insects approached like a dark cloud. In the empire, large numbers of warriors, mages, and others went to the city walls to fight the insectoids. A blue magical barrier appeared, blocking the insectoids, as endless mages continuously cast spells. Just when Lin Feng thought the empire could be defended, an even more powerful insectoid race appeared. The magical barrier crumbled, and insects covered the empire. Lin Feng's vision disappeared as he returned to the Doomsday Library. There was not a sound at all, but this kind of silent film was even more terrifying. It took Lin Feng a long time to recover, and his face was full of seriousness. Cataclysmic games feature countless disasters, and insect plagues are naturally one of them. In other words, he might encounter it again in the future. Lin Feng plopped down on the bed, drank a couple of sips of cold water to calm himself down, and after thinking it over, he decided to tell the other members of the Tarot Club about it. He told them about the effects of the library card from the Doomsday Library, and also described the Zerg he had seen. Shu Jiner, I can't believe there are such things. I'm terrified of bugs. If I were to encounter one, it would scare me to death. Bai Chun, this item of yours is quite useful. Although we can only see it once a day, if we see it many times and witness many disasters, we will eventually encounter one of them. Moreover, I think the update just now also illustrates this point. We are about to enter an era of catastrophe. Lin Feng, it's hard to say whether we'll encounter it or not. Anyway, everyone is prepared. After all, if we really faced a plague of insects of that scale, we wouldn't even have the strength to resist for a second. After this incident, Lin Feng couldn't sleep for a while. He kept thinking about how to deal with the insects until he suddenly realized that he was getting stuck in a rut. He is currently facing a harsh winter, and all he needs to do is think about how to get through it. Suddenly understanding, Lin Feng felt sleepy and lay down on the bed. But then he thought of something, went out for a while, and only gradually fell into a deep sleep after returning. Lin Feng was awakened by the cold. When he opened his eyes, he found that he had wrapped himself up tightly in the quilt, leaving no gaps. Even so, the temperature was so cold that his breath was all white vapor. Lin Feng clearly remembered that before going to sleep, there was enough charcoal in the fireplace to burn all night. So why was it so cold? He reached out his hand, and his skin instantly turned icy cold, causing him to immediately pull his hand back. Ziling was also trembling, but its condition was slightly better. Lin Feng asked Ziling to bring the red crystal from the box and install it on the crystal charging lamp, and also to add a few pieces of charcoal to the fireplace. Ziling skipped and hopped to the living room, threw 2 pieces of charcoal into the fireplace, and then found the red crystal, but she didn't know how to install it. With the idea of taking the easy way out, Lin Feng taught Ziling how to install the red crystal. The warm current emanating from the power lamp slightly raised the temperature in the bedroom. Lin Feng knew he couldn't stay in bed any longer. He checked the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. Lin Feng first warmed his clothes in the quilt before putting them on. Wrapped up tightly, he carried the crystal energy lamp to the living room. He saw that the charcoal fire in the fireplace was burning brightly, but it didn't generate much heat. The reason this happened was that the indoor temperature was so low that even the fireplace couldn't provide any warmth. Lin Feng poured water into the kettle and put it on the stove to boil. He then went to the door, opened the door, and an extreme chill rushed in instantly, surrounding him from all directions, trying to squeeze through the gaps. Lin Feng sneezed from the cold, but instead of going back, he went to the courtyard. The pond was frozen solid, so there was no need to worry about the fish dying and smelling bad. He spent some time getting the ice up and placing it inside the house, planning to clean the fish after it melted. The sky was overcast and gray, as if shrouded in fog. The north wind howled and raged, chilling everyone to the bone. Fortunately, he went out last night and moved the nursery inside, so the crops didn't freeze to death. Lin Feng opened the furnace and added wood and ore, but found that the wood burned too quickly, and the efficiency was only 1/3 of what it used to be. He suddenly realized a problem. Due to the sharp drop in temperature, coupled with the cold wind, all outdoor forging furnaces would be affected, unless the forging furnace is moved indoors. But the problem is that few survivors can tolerate the thick smoke. In other words, the time required to upgrade a shelter from level 4 to level 5 will be extended indefinitely, and it is possible that the entire winter will pass before the upgrade can be completed. Although he has a large furnace at his disposal, the sky is overcast, and it looks like it's going to snow. If the snow blocks the mountain, he won't be able to go there and won't be able to forge anything. Realizing this, Lin Feng became anxious. He returned to the shelter, took the resources with him, including steamed buns, bread, meat, and so on, and then called Ling over before leaving. As Lin Feng stepped out of the courtyard, he subconsciously stopped, looking at the scene before him. The absence of the daily intelligence report filled him with disappointment. As expected, I've gotten used to the intelligence information they bring every day, and suddenly they're not, so I have this strange feeling of not knowing what to do. He sighed and shook his head. There is only one thing to do right now. Forge, and forge some more. Chapter 77, Sudden Temperature Drop. Lin Feng rushed towards the cave and went inside. The stalactites seemed to be affected by the cold weather, as not a single drop fell. He went all the way to the location of the great furnace, put fuel into it, and started the furnace. As the sounds of hammering echoed, heat spread from the furnace, making Lin Feng feel warm. Only then did Lin Feng have time to take out the food, break the steam bun open, put meat and vegetables inside, and eat it like a Chinese hamburger. Seemingly finding it a bit bland, Lin Feng sprinkled in a little more salt and ate it bite by bite with the garlic. He glanced at today's weather forecast, and the display made him mutter to himself, "No wonder it's so cold." Today's weather. It's cloudy. Heavy snow is coming soon. Sunshine duration, 3 hours. Temperature, -10 to -25 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 60%. Wind speed, level 4. The 3 hours of daylight, a full hour less than yesterday, is a terrifying thing. They could only work outside for a little over 2 hours, further reducing the time available to gather resources, and there was also talk of heavy snow. At that point, the survivors might actually be trapped in the shelter, unable to do anything. He opened the chat channel, which was filled with panic. My God, how can it be so cold? It doesn't give us any chance to get used to it at all. Damn it, I was hoping to go out and find more resources today, but now it looks like we can't get out at all. It's so cold outside. I was wearing thick boots, a big cotton padded coat, and a cotton hat. I was freezing cold after just a short while. I just checked the weather forecast, and it has dropped to below 0, and it's going to keep getting colder. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll just stay home and hibernate. Anyway, I've already stocked up on plenty of food and fuel. That makes sense. We can't do anything in this cold winter, so all we could do is grow vegetables and raise small animals at the shelter. Didn't you guys go out? When I went out just now, I ran into a wolf. It gave me goosebumps. Hey, I don't know if you guys have seen the number of survivors and the total number of survivors on the regional channel. It has decreased a lot in just one night. When Lin Feng saw this message, he immediately looked at it. The regional channel originally had 156,873 users, but Lin Feng had never paid special attention to it before. Now he discovered that there were only 100,000 users in the channel. In just 7 days, more than 50,000 people died. What Lin Feng didn't know was that without his earlier warning, the death toll would have been even higher. The total number of people shocked Lin Feng. He clearly remembered that there were 8 billion people, but now it had reached 7 billion. It's only been 7 days, and 1 billion people have already died? Lin Feng guessed that it probably didn't die from a sudden drop in temperature. It seemed that something else had happened. He looked up at the giant furnace. As the furnace continued to operate, heat continued to radiate outwards, and he was so hot that he took off his thick coat. Lin Feng also realized a problem. Many people can't stand the current low temperature, and if it continues to drop, there is a risk of a large number of deaths. Although the survivors in the chat channel were complaining that the game didn't give them enough buffer time, it actually did. It all depends on whether these survivors are willing to go out and gather resources today. If they are, then there's still a chance of survival. If not, then they can only wait to die. Thinking of this, Lin Feng simply sent a message in the channel. Everyone, it's very cold today, and I think it will continue to drop. I'm afraid we won't be able to go out for the next day or two. We can't waste a day, but please make sure you dress warmly when you go out. If you don't have thick clothes, I don't recommend going out. Lin Feng reminded them because he felt the number of survivors shouldn't be too small. Both personally and professionally, he didn't want too many of them to die. In fact, it wasn't just him. Others also made similar statements. That makes sense. There are only 3 hours of daylight now, and who knows, there might be a period of eternal night in the future. I have a lot of wood on hand, but I'm afraid it won't be enough. I should go out and collect some more. Sigh. I should have known better than to slack off a few days ago. One wrong step leads to another. Now I have no choice but to be more diligent. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that their comments were quite normal. He was most afraid that the survivors would lose the will to live because of this. The furnace continued to operate, producing iron ingots, copper ingots, and steel ingots. Lin Feng glanced at the resources in his hand. He had enough iron, ore, and copper ore, but he was indeed short of steel. He remembered that he had discovered a resource point of yen steel here last time, and decided to go and take a look. Following the directions from the resource point, Lin Feng walked through 2 mine tunnels and discovered the ore mining area ahead. This is an abandoned mining area, with many rotten mine carts still standing. It must have been quite prosperous when the dwarves were still around. As for rock steel, it was easy to find. It was directly exposed on the surface. Lin Feng took out a pickaxe and started mining. Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside the mine, there was a constant clanging and banging. The daytime was frighteningly short. Lin Feng mined about 150 units of rock steel before returning to the great furnace area. He packed the forged product into the mushroom-shaped bag, removed the still-burning fuel, and then left. Emerging from the cave, Lin Feng saw a 2-meter-long wolf in the distance, its green eyes fixed on him. Lin Feng showed no fear, and a crossbow and lava armor appeared in his hands. Seemingly realizing that he was quite formidable, the wolf turned and left. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran back to the shelter. It got dark outside shortly after I came in. Standing at the door, Lin Feng immediately felt an extreme chill, a temperature far colder than during the day. The wind began to pick up, rustling the trees and causing snow-white salt particles to fall. It's snowing. It seemed like this was just the beginning. About 10 seconds later, large snowflakes began to fall, and in the cold wind, they were like sharp knives, scraping the skin painfully. Lin Feng closed the door and put charcoal into the fireplace. He found that he didn't have much charcoal left, so he added 2 more pieces of wood. The fireplace was burning brightly, but the temperature wasn't very high. It would have warmed the whole living room quickly, but now you could only feel the warmth by getting close to the fireplace. Ziling lay beside the fireplace, her big tail wagging back and forth. Lin Feng took a sip of hot water and turned on the crystal charging lamp. With his double protection, he finally felt much better. Chapter 78, Tarot, Club, Mobilization. Lin Feng felt it still wasn't enough, so he took out the heat packs again. The high-quality heat packs had a very good heat retention effect, but they needed to absorb heat to recharge. Fortunately, Lin Feng had already filled the container beforehand, and now he put the hand warmer in his shirt pocket, where the warmth immediately enveloped most of his body. As his body gradually regained its activity, Lin Feng then examined the ore he had forged that day. During the day, besides mining for steel, he spent his time forging in the large furnace, and he harvested quite a lot of materials. Upgrading a shelter from level 4 to level 5 requires 500 iron ingots, 300 copper ingots, and 100 steel ingots. He has now collected 430 iron ingots, 220 copper ingots, and all the steel ingots are complete. Having collected enough of the hardest-to-find steel ingots, Lin Feng suddenly had the idea of upgrading his shelter to level 5 tonight. In his view, the higher the level of the shelter, the better. However, he still needs to consider one thing: the upgrade reminder given by the level 4 shelter. Lin Feng first opened the trading channel and searched for iron ingots. To his surprise, quite a few survivors were selling iron ingots, and the trade requirements were fuel, thick clothes, food, and other things to get through the winter. He contacted someone who said that 10 units of iron ingots would cost 100 units of wood or a piece of warm clothing. This exchange rate was simply outrageous. Lin Feng tried to negotiate with him, but the other party refused. Now the survivors all know that the necessary material to upgrade from level 4 to level 5 is iron ingots, and they will not sell them cheaply at all. Lin Feng searched for some copper ingots and found that quite a few people were listing them for sale, but the problem was the same: the prices were too high. As for steel ingots, needless to say, they are scarce and incredibly expensive. A chat message pops up. Lin Feng opened the chat and saw Shu Jiner ranting wildly in the group. Damn it, they're all driving up the prices. I just want to trade some iron ingots, and they're offering such high prices. These people are so desperate for money, I don't know what they're thinking. I'm really fed up. With the furnace I have right now, I simply can't gather enough materials. Lin Feng, brother, are you there? How's your melting pot over there? Lin Feng smiled wryly. It seemed he wasn't the only one encountering this problem. I was just negotiating in the trading channel, but they wouldn't even offer a price. I went to the Great Forge today and forged some materials, but I found that I was just short of the required amount, so I thought of trading. Shu Jiner was surprised. What? You're just a little short? How much? If it's not much, I can lend it to you first. We're all from the same tarot club. No need to be polite. Just let us know what conditions are needed to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Also, don't forget to return it to me. Bai Chun, what are you missing? I can make it up to you first. Lin Feng, I'm short of iron ingots and copper ingots by 70 and 80 respectively. I have a bit more steel ingots. What are you short of? Shu Jiner, I'm far from enough. I'm short 300 iron ingots and 240 copper ingots. As for steel ingots, I only have 5 units left. There's nothing I can do. I simply can't find any steel materials here. Bai Chun, I have a lot more iron ingots than I need, but I'm short 100 copper ingots, and I have very few steel ingots. Song Xiangwen, I'm lacking in everything. My focus right now is on hunting and combat, so I'll need your help with that. Don't worry, I have plenty of meat here, and I can also provide combat power for free. Shu Jiner, then let's gather the strength of everyone in our tarot club and collect Lin Feng's materials. I'm really curious to know what a level 5 shelter will look like and what capabilities it will have. Bai Chun, don't rush. Don't forget the upgrade reminder. Lin Feng, do you have a lot of high-quality materials? I have some here. I can lend them to you first. Song Xiangwen, I have one too. Lin Feng, I have quite a few on hand, but I'm a little confused. The third condition for upgrading a level 4 shelter states that you need 100 pieces of fine-quality wood, stone, and ore, but the reminder also says that high-quality materials will affect the shelter's capabilities. Does this mean that you can upgrade using 100 units of high-quality wood, stone, and ore respectively? Bai Chun, I've thought about that too, but I don't dare to experiment, mainly because I don't have enough materials on hand. Otherwise, let's take a gamble this time and try using all high-quality materials. Lin Feng, they're using me as a guinea pig. High-quality materials are extremely rare. There's one more thing he didn't say. He received 50 units each of high-quality wood, stone, and ore in the grading assessment, which means he now only needs 80 units of materials. Bai Chun, I have 15 units of high-quality timber and 5 units of high-quality stone here. Shujiner. I have 15 units of high-quality stone and 8 units of high-quality deep-sea iron. Song Xiangwen. 7 units of high-quality timber, 3 units of high-quality ore, and 6 units of high-quality stone. Lin Feng. It's clear that everyone has far too few high-quality resources at their disposal. Unfortunately, the game has just been updated with new content, fully releasing premium-level resources. Lin Feng. Let's trade through the trading channel then. I'll go first to avoid any bidding wars. He searched the trading channel and found that there were only 100,000 people left in the regional channel. Since the number of survivors was relatively large, there were slightly more traders who had access to high-quality materials. This is one of the advantages of having a large number of survivors. Lin Feng saw a man trading 3 units of high-quality timber for heating and food, and he sent a message. They could provide meat and sweet potatoes, along with cotton quilts and cotton boots for trade. Di Feng. I want 300 pieces of meat, 200 gene of sweet potatoes, and 2 10-kilogram cotton quilts. Lin Feng. That's outrageous. It's only 3 units of high-quality timber. I can't possibly trade that much. I don't even have any myself. Di Feng. I know you're collecting high-quality materials because you want to upgrade your shelter from level 4 to level 5. There are very few high-quality materials on the market right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trading in single digits. Di Feng. I'm also a level 4 shelter, so I know very well how frighteningly demanding the upgrade requirements are. I'm prepared not to go out this winter. At worst, I'll wait until spring to go out and search again. Lin Feng. If that's the case, then forget it. I have the same thought as you. Anyway, I have enough food and heating equipment. Di Feng. Wait, you mean a fireplace for heating? I have one too, but it's too basic to keep the whole shelter warm. When Lin Feng saw this message, he realized that not everyone was like him, with more than 3 ways to keep warm. Many people simply used a fireplace. Chapter 79, Level 5 Shelter, Terrifying Upgrade Conditions. With that in mind, Lin Feng sent over the description of the high-quality hand warmers. A short while later, Di Feng replied, Your item does look quite good, but it's only of excellent quality, while my materials are of superior quality. Lin Feng chuckled. The game has been updated, and high-quality materials will be fully released soon. That means that in a while, these things will be as common as ordinary materials. If you're at level 30, you can say that, but at level 3, don't be ridiculous. Di Feng was displeased. It's impossible for it to be common. At most, it's just easy to collect a few. How about this? A high-quality hand warmer, plus 50 pieces of meat and 30 caddies of sweet potatoes. Lin Feng. Bye-bye. You can trade with whomever you want. During his conversation with the other party, the hand warmer in Lin Feng's pocket was continuously releasing heat. Although it couldn't cover his entire body, most of the area was warm and cozy, and the heating effect far exceeded his expectations. This thing is incredibly useful whether you're out or at home. Only those who know its value can understand its worth. Just as Lin Feng was preparing to find another person with high-quality materials, Di Feng contacted him again. Here's what we'll do. For a high-quality hand warmer, I'll give you 3 units of material. Not enough. Now it's Lin Feng's turn to take the lead. Di Feng regretted asking for so much in the first place, which put him at a disadvantage now. After much thought, he added 2 more items, 10 units of high-quality ore and 1 high-quality chili pepper. The deal is done. Lin Feng had already made the hand warmers and traded them over. In a shelter deep in the mountains, Di Feng saw a hand warmer that was only the size of a palm and muttered, Why does it look more and more like a power bank? Could be a scam. He checked the description of the hand warmer and found it to be true, so he placed it on the fireplace. Suddenly, he felt cold. Most of the warmth released from the fireplace was absorbed by the hand warmers. Holy crap, you tricked me. Di Feng cursed and prepared to confront the other party, but then he noticed that the hand warmer was charging. He suppressed his thoughts, added 2 pieces of wood to the fireplace, and waited silently. When the hand warmer was fully charged, he took it out and held it in his hand. The warmth was natural and gentle, unlike the direct hot air from an air conditioner or the intense heat of a fireplace. Di Feng immediately took a liking to the hand warmer, and he cursed, Damn, this was a really good deal. Lin Feng had a lot of materials to make hand warmers, most of which were given to him by Lin Feng. He made about 10 hand warmers and gave one to each member of the tarot club for free. As for the remaining hand warmers, they are high-quality materials that can be traded with others in the trading channel. The hand warmers were unexpectedly, yet understandably, popular. Lin Feng made many more hand warmers made of ordinary materials and traded a large amount of ordinary materials. He looked at the blueprints for making triple-layer hand warmers and realized that in addition to ordinary and fine materials, high-quality ones could also be made. He had the high-quality but as for the other materials, Lin Feng searched on the trading channel and found 2 types, but he was still missing 3, so he had to give up. After working for more than half an hour, he calculated that he was still a little short, so he started rummaging through drawers and cabinets again to search. Premium sunstone, obsidian essence, icy marrow. Lin Feng searched through all the boxes, but he was still short 10 units of wood, 12 units of stone, and 20 units of ore. He began seeking help from others, messaging several friends. Lin Feng immediately sent a trade request, giving him 5 units of obsidian essence and 2 units of high-quality sunstone. Tao Chiwen traded 10 units of high-quality sand crystal and 5 units of poplar wood, saying he knew where to find them and would go look for them tomorrow. What surprised him was the item Shan Wenjie had traded for. It contained 20 units of ice marrow. Lin Feng replied to his message and also sent him a high-quality hand warmer. The only thing missing now is high-quality timber. Lin Feng couldn't find any in the trading channel, so he mentioned it in the group. Bai Chun acquired it directly through a trade. This is the first survivor in our tarot club to reach level 5 in the shelter, so he must be one of the best survivors. Shu Jiner said excitedly, "I can't wait to know what a level 5 shelter looks like." Lin Feng stood in the living room, his heart pounding. He was very nervous, his eyes fixed on the front. He opened the shelter interface, which clearly showed that the materials had been collected. In condition 3, there was another option, to use high-quality materials or excellent materials. Lin Feng chose the latter. The shelter is being upgraded. A flash of white light appeared, and Lin Feng, having anticipated this, closed his eyes in time. When he opened his eyes, he found that nothing had changed in the living room. He looked around, and everything was exactly the same as before. Lin Feng quickly checked the information about the shelter. Shelter, level 5. Abilities, solid, space folding, elemental resonance, living being, unique. Description, after 5 upgrades, and with the use of a large amount of high-quality materials in the 4th upgrade, the shelter has undergone tremendous changes, making it more resistant to disasters and able to help survivors survive even when disaster strikes. Next level upgrade requirements. 1. 2,000 units of high-quality timber, 1,500 units of high-quality stone, and 1,000 units of high-quality ore. 1,900 and 800 high-quality iron ingots, copper ingots, and steel ingots, respectively. 2. There are 3 types of high-quality building facilities, which can be either planting or breeding, and each must have a defensive or offensive facility. 3. 500 each of high-quality timber, stone, and ore. 4. 200 each of rare quality wood, stone, and ore. 5. Shelter upgrade scroll. 6. Complete the upgrade challenge. 7. Activated cultivation, unique. Upgrade reminder. Upgrading with high quality and rare materials will affect the abilities your house gains at the next level. The higher the quality and rarity, the stronger the ability. Please choose carefully. Once you have a sanctuary with unique capabilities, remember to carefully consider your choice of training direction. Otherwise, you will have no chance to regret it. When Lin Feng saw the long list of 7 upgrade conditions, his vision went black. Holy crap! Lin Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He really wanted to curse. The requirements for a level 4 shelter were already outrageous, so your requirements for upgrading from level 5 to level 6 are just too much. There's 7 in total. The simplest first one requires 2,000 units of high-quality timber, which is not ordinary quality. It is impossible for an individual to collect them all. Current shelter ranking, 998. Chapter 80, a mouthful of noodles and a mouthful of garlic. Hunking. Lin Feng was stunned. Immediately afterwards, a line of text appeared before them. Congratulations on upgrading the survivor shelter to the 998th level. You will receive 1 chance to spin the roulette wheel. A huge roulette wheel appeared, covered with countless tiny squares, each obscured by mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. So many people have upgraded their shelters to level 5, Lin Feng murmured. He knew there were always people more capable than him, but he never expected there to be so many. Lin Feng stopped thinking about it and looked at the roulette wheel. As he turned it, the wheel spun rapidly, the pointer moving forward until it finally stopped. Congratulations to the survivor for drawing the shelter ability road sign. Road mark. You can mark a location. Once you succeed, you can teleport to that location through the shelter, or you can teleport back. Currently available to be marked. 2. Lin Feng's eyes widened immediately. This was an extremely important ability. He had been wondering what to do if the heavy snow blocked the roads and he couldn't get to the Great Furnace. Now all you need to do is mark it there, and you can teleport freely, even in winter. Lin Feng jumped up in excitement. He then looked at the abilities granted by the shelter's upgrade. The sturdiness was given when it was upgraded to level 4, but he didn't expect that upgrading from level 4 to level 5 would give so much. Space folding. From the outside, the size of the shelter remains the same, but the internal space has folded, expanding to about twice its original size. It can be upgraded using space-related materials, treasures, etc. Elemental resonance. Since the materials used in its construction contain all 5 elements, this ability is activated, giving the shelter a certain degree of resistance to attacks from the 5 elements. At the same time, it absorbs elemental power, slowly increasing the shelter's strength. Living being. Unique survivors possess the talent of creation, which is automatically activated during leveling up, granting the sanctuary the ability to become a living being. The shelter is alive because you personally collect materials, build structures, and upgrade them. The shelter is your property. Due to the effect of this ability, the shelter will absorb life force to continuously enhance its own vitality and will advance in the future. Lin Feng hadn't expected his talent to create such an ability. He looked around and felt as if the shelter was a living entity completely under his control. How should I put it? It's a bit strange. Just then, a message came in the group chat. When I opened it, it was Shu Jiner asking me something she couldn't wait to say. While checking the increased space, Lin Feng sent out information about the level 5 shelter, but he chose to conceal some information, such as the ability to create living beings. The other members of the Tarot Club were stunned when they saw the information about the level 5 sanctuary. After a while, Bai Chun finally sent the message. What's the situation with each of these abilities? Lin Feng then sent out detailed information about his abilities. I think these abilities only appear when high-quality materials are used, and they're not replicable since everyone has different high-quality materials. I predict that when shelters reach level 5, they will exhibit characteristics such as diversity and uniqueness. Bai Chun, you're right. Just looking at a few abilities, it's hard to say whether they're good or bad. The ability to fold space simply doubles the space of the shelter, which is actually quite ordinary. Then there's elemental resonance, which is said to slowly increase the strength of the shelter. How long does this take? If it's the kind of thing where the effect gets stronger over time, then it's a very late game build, which isn't actually beneficial for the survivors. Shu Jiner, that's true. It seems that this ability cannot be freely chosen. It's completely random, which makes things a bit difficult. Lin Feng, there's another thing. After I successfully upgraded, the system notified me that I was the 998th person to upgrade my shelter to level 5, and I got a chance to spin a roulette wheel. Bai Chun, there are so many people. Wow, this is beyond my expectations. Shu Jiner, that's not much. Don't forget there are over 8 billion people in the world. Being able to upgrade within the top 1,000 is already quite remarkable. Lin Feng, I drew a shelter ability called Road Mark, which can mark an area and then teleport there through the shelter. Tomorrow I will go to the Great Forge to mark it, so that even in the dead of winter and heavy snow, I can get there. You should gather the materials as soon as possible. I feel it will be best to upgrade the shelter to level 5 as soon as possible. You've all seen the requirements for level 6, and it's impossible to achieve that on your own. Also, to thank you for your help, you don't need to charge me a usage fee. Bai Chun, that's good news. I was hesitant before about whether to upgrade with all high-quality materials like you, But now it seems that we should use what we can and choose superior materials if we can't. I'll give you the materials I've collected in a bit. Thank you for your help. You can continue to charge usage fees. After all, they're just ordinary materials. Since you're teleporting back and forth, staying there is definitely not as comfortable as staying in a shelter. You still need to get some compensation for your trouble. Lin Feng didn't say much. Bai Chun, Xu Jiner, and Song Xiangwen all sent him transaction requests and handed over their materials. Lin Feng then sent the information about the level 5 shelter to Liu Yufan, Tao Chuan, and Shan Wenjie, urging them to prepare as soon as possible. He had already walked around the shelter and found that it was not folded in all directions, but rather the space was folded in a few rooms. For example, the storage room that had never been used before was now as large as the entire single-level floor. Lin Feng returned to the living room. The walk-around had left him feeling cold all over. He drank some hot water and went to the kitchen. On a cold day, you naturally need a bowl of steaming hot noodles. He kneaded the dough, cut it into strips with a cleaver, and slapped it back and forth to make it firm. While waiting for the water to boil, he chopped the meat into minced meat, poured in oil, and when the oil was hot enough, he added the minced meat. Chopped green onions, minced ginger, and chili peppers were added, but unfortunately, there was no fermented bean paste. The aroma filled the air, and a bowl of minced meat sauce was ready. The hot water in the pot was bubbling away. Lin Feng put the noodles in and stirred them with chopsticks to make sure they didn't stick together. When he thought it was almost done, he scooped out the noodles, poured in a little noodle soup, and carried them back to the living room. Pour the minced meat sauce into the noodles, stir it, and the aroma will fill the air, making it a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Lin Feng couldn't wait to slurp up a mouthful of noodles. The taste was incredibly satisfying. He took 2 bites and then ran to the kitchen. Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor by half. A bite of noodles and a bite of garlic. Even a god wouldn't do it. During this cold winter season, Lin Feng was living a very comfortable life. Chapter 81 was hacked. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Lin Feng felt warm all over and became quite languid. He sat in a chair, close to the fireplace, while Ling lay beneath it, her fluffy tail swaying gently. The wind outside grew stronger and stronger, and there was a rustling sound. Lin Feng looked out the window at the heavy snow falling outside and thought to himself that if it snowed all night, he might not be able to go to the great furnace tomorrow. I hope not. He added a few pieces of wood to the fireplace, returned to the bedroom, first put the hand warmers under the covers, and then placed the crystal charging lamp on the bedside table. In no time, the bed became warm, and he lay down on the bed while Ling lay beside him. Lin Feng opened the chat channel and lay there reading the messages from the survivors. Most of the conversation revolved around snow, which didn't seem very informative. Coupled with the fact that he'd probably eaten a lot of carbohydrates, Lin Feng slowly drifted off to sleep. Lin Feng had a dream in which he returned to the modern society he had lived in before. He works hard every day, often working overtime until 10 p.m., and then spends his time scrolling through his phone until midnight or 1 a.m. when he gets home. Although he knew he was staying up late, it was only at this time that he felt like the time was his own. The next morning I have to get up at 6 o'clock, wash up, buy breakfast, wait for the subway, and go to work, and the cycle repeats itself. He could only smile wryly as he watched those short videos about how budget travel, luxury travel, and youth travel are worse than budget travel, and how to see the world scenery. He wanted to go, but he couldn't. Without a job, he had no money. I get scolded by my boss at work, get home late, and can't even eat the food I've been craving. Suddenly, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He looked at his surroundings, with Ling fast asleep beside him. Lin Feng suddenly realized that coming to this cataclysmic game might be a good thing. Although there weren't many entertainment options, he could still live a different kind of life. He was terribly hungry, so he threw off the covers and went to the magical wardrobe, a special item he had previously traded for, which would randomly produce a piece of clothing every day at 8 o'clock. He's already taken out his beach clothes and sportswear from there these past couple of days, but I wonder what he'll be wearing today. It was a little past 6 in the morning, and the magical wardrobe hadn't been refreshed yet. Lin Feng opened the wardrobe next to him and changed his clothes. He stepped out of the bedroom and suddenly realized a problem. I wasn't wearing very thick clothes, but I didn't feel cold. What's going on? He checked today's weather and saw that the temperature had already dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Logically speaking, at this temperature, the room should be extremely cold. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something. He clicked on the shelter information and saw a new line of text. After a night of elemental absorption, the shelter has initially acquired cold resistance. Lin Feng instantly realized how powerful the elemental resonance ability was. He thought of a movie he had seen before, in which there was a man named Darwin whose mutant ability was survival of the fittest. Elemental resonance may not be as comprehensive as survival of the fittest, but it does have similarities. However, Bai Chun is right. This ability only becomes truly powerful in the late game. To truly unleash its potential, one must live a long life. Lin Feng was in a pretty good mood. At least he didn't have to worry too much about the temperature being too low inside the shelter. He went to the kitchen, heated up the steamed buns, and ate them with the meat. Unlike yesterday, many people in the chat channel are now wailing. Why is it so cold? I can't stand it. The fireplace is completely useless. Holy crap, it's minus 30 degrees Celsius today. Damn it, I was woken up by the cold, and I still have a runny nose. I'm afraid I'm going to catch a cold. Catching a cold is not a good thing. There are no cold medicines available now, so it's best to drink some ginger soup. Where's the ginger? It's available in the trading channel. You could trade some. Even if you don't have a cold, I suggest you drink some, just in case. Oh no, I've really caught a cold, and I already have a fever. Do you have any cold medicine? Don't even think about it. There's no way this thing could be made. I wanted to ask, why do I feel hot all over right now? Hey upstairs, there's no need to show off here. So you think your house is the only one that's warm? No, I'm only a level 2 shelter. The whole room is cold, but my body is very hot. What? You don't have hypothermia, do you? Quickly put on all the clothes you can, and then stay by the fireplace. Is there any hot water? Drink more. Bro, did you see the message I sent? Sigh, I guess this guy is done for. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the number of survivors in our area is only 80,000. Wow, more than 20,000 people died in one night. Is that reasonable? That shouldn't be the case. It's only minus 30 degrees Celsius. I'm from the north, and this kind of temperature is normal where I'm from. As long as you wear thick clothes, you won't freeze to death. Besides, there are fireplaces and shelters now, right? If the fireplace is kept burning continuously, the room temperature will never drop. Could something have gone wrong? Upstairs, I'm also from the north. I just went out for a bit. I was wearing 5 layers of clothes, including 2 cotton-padded jackets. As soon as I stepped outside, the cold air penetrated all my clothes and couldn't block it at all. I went back inside and stood by the fireplace. Now I'm shivering all over. I can testify that I also went out once. I was wearing a warm wool coat that I had taken out of the box earlier. It was very warm, but after going out, I didn't want to stay for even a second longer. This cold is different from the cold we've seen before. I saw you guys saying it was cold outside, so I went out for a bit. It was alright, nothing too bad. Maybe it's because I was carrying a hand warmer? We're hand warmers. Please tell me. Bro, if you have any amazing heating gadgets, please share them. I traded with someone named Lin Feng in the trading channel before. He can absorb heat and then release it. The heat is warm, comfortable, and gentle. You're not a plant, are you? Why would I ask for this? If you don't believe me, that's fine too. This is information about hand warmers. 2 pictures were posted. One was a description of the hand warmer, and the other was of him in the courtyard of the shelter. Lin Feng, who was thinking about going to the Great Furnace later, suddenly noticed that his friend's window was shaking continuously. He opened it, and countless friend requests appeared in front of him. No, I've been hacked. What's going on? Have you all gone mad? Chapter 82, Selling Hand Warmers. The sheer number of friend requests triggered game notifications. Do the survivors want to filter their friends and enable the filtering function? Yes, activate. Lin Feng agreed without any hesitation. In an instant, the friends page changed, and a large number of identical or similar friend requests were collapsed. Need a hand warmer. I want to trade hand warmers. Hand warmer, here I come. This is their notes. A hand warmer? Lin Feng was even more puzzled. He accepted a friend request and learned the whole story from the other person. It turned out that the chat channel was discussing this heating issue, with most people talking about using cotton-padded clothes and fireplaces. This was only inside the shelter. There was no way to get out. The cold air outside could penetrate their clothes and seep straight into their bones. The kind of cold is unbearable for anyone. A survivor was showing off in the chat channel, saying that he had a hand warmer and was not afraid of the cold even when he went out. Many people asked him where he bought it. The other party mentioned Lin Feng's name. Lin Feng even asked around and found out that the person who told them was actually Di Feng. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Anyway, there's only one thing now. His reputation has spread far and wide, and countless survivors now want to buy hand warmers from him. Lin Feng suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to collect resources. If he could seize it, he might be able to obtain a large number of rare items. He knew very well that the survivors couldn't live without shelters, and wood, a basic resource, was in extremely high demand. Wood was definitely untradeable, but other resources could be traded. In addition, the properties of hand warmers can also help these survivors survive better, so it seems that they are willing to pay a certain price to stay alive. With this in mind, Lin Feng began mass-producing hand warmers. There are 3 types of hand warmers: ordinary material, good quality, and premium. For most survivors, ordinary material hand warmers are sufficient. Lin Feng had enough materials to make a large number of hand warmers. While making them, he also took the opportunity to test his innate ability, the heart of creation. A sturdy hand warmer, a long-lasting hand warmer, a hand warmer with a bit of a temper, a hand warmer that's even more enthusiastic. Thanks to a sudden inspiration, hand warmers were optimized, and a prefix appeared before their descriptions. For example, lasting means being able to last longer, or in other words, being more energy efficient. More enthusiasm means releasing more heat. Lin Feng also discovered that these prefixes were all based on the existing capabilities and would not affect the use of the hand warmers. For Lin Feng, this was a good thing. For the survivors who bought the hand warmers, it was a buy one get one free deal. One by one, hand warmers were put up for sale. Lin Feng added the trading requirements, prioritizing high-quality materials, which were actually various blueprints, scrolls, equipment, special items, and high-quality materials. He also spent some time filtering out traded items such as blueprints, ignoring ordinary blueprints like those for chairs and stools. It has to be said that Lin Feng's pricing was indeed very ruthless, and he handled it quite well. The survivors' biggest need right now is warmth, and they will absolutely not trade wood. As for other things, they are not as high a priority as surviving. Lin Feng could see the transaction information in front of him constantly updating, and successive notification sounds of successful transactions rang out. He got tired of hearing it and simply turned off the notification sound. Next, he began making high-quality hand warmers. Survivors are also divided into levels. A level 5 shelter like his might not lack warm equipment, but it's different for level 4 and level 3 survivors. They have abundant resources and a lot of good stuff on hand. They look down on ordinary hand warmers, but naturally they covet high-quality hand warmers. Fortunately, Yu Yufan had given him a lot of obsidian materials beforehand, and he hadn't used high-quality obsidian when upgrading the shelter last time, which allowed him to make quite a few hand warmers. However, there were simply too many survivors. If the system hadn't automatically mass-produced them, Lin Feng would probably have been working himself to the bone. The materials ran out, but the number of people trading remained just as large. Lin Feng sent a message to Lu Yufan, asking if he had any materials, and offered him a share of the profits, since the blueprint for the triple hand warmer was given to him by the other party. Lu Yufan traded all the materials he had on hand, saying he would go digging during the day. The situation there is different from here. It's not freezing cold there, so he can go out. Lin Feng then searched for materials in the trading channel. Besides obsidian, there were various other materials that could be used to make hand warmers. Time passed quietly, and dawn broke outside. Lin Feng saw that it was 8 o'clock. He first packed the food into mushroom bags, then went to the bedroom, opened the magic wardrobe, and a white coat appeared inside. A wool coat with excellent warmth retention. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He put on a wool coat, intending to bring Ziling along, but seeing her lazily lying on the bed, he decided to let her continue sleeping. Pushing open the door, a strong blast of cold air hit him, instantly making Lin Feng feel the extreme cold. It was a kind of cold that was impossible to guard against, and no matter how thick his clothes were, it was of no use. Lin Feng finally understood why the survivors were trading hand warmers like crazy. He took the hand warmer out of the mushroom-shaped package and put it in his pocket. The warmth released by the hand warmer acted as a barrier around him, keeping the cold air out. Hand warmers can only warm most of the body, but Lin Feng extravagantly brought two, so even his feet were warmed up. He watched as the energy patterns on the hand warmer steadily decreased, and without wasting any time, he quickly left the yard. Outside, everything was white, and the distant forest was covered in a blanket of snow. The snow on the ground was thick, and Lin Feng walked along, his steps uneven. It will take him longer to reach the mine tunnel than before. Lin Feng knew that the novice protection period was over, and he needed to be wary of wild animals appearing around him, so he didn't walk very fast. Just as he had spent time and energy arriving at the cave entrance, Lin Feng saw a large, snow-white bear not far away. Snow bear. Excellent grade. The snow bear noticed him and stared at him. Lin Feng moved step by step toward the cave. Outside, the snow bear had a great advantage, but once inside the cave, that might not be the case. Chapter 83 Area Challenge Boss. Whether the snow bear was too afraid to attack or simply disdained his small amount of meat, Lin Feng didn't see the snow bear come over even after entering the cave. He breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, fighting in this cold weather was hardly a wise move. Lin Feng quickly arrived at the mine tunnel and found that the temperature here was much higher, about 10 degrees higher than outside. He passed through the stones and was about to continue walking when he stopped. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt as if something was watching him from the darkness of the mine tunnel. Lin Feng looked around, and a lava armor shield appeared in his hand. He carefully made his way to the large cavern. Just like before, Lin Feng marked the Great Furnace so that he could freely teleport here in the future. He added fuel and ore to the large furnace, and as the flames rose, the temperature in the area immediately soared to over 20 degrees Celsius. He took off his coat, sat on a rock, and slowly ate a steam bun. In the trading channel, there's still a lot of people asking for hand warmers, while survivors who have bought hand warmers are showing off in the chat channel. Luckily, I managed to snag one. I have to say, this hand warmer is really effective. You guys haven't used it, so you don't know how good it is. Hand warmers are much better than the old hot water bottles. I think even air conditioners can't compare. That's for sure. My family once bought an air conditioner that cost 30,000 yuan. It was supposed to have a gentle breeze, but it's nowhere near as good as a hand warmer. Wow, the people upstairs are rich. What do you mean by rich or nouveau riche? In this world, it's all just a passing cloud. Besides, that's money my dad earned from starting a business. I originally just wanted to be a rich kid who eats, drinks, and has fun. Who would have thought I'd end up here? I'm also a second-generation rich kid. My family is an A9. I've seen and played everything. All those celebrities you guys are crazy about are vying to throw themselves into my arms. Now, I'm just an ordinary survivor in a level 3 shelter. Enough of that. Anyway, I'm reminding you all to have a hand warmer on hand. Ordinary material is fine, but if you can afford it, go for a premium quality one. Mine is a premium quality hand warmer, and it's really warm. You probably can't guess what I'm doing right now. I'm out cutting down trees right now, thinking I should cut down as many as possible while it's still daylight. With these hand warmers on, I'm not cold at all. Wow, I want to buy everything you're talking about. Hurry up. Hand warmers are all made by individuals. Now it depends on how many the big shot is willing to make. If he stops making them, you won't be able to buy them even if you want to. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with what these people said. It was impossible for him to make tens of thousands of hand warmers. The materials needed were simply too expensive. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng figured he had nothing better to do, so he decided to take the opportunity to explore the mine tunnels again and see if there were any places he hadn't been to before. However, he used his ability first, and as his figure disappeared, he reappeared back inside the shelter. Feeling the warmth inside the room, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with this ability. He picked Ziling up from the bed and teleported her to the Great Furnace. I'll be exploring the mine tunnels in a bit. You keep an eye on your surroundings and warn me if there's any danger. One of the reasons Lin Feng brought Ziling over was its ability to sense danger. Ziling was lazily lying on his shoulder, yet it still conveyed a sense of danger. With a shield in his left hand and a dwarf torch in his right, Lin Feng slowly walked toward a place he had never been before. The game system has been updated with new content, and a new boss challenge has been added. Lin Feng felt that this winter would definitely not be easy. The mine tunnel was incredibly dark, making it impossible to see what was happening in the distance. It gave one the feeling that something was spying on his every move from the shadows. Lin Feng would glance back every now and then, worried that something like this might happen. The mine tunnels dug and built by the dwarves were more numerous and longer than imagined, some of them leading deep into the earth as if there was no end in sight. Moreover, these mine tunnels are interconnected, and Lin Feng dared not walk around them casually, for fear that he would get lost and not be able to find his way back. For example, he has now traversed 5 mine tunnels, which are interconnected and in turn connect to other mine tunnels. Sometimes a mine tunnel will have 3, or even 5 forks, each leading to a different area. Lin Feng walked through one of them, and when he came to the end, he found that it was another 3-way intersection. Lin Feng even suspected that these dwarves might have the habits of ants. Otherwise, why would they build something so complicated? Furthermore, the Cataclysm game system has a map, but once you enter, the map displays special areas that cannot be saved and need to be unlocked to be displayed. Along the way, Lin Feng did not come away empty-handed. He found 2 black iron treasure chests and 1 rock treasure chest. The latter contained a considerable amount of ore, while the former contained high-quality wood and stone, as well as blueprints and other items. Just as Lin Feng was passing through a mine tunnel, he saw a strange figure in the bright area ahead. As he cautiously approached, information about a figure appeared before him. Name: Mutant Dwarf. Grade: Excellent. Description: the dwarves once fought a great battle against flesh monsters. Both sides suffered heavy losses in that battle, and the underground mines were mostly occupied by flesh creatures. The dead dwarves were parasitized by the flesh and underwent mutations. They guarded key areas of the underground mine tunnels, ensuring they wouldn't be reclaimed by the dwarves. Over the long years, they had long lost their minds, thinking only of guarding. All invading creatures are their enemies, and they will fight to the death to kill them. Should we enable the regional challenge boss? Once activated, you will engage in battle with mutated dwarves. It's a fight to the death. If a survivor dies, their flesh will be parasitized, turning them into a slave of the mutated creatures. If you win, you will receive a generous reward. Lin Feng lit the torch and threw it over. The mutated dwarf remained motionless, seemingly refusing to attack unless activated. With the help of the firelight, Lin Feng was able to clearly see the appearance of the mutated dwarf. It was incredibly ugly, its body covered in hideous and twisted flesh, and it was even wriggling as if it were alive. The dwarf had a tightly closed mouth on his belly, but his large teeth were exposed, yellowed and blackened, and messy. It held a gleaming axe in its hand, which was clearly no ordinary weapon. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, but did not turn it on. He was unprepared. He had only come here to explore and didn't have many weapons. If he started the attack rashly, he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Chapter 84 Large Order. Lin Feng returned to the Great Forge, put the forged products into the mushroom bag, and kept thinking about the regional boss challenge. Since the game has been updated with this content, it means that survivors are encouraged to take on challenges. The description says that victory will bring generous rewards, but defeat is also quite terrifying. Not only will you die, but your corpse will also be parasitized and mutated. The transaction information suddenly came through. It was from Lu Yufan, along with a caption. Brother, I've entered the volcano. The space inside is larger than I imagined, and I've discovered some strange things. Then a video was sent over. Lin Feng opened it and saw Lu Yufan making a peace sign at the camera. He looked like a high school student, with a buzz cut, a thin face and determined eyes, exuding the sunshine and vitality of youth. Brother, did you see that? This is the inside of the volcano. I thought it would be full of lava and impossible to stand in, but it's completely different from what I imagined. You gave me the ice marrow before, and I used a special method to activate the ice elements within it, taking a certain risk to pass through the high-temperature layer and arrive here. This place is like an ecosystem inside a volcano. Look, there are plants and other organisms. Wow, this is unbelievable. Brother, I won't chat any longer. I need to search carefully and see if I can find anything good. I'll give it to you later. Lin Feng. No, you're incredibly reckless, daring to go to such a dangerous place alone. Lin Feng didn't know what to say. He could only say that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He sent a message warning of danger and urged caution. After thinking for a moment, he took out the lava turtle shell. Yu Fan had given him 2 of these, one of which he had crafted into the lava mystic armor shield. Seeing how much risk the other party was taking, he decided to make another one and give it to them. Liu Fan is a good guy with a good personality and is trustworthy. He's one of the survivor allies he's developed, so he can't die. Upon remaking the material, Lin Feng discovered that he could accurately see the texture of the material and better understand the meaning of the blueprints. As materials were added, a shield appeared. Name, Lava Armor Shield. Quality, excellent. Description, Lava Turtle Shell, an excellent shield material, is used to craft shields and allows its inherent abilities to be fully utilized. Ability 1, Shield Defense. This ability activates a shield, creating a protective barrier. As long as the barrier remains intact, the shield bearer is invincible. Ability 2, Lava Impact, which can unleash the power of lava to destroy enemies. Ability 3, Flame Repair, passive. If the shield is destroyed, as long as it is not completely destroyed, it can absorb the power of flames to repair itself. Passive ability, High Temperature Insulation. When holding a shield, it can insulate against temperatures up to 50 degrees Celsius. He gained an extra passive ability, which must have been granted by a flash of inspiration from his talent, and it suits the opponent quite well. Lin Feng traded the shield over. Holy crap, bro, this is a top-tier shield. You just gave it to me like that? You're my real brother. This was made from the lava turtle shell you gave me to protect you. Don't take too many risks. Staying alive is more important. Understood. I've also found some things, so I'll give them to you directly. 3 items appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Name, Flameflower Seed. Quality, average. Description, fast-growing, a plant that resembles a raging fire, whose flowers continuously release heat, transforming the surrounding area into a fiery wasteland. Flamingo wood of excellent quality. Lava fish of excellent quality can enhance one's fire resistance when consumed. These are all good products, and they are very suitable for use in the current cold season. Time passed quietly. Before leaving, Lin Feng added a large amount of fuel and ore to the furnace, planning to come back and collect it late at night. He activated his sanctuary ability and teleported away. Back at the shelter, Ziling chirped and said it was hungry. Let's go eat. Ziling ran back to her nest and ate walnuts with relish. Lin Feng first prepared the food, then planted the seeds of the flame flower, which quickly took root and sprouted with the help of the elf wand. The speed was so fast that Lin Feng even wondered if the elf wand's effect had been amplified. Lin Feng then understood what fast growth meant. At this rate, it might bloom overnight. He traded the forge products he had acquired that day to Bai Chun and his group. They then traded the resources they had collected that day, so that even in this cold winter, they could forge the iron, copper, and steel ingots needed for the upgrade. Inside his shelter, Bai Chun put the materials into a box. On the table in front of him were 2 hot dishes and a large bowl of rice. With Lin Feng's help, there is now hope of upgrading the shelter to level 5. Since learning about the materials needed for the upgrade, Bai Chun has been constantly collecting them. However, forging is not a simple task, and they do not want to turn their sanctuary into an industrial area, which greatly slows down the process. Lin Feng's ability to mass-produce quickly has relieved him. According to his plan, it would take another 5 or 6 days to gather all the necessary conditions, as for upgrading with high-quality materials. He really wanted to do it, but he faced a certain situation. You can either slow down the upgrade process, gather enough materials before upgrading, or abandon the upgrade and choose superior materials instead. Bai Chun is a smart man. He knows that the better the materials, the better for the shelter. Just then, a friend pop-up appeared. I have a deal. I need to use your talent to do something. Once it's done, you'll receive 100 units of high-quality materials. Bai Chun's pupils shrank sharply. High-quality materials are extremely rare. It took several people from their tarot club working together, plus Lin Feng's own substantial savings, to gather enough. Yet the other party offered 100 units at once. What is it? I have a device that can perform divination, but it requires a certain talent to be able to do so accurately. I need you to use it to divine something. Thing. Yes, it's about the dwarven mining area. I need the exact location. Bai Chun frowned, and for some reason, he suddenly thought of Lin Feng. The Great Forge, the dwarven mine, it's probably not the same place. If you agree, I can pay you a deposit of 30 units first, and then we can trade the remaining materials after the deal is done. Are there any side effects to using this equipment? Yes, it will temporarily disable your talent for a period of time, but I will provide compensation. How about 50 units of high-quality materials? Bai Chen's breathing quickened. If he could complete it, he could gather all the upgrade requirements with just these materials. Chapter 85, The Crimson Spirit Bee Queen. Lin Feng was slurping his noodles. This time he used tomato and egg sauce, plus a pinch of chopped green onions. The noodles were golden, green, and red, and each bite left a lingering fragrance on his lips and teeth. Although it was already dark, it was still daytime according to the time. Since he would have to stay in the shelter all day, Lin Feng was naturally willing to spend the time to make some noodles. He has already steamed quite a few buns, which he has frozen. When he wants to eat them later, he can just reheat them. Lin Feng picked up the braised beef from the plate. Instead of cutting it, he took a bite of the whole piece. Even without the spice packet, the taste was still quite good. I wonder if it's because the food in the Cataclysm game tastes better. Anyway, he had enough meat on hand. Song Xiangwen had always been trading with him wild animal meat, mostly of ordinary quality, but there was also a lot of high-quality meat. After finishing a large bowl of noodles and 2 whole pieces of beef, Lin Feng wiped his mouth, took another sip of water, and thought, "This is the best I can do." He was a little disappointed that he didn't have any wine on hand. Otherwise, it would have been even more enjoyable with some. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng listened to the howling wind outside and watched the blizzard pouring down, with everything in sight a vast expanse of white. He started sorting through the things he had obtained from trading hand warmers, and what he found shocked him. Numerous blueprints, scrolls, and special items, densely packed together, resemble merchandise in a shopping mall, waiting to be selected. However, all these goods belonged to Lin Feng himself. With the help of these blueprints, the shelter's infrastructure was completely replaced, and various daily necessities were added, such as sofas, benches, energy fans, etc. Lin Feng selected several useful scrolls: a high-quality upgrade scroll, a random teleportation scroll, a targeted teleportation scroll, a pet contract 3, and a loyalty mark. Lin Feng also discovered a high-quality scroll called Carrot Plot. After use, it will create a plot of land for growing carrots, producing both ordinary and high-quality carrots. The fact that they were able to produce such a resource-based scroll shows that their situation is quite dire. Since the shelter had a lot of extra space after the upgrade, Lin Feng chose one of the spots and set up a carrot patch there. It covers an area of about 2 acres and is covered with a large number of ripe carrots. Lin Feng picked 2, washed them with water, took a bite, and found them sweet, crisp, and delicious. He had already figured out how to use carrots. It can be shredded and mixed with minced garlic, used to make dumplings with other vegetables, or stewed with meat. Lin Feng harvested this batch of carrots. As he left the room, he paused and looked back. The room is quite spacious, and it seems there are no issues with leaks or insufficient floor thickness. In other words, this area can be developed into a planting area, and the adjacent space can be used for aquaculture. Lin Feng rubbed his chin and suddenly understood the meaning of a level 5 shelter. He didn't know if all level 5 shelters had the ability to fold space. Assuming they did, would that mean there would be 2 possible future development directions, inward or outward? He radiated outwards from the shelter, then occupied the surrounding area, eventually achieving the effect of an imperial city. Just like when he looked at the insect plague before, he overlooked the entire city from the perspective of an administrator. Will this lead to a power struggle in the future? Lin Feng murmured. He immediately shook his head, thinking it best not to dwell on things from so long ago. Thinking too much and doing too little will lead to anxiety. He hummed a song as he entered the kitchen, placed the carrots in a box next to him, took out 5, quickly sliced them into strips, added crushed garlic, a little soy sauce, and vinegar. It's a pity there was no sesame oil, otherwise it would have tasted even better. As for the soy sauce and vinegar, he also acquired them through the trading channel. As a foodie, Lin Feng had already traded a large amount of seasonings. I brought the shredded carrots to the living room, and after taking 2 bites, I heard a ding sound. The flesh and blood weaving machine item is complete, with a roll of bandage covered in specks of blood on it. Name: flesh woven bandage. Quality: excellent. Description: a special bandage that exhibits an extremely strong devouring effect on intact flesh, but shows a completely opposite attitude towards damaged flesh, using its own abilities to heal it. Upon seeing the information, Lin Feng immediately understood its meaning. This was clearly a treatment tool. As expected of the flesh and blood weaving machine, Lin Feng took out more flesh and blood and placed it on it to make more. Suddenly not having to go out, Lin Feng wasn't without things to do. The crops in the planting box are growing vigorously, and with the help of the magic wand, wheat, corn, and other crops will soon be ripe. Lin Feng used the elementary elf planting technique on the planting box, an ability that can accelerate growth. The wheat ears were already forming. It was estimated that they would be ready for harvest in another 2 days. He went to the animal pen again, where the 2 cows were unaffected by the cold outside, and produced 2 cans of milk, though the unprocessed milk had a strange smell. Lin Feng hadn't learned how to process it, but he searched on the trading channel and found an automatic fermenter that could ferment milk into yogurt. He traded it for a hand warmer, put the milk in it, and thought that he could eat yogurt from then on. As for the remaining milk, he took it to the kitchen, put it in a pot, and started heating it continuously, a method he had learned from the chat channel. Boiling milk may affect its nutrition and taste, but can kill bacteria. The wooden spoon stirred continuously, and a rich, milky aroma rose up. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep sniff. Once the milk starts bubbling and a thick layer of milk skin begins to form on the surface, Lin Feng poured the milk into a wooden cup, took a small sip, and immediately decided to include milk as one of his future breakfast options. As for the milk skin, it could be used to make quite a few things, but unfortunately he didn't have the equipment or skills, so he just ate it as a snack. Suddenly, a faint thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He stood up and went to the hive. The queen bee, restored by the water of the moon well, flew out of the hive. At this time, her appearance had changed, and she was about the size of an adult's palm, with red stripes on her body. Name: Crimson Queen Bee. Quality: excellent. Description: the queen bee, who already possessed the potential for excellent quality, finally broke through after experiencing a crisis and was able to breed the red spirit bee, which is of excellent quality, and produce honey of excellent quality and royal jelly of semi-premium grade. Chapter 86: Plantations and Livestock Farms. Semi-high quality? Lin Feng was a little stunned. This thing could be like this? Then he realized that perhaps after the Crimson Spirit Bee Queen advances again, it will be able to produce high-quality royal jelly. The thoughts of the Red Spirit Bee Queen kept appearing. The hive was severely damaged, and there were only a few red spirit bees left. It needed to reproduce, but it lacked food, namely nectar. That's simple. Lin Feng has quite a few flower seeds on hand, but he didn't plant them before so as not to take up space in the crop planting box. He brought the beehive to the room where the carrot patch was located, made a clothes rack, hung the beehive on it, and the red spirit bees inside flew out one after another. Lin Feng glanced around and saw that only a dozen or so crimson spirit bees had survived. It all depended on whether the Crimson Spirit Bee Queen could deliver. He made 3 large planting boxes and filled them with ordinary soil. When he didn't have enough soil on hand, he traded it on the trading channel. Soil is something that's everywhere, and basically no one would deliberately buy it. People like Lin Feng are a minority. Those who put the soil up for sale originally had no hope of selling it, but now that someone is willing to buy it, they all do so without hesitation. Lin Feng accidentally bought too much soil. Seeing the soil piled up like a small mountain, he took out a shovel and shoveled the soil into the planting box. After planting the seeds one by one, Lin Feng filled a watering can with water and began spraying them. After thinking about it, he decided to take advantage of this time to plan out the shelter as a whole. Since it was impossible to plant outside in winter, he would plant indoors. In any case, thanks to the elemental resonance ability, the shelter has cold resistance and can maintain a relatively high room temperature. The planting boxes were neatly arranged. Lin Feng adopted a regional management approach, dividing the entire space into vegetable, grain crop, flower, fruit tree, and special plant areas for various special purposes. Vegetable section: carrots, cabbage, tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, etc. The grain crop areas include sweet potatoes, wheat, corn, rice, soybeans, and so on. The flower area features a variety of flowers, including previously planted flame flowers and sunflowers. The fruit tree area is smaller, with only one fruit tree in each planting box. Currently, there are apple, pear, and peach trees. After working hard for nearly 3 hours, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the planning of the planting area. He saw the red bees landing on the flowers to collect nectar and placed a fairy wand in the center. The passive ability is activated, covering a large area and accelerating plant growth. Many important crops use high-quality soil, which can accelerate their growth. Next to the wall are vertical multi-tiered planting racks, where small items are grown. Looking at the greenery before him, Lin Feng smiled. The joy of planting was simply perfect. At the entrance was a large compost bin. Lin Feng opened it and saw that the temperature was around 50 degrees Celsius. The kitchen waste, rotten animal meat, fish entrails, and other materials inside were fermenting. In this way, we can both solve the waste problem and produce fertilizer of excellent quality. Lin Feng made a wooden sign and erected it next to him, writing the words plantation on it. He went to the room next door, which was about the same size as the plantation. Since the planting area had been determined, Lin Feng simply moved the breeding area over as well. The space inside the shelter may not be as spacious as outside, but at least it can ensure basic operations. Several animal pens with different effects were combined together, but there were only 2 cows. Lin Feng looked at the blueprints in his hand. He could also build automatic sprinklers, automatic feeding troughs, and chicken farms. These things don't require many materials, and he has them on hand. Lin Feng manufactured 6 automatic sprinklers and installed them in the plantation. He then built a chicken farm and placed automatic feeding troughs and animal pens inside. Having a chicken farm is not enough without chickens. Lin Feng opened the trading channel and searched for chickens. When the search results appeared, he was stunned. He saw all sorts of fancy ways to introduce their deals, complete with photos of the women, each one flaunting their charm. Below are the prices, ranging from 10 units of basic materials to food, blueprints, scrolls, and so on. Lin Feng was a little curious. He saw a very famous celebrity who was adored by countless otaku and whose TV series were popular all over the country. Her pricing varied, and Lin Feng traded for the lowest price, 20 units of basic timber. The other party requested to add him as a friend. Zhang Qingqing. I didn't expect it to be a big shot. It seems even big shots can't stand being alone. Lin Feng, you know me? Zhang Qingqing, of course. I listened to your reminder about the importance of level 4 shelters in the chat channel, and I've upgraded my shelter to level 4 now. Lin Feng, impressive. There aren't many survivors with a level 4 shelter. It seems you've had your own special opportunity. Zhang Qingqing. Maybe it's because my celebrity status is known to countless people. In the early days, many men gave me various resources, which made it easy for me to reach level 2. Later, they got smarter and stopped giving them to me for free, but instead wanted something in return. So I naturally agreed. After all, it's just a photo or a video. I won't lose anything. Lin Feng. So open and honest. Zhang Qingqing. It's already listed on the trading channel. There's no need to hide it. Those who know, know. Today, your sale of hand warmers caused quite a stir in the channel. I wanted to buy some, but I couldn't get any. How about this? I'll give you a video, and you give me a high-quality hand warmer. Lin Feng, your calculations are quite clever. There's a big difference between high quality and ordinary quality. Even I don't have enough materials to make a regular quality hand warmer. Then, Zhang Qingqing sent him a video, which Lin Feng opened without thinking much about it. He was completely stunned when he saw the video content. The video was only a little over a minute long. After watching it, he felt a little hot, but he sighed. This goddess, who was once adored by countless people, has now become like this. It's hard to say whether it's good or bad. The other party was just trying to survive. Moreover, Lin Feng admired this kind of woman quite a bit. She dared to put aside her pride to do business and quickly upgraded the shelter to level 4. It seemed that she had accumulated quite a few good things. No wonder they became top influencers. That's their charisma. Lin Feng traded the hand warmers over and asked if there were any more chickens. Zhang Qingqing. Oh my god, boss. You think one isn't enough and want more? Chapter 87 Vajra Fighting Cock. Lin Feng was startled by her bold words and quickly explained. You're overthinking it. I just want to buy farmed chickens. Zhang Qingqing. Hee. Now there are teleportation scrolls. If a big shot really wants to keep a mistress in a golden house, he can buy one and take her back. Quite a few people buy them. Lin Feng, a lot of people buy it. Aren't they afraid of accidents happening when they go to provide services? Zhang Qingqing. Don't worry. Boss Shuang has a special contract scroll. As long as both parties sign the agreement on it, they can go there without worry. But if they dare to break the contract, they will die. Lin Feng, Boss Shuang. This has actually developed into an industry. It's only been a few days since we arrived in the Cataclysm game. It's already developed like this. Zhang Qingqing. Dragons have their way, snakes have their way, and rats naturally have their own path. Although the distance between survivor shelters is very far, things have changed since the advent of teleportation scrolls. While the big shots might not know, but for the survivors at the bottom, life is extremely difficult for both men and women. Now that the temperature has plummeted, they can't even go out. They can only think of ways to make a living. Anyway, it's always been like this, so they have experience. Lin Feng disagreed with the other party's words. The Cataclysm game gave them 7 days to prepare. As long as they weren't lazy, they could upgrade their shelter to at least level 3 and accumulate a lot of resources. Admittedly, some survivors are unlucky enough to appear in extremely special areas, such as deserts, volcanoes, and snow-capped mountains, but they are still trying their best to survive. The fact that these survivors have resorted to selling themselves only proves that they didn't put in any effort during those 7 days. They simply coasted through it. Lin Feng didn't argue with the other party. It wasn't worth it. Lin Feng, it's indeed not easy. If you have any special blueprints, scrolls, or other items, you can trade with me. Zhang Qingqing, this is great. I never thought I would be able to get on the coattails of a big shot one day. 2 more videos were sent to Lin Feng. He clicked on them and found that one was 3 minutes long and the other was 5 minutes long. Zhang Qingqing. I don't have any chickens on hand, but I just asked in the group and a few sisters did. They don't want anything else. They just want hand warmers. Lin Feng, sure. Subsequently, a transaction request was sent, which Lin Feng reviewed and then accepted. 2 Dongtao chickens, a breed with exceptionally large legs, whose legs are said to sell for over 1,000 yuan. Lin Feng had seen him online before, but had never met him in real life. The 3 Brahmin chickens were so big that they were larger than a child and quite intimidating, but they were actually quite docile. 5 roosters, 4 hens, and 2 black-boned chickens. Lin Feng put these chickens into a chicken farm. Although the number is still not enough, at least he will be able to eat eggs in the future. Zhang Qingqing. Boss, I just asked the client again, and they have 2 special types of chickens. I've already traded them over. 2 more pictures followed. Name, King Kong Fighting Cock. Quality, excellent. Description, a fighter among roosters born for battle, with bones as strong as steel, a robust physique, and feathers that change according to rank. Feathers of ordinary quality are iron gray, those of good quality are bronze, and those of premium quality are dark gold. The fighting cock is fierce by nature and difficult to tame. Once successfully tamed, it will never betray you. Name, Baiwei Lingji, 100 flavors spirit chicken. Quality, average. Description, it possesses an unimaginable fragrance and becomes even more delicious after cooking. However, it is timid by nature and can be easily frightened to death. They have very high requirements for food. It must be fresh crops of excellent quality or above. They would rather starve than eat food of any other quality. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. These 2 kinds of chickens were quite good. He immediately sent a message asking what to use for the transaction. Zhang Qingqing's answer made him hesitate. The other party said that it could be given away for free, and he would consider it as owing her a favor. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng still refused and traded the high-quality hand warmers, along with some sweet potatoes and flesh and blood, to the other party. Zhang Qingqing. Sigh, it's really hard to get a big shot to owe you a favor. Lin Feng, you could trade with me from now on. As long as I have it, I will give it to you at a price that is right for you. Zhang Qingqing. Thank you, sir. No matter what, it's my good fortune to know you. Lin Feng put 2 kinds of chickens into the chicken farm. 1 golden fighting chicken and 300 flavor spirit chickens. The Baiwiling chicken is not large. It is much smaller than other ordinary chickens, and it is similar to a guinea fowl. Its feathers are light green, and when it first arrived at the chicken farm, it was so scared that it didn't dare to move. Lin Feng did not go over, but instead brought out high-quality crops and placed them inside. He looked at the golden rooster, and good heavens, this rooster had been completely ravaged. All its feathers had been plucked, making it look exactly like a featherless chicken. He had numerous injuries and was lame in 1 leg. It seems that the original owner had been beating the chicken relentlessly in an attempt to subdue it. Lin Feng walked over, and the golden rooster, in a fighting stance, flapped its wings and launched an attack when it got within 10 meters. Lin Feng grabbed it and saw the golden rooster struggling desperately, even trying to peck at him. He touched the cockroach's head with his thumb and forefinger, breathed on it, and then flicked it hard on the head. If you still want to peck me, I advise you to obediently admit defeat and be tamed by me, then everyone will be happy. But if you keep resisting, don't blame me for being impolite. I'll chop off your claws, roast them over a fire, and then cut off your chicken legs, clean them, and use them to stew chicken legs. I'll also make you watch as I gut myself, scoop out the gizzards, hearts, livers, etc., skewer them, sprinkle them with seasonings, and grill them. Don't think this is the end. I have moonwell water that can heal your injuries and flesh-weaving bandages that can regenerate your flesh. I will do this once a day and continue indefinitely. The rooster seemed to understand his words. Its body trembled violently, and its eyes, which had been hostile, became docile instead. Lin Feng took 1 look and exclaimed, "Wow, that's really clever." He wasn't just bluffing. He genuinely intended to do it. If the entire process failed to tame the fighting cock, he would have no choice but to eat it. Lin Feng took out the contract scroll, and white light shone down. The Vajra fighting rooster did not resist at all, and obediently accepted the contract. Good, very obedient. Lin Feng was in a good mood. He took out the water from the moon well, and fed it to the Vajra fighting rooster. He then wrapped the Vajra fighting rooster tightly with a woven meat bandage. This was his first time using it, and he witnessed the power of the strange items created by this flesh and blood weaving machine. Chapter 88 has already developed into intermediary and food delivery services. Thick blood was seeping out from the fleshy bandages, which looked incredibly eerie. The blood seemed to come alive, seeping into the wound of the fighting rooster. The fighting rooster was being made to cluck incessantly, and, judging from the sound, it wasn't from fear or pain, but rather from pleasure. About a minute later, the bandages fell off automatically. All the wounds on the golden rooster's body healed, and even the missing flesh grew back. Apart from being featherless, the current state of the golden rooster is completely different from before. It flapped its fleshy wings and rushed towards Lin Feng, landing in front of his legs and chirping obediently. Lin Feng was quite satisfied with its performance. He hadn't expected to have an extra pet. He looked at the breeding area and felt it was still a bit empty, so he searched on the trading channel. Sheep can produce wool, buy them. Goats can be eaten for meat, so buy them. Ducks can be eaten, and you can also eat duck eggs and roast duck meat. You can buy them. Goose eggs are also a good thing, buy them. Cows, the more the merrier, buy them. Buy rabbits, Angora rabbits, meat rabbits, all of them. Lin Feng is now like a shopaholic, constantly buying and buying. Before long, the breeding area was filled with a large number of animals of various species. The once empty animal pen is now filled with quite a few animals. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, looking at the animals, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It seems that deep down he still prefers farming and animal husbandry. The problem is that he's all alone and can't manage all the work. Although there are automatic feeding machines, adding feed, milking, shearing wool, collecting eggs, both duck and goose, and so on all require human intervention. Moreover, it's not just the breeding area. The adjacent planting area also needs people. For a moment, Lin Feng slapped his forehead. Is this the trouble of happiness? While other survivors are still struggling to figure out how to get through the winter, he's already worrying about not having enough manpower. Lin Feng added the feed, returned to the living room, and sent a message in the Tarot Club group. Lin Feng, what should we do if there aren't enough people in the shelter? Shu Jiner, what do you mean? What do you need so many people for? To make babies? Bai Chun, you don't mean you grow a lot of crops or raise a lot of animals, do you? Lin Feng, Bai Chun understands me best. I was buying cows and chickens in the trading channel just now, and I couldn't stop. Seeing that I had enough space, I decided to do a big shopping spree, and that's why I bought too much. Bai Chun, your situation is not uncommon. On the contrary, it is quite common. I have said before that our shelter's energy is limited and it is impossible to develop in all aspects. We must have our own direction. However, many survivors don't think that way. Their goal is still to survive. Planting crops and raising animals can provide food, so they naturally take development into account as well. If it's a small amount, there's no problem. But if it's a large amount, then trouble arises. A person's energy is limited, and it's impossible to take care of everything. There will inevitably be trade-offs. Since you've already bought it, I reckon you won't give up, otherwise you wouldn't have asked such a question. As for a solution, there is one. The first type is the teleportation scroll that has been circulating recently. Some survivors even use it to make a living, offering delivery services. Besides the common issues between men and women, there is another service, odd jobs. Shu Jiner. Oh, is that how it is? Also, what do you mean by the issue of men and women? Do you mean living together? Why can't it be men and men, women and women, brothers, or best friends? Bai Chun, if you like women, you can call for that service. Just like Lao Song, if he likes men, there are all kinds of types. Young heartthrobs, cute puppies, handsome men, domineering CEOs, and so on. Song Xiangwen, don't talk nonsense. Believe me, or not I'll beat you up. Bai Chun, cough cough, I was just giving an example, nothing more. Don't misunderstand, everyone. Anyway, it's the same as before. You need to pay an agency fee and a hiring fee, and then someone comes to do things for you. I've heard that most jobs are paid on a daily basis now, though there are a few that last 2 or 3 days and not many that last longer. After all, you know we've only been in this cataclysmic world for a few days. Perhaps it will develop into a mature industrial chain in the future. Lin Feng exclaimed, these people are truly hard-working and resilient. They've even developed this kind of industrial chain. Real estate agents, food delivery services, capitalists. Oh, in this world they should be called landlords. Perhaps this is just a characteristic. Bai Chun, the second option is to directly buy people. Many survivors have low-level shelters and feel that they definitely cannot survive, so they sell themselves and are willing to go to other shelters to become their workers. Shu Jiner, does anyone really dare to buy it? Aren't they afraid of being usurped? Bai Chun, I've heard that there are a few enslavement scrolls available now, which can enslave people and make them your slaves. Anyone who betrays you will die. Shu Jiner, it's terrifying to think about. Bai Chun, the third, and currently the second most common, method is to buy puppets. Some survivors have the talent of puppet making, while others are skilled at creating mechanical objects. There are all sorts of talents. These people use their talents and materials to create many puppets, which only had simple behaviors and could give basic commands, but could not perform complex ones. Lin Feng, is it okay to collect eggs? Bai Chun, yes. Lin Feng, that's fine. Who's selling them? Bai Chun, go to the trading channel and search for Lu Ran, Song Kong, Su Junyi. These people all have their own unique puppets for sale. As for the price, I'll give you a reference based on my past purchases. Lin Feng muttered to himself. No wonder he's a survivor with the talent of information secrecy. He knows so much. Even if Bai Chun hadn't told him, he might have found out later, but it certainly wouldn't have happened so quickly. This is the benefit of having groups and friends. He glanced at the price quotes sent by Bai Chun, and with a clear understanding of the situation, he searched for Lu Ran in the chat channel. The other party's trading page displays 3 types of puppets. Combat type, defensive type, support type. Upon seeing it, Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity. He requested to add the other person as a friend, and as soon as the request was accepted, Lu Ran sent a video. Clicking on the video and seeing the battle scenes, Lin Feng remembered that this was the survivor he had been showing off in the chat channel. Lu Ran, oh, I didn't expect it to be you. Your hand warmers are quite popular. What kind of puppet are you planning to buy? I know that a survivor of your level must want a better puppet. I just came up with one. Chapter 89, I've taken your things. Name, support type 2 puppet. Quality, average. Description, created through innate talent, is a mixture of materials that, after undergoing a process, is finally crafted. It can understand basic commands and can help survivors with tasks such as planting, raising livestock, foraging, cleaning, washing clothes, and mopping floors. A must-have for home use, the top choice. Next came a video showing a puppet about 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall, mopping the floor until it was spotless. The scene shifts and the puppet begins washing clothes, rubbing, changing the water, wringing them out, and drying them with remarkable speed. As the video played, Lin Feng also saw the puppet hand watering plants with a spray bottle and picking up eggs, among other things. Upon seeing this video, Lin Feng knew how precious this item was and that he absolutely needed to have it. He inquired about the price, and sure enough, it wasn't cheap. The other side had no shortage of basic materials and enough food, and the shelter was not cold at all. This is the advantage of having an exclusive product. By relying on the sales puppet, he was able to quickly collect a large amount of materials, just like Lin Feng. Lin Feng asked him what he wanted, and Lu Ran sent a message. After seeing it, he frowned deeply. He compared the price quotes Bai Chan sent him with the quotes, and his expression turned somewhat grim. Lu Ran, since you've amassed a lot of resources by relying on hand warmers, you must be quite wealthy. I won't ask for much more. I'll give you 30 units of high-quality materials, plus 20/15/10 copper ingots, iron ingots, and steel ingots respectively. By the way, give me 10 high-quality hand warmers. I know that since you can make them, it's a risk-free business, just a waste of materials. Lin Feng, with your mouth, I thought you were some gluttonous pig. Your price is way too high. Lu Ran, we're all in the same boat. I know you've made a lot of money from hand warmers. Give me some. You can afford it, right? To put it bluntly, this is a unique skill of mine that you can't buy anywhere else. I know there are other people who can make puppets, but theirs are nothing compared to mine. Lin Feng, if you lower the price, I'll buy more. Lu Ran, looks like he's still a poor bastard. He's not even willing to spend this little bit of money. Get lost. Get as far away as you can. He was clearly a low-class person in his original world, unwilling to spend money. Even though he has now had the opportunity to make money, he still has the same old mindset. Lin Feng, what? Are you someone superior to others? Could it be the ruling class, standing on a cloud, unwilling to even bow your head, looking down on us ordinary people? It's just selling a puppet, and you're making a big fuss about it, aren't you? Damn it, think about how you bastards occupy all the resources and still expect us to consume and spend them. When we don't have money to spend, you even mock us for not working hard enough. Fuck you. If you were standing in front of me, I'd beat your brains out. Don't think that just because you're lucky and have awakened a useful talent, you're really something special. You might just die someday. After saying that, Lin Feng immediately deleted and blocked him. He initially tried to speak politely, but he got a little too involved and remembered how he used to work like a slave every day, only to receive a meager fixed salary each month, which is why he started cursing. Lin Feng let out a long breath, calming himself down. Although the puppet was indeed quite good, the price offered by the seller was far too high, and he had no intention of buying it. Lin Feng then searched for other people, such as Song Kong and Su Junyi, whose puppets were much worse, but cheaper. Lin Feng traded 3 puppets for him. It's about 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, looking like an immature little dwarf. It's made of ordinary wood and doesn't have an outer skin, just like a mechanical puppet from TV series. Controlling them is also very simple. The mechanical puppets simply follow the most basic commands. Lin Feng tried it out and found that watering them was okay, collecting eggs was barely acceptable, but they couldn't do anything else. Lin Feng sighed. There was nothing he could do. He simply didn't have the relevant skills. He returned to the living room, took a sip of milk, and then saw a message from his friend. Bai Chun, what did you do to offend Lu Ran? He's hunting you down across all channels now. Lin Feng, come on, tell me, how are you going to hunt me down? Bai Chun, he sent me a message saying that it is strictly forbidden to trade with me. If I am found out, I will never trade puppets with him again. I guess he probably sent it to everyone. Lin Feng laughed and sent the reason over. Bai Chun, he really deserves to be scolded. His quote is way too different from mine. He's definitely treating you like a sucker. It seems your reputation is too great. Those people know you have something good, which is why they want to take advantage of you. Lin Feng, there's nothing I can do. Chat channels and trading channels don't allow anonymity, so I imagine my name has already been noticed by many people. Bai Chun, if you want to buy a few puppets, I'll buy them for you. The more the other party treats you like this, the more we should use their products at a lower price. Although he made money, he was ultimately able to solve our problem. Of course, if you feel embarrassed about it, then forget it. Lin Feng, what shame do I have? To put it bluntly, these days, people who care about their reputation are just waiting to die. Give me 4, I'm going to use them all. In no time, Bai Chun traded over 4 Type 2 auxiliary puppets. Without comparison, there's no harm. The mechanical puppets sold by those people are indeed inferior. The puppets can quickly carry out Lin Feng's simple commands. How exactly were they made? Lin Feng was quite curious. He didn't rush to put the puppet into work, but instead studied it carefully. Suddenly, a line of words appeared before his eyes. The survivor's talent, heart of creation, has been activated, and the passive ability structure has been understood. The analysis of the creation method and techniques of the Type 2 support puppet has begun. Analysis in progress. Lin Feng entered a state of intense focus, concentrating all his mental energy on the puppet, with a large number of characters flowing through his eyes. Images flashed through my mind, depicting the creation process of the puppet from scratch, though some of these images were blurry and others were completely missing. Analysis complete. You have obtained the blueprint for the Type 2 auxiliary puppet. Incomplete. Lin Feng stared at the blueprints, completely bewildered. He hadn't expected the heart of creation talent to have such an effect. Now that the blueprints have been created, we can start learning from them. As for the incompleteness, Lin Feng activated the power of the heart of creation, 1000 machine deduction. The blueprints are changing rapidly and are constantly being improved. About 5 or 6 minutes later, a line of text appeared before my eyes. Survivors have obtained the blueprint for the improved Type 2 support puppet. Chapter 90, All-Powerful Puppet. When Lin Feng saw the blueprints, he couldn't help but get excited. This means that he can use his ability to replicate items made by others in the future, which is extremely helpful to him. Lin Feng immediately studied the blueprints, but when he saw the description, he fell into deep thought. His structural insight allowed him to learn about the incomplete blueprints for the Type 2 auxiliary puppet, which, through the deduction of 1000 machines, were made complete. However, a problem arises. Lu Ran created it using his own talent and special materials. The reason why the puppets he created were so useful to others was precisely because of this innate ability. The improved version of the support Type 2 puppet blueprints removed the talent ability and replaced it with something else. Just like now, one of the materials needed is a biological brain. Only the brain, a special organ, can receive and strictly execute the commands transmitted to it. The blueprints specify the material grades. The higher the level of brain development, the smarter the puppet will be. In other words, the human brain is the most suitable. Lin Feng pictured himself wearing a white coat, holding a scalpel in his right hand and a fresh brain in his left, covered in blood, with a ferocious and terrifying expression on his face. He shuddered. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. How'd he end up as an evil researcher? First, he obtained facilities related to flesh and blood. Then he found flesh and blood potions and received an investigation mission. The blueprints we produce now all use the brain as raw material. Fortunately, the material is a brain, but any living organism will do. Lin Feng can use animal brains as a substitute. Besides the brain, there are 2 other materials, gelatinous clay and root clay. Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity. After thinking about it carefully, he recalled that on the 4th day after arriving in the Cataclysm game, the intelligence information had mentioned gelatinous clay. A lot happened that day, and he didn't bother to look at the information about the clay. He just brought it all back. Lin Feng rummaged through the box and found the clay. As for the living root clay, he had thought he might need it sometime in the future, so he traded it over. Lin Feng looked at the remaining materials needed for the puppet and began searching for them in the trading channel. During this time, he also saw the message posted by Lu Ran, which was the same as what Bai Chun had said. After gathering all the necessary materials, Lin Feng subsequently traded several different kinds of animals. To avoid soiling the living room floor, he went to the plantation. First, they chopped off the rooster's neck with one stroke, cut open its head, and found that there was only a tiny bit of its brain inside, making it completely unusable. Lin Feng hung the chicken up with an iron basin underneath to collect the chicken blood so as not to waste it. Next up is the rabbit's brain. Rabbits are so cute. How could you eat their heads? Lin Feng muttered to himself. Making a spicy rabbit head wouldn't be bad. Rabbit brains still won't work. Lin Feng tried several different methods, and now his hands and clothes were covered in blood, making him look a bit like a butcher. Even the rooster not far away was glad it had submitted in time. Otherwise, it would have been truly terrified. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. Does this mean we really have to use a human brain? Immediately, he dismissed the crazy idea and looked at the pig in front of him. This pig was very thin. The seller mentioned during the transaction that they didn't have enough food to feed it and originally intended to slaughter it for meat. Lin Feng brought down the cleaver, but the sow didn't move. He had already anesthetized it. As the flesh and blood were separated, Lin Feng cut open the pig's brain, revealing the pig's brain inside. Pig brains are delicious food, especially in spicy hot pot. Lin Feng was invigorated when he discovered that pig brains could be used to make puppets, and he began to assemble the materials. As time slowly passed, a puppet about 1.78 meters tall appeared in front of Lin Feng. Overall, it is not much different from an adult male, except that its skin is brownish, which is probably due to the gelatinous clay. When you reach out and touch it, it bounces back. Take a step forward, Lin Feng said. The puppet immediately took a step forward. Left, to the right. Crouch down, jump, go water the plants. The puppet paused for a second. Lin Feng muttered to himself, is it impossible to understand this kind of order? But the puppet shook its head and gestured something. The moment Lin Feng saw it, he was startled, thinking that the puppet had gained its own consciousness. The Vajra fighting rooster flew over, staring intently at the puppet, as if it would charge at Lin Feng's command at any moment. The puppet didn't make any move, it just kept gesturing. Lin Feng seemed to understand something, and tentatively took the watering can and watered the plants. The puppet walked over and stretched out its hand. Lin Feng handed it the watering can, and then the puppet began to water the plants in a similar manner. Learning ability? Lin Feng suddenly felt as if he had created something amazing. He became interested and began to teach the puppet to hoe the ground and pull weeds, and found that the puppet learned very quickly. Lin Feng then went to the breeding area and taught him how to collect chicken and duck eggs, and then put the eggs into a special basket. The puppet learned to feed the animals, milk them, and so on. Lin Feng stood at the doorway, watching the puppets cleaning up the dung in the animal pen, and felt a sense of disorientation. It's as if he created a humanoid being, not just a puppet. At the same time, Lin Feng felt a pang of emotion. Who says pigs are stupid? These pigs are smart. Lin Feng observed for a while, and after confirming that there was no danger, he called out. The puppet immediately came over like a loyal soldier. Since you are my creation, I should give you a name. From now on, you'll be called New Type Puppet, All-Powerful Type 1 Number 3. As for why it's number 3, it's for convenience. Number 3, go mop the floor now. Lin Feng led him to the living room and demonstrated how to mop the floor. Number 3 immediately learned and began to mop the floor diligently. He sat in the chair, quite satisfied with number 3's abilities, but also with some worries in his mind. It's precisely because the other party is too intelligent that if they did something else, what if an intelligence crisis occurred? Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the contract scroll and came to number 3, intending to use the scroll on him. The failure of the contract scroll indicates that the other party is not a living being. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and stopped worrying. He looked at the materials in his hand and sighed. This kind of puppet is useful, but it uses too many materials. Lin Feng doesn't have any clay on hand right now, and he searched on the trading channel but couldn't find any, so he had to give up on making a second one for the time being. Chapter 91-45 degrees. Otherwise, Lin Feng could have mass-produced them to seize the market. In the afternoon, Lin Feng teleported to the great furnace, took away the forged product, and added fuel and ore as he went. He returned to the shelter and traded the products to the three men. It's not that the Tarot Society members are unwilling to gather the materials and supply them one by one to upgrade their shelters to level 5, but rather that everyone is hesitant. Should we upgrade to use only premium-grade materials like Lin Feng, or settle for inferior materials? Anyway, it's the dead of winter, and their level 4 shelters are sufficient, so there's no real rush. Lin Feng understood their thoughts and didn't urge them. The whole day passed quickly. Around 8 o'clock, Lin Feng ate a bowl of noodles in the living room. Feeling rather bored, he took a hot bath, lay on the bed, and comfortably watched the survivors chatting in the chat channel. Before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. The next day, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had slept enough and was under no pressure, which made him feel energetic and full of vitality. Lin Feng got out of bed wearing his pajamas and didn't feel cold at all. He went to the bathroom first, and then washed up in front of the mirror. Lin Feng noticed something. His appearance had changed. He's lost weight, and he's become very angular. He felt stronger, and when Lin Feng clenched his fist, the feeling of power was quite obvious. Lin Feng thought about it, and concluded that it was probably related to the fact that he had eaten a lot of high-quality food yesterday. He already knew that survivors could also evolve. After washing up, Lin Feng even admired himself in the mirror for a moment. He was originally considered to be of decent appearance, but after several years of working a grueling job, he had lost his energy and spirit. Now, he has not only recovered, but is also more energetic. TSK. If I were to become a star, I'd probably become a top-tier celebrity. A pop-up window for chatting with friends. When Lin Feng saw who it was, he was stunned for a moment and muttered, "The real star has arrived." Zhang Qingqing. Boss, can I buy 10 high-quality hand warmers from you? Lin Feng. Sure, no problem. Zhang Qingqing. Can I pay you back on credit? I swear I will pay you back later. The main problem is that my situation is too complicated. The temperature has dropped too much. Many of my sisters have caught colds, and some have even frozen to death. Upon seeing her message, Lin Feng immediately checked today's weather. -45°C. Holy shit. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. He knew the temperature would drop to 40 or 50°C, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It was only the second day. No, even if it really is a winter disaster, isn't that a bit too outrageous? Zhang Qingqing. I swear, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely return it to you. I don't have many good things here. I know that high-quality hand warmers are expensive, but I really have no other choice. I couldn't bear to watch these women freeze to death, so I tried my best to find people to help. Lin Feng, you know the characteristics of hand warmers. They need to absorb heat to provide warmth. You're already short of them. What will you do if you run out? Zhang Qingqing. I know someone who says his area is near the desert and has plenty of heat, so he can help. Lin Feng. Aren't you afraid of being scammed? What if they don't give it to you? Zhang Qingqing. There's nothing I can do. If it really happens, I can only accept my fate. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and made a decision. Lin Feng. It's not easy to be a good person. I hope I haven't been scammed. I'll trade you a batch of hand warmers. Also, you don't need to look for that person anymore. Leave the heat absorption to me. Wait a moment, I'll get ready. Zhang Qingqing. Thank you, Lin Feng. You're a good person. From the very beginning, when you reminded survivors to value the shelter in the chat channel, I knew you were trustworthy. Don't worry, we sisters are of one mind and will never renege on our debt. Then, the other parties sent a transaction request. Lin Feng glanced at it, and his expression became somewhat complicated. Lin Feng. Aren't you worried that you might need these things later after you've traded them over? Zhang Qingqing. If I freeze to death this time, there will be no future. Lin Feng sighed and agreed. A large package appeared in front of him, containing a large amount of special materials, blueprints, scrolls, resources, and so on. It was a jumbled mess, like people moving house, packing up all the things in the house. Lin Feng glanced at it casually. Actually, some of the blueprints and scrolls inside were quite valuable. It seemed they knew Lin Feng needed animals, including quite a few creatures. He didn't look closely. Now, he started mass-producing hand warmers, most of which were made of ordinary materials, while a small number were of high quality, numbering around 20. Lin Feng contacted Tao Chuan in the desert area, explained the situation, and asked him to help recharge the hand warmers. Tao Chiwen, brother, leave it to me. I knew you were a good person, completely different from those selfish survivors. After the hand warmer was traded away, Lin Feng looked at their messages and smiled. Good people. Huh. Maybe they really are. He was taught by his parents to be a good person from a young age, and he did it. However, as there were more and more cases of online extortion fraud, he gave up doing good deeds and at most donated some money to help others within his means. Making these hand warmers for them now is my way of doing good deeds. Lin Feng first went to the window and saw a thick layer of snow outside, with palm-sized snowflakes still falling from the sky. His face was grave. If the temperature continued like this, the shelters below level 3 would likely not be able to hold out. The survivors in the level 1 shelter should have frozen to death by nightfall, while those in the level 2 shelter are struggling to survive. Lin Feng went to the kitchen, heated up the steam buns, went to the breeding area, and found 5 eggs in a basket. He took 3 to cook and eat. While waiting, he opened the chat channel, which was filled with wailing, grief, and despair. It's so cold, I can't stand it anymore. I can't feel anything in my limbs. They're frozen stiff. Amputate, there's no hope. Your limbs are completely frostbitten. Damn it. How could the temperature drop to minus 45 degrees on the second day? They're clearly not trying to let us survivors live. I am speechless. I thought upgrading the shelter to level 3 would be enough, but who would have thought it would be this ridiculously cold? The worst part is that the shelter doesn't keep us warm at all. I've turned the fireplace up to the maximum, and I'm currently snuggled up in bed next to it. I can't leave it all. Chapter 92, 700 million people decreased overnight. I'm in a level 2 shelter, and the whole place is freezing cold. I've built 3 fireplaces and filled them with wood, but they're useless. I feel like I'm about to freeze to death. Sigh. I'm also in a level 2 shelter. I've already put on all my clothes, and now I just want to crawl into the fireplace. Now I understand why the system said the disaster had officially begun. The temperature dropped to this level on the second day, and it was snowing heavily outside, making it impossible to go out. What about the 3rd, 4th, and 5th days? I'm afraid the winter will last a long time. If that happens, even level 3 shelters won't be able to hold out. I'm afraid only level 4 shelters will be able to survive. No, I have to sell my belongings and upgrade the shelter to level 4. Me too. While you were chatting, I had already started trading. Grass. Lin Feng glanced at the number of online viewers on the regional channel and discovered that another 20,000 people had died in just one night. Looking at the total number of survivors, it has suddenly decreased by 700 million. Lin Feng slowly exhaled. It had been a whole night. Many people had died in their dreams. But thinking about it, being able to die in one sleep might be a good thing for these survivors. The remaining survivors will have to endure fear, panic, and terror in the extreme cold. Lin Feng noticed that many people were contacting him, hoping to buy hand warmers from him. Yesterday, he sold a lot of hand warmers, and people were talking about how useful they were in the chat channel, which naturally attracted more people to make transactions. Lin Feng saw their messages and sighed. He replied to a few people, saying that the hand warmers needed to be charged before they could be used. Since they couldn't even guarantee a basic indoor temperature, the hand warmers wouldn't be of much use. But these people didn't care at all. In their view, most of the heat released by the burning wood in the fireplace dissipates, so it's better to use a hand warmer to recharge it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to give each hand warmer to Tao Chiwen and Li Yufan to charge. In this way, survivors can use the hand warmers immediately after trading them. While they may not be completely protected from freezing to death, they can at least delay it for a while. After Lin Feng finished breakfast, he saw that the house had been cleaned spotlessly, and his dirty clothes had been washed and hung on the clothes rack. Lin Feng was still a little unaccustomed to it. After all, the survivors couldn't even fully satisfy their needs for food and drink, so they couldn't care less about hygiene. He went down to the first floor, which was also spotless. Number 3 was feeding the animals in the breeding area. Upon seeing him approach, Number 3 immediately carried an iron bucket filled with freshly squeezed milk. Not bad. Well done, Lin Feng praised. Having a nanny at home can definitely improve the quality of life. He then went to the planting area and found that after one night, the flame flower had bloomed. It was only the size of a bottle cap, resembling a flame, and its color was orange-red. When you get close, you can feel a noticeable heat emanating from the entire field of fiery flowers, which generates a considerable amount of heat. Lin Feng placed several hand warmers nearby and found that they charged quite quickly. In addition, Lin Feng discovered that the crimson spirit bees were actually landing on it to collect nectar. He was quite surprised, thinking that they were indeed bees, able to collect nectar from any flower. Lin Feng arrived at the crimson spirit bee nest and found that there were many more bee pupae inside. Once they hatched and reached a certain size, the crimson spirit bees could provide Lin Feng with honey and royal jelly. At this moment, Tao Chiwen sent him a message saying that the previous hand warmers had finished charging. Lin Feng then traded these hand warmers to Zhang Qingqing. Zhang Qingqing, thank you. You saved our lives. Lin Feng, don't thank me yet. You can barely survive on just hand warmers. What level is your shelter? Zhang Qingqing, level 4. Lin Feng, not bad. A level 4 shelter doesn't need to worry too much about the winter. Zhang Qingqing, I've already let quite a few of my sisters move in, but there are too many people, and the things I've saved up are simply not enough. If the cold weather lasts for 3 or 4 days, it'll be fine, but if it goes on for longer, then it'll be a problem. Lin Feng, here's what we'll do. After you've used up those hand warmers, you can give them to me again, and I'll recharge them for you. Zhang Qingqing, thank you. Thank you. I know that just saying it won't help. We also want to help you. This is a talent of my sisters. See if you can use it. A photo was sent over, showing their information and talents. Li Daiman, talent. Weaving, Wu Qianlan, talent. Accelerated planting, Lu Chunyan, talent. Fish farming. There were so many people, more than 30 in total. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised, not expecting Zhang Qingqing to have saved so many people, and he couldn't help but admire her. The fact that more than 30 people could sustain themselves for 3 or 4 days clearly indicates that the other side had stored up a considerable amount of food and fuel before the arrival of winter. It's a pity that even though the other party had foresight, they still chose to help more people. He looked around and realized that these people had different talents. If they were to come together, they could definitely play a significant role in the development of the shelter. Lin Feng looked on with envy, but didn't make a choice since he still didn't quite trust the other party. After replying that he would talk about it later, Lin Feng used teleportation to arrive at the area where the Great Forge was located. He then collected the products he had forged the night before and added fuel and ore. He traded the product to a few people in the Tarot Club, estimating that in about 2 more days, he could gather the materials they needed for the upgrade. After finishing his work, Lin Feng suddenly felt that there was nothing to do. He couldn't leave now and could only stay in the shelter or go to the Great Forge. After thinking about it, he decided to explore the underground mine tunnels to see if he could find treasure chests or challenge the area boss. The morning passed quickly. Lin Feng ate a simple Chinese hamburger and continued his exploration. Around 3 p.m., he went to the Great Furnace again to collect and exchange items as usual. After finishing, Lin Feng did not continue exploring. He found that the underground mine tunnels were too big and too complicated. He considered himself to have a strong sense of direction, but he easily lost his way after walking for a while. To avoid getting lost, Lin Feng would make special marks, but he discovered a problem. The marks seemed to be prevented from appearing here, and they would disappear after he returned. The underground mine tunnels were too eerie, and Lin Feng dared not explore too deep. Back at the shelter, Lin Feng took a nice hot shower, changed into his pajamas, and went to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for himself that evening. Meat, carrots, cabbage, tomatoes, eggplants, and other vegetables were all placed on one side of the kitchen, waiting for him to choose. Chapter 93, Braised Beef Brisket with Radish and Flavored Eggplant. Lin Feng planned to make a braised beef brisket with radish to replenish his energy, a cabbage and 3 delicacy soup, flavorful eggplant, and also a spicy chicken and braised rabbit. The beef brisket was prepared, and the radish was cut into chunks and set aside. First, heat the wok, put the beef brisket in, stir-fry it briefly to dry the surface moisture. Then remove the beef brisket and add peanut oil. This was from a previous transaction by Lin Feng. The quantity was not large, only 1 liter, so he didn't pour out much. Once the oil is hot enough, add garlic cloves, ginger slices, star anise, cinnamon, and other seasonings and stir-fry continuously. A rich aroma wafted over, causing Lin Feng to unconsciously swallow his saliva. When the garlic cloves look golden brown, add the beef brisket and stir-fry for a few minutes. Then add salt, sugar, soy sauce, and hot water. You must use hot water. Cold water will easily make the beef brisket tough and dry. The hot water kept submerging the beef brisket, so Lin Feng put the lid on the pot. Unfortunately, he didn't have a pressure cooker. Otherwise, using a pressure cooker would have shortened the cooking time and made the meat even more tender. While waiting for the stewed meat to cook, Lin Feng washed and cut the eggplant into strips, shrunk the water, added starch, and coated each eggplant strip evenly. Heat oil in a wok until it reaches about 70 to 80% of its maximum temperature. Then, add the eggplant and let it sizzle as the oil bubbles spread outwards. After the eggplant was fried until it changed color slightly, Lin Feng took it out and set it aside to drain as much oil as possible. Heat the oil over high heat again and put the eggplant back in. After frying it twice, the eggplant will become crispier and all the moisture inside will be fried out. Lin Feng quickly prepared a sauce with sugar, vinegar, a little salt, peppercorns, garlic cloves, etc., and put it into a pot to cook. Once the sauce started to bubble, he poured the eggplant into it. Stir-fry a few times to coat the eggplant strips with the sauce, then remove from the pan. Lin Feng couldn't wait to take a bite. It was crispy and delicious. That texture and flavor truly brought out the best in eggplant. Lin Feng took a picture and posted it in the Tarot Club. Shu Jiner. Oh my god, this is flavored eggplant. My goodness, you actually know how to make this dish? I heard it's really complicated. I hate eggplant the most, but flavored eggplant is definitely my favorite dish. I'm so envious. All I can cook is a simple meal. Can I come over and mooch a meal? Lin Feng. Come on, as long as you dare to come. Shu Jiner. Shaw, who wouldn't dare? Even so, she didn't come over. Song Xiangwen, however, sent a message separately. Hermit, please braise some meat for me. This is my payment. He tossed over a considerable amount of meat, all of excellent quality. Lin Feng replied that it was fine. The other party had no shortage of meat, and the meat they had been trading recently was all of excellent quality. He said that talent was related to combat, but he didn't know how much meat they actually had on hand. Lin Feng skillfully handled the task. Considering that the pot was too small, he made a large pot and braised 50 caddies of meat at once. Lin Feng estimated that it would take at least 5 or 6 hours, so he didn't worry about it and started preparing other dishes. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he sat down at the table, on which was laid out a sumptuous meal. The flavorful eggplant is all gone. This dish is best enjoyed fresh out of the pot. Once it cools down, it becomes soggy and doesn't taste good at all. Spicy chicken, numbing and spicy. The chicken that Lin Feng traded for should be a 3-year-old rooster with a firm texture. Eating a piece of chicken and then dipping a steam bun in the soup makes it taste even better than the chicken itself. Outside, snow was falling heavily and the temperature was extremely cold, but inside the house it was warm and cozy. Lin Feng's survival strategy was completely different from others. He took a couple of bites, then a sip of baijiu, Chinese liquor, which Lin Feng had just acquired through a trade. Perhaps it was the extreme cold that truly panicked the survivors. Instead of hiding their valuable items, they chose to trade them for various resources. They're either used for firewood for warmth or to upgrade their shelter. Lin Feng saw that there was wine for sale, so he bought it all. Cool. Lin Feng smacked his lips, thinking to himself, this life is just unbelievable. A friend request popped up, and he saw that someone had requested to add him as a friend with a note. Hey bro, do you need someone to supply you with alcohol regularly? Lin Feng recognized the name as that of the person he had just traded wine with, and he agreed. Lin Hui, boss, my talent is brewing, so I can brew all kinds of wine. Currently, in addition to baijiu, I also have beer and fruit wine, the latter of which is divided into apple cider and blueberry wine. Do you want some? Lin Feng, sure, give them all to me. What's the price? Lin Hui, boss, you can give me whatever you think is appropriate. As long as I have the materials, I can keep brewing wine. Lin Feng, what level is your shelter now? Lin Hui, level 2. It's not that I'm lazy, it's that I misjudged the situation. I originally thought the cold wouldn't be that severe, so I used the materials I could get a trade for various brewing products. Later, I also got something that could be sacrificed to raise my talent by 1 level, so I went all in. After improving my brewing skills, I can use high-quality ingredients to make high-quality wine with a better taste and special effects. I don't have the materials on hand, so I haven't been able to make it yet. Lin Feng, you're really something, daring to go all in on this. A level 2 shelter, you've managed to hold out until now, but I'm afraid you're probably not going to make it tonight. Lian Wei. So, boss, I'm willing to sign a contract with you. From now on, as long as you let me brew wine, I will definitely obey and will not do anything against the rules. As he spoke, the other party sent a contract scroll with the contract already written on it. It meant that, as he said, there were no demands on Lin Feng, and it was entirely a one-sided effort from the other party. This scroll was somewhat freer than the scroll of enslavement. It only allowed brewing wine and nothing else. Lin Feng, looks like you're going all in too. Lian Hui, boss, I really can't go on living like this. The only way I can survive is to throw all the furniture in the house into the fireplace and burn it. I estimate that I can only last for half an hour. If time passes and I run out of materials, then I'm doomed. Lin Feng finally understood what a gambler was. This was it. He smiled and replied to the message. I must say, you made the right bet and found the right person. I will give you the materials to brew high-quality wine for me first. If it meets the standards, I will provide you with upgrade resources. He also used the contract scroll. Lin Feng had some high-quality desert melons, which Tao Chiwen had given him. He traded the desert melons to Li Yunhui and waited patiently. About 20 minutes later, a bottle of wine was traded. Chapter 94 Humans can level up too. Name, Desert Melon Wine. Quality, excellent. Description, wines made through multiple catalytic processes in winemaking may lack aging and the sedimentation of time, but this cannot mask their excellent quality. After drinking, it can enhance resistance to heat, quickly cool down, and achieve a refreshing and invigorating effect, providing the drinker with a heat resistance boost that lasts for 1 hour. Lin Feng opened the bottle, took a sip, and a refreshing, cool liquid flowed down his throat and into his stomach. In an instant, it felt like drinking a bottle of iced tea on a hot summer day. At room temperature, it tastes like horse urine. When chilled, it's like a national treasure. Only those who have tasted it can truly understand that feeling. Lin Feng felt refreshed all over, and even the greasy feeling from eating meat had dissipated. The sweetness of the melon, combined with the aroma of the wine, blends together in perfect harmony. Lin Feng drank it in big gulps, and in no time, a bottle of fruit wine was gone. He had a heat resistance buff, but it was of no use in the cold winter. Lin Feng carefully examined the bottle of fruit wine and was quite satisfied with it. Under the blanket of white snow, in a dilapidated shelter, Li Yunhui leaned against 3 fireplaces, the flames inside gradually weakening and on the verge of going out. He had wrapped himself in everything he could wear, but he was still no match for the bone-chilling cold. Li Yunhui's eyes were fixed on the chat page, and he was praying frantically in his heart. He just worked his butt off to accelerate the brewing of the fruit wine, and it's finally done. He just doesn't know if the boss will be satisfied. When the flame was so weak that it could be blown away with a breath, the big boss finally sent a message. The other party made the deal, and as Li Yunhui agreed, a large bundle of things fell in front of him. He hurriedly and shakily stretched out his hand, his whole body trembling from the cold, his fingers stiff. He could only lie on the ground and bite it with his teeth. He saw the hand warmer, but his hands were frozen, so he used his arms to get the hand warmer over. As the heat pack was placed close to his body, a wave of warmth was released, which restored his frozen body somewhat, so that he was not completely unable to move. He placed the wood in the fireplace, and as the flames rose, he felt a long-lost warmth. Li Yunhui knew he was saved. He leaned against the fireplace and used a hand warmer to gradually dispel the chill from his body and began to examine the things the boss had given him. 100 units of wood, 1 regular hand warmer, and the rest are materials to upgrade a level 2 shelter to level 3. Li Yunhui was stunned. He didn't expect the big boss to ask him to upgrade the shelter to level 3. He didn't hesitate and chose to upgrade directly. A flash of white light appeared, and the shelter reached level 3, causing the temperature inside to rise somewhat. He immediately sent a message of thanks to the big boss. Lin Feng was eating braised meat when he saw Li Yunhui's message swearing to repay him, but he shook his head dismissively. No oath is as good as a contract scroll. If the other party hadn't sent him the contract scroll, Lin Feng wouldn't have given him the materials. It's because he can't find alcohol in this world. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng's stomach was so full that it was round. He had no choice but to walk back and forth in the shelter to help him digest. Whether it was because of the fine wine he drank or the fine meat he ate, Lin Feng felt hot all over. At first it wasn't so bad, but as time went on, it got hotter and hotter, and now he's sweating profusely. Lin Feng felt as if a fire was burning inside his body, and he panicked. Could it be that he had drunk fake alcohol? Lin Feng quickly explained the situation in the Tarot Club group, and asked if anyone knew what had happened. Shu Jiner was the first to jump out as usual, but she didn't know either. Song Xiangwen, however, replied to the message. Don't worry, this is because you've eaten too much high-quality food and have started to evolve. Well, let's use that word for now. Hang in there, and you'll see new changes. Lin Feng felt relieved upon seeing these words. He struggled to hold on, and the fire within his body seemed to come alive, flowing rapidly through various areas. The impurities that had accumulated on Lin Feng's body for over 20 years were being forced out of his pores, flowing out like rainwater. He dared not stay in the living room any longer, so he quickly ran to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and the hot water washed over his body. The ground quickly became dirty. The impurities were oily, sticky, and smelly, requiring a strong flow of water to wash them away. Lin Feng stayed in the bathroom for about half an hour before coming out. He was in excellent condition at the moment, with well-proportioned muscles all over his body, as white as egg white. He didn't even need to exert any effort to feel his immense power. Lin Feng now felt like he had inexhaustible energy. He subconsciously jumped and found that he could jump higher than before. Lin Feng gestured excitedly and even struck a few bodybuilding poses in front of the mirror. He opened his personal profile and found that his level had reached excellent. So, people have levels too, just like materials and wild beasts. I just don't know how to level up. Do you have to keep eating them? Lin Feng sent a message to Song Xiangwen, asking him about his problem. Song Xiangwen also answered that he wasn't quite sure either, and it seemed that eating it was the only way at the moment. By continuously consuming higher quality meat, one can evolve. However, Song Xiangwen also shared his speculation, believing that there must be other ways, but none of them had found them yet. He hoped that as many survivors as possible would survive, so that, while they wouldn't be able to share all the information, they could at least know more. This is the same thought as Lin Feng's. He went to the bedroom, lay down on the bed, and asked number 3 to clean the bathroom while he looked at the chat and trading channels. After a day, the death toll has risen again, and if the temperature continues to drop tonight, it is feared that even more people will not make it to tomorrow. Many people still buy hand warmers, but unfortunately, Lin Feng doesn't have an unlimited supply of materials, so he doesn't have enough to make them. Sigh, I probably won't make it through. It's such a pity. I used to work all day and never went on vacation or enjoy myself. I didn't even get to eat much good food. Now I regret that I was so focused on working. Yes, I'm 40 years old this year. From school to work to marriage, it seems I've never lived for myself. I thought I could relax after my child graduated from university, but my undergraduate child can't find a job, and I still need to work hard to earn money to buy him a house. I have to say, these past few days have been the most relaxing days of my life. Even if I died like this, it would have been worth it. Chapter 95 Survivors Unite to Save Themselves. It seems that the pessimistic mood in the chat channel has affected most people, and many people have started to complain and talk about their past experiences. For the people of Daxia, hardship seems to be the defining characteristic of those at the bottom of society, and hard work and perseverance have become virtues that have influenced generations. It wasn't until later, with the rapid development of information and the internet becoming mainstream, that those who used to only know how to work, earn money, get married, and support their families realized that the money they earned in a year of hard work might only be enough for one meal for someone else. Through short videos, they learned that what they looked up to was, in the eyes of others, just trash to be thrown away. But there's nothing they can do. Life is their own, and they still have to keep living. As companies lay off employees and go bankrupt, many people have started delivering food and packages, having lost hope for the future. Some people started staying at home and were unwilling to go out at all. Others, unwilling to live a life of mediocrity, made several efforts only to become slaves to debt. These past few days in the Cataclysmic game have actually been the most relaxed and happiest days for them. It's like playing a farming game. All they have to do is work, and then they'll reap the rewards. With positive feedback, they will be more motivated. Unfortunately, the time was still too short. The 7-day newbie protection period felt like a short break for a considerable number of people. It was too late before they even started trying. If they were given a chance to do it all over again, they certainly wouldn't do it this way. There is no medicine for regret, nor is there such a thing as rebirth. Lin Feng was deeply moved as he watched these people in the chat channel recount their experiences from childhood to adulthood. He was a boy from the countryside who worked hard to get into university, then entered a company and became a beast of burden. My daily life is just a routine of going to get off work, coming home, eating, and then lying in bed at home scrolling through videos on my phone. Watching others travel around, tasting local delicacies, experiencing unique cultures, and enjoying various customs and traditions. His heart was also filled with longing, and he also wanted to live the life of his dreams. Perhaps, if these people survive this, they will definitely cherish their time in the future. A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Feng. Since he had the ability to help, why not lend a hand? But he also knew that his actions might be ridiculed, mocked, or seen as hypocritical by many people. But he did it anyway. Lin Feng took out a message pinning card and selected to use it. Suddenly, a prominent message appeared at the top of the chat channel. Now that it's the dead of winter, we survivors should unite to survive. I can make a batch of hand warmers to provide for free and also help recharge them after use. But I hope everyone can pass these hand warmers on. Make sure every survivor can use it, so they can persevere until winter is over. I don't have any contract scrolls. It all depends on your conscience. I'll put some hand warmers on the trade channel and trade with you guys later. I believe that as long as we survivors help each other and unite, we can overcome even disasters. The sudden pin message was seen by all the survivors in the chat channel, and they were genuinely shocked. Holy crap, they're offering it for free and even charging it. Is this some kind of charity? A true master is a true master. Look, all of you, look at this. This is a real master. Great. I can finally live. I don't want to die either. Can this really work? It all depends on individual self-discipline. I find it very unreliable. What if someone makes multiple transactions? Upstairs, are you stupid? It's all real name registration now. The big shots will definitely be able to tell. You're the one who's stupid. The big shots can see it, but we can't. For example, when I'm done using the hand warmers, instead of handing them over, I keep them for myself and then say in the chat channel that I don't have any, hoping that everyone can give me the hand warmers. That way, I can keep getting hand warmers forever. That makes sense. It's simple. Everyone just reports each other. In the past few days, the number of survivors in our area channel has dropped to 50,000. If anyone wants more, just report them and we'll remove them from the list. That's right. And the biggest advantage of the chat channel is that you can search the history and you can't delete it yourself. If you're wronged, you could just search it up. The saying, 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge liang, is perfectly exemplified at this moment. They quickly devised various alternative solutions to address this problem. However, in the end, Lin Feng still needs to produce a large number of hand warmers. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and began to use the materials he had to make hand warmers, while also trading the materials he needed in the trading channel. One by one, the hand warmers were made and then handed over to Liu Yufan and Tao Chiwen, who helped to charge them. About half an hour later, Lin Feng officially listed the free hand warmers on the trading channel. As soon as he posted it, a flood of transaction requests came in. Looking at the densely packed requests, he felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, the trading channel has comprehensive functions, which can record who you have traded with and how many times. Lin Feng implemented a filtering mechanism for this feature, temporarily blocking survivors who traded the same item more than twice. One batch of hand warmers was sold, and Lin Feng then made a second and a third batch. He found he didn't have enough materials and continued searching on the trading channel. Just then, several friends sent him messages. Bai Chun, As a member of the Tarot Club, you've done what I, as the Emperor, should do. That won't do. I'll join the fun too. A large amount of materials were traded in. Shu Jiner. Lin Feng, you're not a saint, are you? It's okay. As long as you're not a hypocrite, I support you. Song Xiangwen. The more survivors, the better. Tao Chiwen. Brother. Good people are rewarded. Shan Wenjia. I don't have much material here, but it's just a small token of my appreciation. I know that many survivors like me who have encountered special circumstances really want to survive, but they just lack help. Now you've done it. Bian Hongsheng. Boss, please accept my worship. Batch after batch of materials were traded over, and Lin Feng was moved. He wiped away the tears that were sliding down his face and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect to still be so sentimental. Large quantities of hand warmers are produced and traded. Gradually, Lin Feng noticed something. Those who came to trade would automatically bring along the materials needed to make hand warmers. Chapter 96. Temperature drops again. As more and more of these things happened, Lin Feng found it strange. He took a quick look at the chat channel and immediately understood. Because of his actions, the chat channel became completely centered around him, with all sorts of topics being discussed. TCH, do you really think you're so big shot? You're probably just putting on a show. People are all selfish and self-interested. I don't believe they're doing charity for free. There must be some other scheme behind it. You survivors, take my advice, don't be fooled. It's hilarious. You guys are obviously talking without understanding the situation. Yes, you have plenty of things to keep warm, yet you're still bragging in the chat about how great you are and how warm your rooms are. To put it bluntly, you're just petty people who have gotten their way. Damn it, why be polite to these people? If you ask me, these bastards all deserve to die. It's quite amusing to look down on us and mock us like that. Exactly, I don't know which dog spread its legs and exposed your stuff. I don't know what sins your parents committed to give birth to such a heartless, filthy bastard like you. If your dad knew, he'd rather spray it on the wall. Don't be so arrogant, you lot. Once I've recovered, I'll be no worse than you. That's hilarious. You all have such foul mouths. Let's see if you can survive. Oh my, I'm just waiting for you lowly survivors to freeze to death. The big shot made so many hand warmers, but I wonder if he has enough materials. It's definitely not enough. I just saw Big Shot trading materials with me, saying it's for making hand warmers. Well, that makes sense. There are tens of thousands of people in this area. It's impossible to take care of everyone. We have some materials on hand. Why don't we give them to the big boss? I think it's a good idea. Even if they freeze to death, at least these materials will still be useful. That's right. I know these high and mighty people are just waiting to take advantage of the situation. You're absolutely right. Someone messaged me saying they'd give me 20 units of wood and then asked me to give them everything I don't need. Ugh, what a piece of trash. So you guys have also encountered people like that. I thought I was the only one who had run into one. It's really funny. I finally understand the saying. Why are the people who get rich shameless and ruthless? They make money off disasters. The more this happens, the more we must prevent their schemes from succeeding and give everything to the boss. I offered it just now, but the big boss didn't want it. He said that he should think about how to survive first. Me too. Wow, this is what a pro looks like. Look at him, and then look at everyone else. I have a level 4 shelter survivor in my friends list who's always bragging about how well he eats, but he doesn't know how to help anyone. Forget it. There's no need for moral blackmail. Lin Feng sighed. These survivors actually wanted to live. After all, the truly lazy ones would probably have frozen to death on the first day. Seeing a large amount of materials coming in, he used them all to make hand warmers. As for the belongings that the survivors wanted to give to Lin Feng and his companions, he refused them all. This process continued until midnight. Lin Feng didn't know how many hand warmers he had made, but he had no more materials left to make more. Lin Feng closed the hand warmer trading channel and then reopened it. This trading channel was specifically used for intermediary transactions. Used hand warmers were traded over, then used to recharge Lu Yufan and Tao Chiwen, and then traded back over before flowing back into the market. The process itself isn't complicated, it's just too time-consuming. Because there are so many hand warmers, they are being traded almost constantly. Lin Feng left some of the hand warmers inside the shelter, which caused the temperature inside to drop considerably. He sent a message of apology to the other two, saying that he had troubled them too much. Unexpectedly, the two were night owls and said not to worry about it. Lin Feng was exploring the inside of the volcano. The temperature was extremely high where he was, but the hand warmers placed around him actually lowered the temperature, making him feel more comfortable. The situation at Tao Chiwen's shelter is similar. The desert temperature is already high, but the night is not as good as the day, so the charging efficiency is a bit lower. Lin Feng sent the two of them some braised pork and steam buns that he had made, and Tao Chiwen also sent him some desert melons and cactus fruit. Lin Feng gave him a large number of flame flowers and seeds, so many that Lin Feng suspected he had dug up a garden of flame flowers. He planted these fiery flowers and their seeds in the nursery, waiting for them to grow and bloom. Lin Feng did not sleep that night, thanks to his excellent physique and strong mental energy. He was busy until after 6 a.m. when he went to the kitchen, drank a glass of warm water, and prepared breakfast. Boiled eggs, hot milk, steamed buns filled with vegetables and meat. Lin Feng glanced at the number of people on the regional channel and found that it had decreased by about 30 in just one night. This was already very good news, indicating that his efforts had not been in vain. But when he saw today's temperature, he couldn't help but sigh again. Minus 50 degrees. On the third day, the temperature was minus 50 degrees Celsius, and the blizzard continued. It seems that this snow and cold disaster is designed to completely destroy the survivors, leaving only a small group of people. To be honest, Lin Feng felt a sense of absurdity, as if all his efforts had been in vain. He looked at the chat channel, and, surprisingly, although the temperature was lower than yesterday, the survivors' pessimism was not as great. Being able to live one more night is already worth it. Thank you, boss. I can never repay your kindness in this lifetime, so I'll wait until the next life. Minus 50 degrees Celsius. Ha ha ha. As expected at Cataclysmic Game, it doesn't give us any chance at all. The boss's hand warmers are very useful. Thanks to them, we've managed to survive. But I know this disaster will definitely last a long time, and the temperature will continue to drop. Sooner or later, we'll all die. No matter what, we talked all night and said what I had kept in my heart for decades. So be it if I die. It is a great blessing in my life to have made friends with you all before I die. It is a pity that there is no wine. Otherwise, we could have become sworn brothers. Lin Feng looked at their remarks and didn't know what to say, but the gloom in his heart dissipated. At least what he did was right. Lin Feng suddenly noticed something. There were several lines of notifications in the trading channel. He clicked on them, saw the content, and was taken aback. Chapter 97 Survivor's Legacy. Survivor Wang Yaoming voluntarily transferred his shelter and all his resources to Lin Feng before his death. Please accept the inheritance. Before his death, Survivor Feng Sidong voluntarily transferred his shelter and all his resources to Lin Feng. Please accept the inheritance. Before his death, Survivor Yi Zijuan voluntarily transferred his shelter and all his resources to Lin Feng. Please accept his inheritance. Survivor Yang Lin voluntarily transferred her shelter and all her resources to Lin Feng before her death. Please accept the inheritance. There were 6 messages in total, meaning that 6 people made the same choice. Survivors are scattered all over the world, and even within the same region, the distance between them can be thousands of miles. Without consulting each other, they all bequeath their inheritances to themselves. Lin Feng sighed deeply. He realized that these past 2 days were the days he sighed the most, aside from going to work. Lin Feng accepted the request, and in an instant, many things appeared before his eyes, with information about these items clearly displayed on a semi-transparent screen. Reminder: Survivor Lin Feng has accepted the transfer of his shelter from another survivor. Since the current survivor shelter is level 5, the minimum shelter absorption information has been triggered. Lin Feng was startled. What does this mean? When a survivor unlocks their shelter at level 7, they will gain the ability to devour other shelters, thereby enhancing their own shelter's capabilities and gaining access to the facilities within it. Since the current survivor has not reached level 7, but meets the minimum requirement of level 5, temporary save can be activated. Survivors need to pay storage fees, which are 50 spirit copper coins per month. Lin Feng, what are spirit copper coins? Given that the survivors are currently in the first disaster and the currency system is not yet in operation, we are enabling the goods exchange function separately for you ahead of schedule. A copper coin icon suddenly appeared after the shelter channel, displayed as currency, temporary. Once opened, the functions are very simple. You place items on it and then have them evaluated for value, which is somewhat similar to Alliance coins. Lin Feng first took out ordinary materials and then used high-quality materials. He looked at the exchange rate and thought it was a bit outrageous. 10 units of high-quality materials are needed to exchange for 1 spirit copper coin, while 100 spirit copper coins are needed for 1 spirit silver coin. 100 spirit silver coins can be exchanged for 1 spirit gold coin, and 1,000 spirit gold coins can be exchanged for 1 spirit purple coin. This currency exchange system seems strangely familiar. It's just copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, only with the word spirit added in front of them. Lin Feng spent a lot of materials to exchange for 50 spirit copper coins, which he used to pay this month's rent. He then thought of something and glanced at the system's description of the unactivated currency system, which meant it would definitely be activated in the future. So what can be traded with currency? Could it be that in the future, barter will be replaced by purchasing based on price instead of barter? Lin Feng thought long-term. He knew that the barter system was very unreasonable. For example, some people had a river nearby and could have traded using the river from the beginning. Some people have plenty of wood, stones, or ores around them, so they could trade other things with others. Survivors with unique products can set extremely high prices, such as Lu Rant's puppet. If this continues, a group of people will inevitably develop first, and then they will continuously control, collect, and manage resources. These resources will be completely controlled by these people, and then a little bit will be leaked between their fingers, forcing ordinary survivors to spend a lot of money to trade for them. Over time, this led to the blood supply system planned by the Ten Elders Alliance. The emergence of currency can effectively curb deviations, although deviations may still occur after a period of time. In any case, it can change the current situation. In other words, this currency is very important. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Will I still be able to use the currency I exchanged when the game officially launches?" Able. That one word made Lin Feng instantly realize that an opportunity had arrived. He could easily exchange the things he doesn't need for currency and stockpile them in advance. Lin Feng never expected that the transfer of these survivors would bring unexpected joy. He began to examine the survivors' belongings. They didn't have many items, and their basic resources were almost non-existent. 3 units of stone, 5 units of ore. As for the wood, it was all burned long ago. There were some scattered blueprints, all of the most basic kind, which Lin Feng had already learned. Of the 6 people's inheritance, 3 items are quite valuable. Glass crafting blueprints, key to the peerless Shu City secret realm, and seed of the ancient elf tree. Lin Feng had several secret realm keys on hand, but he had never used them. Now, seeing such a peculiar secret realm, he pondered, it seems that there are many secret realms in this world. As for the ancient tree seed, he once opened one from an elf treasure chest and planted it in a special planting box, but there's still no sign of it growing. For Lin Feng, the glass-making tool was not of much use at the moment. He exchanged all those miscellaneous and useless items for spirit copper coins. After breakfast was prepared, Lin Feng drank some hot milk, ate a steamed bun, and continued with yesterday's work. In the meantime, he went to the Great Forge, took the forge products, exchanged them for fuel and ore, and returned to the shelter. By noon, the blizzard outside still hadn't stopped. In fact, it was getting heavier and heavier. The items were traded to a few members of the Tarot Club, and someone in the Tarot Club group sent a message. Shu Jiner, I have a secret realm here that's opening this afternoon. Do you guys want to come over? Bai Chun, what secret realm? Tell me about the situation first, and let me see if it's dangerous. Shu Jiner, this secret realm is called King Kong Island. I seriously suspect that we might encounter King Kong there. Bai Chun, King Kong? Could it be the island from that movie? If it really is, you shouldn't go. The danger level is too high. There might be a lot of high-quality wild beasts there, and King Kong might even be a rare monster. Shu Jiner, it's not that dangerous. This time it's the basic level. As mentioned above, the highest danger level won't exceed the excellent level. I'll show you, and you'll see. A picture was sent to me. Congo Island's secret realm. Description: subject to rule control, Only areas and creatures of excellent quality or lower are currently open. Rare and uncommon materials, crops, and more can be found on the island. Song Xiangwen. Go. There are no wild animals around me now. I need to slaughter them all to suppress my talent. Shu Jiner. No. What you're saying is a bit scary. Chapter 98. Tarot Club Offline Member Meeting. The members of the Tarot Club unanimously decided to go over there first, just to check the situation and know that even if they encounter danger, they could return quickly. These people all have several trump cards up their sleeves, and unless a particularly powerful beast appears, they can definitely make a safe retreat. Moreover, Lin Feng also wanted to see what this so-called secret realm was, since he had several secret realm keys on hand. Having made their decision, they set a meeting time of 2 p.m. to chat and get to know each other before heading to the secret realm. Lin Feng glanced at the time. There were still 2 hours left. He put the items he needed to take with him into the mushroom bag. Shields, crossbows, broadswords, poison, anesthetics, etc. Basically, I brought everything I could. Besides these, he also brought some food and his pets. Ziling has been listless for the past 2 days, sleeping more than she's feeling energetic. He thought he should let Ziling rest at home, but unexpectedly, Ziling squeaked and hopped over to his shoulder, brushing his face with her fluffy tail. Lin Feng felt ticklish and, knowing what it meant, patted its little head. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Since you're willing to go, let's go together. After undergoing treatment with the flesh-woven bandages and the water from the moon well, the golden fighting rooster recovered overnight. Some of its feathers grew back, and although it still looked bald, it had regained some fighting power. It can also be taken along. As for number 3, Lin Feng hesitated. This puppet he created was called the all-round type, which meant it could not only be used for household purposes, but also for combat. Should I bring it with me? In the end, Lin Feng decided to bring it along. After all, the puppet could be directly put in the mushroom bag. It just needed to take up 1 slot. When it was 2 o'clock, Lin Feng activated the Alliance's teleportation ability, paid the Alliance coins, and then disappeared from the shelter as a white light enveloped him. When he reappeared, he was in the courtyard of a shelter. The cold wave was raging, but fortunately Lin Feng was carrying a high-quality hand warmer, which released heat that allowed him to feel warm. Who are you? Standing inside the half-open door was a girl who was about 1.65 meters tall. She had long hair, which was simply tied up with a ribbon. She had a baby face, and her eyes were filled with doubt and wariness. A hermit, Lin Feng replied. So you are the hermit, completely different from what I imagined. Before Lin Feng could say anything, 2 people appeared beside him. One was elegant and refined, looking every bit the noble young master, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The other was unshaven and looked like an older man. And who are you? Pope, Emperor. The 2 then announced their names. I am Xingxing. Shajina's wariness lessened considerably. She opened the door and let the group in. The 3 entered the shelter. The temperature inside was quite high, around 10 degrees Celsius, and the room was decorated in a very cozy manner. There was a large carpet on the floor and water and fruit on a low table. It seems that the other person is someone who really enjoys tidying up their home. However, this makes things a bit awkward, as it seems inappropriate to go in with shoes on such a clean floor. Change your shoes. Do you have slippers? Lin Feng asked. After changing into slippers, the group came to the living room. Shu Jiner was still looking at the 3 of them with disbelief on her face. Of the 3 of you, only the Pope's appearance fits his persona. The other 2 are too different. Shouldn't an emperor be particularly domineering, and a hermit be an old man who lives in seclusion in the mountains? Lin Feng and Bai Chan exchanged a glance. Don't let your imagination run wild. Not all old men are hermits. There are also many young people who like to live a life of seclusion in the countryside, Lin Feng said. Indeed, I was wrong. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. They stared at each other, unsure of what to say. They chatted enthusiastically online, but this was the first time they actually met in person. The group looked at each other, and then Lin Feng spoke up. I brought some food. Why don't we take it out now, eat it, and talk about the secret realm? We can also exchange information. That's a good idea. Shu Jiner led them to a large table next to her and brought out fruit and drinks. Do you have juice here? Lin Feng asked. Yes, I got a juicer that can make fresh juice. You can use it if you need it. Lin Feng took a sip of the juice. It was apple-flavored and tasted pretty good. He brought along the braised meat he had prepared and the stir-fried dishes he had cooked before leaving. I only have steamed buns here. The rice is not ripe yet and cannot be harvested. Shu Jiner had already taken a big bite of the steamed bun and was gnawing on the meat when she said with great satisfaction, "It smells so good. I've been wanting to eat this for a long time. My cooking skills are terrible, and I can't make many delicious dishes. I've been craving it these past few days." For someone who loves food but can't cook, this period of survival was truly overwhelming. Bai Chun and Song Xiangwen also started eating, and both of them praised Lin Feng's cooking skills. "Do you know what the secret realm is all about?" Lin Feng asked. Bai Chun spoke up. "I have heard some related secrets. It is said that the fusion of all worlds and the secret realm are special areas that are full of opportunities and dangers. That's why a key is needed to enter. Ordinary people simply can't find the location of the secret realm. I have 2 keys, but I don't know when to open it." "I have one too," Lin Feng replied. "I have some too." Lin Feng discovered that each of them possessed a key to the secret realm, and the number of such keys was likely considerable. "Are secret realm keys so common?" Shu Jiner asked, voicing her doubts. Bai Chun swallowed his food. "I suspect that these secret realms may become a major direction for our exploration in the future. The information you sent me about the Congo Island secret realm today also confirms this. Currently, only a small portion of the secret realms are open. Perhaps over time, more and more will open. Have you ever heard of blessed lands or grotto heavens?" Several people nodded. The secret realm may be similar to a blessed land, gradually becoming fully open as it comes into contact with and integrates with the world. Lin Feng, however, thought of one question. Does that mean the monsters in the secret realm will also come out? "That's right. Is this any way for anyone to live? It's already so difficult to resist disasters, and now with the monsters in the secret realm, they're really leaving no way for survivors to live. Actually, you can tell just by looking at this cold wave. It's minus 50 degrees Celsius. Let alone level 2 shelters. Even level 3 shelters are barely holding on. The only survivors who are relatively stable right now are us level 4 shelters. Even so, if the cold wave and blizzard last for a long time, we won't be able to hold out." Bai Chen's eyes were filled with deep worry. "Our great philanthropists did a good job, saving so many lives." Shu Jiner's words left Lin Feng both amused and exasperated. "Don't say that. Even if we make a lot of hand warmers, it will only keep them going for a while. Many people may freeze to death tonight." Song Xiangwen suddenly asked, "I'm thinking, should we upgrade the shelter to level 5 now? What do you think?" Shu Jiner muttered to herself, "I've almost gathered all the resources I need." Lin Feng did not answer directly. "Anyway, I've already told you about my level 5 shelter. As for whether you want to upgrade or not, it's up to you." He paused for a moment, then continued, "In my opinion, a shelter is like building a house. In the beginning, it's like laying the foundation. The more solid the foundation, the more stable the shelter will be. Otherwise, why would they offer the option to use high-quality materials? If it's useless, then providing that option is redundant." "You're right. I plan to use only premium-grade materials," Bai Chen said. Song Xiangwen hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay, I'll do the same as you." The group then talked about things happening in their respective places, exchanged ideas, and discussed the future. Lin Feng then recounted in detail the insect plague he had witnessed, which they all memorized. With the opening time of the secret realm fast approaching, Shu Jiner suddenly said, "Lin Feng, let's catch that mermaid after we come out of the secret realm." Lin Feng's face darkened. "Don't say things like that. Isn't that just setting a flag for yourself?" Chapter 99, Entering the Secret Realm. Shu Jiner took out the key to the secret realm. When the opening time arrived, the key floated up automatically, and a line of words appeared on it. "Enter the secret realm. Congo Island?" "Yes." Everyone spoke at the same time. With a gentle tap of the key into the air, a wooden door appeared. It looked the most ordinary, but it was covered with the marks of time, giving the impression that it was about to crumble. Shu Jiner took a deep breath, grabbed the doorknob, and with a twist, the wooden door opened, enveloping the group inside. As the white light dissipated, a complex aroma, a blend of rich grass and wood fragrance, damp earth, and a strange metallic scent wafted over. All four of them involuntarily took a deep breath, savoring the scent of the forest vegetation, and then frowned slightly at the unfamiliar metallic feel. When they regained their sight and saw what was happening before them, they were all dumbfounded. They seemed to have entered a primeval forest kingdom. What first attracted their attention was not the towering mountains in the distance, but the boundless, dense, and suffocatingly large trees in front of them. These trees are incredibly tall, with trunks that often require several people to encircle, standing like silent giants in their kingdom. Their shapes are even more bizarre. Some bark has a cold, hard metallic texture, like rusted bronze or dull black iron, or like dazzling silver. Deeper inside, there are specks of golden light flashing. Some tree bark is covered with strange spiral patterns. Just looking at it makes you feel dizzy. Some resemble twisted giant pythons, with several trees intertwined and coiled, their thick roots covered with a thick layer of moss, like the roots of a dragon. Some trees have leaves that are not a soft green, but rather have sharp, blade-thin, metallic-like structures that gleam in the sparse light. The forest stretched as far as the eye could see, with thick vines intertwining and winding among the trees like bridges. Some vines bore strange fruits the size of fists, emitting a soft white light, providing a little illumination to the dark woodland. Beneath your feet lies a thick layer of humus, composed of oddly shaped fallen leaves and metal fragments. It feels soft, yet has a metallic texture, making a creaking sound that is a torment to the ears. What's even more unbearable is that there's a strange sound in this forest, as if it originates from the forest itself, like the whispers of these giant trees that are a mixture of metal and life. Song Xiangwen stood at the very front, his pupils contracting sharply. He instinctively took half a step forward, shielding the 7 or so people behind him. His usually composed face was now etched with turmoil, his brows furrowed, and his gaze swept across the unfamiliar surroundings with lightning speed, attempting to analyze potential dangers and clues in a very short time. A huge weapon appeared in Song Xiangwen's hand, which, judging from its appearance, was actually Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade. The blade flashed with light, incredibly sharp, giving a sense of danger, yet also a feeling of security. Lin Feng reacted just as quickly, rapidly raising the lava armor shield. A massive shield stood before him, radiating intense heat. He aimed his crossbow forward, his eyes scanning rapidly like a hawk's. Ziling was no longer drowsy and stood on his right shoulder, staring at the surroundings. As for the golden rooster, it flapped its few remaining wings, assuming a fighting stance. Shu Jiner opened her mouth wide and let out a short gasp. She was then drawn to Lin Feng and Song Xiangwen and said in surprise, "The green dragon crescent blade? And what's with this chicken?" As for Bai Chun, he habitually pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and in front of him was a long stream of data, seemingly being analyzed. The air quality is normal, non-toxic, and the humidity is 75%. The magnetic field here is disordered, making it impossible to distinguish directions. Shu Jiner swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that inviting them was the best thing she had ever done. A minute passed, and they did not perceive any danger. Although they were no longer so tense, they remained vigilant. Shu Jiner couldn't help but ask, "Wow, aren't you guys a bit too well equipped? This big sword, this shield, and this chicken. Wow, this squirrel is so cute. Can I touch it?" Lin Feng was speechless. "You weren't prepared?" Actually I did prepare." A green octopus crawled out of her pocket, and a spear and a small round shield appeared in Shu Jiner's hands. "This is my pet, named Green Ring Octopus. It is highly venomous and can secrete toxins to kill enemies. It can also release ink to conceal its presence and then escape." "An octopus can release ink? Isn't that a squid?" Lin Feng retorted, but then explained, "The King Kong fighting rooster has decent fighting ability, but hasn't fully recovered yet. The lava armor shield, which I made myself." Song Xiangwen stared intently at the shield. "Premium level?" Shu Jiner was surprised. "You can make high-quality shields?" "Materials are needed to make it. The better the materials, the better the shield's quality and capabilities. Here, make one for me. The shields I have are all too poor." Song Xiangwen threw over a turtle shell the size of a wash basin. "Name, Earth Thick-Shelled Tortoise." Quality? Excellent. Description: the shell comes from the earth thick-shelled turtle, which lives deep in the earth and is rarely seen. The shell naturally possesses earth attributes, making it unparalleled in defense. Lin Feng didn't waste any time and started making on the spot. He once again used the abilities of his creation heart talent to optimize it. A shield appears, its overall appearance exuding a sense of grandeur and solidity, giving the impression that once the shield is erected, the opponent will be invincible. Name: Earth Thick Armor Xuanja Shield. Quality? Excellent. Description: this item was created through special craftsmanship and the use of superior materials, and it possesses 4 abilities. Immovable as a mountain. Passive: the shield is erected on the ground to form a defensive barrier. The shield will only break when the barrier is broken. As long as it is in contact with the ground, it can continuously absorb the Earth's energy to replenish itself. Shield parry. Passive: there is a 15% chance to reflect enemy attacks back. Turtle impact. Unleashes a powerful, preemptive strike from the earth-armored turtle, destroying everything in its path. Earth gravity. After use, it can increase the gravity within a 100-meter radius around the user, ranging from 1 to 3 times. The greater the gravity, the greater the consumption. The shield holder is not affected. Lin Feng was truly astonished when he saw the shield's abilities. Your materials are excellent. The shields made from them will be very strong. He handed the shield to Song Xiang, who took it, and upon seeing the ability description, his usually calm face turned shocked. Chapter 100 Saber Toted Wolf. It's incredibly powerful. This goes beyond the scope of high-quality weapons. Conventional equipment simply doesn't have this much capability. Really, Lin Feng was still a little puzzled. My shield has many abilities too. Song Xiangwen was shocked again. He carefully examined Lin Feng and asked, "Could your talent be related to forging?" Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but did not answer. It seems so. Generally speaking, high-quality equipment only has 2 or 3 abilities, and 3 is already the limit, but you started with 4 abilities. To put it simply, with your talent, you can join the ranks of top survivors, be welcomed by them, and at the same time, be coveted by them. Song Xiangwen said seriously, "Don't worry, none of us will tell anyone. As for when you're forging for others, you'd better keep it to yourself." Lin Feng nodded solemnly. "I understand. Here, take this as my thanks. It's not as valuable as a shield." Song Xiangwen took out a wooden doll, roughly shaped and about the size of a palm. Name: Scapegoat Doll. Quality: excellent. Description: after a drop of blood is applied, it becomes bound to the blood owner. If the doll suffers a fatal wound, the blood will be transferred to the doll. It can only be used once. This is a scapegoat doll. It's too precious. Lin Feng shook his head, but Song Xiangwen said, "Take it. You are the support for our team, and your importance is irreplaceable." Forehead. Lin Feng really wanted to say that he could fight too, but seeing the opponent's more than 2-meter-long green dragon crescent blade, he had no choice but to accept the scapegoat doll and drip a drop of blood on it. The other 2 didn't have any good materials, so they could only watch with envy. They focused their attention once again on the deep forest before them. "Be careful, everyone." Song Xiangwen was the first to walk in front, protecting the safety of the group. They moved forward slowly, their feet treading on thick, strangely textured leaves. Sha Jin suddenly looked surprised. Quickly look at the information about these trees. They examined the trees and found that they were generally of excellent quality. They even saw trees of superior quality. This is a huge treasure, and everyone had this thought in their minds. Don't rush to cut down the trees. Let's explore the surroundings first. Song Xiangwen took the lead. He was experienced in combat, and no one objected. Suddenly, a centipede, about 1 meter long, darted out of the tree and jumped onto Bai Chen's head. Bai Chen reacted very quickly, dodging to the side. Before anyone else could make a move, the golden rooster pecked at him swiftly. The originally ferocious centipede, in front of the fighting cock, seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and was directly subdued. The rooster bit the centipede's head and swallowed it piece by piece. They hadn't even gotten a clear look at the centipede or learned any specific details about it. Lin Feng noticed that the golden fighting rooster was brimming with vitality, and its feathers had grown back quite a bit. It seems the centipede is helpful to your pet, Bai Chun said. Lin Feng also received a response from the golden rooster's consciousness, which said that such centipedes would help its evolution. This is good news. Lin Feng will pay closer attention. They continued forward and gradually entered the sea of trees. They hadn't felt anything when they were outside, but once inside, for some reason, everyone felt uneasy, as if many eyes were watching them. Did you feel it? Bai Chen asked. Lin Feng and Xu Jiner nodded. Song Xiangwen didn't speak, but he kept his eyes and ears open to ensure that he would take immediate action if there was any danger. Along the way, everyone examined the items around them and discovered that there were many high-quality trees, and the vines entwined around them were also of high quality. Lin Feng suddenly spotted some high-quality vines ahead and pointed out, the backpack expansion blueprint requires high-quality vines, and that's it. They walked over, and, after making sure there was no danger, Lin Feng took out his machete to harvest the crops, only to find that the ordinary machete couldn't cut through them. Use this. Song Xiangwen threw a knife over. Lin Feng glanced at it and thought, good heavens, it's called a plain-looking machete, but its quality is excellent. It just doesn't have any special abilities. Lin Feng used his machete to cut down the vines. He harvested about 30 units of vines, enough to expand his backpack twice. The group moved forward again. The dark golden light filtered through layers of strangely shaped leaves, casting dappled patterns of light on the ground and creating a visually striking effect for everyone. Keep in formation and don't be too far apart from each other. Song Xiangwen was like a seasoned veteran who often ventured deep into the forest, skillfully directing the operation. Even Xu Jiner hesitated, wanting to ask him if he was engaged in related work. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Song Xiangwen said in a calm tone, I've been a mercenary and I've been into the Amazon rainforest, but don't imagine me to be too powerful. There are far more people who are truly more powerful than me. Xu Jiner said softly, as long as they're better than us, that's fine. I'm just a college student. Working people. Lin Feng gripped his spear tightly, and while speaking, he warily surveyed each tree, which resembled a silent behemoth. He paid particular attention to varieties with twisted branches and leaves whose edges gleamed coldly, as if they might come to life and launch an attack at any moment. This place is so weird. Even the trees look so unfriendly. Did you see the movie Congo Island? Is it like this in there? No, I only know that the insects and wild animals in the movies are huge and the trees are tall, but it's not that outrageous. Besides, we haven't encountered any wild animals yet. Sure. Song Xiangwen's actions silenced Xu Jiner. He walked slowly to the right front, his steps as light as possible, without making a sound. The terrain ahead gradually slopes down, and the trees become increasingly dense. Vines intertwine and hang between the trees, weaving together to form disordered ladders. Song Xiangwen made a gesture to keep quiet, then slowly squatted down and moved his feet slowly. A faint but extremely unsettling scraping sound came from the depths of the dense forest ahead, sounding like some creature rubbing something with its sharp claws. Song Xiangwen parted the huge leaf with serrated edges in front of him, and his pupils suddenly contracted. In a relatively open area ahead, a creature unlike any other was munching on the fruit of a low shrub. The surface of the fruit is covered with dense lines, which look like tree rings. The beast was the size of a calf and resembled a wolf, but its body was covered with a layer of dark, rusty scales. Sabertoted wolf. This is its name. Chapter 101, a product of machines and flesh. Name, saber-toothed wolf. Quality, average. Description, at the bottom of the food chain on Congo Island, it possesses excellent defensive capabilities, and its sharp, razor-sharp teeth can tear creatures apart. Ordinary, the bottom layer? When they saw the monster information, everyone except Song Xiangwen, who only frowned slightly, had a drastic change in expression. This secret realm is absolutely terrifying. Song Xiangwen made a gesture, telling them to stay there, and that he would kill the saber-toothed wolf. Just then, a gentle breeze blew by. The saber-toothed wolf, which was munching on fruit, suddenly raised its head, and its bony nostrils twitched a few times. A dangerous glint appeared in those scarlet eyes, instantly locking onto the direction where the group was hiding. Whoosh! A deep yet penetrating wolf howl came from the throat of the saber-toothed wolf. Immediately afterwards, the saber-toothed wolf transformed into a flash of light and vanished from its spot in the blink of an eye. Song Xiangwen said in a deep voice, "Be on guard." Lin Feng activated the lava armor shield in his hand, and a protective barrier appeared in front of the three of them, firmly protecting them within it. Song Xiangwen gripped the green dragon crescent blade tightly in his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The next moment, the huge leaf in front of them was cut open, and the saber-toothed wolf opened its mouth wide, spewing out a strong, fishy stench. The battle erupted instantly in this eerie and dense forest. Song Xiangwen roared and advanced instead of retreating, looking just like an ancient general, gripping the green dragon crescent blade in one hand and smashing it fiercely at the charging saber-toothed wolf. To everyone's surprise, the wolf was extremely agile, dodging to the side. It seemed to have discovered that Song Xiangwen had the highest combat strength, and actually charged towards Lin Feng and the others behind him. The saber-toothed wolf arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye with a speed beyond its own body. Sizzle! The sharp, razor-sharp wolf claws tore at the shield barrier, yet caused no damage whatsoever. A high-quality shield is not something an ordinary beast could break through. Lin Feng reacted very quickly, immediately activating the second ability of his shield. A stream of molten lava, radiating intense heat, condensed and charged towards the saber-toothed wolf. The saber-toothed wolf reacted faster than anyone could have imagined, dodging the shockwave just as it was about to hit it. But at that moment, a verdant vine rose from the ground and entangled the saber-toothed wolf. Even though it was only for a moment, it gave them time to attack. The lava impact struck the saber-toothed wolf, but it felt as if it had hit steel. A pungent, strange smell wafted out, and the saber-toothed wolf let out a painful howl. Lin Feng watched in horror as the saber-toothed wolf burst out of the flames, its body covered in large black spots, yet it was not dead. Just then, the blade of the green dragon crescent blade slashed across, and the saber-toothed wolf was torn in two to the horror of Lin Feng and the others. The power of a single strike killing instantly. "Are you all right?" Song Xiangwen asked, his voice filled with guilt and worry. He was the absolute powerhouse of combat, and his talent endowed him with formidable fighting prowess, yet he was fooled by a beast. "It's all right. Luckily Lin Feng's shield is strong enough." Shu Jiner still looked panicked. Lin Feng calmly put away his shield and wiped the blood off it. "This saber-toothed wolf is stronger than we imagined, several times stronger than the beasts in our area. This is only of ordinary level. If we encountered an excellent level 1, who knows what it would be like." Bai Chen's eyes were filled with a lot of information, and his tone became serious and solemn. They stared at the saber-toothed wolf, now split in two, its blood a deep, metallic green, and its internal organs even more bizarre. "This is a gear?" Lin Feng used his spear to pull something out of the internal organs. "It looks similar to a gear and is about the size of a ping-pong ball. Name: Saber-tooth Wolf Heart Core. Quality: excellent. Description: this is the core of the saber-toothed wolf. Common grade cores are black iron, excellent grade cores are bronze, and superior grade cores are silver. This is a special creation, a fusion of metal and flesh, giving it many uses. Perhaps, if the relevant blueprints are found, it can be put to good use." Bai Chun muttered, "A product of the fusion of metal and flesh, a mechanical deity, or a flesh and blood ascension. This Congo island is quite strange." Song Xiangwen looked around and said, "Generally speaking, wolves are social animals. We need to be careful of other saber-toothed wolves. I have no interest in meat or flesh below the finest quality. You can distribute this among yourselves." Bai Chun and Shu Jiner exchanged a glance and shook their heads. They were equally useless. Lin Feng nodded. "In that case, give it to me. Also, you can hand over any wild beast you kill to me in the future." He pointed, and the beam of light landed on the saber-toothed wolf's corpse, instantly dissecting it. The art of essence, such a useful ability. The saber-toothed wolf disappeared, leaving behind several items, all of which were useful things it had carried. wolf skin, wolf blood, wolf meat, wolf bones, etc. Everything was in perfect condition, without any damage. They were startled, and Shu Jiner instinctively asked what kind of ability this was. A capability to dispose of corpses. Lin Feng answered casually without revealing his abilities, and no one else pressed him for details. Everyone has their own secrets. To press for the bottom of things is not a good thing to say at this time. All right, from now on, all the corpses will be yours. None of them objected, and Lin Feng put these things into the mushroom bag. We'll distribute the spoils after we've finished exploring. In a secluded spot in the forest of Congo Island stands a small wooden cabin, protected by a semi-transparent barrier. A young man came to the barrier, knocked on it, and a gap appeared in the barrier. He went inside. The door to the wooden cabin opened, and hearty laughter came from inside. "Little Li, I didn't expect it to be you who came in." Li Ji curled his lip. "I told you, don't call me Little Li, otherwise it always feels like I'm a eunuch." He entered the wooden house, which was quite spacious, about 100 square meters, and had all kinds of tables, chairs, and benches. Two men were lying on the sofa, holding wine glasses in their hands. As they gently swirled the glasses, the deep red liquid inside emitted a strong aroma of alcohol. "You two seem to be enjoying yourselves quite a bit. The red wine you're drinking is of very high quality. Made from century-old, high-quality grapes. This wine won't make you drunk. In fact, it can even boost your health. Would you like a glass?" "Of course I'll come. I've never seen such a good thing outside the secret realm." Li Ji took a sip, praised it as good, and then explained the purpose of his visit. According to divination, at least 300 people should have come here when the secret realm of Congo Island opened this time. The order from above is that it would be best to capture them alive, but if not, they should be killed directly for research purposes. Chapter 102, The Insect Swarm Attack. Wang Long chuckled, downed the red wine in his glass in one gulp, grinned, revealing teeth with wine residue that looked like blood. "What I enjoy most is torturing these survivors. They all thought they had come to a place where they could make a fortune and dream of becoming emperors one day. In reality, they have come to hell." Li Ji said seriously, "Wang Long, those who can obtain the key to the secret realm are not ordinary people, especially at this time. Every survivor has their own trump card, so you must not be careless. TC's Little Li, don't worry. If my brother can't finish it, I'm still here." Li Ji looked at the person who spoke, but didn't dare to refute him, because he knew that the other party was too terrifying and evil, practically a demon. Before entering the cataclysmic game, the brothers Wang Long and Wang, who were imprisoned in Prison 099, a prison specifically for the most vicious criminals who had committed countless crimes. The reason they weren't executed was because these individuals were exceptionally strong, far surpassing ordinary people. Killing them would seem like a waste. Furthermore, a significant portion of the people in the prison work for important figures. Although it's called a prison, they're actually released periodically to complete their missions and then return. Wang Long had previously committed robbery. He started as a motorcycle gang member, stealing jewelry and bags, and later even robbed a bank, making off with more than 50 million yuan. After that, he robbed gold shops repeatedly and killed one person. From then on, he went on a rampage, and at least 50 people have died at his hands, including men, women, and children. His younger brother was even more terrifying. He was practically a walking devil. Wang, who was selective in his killings, he preferred to target attractive young people, both men and women. Before killing someone, he would torture them in various ways, regardless of gender. There was no method he hadn't tried, only methods that others couldn't imagine. After killing them, he would cut them into pieces, each piece having a different effect. His favorite person is Hannibal Lecter, whom he idolizes, and he aspires to surpass him and achieve accomplishments that no one else can. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast consists of 108 dishes. When they caught him, he had already collected 80 dishes. Faced with such a ruthless person, Li Ji kept a defensive scroll in hand at all times, ready to activate at the moment the opponent made a move. Wang, who looked like an ordinary person, with no outstanding appearance. Just by sitting there, he glanced at Li Ji, and the latter became tense all over. "Don't worry, you're too ugly. I won't lay a hand on you." Li Ji was frustrated, never expecting that the reason he was still alive was for this reason. Go back and tell your superiors that as long as the two of us brothers are here, no one will leave this secret realm alive. Li Ji nodded that. For you. Wang Long tossed over a cloth bag containing the resources they had collected over the past few days. Li Ji breathed a sigh of relief and almost jogged away from there. He walked 100 meters before daring to stop and wiped the sweat from his face. It's terrifying. Only superiors can subdue them. However, I've heard that these ruthless people have thousands of subordinates under their command. In the wooden house, Wang Long said, Brother, I'm going out first to see if there's any suitable prey. If I find any beauties or handsome men, I'll bring them to you. No need, just tell me their location and appearance. Only by hunting them yourself can you truly enjoy the experience. When Wang Hu opened his mouth, his teeth were all black. Lin Feng and his group had been in the secret realm for almost half a day. As Song Xiangwen said, the saber-toothed wolves were indeed social creatures, and they later encountered 3 more. With their combat experience, they easily killed the saber-toothed wolf and obtained some high-quality materials. It is worth mentioning that they also discovered a fruit that resembles tree rings. This is a plant unique to Congo Island called the tree ring fruit, which is inedible to humans and can only be eaten by creatures from this island. There are quite a few annual ring fruits. They have found at least 50 or 60 along the way, but so far they have not found their specific use. In addition, they collected a lot of materials, most of which were of excellent quality, and a small number of high-quality materials gave them hope of upgrading their shelter. When the group arrived at the foot of a huge rock, they all looked up and marveled at its height, and there were words engraved on the rock face. Before the group could examine the sound closely, a faint yet dense buzzing sound approached rapidly from afar. Unlike the low chirping of insects in the forest, this sound was sharper and more aggressive. They instinctively looked toward the source of the sound and saw a cloud flying in from the depths of the forest. This is a swarm of insects, each about the size of a palm, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Their shells are like polished brass, their compound eyes gleam red, their wings vibrate rapidly, and their edges are serrated. A wild beast failed to escape in time, and as the swarm of insects flew by, the beast was completely devoured, even its bones. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Quick, quick, find a place to hide. There's a cave entrance here. Hurry up and go in, don't dawdle. They ran straight to the cave at the foot of the cliff. As soon as they entered, the swarm of insects arrived. However, instead of burrowing in, they covered the outside, seemingly blocking their way back. Realizing this, Bai Chan suddenly asked, How do we leave this secret realm? Go back the same way you came in. You just need to activate the secret realm key. This was Shu Jiner's second answer. They had said before entering the secret realm that Bai Chun asked this question to let them know that they were in big trouble. If they can't get back to where they started, they'll be trapped here and die. What are we going to do? Are we going to die in this secret realm? I don't want to. I still have so much of my youth ahead of me. Shu Jiner, being a woman after all, was now truly panicked and frightened. Lin Feng's face was serious. Why are you crying? We're not really in a desperate situation. Let's observe whether the swarm's target is really us before making a decision. Song Xiangwen was not good at talking, so since Lin Feng had already said what he wanted to say, he did not repeat himself. They observed the swarm of insects at the cave entrance for a while, but the insects neither moved forward nor left. Lin Feng tentatively used his crossbow to attack, but found that the arrows could not penetrate their surfaces at all. The poison, however, was effective against them, but unfortunately, there were too many insects and he did not have enough poison. Chapter 103 The Reason. Song Xiangwen went out with his shield, but before he had taken 2 steps, the swarm of insects rushed towards him. He cut several of them down with a single slash and retreated. The insect corpses were brought over, and the group examined them. These insects, known as copper beetles, are gregarious creatures that mainly live in groups and are often controlled by king insect. Their shells are a good material, but their flesh and blood are useless and are fed to the fighting cocks. Bai Chun stared at the swarm of insects outside and suddenly said, Have you noticed that these insects seem to be doing this on purpose, trapping us here, as if they are waiting for something to come? The insect king, Sha Jin-er asked. No, it's more like a human being. A person, Sha Jin-er exclaimed in shock. Could it be a local from Congo Island, a native, or a foreigner? I'm afraid they're survivors. Lin Feng's answer made by Chun and Song Xiangwen nod in agreement. Let's explore deeper into the cave and see if we can find another exit before making a decision. Lin Feng took out the dwarf torches and distributed them to the group. The torches illuminated the cave's surroundings, and as they ventured deeper, they unexpectedly discovered traces of humans. The group became alert and took defensive measures. Ooh! Suddenly, a shouting voice came from inside the cave, filled with fear and apprehension. Who are you? Song Xiangwen asked in return. Survivors. You're not survivors, are you? The other party was surprised and excited, and then they saw a person coming with a torch. The man in front of me was a young man, probably in his early 20s, with dark skin, whether from sun exposure or natural skin tone, I couldn't tell. He was wearing tattered clothes, and his exposed skin was covered with wounds. It's a survivor. We're saved. That's great. The man shouted excitedly. Don't be too happy yet. Since you're also survivors, why are you here? Song Xiangwen asked. As they moved forward, the firelight illuminated the area around the cave, allowing them to see what was inside. A man was lying on the ground, and a woman was sitting next to him. Neither of them looked very old. They all looked over, their faces filled with excitement, as if they regarded them as saviors. Lin Feng and his group remained calm and asked what had happened. They then recounted their experiences. The young man, Zhang Jie, was also a survivor. He was a level 4 shelter dweller and had stockpiled a lot of resources and food, so he was doing quite well during this cold snap. He also has his own network and circle of contacts. They have a group of about 10 people who share resources with each other. The weakest of them are all in level 3 shelters. One of the survivors, nicknamed Old Wong, said he had obtained a key to a secret realm that could take him to the secret realm of Kong Island. He said the secret realm was about to open and asked if they wanted to explore it. The group discussed this issue for a long time. Some felt it was unnecessary to take the risk, while others thought it was better to explore the world more. In the end, they formed a 7-person team and came here. At first, they were very excited to see resources everywhere, thinking that this harvest would definitely be able to upgrade the shelter to another level. They did manage to gather a lot of resources and kill some wild beasts, but unexpectedly, they encountered a group of survivors. They were 3 survivors on the run, 2 of whom were seriously injured. They encountered them and offered their help, obtaining information from the 3 men. There's a guy named Wang Long who's hunting down other survivors. He even said he'd capture them alive to explore this secret realm, and that it wouldn't matter if they died, as he could still conduct research on them. He also said that if it weren't for orders from their superiors, they wouldn't have been allowed to live. A swarm of insects suddenly appeared and attacked them, instantly killing 3 people. They managed to escape with the help of their equipment, but were chased for the next few days until they arrived here. They discovered something. There was only one exit, and for some reason the insects wouldn't come in, but they couldn't get out either. It seems these insects did this on purpose. Bai Chan took a torch and came to the wall. The firelight illuminated the rock face, which was covered with mottled bloodstains, a large part of which had turned black. This is their slaughterhouse, but I don't know why there's no smell of blood. Zhang Jie had never paid attention to this before, but now that he heard him say it, he couldn't help but shudder. In other words, Wang Long deliberately drove us here. But we've been here for 2 days already. Why hasn't he killed us? Bai Chan said in a calm tone. There's a type of criminal who likes to torture people. They believe that simply killing someone with a single blow is not satisfying. Instead, they lock up their victims, give them hope periodically, and then destroy that hope in one fell swoop, leaving them in utter despair. Wang Long. Wang Long. Lin Feng muttered, this name sounds familiar. Do you know him? Bai Chen asked. I just feel like I've seen this name somewhere before. Or maybe Wang Long is a common name. Zhang Jie suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I remember those survivors also said that he had a younger brother named Wang Hu. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. It really is them. He told her everything he knew about the 2 of them, and Shu Jiner trembled as she listened. Why are they still alive, still killing people here? Bai Chen asked with some curiosity, what did you do before? Just an ordinary cow or horse. Lin Feng replied casually. We can't stay here any longer. Right now, it's just a swarm of insects. The longer we delay, the more likely the enemy will come. Then there will be even more insects, and we'll definitely not be able to escape. Lin Feng became unusually uneasy after learning about the two of them. Break through. Sure, no problem. Song Xiangwen replied. Take us with you, and we can help you. I swear, if you can get us out of here, I'm willing to give you all the spoils of this trip. Zheng Jie grew anxious. He understood what the others meant. They were no match for Wang Long either. As he spoke, he took out a cloth bag, which contained my spoils from this trip. If you two still want to live, then hand it over. The man lying on the ground spoke with difficulty. Anyway, my chances of surviving are slim, so these resources are useless to me. Giving them to you will at least serve a purpose. The woman was a little reluctant, but she still took it out. There were 8 cloth bags in total, all identical in size, pattern, and appearance, which made Xu Jiner curious and ask questions. Zheng Jie raised his hand. My talent is weaving. I can use materials to weave and create storage bags, the size of which depends on the quality of the materials. Chapter 104 The Power of the Curse. Upon hearing about the storage bag, the group's eyes lit up, and they no longer looked at him as if he were a useless person. If they could have a worker to help make storage bags, it would be much easier for them to go out and explore. Lin Feng exchanged glances with the others and could tell they agreed, but he still needed to discuss the specifics. We can save you, but once you get out, you must obey orders and follow commands. If anyone disobeys, don't blame us if you die. Furthermore, we don't have the obligation to take care of the 3 of you. Once you break through the swarm, hurry up and escape, using the secret key to leave this place. Zheng Jie nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lin Feng took out the water from the moon well and went to the man lying on the ground. Open your mouth. The man instinctively opened his mouth, and water flowed into it, which he swallowed. Next, Lin Feng took out the elf wand. As he waved it, specks of green light appeared on the wand, falling towards the 3 of them and merging into their bodies. Their wounds healed at a visible speed, and even their mental and physical strength were restored. Zheng Jie and his companions were shocked and realized that their strength was beyond their imagination. Can we be friends? Zheng Jie understood that this was his only chance to get to know the big shot, and he didn't want to miss it. Lin Feng and his friends didn't care. They had plenty of friends on their list, so having one more or one less didn't matter. After adding each other as friends, they started walking outside and discussed how to make their move. The swarm of insects still hovered outside, blocking their way out. Lin Feng and the others exchanged a glance, and Song Xiangwen announced, 3, 2, 1. As the sound faded, a handful of snow mountain ice crystals appeared in Lin Feng's hand. This high-quality material possessed extremely strong explosive power. Lin Feng had previously used it to ambush and kill the black bear. Lin Feng hurled the snow mountain ice crystals in his hand forward with a loud bang. The ice crystals collided with each other, and the powerful frost force inside them burst out. The ice crystals burst open the moment they came into contact with the outside air. It was not a violent explosion, but rather a visible ring of extremely cold ice that swept outwards at an astonishing speed. A cold, white mist instantly spread, causing temperatures to plummet and the ground to freeze, covering swarms of insects. These insects, still in flight, transformed into ice sculptures, crashing to the ground like a hail of metal. The frost and mist continued to spread outwards, affecting the insects that were not covered, making their flight unstable. Rush! Lin Feng roared. The group rushed out of the cave at top speed. The swarm of insects around them emitted sharp cries, and the sound waves vibrated, making their ears ring and their vision go black. Song Xiangwen unleashed his talent, and the fallen leaves on the ground instantly flew up, as if they were coated with a layer of energy, becoming sharp and pointed. The veins on his arms were bulging, and sweat was constantly pouring from his face, indicating that controlling these leaves was not an easy task for him. Go! With Song Xiangwen's stern shout, countless leaves swept away the surrounding area like shooting stars, and a large number of insects were pierced through the leaves and fell down. While escaping, Lin Feng also collected a considerable number of insect corpses. Even though the 2 of them managed to kill a large number of insects, swarms of insects still rushed towards them. Shu Jiner made her move, spraying out a large amount of blue liquid, which instantly melted the insects upon contact. Baichen followed closely behind. He took out a small, palm-sized megaphone. It looked ordinary, but when he blew on it, sound waves appeared from the megaphone, causing the rushing insects to sway and fall to the ground. The swarm of insects could no longer hold them, and the group seized the opportunity to run away. The insects followed closely behind, but suddenly a large number of them were trapped in the large nets. This is a fishing net that Lin Feng made for fishing in the past, but he never expected it to be used here now. Not only him, but the others also brought out their trump cards one after another, trapping the insects in place. Zheng Jie and his team's entrance to the secret realm wasn't here, so the two teams split up and escaped. Lin Feng and his group walked through the forest and were about to reach the secret realm when they heard mocking voices behind them. I never expected that you trash could break through my swarm and escape. You seem to have some skill. Not bad. I enjoy torturing powerful people. It gives me a greater sense of accomplishment. None of them turned around. They were only thinking about leaving. It's too late, stop now. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in front of them, and their pupils contracted sharply when they saw the message. Survivor Wang Long has cast a cursed wooden dummy on you. You will be unable to move for 5 seconds. Let alone 5 seconds. Even 1 second is enough for a person to do a lot of things. Lin Feng's situation was different. The blood and flesh curse balloon beside him suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the curse on his body. He resumed his movements and looked back at Wang Long, an ugly and short piece of trash. Wang Long exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? You weren't affected by the curse at all. You've simply chosen the wrong person. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, he fed the flesh and blood to the curse balloon. The balloon's interior began to wriggle, as if it were constantly chewing before opening its mouth again. A black aura rushed towards Wang Long, who was affected by the curse and unable to move. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng instinctively wanted to leave with the people around him, but they were still under the curse and unable to move for 5 seconds. Their ability to move means that Wang Long's time has come, and he will release the curse again. Lin Feng suddenly remembered that the blood and flesh curse balloon contained a curse, and he wondered if he should take a gamble. The fact that Wang Long was affected by the curse indicates that he lacked the ability to actively defend against it. He made his choice in just 1 second. Since we can't kill Wang Long immediately, we might as well take a gamble. Lin Feng took out all the flesh and blood from the mushroom and fed it to Balloon, but found it still wasn't enough. Time ticked by, and Lin Feng shouted, "Give me your flesh and blood when you can move again. Give me as much as you can." He didn't say it aloud because he was cursing the other person, fearing that Wang Long would react in that split second. Once they regained their mobility, without any hesitation, they immediately removed their flesh and blood, and a large amount of flesh and blood appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, let the cursed balloon swallow him. A second later, Wang Long regained his mobility and looked at the other party with a solemn expression. "I understand, you have something to protect against curses, but I don't believe you can protect yourself indefinitely." Having consumed all the flesh and blood, the cursed balloon had turned an incredibly deep crimson, its gaping maw resembling an abyss. The curse that Chanyu had previously used against Lin Feng was now being used by him. Chapter 105, Exploring the Secret Realm. The curse spewed from the balloon's gaping maw, carrying a strong, bloody stench, rushing towards Wang Long's body and burrowing inside. What is this? A curse? How is this possible? No. Wang Long, who had always been a cat playing tricks on people, was no longer at peace. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. The curse took effect, and he uttered the same words that Chanyu had said back then. "I want everything you have." Wang Long was like a malfunctioning robot, constantly twisting his body, his face contorted in a ferocious expression, and his eyes bulging out. Warning, the other party is afflicted with numerous curses. The curses you released have been partially neutralized and cannot meet all the requirements. Now, we will randomly select items from the other party's possessions. A ball of light shot out from Wang Long's body and landed in Lin Feng's hand. Then, one after another, orbs of light appeared. Just then, Song Xiangwen suddenly looked to his right front, his expression grave. An extremely powerful being is approaching. We need to leave quickly. Lin Feng made a quick decision, grabbed the ball of light, and turned to leave. Shu Jiner used the key to open the secret realm gate, and before they left, they heard a sound coming from behind. I want you all dead. The door closed, and Shu Jiner, disregarding any Leda-like image, plopped down on the floor. Oh my God, the secret realm is too dangerous. I'm never going there again. Bai Chun and Song Xiangwen looked at Lin Feng, their hearts filled with many questions. Furthermore, their trip to the secret realm was not without its rewards. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and first explained why he was not affected by the curse. He did not mention the effect of the blood and flesh curse balloon, but said that he had a one-time protective item, which he did not expect to use in this situation. In addition, he also possessed a cursed item and wanted to use the other person's own methods against them, which unexpectedly succeeded. Those orbs of light belonged to Wang Long, and he had taken them away. It was a pity that there wasn't enough time. Otherwise, he would have taken all of Wang Long's belongings. Bai Chun and Song Xiangwen wisely refrained from asking what was inside the ball of light, knowing that it was something the person had obtained through their own abilities. Lin Feng took out the cloth bag that Zheng Jie and the others had given him earlier and put the insect's corpse aside. These are our gains from this trip into the secret realm. Although we almost died, it was still worth it. Shu Jiner tidied up and laid a layer of plastic on the ground before they emptied the contents of the cloth bag. The sheer quantity of materials exceeded their expectations. Most were of excellent quality, and a few were of superior quality, but given the sheer volume, it was truly enviable. Lin Feng said, "Then let's split it evenly." "No." Bai Chun shook his head. "If it weren't for you this time, we would probably have died in the secret realm. You would have been the one to suffer the most." Shu Jiner said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. I didn't expect the secret realm to be so dangerous. I don't want these materials anymore. Consider it an apology." Song Xiangwen didn't speak. He had the same thought. Lin Feng shook his head, his tone serious and earnest. "There are plenty of materials. Why would I need so many for myself? They just pile up in the warehouse and get moldy. We can divide them equally. You need these high-quality materials to upgrade your shelter. Besides, you've given me so much meat to use. Since we're a team, there can be outstanding individuals, but the other members can't hold us back." Bai Chun pondered, "How about this? We'll choose according to our needs. We'll divide the high-quality materials equally among ourselves, and as for the rest, we'll take what we can use and give all the rest to Lin Feng." "I agree." Shu Jiner raised both hands. Song Xiangwen had no objections. Since they had all said so, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. It has to be said that there are a lot of high-quality materials in the secret realm. After they divided them up, they were just a little short of upgrading their shelter to level 5. Then there are the unique materials used here, such as steel core wood, fern wood, quicksandstone, terrapith, and adhesive resin. It uses more than a dozen materials, but the quality is excellent. They checked the descriptions of the materials one by one. Bai Chun selected some steel core wood, Shu Jiner asked for a small amount of fernwood, and Song Xiangwen didn't need anything. Lin Feng then put the remaining materials into the mushroom bag. "These are the corpses of insects. We don't need it, but I see your pet likes to eat it. Give it to it," Bai Chun said. Both of them nodded. Lin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. Did they not find the treasure chest? Or did they find it, but not hand over what they got? Lin Feng suddenly thought of this. "I don't know. We've been exploring for a long time, but haven't found any treasure chests. Maybe they're not in the secret realm. The secret realm of Kong Island is bigger than we imagined and hides many secrets. We couldn't calm down to discuss it before. Since it's not dark yet, why don't we talk about it first?" Bai Chun suggested. Lin Feng spoke first. "I'm very curious. Aren't the secret realm keys supposed to be activated at the same time? Zheng Jie and the others obviously went in earlier than us, and the Wang brothers, Wang Long and Wang Hu, even set up camp there." Shu Jiner shook her head, looking puzzled and confused. "I don't know either. This is my first time entering the secret realm. No one has posted any related information in the chat channel before. Anyway, it seems that quite a few people have obtained the key to the secret realm and entered it. We don't know if they're alive or dead." "I can answer that," Song Xiangwen suddenly said. I have a key to a secret realm that leads to the wild beast plains, where there are a large number of wild beasts. That's why I don't lack meat. Time flows differently inside the secret realm than in the real world, as you have noticed. We spent almost a day inside, but half a day passed outside. However, lifespan remains the same as within the secret realm. I don't know the specifics of what secret realm means, but I guess it's an independent world, and those keys are the keys to access it. Each key has a different activation time, but once activated, you can enter freely. You should have received the notification by now. Shajin nodded quickly. Perhaps some people obtained the key to the secret realm a long time ago and entered it, wanting to completely conquer and occupy the secret realm. Bai Chan said quietly, I thought our development speed, if not top-notch, was at least keeping up with their pace. Now it seems we can't even see their backside. That's why you need to upgrade the shelter to level 5 as soon as possible, Lin Feng urged. Everyone fell silent. After a long silence, Bai Chun pushed up his glasses and said, Since our tarot club has finally managed to get together, let's learn from each other's strengths and make up for our weaknesses. Chapter 106 Wang Long's Memories. 2 hours later, they each returned to their shelters. Shu Jiner sat on the carpet, staring blankly ahead at the place where the group was discussing their meeting. She always thought of herself as a quiet person who liked to stay at home alone, eating, playing on her phone, ordering takeout, and so on. But now, she realizes that she's only using this as a way to escape reality, and she still enjoys being with interesting people. Adai Deo. Shu Jiner sighed deeply. I wonder when the next gathering will be. She took out her small bag, which Lin Feng had expanded with more compartments. On the table were a feather and a long sword, given to them by Bai Chun and Song Xiangwen, respectively. Never mind, let's eat first. As soon as Lin Feng returned to the shelter, his tense heart immediately relaxed. This shelter was now his safe haven. No matter what he encountered outside, as long as he came back, he would be safe. Sitting on the stool, number 3 handed me hot water. Lin Feng took a couple of sips to calm himself down and then brought out all of today's gains. All the high-quality materials obtained from the Congo Island secret realm were given to the other people, while most of the remaining fine-quality materials stayed with him. Sticky resins, for example, can completely replace clay and can be used to make puppets. Then there's Terra Medulla, which, although only of excellent quality, possesses extremely powerful effects. This is a secretion from an unknown organism, which appears as branching veins and is covered with a hard keratinous shell. Once the outer shell is cracked open, a faintly fluorescent liquid can be seen flowing inside. This liquid has memory and recovery capabilities, and it reacts slowly to external stimuli. This stuff is practically the perfect raw material for making puppets. Lin Feng placed the 2 materials on the table, preparing to make the puppet later. He handed the dead insects to number 3, instructing him to place them in the breeding area so that the King Kong fighting chicken could eat their fill at once. Next came the items stolen from Wang Long. One by one, the orbs of light were taken out, and as Lin Feng poked them open, the contents inside were revealed. A significant portion of these were high-quality materials, totaling over 200 units, which immediately gave Lin Feng enough materials to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Body of Calamity, 1/3. Description: Wang Long's talent, the Body of Calamity, allows him to gather countless curses for himself, store, and release them. The more curses he consumes, the stronger he becomes. However, due to the influence of the blood and flesh curse, his talent was forcibly plundered and is no longer complete. To upgrade your level and increase your power, you must acquire the missing parts. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. No wonder Wang Long was so powerful. He had such an outrageous talent. He stored away this 1/3 of the Calamity body, knowing that as long as he was there, Wang Long would never be able to collect the rest. Wang who Lin Feng's face showed disgust and hatred. Previously, Bai Chun and the others were curious about why Lin Feng knew this, mainly because one of his relatives had died at the hands of Wang Long. That was his second uncle, the most successful person in the Lin family. He worked at a bank, which was a very good job in those days, and he could also help others. These younger generation members had all received help from their second uncle. He knew that education was useful, so he always encouraged them to study hard and told them not to worry about tuition fees, as he would take full responsibility for them. Not only that, every time Uncle Air came back, he would buy them all kinds of books, stationery, snacks, and so on, telling these children how great the big city was and urging them not to stay in the countryside but to go to the city. Later, my second uncle became a bank manager with a bright future. The manager valued him highly, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was sure to become a middle-level manager in the bank before he retired. Unfortunately, Wang Long went to the bank where second uncle worked, not only robbed him of his money, but also killed him. Since then, their family has never recovered. Even though their descendants have all been admitted to university, without connections or influence, they can only work for ordinary companies. When Lin Feng learned that Wang Long had been arrested and sentenced to death, he made a special trip back to his hometown to burn paper money and pour wine at his second uncle's grave. Unexpectedly, he actually saw the brothers Wang Long and Wang Hu today. He didn't know why the two people didn't die, but he would find a chance to take revenge. Name: damaged 1000 machine core. Quality: excellent. Description: a core left behind by an ancient civilization, possessing the property of 1000 machines. Given enough energy and corresponding materials, it can drive and control any functional product. Amethyst grapes are a premium grade crop. Research Institute keys. There are 2 massive research institutes on Congo Island. Due to some unknown event, the structures above ground have been destroyed, but the underground ones remain intact. Entering them requires 3 keys, all of which are indispensable. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He realized he had snatched something extraordinary. He paused slightly when he saw the last ball of light. A memory. Lin Feng never expected that his memories would be stolen. He pondered for a moment, then touched it, and his memories unfolded before him. Lin Feng was like an observer, seeing the most profound part of Wang Long's memory. He knew why the other party was not executed, and he also learned a major secret. The higher-ups seemed to be aware of the impending catastrophe and had taken numerous countermeasures, which may explain why they were no match for the survivors. It seems that there are different factions within the upper echelons as well. The Wang brothers, Wang Long and Wang Hu, are henchmen of one faction. They were assigned to Congo Island to take over the island. The superiors gave them orders to capture the survivors alive for experimental research. If they resisted to the death, they would be killed and their flesh and blood used in flesh and blood experiments. They have captured many survivors who have come to Congo Island and are doing so for their own amusement. As his memories faded, Lin Feng fell into deep thought and silence. He hesitated for a moment, then sent the information from Wang Long's memory to the Tarot Club. He couldn't bear this alone. Since everyone was in the same club, they needed to know as well. After sending it, he didn't check on it. He first planted the amethyst grapes and then went to the breeding area. Lin Feng was surprised to find that all the insect corpses were gone. And when he looked at the golden fighting rooster, its belly was so full that it couldn't even stand up. Is it that delicious? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The rooster crowed excitedly, clearly wanting more food. Chapter 107 Guarding the Queen Bee. Through the thoughts transmitted by the golden fighting rooster, Lin Feng knew that this insect played a significant role in its evolution. Its skeleton is as strong as steel, and ordinary food has little effect on it. But these insects are different. They are a fusion of organism and metal, which perfectly suits its needs. The current King Kong fighting rooster is of excellent quality with bronze-colored feathers. If it were upgraded to superior quality, its fighting power would definitely double. As the golden rooster gradually digested the worms in its stomach, its feathers slowly grew back, and it was no longer the naked creature it had been before. At this moment, the golden rooster has bronze-colored feathers all over its body, its head held high and chest out, and its bright red comb is like a flame in the darkness. With high spirits and great strides, now is truly the fighter jet among roosters. The golden rooster flapped its wings and flew over, its eyes filled with a disdainful expression. From its intent, one could tell that it was now more than capable of dealing with those insects. Previously, it was in a state of severe injury and had not yet recovered. Now it has recovered halfway. Once it is fully recovered, the insects will be afraid of it. It's true that roosters can subdue all poisonous creatures and insects. Lin Feng stroked its wings to help it recover. then went to the planting area and looked at the crimson spirit bees busily collecting honey, a thoughtful expression on his face. This trip to the secret realm gave him many thoughts. In the future, survivors will inevitably face powerful creatures and fight against them. Besides facing individual beasts, one also has to consider group attacks, such as swarms of insects. Even though Song Xiangwen is very powerful, he is still somewhat overwhelmed when facing swarms of insects. Lin Feng himself might be a little weak in combat, but he has quite a few trump cards. He can handle 1 or 2 wild beasts, but if there are more, he'll still have to run away. Coupled with the insect plague he had witnessed earlier, this gave rise to an idea in his mind. Cultivate bee colonies. The red spirit beehive is currently of ordinary quality, but it will gradually be upgraded to excellent quality as the number of bees increases. The crimson spirit bee queen is of superior quality, and the crimson spirit bees she breeds are mostly ordinary, with a small portion being of superior quality. Currently, there are over 50 ordinary red spirit bees and only 8 superior ones, a pitifully small number. To achieve a swarm effect, you either need to wait for time to accumulate or upgrade the level of the crimson spirit bee queen. After much hesitation, Lin Feng finally made a decision. He took out the upgrade scroll, which was a reward for the level assessment. He had only used 1 scroll before, and he used the second one on the crimson spirit bee queen. Just as he was about to use it, he suddenly remembered something, summoned the crimson spirit bee queen, and brought her to the living room. The treasure bowl on the table can absorb the value of items and then upgrade the item's level. He put many things inside, and after absorbing a lot of value, he put in the crimson spirit bee queen, wanted to see if the treasure basin had any effect on living things. When the display showed that it was possible, Lin Feng knew that the value of the treasure basin was beyond his imagination. To his surprise, several lines of text appeared in front of him. The crimson spirit queen bee is of excellent quality. After adding value, it can stimulate the bloodline origin and evolve into the following 3 types. Evolution Route 1. Crimson spirit queen bee, scorching queen bee. Evolution Route 2. Crimson spirit bee queen, fatal empress. Evolution Route 3. Crimson spirit bee queen, guardian bee mother. Lin Feng hadn't expected the treasure basin to have such a function. He carefully looked at the descriptions of the 3 evolution paths. The scorching queen bee was mainly fire attribute and leaned towards attack. The deadly queen, on the other hand, focuses on developing its poisonous stinger, making the bee's stinger extremely venomous. As for the guardian queen bee, she completely abandons fighting and defense, focusing solely on building a nest and nurturing offspring within the hive. These 3 represent different development paths and determine the future direction of the red spirit bee swarm. After much deliberation, Lin Feng decided to protect the queen bee. Although the queen bee could not fight, she could raise a swarm of bees that could fight. With the help of the queen bee, the hive will become increasingly strong, stable, and powerful, serving as another form of shelter. In addition, the guardian queen bee can randomly breed different varieties of red bees, and theoretically, it may breed 2 other types of queen bees. As he made his choice, the treasure basin emitted a golden light and entered the body of the crimson spirit bee queen, who screamed in pain as her bloodline was being activated. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the crimson spirit bee queen flew out of the treasure plate, and its appearance had changed. It was about half a meter tall, with multiple colors on its body and semi-transparent wings, emanating a sense of surprise. Lin Feng then used the scroll on it, successfully upgrading the guardian bee queen to a superior level. Name: Guardian bee queen. Quality: excellent. Description: abandoning attack power and defense, it instead focuses on the queen bee's protective and nurturing instincts. By protecting the queen bee from death, the hive will have a constant regeneration and fertilization effect. Injured crimson spirit bees entering the hive will receive rapid recovery. With a guardian queen bee, the bee colony's gestation speed increases and its reproductive capacity is enhanced. The guardian bee queen flew to Lin Feng and began to dance gracefully. Lin Feng gave it the command to reproduce, and the guardian bee queen flew to the hive. As soon as it entered, the hive immediately changed. The bee pupae hatched quickly, and one by one, the crimson spirit bees crawled out. Lin Feng looked at the increasing number of bees and muttered, "Looks like we need to increase the number of flowers." He searched the trading channel and bought a large number of flower seeds, which he planted with the help of number 3. Through the magic of the fairy wand, these flower seeds quickly took root, sprouted, and grew vigorously. Lin Feng also discovered Lu Yufan's transaction request record. After he agreed, a large bag of flame flowers and seeds appeared in front of him. He increasingly felt that the other party had exhausted the entire fiery flower garden. After planting these flame flowers and their seeds, a significant portion of the planting area became the domain of flame flowers. Due to their characteristics, the temperature in the planting area rose rapidly, and Lin Feng was even sweating profusely from the heat. Seeing that the other plants were affected, he pulled up some of them, opened his friend's list, and traded the flaming flowers to several members of the Tarot Club. Afterwards, he packed up a lot of flaming flowers and gave them to Shan Wenjie. The other party is located on a snow-capped mountain. He had previously given him a lot of materials to make hand warmers, but he hasn't been in contact with him and doesn't know what his current situation is. The summit of the snow-capped mountain. In a shelter completely covered in snow, Shan Wenjie was warming himself by the fireplace, with some food beside him. He was dressed quite warmly, but he still felt cold. The fireplace was turned up to its maximum, but it still couldn't warm up the shelter. Chapter 108 Special Mutant Puppet. The area where Shan Wenjie lives is very special. Although everyone else is facing a cold wave disaster, the temperature here is even lower. Conservative estimates suggest that the temperature outside the shelter has already reached around minus 60 degrees Celsius, and it is expected to continue to drop. To be honest, he was well prepared, especially since he had latched on a Lin Feng's coattails, who had given him a lot of convenience, and the materials he had traded had also upgraded his shelter to level 4. With high-quality hand warmers that can be recharged for free, other survivors wouldn't have to worry about surviving. Unfortunately, he was just unlucky enough to start his journey on a snowy mountain. Shan Wenjie is barely managing to hold on, but as for wanting to live a more comfortable life, that's just a pipe dream. Suddenly, he received a transaction from Lin Feng. When he opened it and saw the items, he was stunned. He quickly replied to the previous message. "Thank you so much, boss. With this, my life here is much easier." Lin Feng inquired about the shelter's conditions and learned that the temperature there was lower than he had imagined, thinking that the flame flower would be quite effective there. Shan Wenjie planted the flame flowers and seeds he had acquired in a planting box and placed a box next to the shelter, fearing that the flowers would freeze to death. At the same time, he carefully took out a bottle of medicine, which was a plant growth promoter that could accelerate plant growth. As the potion fell into the planting box, a flash of green light appeared, and the flame flower seeds grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the planting box was full of flame flowers. The blazing flower released heat, instantly bringing Shan Wenjie, who was standing nearby, a long-lost warmth. The heat continued to spread outwards, and soon the entire living room became warm. Conservatively estimated, the living room temperature has risen by at least 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, and it is believed that the temperature will rise by another 2 or 3 degrees Celsius over time before stabilizing. If you open a closed door, the temperature will drop immediately. With this in mind, Shan Wenjie decided that he would sleep in the living room until winter was over. Shan Wenjie gave Lin Feng some of the materials he had as a token of his gratitude. Lin Feng received many unique resources from the snow-capped mountains. He pondered the feasibility of cultivating the blazing flower. If many survivors could plant a few blazing flowers in their homes, would it raise the temperature? Lin Feng had far too many flame flowers and seeds on hand, so he first asked Lu Yufan for his opinion. Lu Yufan immediately replied that there were too many flame flowers here and that they could be supplied in large quantities. Lin Feng then listed the flaming flower and its seeds in the trading channel. It was still free, but the number of participants was limited. Each person could only trade 3 flaming flowers and 3 seeds. He knew that some people would say that it's not scarcity that's the problem, but inequality. However, Lin Feng always held the idea that the number of survivors couldn't be reduced too much. Otherwise, if they all died, who would he trade with in the future? The chat channel has become a dead group. There's not even anyone bragging or posting lewd pictures. It's incredibly boring. Lin Feng's transaction was quickly noticed by other survivors who came to trade with him. He also spoke in the chat channel, saying that he didn't have many on hand, and if you cultivated the seeds after the transaction, then you could share them. Not long after the transaction, he saw a survivor's note saying that he had a talent for planting and could increase the growth rate of plants. He hoped that Lin Feng could give him the seeds of the flame flower to accelerate its growth. Lin Feng replied directly to the message, saying that as long as he was willing to sign a contract and would not engage in speculation, deception, or fraud, he would give him the seeds. The other person replied that he was just wasting his time, and those trash survivors were better off dead. Their existence was just a waste of resources. Lin Feng chuckled and then contacted Zhang Qingqing, remembering that one of her sisters was skilled in planting. Zhang Qingqing gave an affirmative reply, saying that she would handle the matter and that once the seeds were cultivated, they would be traded to him. After finishing all that, Lin Feng went to the kitchen, stir-fried 2 side dishes, and instead of steaming buns, he made a large bowl of noodles and poured all the side dishes into it. At the dinner table, he took a sip of juice and then ate large mouthfuls of noodles. In the cold winter, being able to eat hot noodles is simply a pleasant and enjoyable thing. After the meal, Lin Feng took out several materials and began to make the puppet. This time, he did not choose to use pig brains, but instead used the damaged 1000 machine core as the brain-filling material. The fact that the device was working relieved him. As the materials, such as terra medulla and viscous resin, continued to fuse, a new person appeared before him. When he saw that it was still a man, Lin Feng was speechless. Actually, it's not good to have too many male relatives in the family. This man was extremely tall, over 1.9 meters, with outstanding looks and a strong physique, which made Lin Feng a little jealous. His skin was as lifelike as a real person's, and after it was created, it showed a vitality and spirituality far exceeding that of number 3. Name: Special Mutant Puppet. Quality: excellent. Description: made from a variety of special materials and the core of the 1000 machines, it possesses extraordinary spirituality and is no longer simply a puppet, but has life, only lacking a soul. If he could be imbued with a soul, he would become an independent being. Lin Feng was shocked as he read the description. He hadn't expected such an outcome. Looking up at the puppet, Lin Feng pondered the meaning of this soul-infusing technique. Suddenly, a message appeared before his eyes. Xiao Zhou Tian speculates, the puppet in front of you will be of great help to you and will become your guardian on the road to survival. You can use the heart of creation to imbue it with spirit and nature. Lin Feng was stunned. Since his talent was upgraded, the daily intelligence reports disappeared and were replaced by weekly predictions. This Zhou Tian prediction will only be made when it has a significant impact on oneself. Lin Feng naturally believed in talent. He reached out and touched the puppet's forehead. Infuse your spirit with life. It can imbue items with spirit, causing them to change randomly and acquire subtle properties. The moment the power was granted to the puppet, its empty, lifeless eyes instantly shone with light, deep, azure eyes. He looked down at Lin Feng. Their eyes met, and Lin Feng felt a sharp pain in his finger as a drop of blood flew out and landed on the puppet's forehead. In an instant, the contract was formed. The puppet became Lin Feng's loyal servant, obeying all his commands and prioritizing his safety above all else. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief, both surprised and pleased by the result. The puppet has acquired a soul. It is now an independent individual and possesses personal information. Chapter 109 seems to have created something extraordinary. Name: unnamed. Grade: excellent upgradable. Height: 1.95 meters. Weight: 100 kilograms. 3D numerical values. Abilities: learning, adapting. Talents: rapid recovery, super reaction, weapon mastery. Lin Feng looked at his detailed information, rubbed his chin, and thought about what name he should give him. After much thought, he named the other person Lin Bin. Once they have a name, the feeling they evoke changes again, as if they've become a real person. He ordered Lin Bin to run, jump, squat, and do all sorts of basic and complex activities. Lin Feng then began teaching him how to plant, water, raise animals, and gather resources. Basically, once he did it, Lin Bin could perfectly replicate it immediately. Lin Feng had a deep understanding of his learning ability. But what Lin Feng did unintentionally next shocked him greatly. He received a high-quality tortoise shell from Bai Chun, who hoped he could help make a shield. After Lin Feng finished making it, he was surprised to find that Lin Bin had also learned a little bit of it. Although it was only a part, it made him realize how terrifying the other party's talent was. They began to teach each other how to cook and tidy up the shelter. To put it simply, aside from lacking features like chat channels and trading channels that are standard in disaster games, Lin Bin is no different from any other survivor. He watched as Lin Bin brought over a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes. Each shredded potato was cut equally, with no strands being too thick or too thin. Lin Feng took a bite and found that both the cooking time and the flavor were at the level of a seasoned chef with many years of experience. Lin Feng then tried to teach him to draw a bow and shoot arrows. Lin Bin learned just as quickly, and before long, every arrow hit the bullseye. Genius, he's simply too perfect. Lin Feng praised him sincerely. He didn't have many combat skills, so he couldn't teach him. But he could imagine that once Lin Bin learned from those fighters, he would definitely be his most loyal and reliable servant. Lin Feng sent a message to Song Xiangwen, asking if he could teach him some fighting techniques. He then sent a video showing Song Xiangwen practicing. Lin Feng played the video and followed along, learning in a very convincing manner. 20 minutes later, he had only barely grasped a few fighting techniques, while Lin Bin had mastered them all. This rapid progress made Lin Feng even more determined to train Lin Bin into an all-around talent. It just so happens that it's during a cold snap, so it's impossible to go out at all, and there's nothing else to do at home anyway. Lin Feng studied with the video for another hour. His whole body ached, so he went to the bathroom to take a bath before returning to his bedroom. As for Lin Bin, considering that he is now an independent individual and cannot stay in the living room all the time, he was allowed to choose any room to live in. Lying in a warm bed with a crystal rechargeable lamp on the bedside table, the heating was quite ample. Before going to sleep, Lin Feng opened the chat channel. The vast majority of the messages were praising him, while a small number questioned his motives, and some even started arguing. Anyway, I think the big boss is a great philanthropist who doesn't ask for anything in return. How naive. I have never met a truly good person. Throughout 5,000 years of history, there has not been a single one. Right now, I'm wondering why Lin Feng did this. He's given so much, but he hasn't asked for anything in return. It just doesn't seem right. You guys are just judging others by your own petty standards. They might just be born gentlemen. I'm just wondering, why are you all saying all this? What's wrong with people doing good deeds? I've met a lot of good people before, they just don't advertise themselves online. Exactly. Those survivors who upgraded their shelters a long time ago. Don't think I don't know what you mean by attacking Lin Feng here. You just want to suppress such a big shot so that we ordinary survivors will become your property and you can exploit us as you please, right? No wonder they're capitalists. They're still thinking about these things at a time like this. Upstairs, you're wrong. Capitalist is a foreign term. Here we should call them landlords. Lin Feng curled his lips. These people can only send these messages in chat channels. If they were anywhere else, they would have been blocked long ago. He did agree with some of the survivors' opinions. Lin Feng knew that there were quite a few survivors in their area who were at his level, so it didn't matter if they didn't come out to help. Everyone should sweep the snow from their own doorstep and not worry about the frost on someone else's roof. Showing off is never a good thing. However, it's outrageous that they would attack themselves. Lin Feng even doubted what they were thinking. The Cataclysm game had given a hint that they would face endless disasters in the future. If there are fewer survivors, they won't be able to help each other. So how will they survive? Even if these survivors believe they are very strong and can withstand the attacks on their own, they're still in danger. 1, 2, 3 disasters can pass. What about 5, 10, 100, or 1,000? He clearly remembers the insect infestation he witnessed back then. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone to the Doomsday Library to borrow books today. Lin Feng crawled out of bed, put on his clothes, used his library card, opened the door, and entered the Doomsday Library. It was still the same as before, but this time Lin Feng noticed a change. There seemed to be an extra person behind the bookshelf. The other person seemed to have noticed him as well, but considering the library's rules and regulations, they did not communicate with each other. Lin Feng casually pulled out a book, and 2 words immediately appeared on the cover. Floods. He He then momentarily lost focus for 2 seconds before quickly leaving the library when he regained his focus. Although Lin Feng had previous experience and was mentally prepared, he was still affected when he saw those people in the boundless water. From the perspective of 5 people, the first 3 were being swept into the water by the flood, and no matter how much they struggled, they could not get out of the water. The 4th person possessed a powerful shelter with protective barriers, yet he could only watch helplessly as the flood engulfed the entire shelter. Surrounded by water, he was unable to leave. The shelter held out for 2 days before finally collapsing. The 5th person was even more powerful, and Lin Feng noticed that his shelter was actually on a huge tortoise shell, which allowed him to survive. From the perspective of a 5th person, one could see corpses scattered all over the water, with a large number of shelter remains drifting away with the current. Chapter 1:10. What did the mermaid do to you? Why? Why did it turn out like this? Did I do something wrong? No, I did nothing wrong. Selfishness is human nature. I just made the right choice. If they knew I possessed the scroll of prophecy and knew that the next disaster would be a flood, they would definitely try to seize it. Yes, I did nothing wrong. But why did you all die? Were you all so weak that you couldn't even withstand a small flood? Now I'm the only one left. There are 500,000 people in the whole area. No, so many people can't even cope with a flood? Then you guys are really trash, useless. You might as well die. It's better to save food by not living. The man wandered aimlessly on the tortoise shell, and all he could see was the murky floodwaters, which had even washed away the trees. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally broke down and cried loudly. It was my mistake. It was my fault. Heavens, how could you do this to me? Letting me obtain the scroll of prophecy. Damn game, you're just toying with us, watching us fight and betray each other. I know, if you call it a catastrophe, then the human heart is also part of the catastrophe. Human nature is truly laughable. I never imagined this disaster would strike from the very beginning. You're amazing, I'm impressed. I never thought I'd regret something I did. Beast plague, ha ha ha, beast plague. The man looked up and roared, then looked ahead. On the distant horizon, countless wild beasts were drinking water. Their numbers were too numerous to count. For the survivors, the flood was a disaster, but for the wild animals, it became a watering spot. Every drink and every bite has its own destiny. Lin Feng plopped down on the bed, his face still showing signs of shock. The flotations in the water, which had become part of the many corpses of the giants, kept him from calming down for a long time. A prophecy scroll. I never expected such a thing to exist. It seems capable of predicting the next disaster. As for why the 5th person felt despair and regret, Lin Feng was quite clear about it. Faced with the beast scourge and endless attacks from wild beasts, only by uniting can all the survivors fight back. The more survivors there are, the more scattered these beasts will be. Even if each person can only kill 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, the number of beasts that can be eliminated will be beyond imagination given the large number of survivors. Conversely, the fewer the number of survivors, the greater the pressure. Like the 5th person, who was the only survivor, facing the beast calamity, trying to get through it was just a pipe dream. Call me. Lin Feng let out a long breath, and he suddenly felt that what he had done was right. Regardless of whether the cold disaster is followed by a flood or a beast disaster, at least the number of survivors in this disaster will be very large. Having experienced this disaster, those who didn't try hard enough will likely change their mindset and actively prepare for future disasters. He shared the flood information he had seen in the Tarot Club group. When he opened the message, he found that the group was still talking about Congo Island. Shu Jiner. Floods and beast plagues, this is going to kill us. I think I'm doomed. Could you please reward me with a tall, handsome guy with 8-pack abs before I die? Bai Chun, are you dreaming? No. Wait, you were quite honest before. How come you suddenly revealed your true nature? Shu Jiner. Sigh, there's nothing I can do. Everyone feels this way before they die. To be honest, I've already found traces of sea monsters here, and there are quite a few of them. Although they're only of ordinary level, they're still in the sea, so I don't know how to kill them. Hey, handsome Lin, do you want a mermaid? Let's team up and kill it. Lin Feng, why are you so obsessed with mermaids? What do they do to you? Shu Jiner. Actually, I suspect that those sea monsters were summoned by mermaids, but I have no evidence. I just want to try it out. Song Xiangwen. Tomorrow, I can go and take a look. If I can capture the mermaid alive, I'll give it to Lin Feng. After all, he's helped us so much. Lin Feng, wait, what do I need that thing for? Bai Chun, do whatever you want. Even cross-species love is fine. Lin Feng was speechless. He asked a few people what they thought about the floods and the beast plague. Song Xiangwen, I don't have much fear of beast calamities, but I am very clear about one thing. I can face 5 wild beasts and kill them. If there are 10, I will be injured. If there are 20, I will run away. If there are 100, I will surely die. Bai Chun, my shelter is located 100 meters high in a tree, so I'm not worried about floods. Also, this beast calamity doesn't seem to affect me. However, I don't think the disaster game will let survivors escape so easily. There will definitely be other ways to deal with me. Lin Feng, then let's prepare in advance. I've already started raising pets. Shu Jiner, we have the same idea. If we weren't sure of contract scrolls, I would definitely have contracted all those marine creatures. By the way, you keep a contract scroll so you can contract the mermaid later. Lin Feng, are they never going to let this go with the mermaid? But what would a mermaid's body structure be like? Could they really communicate with each other? And would they get pregnant? Lin Feng quickly shook his head, dismissing these strange and unusual ideas. He lay in bed, and so far his preparations were going fairly well. The Crimson Spirit Bees would also usher in a period of rapid development in the future. Once the number of Crimson Bees increases, they can launch large-scale attacks, thus eliminating any fear of facing numerous insects or wild beasts. Floods, animal plagues, insect plagues. Lin Feng murmured, the Cataclysm game, it really made them experience countless disasters. I wonder what the next disaster will be. Given the current torrential snowfall, I hope that when the snow melts, it won't cause floods. Thinking of this, Lin Feng began to recall if he had anything that could help him survive the flood, but he found that he really didn't. The 5th person survived only because of the tortoise. He didn't have a tortoise that could lift up the entire shelter. After much thought, he unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Lin Feng suddenly woke up, covered in sweat. He had a nightmare in which he was trapped in the water, and no matter how much he called for help, no one came to his rescue. The floating corpses surrounded the shelter, their eyes fixed on him, seemingly waiting for him to die and become one of them. Chapter 111, The Shelter, has an extra butler. The nightmare was so real and terrifying that Lin Feng could feel the suffocating despair. Trapped in the water, the shelter wouldn't last more than a few days, and all they could do was watch themselves die. The helplessness, anxiety, and fear they felt were enough to crush anyone. Lin Feng felt this might be a reminder to him that no matter when a flood occurs, he needs to prepare in advance. He started searching the trading channel for things that could help him cope with the flood. Since he couldn't move the shelter to higher ground, he could only start from the individual level, such as diving equipment, boats, etc. He actually found it. It was blueprints for a complete set of diving equipment. Name, diving suit. Quality, average. Description, a piece of equipment designed specifically for swimming enthusiasts, requiring the use of an oxygen tank. As for the oxygen cylinders, they are standard grade. Once fully filled, they can be used for more than 40 minutes at a depth of 10 to 20 meters. The material required is rubber. Lin Feng traded a lot more rubber and made about a dozen oxygen cylinders, so that even if a flood crisis really occurred in the future, they wouldn't be completely unprepared. He also traded 2 types of boats, a canoe and a sailboat, both of common quality and requiring few materials, which were easily made. With these 2 items, Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, checked the time, and saw that it was already 4:30 in the morning. The temperature hadn't dropped today. It was still below minus 50 degrees Celsius. I opened the curtains and saw a vast expanse of white outside. The snow had reached the window, meaning the first floor was already submerged. Lin Feng muttered to himself, "Luckily, I upgraded the shelter to a 2-story building. If it were still a single-story building, it would probably be buried in snow by now." He opened a regional chat channel and discovered that more than 300 people had died overnight. This was only possible because he provided the hand warmers and the flaming flower. Without his help, the number would probably have been increased by 0. In the chat channel, although the survivors were not so desperate and still had a glimmer of hope, a pessimistic mood was still spreading. They didn't know how long the cold snap would last, a week, 2 weeks, a month, or even 3 months like winter. If it's the latter, then they really shouldn't expect to survive. Zhang Qingqing sent a message saying that she had cultivated quite a few blazing flowers, and apart from keeping a small portion for her own use, she had traded the rest over. Lin Feng continued to trade these flame flowers in the trading channel, thinking that he could save as many as he could. He got out of bed, changed into a simple pair of athletic shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, and put his dirty clothes aside. When Lin Feng came out of the bedroom, he was surprised to smell a rich fragrance. The taste of fried eggs. Lin Feng arrived at the kitchen, where Lin Bin had already fried the eggs and was smiling at him. "Master, would you like to eat now?" You know how to fry eggs?" Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't remember teaching the other person. "Yes, it's a recipe that comes naturally to my head." "This?" Lin Feng gasped for breath. "Wow, this is amazing. It's practically an all-around butler. From now on, you'll be the caretaker of the shelter. I'm going to wash up now." "Yes, master." Lin Bin continued, making breakfast. When Lin Feng finished washing up and returned to the living room, there were already fried eggs, hot milk, and bread slices on the table. He pulled out a stool, sat down, and took a sip of milk. He found it sweet, seemingly tasting like honey. "Is Red Spirit Peak producing honey?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, master, I saw some in the honeycomb, so I took a little and added it to the milk." "How does it taste?" "If it's not to your liking, I can change the ratio." "No need, it's fine as it is." Lin Feng looked at Lin Bin standing next to him. He was still wearing his own clothes, but the clothes looked a bit small on the other man, who was tall and strong. If you dressed him in a suit, and combined with his obedient posture, he would really look like a butler. Lin Feng took a bite of the fried egg, which tasted pretty good. He opened the bread slice and found that it was also covered with a layer of jam. "Where did this jam come from?" "I picked the fruit from the planting area and mashed it into jam," Lin Bin explained. "Oh, I see. That's good. Very well done. But could you make some Chinese breakfast? Western food is a bit too simple." "What kind of Chinese breakfast are you referring to?" Lin Feng began to explain, mentioning things like steamed buns, fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, soy milk, and meat pies, and he also described how to make them. He can make steamed buns and meat pies, but not fried dough sticks, tofu pudding, or similar dishes. Lin Bin listened very attentively, while Lin Feng simply searched the trading channel to see if there was a complete recipe book. To his surprise, he actually found it. During the transaction, the other party said that he had opened it from a box and that it was completely useless. If it weren't for Lin Feng's transaction, he would have used it to pad under his bed. Lin Feng handed the recipe to Lin Bin. He thought for a moment and started searching by book. When he saw the countless books in front of him, he blinked and didn't know what to say. High school Chinese, math, English, biology, postpartum care for sows, acupuncture points, how to trim horseshoes. There were countless miscellaneous books, so he simply traded a whole bunch of them over. Anyway, they were cheap, costing only a few units of materials. A mountain of books appeared in the living room, covering all sorts of topics. Lin Feng told Lin Bin that he could read books and learn some knowledge from them when he had time. After he finished eating, Lin Bin took the dishes to the kitchen and handed them to number 3 to wash. He then went to the bedroom and took Lin Feng's dirty clothes to wash. Lin Feng sat in the living room watching Lin Bin and number 3 busy themselves, tidying up the shelter in an orderly and clean manner. "Comfortable," he sighed. No wonder landlord in the past liked maids and servants. They were indeed served very comfortably. When it was 8 o'clock, he went to the magical wardrobe, opened the door, and a suit appeared inside. When he saw it, Lin Feng muttered, "No way you can read minds?" Lin Feng took out the suit and handed it to Lin Bin. The clothes in the magical wardrobe would be adjusted according to the first person to wear them. Lin Bin's clothes were perfectly wrinkle-free and fit him very well. "Now that's great. I've really become a housekeeper." He then came to the special tank for aquatic resources, where the high-quality aquatic resources produced today were stored. When he took it out, he was surprised to find that it was a king crab of excellent quality. "Looks like we'll have something to eat at noon today." Chapter 112, so this is what a king crab is. Lin Feng handed the king crab over to Lin Bin to handle, while he put some unused items into the treasure basin to increase its value. The effects of the treasure basin were fully demonstrated when the Crimson Spirit Bee Queen was evolved into the Guardian Bee Queen. He was quite curious to see what the treasure bowl would look like after the seal was broken, and whether it could add greater value to the items. One by one, useless junk items were thrown inside, and then the items were exchanged for spirit coins. Lin Feng has too many things he doesn't need, such as duplicate blueprints and low-level scrolls. He will select them and put them to good use. After finishing his work, Lin Feng went to the planting area. The compost bin at the entrance had been filled with a lot of kitchen waste, as well as chicken, duck, cow, and sheep manure, fermented and piled up to produce 15 units of fertilizer, which was then buried in the planting boxes to promote plant growth. Currently, the planting and breeding areas have formed a small ecological cycle. As for water, there is no shortage at all, as Lin Feng had previously stored a lot of water. It's snowing heavily outside now. If we run out of water, we can go out and get a bucket to melt, add some water purifier beads, and there will be more than enough clean water. He left the planting area and went to the room opposite, which he had converted into a simple training room. Inside were targets, spears, and other equipment for training archery and combat skills. If he had the means, he would have turned it into a gym. Fortunately, the indoor area is large enough that after he finishes practicing archery, he can run laps around the room to improve his cardiovascular fitness. The other survivors were struggling to survive at this point. They were starving, let alone indulging in luxurious exercise. Lin Feng had always enjoyed running, and now he finally had the time to run freely. He ran for about an hour and a half. In the past, he would have been panting and sweating profusely by now. Perhaps it's because he's at an advanced level now, but he doesn't feel very tired. He sweated a lot, but he feels relaxed all over. After resting for a while and wiping away the sweat, Lin Feng went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out, he smelled a fragrance. Master, I have prepared 3 cooking methods for you according to the recipe. One is garlic crab body, which involves adding prepared minced garlic, steaming it in a pot over high heat for 6 minutes, and sprinkling some scallions on top when it comes out of the pot. The second dish is steamed egg with crab roe, which includes 6 eggs. The third dish is salt-baked crab legs. I used high-quality rock salt. Please wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Lin Feng watched Lin Bin busy in the kitchen wearing a suit. After thinking for a moment, he decided that he should give him more clothes. Otherwise, giving him only one set would be a bit unfair to his hard work. Lin Feng now only needs to sit at the table, wait, drink juice, and browse the chat channel. Before long, 3 dishes made with king crab were served. Before he could stop, he brought over steamed rice and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Master, please try it and see if it suits your taste. Looking at the table full of food, Lin Feng first took a bite of the garlic crab meat. It was smooth and tender, and the garlic flavor did not mask the sweetness of the crab meat. Instead, it created a wonderful chemical reaction. He finished in 1 bite, then used a wooden spoon to scoop out a piece of crab roe steamed egg. He admitted that this was the best crab roe he had ever eaten, a world apart from what he had eaten before. Oh, the crab roe he ate was from ordinary crabs. This was his first time eating king crab. As for the salt-baked crab legs, the unique rock salt flavor is infused into the delicious crab legs. In addition, this king crab is big enough that each crab leg is like a thick arm, making it feel just like gnawing on it. Lin Feng ate with great satisfaction. He didn't finish all the food, but instead invited Lin Bin to join him. Lin Bin shook his head, saying that he was a servant and did not have a right to sit down and eat. Lin Feng, he glanced at the book the other person had been reading. It contained information about medieval etiquette. This isn't the last century anymore. We don't need to follow those rules. I can't finish all of this, so let's have one piece. Yes, master. The 2 finished the whole king crab, and then each of them took a large bowl and ate a bowl of scrambled eggs with tomatoes mixed with rice. They ate it all up. Watching Lin Bin clear the table and hand the dishes to number 3 to wash, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh and said, "It seems that number 3 has completely become the butler's subordinate." The cold wave continued, and the heavy snow never stopped. Apart from sleeping and eating, Lin Feng spent his time learning combat skills and practicing archery. Lin Bin's learning talent was terrifying. Later, he helped Lin Feng practice his moves, which enabled Lin Feng's combatability to improve rapidly. In the past few days, even with the hand warmers and flame flowers provided by Lin Feng, more than 5,000 people still died in the regional channel, and the total number of survivors has been reduced to more than 3 billion. Chat channels are struggling to stay afloat, wondering when the cold snap will finally end. They knew they were lucky enough. The total number of survivors showed that people in other areas were living much worse lives than them. Lin Feng has also made a lot of progress in the past few days. The guardian bee queen has bred more than 200 crimson spirit bees, among which more than 20 mutated varieties have appeared, named crimson spirit bee guards, who specialize in combat and guarding the hive and the bee queen. There's another type called a nesting worker bee, which is specifically used to build beehives. The beehives built by them will have extremely strong defensive capabilities. In addition, providing them with high-quality materials for nest building can upgrade the hive's level. Then there are foraging bees, a species specifically designed to collect nectar, which makes honey even more delicious. Ziling has fallen into a deep sleep and will complete its evolution when it wakes up. The golden rooster has fully recovered, its feathers gleaming, and it patrols the breeding area every day, eager for battle. As for the other eggs, there's no sign of them hatching. The planting area has seen a bumper harvest, with wheat, corn, sweet potatoes, and other crops plentiful. All of it has been bagged and piled up in a special place for storing grain. Lin Feng also entered the Doomsday Library these past 2 days and witnessed 2 more disasters: drought and a strange calamity called silence. It's worth mentioning that Chun actually upgraded the shelter to level 5 and used only high-quality materials. The members of the Tarot Club are currently discussing it wildly in the group chat. Shu Jiner, wow, you're really fast. You're the second one to level up. Bai Chun, it was purely luck that I collected enough materials. I can tell you that it's best to use high-quality materials for upgrading because it's quite important. Chapter 113, The Secret of a Shelter. As he spoke, Bai Chun sent an infographic of a shelter. It was clear that the infographic had been cropped and not fully disclosed. Everyone understands, after all, it's someone else's secret, and it's already good enough that it was released at all. A level 5 shelter with the abilities of being sturdy, having affinity with wind elements, and being able to fold space. Solidity and spatial folding should be fixed abilities that every shelter will have when it reaches level 5, while wind elemental affinity is a unique ability of a shelter. Lin Feng believed that the other party's shelter must have at least one other capability, which must involve his very foundation. Bai Chun, the ability to be compatible with wind elements is quite powerful. As I mentioned before, my shelter is located high in the sky and is constantly exposed to wind and gales, which cause great damage to the shelter. Moreover, the wind here is getting stronger and stronger, and it's already trending towards level 6 or 7. I estimate it might develop into a level 8 or 9 gale. I was worried that the shelter would be blown down by the strong winds, but since the upgrade, the winds have had no effect on the shelter at all. Instead, they absorb wind elements to slowly increase the shelter's strength. I can remind you that this level of strength is comprehensive, including the sturdiness of the shelter, its comfort level, its potential for growth, and so on. In other words, the sooner you upgrade your shelter to level 5, the more likely you are to get ahead of other survivors. I have another theory. Shelters are our foundation. No matter what disasters we encounter in the future, as long as we have shelters, there is hope. In addition, the materials needed to upgrade from level 5 to level 6 are the same as those Lin Feng needs, and collecting them all will probably not be so easy. By the way, I have some high-quality materials left over. See who needs how much and come trade with me. Shu Jiner, it seems I really need to level up quickly, otherwise I'll become the one who holds everyone back. Song Xiangwen, if possible, go to the dungeon. The materials in the secret realm are much more plentiful than here. Lin Feng, it's been snowing outside nonstop, and we can't go out to collect materials. Entering the secret realm is a good option, but right now, only the secret realm on King Kong Island is open. Should we still go in? Song Xiangwen, let's move on. We can't delay any longer. This time, let's prepare in advance. Lin Feng, okay. Lin Feng agreed so readily mainly because he had several reasons. Firstly, staying in a shelter was just too boring. Secondly, he wanted to test the results of his training during this period and to let Lin Bin learn combat experience from Song Xiangwen. Although Lin Bin did a good job as a butler, Lin Feng still wanted to train him to be a combat-oriented individual. In addition, Bai Chin's talk about the growth potential of the sanctuary also resonated with him. His sanctuary's ability is elemental resonance, which, compared to Bai Chen's wind element, can absorb all elements. Based on what he knew, anything involving the entire system usually meant slowness. The 5 spiritual roots in cultivation novels are what are called mixed spiritual roots, which result in slow cultivation speed and difficulty in breaking through bottlenecks. He needs to gather enough materials to upgrade to level 6 and catch up with the others. The Tarot Society members returned to Shu Jiner's sanctuary shortly afterward. This time, everyone was well prepared. Song Xiangwen brought a high-quality azure tiger and 5 excellent quality wind wolves. Bai Chun then took out a special type of arrow, which possessed wind elemental power, and each arrow had extremely strong power. Ordinary arrows are imbued with wind element, giving them a longer range, while superior arrows are imbued with a piercing effect. He also gave everyone a high-quality arrow, which was more powerful. Shu Jiner contracted 2 large, high-quality crabs, each over 1 meter long. Lin Feng brought out the Vajra fighting rooster, which looked completely different from before, surprising everyone at a glance. There are about 100 Crimson Spirit Bee guards, each about the size of a palm. Their stingers are sharp and highly venomous, and they can continuously shoot stingers, so they won't die after just 1 shot. When he brought Lin Bin along, everyone was shocked. "No, how come you've also contracted out slavery?" Sha Jin exclaimed in surprise. "No, if it were really slavery, it should be a woman." Bai Chun stared at Lin Bin. "Strange. I can't figure out his situation. He doesn't seem like a normal person. He is a puppet I created. Some accidents happened during the creation process, and he turned into this. He has a strong learning ability. The reason I brought him out is that I hope he can learn to fight and prepare for the future. Is this puppet so realistic?" Shu Jiner looked it over from all sides. Suddenly, she asked a question. "Could you make one for me? I don't need many, just something similar to it, but it can't be missing any of the essential parts." Lin Feng was embarrassed. "What are you thinking about all day? People say men are full of ideas, but you're even more so than men." Shu Jiner replied with an air of seriousness. "According to relevant research, women tend to think more than men, which is only human nature." All right, I can't argue with you, but I can't make a second one either. It should be one of a kind." "Okay." Shu Jiner was a little disappointed. With everyone ready, they once again stepped into the secret realm of Congo Island. The familiar, humid air rushed towards me, a stark contrast to the deathly silence of the icy snow outside the shelter. Here, the air was filled with the clamor and danger of the primeval jungle. Having learned from the previous experience, everyone acted more cautiously this time. Song Xiangwen took the lead, with Qinghu crouching low beside him, while Fenglang spread out around as sentries. Bai Chun held a longbow, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding tree canopy and bushes. His vision, enhanced by the wind element, could easily capture the slightest movement. Shu Jiner directed 2 large crabs to clear a path on either side of the group. Their enormous pincers could easily cut through vines and smaller bushes. Compared to the first time I came, when I had to manually clear weeds and bushes, this time it was much more convenient. Lin Feng provided support from the center, with the Vajra fighting rooster following proudly beside him. The Crimson Spirit Bee guards split into several small teams to conduct reconnaissance in front and in the air. This is what a true expedition team looks like. To put it bluntly, they overestimated their abilities and underestimated the dangers of the secret realm last time they came. After traveling for about half an hour, the Crimson Spirit Bee guards issued a warning. There's something going on directly ahead. The group immediately stopped and used the dense vegetation to conceal themselves. Looking through the crack, one could see 3 large, robust wild boars with fur that gleamed like steel, rooting around and eating tubers on a clearing not far away. Chapitre 114 Combat Coordination. They have protruding fangs and thick, rough skin, making them look extremely aggressive. It's an iron-bristled wild boar. They are covered in sharp quills, and their weak points are their eyes and abdomen. Song Xiangwen said quickly in a low voice, "Lin Feng, have your puppet watch how the battle goes from the side. Don't move forward recklessly. Shu Jiner, have your crab draw attention from the front. Bai Chun, find an opportunity to shoot in the eyes. The fighting cock and the bee guards will attack their abdomens and cause disturbances. Be careful not to get too close. If cornered, they can unleash their long spines." The instructions were clear and precise, accurately stating the weaknesses and abilities of the Iron Mane boar. The group was curious about how he knew this, but they quickly understood. With a thought, Shu Jiner immediately sent 2 large crabs rushing out, their huge pincers waving and making a provocative sound. Startled, the 3 iron-bristled wild boars immediately let out a low growl, pawed at the crab, and charged without hesitation. Lin Feng, you two watch closely. A battle is not just a clash of strength, but also about seizing the right moment and attacking weaknesses. Song Xiangwen said something to Lin Feng, then ordered Qinghu, "Go, entangle the one on the left." The azure tiger roared and transformed into a streak of azure lightning, darting out and precisely intercepting the wild boar on its left, engaging it in a fierce struggle. 5 wind wolves followed closely behind, howling to distract the other 2 wild boars. Bai Chan drew his bow and knocked an arrow. A blue light flowed along the bowstring, and a finely crafted arrow with a penetrating effect was shot out silently, its target the eye of the wild boar on the right. The arrow hit its mark precisely, but the iron-bristled boar's eyelids were extremely tough. Although the arrow pierced through, it failed to penetrate its brain, instead arousing its ferocity. It let out a miserable howl and charged at the giant crab even more frantically. The 2 crabs that Shu Jiner had contracted were only of the excellent grade, and they were not particularly good at land combat. When they were hit by the crab's leg, their entire bodies fell to the side. "Quick, attack its left foreleg," Song Xiangwen shouted to them while directing the wind wolves to harass it. Lin Feng held a bow and arrow in his hand, drew the bow and shot the arrow, aiming at the wild boar's left foreleg. Just then, Lin Bin next to him suddenly made a move. He imitated the tiger's pouncing posture and rushed out suddenly. His movements were a little stiff at first, not as smooth and natural as the tiger's, but he was extremely fast and instantly approached the wild boar with the injured eye. Lin Bin did not use any weapons, but instead learned to fight like wild animals. He dodged to the side the moment the wild boar charged, while his arm slammed into the wild boar's foreleg joint like an iron hammer. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The wild boar's forelegs buckled. Its massive body lost its balance, and it crashed to the ground with a painful howl. This scene surprised everyone. Even Lin Feng was stunned. He wanted Lin Bin to imitate Song Xiangwen's fighting ability, not his pet. However, his learning and imitation abilities were truly astonishing. He could grasp the key points after only watching once, and the power brought by his puppet body was far beyond that of ordinary people. These iron-bristled wild boars were of excellent quality. Lin Bin was able to break their leg with a single punch. Well done. Lin Feng couldn't help but praise. The rooster seized the opportunity to pounce, its sharp beak and claws fiercely pecking at the wild boar's relatively soft eyes, tearing them out, then tilting its head back and swallowing them. The iron-bristled wild boar howled incessantly. It shuddered, and Song Xiangwen immediately shouted, "Back up quickly! It's about to launch its long spikes." Everyone immediately stepped back, while Lin Feng and Song Xiangwen each took out a shield and stood in front. Shu Jiner looked around, then pointed to herself and said, "No, I'm the only one who doesn't have shield." Sharp spikes rained down, but were blocked by the shield, causing no damage. Strike while the iron is hot and kill it. The Crimson Spirit Bee guards immediately swooped down, raining down a barrage of bee stings on the fallen wild boar like bombers, the deadly poison spreading rapidly. On the other side, with Bai Chen's precise shots and the cooperation of Song Xiangwen, Qinghu, and Feng Lang, the other 2 wild boars were quickly taken care of. After the battle ended, Lin Bin stood in place, tilting his head slightly, seemingly savoring the battle that had just taken place. He raised his arm and looked at the spot where he had struck the wild boar's joint. There was no damage there. Song Xiangwen walked up to him and tried to pat him on the shoulder, but the latter dodged it. Song Xiangwen was taken aback, and when he saw Lin Bin's appearance, a hint of envy appeared on his face. "Lin Feng, your puppet is really good. It learns combat very quickly, basically mastering at a glance. Do you want to lend it to me for a while? I promise that when I return it, I will make it a powerful warrior." Lin Feng shook his head. "Forget it. I'm afraid I won't pay it back." Song Xiangwen was just saying it. He wouldn't actually borrow it from him. He looked at Lin Bin and reminded him, "Remember how you felt just now. Find the weakness and strike decisively. Your physical attributes are excellent. You have great strength and a strong defense, but you need to learn how to use them more effectively." Lin Bin nodded stiffly without saying a word. Shu Jiner looked at Lin Bin, amazed and envious at the same time. "Lin Feng, your puppet is too amazing. It's only been a short time, but it's already fighting quite well. If we let him continue fighting, he might become a special forces soldier." Bai Chen also analyzed, "The amazing learning efficiency and physical strength show that accidents are not always a bad thing, but can also bring surprises." Lin Feng was very satisfied, as Lin Bin's growth would undoubtedly be a great help to him in the future. This is exactly the situation he wants. The more help he has and the more support he has around him, the easier it will be to survive future disasters. The group quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The tusks and fur of the iron-bristled boar were good materials, especially its tough fur, which was an excellent raw material for making armor. These items are temporarily stored in Lin Feng's mushroom bag and will be distributed after they leave the secret realm. After packing up, the team continued deeper into the territory. With the experience gained from their first collaboration, and especially with the addition of Lin Bin, a rapidly growing combatant, the team's progress was much faster. They encountered several more wild beasts, including ferocious steel-fanged snakes and swarms of sonic bats. But thanks to the team's tacit cooperation and Lin Bin's increasingly skilled combat techniques, they managed to get through each encounter without serious danger. Practice makes perfect, and real-world experience is the true test. Under Song Xiangwen's guidance, the team made rapid progress. Lin Bin, in particular, gradually began to understand the rhythm and strategy of the battle, starting from simple imitation. He was even able to make some simple predictions and coordination in the melee. His presence elevated the entire squad's combat efficiency to a whole new level. Chapter 115. A week has passed. After some exploration and fighting, they found a small open-pit mine rich in iron ore, mostly of good quality, and also containing many high-grade minerals. The group worked tirelessly, digging nonstop. In addition, they also discovered a lot of rare wood and stone, which were exactly the supplies needed to upgrade their shelter to level 6. After a busy day, they remained cautious, fearing they might run into the Wang brothers, Wang Long and Wang Hu. What puzzled them was that they didn't encounter anyone else besides the team. "We've gained so much this time. Your shelter should be able to upgrade to level 5 by now, right?" Bai Chan said, counting the supplies with a broad smile on his face. "It seems that entering the secret realm at this time was the right choice," Song Xiangwen remarked. Lin Feng looked at the crowd busy collecting resources, and then at Lin Bin standing beside him, whose eyes seemed much more lively than before. His desire to upgrade his shelter as soon as possible grew stronger. Only with a stronger shelter could he better survive in this world and explore more of its secrets. One day, he will uncover the secret of why survivors come into this world. Carrying a large amount of materials harvested from the secret realm of Congo Island, the members of the Tarot Society safely returned to Shu Jin's sanctuary through the gate of the secret realm. After exchanging a few words, they began to distribute what they had obtained in the secret realm. Although everyone had contributed more or less, they still distributed the spoils equally. Each person received a considerable amount of resources. They left the shelter to take a look at the mermaid in the distance before returning to their respective shelters with their allocated supplies. Lin Feng kept the necessary resources and placed them in a box. As for the other useless materials, he kept some and threw the rest into the treasure basin and the spirit coin exchange system. Besides acquiring a large amount of material, the most important thing this time was to review their training results. Lin Feng's own combat ability and archery skills have made great progress. Lin Bin is simply a combat genius. Even Song Xiangwen is amazed by his learning ability. Lin Feng took a shower, first to wash off the dirt and bloodstains. When he came out, he found that Lin Bin had already rinsed his body with cold water and then went to the kitchen to cook. "You can use the bathroom freely from now on. You don't need to use cold water to shower," Lin Feng said. "Yes, master." Lin Feng reviewed his gains for the day and was quite satisfied with his experience in the secret realm. As for the mermaid, Shu Jiner said that she and Song Xiangwen wanted to kill her, but she was too cunning and didn't get close at all, instead staying on a distant island. To get there, you need to take a boat, but there are sea monsters in the ocean. They're not good at water combat. Once attacked and falling into the water, there's really no hope of saving you. Helplessly, you have no choice but to give up. A short while later, Lin Bin brought over the food. Lin Feng invited him to sit down and eat. Although they were master and servant, there was no need to be so strict. The days that followed felt like a brief loop had been pressed. Lin Feng and the other members of the Tarot Club deeply understood the importance of secret realms for resource accumulation. With the external environment still blocked by ice and snow, making it difficult to go out and explore, the secret realm of Congo Island has become their best way to obtain high-quality materials. Therefore, they reached a consensus in the group to rely on the secret realm to improve their strength. The group entered Congo Island time and time again, each time with a clearer objective and more skillful teamwork. Enter the secret realm, kill wild beasts, and collect resources. They repeatedly traversed that dangerous primeval jungle, encountering wild beasts ranging from iron-bristled boars to highly venomous anacondas, from swarms of wind-blade monkeys to lurking swamp alligator turtles. The battles became more and more frequent and intense. Under Song Xiangwen's careful guidance and practical experience, Lin Feng and his companions improved their combat skills at an astonishing rate. Even Shu Jiner, a woman, now possessed the strength to stand alone. They not only traded the resources they obtained from the secret realm in the trading channel, but also focused on searching for things that were useful to them. Contract scrolls, which can be used to contract with creatures, are extremely important. They used these scrolls to contract with creatures in the secret realm to help them in battle. Due to the scarcity of scrolls and the need to consider the potential of pets, they did not make too many contracts. Shu Jiner, on the other hand, upgraded her pets from 2 large crabs to a swamp alligator turtle and a wind-blade monkey, greatly enhancing her combat power. As for Lin Bin, his initial, somewhat stiff imitation gradually became more agile and efficient, and he even began to be able to independently deal with some high-quality beasts, especially since his physical attributes were simply abnormal. Despite being only of the excellent rank, it is difficult to break through the defenses of beasts of the same rank. Even if it is injured, it can heal quickly. Relying on this characteristic, it has become an indispensable and solid frontline member of the team. The golden rooster's feathers are brighter, and the power contained in its crow seems to have increased. Moreover, its tail feathers have developed a faint dark gold color, as if it is about to be upgraded to a superior grade. The number of Crimson Spirit Bee guards is increasing, now reaching over 1,000, and their coordination is becoming more and more seamless in repeated swarm attacks. Every time Lin Feng returned from the secret realm, he would enjoy a hot meal prepared by Lin Bin in his sanctuary to replenish his strength. After the meal, he did not slack off but persisted in physical training and close combat and range combat practice, try to digest the insights gained in the battle. Lin Bin would also conduct self-examination and optimize his movements, and teach Lin Feng his experience. The two would also practice in real combat. Thus, the intense exploration of the secret realm alternated with rest and improvement in the sanctuary, and time flew by in the midst of busyness and fulfillment. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed. Song Xiangwen upgraded his shelter to level 5 first. His shelter also gained the abilities of sturdiness and space folding, and then he gained a flesh-devouring ability, which could devour flesh to enhance the shelter's strength. The more flesh there is, the stronger the shelter becomes. It was precisely because of this ability that Song Xiangwen had been killing wild beasts like a madman to obtain flesh and blood these past few days. Shu Jiner's shelter ability is water-based, which is similar to Bai Chen's wind-based elemental affinity. During this week, Lin Feng entered the Doomsday Library multiple times and learned about the 7 kinds of disasters, each of which instilled despair. Fortunately, he was mentally strong enough. Otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. Chapter 116, The Disaster Ends. That morning, when Lin Feng opened his eyes and habitually checked the daily weather, he suddenly froze. Today's weather. The cloudy skies will clear up and the sun will rise. Sunshine duration, 5 hours. Temperature, -10 to -20 degrees Celsius. Humidity, 90%. It's sunny now? He quickly climbed out of bed, ran to the window, and pulled back the curtains. It was still dark outside, but the heavy snow had stopped. The seemingly endless, continuous snowfall actually stopped. Although the thick, grayish-white clouds had not completely dispersed, they were already letting through a faint, hazy light. The snowflakes that had been whipped and battered against the shelter's exterior walls by the gale had vanished without a trace, leaving only a silent world covered in thick snow. What surprised him even more was that the numbers shown on the weather forecast had stopped their continuous decline and were even slowly rising. The snow has stopped. The cold wave is finally over, Lin Feng murmured to himself. This means that the world, which has been sealed off by ice and snow, is about to reopen. New challenges and new opportunities may be waiting for them beneath that vast white snowfield. Lin Feng regained his composure, knowing that his week-long frantic grind in the dungeon mode was coming to an end. Now all he had to do was turn his attention back to the vast and unknown world outside. He clenched his fist, feeling the abundant power within him and the stable fluctuations emanating from his sanctuary, filled with both worry and anticipation for the future. It was a complex emotion. He didn't know what he would face after the cold wave. Generally speaking, as the snow continued to melt, there was a high probability of flooding. The thought of the flood reminded Lin Feng of that nightmare. Outside the window, the soft, gurgling sound of melting snow and ice seemed to foreshadow some kind of change. Lin Feng got dressed and came to the living room. Lin Bin had already started preparing breakfast in the kitchen after hearing him get up. He opened the chat channel, and the chat became lively once again. The barrage of comments was enough to demonstrate the feelings of these survivors. It's sunny. It's sunny. The heavy snow has finally stopped. It was so tough. I had run out of food and was practically eating tree bark. Thankfully, I managed to make it through. I thought I was going to die. Who would have thought that a level 2 shelter, would survive until now? I swear, once the snow melts, I will go out and frantically search for resources to upgrade the shelter to level 3 and then level 4. Yes, I still feel like I'm dreaming. Thanks to Boss Lin Feng, we definitely wouldn't have survived if it weren't for his help. Sigh, I was prepared to freeze to death, but who would have thought I would actually survive? Boss Lin Feng, please accept my bow. Food, I need food. I used to weigh over 200 pounds, but now I've lost weight and I'm down to just over 140 pounds. If this continues, I'll definitely die. I need to go out and find food. The snow hasn't melted yet, and my shelter is completely covered by snow. I'm afraid I'll have to dig it out to get out. I'm wondering if there will be floods after the snow melts, since the snow is really thick. I'm also worried about this. Based on my experience with wintering, the heavier the snowfall, the more likely there will be floods. Just think, where will all that snow go after it melts? I remember the Cataclysm game said that this is just the beginning of the disaster, and we will face countless disasters in the future. Could it be that the next disaster will be a flood? No, I'm really on the verge of death right now. Can you give me some time to recover? Don't be so rushed. My God, this is really killing us. Even those skilled survivors must have consumed a lot of food in the face of this cold wave. If it keeps coming one after another, we might as well just end it all. Don't worry too much. Who knows what might happen? Don't forget, the system has updated a lot of content, and we're all trapped in the shelter, so we can't complete it at all. It would be illogical to give them absolutely no time. I agree with the comment above. Although I don't know what this cataclysmic game is trying to do, it certainly won't let us die so easily. Well, that's true, but have you noticed something? There are only 40,000 people left in our area. And if you look at the total number of survivors, it's only a little over 2.5 billion. It's only because of Lin Feng's constant help that many of us survived. Without his selfless dedication, almost only a little over 10,000 people in the region would have survived. What does this mean? Simply put, the cataclysmic game doesn't care about our lives or deaths. Perhaps the game system follows the Black Forest theory, where only the survivors are kings, and it doesn't care who survives. Although what you said is harsh, I have to admit that it makes sense. Holy crap, if what you guys are saying is true, it's really possible that disaster will follow seamlessly. I've never changed girlfriends this often. Let's see how it goes. Didn't the system say that an assessment would be conducted after each disaster? The survivors in the chat channel had mixed feelings, including joy at the passing of the cold wave and worry about future disasters. Except for a very few survivors who have enough food, the rest of the survivors are out of ammunition and supplies, even those in the level 3 shelter. If a disaster were to follow, even Lin Feng wouldn't dare to be complacent and think he could survive it. He was waiting, and all the survivors were waiting. System notification. The extreme cold and blizzard disaster event has ended. Immediately afterwards, that mocking, sarcastic voice rang out again. How did the first disaster feel? Did it surprise you? This is just an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. TSK. 2.5 billion people survived. That's still too many. I thought it would be 1 billion. So many people are still alive in this area. That's interesting. I didn't expect there to be such people. However, you can only help them temporarily, not forever. I'd like to see what you'll do next. Insects, don't think you're so great just because you've survived one disaster. The disasters to come will far exceed your imagination. Before that, let me see how you perform. 1 to 10, mythology. 11 to 100, epic. 101, 1000, legends. 1001, 1 million, perfection. 1 million to 10 million, rare. 10 million to 100 million, high quality. 100 million to 1 billion, excellent. After a billion, ordinary. The grading is based on the quality of materials, tools, and equipment. The evaluation criteria remain the same as last time and have not changed despite the decrease in the number of participants. Chapter 1:17 Epic Assessment. Lin Feng sat in the chair and waited, very curious about what level the evaluation would be. In this disaster, most of the survivors were trapped in the shelter and unable to go out to explore. They couldn't even take care of their own survival, let alone improve their quality of life. Lin Feng and his Tarot Club group, on the other hand, had been exploring the secret realm during this time, collecting a lot of resources and improving their own strength. He knew that they weren't the only survivors who could enter the secret realm. Other survivors could too. Now, it was just a matter of who would reap the greatest rewards. An immense aura descended upon each survivor, then circled the shelter before disappearing. Time ticked by, and all the survivors waited. Suddenly, the evaluation results appeared before Lin Feng's eyes. Last time he was a legend. This time, he has become an epic, and he is ranked 100th. They were just a hair's breadth away from falling out of the rankings. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel excited. The legendary reward already gave so many good things. He wondered what the epic reward would be. A few seconds later, an incredibly dazzling purple beam of light, seemingly formed from countless stars and streams of light, appeared out of thin air inside Lin Feng's shelter, enveloping him within it. Not only him, but Lin Bin was also shrouded in mist, though the color and brightness were less than Lin Feng's. Lin Feng was initially startled, but then he discovered that the pillar of light contained a comforting energy, as if he had returned to the womb, and was completely cleansed by the energy within the pillar of light from the outside in and from the inside out. Lin Feng couldn't help but scream, his whole body trembling. You can see that the impurities that have accumulated in his body for many years are being secreted out and then turned to ashes. His skin became tougher, his bones stronger, and his veins were reinforced. Lin Feng's body was gradually optimized and improved, as if it were being recreated. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, he felt an unprecedented brightness before him, an indescribable clarity. Lin Feng used to have excellent eyesight, but after working in front of a computer for a long time, his eyesight gradually declined. At the time, he joked that people said eyesight would become fixed after adulthood and would not change, but it was different for him. His nearsightedness is not severe. His eyesight is only about 200 degrees in both eyes. But now, watching things is like watching ultra-high definition. No, it's far beyond ultra-high definition. His ears twitched slightly, and he could hear roosters scratching at food and cows mooing in the first floor breeding area. Taking a deep breath, I could smell a delicate fragrance in my nose. Lin Feng understood. His 5 senses had been enhanced. He took a step forward, but suddenly paused, realizing that this one step was equivalent to 2 of his previous steps. Lin Feng looked down at his feet and felt them carefully. He then picked up Lin Bin, who was standing to the side, with one hand. It was quite easy and didn't take much effort. Keep in mind that Lin Bin weighs over 200 pounds. Lin Feng looked at his personal information and was surprised to find that his current level was excellent. He was genuinely surprised when he saw the system notification. Epic Basic Reward. Improves the physical attributes of survivors. All survivors below the excellent rank will be upgraded to the excellent rank. In other words, at least 100 people reach the excellent level during the first ranking assessment. So what about the myth? Is it an even higher level of physical enhancement? Lin Feng knew that the higher the rating, the richer the rewards would be, but now it seems he had underestimated it. This disaster game may seem cruel, but it offers very generous rewards. What exactly is its purpose? Why are so many people allowed to participate in this catastrophe game? Lin Feng had many questions in his mind, but then his attention was drawn to the reward. The rewards for epic rating are as follows. 1. Random talent draw opportunity. 2. Special resource output 2 rare. 3. Random shelter buildings 2 high quality, 1 rare. 4. Random skill sets common, fine, superior, rare. 5. Shelter ability enhancement opportunity 1. 6. 10,000 spirit copper coins. The rewards were fewer than last time, but the quality was much higher. Lin Feng clicked on reward 1, and a huge roulette wheel appeared in front of him, covered with countless grids. The key point is that these grids didn't block his view, and he could see what information was on each one. Reduced presence, increased luck, fertility enhancement, brewing, alchemy, papermaking, fire control, water, elementalism, child of the earth, child of light, energy absorption, emotional contagion, pain elimination. There are countless talents, too many to count. Lin Feng also saw talents like Child of Destiny and Chosen One, which sounded incredibly powerful. He even doubted whether anyone could actually possess such talents. If it were possible, wouldn't that be like having incredible luck every time you step out the door? As he turned it, the pointer spun rapidly, and the grid turned into an illusory image. As the roulette wheel gradually came to a stop, Lin Feng's heart clenched. Please transfer me to a great talent. A great talent, please. When the pointer came to a complete stop, the roulette wheel disappeared, and a 7-colored ball of light appeared and entered Lin Feng's body. Congratulations to the survivor for drawing the unexpected talent. Passive. Lin Feng. No, what do you mean? What do you mean by accident? And it's a passive ability at that. Unexpected. Passive when you do something, if a crisis occurs, the passive will be triggered, causing an unexpected event to occur. It may be a good unexpected event, or it may be a worse unexpected event. Lin Feng remained silent, unsure whether this passive talent was good or bad, and there was no possibility of testing it. However, no matter what, getting a talent for free is always a good thing. He opened the 2 special resource products. One was shaped like a scroll, and as it was unfolded, it revealed a landscape of mountains and rivers. Landscape map. Rare produces 100 units of basic resources daily, 80 units of fine resources every 3 days, 50 units of superior resources every week, and 20 units of rare resources every 15 days. Note, this landscape map is a special treasure. Energy can be poured into it to enhance its inherent value. The higher the value, the more resources it produces, and the higher the quality of those resources. There's also a certain probability that special resources will appear. The Oddity Juicer. Rare produces 3 different flavors and effects of juice daily. 3 juices that are guaranteed to be beneficial to the body weekly, and a special juice with random effects monthly. Lin Feng wondered if he had been having bad luck lately. The landscape painting was great, but what was with this strange juicer? The juice is drinkable, but what about resources? Is this even a resource? Chapter 118. Did you catch a 5-nut mooncake? Lin Feng simply placed the strange-looking juicer in the living room. Judging from its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the juicers in milk tea shops, with 3 outlets at the bottom. Lin Feng brought the cups and placed them under the 3 exits, then opened them one by one. The first effluent was orange mango-flavored juice, its rich mango aroma wafting out. The second outlet is for purple grape juice, and the third outlet is for orange juice. Lin Feng glanced at the message and was slightly taken aback. Mango juice, high-quality drinking it can enhance antioxidant capacity, beautify the skin, improve gastrointestinal function, and increase digestive ability. Grape juice, high quality, regulates cells, enhances cell activity, reduces the chance of disease, has antiviral effects, can effectively weaken viruses, and long-term consumption can enhance the body's resistance to toxins. Orange juice, high quality, lowers high blood lipids, reduces cardiovascular disease, and can promote bowel movements. Lin Feng hadn't expected this effect. He took a sip and found it to be quite good. It was definitely a very good, freshly squeezed juice. He gulped down 3 glasses, opened the bottle again, and saw that juice was still flowing out. He couldn't help but wonder just how much juice would come out. Lin Feng brought over the large bucket and kept releasing juice until it reached 10 liters, at which point he stopped, without spilling a single drop. Lin Feng estimated that a total of 10 liters of the 3 types of juice could be released. 10 liters a day. That's a pretty good resource. He and Lin Bin couldn't possibly finish it all. They could even use it for trading later. Next up is the shelter building, which Lin Feng is quite looking forward to. Name, Clock Tower. Grade, excellent. Description, a clock tower located at the highest point of the shelter, topped with an observation deck that provides shelter from the wind and rain, and a bronze bell. Once inside, it offers an absolute 360-degree view of the surrounding area within a 1-kilometer radius, allowing you to see even underground, and it also has night vision capabilities. Once activated, it can radiate a radius of 10 kilometers, setting up a danger alert and immediately sounding an alarm upon triggering. The bronze bell effect, when rung, provides a defensive barrier to the shelter for 10 minutes. Name, Medical Isolation House. Grade, excellent. Description, a house with an independent ventilation system, disinfection area, and enclosed space, where disinfection will be carried out upon entry. It is equipped with 2 basic medical puppets that can treat patients. One was for reconnaissance and defense, and the other was for medical assistance. When Lin Feng saw the 2 buildings, he was first pleasantly surprised, and then his expression became serious. It seems like there will be plenty of fighting going to come. Lin Feng sighed and turned his gaze to the rare-level buildings. Name, Void Shipwreck. Quality, rare. Description, a shipwreck in the void. You can enter its deck to fish. You can fish for anything from the void, which could be an opportunity or a danger. The watchtower has been installed on the top floor of the shelter, and an upward staircase has appeared on the right side of the living room. The medical isolation room is located in the room opposite the stairs. Lin Feng first went to see the medical isolation room, which was furnished much like a modern medical room. The 2 puppets looked just like normal people. He then went up the stairs to the watchtower, which looked somewhat like a Western clock tower, with walls on all sides, allowing him to see clearly what was happening outside. Once inside, screens immediately appeared around you, displaying images of the surroundings. As far as the eye could see, everything was white, covered in thick snow, and even the distant forest could only be seen up to the treetops. After fiddling with it for a while, Lin Feng figured out how to use it. Setting a danger alert means that an alarm will be automatically triggered if anything exceeding the set danger threshold appears in the surrounding area. If a well-trained beast approaches, he will issue a warning, but an ordinary beast will not. Lin Feng set up sophisticated wildlife guards. If there were more than 5 ordinary wild animals, a warning would be issued, and if a person appeared, a warning would also be issued. Once everything was set up, he emerged from the tower, where the terrace at the top of the shelter had been altered. This is the deck of the Void Shipwreck, which has become one with the shelter. At the edge of the deck, there was a simple fishing setup. Lin Feng walked over and picked up the fishing rod. It looks like a basic fishing rod made from the cheapest bamboo pole and fishing line, but it does show that it can be upgraded, but that requires energy. Energy, it's energy again. Could it be that this energy will become quite common in the future? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He took out a piece of steamed bun, hung it on the fishing hook, and with a flick of his wrist, he instantly entered another space. All around was emptiness, without light, sound, or wind. The only real thing was the deck of the empty, sunken ship beneath their feet. The deck was wide, but the edges were strangely twisted, as if the ship had once been seized by a powerful being that tried to break it, but failed. The deck is engraved with intricate patterns, which can make you feel dizzy and disoriented. Lin Feng was startled and threw down his fishing rod, only to find himself back on the shelter's terrace. He paused for a moment, then picked up the fishing rod again and reappeared in that mysterious space. Lin Feng looked at the void in front of him, casually flicked his fishing rod, and the hook fell into the void. Without a float, he didn't know if any fish would take the bait. Just as Lin Feng was about to pull the rod back, he felt a clear pull. He looked at the empty space in surprise. He couldn't see anything there, but the fishing line was obviously taut. Lin Feng gripped the fishing rod tightly with both hands, leaned back, and pushed off with his feet. He could feel that something big had bitten the hook, carrying great force. He gripped the fishing rod tightly, his feet braced against the deck railing, his body almost parallel to the deck. About 10 minutes later, the force suddenly dissipated, and Lin Feng, caught off guard, fell directly onto the deck. The fishing line was reeled in, and a round object was hanging from the hook, falling to the ground beside him. Lin Feng checked it and was completely dumbfounded. Name: 5-nut mooncake. Grade: excellent. Description: 5-nut mooncakes are only made for the Mid-Autumn Festival. They contain a variety of ingredients and can enhance one's strength and power after consumption. No, a premium-grade mooncake? Lin Feng opened his mouth. Wait, how did we manage to catch something like this? He looked at the fishing rod. The struggle had exhausted him. He took a bite of the mooncake. The filling was generous, and the aroma of nuts immediately filled his mouth. As he swallowed, the mooncake entered his stomach and was immediately digested. A surge of energy rose up, instantly restoring him completely. Chapter 119: Activation Ability. The mooncake's effect exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. He cast the fishing hook into the air again, and, after a long wait, something bit the hook once more. Lin Feng used a lot of strength to pull the things up. Name: powerful paralyzing agent. Quality: excellent. Description: this product will paralyze the target, rendering them unable to control themselves. Without an antidote, creatures below the superior level will be paralyzed for 3 hours. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a good thing. He cast the rod again, but a violent dizziness came over his head, as if he had been thrown into a washing machine and spun around for an hour. The fishing rod fell to the ground, and Lin Feng returned to the shelter's terrace. He plopped down on the ground and vomited for a while. Lin Bin heard the noise, rushed over, picked Lin Feng up, and carried him back to the living room. He then gave him some juice to drink. Lin Feng felt a little better, but he was still dizzy. It took him a while to clear his mind. Lin Feng was still shaken. It seemed he couldn't fish every day after all, as it was too harmful to his health. He looked up at the ceiling. He should try to avoid going to the deck of the void shipwreck as much as possible, otherwise it would affect his condition too much. Lin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, opened a random skill set, and obtained a set of skills. Eagle Eye. Normal increases eyesight, allowing you to see further. Resource Exploration. Excellent when enabled. It can explore resources in the surrounding area and automatically identify resource names, types, etc. Critical Strike. Superior delivers the most lethal attack to the enemy. Dissecting a Corpse. Rare. Dissecting a corpse allows you to potentially learn about the corpse's abilities and some of its memories. Lin Feng frowned. The first few abilities were fine, but what did this corpse dissection mean? Did it mean he would become a forensic doctor, or even a coroner in the future? He remained silent for a long time, and then he came to terms with it. Since he was already in a world in chaos, why should he care about those things? Lin Feng used the opportunity to enhance the shelter's abilities, and currently the shelter possesses the abilities of sturdiness, spatial folding, elemental resonance, and living beings. After much deliberation, he finally chose the living body, a unique ability, and he also wanted to see what the shelter would look like after it came alive. After choosing to enhance the living being, a dazzling light fell upon the shelter. When the light faded, the entire shelter seemed to come alive, breathing, and had an unbreakable connection with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's consciousness seemed to extend, enabling him to control the shelter, a truly wondrous feeling. Lin Feng held the dominant position. The shelter was like a part of his body, but this body did not have any adverse effects on him. On the contrary, it nourished him. He could feel the various elemental forces being absorbed and transformed by the sanctuary, entering his body. Lin Feng emerged from this strange feeling, touched the wall, and then looked at the shelter information. Condition 7 for upgrading from level 5 to level 6. Activation and cultivation have been completed. Next to the shelter, a new page appeared. When you clicked on it, it showed a 3D model of the shelter with airflow coming in and out, and the activation advancement was displayed next to it. Next stage, elemental energy, 325/2000. Flesh and blood energy, 0/1000. Current shelter activation capabilities. 1. Air purification. The incoming and outgoing air is purified into harmless and clean gas, keeping the internal breathing unobstructed. 2. Self-cleaning. Every day after the shelter owner goes to sleep, it will automatically turn on to clean the shelter. 3. Danger sense. Able to sense creatures that pose a danger to the shelter. 4. Recovery. After the shelter is damaged, it can recover on its own, or it can recover quickly by consuming elemental energy and flesh energy. Lin Feng was dumbfounded. No, you're way too strong. This is equivalent to the shelter gaining 4 more abilities, and each one is extremely useful. Lin Feng muttered to himself, looks like I'll have to focus on collecting flesh and blood from now on. Previously, when they went down into the secret realm, most of the flesh and blood were given to Song Xiangwen because his sanctuary needed to devour flesh and blood to improve. But how can one explain their need for a large amount of flesh and blood? Just as Lin Feng was pondering, his friend messages kept popping up. Lin Feng opened it and paused in surprise. Holy crap, you've got an epic rating. Holy crap, I actually have an epic level player as a friend. A true master is indeed a master. Wow, this guy's awesome. Voice cracks. If it were you, sir, many people in our region would die. Your assessment is absolutely well-deserved. Shu Jiner, my god, am I seeing things? You've been hiding this well, haven't you? Bai Chun, damn, an epic. Tell us what the rewards are. Song Xiangwen, awesome. Shan Wenjia, thank you so much, boss. I was able to survive and even get a perfect rating thanks to you. Seeing the constant stream of friend messages, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. No, why does everyone know I'm an epic character? I should be hidden by default. Lin Feng wasn't the type to be high profile. He preferred to live a quiet, unassuming life. He was speechless when he saw the system notification. System prompt. This rating is publicly displayed. Each rating category has a unique and prestigious color. An entry effect will also be triggered when entering the chat channel. Damn, isn't this just like Tencent style? Lin Feng complained. Fortunately, he checked and found that the special effects could be turned off. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if people were notified of his arrival every time they entered the chat channel. Moreover, he prefers to secretly peek at screens. This unique and prestigious color is something that cannot be changed. He will have to live with this identity from now on. The tallest tree in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. Lin Feng sighed. The next moment, his gaze suddenly turned serious. Are you wondering why you achieved an epic rating? Logically speaking, your sanctuary is only level 5, not level 6 or 7, so it doesn't qualify as epic. Among the many world wills, there is one who thinks you are very good and is willing to help the people in the region, allowing them to survive. All areas are divided according to the mortality rate. Your area is classified as F, which means the mortality rate is 95%. Thanks to your intervention, the mortality rate unexpectedly dropped to 35%. You received a reward from the world's will, which forcibly elevated you to an epic rating. Furthermore, you were granted a title. This is an exceptional decision, and there will be no more of these in the future. An interesting survivor. We're curious about your future and how far you can go. There are many predecessors ahead of you. Some of them are still forging ahead, while others have already failed. Follow in their footsteps. Chapter 1, 20 Major System Update. Title, Good Person. When you proactively share key survival information, important resources, or provide effective assistance to other survivors. Depending on how much the other party benefits, you will receive a certain amount of good fortune. You can use this good fortune to increase your luck value, or you can use it passively. Kindness is not meaningless. Virtue will be rewarded. Lin Feng pondered. The few words he had just heard contained a lot of information and resolved his doubts. The epic title was something that had been forcibly brought up by others. There are many world wills, and they concern themselves with the survivors. As for the so-called seniors, there are two interpretations. One is those survivors who achieved an epic or higher rating from the very first assessment. Another type is the survivors who were all the survivors before them. If it's the former, that's fine, but if it's the latter, then a huge problem arises. What is the origin of the Cataclysm game, and what is its purpose? Lin Feng didn't investigate further. He knew it was pointless. Excessive thinking is anxiety. When people are anxious, they tend to act irrationally. Lin Feng noticed that several people in the Tarot Club group were still tagging him. He clicked on their messages and pondered for a long time. A long message appeared in the Tarot Club group, containing a lot of information. Over this period of time, Lin Feng had developed a deep friendship with the other members of the Tarot Club, and he didn't mind sharing some information with them. In Lin Feng's view, some secrets are useless to keep hidden. On the contrary, they will only make him anxious and fearful. It is better to share them. In this way, everyone can share the worry of knowing the secret. As expected, after reading Lin Feng's message, the members of the Tarot Club fell silent. After a long while, they began to speak one after another. Shu Jiner, Lin Feng, I admire you so much. To be honest, you've reduced the mortality rate so much by relying on your own strength. You're a great philanthropist. You deserve to be promoted to the epic rating. Bai Chun, it seems that the game still hopes that the number of survivors will not decrease too drastically. I'm very curious about what exactly the so-called seniors are. Song Xiangwen, Lin Feng mentioned two possibilities. Regardless of which one it is, we only need to know one thing. Quickly upgrade the shelter level and our personal strength. None of them had any objections. Shu Jiner, speaking of which, the reward for this evaluation is pretty good. I have a high-quality trident that can control the water flow and form a barrier, allowing me to move freely underwater for quite a while, about half an hour. Of course, the premise is that it cannot be attacked. Do you think the next disaster will be a flood? Bai Chun, no need to guess anymore. The system will inform you soon. I have been given a chance to evolve my talent and improve it. Now I can access more secrets, which I will share in the group. Song Xiangwen. The system gave me a high-quality pet egg named Tyrant Lion. It has extraordinary potential. If it is raised well, there is a 70 to 80% chance that it will advance to a rare pet. However, raising it is a problem. Sha Jin, lion? Are lions also laden eggs? Lin Feng. In a cataclysmic world, let's not think about things like egg-laying or viviparous birth. This time, I've given you a rare level building called the Oddity Juicer, which can produce 10 liters of juice every day. These juices have different effects, and I'll trade them to you in a bit. In addition, I also received a complete set of skills, which allowed me to learn multiple skills, 3 of which are related to combat. I'm now wondering if I'll be facing various monsters in the future. Bai Chun, I have obtained a high-quality building here called the Hatching Pool. You can put pet eggs that need to be hatched into it to increase the hatching speed, and you can add the energy they need to further speed up the process. If you trust me, you can entrust the pet eggs to me for hatching. After that, an infographic of the building was displayed. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and sent him the Wind and Thunderbird egg directly. This pet egg was given to him by Bai Chun. He built a nest with wind and thunder attributes, but there was no sign of it hatching. Song Xiangwen, I've given you the Tyrant Lion pet egg. In addition, I've also traded over a few other pet eggs. Since you have these, we can focus on collecting pet eggs in the future. Shu Jiner, I like it. I want to follow the beast taming style. Lin Feng had already taken this path, and now the number of Crimson Spirit Bees had exceeded 3,000. While all the survivors were looking at the ranking rewards, some felt fortunate, some happy, some confused, and some worried. That familiar and majestic voice resounded once again in the minds of every survivor, and lines of text appeared before them. The initial major disaster, the extreme cold blizzard, has ended. The Cataclysm game is about to undergo a major content update. The update details are as follows. 1. The economic system is formally established. The transaction channel is upgraded. The barter model is abolished, and a unified currency, Spirit Coin, is adopted. The system will value the goods, and the seller can raise the price by a maximum of 15%, with no limit on the downward adjustment. Spirit Coins can be obtained by dismantling various materials and equipment, completing system quests, and defeating creatures in secret realms. All transactions must be conducted using spirit coins. When they saw this message, all the survivors were stunned. The trading channel has always used a barter system, and they've become accustomed to it. For survivors who possess independent and scarce resources, it's like sitting on a gold mine. They can simply use these resources to trade for what they need. All they had to do was mine the resources. With just a few simple steps, countless riches would come their way. The abolition of barter and the adoption of currency is like a fatal blow to their lifeline. They can no longer sell resources at high prices. A 15% increase means a 150% loss. For ordinary survivors, however, the emergence of the currency system was like a godsend. They no longer had to endure outrageously high prices and could finally buy the items they needed at normal prices. Lin Feng wasn't surprised to see this update. He had suspected that the currency would change ever since he first learned about it. The barter system allowed Lin Feng to make a fortune in the early stages. However, if this continued, the market would become distorted, with survivors' wealth becoming concentrated and ordinary survivors having no ability to withstand risks. They survive by relying on powerful survivors, becoming their blood packs. If a disaster strikes, they simply cannot survive. Clearly, this does not conform to the principles of disaster survival games. Chapter 121 Ranking. The fact that Lin Feng's rescue of people garnered global attention and was elevated to an epic level reveals one thing. Survivors are not as lowly as they imagine. At least the game values their survival. In other words, the disaster game hopes that the survivors will survive and continuously experience various disasters. Lin Feng had no objection to the update of the trading channel. On the contrary, he expressed his support. He hoped to establish a sound purchasing system, which would be good for everyone. 2. Fully open various leaderboards, including regional strength leaderboards, individual strength leaderboards for all survivors, equipment level leaderboards, pet rarity leaderboards, talent leaderboards, etc. Those who make it onto the leaderboard will receive rewards based on their ranking, and these rewards will be permanent. Lin Feng saw the second update and was somewhat unsure what the system meant. Generally speaking, games will have various leaderboards, mainly for the sake of enjoyment. High-level players can have a lot of fun. Players with powerful equipment can have a blast. It can also be fun to clear a dungeon and announce it to the entire server. Why would those whales spend millions to buy a skin? It's all for the thrill. Lin Feng clearly remembered that a player once spent over 1,000,000 yuan to buy a dragon skin, which was then visible to all players in the entire game. For whales, players who spend a lot of money on in-game purchases, this is the ultimate thrill. The addition of leaderboards to the disaster game is probably not just for fun. Otherwise, ordinary survivors would definitely feel envious when they see the top players on the leaderboard. It seems that the disaster game hopes to encourage competition among survivors, thereby increasing their motivation and activity level. This is actually a good thing, as it can effectively reduce the tendency of survivors to give up. 3. Resource acquisition has been updated to be more user-friendly, no longer based on dropped items. This update left many people confused at first, but they understood it after seeing the subsequent explanation. To put it simply, it's a return to normalcy. When ordinary people cut down a tree, after it falls, they need to trim and cut it, and there won't be any unit system involved. After killing the beast, the flesh and blood obtained are no longer in pieces and need to be processed by people. This weakens the role of the system, but actually enhances the realism of the survivor's struggle for survival. Lin Feng pondered, it seemed the system was intentionally bringing survivors back to a real survival environment. Because of the system's existence, it's essentially an auxiliary tool for most survivors, making life much more convenient. But once the removal is gone, they return to the reality of doing things themselves, which will likely make many people feel very uncomfortable. Lin Feng was still not too worried. The skill essence he had previously obtained would allow him to handle the situation perfectly. 4. The Friends channel has been upgraded. Once the relationship between two people reaches the level of close friends, they can visit each other's shelter with the other party's consent. Group settings have been added, and group creation scrolls are no longer required. Groups can be created and people can be invited freely. The alliance system has been upgraded. Detailed information can be found in the Alliance's update section. This update is quite interesting. It aims to help survivors help each other. Whether it can be done depends entirely on whether both sides are sincere. Otherwise, calling them close friends could very well be like sending lambs to the slaughter. 5. Disaster warnings will provide survivors with relevant reminders. This major content update has left countless survivors with mixed feelings. Some are cheering, some are dejected, and some are cursing and blaming the system for ruining their dreams of getting rich. After the system content was updated, a new leaderboard appeared in the survivors panel, which contains multiple leaderboards, such as shelter level rankings, talent rankings, pet rankings, combat power rankings, etc. The chat channel was once again filled with enthusiasm for speaking, with both high-level survivors and survivors who almost died in the cold wave popping up in droves. Gentlemen, let me see what kind of prestigious names you all have. It's just a mere red name, nothing special. Holy crap, this is amazing. Why is mine green? It looks so ordinary. Where's Lin Feng? I like to see what the epic level looks like. Purple, it's alright. Lin Feng's name shines with a noble purple light, making him stand out among all the colors. Aside from him, no other purple tier survivors appeared. It's unclear whether it's because there are no epic tier survivors in their channel, or if they simply don't want to show off. Does anyone know what good stuff is given for ratings above perfect? Let us see what's going on and have some motivation. Yeah, those anonymous big shots at the top of the leaderboard. What kind of gods are they? Epic level, legendary level big shots. Is the sanctuary already impenetrable? Yes, I'm a very good assessor, and the things I give are terrible. Don't forget, we have an epic level player in our channel. Boss. Lin Feng watched the commotion in the chat channel. He only briefly mentioned that he had been given a rare quality building and didn't say anything else. Holy crap, this is rare. I wouldn't even dare to dream of such a grade. This is what the big boss deserves. Without him, I wouldn't be able to survive. That's right. If you ask me, this rating is too low. It should be mythical. You guys go check the leaderboard, my god. It's like there are gods among gods. Holy crap. The top-ranked shelter is level 7. Oh my god, am I seeing things? Damn it. How did these people get promoted? The top 5 are all level 7, and from 6th to 10th, they are all level 6 shelters. Damn, I'm just a small level 3 shelter. I don't even dare to speak up. The number 1 pet ranking is actually a dragon. That's a mythical beast. I'm so envious and jealous. My pet is a wild boar, and I think it's pretty awesome. But look at other people's pets. Hey upstairs, don't be sad. Even a pig dragon is still a dragon. Just to correct you, the pig dragon is a crocodile, not a pig. Alright, that's enough. How can you expect me, whose pet is a mouse, to accept this? The second place is the azure moon rabbit. The third place is the thunderscale lion. The fourth place is the bloodtooth elephant. And the fifth place is the firebird. Just by looking at their names, you can tell they're all powerful pets. If you take another look at the talent rankings, you'll see how hopeless we ordinary people are. Holy crap, the number 1 talent and the chosen one of destiny? No, this is a bug that only exists in novels. Why is it here? Second place, the chosen one. Do you know what a chosen one is? Look at the third place. It's all about cause and effect. Damn, how come they've even developed a talent for causality? Chapter 122, upgrading and optimizing the trading channel. The fourth place is time-based talent. The fifth place is space-based talent. And the 10th place is some kind of beast god talent. I'm really impressed. I thought my talent was flying, which made me feel quite powerful. But now that I see them, I realize what it means to be outmatched. Damn it, I'm really angry. Why is my talent the worst? I'm going to protest. Cataclysm game is so unfair. Upstairs, stop talking about fairness. There is no such thing as fairness and justice in this world. His talent is indeed strong, but you still need to be strong yourself. My talent is the most basic plant growth promoter, which can increase the growth rate of plants by 10%. It doesn't seem very useful, but my shelter level is level 4. To put it bluntly, if you don't work hard, then you have even less chance of catching up with them. You're right. Now I understand why the game system updates the leaderboard. It's to show us how good the top survivors are and to motivate us to work harder. Actually, compared to the rigid society of the past, things are much better now. As long as you go out to search for resources, there's a possibility of growth. It's just that the speed is a bit slower than theirs. What you said makes sense. I also have ordinary talent, but the shelter is also level 4. We have always believed that man can conquer nature, so why give up on yourself? Dear experts, I have learned a lot. This time, I will definitely work harder and harder. The trading channel has been updated. Go check it out. Everything is priced in spirit coins. As soon as this statement was made, the survivors opened the trading channel. Compared to the previous cluttered trading channel, the current trading channel interface is much simpler and more standardized. All items are displayed on it, with clear descriptions of the item name, quality, information, etc., and a uniform price is marked below. However, after just one glance, most people's hearts sank. Wood common, 15 price, 1 spirit coin. Stone common, 10 price, 1 spirit coin. Iron ingot, common, 1 price, 3 spirit coins. Pure water, 500 milliliters, regular, price, 2 spirit coins. Refined roasted meat, 100 g, fine, price, 8 spirit coins. Down jacket, normal, 1 price, 4 spirit coins. Peanuts common, 20 price, 2 spirit coins. Wooden bowl crafting blueprint, price, 5 spirit coins. When they looked at the prices on the trading channel, most survivors found that they could hardly afford anything. The main reason is that there are too few spirit coins. Holy crap, how can it be so expensive? I dismantled all the extra materials I had and only managed to scrape together 20 spirit coins. That's not enough to buy much stuff. Wait, why are they still selling down jackets for 4 spirit coins even though winter is over and we have them now? That's outrageous. What's with this wooden bowl making blueprint? I have one too. Aren't these blueprints all duplicates? Can I sell it? Upstairs, I just tried it. The system does recycle blueprints, but the prices vary too much. I just sold the blueprint for making a wooden bowl to the system and only got 1 spirit coin. Damn it, what a ripoff. It's so difficult to obtain spirit coins. The amount of ordinary materials given is too small, and the value is completely unequal to that in the channel. No, what is the system thinking? I sold all the miscellaneous things I didn't need to the system, and now I have 50 spirit coins. I can tell you that spirit coins are further subdivided. 100 spirit copper coins can be exchanged for 1 spirit silver coin, 100 spirit silver coins can be exchanged for 1 spirit gold coin, and 1,000 spirit gold coins can be exchanged for 1 spirit purple coin. Damn it, I only have 30 spirit copper coins left. The survivors were filled with despair, lamenting the irrationality of the changed monetary system. The emergence of the spirit coin system instantly widened the gap between holders and those who lacked it. Those who stockpiled a lot of resources during the blizzard, or those like Lin Feng who were able to frequently go down into the dungeons to obtain materials, instantly gained a huge advantage. For most survivors struggling to make ends meet, the rate at which they acquire spirit coins is far from keeping up with their survival needs. Lin Feng did try it out, and compared with the previous temporary exchange, it was much more reasonable now. Previously, it took 10 units of high-quality materials to exchange for 1 spirit copper coin, but now it only takes about 3 to 4 units. The chat channel was filled with complaints about how hard it was to earn spirit coins and how high prices were. Some people even wanted to barter, but they discovered a big problem. Friends can exchange items, but they need to pay taxes, a feature that makes survivors constantly hurl insults. Although the tax is not high, it is incredibly expensive for survivors who are currently short of spirit coins. It seems that spirit coins will be the hard currency from now on. Lin Feng looked at the complaints on the channel and realized what was going on. He had a huge sum of 10,000 spirit copper coins in his account, and when he first obtained the temporary exchange function, he exchanged a large amount of resources at hand. He currently has 80 spirit silver coins. If it weren't for the large amount of materials required for the exchange, he could have gathered 1 spirit gold coin. Having money in hand brings peace of mind. With so much money, he was temporarily free from financial pressure. However, Lin Feng also knew that he couldn't just sit around and do nothing. He had to find a way to continuously acquire spirit coins. Just then, Lin Feng noticed someone in the chat channel saying that many survivors had listed expensive items in the trading channel. Many people wondered why these big shots would sell their items, and some explained that the trading channel offers 3 items daily that can be purchased with spirit coins. Lin Feng immediately opened the trading channel. He noticed that some strange things had started appearing in the trading channel, clearly the gains of those with higher ratings. Someone listed a high-quality knight's sword that gleamed with a cold light, but the price was exorbitant, a whopping 500 spirit copper coins. Someone was also selling a quick-growing watering can that could slightly accelerate plant growth, priced at 200 spirit copper coins. Someone even posted a blueprint for building an arrow tower of excellent quality, priced at 650 spirit copper coins. Many people want things like arrow towers, which can obviously protect shelters, but the price is clearly beyond the reach of ordinary people. The appearance of these items further stimulated the nerves of ordinary survivors, making them even more curious and envious of the strong players on the leaderboard. What amazing items did the big shots manage to get? I realized I was really a frog in a well. I thought I was pretty good just because I had a decent weapon, while others were already selling high-quality weapons. Chapter 123, A New Disaster. Acid rain and insect swarms. Lin Feng was also quite shocked. He looked at those high-quality items and wondered why the survivors would sell them. He would like high-quality equipment, but the price is too high. Another thing is the arrow tower, which is an invaluable asset for a shelter, and he can afford it. Lin Feng was not in a hurry, but instead looked at the 3 items produced by the daily system. At the very top of the trading channel, clicking on it will show a small shelf with 3 items on it. It refreshes automatically every night at midnight, and the items on each survivor's shelf are different. The items above are now: Healing Potion, fine, price, 50 Spirit Copper Coins. Brewing Barrel Crafting Blueprints, common, fine, superior, price, 200 Spirit Copper Coins. 7 Colored Rose Seeds, 10, price, 100 Spirit Copper Coins. Just by looking at the item names, healing potions are the most necessary to buy. As for the other 2 items, when Lin Feng saw their descriptions, he didn't hesitate at all and bought them all with a wave of his hand. Brewing barrels are divided into different grades. As long as materials are added to them, the grade of the brewed liquor will definitely be that of the barrel. As for the seeds of the 7 Colored Rose, they possess multiple benefits such as fragrance and vibrant color, which can enhance the quality of honey produced by the red spirit bee. Looking at the constantly updating countdown, Lin Feng finally understood why those people had put the items up for sale. Firstly, they wanted to see how many spirit coins other survivors had, and secondly, they wanted to make money at a price higher than the system's buyback rate. After the survivors had begun to digest the impact of the system update, the system notification sounded again. This time, news of a new disaster has arrived. System announcement. The dynamic calculation of the survival environment is complete. The next major disaster will occur in 3 days. Disaster name: Acid Rain and Insect Swarm. Disaster level. The following is information on the stages of the disaster. Acid rain phase. Continuous light rain will begin worldwide. The initial rainwater will be weakly acidic and slightly corrosive to shelter walls and open-air structures. As rainfall continues, the acidity of rainwater will gradually increase, and intermittent bursts of strong acid rain may occur, significantly enhancing its corrosiveness. Insect swarm stage. A large number of insects will breed in the acid rain environment. After several days of cold and blizzard, they will lie dormant underground. After the snow melts and rain falls, they will emerge from the soil. They dislike light, prefer moisture, and are craving acid. They are highly aggressive and are especially attracted to heat, life force, and specific energy fluctuations. The insect swarm will occur with rainfall. Initially, the number of insects will be small, but as the rainfall intensifies and acidity increases, the size and frequency of the swarm will rise sharply. Disaster warning. The insects in the swarm are capable of burrowing, climbing, and spraying acid. Individual insects generally pose a threat level between average and excellent, but once they form a large-scale swarm, they will deal a fatal blow to the shelter. This disaster is a complex one. Acid rain weakens shelter defenses, while insect swarms launch continuous attacks. Survivors should upgrade themselves and their shelters as much as possible. If they survive, they will receive a large reward. After the system announcement ended, the entire chat channel seemed to freeze for a moment, followed by an even greater panic than before. All the survivors stared at the disaster information before them, feeling like they were going crazy. Damn it, the blizzard that lasted for so long has just ended, and the snow outside hasn't even melted yet. How come there's acid rain and bugs now? and it's a compound disaster. No, the acid rain will get stronger and stronger, and there will be insect swarms. Are you trying to kill us all? You might as well just kill us all right now instead of torturing us here. My shelter is only level 2. If it weren't for Lin Feng's help, I wouldn't have survived. Acid rain is corrosive to shelters. Even a light rain wouldn't be enough to keep my shelter afloat. A swarm of insects? I must be seeing things. Based on my gaming experience, any disaster that can be defined as a swarm of insects is extremely terrifying. Have you ever fought the Zerg? Even with high-precision weapons, you are no match for millions or even tens of millions of Zerg. I'd rather die in the cold. I've heard that people who freeze to death are happy before they die. At least it's better than being eaten by insects. Me too. Damn it, this cataclysmic game is inhuman. The disaster warning has already been issued, giving us 3 days. We have a 3-day buffer period. As long as we upgrade our shelters, gather enough resources and food, and craft weapons during this time, we should be able to weather the storm. Upstairs, you make it sound so easy. After the cold snap, there's not much food left in my shelter. And this is only a level 3 shelter. Survivors in level 2 shelters simply can't gather enough food in these 3 days. There are also powerful figures who can help. Yes, and also Boss Lin Feng. Stop dreaming. The boss's situation isn't much better than ours. Don't forget, during the cold wave, he kept making hand warmers for us. He didn't have any resources on hand, so he even used his own things to trade for materials to make them. If he doesn't help us, he can sell these extra materials to the system. We don't have that many materials right now. Furthermore, the system's purchase price is ridiculously low, so it's likely that the big shot doesn't have many spirit coins on hand. Don't forget, there are now fees for personal transactions. Damn, the game system has fixed all the bugs. What should I do? I really don't want to die. After all, I've finally made it through. Don't despair too much. There's always a way out. I refuse to believe that we can't overcome nature. That's right. The more things are like this, the more we need to live a life that sets an example for them. The glimmer of hope that had just risen because of the snow stopping and the award was instantly crushed by a new and more concrete disaster. This is a complex disaster, meaning they need to cope with the dual challenges of environmental erosion and biological attacks. For most survivors, acid rain alone is enough to cause them a lot of trouble. If both come at the same time, then death is the only outcome. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Although his shelter had been upgraded to level 5 and possessed the ability to recover, and its sturdiness was not an issue, he couldn't guarantee its safety in the face of continuous heavy acid rain. Moreover, it remains to be seen whether the shelter can effectively resist continuous acid rain corrosion and attacks from large swarms of insects. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of acid rain alone. The real problem was the insect swarm. He had witnessed insect plagues before and knew what it looked like when an endless, dense, and mighty swarm of insects attacked. It was an indescribable sense of powerlessness and despair. No matter how much you struggled, you couldn't change the outcome. Chapter 124 Survivors Working While Grumbling. It was precisely because he had experienced it that he prepared a plan to deal with the insect infestation. One method is the Crimson Spear Guards, but while they excel at group combat, it's uncertain how effective they will be against thick-skinned or terrifyingly numerous swarms of insects. The key issue is that the current number of Crimson Spear Guards is not what he envisioned. In his view, it should be at least tens of thousands. As for the Golden Rooster, it's the nemesis of insects, but there are too few of them. There's only one, and we can't possibly eat them all. Lin Feng's expression was serious as he pondered how to increase the number of Crimson Spirit Bees. He also wanted to contract more pets with decent combat power, but he had too few contract scrolls. It's not that he didn't try to collect them before, it's just that these things are rare. I guess I'll just have to spend more time browsing the trading channel every day from now on. The system's countdown was like a Damocles sword hanging over our heads, dispelling any wishful thinking. Although the outside world is still freezing cold and the snow is taller than a person, the survivors can no longer stay in the shelter and wait with peace of mind. The main issue is that the situation is urgent and we can't wait any longer. In the chat channel, it has to be said that humans are amazing creatures. At first, everyone was quite desperate, but now they're discussing how to deal with acid rain and insect swarms. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge. And that's certainly true. The survivors brainstormed ideas and came up with quite a few solutions, but more often they encouraged each other to go out. Brothers, stop lying to shelter. While it's not snowing outside, let's go out and shovel snow to dig a road out so we can get out faster. Damn it, I'm out here shoveling snow. This snow is so thick. I was worried about a flood. Any close friends want to team up? We can clear the snow together and it'll be faster. Forget it, everyone's having a tough time right now. Let's just clear the snow around our own shelters. Speaking of which, can't we put some kind of acid-resistant coating on the shelter? That way it can at least resist acid rain. In the past, that would have been possible, but don't forget where we are and where we're going to find acid-resistant paint. Right now, the most important thing is to collect materials to upgrade the shelter. After a brief period of panic, the instinct for survival drives tremendous action. The doors of the shelters were pushed open one by one, and people were wrapped in thick clothes, layer upon layer, and carrying various tools. Shovels, hoes, spades, and so on. The survivors, gazing at the vast expanse of white before them, resolutely chose to proceed despite knowing the dangers ahead. Shoveling snow became the first task for all survivors, even those with higher levels. Only by clearing away the snow can one access the buried trees, rocks, and veins, and thus mine for ore and collect resources. In this cataclysmic game, countless survivors have taken the same actions without prior agreement. Even when they first arrived in the cataclysmic game, it was never as lively as it is now. On the grasslands, in the forests, inside the caves, by the rivers, survivors in different areas are separated by great distances and can only communicate their snow-clearing progress through the chat channel. They encouraged each other and shared photos and videos, creating a competitive dynamic between them. It was like a race against time. The sounds of shoveling snow, heavy breathing, and the crunching of snow underfoot intertwined, replacing the previous deathly silence of the wind and snow. Lin Feng wasn't idle either. He took out a shovel and had Lin Bin take number 3 with him as they went out the door. As soon as he stepped outside, the cold air rushed in, but luckily he was wearing hand warmers, so he didn't feel too cold. The snow outside the shelter was incredibly thick. Lin Feng had cleared it many times before, but even so, when he opened the door, all he saw was a thick layer of snow. Shoveling on it was a bit strenuous, as the snow had become quite compacted after being compressed for many days. However, Lin Feng is now at the premium level, so shoveling snow is quite easy for him. He quickly shoveled the snow aside and put it into the mushroom bag, mainly because there was nowhere else to throw it. About half an hour later, the mushroom bag was full of snow. Lin Feng was thinking of going to the roof of the shelter to throw the snow to the back, but then he suddenly remembered something. He had previously seen 2 kinds of disasters in the Doomsday Library: drought, high temperatures. The former had not seen rain for a long time. The sun scorched the earth, causing all moisture to evaporate, and even the rivers ran dry. The latter, with temperatures reaching 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, even caused the earth to crack from the heat. He has no shortage of clean water, but he lacks water resources. We can keep this snow in the cellar. It's a natural refrigerator, and there's plenty of space. We might need it someday. Even if we don't need it, we could just throw it away. Thinking of this, Lin Feng went to the cellar and put a lot of snow inside, piling it up and pressing it down to hold more. Time flew by amidst the intense work, and the first day passed quickly. The survivors were all exhausted and panting, unable to even lift their arms. They returned to the shelter, ate a little something, and then lay down to sleep. There were very few messages in the chat channel that night. Lin Feng chatted with the people from the Tarot Club, sharing his thoughts on the disaster and his coping strategies, and learned how they handled it. He took a nice hot bath, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. When the sunlight appeared the next day, the survivors couldn't help but shed tears. They had finally seen the sun again, and the feeling was indescribable. Moreover, almost everyone who went out noticed the unusual changes. Hey, that's weird. Don't you guys think the snow seems to be melting a bit too fast? It's not just a little, it's incredibly fast. The area I cleared yesterday wasn't very big. Normally, it would have frozen over overnight, but this morning, as soon as the sun came out, the ice melted quickly, and the snow also softened considerably and became much softer, no longer so compact. The temperature is rising a bit too fast, but it's true, I can clearly feel that the perceived temperature is much higher. Just look at today's weather. The highest temperature has already exceeded 0 degrees Celsius. The cold wave that lasted for so long, has already dissipated by the second day. That's terrifying. Next, the survivors were shocked to discover that the deep snow covering the earth was melting at a rate far exceeding what normal people could imagine. It's as if there's a huge heating source underground, or some invisible force is accelerating the melting process. The snow layer, which originally required a lot of effort to dig, became soft and muddy, and the resulting meltwater flowed in and formed large puddles in some low-lying areas. Chapter 125, You're being watched. The chat channel erupted in cheers. That's great. I didn't expect the snow to melt so quickly. Judging from this trend, it will probably melt completely in a few days, which will make it much easier for us to collect resources. Yes, let's take this opportunity to gather more wood, stone, and mineral resources and quickly upgrade my little shack. Phew, thank goodness, it didn't really drive us to our deaths. Most survivors were delighted to see the snow melting faster, as this meant they could go out and explore sooner, accelerating their resource gathering. Before the acid rain arrives, we will try to upgrade the shelter to the next level. In any case, for these survivors in level 2 shelters, the resources required for level 3 are not actually that large. As time passed, the sun was directly overhead, casting its light and warmth downwards. The area that was originally covered by snow was exposed, revealing the frozen soil, withered vegetation, and some debris and resource points buried by snow. Most survivors hoped the snow would melt faster, but some astute individuals sensed something was amiss. Lin Feng observed that after the snow melted, it should either seep into the ground or, if there was too much moisture, form puddles and streams. Given the sheer volume of snow, such rapid melting will undoubtedly cause flooding. In fact, there was no flooding. Instead, all the water from the melting snow seeped into the ground, leaving only shallow puddles on the surface. Lin Feng shared this discovery in the Tarot Club group and found that they had also observed this situation. This phenomenon baffled everyone, and even people claiming to be meteorological experts discussed it in chat channels, but nothing came of it. They can only attribute it to the different ecology of the catastrophic world. The pressure to survive forced all the survivors to temporarily put aside the abnormal situations in the environment and devote all their energy to shoveling snow and collecting resources. As you can see, busy figures are everywhere outside all the shelters, with knocking and chopping sounds rising and falling. Although the survivors cheered that the snow was melting quickly, they also knew very well that this brief warming was just the last respite before the storm. When acid rain falls and insect swarms emerge, every effort we make now could determine our future survival. The snow was melting at an unusually rapid pace, as if an invisible hand was clearing the stage for the impending disaster. As for the survivors, they are the dancers on the stage. Whether they are puppets or improvise is entirely up to the survivors themselves. Time quickly passed, and it was afternoon. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the shelter, looking at the snow in front of him, which was already up to his waist. Keep in mind that before noon, the snow was still on his head. The snow is melting faster than I imagined, and the perceived temperature has risen considerably. At least for now, I don't need to dress too warmly for work. A simple down jacket and some hand warmers will suffice. Lin Feng was still thinking about accumulating a large amount of snow, but even with the combined efforts of him and the 2 puppets, they only managed to fill a small portion of the cellar. Before the snow had completely melted, they all pitched in, shoveling and transporting snow continuously until after 8 p.m. Fortunately, Lin Feng had an extraordinary physique, so he didn't feel too tired and recovered very quickly. Lin Bin was busy in the kitchen, and in no time he brought out 2 large pots of noodles. The side dishes include scrambled eggs with tomatoes, minced pork with green beans, and hot and sour shredded potatoes. Lin Feng and Lin Bin each had a large pot of noodles, poured the side dishes into it, and stirred it well. Lin Feng slurped his noodles, occasionally taking a bite of garlic. After a long, tiring day, noodles with a gravy and garlic are pure bliss. Lin Bin, what do you think will happen tomorrow? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Master, I predict that the snow will melt even faster tomorrow, and the ground will be exposed, at which point we can go out and explore. Yes, that's what I think too. The shelter is currently at level 5. If we want to upgrade to level 6, ordinary materials are no longer sufficient. We need to find higher quality materials. It seems that the materials in the secret realm are more abundant and of better quality, but we can't stay in the secret realm forever. Moreover, the Wong brothers, Long and Hu, are still in Shu Jiner's Vidra Island's secret realm, which is really not safe. The few secret realm keys I have aren't ready to be used yet. Now that the trading channel has been updated and large-scale trading is no longer possible, leveling up later will be extremely difficult. I believe that with the owner's efforts, the shelter will definitely reach new heights and achieve even greater success. Lin Bin replied earnestly. Lin Feng laughed. While such compliments are nice to hear, please don't say them too often. I hope you can maintain your independent thinking and offer me advice. Yes, master. After the two finished their meal, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, pondering what would happen tomorrow, while Lin Bin took the dishes to the kitchen for number 3 to wash. He looked out the window. Before, the snow was falling heavily, and everything was white. Now he could see the stars in the night sky. Suddenly, a friend's message popped up. Lin Feng opened the message and found it was from Bai Chun. Bai Chun, I need to tell you something. You're being watched. Lin Feng, what do you mean? Could it be someone from the 10 Elders Alliance? Bai Chun, no. The reason I upgraded the shelter with high-quality materials after you was because I helped someone with a quest, and he gave me a lot of materials. He wanted me to help him divine the location of the Dwarven ruins using a treasure. I helped him and found a vague location of the Dwarven ruins, but the price was that I couldn't use my talents for a period of time. After my talent was upgraded, I just heard something in the wind. The Dwarven ruins I divined are related to you. If I'm not mistaken, the ruins they're looking for are the place where you are. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have helped. Lin Feng, it's all right, you didn't mean it. Besides, you came to remind me in time. Moreover, my shelter is quite far from the Dwarven ruins, so they shouldn't find it. Bai Chun, this group of people is very strong. I can't say the name and ability of their treasure, since we signed a contract. But I can say that although this treasure is of high quality, its practicality is definitely better than that of a rare treasure. They were able to produce a large number of high-quality materials early on, and they searched the ruins on such a large scale. So they must have wanted to get something from them. I guess their shelters were probably already at level 6. Chapter 126 Survivors and Hungry Beasts. Currently, the top-ranked shelter is level 7, and the following 3 are also at the same level. Since the rankings are in order, it must prove that these shelters are leading to varying degrees. They had already upgraded their shelter to level 5, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to upgrade to level 6. Even though they spent that entire week in the secret realm, they are still far from having collected all the materials. The fact that the other party is willing to cross mountains and rivers to find the ruins of the dwarves means they must have something to rely on. Bai Chen had finally found a teammate he clicked with, and he really didn't want to lose him. Lin Feng, don't worry too much. It will take them time to get here. By then, the acid rain and insect swarms will have arrived. These people will also have to face 2 major disasters while exploring, so they may be overwhelmed. Besides, I also have my own trump cards, so I'm not afraid of them. Bai Chun, that's good. If you really encounter danger, just send us a message and we will go through the shelter. Lin Feng closed the chat. He was also quite interested in the Dwarven ruins, but there were many defensive mechanisms made by the dwarves there, making it impossible to get through. He had tried them before. Those traps were too terrifying, easily killing even high-level humans or wild beasts. Since he knew they would come, he didn't mind playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. After all, Lin Bin was one of his biggest trump cards. Previously, not only he received system enhancements, but Lin Bin did as well. Looking at Lin Bin cleaning the kitchen, Lin Feng smiled. If he really treated him as an ordinary housekeeper, everyone would definitely regret it. Lin Feng took a bath and went to the Doomsday Library. This time, the disaster he encountered was a zombie mutation. He lay in bed, watching the lively chat channel, and a smile appeared on his face. Although the survivors are all cursing the disaster game, they take real life very seriously. The snow is melting faster than anyone imagined, and they're already saying they're going to look around tomorrow. Lin Feng didn't look for long before closing his eyes and quickly falling into a deep sleep. The next day, he opened his eyes, stretched, and looked quite energetic, with bright eyes and very smooth breathing. Opening the wardrobe, one found a number of clothes hanging inside, most of which were taken from the magic wardrobe. He chose a fleece-lined tracksuit, put it on, and went to the window. Lin Feng was shocked to discover that the snow outside was melting much faster than expected. Yesterday, the snow was still covering the ground, but now the ground was exposed. However, the permafrost has not completely thawed, the surface is muddy, and there are puddles and withered yellow vegetation frozen stiff everywhere. The trees revealed their trunks, which remained unchanged despite the long accumulation of snow. Lin Feng walked out of the bedroom, where Lin Bin was busy in the kitchen. He quickly washed up, and Lin Bin brought over the hot milk. Lin Feng took the milk, stood at the door, and looked outside. He drank it sip by sip, while also checking the weather. The temperature has reached between 5 degrees and 10 degrees, and the daytime hours have increased to 6 hours. This is good news, meaning survivors can stay outside for longer periods of time. Breakfast is ready. Today's breakfast consists of meat buns, fried dough sticks, millet porridge, and 40 eggs. After quickly finishing his meal, Lin Feng pushed open the door and went into the yard, where the wind had already warmed up. Apart from the frozen soil, there was hardly any snow to be seen. Lin Feng knew that a new round of competition had begun starting today. Survivors need to race against time to upgrade their shelter level and personal strength as much as possible before the acid rain arrives. Let's go. Let's set off to find resources. Lin Feng gave the order. Meanwhile, survivors from other areas emerged from their shelters. Seeing that the snow had disappeared, they cheered and rushed out with their weapons and equipment. Thanks to Lin Feng's help, many survivors in the Level 2 shelters survived. After the disaster of the cold wave, they wanted to upgrade their shelters to Level 3, 4, or even 5 more than anyone else. They were well aware that they were already far behind the other survivors, and if they didn't fight desperately now, they would be completely finished. Trees were felled and stones were smashed, with constant banging sounds echoing throughout the mining area. However, they forgot that it wasn't just the survivors who survived the cold wave. A large number of wild animals also survived. Moreover, these wild beasts were starving in skin and bones. As soon as they saw meat, they rushed at it madly, without any other thoughts. A piercing scream echoed through a forest. A survivor, focused solely on collecting wood, was oblivious to his surroundings as he frantically chopped down a dead tree. Suddenly, he was tackled to the ground by a dark figure that pounced out from the bushes behind him. It was a thin wolf with clearly visible ribs, its eyes flashing with a hungry and crazed green light, and it bit down on its prey's neck. Despite the man's desperate struggle and wild swinging of his axe, he soon fell silent under the frenzied bites of the hungry beast. It wasn't just him. Similar things happened in other places as well. The survivors were in complete chaos in the chat channel. Damn it, I was attacked by a bull. Aren't these things supposed to eat grass? How can they attack people? Damn, I almost died. I was mining when a shadow suddenly pounced on me from behind. Luckily, my pet rat spotted me and stood behind me, preventing me from being attacked. It was a hyena, so thin it was unrecognizable. It swallowed my ground squirrel whole, choked me, and that's how I escaped. Upstairs, are you confused? Why didn't you take the opportunity to attack? If you had killed the hyena, you would have gotten meat and gotten rid of the danger. Otherwise, this hyena will definitely keep following you. Damn, I really forgot if you hadn't mentioned it. You guys are nothing compared to me. I encountered a snow leopard. Damn, that thing is incredibly fast. Luckily, I was wearing armor, or I would have been killed. It's not just large wild animals. Even normally inconspicuous rabbits and mice have become extremely aggressive. Can you believe I almost got bitten on the ankle by a rabbit just now? Damn it, these beasts are starving. They haven't eaten in a long time, and now that the snow has melted, they're all out foraging for food. What should I do if I get injured? Does anyone have any herbs or medicine to stop bleeding? I'm willing to pay a high price to buy them. Chapter 1, 27 Serious Injury. I got bitten on the hand by a rat. Could I get the plague? I just fought a tiger and killed it by sacrificing a leg. Does anyone have any healing potions they could sell me? Holy crap, fighting a tiger? Are you Wusong? Stop joking around. There's no need to joke around. If we say we killed a tiger, then we really killed it. A video was released showing a young man next to a tiger carcass over 2 meters long. The man's right leg had been torn off at the knee and was lying there. The man even gave a peace sign to the camera, but his expression wasn't exactly pleasant. Without the treatment, he would go into shock due to excessive blood loss and eventually die. Even if the bleeding stops, the leg won't grow back. It's already difficult to gather resources with both legs, so if it only has one leg, it probably won't live much longer. The chat channel was instantly flooded with messages about beast attacks and people buying healing potions at exorbitant prices. The atmosphere, which had just been somewhat relaxed due to the melting snow, was instantly replaced by bloodshed and panic. After the extreme cold weather, the area outside the shelter was no longer safe, and the starving wild animals, whether carnivores or herbivores, were extremely aggressive. Tormented by the long, harsh winter, they were on the verge of starvation. For their own sake, and for the sake of their species, they had no choice but to come out to find food. They happened to encounter other survivors who were also weak, and regarded them as the most delicious food. Unfortunately, a significant number of survivors lacked combat experience, and, caught off guard, had their necks torn apart by wild beasts becoming their prey. Beasts that have eaten human flesh become even more frenzied, searching everywhere for new food. Lin Feng also encountered wild beasts while he was out, when he was preparing to collect a kind of dark gray clay with excellent anti-corrosion properties. 3 filthy wolves, their fur tangled together, rushed out of the ditch on the side. Their target was clear: Lin Feng, their seemingly tender and delicious prey. Without Lin Feng's command, the golden fighting rooster let out a high-pitched cry, transformed into a golden light, and charged forward, its sharp claws fiercely clawing at the eyes of the lead wolf. The Crimson Spirit Bee guards quickly assembled, raining down stings on the wolf's relatively soft belly like a bomber squadron. Lin Feng gripped his fine long sword tightly, a sharp glint in his eyes. He did not back down, but instead took the initiative to face one of the wolves. After numerous combat training sessions in the secret realm, his combat skills have far surpassed those of many others. Sidestep, dodge, swing the knife. The movement was swift and fluid. The long knife slashed a deep gash across the wolf's side, exposing the bone. The wounded wolf howled in pain and lunged even more frantically. Lin Feng remained incredibly calm. When the wolf charged at him, he suddenly slashed its body open from bottom to top with his long knife, causing its intestines to fall out and blood to spray out, emitting a strong stench of blood. Having reached the superior level, Lin Feng was naturally not afraid of these mere elite wolves. He took a deep breath, looked at the wolf corpses, and his expression was somewhat solemn. Compared to the beasts in the secret realm, these wolves are far more ferocious, attacking recklessly and without regard for their own safety. Either he dies, or the other party dies. Lin Feng shook off the bloodstains on his longsword. This was his first real battle since upgrading to the superior level, and he was much stronger than before. During the battle, his 5 senses reacted quickly, and his brain was exceptionally active. In Lin Feng's eyes, the wolf's attack was like a slow-motion scene. He could sense that there were other mysteries to the premium level, which he needed to explore gradually. He quickly gathered the necessary clay, stuffed the entire wolf into the mushroom-shaped bag, and did not linger there. Lin Feng continued his journey into the forest, wanting to see what it looked like now. Survivors who, like Lin Feng, frequently fight wild beasts do not take hungry beasts seriously. On the contrary, they can easily kill them and use them as their food reserves. However, for ordinary survivors, the result is quite the opposite. The world awoke from the extreme cold and entered a new cycle of survival of the fittest. A day passed quickly, and as night fell, the survivors shuttled back and forth between the chat channel and the trade channel. Far too many survivors were injured. The number was beyond imagination. Some survivors were injured by rabbits, rats, or even pheasants and wild ducks, and they were afraid of getting infected. Some survivors have to confront wild beasts, suffering anything from minor injuries like having a piece of flesh torn off to serious injuries like losing a hand or foot. The chat channel was filled with cries of despair, everyone desperately seeking a cure. Unfortunately, this thing is so precious that very few people can own it. Even if they did have some, they would keep it for their own use. Just then, a new person appeared in the trading channel selling healing potions with an extremely high price that the survivors simply couldn't afford. In the Tarot Club group, Shu Jiner. Fortunately, I had made contracts with several pets in the secret realm before, and with their help, I was able to deal with the sea monsters that were attacking the shelter. I'm puzzled. The sea monsters clearly have plenty of food, so why have they all become so crazy? Bai Chun, the shelter I'm in is high in the sky, so the creatures here shouldn't have been greatly affected. But today I noticed that the Thunderbirds are acting a bit strange. Song Xiangwen, I don't know. All the wild animals of superior quality within a 20-kilometer radius of my shelter have been killed. Ordinary wild animals don't dare to come near at all. Lin Feng, awesome boss, please protect me. Song Xiangwen, do you have high-level wild beasts over there? Lin Feng, I haven't found any yet, but I did encounter some extremely strong wild beasts that were starving. There are quite a few of them in the forest, but they're guarded by crimson spirit bees. I plan to sweep around and take care of all the beasts. Shu Jiner, we don't need to worry about that problem. It's just that the survivors are in trouble. I've seen many people who are seriously injured and can't buy any healing medicine right now. I just checked the trading channel, and the person with the most listings right now is someone named Li Jinyao, who is selling a healing potion for 500 spirit copper coins. Spirit coins are really hard to come by these days, and she's really asking for a high price. Bai Yishen, Li Jinyao, she is the person in charge of medical care in the 10 Elders Alliance, and it seems that she has accumulated quite a lot of treatment potions. If I'm not mistaken, quite a few advanced survivors would be willing to buy it. While they were chatting, Lin Feng had already opened the trading channel and searched for healing potions. This person named Li Jinyao had used 10 of them. Just now, 5 bottles have been sold. Chapter 128 Leasing Business. 500 spirit copper coins were used to sell 5 bottles, indicating that there are still many wealthy survivors. Lin Feng noticed that in just a short while, all the treatment potions were sold out. Bai Chun, I checked, and the healing potions are gone. Li Jinyao is a veteran member of the 10 Elders Alliance. Her talent is related to healing. It seems that she had foreseen the need for healing potions in the future and made a lot in advance. Although the 10 Elders Alliance is not the upper echelon, it is still the middle echelon. Several of its members hold extraordinary positions and have connections with the upper echelons. I had previously made contact with the 10 Elders Alliance. Later, Lin Feng had a conflict with Chang Yu, one of the members, so I deliberately inquired about their situation. I heard that something happened to Chang Yu. He was expelled from the 10 Elders Alliance, and later a person named Zhuang Yufeng was added. You can find this person in the trading channel. He specializes in dealing with survivor contracts. During the Cold Wave, many people who worked with him disappeared. Shu Jiner, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. Lin Feng, human trafficking? Zhuang Yufeng, yes and no. The business is more extensive, including things between men and women, as well as home delivery. In addition to sleeping together, we can also help collect resources, etc. To be honest, I wanted to do it too, but unfortunately, I didn't have the relevant contract scroll. This alliance of 10 elders has remained silent throughout the Cold Wave. Each of these 10 individuals is extremely powerful and selfish. Otherwise, if those 10 people had helped, more people in our area would have survived. Now that Li Jinyao is selling healing potions and Zhuang Yufeng is making money through people, it's likely that the other members will also show their true colors. It's a pity that I only know the names of a few people, and I don't know the names of the others. Anyway, I think they must have one purpose, which is to accumulate spirit coins. Lin Feng, have you seen the 3 things the system gives you every day? They're all very useful. Shu Jiner, I saw it. One of them was a high-quality pet egg called Shui Lanlan. I bought it for a huge sum of money, and it has now hatched. Lin Feng, wait, Shui Lanlan? It can't be the Shui Lanlan I'm thinking of, can it? Shu Jiner, that's right, that's it. A picture was sent over, showing aquamarine and its information. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly didn't know what to say. Bai Chun, spirit coins are very useful. I have exchanged all the things I don't need for spirit coins. I estimate that the 3 items per day are just the beginning. Maybe the official system shop will be launched after the next system update. Lin Feng, I had the same thought. Now it seems that those people are more certain. It's just unclear whether they were guessing or had gained some kind of advantage. Lin Feng said this because he had something similar. The Doomsday Library, a library that could see countless disasters and apocalypses, which is like a different kind of advantage. Bai Chun, no matter which one, we need to accumulate more spirit coins. It's a pity that there are still too few of us, and we are not ruthless or vicious enough. Otherwise, we could also amass spirit coins on a large scale. Lin Feng, the 10 Elders Alliance has a grudge against me. I crippled Changyu, and I estimate that the 10 Elders Alliance will definitely try to retaliate against me. Since that's the case, I don't mind taking some of their business. Bai Chun, how are you going to steal it? Lin Feng, you'll see when you see it. Lin Feng took out the flesh-weaving bandage. This special item, made by the flesh-weaving factory, has an excellent effect on healing injuries, and in some ways, it is even more effective than healing potions. He opened the trading channel. Since spirit coins were important, he didn't mind earning a little more. The trading channel is not just about trading. Leasing is also a type of trading. Lin Feng posted the information about the flesh bandages and then set up the rental. As for the pricing, the system automatically provided it. The rental price is 20 spirit copper coins, and the rental time is 10 minutes. The item must be returned after 10 minutes, otherwise it will be subject to system penalties. As for the punishment effect, there are several options. Fines, property penalties, and even death penalties each have different prices, which Lin Feng needs to pay. Lin Feng paid 1,000 spirit copper coins directly and chose to pay with his life. He knew that those powerful survivors would definitely have a way to leave the items behind. Since you dare to do this, then be prepared to die. Lin Feng released the meat bandage, which immediately attracted the attention of countless survivors. Almost instantly, the flesh bandage was lent out. Immediately, related comments appeared in the chat channel. Boss Lin Feng is here to help us again. Hurry up and rent some flesh bandages. What kind of flesh-woven bandage? It's a wonderful thing that can heal our injuries. Just from a description, you can tell it can save lives. Holy crap, I saw it. A true master is a master. He actually possesses something so valuable. They must have such good stuff to lend out. It's all for our benefit. At the same time, Lin Feng felt something. His title, the Benevolent One, is constantly absorbing blessings. He can actively release them, or choose to store them and then passively use them. Lin Feng suddenly realized that good fortune was extremely important and that it was best to collect as much as possible. He was initially hesitant, but now he trusted his instincts and put the elf wand up for sale as well, at the same price and for the same time. As for the moonlit water, he didn't hang it up. Firstly, the well water wasn't enough, and secondly, he needed to use the well water to cultivate the elf tree seeds. These two items alone are enough to help many more survivors. Lin Feng sat at the table, waiting for Lin Bin's dinner to be ready, holding a glass of pomegranate juice in his hand. This is pomegranate juice produced today by a strange and wonderful juicer. It has a sweet and sour taste that can keep you alert and relieve physical fatigue. The trading channel kept ringing. The flesh bandage would return every 5 minutes and then be lent out again. About 10 minutes later, the meal was laid out on the table. Master, I've processed the wolf meat. The wolf legs were roasted, and the tenderest parts of the wolf were cooked. I also made a large pot of bone broth and a large pot of wolf meat. It will take time to extract the essence from them, Lin Bin said. Well done. Lin Feng took a bite of the wolf meat. It was very well prepared. It might not be as juicy as the beef he had eaten before, but it wasn't dry at all. It tasted just right. Both of them had quite large appetites and ate a lot. While chatting, the food on the table was quickly eaten. At this moment, Lin Bin brought over the stewed wolf meat and soup from the kitchen. The aroma was rich, and the broth was milky white. Chapter 129, The 10 Elders Alliance's Purpose for Saving Money. Lin Feng held a large piece of wolf meat in his hand. After being stewed for a long time, it was so tender that it fell off the bone. It tasted good, and the key was that it even had a hint of apple flavor. Lin Bin explained that this was something he found in a recipe. When stewing meat, you can add apples, hawthorns, or kiwis, all of which can make the meat tender and juicy. Since there were no hawthorns or kiwis in the kitchen, he substituted apples. I see. That's good, really good. Lin Feng ate the wolf meat in big mouthfuls, while Lin Bin brought overcooked rice to make rice soup. Lin Feng thoroughly enjoyed the meal. It was the first time he had ever discovered that wolf meat could taste so delicious. As for the wolf bones used for stewing soup, Lin Bin threw them into the compost bin along with the kitchen waste. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Feng digested for a while, took a shower, and returned to his bedroom. As usual, he went to the Doomsday Library, and when he came out again, he had a puzzled look on his face. This disaster is called Smile. Anyone who doesn't laugh will be hunted down by monsters. By now, he has witnessed several disasters, some terrifying, some bizarre, and some that inspire despair. Regardless of the type, it's very difficult for ordinary survivors to avoid it. In his view, even if the survivors are united and determined, it only increases the chances of them surviving. As for now, it's probably very difficult. A message came from the Tarot Club group. Shu Jiner, I saw that Li Jinyao has sold at least 30 bottles of healing potions. She's making a fortune. Lin Feng, your rental service is quite impressive. Many people in the chat channel are saying that the flesh-weaving bandage and the elf wand are very useful. Lin Feng, I just don't want them to die so easily. There's strength in numbers, and that's not just a casual saying. A message was sent to a friend. Bai Chun, be careful. My insider said the 10 Elders Alliance is targeting you, possibly because your actions have infringed upon their interests. Lin Feng, thank you, I understand. At this time, within the 10 Elders Alliance, Li Jinyao, medical dammit, this Lin Feng was against Chanyu before, and now he's going against me again. I originally wanted to squeeze every last drop of profit out of these trash, but with him messing things up like this, it's all a complete failure. Zhang Tianrui, planting he was constantly jumping around during the extremely cold weather, and I heard that he even got an epic rating. He seems to be a force to be reckoned with. None of us got an epic rating. Meng Junxian, Beast Tamer, to be honest, I'm very puzzled. Old you said that an epic rating or higher is not something that could be obtained easily. Even among those at the top, many are below epic. How'd he get it? There must be something fishy going on. Zhang Tianrui, planning this kid has been jumping around for too long. Don't you have any means to punish him? It's because of him that our plans have failed time and time again. This time, we're going to put all our effort into collecting spirit coins, since we'll be participating in that auction that encompasses all the heavens and myriad realms in the future. Li Jinyao, medical, the message from above tells us to collect more spirit coins and look for all sorts of strange and unusual things, which shows that this auction is quite important. If we, the 10 Elders Alliance, want to move up in rank, we must seize this opportunity. Meng Junxian, Beast Tamer. The most basic entry qualification for the auction requires having more than 100,000 spirit copper coins or rare treasures. I heard there are 9 levels, and the requirements for each level are terrifyingly high. I also heard inside information that the auction will feature peaches that increase lifespan, cultivation techniques, and legendary artifacts. Li Jinyao, medical, that's exactly why we need to accumulate spirit coins. Speaking of the others, none of them have come out recently. Zhuang Yufeng, person, I'm busy with business right now. I've seen a vast market and want to explore it. If we succeed, we could get a lot of thugs. Meng Junxian, animal tamer, what market? Tell me about it. Lin Feng looked at the photos and videos posted in the chat channel, all saying that the flesh-weaving bandage and the elf wand were extremely effective, even better than healing potions. By helping more survivors, Lin Feng also received a lot of good fortune through his title. As for when to use it, that's something to see in the future. In addition, Lin Feng also discovered that the flesh bandages could not be used indefinitely and needed to be replenished with flesh and blood. Each replenishment consumes 5 wild beasts, each weighing around 100 pounds, and takes about 2 hours to replenish before another replenishment can be done. Lin Feng tried to make the flesh-woven bandage absorb more people, which could increase its endurance. Weaving flesh bandages requires flesh and blood, and the revitalization and upgrade of the shelter also requires flesh and blood. Lin Feng leaned against the wall and muttered to himself. He couldn't go down into the secret realm now, so he could only search for wild beasts in the surrounding area, but it would be troublesome to search by himself alone. If only wild animals would come to him on their own initiative. Of course, Lin Feng knew he was dreaming. Song Xiangwen Sanctuary is simply a place where people devour flesh and blood to improve themselves. He would never take out any flesh and blood. As for Bai Chun and Shu Jiner, They also need to prepare meat for their future life. Lin Feng thought for a moment and then sent a message to Liu Yufan, asking if he had any extra flesh and blood. Liu Yufan, brother, I have a lot of lava monsters here, but I can't beat them all. I don't have many on hand. If you need them urgently, I can give them to you first. Lin Feng, no need, you can keep it yourself. Wait, why are you still over there at the volcano? Hasn't a volcanic eruption occurred yet? Liu Yufan, it happened. I originally wanted to move away, but I encountered an unexpected situation. My shelter is now inside a volcano. How should I put it? Brother, do you know about the secret realm? Lin Feng, I know, I've even been inside. Liu Yufan, wow bro, you're amazing. I'm currently in the passage between the secret realm and reality, which connects the two. The secret realm is still sealed, so powerful monsters inside can't get out, but some weak ones can get out through the passage. Correspondingly, some plants, water, and other things in the secret realm will also come to this passage. There are quite a few monsters here, including many fire butterflies, bees, and so on. I can't get close, so I can only explore quietly for now. Lin Feng, what bees? Liu Yufan sent me a picture directly. Fire wax bee of excellent quality. Then another video was sent. When I opened it, I saw a huge swarm of bright red bees buzzing around me, which was terrifying. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had always wanted to increase the variety of bees, and now he had the opportunity. If we catch them and raise them, we might be able to create a flame bee hive. This would increase the number of bees and give them the ability to fight back against swarms of insects. Chapter 130 Yu Yufan's Sanctuary. Lin Feng, do you need help killing the monster? Liu Yufan, seriously bro, I really need this. Let me tell you, I encountered several high-level monsters in this passage, but I'm too weak to even get close. If the two of us brothers join forces, we're guaranteed to dominate the world. Lin Feng, hold on, don't be so optimistic. The combat power of high-quality creatures is beyond your imagination. How about this? It's convenient now. I'll go over there and check the situation. The two are already close friends, so they can naturally send messages with each other's consent. This is the content after the system update, and it seems that the goal is to enable survivors to help each other. Liu Yufan agreed, but Lin Feng didn't rush over. Instead, he checked his equipment first, and then took the Vajra fighting rooster and the Crimson Spirit Bee guard with him. As for Lin Bin, he naturally followed suit. As the teleportation light flashed, Lin Feng reappeared, replaced by a wave of heat, mixed with a strong smell of sulfur. Lin Feng looked closely and found himself standing at the entrance of a slightly dimly lit natural cave. He was a little confused. Shouldn't they be inside the shelter? Why were they here? Looking up, one could see huge cracks in some parts of the cave, letting in dim light, and also vaguely seeing the slowly flowing magma above, emitting a dark red glow. The lava cast an orange-yellow hue over the entire surrounding environment, creating an unsettling feeling, especially since the air is slightly distorted due to the high temperature. Inhaling it brings a dry, burning sensation to the lungs. The surrounding walls are covered with unevenly distributed dark red rocks, crisscrossing like blood vessels in the human body, still flowing with magma. Many unknown plants grow in the cracks of the rocks, some dry and slender, others covering the ground like moss. You are, brother. Suddenly, a surprised voice came from ahead. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man who was about 1.78 meters tall, with a strong body and dark skin. When he opened his mouth, his white teeth contrasted sharply with his dark complexion. You Fan? Lin Feng asked. Yes, it's me. Why are you so dark-skinned? Liu Yufan explained, I'm a sports student, and I often play basketball and soccer outside, so I'm much darker than others. This isn't inside a volcano, and I don't know if it's because of the lava, but I've gotten several shades darker. But it's not a big problem. I look healthy. Lin Feng nodded. What's going on with your shelter? Why am I here instead of in your shelter? Liu Yufan scratched his head. I'm not really sure either. It seems to be related to the secret realm passage. Never mind that, let's go. He was in front, while Lin Feng followed beside him. The two walked along a narrow path into the depths of the cave, and soon, a shelter built into the natural cave appeared before them, its outer walls blending seamlessly into the mountain rock. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then asked, Why is your shelter integrated with the walls here? Don't you know that shelters are independent entities? Lu Yufan was a little confused. Really? I didn't know that. Isn't your shelter like this, brother? They are not the same. They didn't talk much outside, but instead went into each other's shelter. Lin Feng was surprised to find that Li Yufan's shelter was somewhat special. The ground was not made of wood, but of stone, which looked similar to volcanic rock. However, the shelter was not too hot inside. It was at least 5 or 6 degrees cooler than the outside. There were also pots of plants about 1 meter tall placed around the shelter, and the plant buds were rotating at a uniform speed, almost like fans. A gentle breeze wafts out, carrying a faint fragrance, and when it brushes against a person, it brings a refreshing sensation. These plants also seem to have an air filtration effect. The sulfur smell inside the house is quite faint, and several crystals are embedded in the walls, emitting light and serving as illumination. Brother, what do you think of my shelter? I put a lot of effort into it, Li Yufan said proudly. This plant is called the windflower. Don't underestimate it just because it's only of ordinary grade. It can create a stable breeze, keeping the shelter well ventilated and purifying the air. Look at this. This is something I found in a treasure chest. It's called an energy releaser. I put the ice crystal you gave me in it, and it can release the icy energy inside. That way, my shelter won't be so hot. Lin Feng looked over and saw an object resembling a humidifier on the stone table, with water vapor spraying out from the top. As you get closer, you can feel a noticeable change in the surrounding temperature. This is quite useful. In this hot spring pool, it's an excellent level building, rated for its quality. Soaking in it can soothe your energy, heal injuries, and even enhance your strength and heat resistance. Lu Yufan listed many benefits, and Lin Feng also noticed the hot spring pool with steam rising from it. The pool wasn't very big, only about 2 or 3 meters wide, and there was a shelf next to it with towels hanging on it. It's clear that the other person often soaks in the hot springs here. Lu Yufan didn't hold back at all, showing Lin Feng around the entire shelter. His shelter was currently at level 4 and had 2 floors, but he used 1 floor as a planting and breeding area. He learned this from Lin Feng. The planting area mainly consists of grain crops, 5 fruit trees, and other miscellaneous plants. Lin Feng spotted some high-quality flowers and planned to trade them for something to transplant into a sanctuary for the crimson spirit bees to collect nectar from. Lu Yufan waved his hand, saying he had no use for these flowers. He had only dug some up and planted them because they looked nice. Brother, if you want, I'll take you to a place later. There are huge fields of flowers, lots of butterflies and bees, but it's also very dangerous. Okay, that's good. I can rest assured now. Don't worry, although I'm a bit rough around the edges, I can still manage my life. By the way, you know about the next disaster that will occur after the system update, right? Do you have any materials here that can help deal with it? Lin Feng asked. There really are some, but they're hard to dig up. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng decided not to linger any longer. After making some preparations, the two left the shelter. Having spent a long time here, Lu Yufan led Lin Feng through the intricate volcanic caves with ease. Chapter 131, The Garden Hidden in the Volcano. Look over there. Lu Yufan pointed to a cluster of blue crystals growing beside a lava stream. That's cold iron ore. Although I don't understand why there would be such a thing in a volcano. Maybe this is what is called the Yin arising from Yang. Anyway, that's the gist of it. It's of excellent quality and feels very cold to the touch. I have quite a few in my shelter, which are used to cope with the heat. It's just not easy to mine because the texture is too hard. However, this material is highly resistant to corrosion, so it would be quite good if it could be used to forge things like shields. However, a shield seems a bit too heavy to carry around all the time. If you're going out, it would be better to have a hat or an umbrella. There are molten lava scorpions guarding this, or their stingers are poisonous, and getting stung is quite troublesome. He then pointed to some honeycomb-like structures on the rock wall. Those are the nests of firewax bees. Don't be fooled by their fire-like appearance. The firewax they secrete has many functions. It can be used to set fires, release water, and should also protect against acid rain. I applied firewax to my gloves before, and then went to the lava to collect a material called fire beads. I only managed to collect 2 before the gloves were burned away. Those were excellent grade gloves. Later, I wanted to get some more candle wax, but these candle wax bees were too fierce. I was afraid of getting stung to death, so I gave up. Oh right, this is it. Lu Yufan took out a bright red bead about the size of a ping-pong ball from his pocket, with liquid flowing inside. When Lin Feng looked at the information, he was surprised to find that it was still rated as high quality. It's really good. There it is. Lin Feng followed his gaze and saw a flowing river of lava 100 meters away, with lava gushing forth like a river. However, they did not feel the intense heat. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Lu Yufan took the initiative to say, I previously traded a water spirit orb with someone in the trading channel. When I carry it with me, the temperature within a 2-meter radius around me drops to a relatively comfortable level. So that's how it is. Lin Feng suddenly realized. Lu Yufan has had many opportunities, which is one of the reasons why he has been able to survive until now. Along the way, Lin Feng saw many strange things. Ravines flowing with lava, bursting flowers that could spew out small fireballs, and lava rhinoceroses drinking water by a relatively open lava lake. These rhinoceroses are covered in heavy, black basalt-like armor, and each one is of a superior grade or higher, with one even being a king rhinoceros of the highest quality. They only looked at it from a distance and did not approach it. With his familiarity with the environment and knowledge of the habits of volcanic creatures, Lu Yufan skillfully led Lin Feng away from several obvious dangerous areas, showing Lin Feng what the passage to this secret realm looked like. 2 hours later, their bags were filled with a lot of materials, which amazed Lin Feng. This secret passage is truly remarkable, possessing the characteristics of biodiversity. Brother, we're only at the outer edge of the passage. The middle section is just ahead, where there's a large garden. I've been stuck in that garden for a while now, and can't go any further. Lin Feng was curious. Yu Yufan was of excellent level, familiar with the terrain, quick-witted, and had a lot of equipment. How could he be trapped? What kind of place was this? The two continued forward, and a hidden fork in the road appeared ahead, completely blocked by fallen rocks. The only way to pass through was via the fork in the road. After entering the fork in the road, the temperature inside immediately dropped by at least 7 or 8 degrees, and the air was no longer scorching and dry, but instead felt humid. Lin Feng's nostrils twitched slightly as he caught a whiff of a strange floral fragrance. The scent invigorated him, and his expression changed slightly. Seeing that Lu Yufan remained expressionless, he felt relieved. After walking about 100 meters, they passed through a natural curtain formed by hanging woven vines, and the scene before them suddenly opened up, leaving even Lin Feng, who was used to seeing snow-covered landscapes, endless dense forests, and the underground world of dwarves, stunned. The scene before him made Lin Feng feel as if he had stepped into a huge garden hidden inside the mountain. The light source here does not come from the magma fissures at the top, but from the garden itself. Countless plants emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire space. The shimmering light was dazzling and beautiful, like stepping into a fairyland. Some flowers look as if they were carved from sapphires, with crystal-clear dewdrops on their petals, reflecting a deep blue light. Some of the flowers are entirely golden, about the size of a disc, radiating a warm glow, and from a distance, they look like tiny suns. Other plants display 7 colors, with rainbows appearing on their flowers. The garden is divided into different areas, each with different plants, stretching as far as the eye can see. A 7-colored rose? Lin Feng asked in surprise. He had previously bought seeds of 7-colored roses at the store. These flowers are helpful for the evolution of the crimson spirit bees. He spent 100 spirit copper coins on them, but he didn't expect there to be such a large patch of them here. Lin Feng instinctively wanted to dig, but he only took 1 step forward before stopping. He saw that there was great danger hidden in this beautiful environment. A giant butterfly, with vibrant colors and wingspans exceeding 0.5 meter, is fluttering among the flowers. The shimmering phosphorescent powder on their wings was constantly scattered with each flap, beautiful and alluring under the light. However, Lin Feng keenly sensed that the phosphorus powder seemed to be toxic, and that contact with it could cause serious problems. Brother, look over there, Lu Yufan said in a low voice. Some creatures, comparable in size to wolves, with metallic-looking carapaces, were moving about. From a distance, they appeared in large numbers, row upon row. They carried all sorts of things on their backs, such as large seeds, mangled animal carcasses, and special materials. Ants! Lin Feng was shocked. The largest ant he had ever seen was only a few centimeters long, and the size of the ant in front of him was beyond his imagination. A biologist once said that if insects were scaled up proportionally, each one could easily kill many people, and even with firearms, they would not be so easy to eliminate. Creatures like ants can carry things hundreds of times their own weight. There were at least dozens of ants in front of them. Even if Song Xiangwen and the others came, they might not be able to deal with them, let alone Lin Feng. Chapter 132: Hot Springs with Tempering Effects. Even more striking are the bees flitting among the flower stamens. Judging by their appearance alone, they are completely different from normal bees. They are about the size of a fist, and their stingers are different colors. There were fiery red ones, azure blue ones, and jet black ones, which made Lin Feng's eyes widen in amazement. Is this still a bee? The other party's information also appeared before his eyes. Name: Elemental Worker Bee. Grade: Excellent. Description: This is a bee capable of unleashing elemental power, possessing powerful attacks, and the elemental honey it produces can enhance elemental perception. Each one was of excellent quality, making Lin Feng's mouth water. If only he could capture and tame the queen bee, and then breed them in large numbers. In this way, an elemental army can be formed, enabling true aerial warfare. Unfortunately, Lin Feng could only look on, mainly because there were simply too many elemental worker bees. There were at least 100 of them, let alone catching one. Even if there were one, he wouldn't dare to catch it. The swarm effect is too terrifying. Brother, those are illusionary light butterflies. Those are elemental worker bees. And over there are diamond ants. They're all in groups, and each of them occupies a territory. I don't know what kind of agreement they have reached, but they don't fight each other. Lu Yufan explained. Before, when I explored here, I could only go as far as 50 meters before I would be discovered. These monsters are too cunning. I simply couldn't find an opportunity. I reckon that unless you can become invisible, you simply won't be able to get through. When Li Yufan spoke, he sounded incredibly frustrated. He had been trapped here for far too long and really wanted to get through this garden. I'll give it a try. Lin Feng put on the mushroom hat, which could greatly reduce the wild animal's attention from him. Be careful. Lin Feng tentatively took a few steps forward, and the monsters did not notice him. But when he had walked about 20 or 30 meters, a rapid buzzing sound came from behind. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 fiery red elemental worker bees not far away. They seemed to have spotted him and began to vibrate their wings, their crimson stingers aimed at him, emitting a scorching aura. Oh no, we've been spotted, bro, run. Lu Yufan's expression changed, and he took out a handful of powder from his pocket, scattering it as Lin Feng ran back. A strong smell of sulfur hit the elemental worker bees. They originally wanted to continue the pursuit, but under the influence of the sulfur powder, they just hovered in the air and did not come down. Finally, they returned to collect nectar. The two moved slightly away from the garden, gazing at this beautiful yet deadly place, and both sighed with emotion. The resources here are really abundant. I've only gone in about 20 or 30 miles, and I've already seen at least 5 kinds of high-quality flowers, as well as some other plants. Yes, it would be great if we could have them for ourselves, but unfortunately it's just a dream. Bees, ants, and butterflies are like devils, guarding them tightly. There should be more than that. Although it's a 3-way standoff, I feel there are even more powerful beings here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be living here so peacefully. Lin Feng warned, "Don't come over here casually. It's too dangerous." Yes, I know. The two lingered for a while longer before leaving. On the way back, Lin Feng also began to kill and tame the creatures here. For example, the fire wax bees may not be as powerful as the elemental worker bees, but they are still quite useful. Lin Feng deliberately found a relatively small fire wax bee hive, and as a large number of crimson spirit bee guards emerged, they rushed towards the hive. The fire wax bees inside the hive, provoked, also rushed out to fight. Unfortunately, after being trained by Lin Feng, the crimson spirit bee guards are not only more numerous, but also far stronger in combat than these fire wax bees. Before long, Lin Feng packed the firewax beehive into the mushroom bag. Liu Yufan was stunned. Normally, he would walk around firewax bees when he saw them, but now he was actively looking for their nest. Bro, you're awesome. Lin Feng didn't even turn his head. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find the beehive. This time, try to clear out the creatures around you to ensure your shelter is relatively safe. Thank you, brother. Liu Yufan is a person without any ulterior motives. If someone is kind to him, he will repay them tenfold. Now, seeing that brother Lin Feng went to such lengths to come and help him, he will never forget this kindness. Liu Yufan's exploration over the past few days had not been in vain. He had already memorized the locations of these firewax beehives and led Lin Feng to clear them away one by one. About an hour later, Lin Feng had 8 firewax beehives in his mushroom bag. They didn't continue searching. Firstly, most of the beehives around the shelter had been cleared away, and the rest were quite far away. Secondly, those beehives are very strong. Each one is 2 or 3 meters tall, and one of them is more than 5 meters tall. The firewax bees outside are densely packed in a large area. Along the way, Lin Feng also killed many other creatures before they returned to the shelter. Liu Yufan was extremely grateful. Brother, I don't have anything good here, but you must soak in this hot spring. It's very good for your health. Lin Feng was already covered in sweat and felt sticky all over, so he didn't refuse and decided to soak in the hot spring before leaving. He stripped down to his underwear and soaked in the hot spring. The temperature wasn't particularly high, but after my body was submerged in the water, it felt like wisps of energy were seeping into my pores. These energies gathered in his body, causing him to sweat profusely and feel hot, but it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling. Instead, it felt like pent-up energy within his body was being released. Indeed, bubbles were constantly rising from the hot spring, though not very large. Liu Yufan was a little surprised. Brother, you're in great physical condition. The first time I soaked in it, there were so many big bubbles I just couldn't stop. Yes, excellent grade. Holy crap. Liu Yufan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Awesome, so awesome. No wonder you're my brother. By the way, bro, if you have any friends or pets, you can hang out here too. This hot spring can expel impurities and pent-up emotions, and it can also temper one's bloodline. I have 2 pets that soaked here, and their strength has increased quite a bit. Oh, you can do that. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He summoned the Vudra fighting rooster and placed it in the hot spring, then ordered the Crimson Spirit Bee guards he had brought out to soak in it as well. Chip der Stotenu 3 bait evolution. Inside the hot spring, bubbles kept bubbling and rising to the surface. Lin Feng soaked in the hot spring for about half an hour before coming out. He knew that the hot spring was no longer of any use to him. But the golden rooster was as excited as if it were having a blast, and its feathers were falling out one after another, looking like it was about to go bald. The fighting rooster let out a comfortable crowing, and new feathers began to grow from the spot where the feathers had fallen. These feathers were dark gold in color. Moreover, the feathers became even brighter, and there was even a faint crimson light flowing within the quills, and the aura began to rise at a visible speed. Lin Feng knew from its consciousness that the golden fighting rooster had reached the point of evolution and was now striving to reach a superior level. Lin Feng then brought Lin Bin out, and Liu Yufan was visibly startled upon seeing him. Brother, is this your friend? He is a friend, and also a subordinate. Owner, Lin Bin, the master, left Liu Yufan speechless with astonishment. All she could do was admire him. The Crimson Spirit Bee guard's shell gleamed with a deeper sheen, and its stinger seemed to shimmer with a sharper light. Its overall aura was also significantly enhanced. After Lin Bin submerged himself in the hot spring water, nothing happened. Not even a single bubble appeared. Lin Feng was still a little puzzled. Could it be that Lin Bin's puppet body wouldn't be tempered by the hot spring? He asked around, and Lin Bin replied that his body seemed to be adapting. Lin Feng was relieved. As long as it was useful, that was fine. About half an hour has passed. Suddenly, the golden rooster raised its head and let out a cry that seemed to pierce gold and split rocks. It stood up abruptly from the water, and its body burst forth with a strong reddish-gold light. The fighting rooster's body visibly grew larger. Its feathers became fuller and more magnificent, especially its tail feathers, which became long and dazzling, with a crimson sheen at the edges. Its crest on its head turned like a burning flame. Its eyes became sharper, and it was filled with the majesty of a king. Lin Feng quickly checked the information of the Vajra fighting rooster and found that it had been upgraded to the superior level and had activated its own bloodline ability, awakening 3 abilities. Chicken King Intimidation. It has a powerful intimidating effect on insect creatures, rendering them unable to fight and weakening their will to fight. Flame Impact. Transform into flames and incinerate everything. Extreme Yang Element. Passive, any evil spirits, ghosts, or dark creatures will be fatally restrained. Good. Lin Feng praised repeatedly. At this time, the golden rooster, judging from its appearance alone, actually resembled a phoenix. All 3 abilities are very powerful. At this time, the Crimson Spirit Bee guards also underwent changes. Their appearance did not change as much as the Vajra fighting rooster, but their bodies became much larger, their stingers became sharper, and their combat power was also enhanced. Lin Feng muttered to himself. It seemed he needed to bring all his pets over to try it out. Lin Bin kept his eyes closed. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to go back and bring the things back. He brought the guardian bee queen and the sleeping purple squirrel over and threw them into the hot spring. Then they put the celestial snake egg into it to see if it would have any effect. Before long, the purple squirrel opened its eyes first. Its fur had completely transformed into purple, and under the light, it looked as bright and smooth as purple silk. The information about the purple spirit squirrel has also changed. Name: Purple Spirit Squirrel, Mutant. Grade: Excellent. Abilities: Treasure Hunting, Danger Perception, Extreme Speed. Description: Its bloodline has been tempered in a high-quality hot spring, and the medicinal effects of the fruit it previously ate have been fully digested and integrated into its bloodline, resulting in a profound mutation. It will be a special existence among squirrels. Its abilities have been greatly enhanced, and it is no longer restricted by its bloodline, allowing it to smoothly enter the superior level. The purple squirrel shook off the water, then hopped onto Lin Feng's shoulder, making squeaking noises and telling him how it felt. Lin Feng reached out and patted its little head. It's good that you're awake. We'll go back and have a big meal later. The guardian bee queen also quickly benefited from the hot spring. She was already of superior quality, and now all her attributes were improved, and she was able to breed new bee species. Now all that's missing is Lin Bin. Even Yu Yufan was a little puzzled. Brother, what's up with your friend? Is he perhaps at a higher level than you? No, not really. Let's take a look first. When Lin Feng returned, he brought back a lot of food, such as dried meat, smoked fish, steamed buns, bread, etc., which he left for Liu Yufan. Liu Yufan was a true adventurer, which suited his youthful nature. He usually ate just to get by, typically only having 1 meal a day. He spends most of his time exploring the outside world, and now that he sees so much food, his eyes are shining. Brother, you've really saved my life. Lin Feng smiled and said, if you ever need food, just contact me. You can come and go freely now, but once my strength improves, I'll come and help you get rid of those monsters. Le Yufan nodded. At this moment, Lin Bin, who was in the hot spring, finally stood up. His body was already strong, and now it looked like the most standard template of human muscle. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and he exuded a dangerous aura. He emerged from the hot spring, approached Lin Feng, and knelt on one knee. Owner, how was the harvest? Very big. Good, not bad. Lin Feng didn't ask any further questions here, but turned to look at Liu Yufan and said, we'll go back first. If you have anything to say, just say so. Come visit me sometime. Okay, I'll go when I have time. As the teleportation light dissipated, Lin Feng and his companions returned to their shelter. Tell me specifically what you've learned. Lin Bin replied, my physical functions have been enhanced, increasing my strength by 10% compared to before. I have also awakened the ability to analyze weaknesses, which allows me to quickly scan and analyze a target's weaknesses in battle and deliver a fatal blow. Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. They even awakened an ability. Not bad. Our strength has increased a lot this time. We are at least able to put up a fight against the insect swarm. Lin Feng arrived at the breeding area and placed the firewax bee's nest into the animal pen to tame it. However, the guardian queen bee flew out of the hive and then entered the firewax bee hive. Before long, all the firewax bee queens submitted to it. It's good news that they can be tamed without needing time to be domesticated. Lin Feng gave the order to increase their numbers and produce honey, then returned to the living room. Chapter 134: Hiring People to Hunt Wild Animals. Since waking up, Ling has been running around the living room nonstop, quite active. Lin Feng gave Ling the high-quality walnuts and chestnuts he had collected earlier, and Ling immediately began to eat them with relish. After visiting Liu Yufan, Lin Feng couldn't sleep. Anyway, with his current physical condition, he could go 3 days and 3 nights without sleep without any problem. So he simply opened the trading channel and the chat channel. The two channels kept refreshing in front of him. Right now, the survivors were still mainly relying on healing items. Even though they were using the flesh bandages that Lin Feng had given them for treatment, they still wanted to stock up on more medicine. The survivors all know that they will inevitably have to fight wild beasts in the future. The wild beasts that have been starving for a long time are indeed fierce, but they are also indeed weak. If these wild beasts are allowed to eat their fill and regain their strength, the survivors' chances of survival will decrease again. It will be better to put in the effort these next few days to improve your combat skills. That might increase your chances of survival. Some people even chose to go out mining at night and said in the group that there was no great danger at night, except that they could not see wild animals. This puzzled Lin Feng. He clearly remembered that time when he was delayed and did not return to the shelter before nightfall. A strange monster in the darkness grabbed him, and he almost died. Why is it no longer available? After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng decided to leave the shelter courtyard and take a step into the darkness. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Lin Feng discovered that there were indeed no monsters in the darkness, which was a good thing for the survivors. Many people tried it and found it to be true, so they collected resources in the dark. The night passed quietly, and when daylight came, the survivors still did not rest. On the last day before the disaster struck, all the survivors spent their time in a frantic frenzy. After the snow under the trees melted completely, the temperature rose noticeably, bringing a damp chill that foreshadowed the coming rain. Almost all the survivors fought with all their might, and the sound of logging echoed through the forest, while the mining area was filled with the constant clanging and banging of metal. Pressure can be a motivator, and under such high pressure, the potential of a considerable number of people has indeed been greatly stimulated. Many survivors who had narrowly escaped the extreme cold disaster, whose shelters remained at level 2, finally upgraded their shelters to level 3 through their almost frantic collecting over the past few days. Beams of light, representing upgrades, shone brightly across the world, like glimmers of hope. However, the survivors now know that the shelter only gains the fortified ability when it is upgraded to level 4, and level 3 is still not enough to resist acid rain. There was no other way. These survivors were already far behind the others, and now they were doing everything they could. Now it remains to be seen what the initial stages of acid rain will look like. Many survivors are discussing this in the chat channel, saying that if the impact on the human body is not too significant, they are willing to risk the acid rain to collect resources. Level 4. At least a level 4 shelter is required. Phew, these past few days have been absolutely insane. It's been a long time since I've fought this hard for my survival. And I must say, it's actually quite exhilarating. Upstairs, you wouldn't happen to be McDonald's, would you? No. I finally understand the effect of positive feedback. As long as I work hard, I can see the shelter upgrade and then protect my safety. That's positive feedback. You're right. After upgrading the shelter to level 3, I finally feel much more at ease. Hey, brothers, level 3 is just the basics. Only level 4 shelters are capable of protecting themselves. The acid rain will get stronger and stronger, and there are also insects. Level 3 shelters may only be able to barely protect themselves, and may not even be able to protect themselves. There's no other way. We've already given our all. With the resources we have, we don't even dare to think about upgrading to level 4. The main problem is that there are too many starving wild beasts outside, which greatly affects the efficiency of resource collection. If it weren't for these wild beasts, I probably would have already upgraded the shelter to level 4. It would be difficult for us to kill wild beasts on our own unless we had someone to help us, But right now, everyone is on guard against each other, and no one dares to. I did hire some people to help kill the beast. Upstairs, what do you mean? It means exactly what it says, using a contract scroll to bind both parties. He helps me kill wild beasts, and I pay him. Holy crap, this is awesome. However, if the hiring price is too high, we don't have the money. It wasn't expensive, it only cost 10 spirit copper coins. The price isn't expensive, and it can help resolve the danger, so this is fine. Since someone has mentioned it, I'll just advertise here. My nickname is Black Panther. I'm a level 4 sanctuary, my combat strength is decent, and I have a high-quality pet, the claw lynx. We accept jobs eliminating threatening wild animals. Compensation will be discussed privately. A contract must be signed in advance to ensure the rights of both parties. Your satisfaction is guaranteed. The Godslayer squad currently consists of 3 members, all fully equipped and experienced in combat. They can provide area beast clearing services and offer flexible payment options, including spirit coins, high-quality materials, and special blueprints, but a contract is required. I highly recommend Joe Woody. He himself is of excellent quality, and he also has 2 excellent quality pets and an excellent greatsword. He cleared out the wild beasts around my shelter. His price is reasonable. You can contact him. I recommend Boss Lu Wei. He's efficient and decisive. He gets things done as soon as he arrives and leaves as soon as he's done. He's a good fit for introverted people. In no time, the chat channel was filled with messages from people accepting tasks and making recommendations. Lin Feng was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. He watched for a while before he understood. These survivors, who call themselves bounty hunters or mercenaries, are usually quite strong individually or have formed fixed teams. Their shelter level and personal combat strength are also quite good. They use their advantages to protect survivors who lack combat ability or directly complete hunting missions in exchange for spirit coins or scarce resources. To be fair, humans are a fascinating group. Even when faced with dire situations, they can quickly come up with solutions. Relatively speaking, there are relatively few people who can sign contracts. After all, contract scrolls are too precious. Lin Feng was somewhat curious. Although it was said to be rare, he had seen at least dozens of them. Could there be so many people with a scroll? He does have some himself. He acquired them through a previous transaction with someone else. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a quick way to collect flesh and blood, become a bounty hunter. Chapter 135 Bounty Hunter Guild License. Lin Feng opened the Tarot Club group and sent a message. I'm going to become a bounty hunter to help other survivors kill hungry beasts. Shu Jiner. Why would you suddenly do this? You're not really a saint, are you? Doing something so thankless doesn't necessarily guarantee gratitude. Bai Chun, don't worry, Lin Feng isn't that kind of person. I believe he definitely has his own reasons. Lin Feng, that's right. I need a lot of flesh and blood. The flesh-weaving bandage can't be used indefinitely. To have a healing effect, it must consume flesh and blood. Since I have the strength, I thought I might as well hunt some wild beasts. First, to replenish my flesh and blood. Second, to stockpile meat. Third, to allow as many survivors as possible to live. And fourth, I think spirit coins are very important and will definitely be of great use in the future. So, I'll see if I can save up some. Shu Jiner. So it's a triple win. I support it. There are quite a few people in the chat channel talking about this too. But I see that they all have contract scrolls to do this. Do you have one? Lin Feng. Yes, but not many, so this bounty hunter job probably won't last long. Bai Chun. Based on my observations over the past few days and information obtained through my connections, members of the 10 Elders Alliance and its affiliated forces have been unusually active recently. They were frantically accepting all sorts of tasks, collecting specific resources and spirit coins regardless of cost. I feel that their actions are very purposeful, not like they're aimlessly accumulating spirit coins, but rather like they have something in mind. Song Xiangwen. Those old foxes are all ruthless people in peacetime. They won't do anything without profit, and their methods of making money are even more ruthless and vicious. The reason they're working so hard to earn spirit coins must be that they've discovered some important use for spirit coins that we don't know about, or that they're preparing for something that requires a large amount of spirit coins to access. Shu Jiner. That makes sense. Shouldn't we earn more spirit coins? But relying on one person to take on tasks is too inefficient and were more likely to get scammed. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the group chat messages. Bai Chen had actually discovered quite a lot. The 10 Elders Alliance doesn't do business at a loss, so their unusual actions must have their reasons. He originally thought he had plenty of spirit coins and didn't need to worry about running out for the time being, but now it seems that the potential value of spirit coins has been underestimated. Ever since Chang Yu of the 10 Elders Alliance opposed him and schemed against him, and after learning that the members were all high-ranking figures, Lin Feng had no good impression of the alliance. The last time Li Jinyao from the 10 Elders Alliance sold healing potions, it was because Lin Feng influenced her through leasing. Since they've done this, Lin Feng naturally has to confront them. Besides, the more spirit coins, the better. Just then, Song Xiangwen sent out an item information. Bounty Hunter Guild License. Type: Special Certificate. Effect: After use, you can apply to the system to establish a formal bounty hunter guild. The guild will have the following functions. Task Hall. You can post and accept system-certified bounty tasks. Guild Contract. All tasks accepted through a guild will be subject to mandatory system contract constraints, greatly protecting the rights and interests of both the commissioning party and the task recipient, and preventing double-crossing. Contribution System. Members can earn personal and guild contribution points by completing tasks. These contribution points can be exchanged for specific items or privileges in the guild warehouse. Communication Channel. An independent internal guild communication channel. Note: creating an initial guild requires 10,000 spirit copper coins and designating a guild leader and initial core members. The moment the information about this item was released, the members of the Tarot Club were stunned. Shu Jiner. Holy crap. Where did you get this license? It looks so impressive. Bai Chun. There's even a bounty hunter guild license? Isn't the purpose of this thing to encourage survivors to form bounty hunter guilds? Is this what the system is trying to achieve? Shu Jiner. But isn't this consumption of spirit coins a bit too much? I only have a few hundred spirit copper coins on hand right now. If you convert it, this many spirit coins would be enough for me to upgrade my shelter by 1 level. Bai Chun. Indeed, there are too many. At least for now, they're not suitable for us. It's a pity. This guild system is quite complete. If it could really be established, it would be more restrictive than the so-called contract scrolls. Lin Feng looked at the license with a thoughtful expression on his face. He hadn't expected something like this to come out, but he had to admit that, just as Bai Chun had said, the guild system was very well established, and there was no need to worry about any problems. With the upgrade of the trading channel and the introduction of a currency system, it would normally take at least a month, or even 2 or 3 months, before anyone could gather 10,000 spirit copper coins. This only applies to those advanced survivors. For ordinary survivors, barring any unforeseen circumstances, it seems unlikely they'll survive for the next few years. He does have enough spirit coins on hand, but if he were to use them, it would reveal that he has a huge sum of money. Then, Lin Feng muttered, even if we don't know each other inside and out, we're at least familiar with each other. It's just spirit coins. We can earn them later. The sooner we use them, the sooner we can enjoy them. Lin Feng. I have enough spirit coins here to establish this. Shu Jina, what? That's outrageous. 10,000. Bai Chun. It seems it's more than 10,000. Otherwise, they wouldn't have said it so directly. Lin Feng. I'm a little more. The epic rating gave me 10,000 spirit copper coins, which I can use. I think we should use them as soon as possible to seize the initiative. After saying this, Song Xiangwen traded the Bounty Hunter Guild license to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a little confused when he saw it, and immediately asked in the group, "Why did you give me the license? It's your property." Song Xiangwen. This thing was given out during this rank assessment. I thought I would never need it. Since you have money, then here you are. You have a huge reputation in our regional channel, and I believe many people will come to post tasks because of your name. You could say your reputation is the best advertisement. Don't be shy. You've helped me a lot too. Since he had already said so much, Lin Feng didn't mince words. The license appeared in his hands. It was a yellowed parchment with a certificate stating that the bounty hunter had established it. Everything is ready. All that's left is to invest the money. After Lin Feng paid with the spirit copper coins, flames immediately ignited on the parchment, which then transformed into a mark that struck his body. Please name your guild. Lin Feng pondered that Tarot Club was a group which wasn't quite suitable for a guild. After a moment, He came up with a name. System announcement. Guild leader Lin Feng has established the Watchers Bounty Hunter Guild in the current region. Please check the details through the System Panel Guild module. This regional announcement was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge reaction. Chapter 136, The Watcher. The survivors were discussing bounty hunters and mercenaries when Lin Feng immediately set up a bounty hunter guild. It can only be said that a big shot is a big shot. They're always ahead of everyone else. Wow, Lin Feng is amazing. He even created a guild. But how did this thing even exist? Not only that, you can see that there's also a guild icon on the system panel, which says Watchers. The Watcher, as expected of a master's naming style. It's meant to unite us survivors, to face the disaster together, and to wait for the dawn. I need to go and see what's going on with this guild. As soon as the panel appeared, I clicked on it to take a look. You can post tasks. You need to post what you need, and then pay or provide materials. If someone accepts the task, you can come over once they have accepted it. Wow, this guild system is quite comprehensive. It imposes significant restrictions on both the publisher and the recipient, and it's even system certified. Anyone who violates it will be killed. We used to rely on contract scrolls, but there are just too few of these scrolls. The bounty hunters are asking for too much, and we simply can't afford them. Now we don't have to worry about that problem. With the system's endorsement, neither the person posting the task nor the person accepting it needs to worry about being betrayed or schemed against. I just checked and found that not only can you accept missions by joining a guild, but you can also accept them freely, but you need to agree to the guild's terms. This is too powerful. This feature is a bit too strong. The system directly gave out the guild's identifier. Does that mean there will be more guilds in the future? That makes sense. Now we'll see who's the second one. Never mind all that for now. Let's go post the mission. I trust Lin Feng's reputation. Lin Feng looked at the light screen in front of him. This was the guild's internal display, showing positions such as guild leader, vice guild leader, and others. These positions belonged to the core of the guild and enjoyed internal benefits. As for the benefits, they include the ability to earn money. Survivors need to pay a certain fee to post a task, but it's not much. After accepting and completing a task, a certain amount will also be deducted, but it's not much either. For example, a task that costs 10 spirit coins might ultimately deduct 3 or 4 points, which is not much money for survivors. If there are many tasks, 3 or 4 points at a time, 100 times, 1,000 times, then it's a different story. As long as there is a guild, they can continuously generate income. Tasks are also divided into levels, from S to F. As for the rating, it is determined by the system. There will not be a situation where the task level is too different from the actual situation, unless an accident occurs midway. The screen in the middle was constantly scrolling through tasks, mostly F-level and E-level tasks, with not a single C-level task. Lin Feng himself is the president, and he appointed the other 3 members of the Tarot Club as vice presidents, which shows that their group is deeply bound together. In the future, if a suitable person is found, they will be given a position, and as time goes by, the guild will become stronger and stronger. Clear the mutated bat swarm in the cave southeast of the shelter. Reward: 30 spirit coins or equivalent materials. Kill the hungry tiger. Take its corpse with you. If it drops a treasure chest, you cannot take it. Reward: 15 spirit coins. Guardian gathering mission. I need to go to the mining area. There are hordes of monkeys there. You need to protect me for half a day. Reward: 20 spirit coins. Urgent. I'm being chased by a heavily armored boar. I'm dying. Help me. Reward: 25 spirit coins. Various missions are coming in droves, and there are far too many survivors being offered them, but most of them are kill missions. The establishment of the Watchers Guild was like a breath of fresh air flowing into the chaotic survivor community. The system certified contract guarantee, coupled with Lin Feng's previously accumulated reputation, enabled the guild to quickly gain the trust of a large number of ordinary survivors. In a short period of time, many people accepted the task and went to complete it. Although Lin Feng was the guild leader, the purpose of establishing the guild was to accumulate members, so he also selected several suitable tasks. The night passed quickly. Not only Lin Feng, but also Song Xiangwen, Bai Chun, and others were busy. They also took on some missions that were conveniently located and well paid. The next day, On the light screen in the mission hall, mission items scrolled continuously, including those for clearing surrounding threats, collecting specific resources, seeking protection, and even requesting assistance in repairing the shelter. After a night of fermentation, the guild has become deeply rooted in people's hearts, and many people realize that this is an opportunity. For ordinary survivors, if they want to collect materials to upgrade their shelter, the surrounding area must be safe. They sell what they have to the system to exchange for spirit coins, and then post a quest. People who accept the quest will help get rid of the wild beasts around their shelter. This way, ordinary survivors can focus on finding materials without worry. For skilled survivors, fighting beasts hones their combat experience and yields valuable loot. Moreover, there's a chance to obtain treasure chests after defeating a beast, so why not take advantage of it? If they feel that the other is reliable, they can share resources, which further enhances the strength of both survivors. Even Lin Feng hadn't expected that the establishment of the Bounty Hunter Guild would unleash the potential of the survivors, enhancing their strength and resources. Lin Feng was having breakfast in the shelter. Linbin had made meat buns, filled with beef and scallions. Each one was the size of a fist, with a thin skin and a lot of filling, and they were so juicy that they made your mouth water. Lin Feng ate to his heart's content. He had taken on several missions last night and naturally went to their shelter. However, he disguised himself before going there, as he did not want his face to be exposed among the survivors. The survivor shelters he visited were all level 3, and they had just been upgraded. They even invited him to visit the shelters and asked for his advice on disaster survival. Lin Feng told the other party that to improve their strength, it would be best to learn how to fight wild beasts, form contracts with pets, and upgrade the shelter as much as possible. There was no other way. These people's shelters were too rudimentary, just empty shells with nothing inside. He killed the beast that threatened the sanctuary himself, and obtained a considerable amount of flesh and blood, as well as 2 bronze treasure chests. The items that came out of the chests were all rather ordinary, which frustrated Lin Feng, as treasure chests were not as common as they used to be. He ate his steamed bun while looking at the chat channel. The Watchers Guild, humph, they're nothing but a show-off. If they really run into a tough opponent, they'll probably run away faster than anyone else. Don't be fooled by appearances. Their commission is not low. The money comes from the consumers. Chapter 130, 7 members of the 10 Elders Alliance. You guys don't actually think Lin Feng is a good person, do you? I certainly don't believe that a person can be that selfless. Is he faking it? Don't be fooled by his current help. He's just trying to lure you in and then pull a big surprise on you at the end. That's right. That's exactly what those scams are all about. You've all experienced the information explosion. How come you still don't have any brains? Anyway, I don't trust this Bounty Hunter Guild. I still think it's better to be a solo player. The chat channel was flooded with defamatory comments about the Watchers Guild, including various provocations, accusations, conspiracy theories, and more. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he looked at it, then chuckled. Without even looking, I know someone is stirring up trouble and deliberately trying to smear him. If he's not mistaken, it should be the group from the 10 Elders Alliance. The war of public opinion is truly their forte. Unfortunately, chat channels cannot control speech, ban users, delete comments, etc., and cannot leave a single comment. Many survivors came out to refute and condemn the criticism. Damn it, how dare you insult the big boss? If it weren't for the big boss helping us during the extreme coal disaster, we wouldn't have survived at all. That's right. If the big boss really had ulterior motives, why would he save people? We would just die if he did. I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Anyone who dares to speak ill of the big boss, I'll curse them. You bunch of bastards, you're all motherless scum. I'm a very vengeful person. During the extreme coal disaster, I wrote down everyone who mocked and insulted us. I just compared the records, and the overlap rate is quite high. To put it bluntly, you people only benefited from the early advantages and gained an early advantage, so it's easy for you to stand here and talk without understanding the situation. If you were just making fun of it, that would be one thing, but now you're suddenly attacking a powerful guild. It just doesn't seem right. I know why. These people must be lackeys of the 10 Elders Alliance. What is the 10 Elders Alliance? I've never heard of it before. It's a very mysterious alliance with 10 people. It's an organization that we established early in the Cataclysm game. I heard they're all big shots in the real world, the kind of big shots we can only meet online. I know one, Changyu, Lin Feng, and he had a verbal battle in the chat channel before. I also know one, Zhang Tianrui. You know him, right? He's an academician at the Research Institute. I've heard of him. He's a big shot. I heard he made great contributions to our domestic seed industry. Thanks to him, we were able to develop disease-resistant and lodging-resistant seeds for crops like wheat and corn. Huh, what kind of big shot is he? He took credit for other people's work. Those seeds were all developed by the staff of the Research Institute. 2 of them were even discovered and studied by an expert named Hong Tianlei, but he stole them. Upstairs, how do you know so much? I am Hong Tianlei's grandson. Before my grandfather died, he was cursing Zhang Tianrui, that bastard. If it weren't for him stealing my grandfather's research results and ostracizing him in various ways, and even suspecting that he was responsible for my grandfather's car accident, our wheat and corn seeds would definitely have improved in quality. Hey, my name is Yuzi Xuan, a doctoral student at an agricultural university. I've been working with my supervisor, Dai Luan, since I was a graduate student. He has truly dedicated his life to crops. After graduating with my doctorate, I followed him to work at the Research Institute. I've worked there for 3 years and know that this Research Institute is actually a giant juicer. Zhang Tianrui is a man who treats all of us as tools to amass wealth for him. Those who selflessly dedicate themselves to his cause have become stepping stones for his vast fortune. To put it simply, I once went with my teacher to his house in Beijing. The entire courtyard house belonged to him, and there was a row of cars parked in front of it with consecutive license plates, you know what I mean. Once inside, I saw a fish in their yard that was worth 2 years' salary of mine, and a potted plant that was worth 5 years' salary. That's when I realized what true wealth in the upper class really meant. Brother upstairs, let me tell you the truth. This Zhang Tianrui isn't really in the upper echelons. If you really want to count him, he's only in the middle echelons. Don't ask me how I know. I can also recommend someone else, Meng Junxian. He is also a member of the 10 Elders Alliance. You may not be familiar with this name, but you will know it when I mention the Steel King. Damn it, he's always saying that he pays the workers too much, that they should be paid less, and that he should make them work overtime. Damn it, I worked in his factory before. It was inhuman work. I heard that Li Jinyao is also one of them. What her? Who is this person? It sounds like a woman's name, but I don't remember it. She almost snatched the Nobel Prize from China. Depend on. Judging from this, the 10 Elders Alliance is not a good thing. As a victim, I can stand up and tell you that in the early days, the 10 Elders contacted me. They could provide me with materials to upgrade my shelter, but I needed to sign a contract. That contract was absolutely outrageous. I'll send it to you so you can see for yourselves. A picture followed immediately. Anyone who saw this contractual clause was invariably cursing and swearing. Lin Feng also took a look and was genuinely surprised. The clauses were densely packed and incredibly detailed, treating the other party like a slave for life. Even if they had the opportunity to marry and have children later, those children would still have to become their slaves. To put it simply, once this contract is signed, one's descendants will serve the other party for all eternity. That's ruthless, Lin Feng muttered. The 10 Elders Alliance members want to become big landowners. But thinking about it carefully, these people are not young. They have lived from those eras to the present. It is not surprising that they can do this. In the chat channel, countless people were cursing them, and many even made various revelations. Lin Feng dared not miss a single detail. He discovered that the saying, "the power of the masses is immense," was indeed true. Relying on these people in the chat channel, he actually managed to expose at least 5 elders of the 10 Elders Alliance, as well as a large number of lackeys. Many survivors who previously made money by killing wild beasts through contracts often advertised in the chat channel. And it turned out they were also members of the 10 Elders Alliance. This made Lin Feng realize one thing. The 10 Elders Alliance's massive acquisition of spirit coins definitely had its uses. Chapter 138, it seems this disaster isn't so severe. Several members of the Tarot Club were also discussing this matter in the group chat, and they increasingly felt that establishing the Bounty Hunter Guild was the right thing to do. The group chatted for a while, mainly wary of the 10 Elders Alliance. Given their vindictive nature, they would definitely try to retaliate against the guild. They identified several preventative measures and implemented targeted controls. Although 5 of the 10 Elders Alliance members have been exposed, the identities of the remaining 5 are still unknown. Furthermore, no one knows how many lackeys they have. They were in the shadows, while Lin Feng and his group were in the open, giving them an inherent advantage. Fortunately, only the guild leader, Lin Feng, was known to everyone. As for the other members, no one knew them. Just then, a single sentence in the chat channel prompted countless survivors to open their windows. "It's raining." The disaster predicted by the system arrived before everyone as the countdown ended. Lin Feng stood at the door, looking outside. A light drizzle was falling, no different from a normal light rain. He simply opened the door and went outside. The rain was fine and light, and when it fell on his skin, it only brought a slight coolness, without causing any discomfort. Looking into the distance, he only saw a hazy mist and nothing else. As for the insect swarm, he had not seen it so far. Lin Feng returned to the shelter. Because the disaster was caused by acid rain, there was nothing in the yard. Since he decided to put the breeding and planting areas in the shelter last time, he had set the tone for the future. Lin Feng arrived at the breeding area, where crops such as wheat, corn, and rice had already matured twice and were growing after a new round of sowing. The wheat ears were heavy, bending the stalks low. The corn stalks were over 2 meters tall, each bearing 4 to 6 ears, with plump kernels. The fruit tree branches were laden with fruit. Lin Feng picked an apple, took a bite, and found it sweet, crisp, and juicy. Everywhere you look, there is greenery, and the entire planting area is filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. The planting and breeding areas were now completely managed by Lin Bin and Number 3, and they were running in an orderly manner. He didn't have to lift a finger to handle any of the processes, from sowing, watering, fertilizing to harvesting. In a sense, Lin Feng's shelter has achieved self-sufficiency and ecological recycling. He then went to the breeding area, where the number of roosters and hens had increased significantly. With the help of the incubator, the farm now had nearly 50 more chicks. These chicks are growing healthily and have not shown any signs of illness. It is unknown whether this is due to their natural constitution or the fact that they are being fed a mixture of water from the moonwell. The number of cows has increased to 6, and now the family has no shortage of milk. Lin Bin drinks a cup in the morning and a cup in the evening. He also makes various dairy products from the milk, such as cheese and yogurt. He also mixes milk with honey and flour to make a lot of bread. Chicken eggs, duck eggs, and goose eggs were all placed in baskets, filling about 7 or 8 baskets to the brim. Whether it's grain crops or meat, even if Lin Feng is trapped in the shelter, he can still have enough to eat and drink. After walking around, Lin Feng returned to the living room, where Lin Bin brought over a cup of freshly brewed tea. Lin Feng took a sip of tea. The aroma was wonderful and refreshing. It was a high-quality tea tree, Dahong Pao, that he had traded with someone before. I've never had it before, but now I've finally had the chance to try it. In the chat channel, many survivors were talking about the rain outside. This is acid rain, but it doesn't feel any different from regular rain. A survivor said, catching some rainwater in their hand, licking it, and asking in confusion, "Is the system malfunctioning? I just tested it, and the rainwater didn't have any corrosive effect on my skin." Who cares? If the rain is okay, that's good. Let's hurry out and gather as many resources as we can. Many survivors, seeing that the rain had no major impact, were overcome by their pent-up anxiety and desire for resources. Some put on raincoats, some carried umbrellas, and some simply left the shelter without any tools. No one noticed that tiny, almost imperceptible bubbles were appearing on the surfaces of some rain-soaked rocks. No one noticed that something seemed to be stirring slightly in the muddy ground beneath their feet, soaked by the rain. On the first day of the disaster, the light drizzle did not affect the survivors. To be precise, all the survivors who survived the extreme cold disaster, whether they were foolish or naive, now understand one thing. If their shelters are of low quality, they don't have enough resources, and they don't have enough food, then they only have one fate. That is death. Especially among the survivors in Lin Feng's area, many of them survived thanks to him and experienced that kind of desperate life. These survivors, tormented by the extreme cold, have gone mad and are fighting desperately. In the past few days, they have upgraded their shelter to level 3, but they feel it is not enough and believe that only level 4 can barely withstand the disaster. A day passes quickly as the survivors explore and gather resources, while the Bounty Hunter Guild's missions continue to increase. Lin Feng took on several more missions, helping the survivors kill wild beasts and also obtaining some local specialties from them in the process. As soon as evening fell, the chat channel became lively, with everyone showing off their day's achievements and dreaming about the future. The first 3 days passed in an unexpected calm. The survivors were initially worried about the effects of the acid rain, but they didn't expect that the drizzle would cause no harm at all, at most just getting their clothes wet. As for the insect swarm mentioned in the disaster reports, there was not even a trace of it. The atmosphere on the regional channel gradually shifted from initial tension to a more subtle shift. This acid rain, it feels even gentler than the plum rain season in my hometown. Could it be that the system made a mistake, or is the acid rain concentration in our area particularly low? It's been 3 days. Where are the bugs? I even prepared a lot of deworming medicine, but it was all for nothing. I think it's all bark and no bite. We should take advantage of the lull and gather as many resources as possible. A sense of complacency began to grow and spread, and most of the survivors were no longer terrified. These 3 days became a precious window of opportunity for survivors who were able to go out and move around. They frantically gathered anything usable such as wood, stone, wild fruit, and hunted lone wild animals. Many people have successfully upgraded their shelters to level 4, and their warehouses have been stockpiled with enough food and water to last for a period of time. An optimistic sentiment that they might be able to weather this disaster easily spread among some people. Chapter 139: Comparison of Corrosion Resistance of Different Shelters. During these 3 days, Lin Feng was not idle. In addition to taking on missions to kill wild beasts in other shelters, he also had Lin Bin explore the shelters around him. Lin Feng clearly remembered that there were several points in the daily intelligence reports that had not yet occurred, like a full moon night, which has yet to appear. There's also the Fallen Sanctuary, which is said to be frequented by many wild beasts, making it possible to discover its sanctuary. These beasts indiscriminately attack the creatures around them, collecting flesh and blood as if following some kind of command. From the onset of the extreme cold until its end, and now with the emergence of the second disaster, Lin Feng has not found any trace of wild animals related to it. Then there's the Dwarven Mine. Bai Chun had already reminded Lin Feng that other survivors were using his abilities to search for dwarven ruins and might have found his way there. Over the past few days, Lin Feng has had Lin Bin lead the Crimson Spirit Bee Guards to patrol the surrounding area in an attempt to find it, but so far there has been no progress. Lin Feng was well aware that there were far too many things surrounding the shelter he was in. Elves, dwarves, flesh and blood research institutes, and so on. Lin Feng was also very curious. What exactly was this acid rain, which had been drizzling for 3 days without any effect? He certainly wouldn't think of this disaster as ordinary as other survivors. In fact, there are no simple disasters in survival games. However, beneath this calm surface, the changes hidden deep underground remain unseen by anyone. With the continuous infiltration of rainwater, the structure deep within the soil is quietly changing. Some long-dormant insect eggs, which are extremely sensitive to moisture and acidity, begin to greedily absorb the slightly acidic moisture that seeps down. The life activities inside the eggshells gradually increase, and slowly, some shells crack open. Some adult insects that were originally hibernating in deeper soil or special nests also caught the change in environmental signals with their keen sensory organs. They began to become restless, slowly crawling in the dark tunnels, constantly climbing upwards, as if waiting for the time to come. Unbeknownst to anyone, a vast and hungry insect kingdom was slowly awakening at the call of the rain. Night fell quickly, and the rain outside showed no sign of stopping. However, some observant survivors noticed that some rock structures outside the shelter had developed an extremely thin layer of rust that was almost invisible. Moreover, some acid-sensitive wood surfaces also seemed to have become much more brittle than usual. The survivors posted these subtle changes in the chat channel, asking others to observe the situation in their shelters and see if they had similar problems. The other survivors also went out to check, and when they returned, they all said in the chat channel that they had also discovered it. Images and videos were posted to the channel, and clicking on them revealed varying degrees of corrosion. Some of the survivors worked in statistics-related fields, and they quickly compiled these images and videos into a table. The table is clearly visible once it appears. Those with high levels of rust and corrosion are generally classified as level 3 shelters, while those with milder corrosion are classified as level 4 shelters. Lacking information about level 5 shelters, they had no idea what a level 5 shelter would look like. You don't know until you compare, and once you do, you'll be shocked. Starting with level 4 shelters, shelters will gain capabilities, with sturdiness being a basic capability. It seems that this sturdiness also has a good resistance to acid rain. This made the survivors in the level 3 shelters feel the urgency of upgrading once again. They all said in the channel that they would continue to look for materials and resources tomorrow, and that they must upgrade the shelter to level 4. Lin Feng nodded slightly. It was good that these people had such ideas. At least they weren't complacent with the status quo. He also made a point of noticing that there were no more level 2 shelters in their area, and everyone was at level 3 or above. Lin Feng was overjoyed. Their efforts had not been in vain, as his previous help had not been in vain. After taking a shower, Lin Feng went to the Doomsday Library as usual. This time, he noticed that there were more people in the library. It seems that he wasn't the only one who obtained the entry permit, which is a good thing. This way, more people will be aware of the disaster and can share information to respond more effectively. He pulled out the book and saw 4 characters written on the cover. A meteorite fell from the sky. When Lin Feng came out of the library, he subconsciously looked up, his eyes filled with worry. Meteorite fall from the sky, as the name suggests, means that a large number of meteorites will fall from the sky. It is not like the extinction of dinosaurs. There will be some things in the meteorites. Through the eyes of others, he saw many people unearth treasures, secret manuals, martial arts techniques, weapons, and so on for meteorites, but also saw many monsters that ordinary people had never seen before. Those cities were destroyed by monsters. Humans were utterly powerless to resist, suffering defeat after defeat, and ultimately perishing. Lin Feng lay on the bed, still thinking about the disaster of the meteorite falling from the sky. In fact, after so many trips in and out of the library, he already had a guess. Perhaps those destroyed cities were evolved from sanctuaries. As the shelters grow stronger, the disasters will escalate. Compared to the disasters recorded in the library, the disasters happening now are like miniature calamities. Is the shelter being upgraded into a city the final form? After much thought, Lin Feng decided to ask the tarot club. Bai Qin. No. Shu Jiner. Your answer was so decisive. Could it be that you've discovered something? Bai Chun. Yes, today, I climbed to a height of 1,000 meters above a tree and saw a shelter in the canopy. Unlike common shelters, it was integrated with a tree, like a tree-shaped shelter. Because there were too many flying beasts around, I couldn't get close, otherwise I really wanted to go and take a look. Shu Jiner. Are the other shelters for survivors who have developed faster? Bai Chun. It shouldn't be. The shelter is too old, and I've observed it closely, but there's no one there. I'm more inclined to believe it's an abandoned shelter. Shu Jiner, what do you mean? I don't understand. Lin Feng. He means that there were other people who tried to survive here before us, but we don't know whether they failed or succeeded. The reason I say this is because I have a sanctuary of depravity here. Bai Chun, a reputation for depravity is not a good thing. Lin Feng, we're looking for it. Shu Jiner. No, what you're saying is a bit scary. According to you, there were survivors before us. How long has this cataclysmic game been going on? Chapter 140 Acid, Rain Grows Larger. Lin Feng. I don't know, it's been a very long time. And I have a guess. I've been going into the library to look at the apocalypse for a while now. I think those cities are probably the highest level of the shelter. As for other forms, I don't know. Anyway, it's too early to think about these things now. You can also pay attention to it. I think there should be quite a few shelters in the ocean. After sending the message, Lin Feng stopped paying attention and lay down on his bed, quickly falling asleep. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next day, around 5 in the morning, Lin Feng opened his eyes. With the white noise of the rain, he had been sleeping quite well. He went to the window and found that the rain outside had become much heavier. The rain was falling in a drizzling sound, and the raindrops hit the roof, the ground, and the puddles, making a clear, pattering sound. The rain is getting heavier. Lin Feng tried to stick his hand out of the window. Rainwater fell on his skin, and white smoke immediately rose up. He quickly withdrew his hand, noticing the white marks on it. He frowned, but the acid rain wasn't particularly damaging to him, since he was of superior quality. The white mark quickly disappeared, returning to its previous appearance. Lin Feng stood by the window, observing the situation in the distance. He noticed that the trees did not seem to have been greatly affected. Does acid rain not affect trees? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He put on his clothes and went to the living room, where Lin Bin brought him milk with honey added. After taking a sip, Lin Feng opened the chat channel and saw that the survivors were talking about how the rain was getting heavier. Many people have already tried to leave the shelter to test the acidity of the rain, and they are sternly warning survivors in the chat channel not to come into contact with the acid rain. Photos and videos were released, showing the survivors' appearance after touching the acid rain. Most people's skin is corroded, though perhaps not severely. After treatment, it heals quickly, but leaves behind hideous scars. Lin Feng noticed that survivors of the normal level were more affected by acid rain, while those of the excellent level were less affected. In other words, besides the level of the shelter, the survivor's own level also plays an important role. Some people have also noticed a problem. When they go out with an umbrella, the rainwater falling on the umbrella surface does not corrode it. A survivor wearing a raincoat testified and posted a video, showing that as long as he didn't come into contact with the rain, he wouldn't be affected. Many survivors believe that since umbrellas and raincoats are still useful, they should take advantage of this time to go out and collect resources, fearing that if they don't go out now, they won't be able to go out later. As it turned out, they were right. As time went by, before noon, the rain had turned from moderate to heavy. The gray sky seemed to have a hole, and the raindrops formed lines, then converged into a curtain, pouring down. More importantly, rainwater is becoming increasingly corrosive. Ouch, that hurts. A survivor wearing a raincoat who was mining suddenly cried out in pain. He found that his exposed arms and thighs were turning an abnormal red under the rain, and he also felt a burning sensation as if he were being pricked by tiny needles. Wait a minute, I'm wearing a raincoat. How come my arms are sticking out? The survivor was shocked to find that his raincoat was severely corroded by the rain, with large sections torn. He dared not stay any longer and quickly packed the, or he had dug out into his bag before rushing back to the shelter. Not only him, but also the survivors who were out mining resources noticed this problem. Holy crap, this rain is weird. Bubbles are starting to appear on my leather armor. Look at the ground. The soil is melting. Survivors in the chat channel shared their findings. Panic spread as quickly as a plague. The land, soaked by the rain, was no longer just mud. Fine bubbles began to appear on its surface, as if it had been corroded by an invisible force, becoming soft and collapsing. The rock's surface became pitted and uneven at a visible speed, and even the iron or developed scarlet rust. The plants withered, turned black, and dissolved rapidly under the scouring of the rain. On the fourth day, the true power of acid rain was finally revealed without reservation, and the survivors howled and screamed in the channel. A shelter in the forest. A man stands at the door looking outside. The once green vegetation has turned yellow, withered, and turned to water under the rain. The tall trees kept losing their leaves, leaving large areas of them bare. The bark was also affected by acid rain, but the surface became dry and hard. As the rain washed away the bark, a large amount of bark fell off, revealing the smooth inner surface, which was grayish-green. The grayish-green bark, of unknown origin, is remarkably resistant to acid rain. Those who had gone out earlier fled back to the shelter in a disheveled state, all bearing injuries of varying degrees, their screams and curses echoing through the rain. They stood at the doorway, cursing the acid rain, yet still looking at the rain outside with lingering fear. The torrential rain, with its corrosive acidic spray, pounded against the shelter, causing the wooden structures to rot rapidly and the stone buildings to be continuously corroded, with stone fragments falling down in a rush. Oh my God, we're doomed. With this kind of acid rain, I'm afraid the shelter won't be able to hold up. Upstairs, what level of shelter are you in? Level 3. Why don't you try harder to upgrade to level 4? Mine is a level 4 shelter, and it seems pretty good so far. I was so close. I was hoping to work hard all day to upgrade the shelter to level 4. Good luck to you all. Now I just need to see how long this acid rain will last. If it lasts a long time, it won't even be able to withstand a level 3 or level 4 rain. Is it really fair that we're going to be stuck in shelters like Blizzard did, waiting for the disaster pass? 2 disasters like this in a row are a fatal blow to us. The chat channel was filled with wails and insults. Outside the shelter, the heavy rain obscured the view, corroded the earth, and completely opened up the passage from the underground insect swarm to the surface. Amidst the deafening rain and the cries of the survivors, mounds began to rise from the slippery, muddy ground, then cracked open, revealing compound eyes that gleamed with an eerie light and menacing mouthparts beneath. The afternoon passed quickly, and the survivors were unable to leave. The acid rain was too heavy, and a thick fog obscured their vision, making them even more hesitant to go out. Chapter 141, The Myriad Aspects of Life. Rainwater pounded on the shelter's exterior walls, hissing and corroding. The wooden shelter became riddled with holes at a visible speed, and even the stone walls were rapidly becoming rough and peeling. At the entrance of a level 3 shelter, Wang Tao was looking out at the acid rain. He gripped the cigarette tightly, the butt crushed, and stared intently out the window through the slightly blurred window pane, corroded by acid rain. His level 3 shelter was built against several huge hemlock trees, whose dense canopy mitigated the direct impact of rainwater to some extent. He had specifically observed that the leaves of these hemlock trees seemed to have some resistance to acid rain, which gave his shelter a certain advantage over other survivors' shelters. However, as the acid rain intensified, large chunks of hemlock leaves, some a meter or 2 long, crashed to the ground, revealing obvious signs of corrosion. As the leaves fell, the dense canopy thinned, and more acid rain fell on the shelter. Previously, he had collected a lot of resin from the hemlock trees and applied it to the walls and roof of the shelter. He found that these resins were also quite corrosion resistant, and with this double protection, the shelter was fine. Now that the first layer of protection is gone, several small holes have appeared in the wall, eroded by acid rain, and rainwater mixed with wood chips is constantly dripping down, forming a small puddle of murky liquid on the ground. Wang Tao had no choice but to use clay to plug the small holes. At this moment, what made him most uneasy was not the rain, but the increasingly thick gray-green fog that filled the air outside. The fog seemed to have a life of its own, swirling and rolling among the trees, reducing visibility to less than 10 meters. In the mist, the once familiar tree outlines became distorted and bizarre, like menacing ghosts. Sasha, rustling. A faint sound, different from the sound of rain pattering on leaves, came from the mist. Wang Tao froze, his heart pounding in his throat. He felt that countless compound eyes were spying on his shelter from the mist, and the sound was like some kind of multi-legged creature crawling on the slippery moss and decaying leaves. Wang Tao had reinforced the door and even pushed the cabinet behind it, but the fear of being surrounded by unknown dangers made him feel unsafe. He could only pray that the fragile wooden and stone walls would protect him from the acid rain and from anything that might be lurking in the fog. Li Shufan stood in front of the reinforced glass window of her level 4 shelter, looking outside with a solemn expression. After her shelter was upgraded to level 4, it gained the ability to be sturdy. The stone walls became thick, and she also applied a thin layer of acid-resistant coating to the surface. In addition to this, she also mixed the clay she had obtained with acid-resistant materials to create a special paint, which was something only her talent could do. The paint temporarily protected it from the direct corrosion of acid rain. However, Li Shufan felt completely unsafe. Beside her was a yellow ox that was over 2 meters tall. This was her pet. Although it didn't have any special abilities, it was quite strong. It was thanks to it that she was able to survive among the hungry wild beasts and upgrade her shelter to level 4. The oxen were grazing leisurely, seemingly unaware of what was happening outside. Li Shufan stroked its back, thinking of a solution. There was no other way. She was in the open wilderness with no shelter. To put it bluntly, the shelter was like a lone boat in a storm, enduring the most intense acid rain. Rainwater cascaded down the exterior walls like a waterfall, producing a continuous, teeth-grinding sound of corrosion, and the coating was slowly but clearly being worn away. Outside the window, a thick, gray-green fog almost swallowed everything. All that remained between heaven and earth was a despairing curtain of rain and swirling fog. With visibility extremely low, she couldn't even see the bells installed on the outer wall of her shelter. With only the sound of rain in her ears and her vision obscured by thick fog, she felt isolated from the world, a fear that was impossible to suppress. Zhao Xing and his son Jie had the easiest time, relatively speaking. Their level 4 shelter was built deep inside a natural cave, with the entrance reinforced and sealed, leaving only a few hidden ventilation openings. Acid rain cannot directly penetrate the interior. Only extremely weak, acidic, humid air can seep in, which is quickly neutralized by the dry environment inside the cave. They even dare to stand inside the reinforced opening and observe the situation outside. Outside the cave, everything was a grayish-green color. Torrential acid rain pelted the rocks above the cave entrance, splashing corrosive water droplets. Even the heavy stone door was corroded and crumbled layer by layer. "Phew, let's go back. At least it's safe here," Zhao Xing said. "Yes, thankfully your shelter is inside a cave, so you don't have to worry about that at all. Your shelter also benefited greatly during the blizzard," Sun Jie said with emotion. "I was just lucky. Look at all those survivors in the chat channel. They're all crying and screaming. They probably won't live much longer." The two chatted as they walked toward the shelter. Unbeknownst to them, outside the stone gate, amidst the thick fog, were pairs of compound eyes opening. The two returned to the shelter, sat on benches, and drank brewed liquor. They were friends to begin with. Sun Jie wasn't very lucky. There weren't many resources around the shelter, and even though he tried his best, he could only upgrade the shelter to level 2. Just when he thought he was going to freeze to death, he unexpectedly found his friend, Zhao Xing. The two of them discussed it and decided that instead of waiting to die there, they might as well team up. They signed a treaty of friendship and mutual assistance, stipulating that they must face problems together and that there must be no backstabbing. With the resources brought by Sun Jie and the result of their exploration over the past few days, they finally managed to upgrade the shelter to level 4. They felt there was no need to worry about the disaster at all. They just needed to stay in the shelter and wait for it to pass. How many people do you think will survive this disaster? Who knows? Anyway, I think a lot of people will die. Look at the videos posted in the chat channel. Many people's shelters have been severely corrupted. This is just the beginning. If this continues, the entire shelter might be completely corroded, and anyone falling into the acid rain would certainly not survive. Ugh, this disaster game is terrifying. We can escape it once or twice, but what if it happens 3 or 4 times? I think our shelter level is still too low. Once the acid rain is over, let's hurry up and collect resources to upgrade to level 5. Ugh. Chapter 142, Reporting on Work. At the summit of the mountain, there's also a level 4 shelter, but the difference is that it is entirely made of stone, and there's a huge stone shell outside the shelter. Acid rain hits it, corroding away the outermost layer of the stone. These stones are layered one after another, and you can see as many as 5 layers. Inside the shelter, a young man was smoking, the smoke swirling around him. He kept looking outside with a mocking expression on his face. "Acid rain? What a joke. It has no effect on me at all." Lin Feng's talent is the ability to control rocks, which made it relatively easy for him to collect stones in the early stages, but the location he was in was really terrible. High up in the mountains, besides the abundance of rocks, the few trees available provide very little timber. Left with no other choice, he had to rely on stone trading and finally managed to upgrade his shelter to level 4 with great difficulty. However, reaching level 5 was extremely difficult for him. Fortunately, this acid rain disaster is not a problem for him, and he should be able to get through it easily. As for the insect swarm, there shouldn't be any insects that can fly here. Lin Feng was thinking about how to upgrade. Relying solely on buying and selling through the trading channel wasn't enough unless he could trade with more skilled people. After thinking it over, he thought of Lin Feng. At this time, compared to the other survivors who lived in fear, Lin Feng's shelter presented a different scene altogether. Originally, the shelter was also beginning to corrode under the erosion of acid rain, but gradually, Lin Feng was surprised to find that the shelter had developed the ability to resist acid rain. The corrosive effect of acid rain on the shelter will be permanently reduced by 5%, and this resistance will continue to increase over time. It was only at this moment that Lin Feng realized just how abnormal the elemental resonance ability was. This is just like Darwin's theory of adaptation and evolution. Given enough time, a shelter will grow to a terrifying extent. Perhaps, at that time, even if we suffered from floods or fires, it wouldn't have been a problem. Of course, this is all predicated on the shelter being able to survive various disasters. Lin Feng returned to the living room from the window. Outside, the fog was thick and countless dangers lurked. The air inside the shelter is filtered and has a fresh scent of grass and trees, completely isolating it from the sour and rotten smells of the outside world. In particular, the constant temperature is comfortable, neither too cold nor too hot. He lay down on the sofa, picked up the juice from the table next to him, and took a satisfying sip. Yes, today's juice is watermelon juice. After finishing a glass of juice, Lin Feng lay comfortably down, opened the chat channel, first checked the situation of the other survivors, and then chatted in the Tarot Club group. The members of their Tarot Club are living quite well. After all, the sanctuary is of a certain standard, and everyone has a pet. Shu Jiner described the situation on her side. Even the ocean environment was covered by acid rain. She saw many ordinary marine fish affected by the acid rain. Their bellies turned up, and they were quickly and completely corroded. Bai Chen's situation is slightly better. His shelter's location is too peculiar. Song Xiangwen, on the other hand, hasn't said anything and seems to be busy with something. Before long, Lin Bin brought over a plate of sliced fruit. "Master, please have some fruit." What are we having for dinner tonight? I've already stewed the mutton, and I'll also be cooking honey-glazed pork chops, plus 3 vegetable dishes. Master, if there's anything you'd like to eat, you can tell me. No need, that's fine. Oh, and since we've stewed mutton, if we want to have soup, let's get some flatbread to soak in. Yes, master. Lin Bin went to the kitchen to keep busy. Lin Feng was happily eating the fruit, which was all from the fruit trees planted in the planting area, and a large portion of it was of excellent quality or above. Before long, after finishing a plate of fruit, Lin Feng sat down at the dining table, where a sumptuous meal was laid out. A large pot of mutton soup exudes a rich aroma, with quite large chunks of mutton inside, making it even more satisfying to eat. The honey-glazed pork chops are topped with a special honey sauce, giving them a golden and glossy appearance. Lin Feng took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, simply delicious. While the two ate, Lin Bin reported on the situation at the shelter to him. Master, the crops in the planting area have been harvested and sown, but there are too few planting boxes. Would you like to expand the planting scale? Or, I will make a few more planting boxes. Food is the foundation, so the more the better. Yes, master. Fruit is not easy to preserve. Besides some being used for winemaking, some is frozen. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then said, that is a problem. Let's leave it at that for now, and see if we can find a way to store it permanently in the future. The number of chickens, ducks, and geese in the breeding area has doubled after breeding. Their chicks are growing well. They have stored some weeds beforehand, which can feed them. If the number continues to increase, there may not be enough food. In addition, the rabbits' reproductive capacity is somewhat excessive. There are currently 230 rabbits in the farm, and they're constantly digging burrows, trying to escape. Fortunately, the shelter is sturdy enough to prevent them from succeeding. Lin Feng was taken aback. There's so many rabbits now. I remember there were only a few dozen before. Immediately, he slapped his forehead, forgetting that rabbits are among the most prolific breeders. In the modern world, 2 rabbits, 1 male and 1 female, can produce hundreds of offspring in just 6 months. The key point is that these rabbits don't have any inbreeding. They basically give birth to one litter after another, with no end in sight. At that time, some rabbits may get sick and die, reducing their numbers. But here, these rabbits eat and drink high-quality food, and they are very healthy and will never die from disease. If it's in a few more days, the number of rabbits might double. If there's not enough space, how about this? Get rid of some of the older rabbits. The rabbit skins and fur can be used to make items, and some of the rabbit meat can be frozen and some smoked. First, stockpile 1,000 caddies of rabbit meat. Once this is exceeded, use the rabbit meat as animal feed to sanctuaries. Lin Feng is quite lacking in flesh and blood, so the fact that rabbits can reproduce is not a bad thing for him, but rather a good thing. Lin Bin nodded, indicating that he had made a note of it. The 4 newborn lambs and 3 calves are in stable condition. Lin Feng listened to Lin Bin's report and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, they had created an all-around butler. Otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by all the miscellaneous tasks. Chapter 143, Shop Item Refresh. After the meal, Number 3 washed the dishes and chopsticks. Lin Feng went to the planting area and placed about 10 large planting boxes there. He may have enough to eat and drink on his own, but other circumstances must also be considered. The people of Daxia have an innate tendency to hoard food, perhaps because they have only had enough to eat for a few years. Being prepared for danger, even in times of peace, seems to be human nature. Looking at the crops that had sprouted after being sown, Lin Feng pondered that even though the shelter possessed the ability to fold space, he didn't have anything that could enhance this ability. Currently, the space is limited, and the planting area is already full. If we want to expand the planting area, we will have to make use of other rooms. He was pondering whether or not to do it. A moment later, Lin Feng made a decision. He planned to turn this entire floor into a planting and breeding area. The more grain, the better. What we need to do now is to break down the wall. The moment Lin Feng had this thought, he saw the wall disappear automatically. He was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Activation. This ability allowed the shelter to have its own life, so naturally he didn't need to bother breaking down the wall. This made his plan much easier, and Lin Feng began to control the shelter, dividing the entire floor into 2 parts. Planting area, breeding area. After expanding the scale, he no longer needed to make planting boxes, but simply piled up and leveled the soil to use as a field for growing food crops. This was no small project. The 3 of them worked for more than an hour and only managed to pave about 1 acre of land. It's not that we don't want to continue, but that there's no soil left. Lin Feng had no choice but to check the trading channel. There was a lot of soil as a resource, with ordinary soil making up the majority. Basically, 1 spirit copper coin could buy 10 cubic meters, which was very cheap. There was nothing he could do. The area outside the shelter was covered in dirt. If it weren't for the acid rain preventing him from going out, he would have gone out to dig in the dirt himself. Then there's the high-quality, premium-grade soil, which is very expensive and scarce. Lin Feng spent 20 spirit copper coins to buy a large amount of soil. After the transaction was completed, the soil in front of him was piled up into a small mountain. He, Lin Bin, and number 3 continued working until he was too tired to lift his arms. He then handed the task over to them and went to the bathroom to take a good shower before returning. Sitting in a chair, watching them work, Lin Feng muttered to himself, "Should we make a few more puppets? That would save us a lot of trouble." He checked the materials and found that there were quite a few, so he made 6 puppets and named them starting with number 4. The addition of 6 workers also made their soil-laying speed much faster. Lin Feng brought over some juice and started checking the chat and trading channels while drinking it. He noticed that the shop items in the trading channel had been refreshed, and 3 items caught his eye. Name: Reinforced Acid-Resistant Raincoat. Grade: Excellent. Description: provides superior acid resistance compared to basic raincoats, with a slight acid-neutralizing effect that can reduce the corrosive energy contained in acid rain. Price: 50 spirit coins. Note: more suitable for survivors who need to operate or fight in acid rain environments for extended periods. Name: Mutant Brahmin Chicken Chicks 10. Grade: Excellent. Description: a variant of this species that has been affected by environmental radiation and energy, with a shortened growth cycle, extremely strong disease resistance, and environmental adaptability. It is omnivorous, has a certain tolerance to low concentrations of acid rain, and can be used as a stable source of meat and eggs after adulthood. Its feathers have anti-corrosion properties. Once they reach adulthood, they will have a restraining effect on insects with acidic or corrosive properties, and will feed on them. Price: 100 spirit coins. Armor-piercing bow, bone eater. Grade: Excellent. Description: attack power is significantly enhanced. The bow has undergone special treatment, giving it excellent resistance to acid and corrosion. It also comes with 2 additional abilities: improved accuracy and highly toxic corrosion. When using ordinary arrows, they will be automatically enchanted, giving the arrows fired from this bow a highly toxic and corrosive effect, providing extra damage to armor and the carapaces of creatures. Price: 300 spirit coins. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the 3 items. The description of the reinforced acid-resistant raincoat looks good, but it's not particularly appealing to him. In this kind of acid rain weather, unless something unexpected happens, he basically won't go out. However, considering that if there's a swarm of insects, I might have to go out and fight them, so it might be worth buying. He was also quite interested in the 10 mutated chicks. He knew about Brahmin chickens, which were particularly large, even larger than human chicks when they grew to adulthood. The mutated Brahmin chicken. I wonder what it will mutate into, but given its level, it should be quite formidable. Moreover, a stable food source is key to a long-term strategy. Their feathers are corrosion-resistant, and, once they mature, they also have a restraining effect on insects, making them practically tailor-made to deal with insect plagues. Although they need time to grow, this is a worthwhile long-term asset to invest in. As for high-quality armor-piercing bows, they're even more suitable for the current situation where the outside is shrouded in fog and visibility is poor. Although Lin Feng was collecting spirit coins, he was not stingy with his money and bought them. With the spirit coins deducted, 10 fluffy, exceptionally energetic-looking chicks with bright, lively eyes appear before them, chirping crisply as they curiously surveyed this warm and safe new environment. And a longbow, dark in color, with its bowstring gleaming with an eerie light and exuding a dangerous aura, hovered before him. Lin Feng handed the chicks to Lin Bin, asking him to take good care of them in the breeding area. Then, he picked up the armor-piercing bow and felt the power contained within it. He arrived at the special training room, suddenly pulled back the bow, and found that even with his excellent physique, he still had to exert some effort to fully draw it. Knock an arrow, draw the bow, and shoot. A meteor streaked across the sky, and the target exploded instantly into fragments. These fragments were covered in a jet-black color and were melting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the bow and arrow exceeded his expectations. Lin Feng now possessed a high-level ranged weapon. He looked at the store, where the items displayed seemed to be specifically designed to address the disaster, but he wasn't sure if others were doing the same. Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, first asking the others in the Tarot Club, and then entered the Doomsday Library. When he came out, he learned of another disaster. Shu Jiner and Bai Chun both answered, and a significant portion of the items they obtained today were related to acid rain. Lin Feng understood. It seemed that the survival game had introduced a complex disaster in the second round, but also provided countermeasures, so it probably didn't intend for all the survivors to die. Chapter 144, Silver Treasure Chest. Lin Feng checked the chat channel again and found that many people had found good items in the store and were showing them off. For example, corrosion-resistant paint, graded as excellent, can be applied to the walls of shelters to effectively resist acid rain corrosion. There are also pet dogs and pet cats. These are not just ordinary domestic pets. They have no offensive capabilities whatsoever. All of these pets are of excellent quality. Some even managed to snag a black bear, an adult one, which they bought immediately despite its high price. After all, having a black bear by your side greatly increases your safety. Others found sets of items that resist acid rain, such as umbrellas, raincoats, and rain boots. What surprised Lin Feng the most was that several people actually managed to get high-quality buildings, such as arrow towers and crossbows. The survivors are currently trapped inside the shelter and can't get out at all. They also have to be wary of bugs. Having arrow towers to help protect them is a huge relief. In an instant, countless survivors were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The next day, when the survivors woke up with trepidation, they found that the sound of rain outside the window had changed from pattering to roaring. The acid rain turned into a torrential downpour, like a silver river pouring down, frantically washing over the earth. Instead of dissipating, the grayish-green fog became even thicker, almost dyeing the entire world a nauseating color. In a regional chat channel, the glimmer of hope that had risen the day before due to buying good items after the store refresh was quickly overwhelmed by deeper despair. The acid rain is too strong. My level 3 shelter is about to collapse. The walls are getting thinner and thinner. This is only because I used anti-corrosion paint. If I hadn't, it would have been completely corroded by now. Insects everywhere. They're not afraid of acid rain. They've crawled out of the soil and are rushing toward my shelter. Help! My door has been corroded through. They've gotten in. Level 4 shelters aren't easy to get through either. The acid-resistant coating is being worn down too quickly. I used a shelter protection scroll to generate an energy shield, but the energy shield is almost completely worn away by the acid rain and the insect's acid. What's the use of acid-resistant equipment in the store? We can't even leave the house. How are we supposed to collect spirit coins to buy it? The survivors were utterly desperate. No matter what disaster they faced, they would never be in such a passive position. Now, 2 disasters had come at once. It was simply impossible for them to live. The enormous hemlock tree had become completely bare, and even the trunk had an eerie, smooth appearance. In his shelter under the hemlock trees, Wang Tao watched helplessly as the courtyard walls crumbled and collapsed under the constant corrosion of acid rain and the gnaw of insects. Finally, the entire courtyard wall was completely destroyed, and the insects that had been kept outside rushed in and rammed against the gate. The hemlock door didn't hold for long before it was broken open. He screamed and wielded a fine-quality broadsword to hack at the swarming insects. But even more insects rushed in through the breach. His resistance lasted less than 10 minutes before the screams stopped abruptly, and his avatar on the channel quickly went gray. Li Feng, who was in the wilderness, was in a slightly better situation than the other survivors, but she was still in a precarious situation. Her shelter gained a new level of durability, and combined with the acid-resistant coating she created using her own talent, along with coatings she bought from the store, she was able to produce a high-quality acid-resistant coating. There was simply not enough time and resources available, so the high-quality acid-resistant paint was only barely applied to the roof and 2 walls. However, thanks to this coating, even torrential acid rain has little effect on it, constantly resisting the strong acid from the outside world. Meanwhile, she kept spraying the powerful insecticide powder she had made earlier on the outside of the fence, windows, and doorways, temporarily repelling the swarms of insects that try to rush in, but the powder was consumed very quickly in the heavy rain. She stood inside the shelter's gate, a yellow ox beside her, a bow and arrow in her hand, staring intently outside. Li Feng was pale, sweating profusely, and trembling uncontrollably. She knew that once the paint and insecticide powder ran out, her fate would be no better than that of someone in a level 3 shelter. Seeing the angry curses from the survivors in the level 3 shelter in the chat channel, followed by their avatars turning black, she knew that these people were dead. In the thick fog, she couldn't see how many insects were inside, but it was this unknown that made her even more afraid. No, this can't go on, or I'll definitely die. Li Feng, a peasant woman, came into this catastrophe game and couldn't find her husband and children, nor could she see a single relative. It's already quite an achievement that she was able to upgrade the shelter to level 4 on her own. She wanted to live and find her family. But how do we get through this disaster? Li Feng herself didn't have any special skills, but she understood one principle: to ask for help. In that instant, she thought of Lin Feng, the man who had saved most of the survivors and founded the Bounty Hunter Guild. He would surely have a solution. Li Feng quickly contacted Lin Feng and requested to add him as a friend. In a hilly area, there's a level 5 shelter. The man living in the shelter is named Zhou Jinxiang. His shelter abilities are Earth Protection and Thorn Counterattack. His talent is called Thorn Guardian, which allows him to plant a large number of thorns and then control them for defense and attack. It was thanks to his talent that he bought a large number of thorn seeds and planted thorns all around the shelter, making it completely protected. When the shelter upgraded from level 4 to level 5, perhaps due to absorbing too many thorns, 2 abilities appeared. With the protection of the earth, the thick earthen and stone walls are far more resistant to acid rain than ordinary stone walls, and the thorns on the surface cause many insects that try to gnaw on the walls to be injured or even killed by the sharp thorns. However, the thorns he planted were not resistant to decay, and he transplanted them into the shelter before they were completely corroded. At this moment, Zhou Jinxiong was outside the courtyard wall, wearing an acid-resistant raincoat, holding a flamethrower, guarding the gate, spitting out scorching flames as the swarm of insects tried to rush in, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. His situation was relatively safe, but he dared not relax his vigilance in the slightest, as the fire fuel and shelter energy were also being continuously consumed. As the insects were killed, Zhou Jinxiong unexpectedly discovered that boxes were falling down. These boxes were not large, only about the size of a fist, but they were silvery white. A silver treasure chest. Zhou Jinxiong's face showed surprise and joy when he saw it. Chapter 145, Responding to the Insect Swarm. The rain fell like a waterfall, and the thick, gray-green mist turned the whole world into an endless green curtain. Lin Feng did not linger inside the shelter. He pushed open the sturdy door, put on his reinforced acid-resistant raincoat, and stepped into this world shrouded in acid corrosion and death. Sizzle. Acid rain falls on the raincoat, making a corrosive sound, but the impact is not particularly significant. Lin Feng held a rare-grade broadsword in his hand, while Lin Bin silently followed beside him, expressionless, already in peak fighting condition. Almost the instant they stepped out of the shelter, the thick fog churned violently, as if a pebble had been thrown into the water. Swish, swish, swish. Crack, crack, hiss. Countless chilling sounds surged from the depths of the fog, followed by a dense swarm of insect shadows breaking through the fog barrier, like a black tide bursting its banks, rushing towards the shelter and the two people standing at the door. Leading the charge were hundreds of bone-eating beetles, each about the size of a fist, covered in a glossy, dark brown carapace, their mouthparts resembling tiny, rapidly spinning drills that emitted a teeth-grinding noise. Following closely behind were swarms of fast-moving, multi-legged centipedes with viscous acid secreted from their bodies. They crawled quickly along the ground and walls, leaving corrosive marks. In the air, there was a dark, swarming mass of carrion-eating mosquitoes. Their vibrating wings buzzed like a death cloud, and their compound eyes gleamed with a hungry red light. There were even a few beetles as big as wild dogs, covered in heavy armor, like small tanks, waving their huge and sharp forelimbs and charging over with a rumble. Faced with this hellish scene, Lin Feng's eyes were sharp as knives, and he did not flinch in the slightest. However, he couldn't help but tremble inside, and his hand holding the knife was shaking. Lin Feng had fought many battles in the secret realm and was no longer afraid of fighting wild beasts, but he still felt scared when he saw these strange-looking insects. He swallowed nervously, not taking a single step back. Lin Feng knew very well that he absolutely could not hide in the shelter and passively take a beating. If he did, even a level 5 shelter would not last long. Only by blocking the insects outside could he hold out. He didn't know how long this complex disaster would last, so this was all he could do. Lin Bin, the centipede swarm on the left. Be careful not to get corroded. After you kill them, you can do whatever you want. Crimson Spirit Bee guards, take off and intercept the flying ants. Fighting Cock, those beetles on the right are yours. Lin Feng's instructions were simple and clear, giving full play to Lin Bin's initiative. He knew that Lin Bin was stronger than himself, so there was no need to confine him to one place. Lin Bin moved instantly. He charged forward, not to meet the swarm of insects head-on, but to flank them. He held 2 rare-grade great swords in his hands. It wasn't that Lin Feng didn't want high-quality ones, but these items were so rare that those who owned them simply wouldn't come out to trade. Lin Bin's eyes gleamed as he quickly scanned the rapidly approaching swarm of acid centipedes on his left. Analysis complete. The organism's weakness is located at the junction of the head and the first trunk segment on the inside of the joint. His cold voice rang out as he made his move. Kill! With a roar, Lin Feng charged towards the swarm of insects, thrusting his lava armor shield forward with his left arm. Boom! The lava patterns on the shield surface suddenly lit up, and a scorching wave of air mixed with dark red magma erupted forward in a fan-shaped area. Lava impact! The dozen or so bone-eating beetles at the forefront were instantly ignited and melted, emitting a mournful hiss as they turned into charcoal. The acid centipede was blown away by the high-temperature air wave, and the acid on its body surface evaporated rapidly under the extreme heat. With a single strike, it cleared a small area in front of it, truly a high-quality shield. But the swarm of insects was endless, and the insects on both sides immediately filled the gaps. Lin Feng drew a sharp arc with his broadsword. Snap! With a flash of light, a bone-eating beetle, attempting to pounce from the side, was precisely cleaved in two. Its foul-smelling blood splattered onto the shield, hissing and corroding, but was instantly evaporated by the high temperature of the shield's surface. Before the battle, he was somewhat afraid, but now that he was actually fighting the swarm, he calmed down. He moved with steady steps, his sword and shield working in perfect harmony. He wielded his greatsword, and from time to time he would use his shield to parry, strike, and even unleash small-scale lava surges that burned the approaching insects. His knife skills were simple and efficient, with each strike aimed directly at the insect's vulnerable joints, compound eyes, or gaps in its carapace. These insects were quite disgusting, but to Lin Feng's surprise, they weren't particularly strong. Moreover, after killing the insects, silver treasure chests will drop, varying in size, some as big as an adult's fist, others as small as an apple. Lin Feng only had time to kick the treasure chest towards the shelter. Right now, his priority was to kill the insects. After splitting an insect in two, Lin Feng looked over at Lin Bin and was genuinely startled by his fighting style. Lin Bin's fighting style is particularly precise and ruthless. He does not carry a shield, but wields two high-quality broadswords, bringing his dual-wielding style to its fullest potential. The two large swords in his hands transformed into two death whirlwinds. His figure weaved through the swarm of insects, and with each movement and each swing of the sword, an insect was precisely dismembered. Some are killed by having their limbs severed and losing their balance, others by having their compound eyes pierced and reaching their brains, and still others by having their limbs cut through the gaps in their shells, resulting in instant death. His fighting style was devoid of any superfluous movements, and his efficiency was outrageously high, much like the legendary butcher skillfully dissecting an ox. At the same time, the swarm of Crimson Spirit Bee guards, like a group of fighter jets taking off, crashed into the black cloud formed by the corrosive flying ants. After being strengthened, these Crimson Spirit Bee guards have increased in size and strength, and their stingers fly out like shooting stars. The carrion flies' sharp proboscis will suck the blood out of their target in a short time if they hit them. Unfortunately, the Crimson Spirit Bee guards were numerous and ranged, so they were not allowed to get close at all. Under the command of the Guardian Bee Queen, rows of Crimson Spirit Bee guards shot out stingers, then retreated, the second row took turns, and the third row stood by. Lin Feng had made ample preparations for the insect swarm, stimulating the number of Crimson Spirit Bees to tens of thousands, and the number of Crimson Spirit Bee guards to nearly 2,000. Now, as long as the Guardian Bee Queen exists, these Crimson Spirit Bee guards can quickly recover and continue their attacks. The golden fighting rooster charged into the swarm of insects as if it were nothing. After advancing to the superior level, it gained the ability of the Rooster King's intimidation, which had a powerful restraining effect on these insects. Chapter 146, The Silver Treasure Chest, brings good items. Wherever the golden rooster passes, all the insects within a 10-meter radius lie on the ground trembling, and they don't even have the thought of fighting anymore. The insects within 10 to 20 meters struggled to get up, but were weak and powerless, and could be easily killed even when walking unsteadily. As for what kind of impact it would have on the insects 20 meters away, Lin Feng didn't know, as he couldn't see clearly what was happening inside the thick fog. The golden rooster is like a majestic and proud rooster general. With one swipe of its claw, it tears open the insect's shell, and with a sudden peck, it pierces the insect's skull and eats its brain. The brains of these insects seem to be a great tonic for it, making it even more energetic and allowing it to use its fiery impact ability. Flames erupted from the golden rooster's body, scorching large gaps in the surrounding thick fog. The trembling, immobile insects, once ignited by its flames, seemed to have encountered their nemesis. Even their toughest shells quickly burned away. The rooster flapped its wings and flew out like a phoenix, circling the shelter once. The thick fog was burned through, revealing the long-lost sky, only to be quickly covered up again. Meanwhile, swarms of black, decaying flying ants fell down, each one engulfed in flames. It landed on the beetle, which was like a small tank, and the beetle immediately stopped moving, its head pierced and its brain eaten. Lin Feng was stunned by what he saw. He thought it would be a tough battle, but it turned out to be so easy. Squeak! A sharp sound rang out from the depths of the thick fog, and then the insects, as if receiving some command, quickly retreated into the fog. In no time at all, a large number of corpses and treasure chests were left behind. Thick, sticky blood continued to flow, emitting a strong, foul odor. Lin Feng praised excitedly. As expected of a fighter jet among roosters, you performed well and deserve a reward. The rooster, with its head held high and chest puffed out, looked exactly like a victorious general returning home. No, it is General Chicken. Lin Feng and Lin Bin quickly cleaned up the battlefield, bringing back some insect carcasses, limbs, and other debris. When they returned to the shelter, Lin Feng checked the time and found that almost half an hour had passed. He was covered in the sticky blood of the insects, and considering that he would inevitably have to touch the insect corpses again, he decided to finish cleaning up his haul before taking a shower. First came the carapaces of various insects, most of which were of ordinary quality. Lin Feng kept some of the useful ones and gave the rest to the shelter to devour. As for the internal organs, blood, and so on, they were all thrown into the compost bin. This wave of kills directly caused a surge in the amount of material in the compost bin. Then there are the treasure chests. Lin Feng counted them and found that there were as many as 12 treasure chests, and all of them were silver grade. You should know that since the system update, they have rarely seen wild treasure chests. They can only be obtained by killing monsters, and the level of each one is not high. Lin Feng and the others speculated that perhaps the game system wanted the survivors to find those bosses to challenge. He rubbed his hands together, feeling quite excited, but he didn't know what he would get. As the treasure chest opened, the light inside dissipated. Congratulations on obtaining 50 pieces of fine wood, 66 pieces of fine stone, and 40 pieces of fine ore. Congratulations on obtaining 30 iron ingots, fine, 20 copper ingots, fine, and 25 steel ingots, fine. Congratulations on winning 15 units each of premium timber, stone, and ore. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Then a look of joy appeared on his face. What a haul! He hadn't expected that all the basic resources in the treasure chest would be of excellent quality or above, especially the high-quality materials, which are hard to find these days. The materials required to upgrade a shelter from level 5 to level 6 are enormous. Even the entire Tarot Society, working together, couldn't upgrade the level of just one person. Lin Feng continued opening treasure chests. Acid-corroded insect scales, fine grade, 30. They're hard in texture and have slight acid resistance, making them an excellent material for making corrosion-resistant armor. Tough insect silk, fine grade, 40, with excellent elasticity and toughness, and has a wide range of uses. Concentrated acid sac, fine, 5, containing a high concentration of insecticidal acid, can be used to make strong acid traps or special arrows. Earth element crystal, fine, 3, contains pure earth element energy, which can be used to enhance shelter-related abilities or to craft elemental equipment. When Lin Feng saw the descriptions in these materials, he was slightly taken aback. He understood that the Cataclysm game's current disaster was meant to force them to fight to sustain themselves. Using these acid and corrosion-resistant materials, shields, armor, and other protective gear can be made, which can then be used in combat. However, most survivors simply hid inside the shelter and didn't dare to go out and fight the bugs. Lin Feng continued opening the silver treasure chest. Fluorescent dandelion seeds, superior grade, 10. After growth, they emit a soft glow that illuminates the surrounding area, and their downy hairs have a weak insect-repelling effect. Ironthorn vine seedling, premium, 3. A mutant vine that grows rapidly with thorny and hard stems. Once fully grown, it is as strong as steel and can serve as a natural barrier. 5 fine-quality heart-clearing herbs, 3 intermediate healing potions, 6 detoxifying potions, and 2 stamina-restoring potions. Name: Swift Boots. Grade: excellent. Description: increases movement speed and evasion. Boots are enchanted to maintain stability in muddy and slippery terrain. The Insect Eater Dagger and the Hardened Insect Shell Shield are both of excellent quality. Lin Feng was truly astonished by the huge pile of things in front of him. He hadn't expected that there would be so many items in these silver treasure chests, and that the quality of them was quite good. In addition to basic resources, there are also seeds, weapons, equipment, and so on. Lin Feng put on the swift boots and tried them out. He found that his speed had increased significantly. He also walked around outside and found that he didn't slip even when walking on viscous blood. Back at the shelter, Lin Feng was quite satisfied with the effects of the swift boots. He asked Lin Bin to start planting, while he went to the bathroom to take a good shower and wash off all the insects and blood from his body. After washing himself clean, he went to the bedroom and changed into a new set of clothes. In the living room, Lin Bin had already cleaned up the place. The shelter's own air purification capabilities also eliminated the smell of blood. Lin Bin brought over a glass of juice. Lin Feng took a sip. Today's juice was tamarind flavored, more sour than sweet, but it quickly restored his strength and energy. He opened the chat channel, where the survivors were all wailing and recounting how they had been attacked by bugs. Chapter 147 Discussion on the Insect Swarm. I survived, damn it, I almost died. My level 3 shelter was completely eaten away. Luckily, I fought back with an axe. But now the shelter is in grave danger. If another insect swarm comes, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Same here, me too. Luckily, I got some excellent grade armor beforehand, so I didn't die. But did you guys notice? Killing those bugs actually dropped treasure chests. I picked up a silver one and opened it and found a lot of excellent grade resources inside. I lost them too. I found some high-quality wood and stone, but they're not very useful. I would have preferred a weapon. Brother, stop dreaming. The silver treasure chest I opened only contained seeds. The quality was quite high, even premium, but we're barely surviving now. What do we need these for? It seems I'm lucky after all. I got a high-quality leather armor with 2 abilities, which greatly enhances my survivability. Damn it, why am I the only one who got the scrolls? None of you are as lucky as me. When I was killing the bugs, I found a special treasure chest called the Bug Box. Inside was a giant beetle of excellent quality. It looked like an off-road vehicle. It was awesome and had strong combat power. As soon as it opened the treasure chest, it recognized me as its master. Damn it, I'm so envious and jealous. Why don't I have that? Now that you mention it, these bugs don't seem so scary. There's just a lot of them. As long as we can withstand the first wave, we can turn the tide and reap huge rewards. Bullshit. You didn't see those bugs. When they rushed over, they opened their big mouths and bit down. My shield almost shattered. If I hadn't dodged quickly, it would have been broken in 2. Don't talk like that without knowing what happened. They're not that easy to kill, but they're not that hard either. Anyway, I survived with just a knife. Now the shelter is riddled with holes, and acid rain is falling from the roof. All we can do now is try our best to repair them. We just don't know when the bugs will come back. Stop arguing, everyone. I've noticed something. The bugs only attacked for about half an hour. Is it the same on your end? Now that you mention it, it does seem to be true. Exactly half an hour. It was the same here. As soon as the time came, a very sharp and piercing sound came from inside the fog. It sounded like my brain was about to explode. Then all the insects, no matter what they were doing, immediately turned around and ran back. In a few seconds, they all disappeared back into the fog. We couldn't stop them. This situation is very abnormal. It is definitely an organized retreat. I feel like the army has heard the bugle call to retreat. That's terrifying to think about. You mean these insects are just foot soldiers, and there's something directing them from behind? Understand. The mother hive must be the Zerg mother hive. That's how it's written in novels. These are just the lowest level engineers and soldier insects, used to wear us down and test our actual strength. If that's the case, then the attack just now was just an appetizer. Once they figure out our strength, the next one might be something even more powerful, like a giant flying unit or a long-range bug that can spray strong acid. Damn it, what you guys said is giving me the creeps. I thought I was so cool just because I killed the bug, but now it seems like Chun Chun is just an idiot. Fortune favors the bold. Who cares what lies ahead? As long as I can become stronger, I'll just kill. Today I might get a silver treasure chest. Tomorrow I might get a gold treasure chest. And maybe if I kill the mother nest, I'll get mythical equipment. Upstairs, are you an idiot? You're thinking of killing the mother nest? Why don't you think about killing the entity behind this game? Alright, don't let greed cloud your judgment. If you attract something we can't fight, everyone will be wiped out. It's not a question of whether or not it can be drawn out now. It's obvious that's how it is. Don't panic so much. Let's wait until tomorrow and see. Yes, we also need to see if any bugs come today. The channel was noisy. Some people were terrified, thinking they were sure to die, while others thought that since treasure chests could drop, they should fight to survive, preferring to die standing rather than live on their knees. Many analysts also urged them to calm down and stop arguing, since today was only the first time the insects attacked, and they couldn't predict what would happen next. There are several possibilities at present. The first is that the so-called Mother Hive, after learning of the existence of the sanctuary, sent a large number of insects to completely destroy it. The second type is wave after wave of attacks, similar to a monster siege. As for the third type, there are endless insects with no other thoughts but only one goal, to destroy shelters and devour all survivors. Lin Feng observed for a while and discovered a lot of valuable information, such as the special treasure chest called the Insect Box, as well as everyone's speculations. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers are equal to 1 zhuge liang, and there's some truth to that. Their analysis is indeed quite interesting. This is one advantage of having a large number of active users in the regional channel. Another advantage is the trading channel. Lin Feng opened the trading channel and saw that the items have been refreshed with many new items added. Moreover, these items are of high quality. Lin Feng believed that given their personalities, they must all be hiding something, whether it was a trump card or a family heirloom. Everyone had one. When would they choose to sell their family heirlooms? That's when their lives are truly at stake. That's how it is now. Many people are putting their unwanted but valuable items up for trade, hoping to buy materials to repair their shelters or to purchase weapons and equipment. In addition, many survivors killed the bugs and opened the dropped silver treasure chests, getting a lot of useless items. For a while, Lin Feng was dazzled by the sight. To be honest, these people are really good at hiding their true colors. The Elemental Purification Array is a rare item. It can be set up to purify various negative elemental energies, including acid rain. Selling price, 300 spirit copper coins. Space Expansion Module, a space-type treasure, priced at 400 spirit copper coins. High-quality black soil, 3 cubic meters, priced at 100 spirit copper coins. A fine beast taming scroll, priced at 150 spirit copper coins. A high-quality bloodline awakening stone can stimulate and enhance the power of a creature's bloodline. Failure will result in a sharp decline in bloodline strength and a reduction in power. It is priced at 120 spirit copper coins. A premium dog collar, exclusively for canines. Wearing it increases all attributes by 30% and comes with 3 additional abilities. It costs 350 spirit copper coins. Chapter 148. Lots of good things. The Elemental Purification Array is a good thing, useful for most survivors, but unfortunately not for Lin Feng. His shelter already has that capability, so there's no need to spend money on it anymore. Lin Feng snatched the Space Expansion Module the moment he saw it, without any hesitation. The shelter's spatial folding ability can be improved, but it requires space-related items, and coincidentally, this is exactly what it is. Lin Feng hesitated slightly before buying the high-quality black soil. The excellent beast taming scroll and the bloodline awakening stone were also useful to him, but Lin Feng hesitated about the high-quality dog collar. It's a high-quality item, but the survivor chose to sell it, clearly because he couldn't find any canine creatures. He hasn't seen any wild dogs in the wild yet. Some people in the chat channel have mentioned being bitten by stray dogs, but such people probably wouldn't spend that much money to buy something. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Feng still bought it, just in case he encountered a high-quality canine in the future. He continued scrolling through the trading channel, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Feng admitted that he had underestimated the survivor's resources. Name: active building seed vines and city walls. Grade: excellent. Description: a strange seed that appears to be carved from jade, with green light pulses pulsating inside. Effect: when planted in a designated area outside the shelter, it will absorb energy and grow into a wall of active vines. The vines possess characteristics such as self-repair, energy absorption, and sensory early warning. Once mature, they can even obey simple commands from their master, such as binding and imprisoning approaching enemies. Price: 800 spirit copper coins. Name: Portable Eco Park. Grade: excellent. Description: an irregularly shaped crystal fragment that seems to contain a small space sealed inside. Effect: once activated, it unfolds into an independent and stable space of approximately 30 cubic meters. The internal time flow rate is 1.5 times that of the outside world, and it has basic lighting, pure water, and fertile soil, making it ideal for the accelerated cultivation of precious plants or the breeding of special organisms with high environmental requirements. It can be stored and carried. Price: 730 spirit copper coins. Name: Mark of Servitude. Grade: excellent. Description: can only be used on non-human beings. Forces the signing of a master-servant contract. Success rate is based on the difference in mental strength between the two parties. Failure may trigger a mental backlash, making the target slave. If successful, the target will be absolutely obedient, and the master can sense the target's location and status at any time and decide the target's life or death with a single thought. Price: 500 spirit copper coins. Name: Activated Construct Core damaged. Level: none. Description: this is suspected to be the energy core of a powerful construct. It is currently damaged and incomplete. It can be repaired by high-level puppeteers and engineering masters, or it can be integrated into existing puppets or equipment as a special enhancement material. There is a chance that the puppet will gain access to its internal data. Price: 150 spirit copper coins. Name: Spatial Beacon disposable. Category: Curiosities. Description: allows you to set a hidden spatial coordinate at your current location, which will last for 24 hours. Within the shelter's area, the user can activate another coordinate and instantly teleport back to that coordinate. Price: 300 spirit copper coins. These items were selected by Lin Feng, mainly because there were too many rare or higher level items, and quite a few of them were of high quality. Their prices are quite high. Given the current wealth of survivors, they simply can't afford them. Lin Feng was confident that his wealth in the region was at least among the top 3, considering the hidden alliance of the 10 elders. Fortunately, he had sold all his odds and ends to temporary shops beforehand, which is why he was able to have so much money. Lin Feng waved his hand and bought everything. The feeling of spending money without restraint was simply too great. After the transaction was completed, the purchased items appeared in front of him. Before it could even make a move, the shelter sent out a strong message. It wanted the active building seed. Lin Feng naturally agreed. After all, the shelter was his livelihood. The active building seed quickly sank into the ground and was swallowed by the shelter. Lin Feng also received a response. Vine walls would grow outside the shelter. However, acid rain was pouring down outside, so they would only grow after the acid rain stopped. In addition, the shelter's activation panel has gained an extra ability. Vines on the city wall. Even if a major crisis occurs in the future and the city walls are completely destroyed, as long as the shelter still exists, the city walls will be able to grow back. Lin Feng hadn't expected such a gain, and he was in a very good mood. Next is the Portable Eco Park, which is also a type of space equipment and can also be swallowed by the shelter, but Lin Feng still chose to carry it with him. He simply crafted the crystal fragments into a necklace and wore it around his neck. With a thought, he examined the inside. The vast expanse of fertile soil was all of superior quality, and the well contained excellent water. It's clear that the survivor who possessed this item must have planted crops inside it. Lin Feng tried to bring out the soil, but failed. He also couldn't get the well water out. However, he was able to get inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It seems this person has really reached the end of his rope. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sold such a divine artifact. High-quality soil can accelerate crop growth, and with its own 1.5 times the time flow rate, ordinary crops can probably be harvested in just a few days. If you get thirsty, just go inside and replenish your fluids. With it, one could live comfortably simply by selling grain. If it weren't for acid rain and insect swarms, this survivor would be among the most comfortable living conditions. As for the enslavement mark, Lin Feng didn't have any usable objects. The reason he bought it was simply to have another trump card. Lin Feng then looked at the activated construct core. He had previously used one of the cores to create Lin Bin, and through his ability, he had unexpectedly transformed the other party into a living being. Should we make another puppet based on this? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He thought it would be even more helpful to create a subordinate with a life of its own. 2 people would be even more helpful. And what if the one created was a woman? We can also find Lin Bin a companion then. Unexpectedly, Lin Bin knelt down and took the initiative to say, "Master, please forgive my rudeness. May I devour this core?" Devour? Lin Feng was taken aback, somewhat confused. You could devour it. I can sense that this core contains a lot of data, which can help me fill in some gaps. Lin Feng didn't hesitate and directly threw the core to him. Since it's useful to you, then swallow it. Lin Bin's eyes gleamed as he cradled the core, his forehead touching the ground. I am willing to serve you forever, my master. Chapter 149 Advanced Acid-Resistant Coatings. Lin Feng never expected that a single core would elicit such a strong reaction from him, which showed how important this thing was to Lin Bin. He nodded slightly, repeating his previous statement. He would give Lin Bin anything that could make him stronger. Because Lin Bin has become stronger, Lin Feng, as his master, will also benefit. Lin Bin opened his mouth and swallowed the activated construct core directly into his stomach, then began to digest it silently. Lin Feng then took out the last item, a one-time use spatial beacon, which served a similar function to the shelter's landmark capabilities. The shelter sent another message, indicating that it could absorb the beacon and strengthen it. He agreed. The spatial beacon was swallowed by the shelter, and then he saw the beacon's abilities change. Roadmark. You can mark a location. Once you succeed, you can teleport to that location through the shelter, or you can teleport back. Currently available to be marked 3. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. The road signs could mark 2 locations before. He used one and marked it at the Great Furnace. Now there are 3 left. He has increased 2 at once, which is not bad. He poured himself a glass of juice and drank it happily. This purchase was practically all useless stuff. The insect swarm is both a disaster and an opportunity for survivors. Now it's up to who can seize this opportunity. Lin Feng opened the Tarot Club group and found that Shu Jiner was talking about her fight against the insects. She also had a lot of insects on her end, mostly marine life, and even posted pictures and videos of them. Lin Feng looked at them and saw 3 kinds of insects: poisonous scale insects, sea soul insects, and acidic fish insects. With the help of her equipment and pets, she managed to fend off a wave of insects, killing quite a few and obtaining 3 silver treasure chests, from which she opened a considerable amount of resources. Shu Jiner was worried that these insects might make a comeback, and that their strength and numbers might increase. She felt that with her own strength, she probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Bai Chen replied to the message, saying that the insects on his side were also quite special. He originally thought that there would be no insects in his shelter high in the sky, but unexpectedly a large number of flying insects appeared, as well as insects that caused great damage to the trees. He guessed that the insects would definitely come again, but he didn't know how many. If a situation arises where we are unable to fight back, we can help each other. Lin Feng also shared his experience with the insects and discussed it with them, saying that he had obtained a lot of resources of excellent quality or higher from the silver treasure chest. He felt that this insect swarm should be an opportunity to quickly gather enough resources to upgrade his shelter to level 6. Bai Chen agreed, adding that there were quite a few treasures appearing on the trading channel that made him envious. If he had enough spirit coins, he would have already made a large purchase. Shu Jiner also said, "Who says otherwise? I saw a bloodline mutation potion for marine creatures. After using it, it can cause bloodline mutations in marine creatures. I was thinking of buying it for my pet, but it's too expensive." Lin Feng, it seems we still need to save more money. I've seen several nice things, but I don't have the money to buy them. Shu Jiner, it's not that easy. The recycling price for unused materials sold to the system is too low. Should we go to the secret realm again? Bai Chun, no, let's not go for now. Let's wait until this disaster is over. Who knows what tomorrow will be like? Just as Lin Feng was chatting with them, a system notification caught his attention. Survive early Shufan request to add you as a friend, with a message. Brother Lin Feng, I apologize for bothering you, but I have an urgent matter to ask you about regarding acid-resistant materials, and I hope you can grant my request. After a moment's thought, he chose to pass. The moment the friend request was accepted, Li Shufen's communication request popped up immediately, her tone filled with urgency and a hint of unease. Brother Lin Feng, thank you so much for letting me through. My name is Li Shufen. I am 53 years old, and I have a level 4 shelter in the wilderness. Although I no longer have any relatives by my side, I have managed to upgrade the shelter to level 4 on my own. I thought that a level 4 shelter would allow me to live a peaceful life and find my family, but I never imagined that this disaster would be so terrible. Lin Feng, just say what you want to do. Li Shufen, I'm sorry, boss. I tend to ramble when I'm scared. Here's the thing. My talent is material making. I can create all sorts of product from existing materials. I previously bought some acid-resistant materials from a store and mixed them with the materials I had on hand to create a high-quality acid-resistant coating. I've tested it, and it's extremely effective against acid rain. I still have some left. You can try it. After saying this, Lin Feng received a transaction request from the other party. After agreeing, Lin Feng received a small jar of slime in his hand. It looked like paint and had no smell. He left the shelter, found a piece of ordinary wood, poured the slime on it, and then threw it into the acid rain. Acid rain poured down and hit the wood, but surprisingly, it didn't change much. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sure enough, the larger the pool of people, the better the cards will be. The coating I use for my shelter is this one. It works much better than the one sold in stores, which is why I was able to survive that wave of insects just now. Lin Feng immediately realized the value of this talent. The anti-acid coating in the system store was expensive and had a limited shelf life. If he could have a stable and more effective self-produced source, it would be of great significance, whether for personal use or as a strategic reserve. But Li Shufen's tone turned bitter. Making high-grade paint requires several relatively rare materials, mainly the juice of neutralizing grass and carbonated mineral powder. I had very little stock before, and I almost used it all up just now for defense. Given the current situation outside, I dare not go out to collect resources. Without new paint, my shelter definitely won't hold up to the next insect swarm. She paused for a moment, as if she had made up her mind. Boss Lin Feng, I know you're powerful and have a lot of resources. I would like to make a deal with you. If you can provide me with the materials, I can make acid-resistant coating for you for free, and I guarantee that the effect will definitely satisfy you. I only ask that, if possible, you could spare some attention for my shelter and help me fight off the insect swarm next time. I know this request is presumptuous. Li Shufen's tone grew weaker and weaker, clearly indicating that she knew this offer might not be attractive enough to the powerful Lin Feng, and sounded more like she was pleading for his help. Chapter 150, You Are Truly a Saint. Lin Feng did not answer immediately, but tapped his fingers lightly on the table. The opponent's talent is indeed quite good. If used properly, it could help many survivors get through this disaster. Of course, the system has already provided an update, so he certainly won't provide the acid-resistant coating for free. He doesn't need much, so a slightly higher cost price is acceptable. The 10 Elders Alliance is now frantically collecting spirit coins, which must be for some purpose. Lin Feng and the other members of the Tarot Society have all discussed this. The 10 Elders Alliance did this with future in mind. Since they were now facing off against each other, they needed to prepare in advance. Lin Feng was unaware of how many spirit coins others possessed, though he himself had a considerable amount of assets. However, no one would complain about having too much money. Moreover, the survivors are now desperate due to the acid rain and insect swarms, and they're all pulling out their best items to try and survive. It's easy to imagine that tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, even more good stuff will be coming out of the trading channel, so he needs to prepare enough spirit coins. Lin Feng quickly began to plan, providing materials to obtain stable and efficient self-produced acid-resistant coatings would not only meet the needs of his own shelter, but any surplus would be extremely valuable, whether distributed to guild members or sold. As for providing shelter to the other party, it's not impossible, since Lin Bin can protect the shelter. After thinking for a moment, Lin Feng replied to the message. I can protect you, and even help you fight off the insect swarm. Thank you. Thank you so much, Li Shufen said repeatedly. Lin Feng, don't thank me yet. I also have insects to fight. Doing two things at once is risky. I'll tell you my requirements. and whether you agree or not is up to you. I can provide the materials for your acid-resistant coating, but you need to give me 90% of the finished product. You can dispose of the remaining 20% as you see fit. A contract must be signed. Any breach of this contract will be your sole responsibility. There was a long silence on the other end, clearly indicating that they were considering whether it was worthwhile to do so. 90% belonged to Lin Feng, and the remaining 10% was used by her. Of course, considering the large volume, her 10% is actually quite a lot, and it can also be sold on the trading channel. Furthermore, for the other party, this is a risk-free deal. All that's being consumed is her talent. Lin Feng provides the materials, and he takes care of the safety. Just as Lin Feng was getting impatient, the other party replied to the message. Okay, I agree. Lin Feng nodded slightly. The other party didn't haggle, which was acceptable. If they dared to say another word, he wouldn't cooperate. He took out the contract scroll, drafted the terms on it, and then traded it to the other party. The other party signed the agreement shortly afterward. With the contract concluded, Lin Feng began searching for the materials she needed in the trading channel. After finding them, he discovered that the materials were not particularly expensive, and there were quite a few of them. However, this is only true for him. Other survivors simply don't have the money to buy it. Lin Feng quickly purchased a large quantity of goods, but instead of trading them on the trading channel, he first got the other party to join the alliance, and then applied to go to their shelter through the alliance. Unfortunately, they only added each other as friends today and aren't close friends, so they can't communicate through their close friend relationship. The other party agreed. After a brief spatial shift, Lin Feng appeared outside the shelter. To his surprise, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by flat terrain with no trace of resources. Lin Feng turned around and saw the level 4 shelter in front of him. It seemed to be built with special stone. It looked like the other party had chosen high-quality stone when upgrading the materials. The shelter's exterior walls were indeed coated with a grayish layer of paint. Although there was a slight hissing sound when it was washed by acid rain, the rate of corrosion was significantly slower than that of the surrounding exposed rocks, demonstrating its remarkable effectiveness. The walls were covered with pitted and uneven attack marks, and in some places they had been pierced by insects. The door was badly damaged and looked like it had been repaired to prevent it from letting in drafts. Lin Feng also understood why the other party was so eager to find him. In the state of the shelter, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand the second wave of insect swarms, because this person clearly endured it rather than choosing to fight the insects. Just then, a woman in her 50s, dressed in faded but clean clothes with somewhat messy hair, opened the door. Her face showed a mixture of nervousness and anticipation, as well as a look of lingering shock. The other person was none other than Li Shufen. Mr. Lin Feng, you've arrived. Please come in. Li Shufen stepped aside to let Lin Feng into the house. The shelter was much cleaner and more organized than Lin Feng had imagined. The living room was laid out like a rural home, with simple tables and chairs and things piled up in the corner. Lin Feng felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing it. After all, his hometown used to be in the countryside. You've cleaned this place very well, Lin Feng complimented. Li Shufen smiled a little shyly. Farmers don't even need to grow crops, yet they can keep their homes tidy and organized. Lin Feng nodded. It depends on the person. Some people stay at home all year round and still don't know how to clean. I'm here for 2 reasons. One is to bring the materials so that I can avoid being taxed by the system in the trading channel. The second is to see how you make it. Li Shufen wasn't that surprised. On the contrary, his actions put her at ease, indicating that he really would come to help when the insect swarm appeared. Where's your workspace? I have a lot of materials. Just take them over there. A lot of materials? Li Shufen was taken aback, but did not voice her doubts. She led the other person to a room filled with various odds and ends. Boss, this is it. Lin Feng nodded, then opened the mushroom packet and poured out the ingredients inside. Li Shufen stared in shock as a huge amount of materials were poured out of the small bag. Her room was about 40 or 50 square meters, and now the materials were piled up like a small mountain. Ow, how can there be so many? Since we're making it, we should naturally make more. You have high-quality acid-resistant coatings here that can protect against acid rain, but the other survivors don't have them. I've purchased a large amount of materials so that the other survivors can also be protected from the effects of acid rain, Lin Feng replied. Li Shufan was shocked by his answer, and she felt ashamed of her doubts. They selflessly helped so many people during the extreme cold disaster, and I never expected them to help other survivors during this disaster as well. Such a good person is truly one in a million. Boss, you are truly a saint, Li Shufan said from the bottom of her heart. Chapter 151, Selling Acid-Resistant Coatings. Saint. Hearing the way the other person addressed him, Lin Feng was clearly taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and laughed. I am not worthy of the title of saint. Li Shufan said earnestly, the fact that so many people are able to survive in the regional channel is all thanks to your help. You are a saint. Lin Feng didn't continue arguing with her, but said, let's begin. After all, there are still too many people who need this paint. After Li Shufan recognized him as a saint, her sense of distance from Lin Feng disappeared, replaced by a feeling of intimacy, as if he were a friend she had known for many years. She retrieved the materials and began to use her talent to create them. She pressed her hands down lightly, and a peculiar energy appeared, like an invisible stirring rod, continuously stirring the ingredients placed in the pot. What was originally just a physical mixture of mineral powder and grass juice began to change at a rate visible to the naked eye. The mineral powder particles became finer and were evenly suspended in the grass juice. The color of the mixture gradually changed from grayish-green to a deeper, metallic grayish-white, and even a very faint energy halo began to appear on the surface. During the process, fine beads of sweat appeared on Li Shufan's forehead, clearly indicating that using her talent had taken a toll on her mental strength. About 10 minutes later, she slowly withdrew her hand and let out a long sigh of relief. Okay, the base solution is complete. Next, just add an appropriate amount of purified water to dilute it, and add a small amount of resin to increase adhesion. After stirring well, it can be used directly. She poured an appropriate amount of water into the pot, stirred it again, and then stopped. She poured the diluted and stirred final product into a container and handed it to Lin Feng for inspection. This is a viscous liquid with a delicate texture, grayish-white color, and a faint mineral and herbal fragrance. Lin Feng dipped his finger in it and carefully felt it. The coating was slightly cool to the touch, with a uniform texture, and contained a stable, neutral energy aura. It definitely felt more advanced than the acid-resistant coatings he had seen in stores. The information also states that the paint is rated as high quality. Don't be fooled by the simple production process. It's inseparable from the other person's talent. How long will the effect last? Lin Feng asked. Under normal conditions, if not subjected to severe impact or strong acid corrosion, a single application can provide effective protection for at least 3 days. This is the answer I arrived at through experiments. However, I'm afraid that acid rain will continue to intensify. Li Shufan clearly explained the situation regarding the paint, since she had no need to hide anything since she could see the information. Lin Feng nodded. Since the effect is good, then I'll leave the rest to you. The survivors in the area need these paints. I see. Over the next few hours, Lin Feng left her shelter, checked the surroundings, and then returned. While she was making the product, he chatted with her for a while. The woman is now only thinking about surviving and finding her family. She has a loving husband. Although they live in the countryside and don't have much education, they're a loving couple and have 3 children. 2 boys and 1 girl. The eldest son is in his 30s, already married with twin daughters. The second son is a civil servant with a stable job. He has a beautiful girlfriend who works in the same unit, and they will be getting married soon. My little girl hasn't graduated from university yet, but she's studying art. She's also started her own social media account and has over 200,000 followers. I often buy her all sorts of clothes and jewelry. Their family lived a life that countless people envied. No one expected things to turn out this way. She has no family in the area. Li Shufan didn't know where they were, but she held onto a glimmer of hope. As long as she was alive, there was always a chance she would find them. If she dies, then there will truly be no hope. Lin Feng sighed. In reality, there are far too many cases like this. The chances of finding relatives, classmates, or friends are extremely low. When Lin Feng left the shelter and returned to his own shelter, he already had a considerable amount of acid-resistant coating. Lin Feng checked the time. It was around 10 p.m. None of the other survivors had been attacked by the bugs, and the pessimistic mood in the chat channel had improved considerably. Some people even naively believe that the insects will only attack once, and there will be no next time. Such people are ultimately a minority. Most people take advantage of this time to repair their shelters and buy the items they need in the trading channel. Lin Feng listed the acid-resistant coating on the trading channel. Li Shufan not only produces high-quality acid-resistant coatings, but also excellent and ordinary grades. Lin Feng categorized these types. Ordinary acid-resistant coating costs 5 spirit copper coins per unit. Fine acid-resistant coating costs 8 spirit copper coins per unit, and premium grade coating costs 20 spirit copper coins per unit. Relatively speaking, his price is not high. It's only a 10% increase over the system's price. As soon as the acid-resistant coating was released, a large number of survivors chose to buy it, and it sold out in less than a minute. The speed was astonishing to Lin Feng. Looking at the 736 spirit copper coins that had come into his account, he felt that his actions had been absolutely correct. While searching for the raw materials needed for the paint in the trading channel, Lin Feng also checked the chat channel. Have you seen Lin Feng, the big boss, post a listing for the sale of acid-resistant coatings? Of course I saw it. I've already bought 5 units of regular acid-resistant paint, and I'm applying it to the wall right now. I also managed to get 3 units of the superior grade, and I've already applied it to the roof. I even checked it out, and the acid resistance is indeed quite good. Damn, you guys are so quick. Have you been single for 30 years? As someone who has focused on grabbing red envelopes for 20 years, please call me Quick Gunner. When I saw that both the regular and premium grades of acid-resistant coatings were sold out, I gritted my teeth and grabbed a unit of the premium grade coating. Wow, the effect is amazing. Acid rain doesn't affect it at all. A big shot is a big shot. Only a big shot would think of helping us. That's right. Those who dare to speak ill of the big boss before were all idiots. Boss, we believe in you and stand firmly on your side. Master, you are truly a saint. Yes, that's right. This is a sage of our time. If we don't have to worry about acid rain, we should be able to survive this complex disaster with just the insects. Only a big shot would price it this low. If it were someone else, they would probably have set it at an exorbitant price. I saw an anti-acid paint in the store before, and I can't even imagine the price. Chapter 152, Dealing with Lin Feng. To be honest, I bought some acid-resistant paint from someone. It was just ordinary material, but they charged me 30 spirit copper coins. They even said that if I didn't have the money, I could sign a contract with them. I saw that contract, and it was practically a slave contract. I, Lu, would rather die than sign such a contract and become someone else's slave. I received it too. Holy crap, I thought I was the only one here. Turns out there's so many people. Damn it, could it be the so-called 10 Elders Alliance again? This organization is absolutely disgusting. Just think about it and you'll understand. These people are the so-called big landlords. They never treat us ordinary people as human beings. They wish they could suck our blood dry and then smash us to eat our marrow. Luckily, we have a big shot like Lin Feng in our regional channel. Otherwise, we ordinary survivors would just become their blood bags. Boycott, we must boycott. We should unite and absolutely not let the 10 Elders conspiracy succeed. The chat channel was filled with righteous indignation, and everyone was demanding an explanation from the 10 Elders Alliance. They have already identified 5 of them, and have also identified at least 30 others who belong to the 10 Elders Alliance. They kept a close eye on these people, and no matter what they did, their response was always the same. Boycott. Among the 10 Elders Alliance. Li Jinyao. Medical, I can't take it anymore. Does anyone know how to find this Lin Feng? I'm going to torture him to death. Meng Junxian. The animal tamer, damn it. This Lin Feng is a troublemaker. He has ruined our plans many times. We ignored him before, but this time we have to think of a way to deal with him. Previously, he stole our healing business by relying on flesh-woven bandages and fairy wands, making a lot of money from us. This time, he launched an acid-resistant coating, which is effective and inexpensive, and now my acid-resistant products can't be sold. Zhang Tianrei, planting now the other side has developed to the point where it can threaten us. If we don't do anything about it, it may really become a force to be reckoned with. We were supposed to rule this region and turn these people into our blood banks, but now we're on the verge of failure. Don't forget, several areas have been completely brought under control and are managed by an organization. Li Jinyao. Medical, I know it's Wang Qiyuan. I never thought he would rule the entire region, controlling tens of thousands of people and integrating all the resources for his own use. It's just too comfortable. With so many blood packs available, the shelter must have already reached level 7. Zhang Tianrui, planning don't dream. It's impossible. I know some inside information. The number of survivors in his area has been reduced to more than 3,000, and it is said that some of them have not obeyed his discipline. Li Jinyao, medical more than 3,000 people? How is that possible? There are tens of thousands of people in our region. Zhang Tianrui, planting if it weren't for Lin Feng, that troublemaker, even with our help, at most only about 20,000 people would have survived in our area. And that's after we did our best to help. Putting everything else aside, Lin Feng is indeed a talent. He managed to save so many people all by himself, especially a lot of trash who should have died. It's a pity. If only Chang Yu, that good-for-nothing, had controlled Lin Feng and made him his slave to work for us. Meng Junxian, Beast Tamer, what you said is right. Since he has already put himself on the opposite side, let's think of a countermeasure. If we continue to let Lin Feng cause such destruction, our 10 Elders Alliance will become a mere shell of its former self. We won't be able to make any money, and when the auction starts, we won't even have the right to enter. As for immortality, that's just a pipe dream. Li Jinyao, medical, where's Lao's son? He's the brains of our alliance. Hurry up and think of a solution. He hasn't come out lately. I don't know what he's been up to. Zhuang Yufeng, person, leave this matter to me. Since Lin Feng is willing to act like a saint, he certainly won't mind helping. Since ancient times, even heroes have found it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. I'll arrange for a few beautiful women to add him as a friend and ask him for help. He'll definitely go to their sanctuary, and then we'll ambush them beforehand. Even if he doesn't agree to go, that's not a problem. We can use that as an excuse to attack him, saying he's a hypocrite. I'm an expert in propaganda warfare. I'll make sure he's utterly disgraced. You see, the higher you stand, the harder you fall. It may seem like these scumbags are lifting him up, but if something really happens, it's these same people who will pull him down. Li Jinyao, medical, okay, I'll leave this to you. Lin Feng handed over the materials he had bought to Li Shufen and checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. As usual, he first went to the Doomsday Library, and when he came out, he had a complicated expression on his face. He was completely bewildered by this disaster. There were 5 perspectives in total, from ordinary children to adults, then to powerful guardians, and finally from the top of a 1,000-meter-high white jade tower. However, their deaths were mysterious and unclear. They simply went black and died suddenly. As for the name of the disaster, ignorance. Is this a disaster? Lin Feng muttered. He doesn't dwell on things he can't understand. Instead, he writes them down. Lin Feng lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. The next day, a new day dawned amidst the even more intense pounding of acid rain. The rain was no longer pouring down. It was as if the sky had a hole in it, and water was being poured out directly, except that this water was deadly corrosive. The grayish-green fog was so thick it was almost tangible, further reducing visibility. The area chat channel was filled with wailing and howling, even more miserable than yesterday. It can't hold on any longer. The exterior coating has completely peeled off, and even the stones are bubbling. Help! Does anyone have extra acid-resistant paint? I'll pay double, no, triple the amount of spirit coins. Brother Lin Feng, do you still have any acid-resistant coating? Please help me. My house is going to be corroded through if you don't come soon. Same plea, please help the child, big shot. This is a level 3 shelter. The walls have been penetrated and there are large holes in the roof. It's no use, it's no use. It's only because we bought acid-resistant paint yesterday and applied it to the roof that it's been able to hold on until now. If we hadn't, it would probably have been completely corroded by now. When Lin Feng opened the chat channel, he was really startled, mainly because the screen was full of cries for help. He clicked on the transaction request sent by Li Shufen and raised an eyebrow when he saw that there were a full 100 portions of acid-resistant paint. You've been working all night? Lin Feng sent her a message. Li Shufen, this is what I think. Many hands make light work, and the more survivors who survive, the better. Since I can help them, it's no big deal to work a little harder. Chapter 153 for the survivors. Lin Feng sighed upon seeing her message. I'm not alone on this path. It's better to have more survivors. It's really not fun if there are too few. He quickly listed the acid-resistant coating he had acquired on the trading channel. It sold out instantly again, with too many people unable to get their hands on it. Looking at the several thousand spirit coins that had come in, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. He decided that this time he would take a gamble. He first sent a message to the other party, and after receiving their consent, he went to Li Shufen's shelter. Li Shufen's physique is at the normal level. Although she upgraded her shelter to level 4, she did not obtain much high-quality food, which prevented her level from increasing. After staying up all night, Li Shufen was visibly exhausted. "Hey boss, you're here. So early in the morning. Why don't you have lunch together?" Lin Feng glanced at the table, which had millet porridge and 2 eggs on it. He walked over and took out a considerable amount of food from the mushroom package. Steamed buns, noodles, eggs, duck eggs, braised beef, etc. are all of excellent quality. Lin Feng even brought out a large bucket of orange juice, which he said could improve skin problems, boost spirits, and enhance energy. "Eat this. You're at the normal level now, which means you can't work long term. Once you reach the excellent level, you'll be much stronger than you are now." This is too expensive. Li Shufen was shocked when she saw the food in front of her. Is this what a big shot is like? They could produce so many high-quality foods so easily. It's not expensive, eat up. Also, I need to discuss something with you. Lin Feng explained the situation of the portable ecological park, saying that the time flow inside was 1.5 times that of the outside world, so she could make more acid-resistant coatings. In addition, to compensate her for the time she has spent, Lin Feng will provide her with a week's worth of high-quality food. Li Shufen agreed without hesitation, especially after eating the steamed buns and meat and feeling the changes in herself. She realized that the saying, "food is the first necessity of the people," was not without reason. After the meal, Lin Feng handed her the materials and then let her enter the portable eco park. He told her to come out and give them to him as soon as she finished making a batch. As for Lin Feng, he will guard her sanctuary and wait for the insect swarm to arrive. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already noon. During this time, Lin Feng had already listed the anti-acid paint 3 times on the trading channel, and all of them were snapped up. The second time, Lin Feng noticed that someone had grabbed most of the acid-resistant coating. Whether the other party was acting in the best interest of their sanctuary or was deliberately robbed by members of the 10 Elders Alliance, Lin Feng stipulated the quantity each person should purchase. 10 units. Each person can only buy this much per day. Otherwise, there will be restrictions. This way, more survivors can be guaranteed access to acid-resistant coatings. After all, for those wealthy survivors, they can easily purchase high-quality acid-resistant coatings. At noon, Lin Feng and Li Shufen had lunch together. The latter was worried that the insects might attack again today. Lin Feng told her not to worry too much, and that even if insects came, he would kill them. Both parties signed contracts, so Li Shufen felt relieved and focused on making the paint. It was past 1 o'clock when Lin Feng suddenly stood up, opened the door of the shelter, and saw insects coming towards them through the thick fog outside. With such a large number of them, if it were any other survivor, they would probably be so frightened that they would tremble with fear and have no courage to face them. Lin Feng had experienced a swarm of insects before and knew that killing insects could drop silver treasure chests. He licked his lips and suddenly felt a little excited about what he might find inside the silver treasure chests. At the same time, he learned from Lin Bin through the communication between master and servant that his shelter had not been attacked by the insect swarm. It seems these insects didn't attack at the same time. This gave Lin Feng a lot to think about, and he came up with even more feasible options. He first went back to the shelter and brought over the Vajra, fighting rooster, and many Crimson Spirit Bee guards. At that moment, the insects outside rushed over. The insects in the wilderness were somewhat different from those he had encountered before. Some were as large as oxen, covered in heavy armor, while others resembled venomous snakes, slithering and crawling on the ground. There were also flying insects, densely packed, covering the sky. Lin Feng produced a weapon and shield and charged forward. Li Shufen was constantly worried about the situation at her shelter, which made her somewhat distracted while making it, but she believed that the big boss would not lie to her. Besides, the panel in front of her showed no indication that the shelter was damaged. And so, with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, she produced batch after batch of acid-resistant coatings. No one knows how much time passed, but she and the pain around her all disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already in a shelter. First, a strong smell of blood rushed over, and Li Shufan was startled to see Lin Feng covered in blood. "Boss, you're bleeding. Quick, get him treated." Lin Feng waved his hand. "It's all insect blood. I wasn't injured myself. The insects that attacked the shelter have already retreated." Li Shufan rushed to the main gate and saw the river of blood outside, which told her how fierce the battle had been. If it were her, she probably wouldn't have been able to withstand this insect attack at all. Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, my shelter would definitely have been destroyed." "It's all right. I also hope that as many survivors as possible survive." "Have you finished making your acid-resistant coating?" "Yes, they're all here. You take a rest first. I'll temporarily rent this ecological park to you while I go back and make some changes." After Lin Feng left her shelter, Li Shufan remarked with emotion, "It's truly wonderful that we have a big shot like Lin Feng in this area." When Lin Feng returned to his shelter, a battle was still raging there. Together they fought off the swarm of insects, leaving behind many insect corpses and silver treasure chests. He first disposed of the insect corpses, then took a shower to wash off the insect blood, before returning to the living room to open the treasure chest. One of the reasons I agreed to help Li Shufan fight off the insects was because of this silver treasure chest. He obtained 6 silver treasure chests from Li Shufan, and 5 more from here. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together and opened 3 silver treasure chests in a row. They were all filled with materials. Although there were some high-quality materials inside, he still felt that his luck was a bit bad. Lin Feng asked Lin Bin to open the 4th treasure chest. When Lin Bin opened the treasure chest, the light inside dissipated, and the item revealed made Lin Feng pause in surprise. Chapter 154 Morning Light Chicken. Name: Environmental Purification Tower, small. Grade: excellent. Category: architecture. Description: once erected, it can effectively purify harmful elements in the air, water, soil, etc. within a 50-meter radius and can disperse acid mist. It requires energy to use. Building-related things: environmental purification. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He discovered that there were 5 low-level energy crystals inside the treasure chest, which were specifically for the purification tower. Each crystal could keep the tower running for 20 days. As expected, Lin Bin had good luck, so Lin Feng simply stopped opening the remaining treasure chests himself and handed them all over to him. The 5th silver treasure chest. Name: Zerg Pheromone Disruptor, disposable. Rank: rare. Description: upon activation, it releases a special pheromone that interferes with the perception and communication of most Zerg, causing them to fall into a short period of confusion, lasting approximately 1 to 3 minutes. Name: potential activating agent. Rank: rare. Description: after use, it greatly increases the probability of a pet breaking through its potential bottleneck, and has a small chance of awakening a new ability. Note: this method is most effective on pets that have reached their current potential limit. The 6th treasure chest. Name: Photovoltaic Energy Conversion Core. Grade: excellent. Description: a special energy core that can convert light energy into other energy sources. Arc blueprints can be used to build arcs of different grades, including excellent, high quality, and rare. The 7th treasure chest contained 50 units of high-quality resources and 300 units of excellent grade basic resources. The 8th and 9th treasure chests contained seeds and saplings, including a high-quality tree called the Fire Spirit Tree. The remaining boxes were a large, miscellaneous pile. Lin Feng looked at all the items, allowed a long sigh, and gave a thumbs up. Okay, not bad. You can open the boxes from now on. It is my honor to serve my master, Lin Bin replied humbly. Lin Feng first took the environmental purification tower to the courtyard outside the shelter and placed it there. The tower was about 3 meters tall and had a lot of white holes on it. It looked like a breathing creature as Lin Feng put low-level energy crystals into it. Immediately, branches resembling tree branches extended from the cavity inside the environmental purification tower, covering an area of about 10 meters around it. And on these branches, leaves grow one after another, covered with countless pores. As these vents breathe, the surrounding acid mist is drawn in and subsequently purified into fresh air. Lin Feng then looked at the bottom of the purification tower, where he could sense a large number of roots extending underground. Lin Feng stood at the foot of the environmental purification tower and took a deep breath. He found that the purified air was fresher than he had imagined, giving him a feeling of invigoration. Lin Feng watched as the surrounding acid mist was continuously purified, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. Could it be that after an acid rain disaster, this kind of environmental purification tower can effectively help the environment recover? Lin Feng didn't think much of it and returned to the shelter. He really didn't know how to effectively use the items he got from the other treasure chests. It looks like a Zerg pheromone jammer, which seems designed specifically for this Zerg swarm, but he has nowhere to use it. These insects couldn't destroy his shelter at all. As for potential enhancing potions, Lin Feng has Purple Spirit, Vajra Fighting Rooster, Crimson Spirit Bee, Firewax Bee, and so on. Using it on bees seems a bit wasteful. Lin Feng called over Ling and asked if it could be used. Ling shook its head, as it had only recently broken through and was currently in a stable state. The golden cock was somewhat unexpected for Lin Feng. It was only recently upgraded to a premium level through its hot springs, and now its own strength has improved even more. According to the golden rooster, these insects are quite helpful for its evolution. If it could eat more high-quality insect brains, it might reach the pinnacle of excellence. Lin Feng was quite looking forward to it. He knew the strength of the Vajra Fighting Rooster, and if he could help it advance to a rare level, it would also benefit him. He suddenly remembered that he had bought a superior bloodline awakening stone, which could be used to activate the bloodline of superior-level creatures. He didn't need to use the Vajra Fighting Rooster, nor did he dare to use it on Ling, for fear of failure, since the punishment for failure was quite severe. After much thought, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. He arrived at the breeding area and saw 10 mutated Brahmin chicks pecking at insects in the chicken coop. The Bloodline Awakening Stone can be used 5 times, and currently, the Brahmin chicken is the most suitable of the excellent grade creatures he has. Lin Feng had Lin Bin bring the chicks over, then he aimed one of the chicks at the Bloodline Awakening Stone, cut its foot, and a drop of blood fell onto the stone. The Awakening Stone emitted a crimson light, enveloping the chick. Lin Feng watched as the chick's body rapidly swelled, and its feathers kept falling out. He quickly put the chick on the ground and moved it several meters away. Bang! The chick exploded, splattering a large amount of blood on the ground. Lin Feng, wait, what happened? Wasn't it said that the strength was reduced? How did it turn into an explosion? Could it be because the chicks haven't grown up yet? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, unsure whether to continue. After a moment, he gritted his teeth. Anyway, there were still 4 attempts left. Even if he failed all of them, he would still have 5 chicks. Lin Feng continued. The second and third ones both exploded, making Lin Feng question his existence. When the 4 chicks woke up, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and it didn't explode. Instead, its appearance changed quite a bit. Its body shape becomes more symmetrical and slender. Its feathers transform into a golden-white gradient color like the morning sun. Its comb is like a small golden crown. Its eyes are clear as amber, and its tail feathers are long, scattering soft particles of light. Name, Morning Light Chicken. Grade, excellent. Description, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the Dawn Golden Rooster. It has become a king among chickens, with a powerful restraining effect on creatures such as darkness and the undead. Ability, Dawn Cry. The first cry of each morning dispels darkness, fog, and low-level negative mental states within a 20-meter radius, and provides friendly units within the area with a Dawn's Blessing effect that lasts for 1 hour, slightly increasing morale, stamina recovery speed, and damage to shadow and undead creatures. Radiant Wings can briefly emit light, illuminating a large area, and has a deterrent and burning effect on evil, darkness, and undead creatures. Auspicious Aura. Its existence can slightly improve the overall comfort and stability of the shelter, and has a very low probability of triggering good things, such as crops maturing faster or resources increasing slightly and randomly. Chapter 155, How Did I Become a Professional Chicken Farmer? Lin Feng stared blankly at the radiant chicken before him, then muttered to himself, Did I get the hidden version? He rubbed his hands together, eager to use his last chance to awaken the stone. Since we've already succeeded with one, it doesn't really matter if this one fails. However, to his surprise, he succeeded this time as well. Name: stable CPU. Grade: excellent. Description: a chicken that can stabilize other creatures. Its color changes according to its mood and the emotional atmosphere of its surroundings. It leans towards warm colors when happy and towards cool colors when nervous. Ability: emotional absorption. It can actively absorb negative emotions from friends and transform them into its own energy. The person whose emotions are absorbed will feel calm and have reduced mental stress. Chicken soup for the soul. Group emits a soft, soothing, gurgling sound, providing a comforting buff to friendly units within range, slightly increasing mental resistance and accelerating the recovery of sanity or mental energy. Berserk. When the absorbed negative emotions exceed the threshold, a brief berserk state will be entered. In this state, all of a stable chicken's attributes will be increased by 3 times. However, after using it, the chicken will fall into a 3-day period of weakness. At this moment, the golden rooster also noticed the situation and strode over with an air of indifference, as if it were a general on an inspection tour. The 2 chickens, thinking that their bloodline was so strong and that the chickens were still pretending with them, immediately rushed forward. Unfortunately, the golden rooster was a fully grown rooster with extensive combat experience. Even 2 roosters working together were no match for it, and it was defeated in no time, bowing its head in submission. Lin Feng. He was speechless for a moment. How did I suddenly become a professional chicken farmer? However, he quickly accepted this reality because their strength was simply too great. Lin Feng stayed in the breeding and planting areas for a while before returning to the living room. At this time, Lin Bin was already busy in the kitchen. He reached the kitchen doorway. Here, take this. Lin Bin was visibly stunned when he received the solar energy conversion core. If this thing is useful to you, then you can use it. If you find anything useful in the future, just let me know. Thank you, Master. Lin Bin also swallowed the light energy conversion core. Lin Feng was wondering how powerful he would become if he fully digested the data within the 2 cores he had swallowed. He began to feel a sense of anticipation. Time passed quietly. The dining table was already laden with the delicious dishes that Lin Bin had carefully prepared, their colors enticing and steaming hot. Today's meal was truly sumptuous. The first dish was grilled giant crab legs. The huge crab legs were split open to reveal the snow-white, plump crab meat. The meat is coated with special spices and honey, and then roasted at precise temperatures, resulting in a crispy crust, firm and chewy meat, and a subtle smoky aroma. Next to it was a small dish of dipping sauce made with lime juice and vanilla to cut through the richness. The crab meat tasted even better after being dipped in the sauce. The second dish is steamed silverfish, a creature from a special tank containing high-quality aquatic resources that he has now obtained. It was about 1 foot long, with fine scales that shimmered under the light, and was covered with shredded scallions and ginger for flavor. Lin Feng took a bite. The fish was incredibly tender and melted in his mouth, its sweet and fresh flavor seemingly blooming on his tongue. The jar contains ginseng and mutton bone soup. The soup is milky white and mellow, with a rich and fragrant flavor. The mutton is tender, and the ginseng is soft and sticky. Lin Feng took a sip and immediately felt a warm current spread from his stomach to his limbs and bones, as if his body had been nourished. Another bite of cold salad is both refreshing and helps to cut through the greasiness. Lin Feng took a sip of his drink and said comfortably, "That was awesome. Now it's time to truly enjoy yourself." Lin Feng sat down, scooped out a bowl of mutton bone soup, blew on the steam, took a sip, and the exquisite aroma made him squint his eyes in satisfaction. Next, he pried open the grilled crab leg with his hands, dipped it in a little lime juice, and put the large chunk of snow-white crab meat into his mouth. The crispy exterior and the sweet and juicy interior created a wonderful contrast. As he enjoyed this lavish meal amidst the disaster, he casually opened the regional chat channel. The atmosphere in the channel had subtly changed compared to the desperate wails he had witnessed when he first returned. "Brothers, I've figured out a pattern. The bugs attack for half an hour and then retreat. While they're retreating, I put on my acid-resistant raincoat and rush out, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the injured and slow-moving bugs. I actually managed to pick up a silver treasure chest. Holy crap! The person upstairs is brilliant. I'll give it a try too. I just opened a silver treasure chest, and guess what? A high-quality Gale longbow with a built-in rapid-fire skill. It's absolutely awesome. I unlocked the skill book ground spikes. Next time the bugs come, I'll let them taste the power of ground spikes and give them a good kick from behind. It seems these insects aren't so scary after all, as long as we hold off the first wave. The rest is a mobile treasure trove. That's true, but the risks are still high. I almost got ambushed by a bug that was playing dead as soon as I went out. Fortune favors the bold. It's better than hiding in a shelter and waiting to be worn down. Boss Lin Feng's paint is good, but you can't keep buying it all the time. You still have to make some profit yourself. That's right. We can't always rely on others. We need to be strong ourselves. However, did you notice that the strength and number of the insects this time seemed to have increased, and they also retreated after only half an hour? Well, that's not all. I also noticed that the survivors don't seem to be attacked by the bugs at the same time. Maybe we can take advantage of the time difference and form a team to fight them. That actually works. Lin Feng looked at the information in the channel, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This change is something he's happy to see. If all the survivors only know how to hide and call for help, then this area will eventually fall completely. Only when everyone starts striving to become stronger can a truly powerful force be formed to combat disasters. It seems that many people are starting to get the hang of it. Lin Feng picked up a piece of mutton. It was tender and fragrant, and the meat fell off the bone with just a touch. Few people besides him could enjoy such a life. Time passed quietly, and 2 more days have passed since the combined disaster of acid rain and insect infestation. Thanks to the acid-resistant coating provided by Lin Feng, some people no longer worry about acid rain. However, the strength and number of insects are increasing, and many survivors, even when teaming up, still cannot survive. Within the regional channel, the number of survivors is steadily decreasing. Chapter 156, The Scroll of Disaster Prophecy. Time slipped away with difficulty amidst the corrosive effects of acid rain and the screech of insects. Although Lin Feng, Li Shufan, and a few other strong survivors managed to stabilize the situation through various means and even profit from the insect swarm, for the vast majority of people in the area, every day felt like walking on the edge of hell. The intensity of acid rain appears to have stabilized at an extremely high level and is no longer increasing significantly. But the threat of insect swarms is growing daily. Their shells are harder, and their acid is more corrosive. In particular, the number of high-level insects has increased significantly. There are even flying mantises that can glide short distances and launch surprise attacks from the air, as well as burrowing centipedes that can burrow through the foundations of most level 3 shelters. The chat channel was once again consumed by despair. Very few people were speaking now, because they were all dead. It's over. Everything's over. My level 4 shelter has been breached too. They came from underground. Help! Someone please save me. I'll give you everything. Spirit coins, materials, even my talent. Why? Why are the insects getting stronger and stronger? We can't see any hope at all. The number of people in the channel has decreased a lot. People who were chatting yesterday have their profile pictures turned gray today. A silent panic is spreading. The intense battles over several days and the dwindling number of survivors have brought many survivors to the brink of mental collapse. The depletion of resources, the damage to their shelters, and the fear in their hearts were like 3 mountains weighing them down, making it hard for them to breathe. The number of survivors in the entire area decreased by an astonishing 1/5 in just a few days. What exactly is this cataclysmic game trying to do? Why is the second cataclysm so difficult? The first extreme cold disaster had already reduced the number of survivors to a terrifying level. The second one was a compound disaster. Let me put it this way. As someone who has read countless survival novels, I have never encountered anything so outrageous. No, is this game treating us like monkeys, just to make a fool of us? We were able to resist the insects thanks to Lin Feng and his bounty hunter guild during this second disaster. Even so, 1/5 of us still died. Yes, if no one had helped, I'm afraid 4 out of 5 would have died. I've given up hope anyway, whatever. Perhaps this game is a large-scale hypnosis. Once you die, you can exit the game and return to the real world. That makes sense. Lin Feng frowned deeply as he looked at the negative comments in the chat channel. In the past few days, when he discovered that the bugs were not attacking at the same time, he reminded the survivors in the chat channel. In fact, everyone else had also noticed. Some of them used contract scrolls to form alliances, while others joined alliances and helped each other. Lin Feng told them that they could post missions in the Bounty Hunter Guild, and if someone was willing to accept the mission, they would complete it within the guild's constraints. With the guild's backing, survivors don't have to worry about being betrayed. In addition, Lin Feng, Bai Chun, Song Xiangwen, and others also took on the mission. In addition, 5 new members joined the guild. They're all quite strong. 2 of them think it's good to have a powerful guild behind them, while the other 3 are looking to improve their sanctuary level by relying on guild resources. They also took on many missions, going to other shelters to help fight off the insects. Even so, the number of survivors continues to decrease. Why? Lin Feng sighed. He had done enough. He could only blame the Cataclysm game for not giving people a way out. At that moment, an anonymous survivor posted a scroll image radiating an ancient and mysterious light in the area chat. Disaster Prophecy Scroll, Acid Rain, and Insect Swarms. The content reveals that this disaster involved 8 rounds of active insect attacks, 6 of which have been completed, with 2 rounds remaining. Note, after surviving all 8 rounds of attacks, the insect swarm will completely reseed, and the intensity of the acid rain will begin to slowly decrease until it disappears. This image is like a boulder thrown into a still lake. The channel freezes briefly before exploding. Really? Only 2 more times left. The Prophecy Scroll is a special item produced by the system, so it shouldn't be wrong. 8 rounds, which means that if we can just survive tomorrow and the day after, we can live. Oh my God, I can finally see the end. I thought I was going to live in the shadow of these damn bugs for the rest of my life. Brothers, hang in there. It's the last 2 days. Don't give up. Hope, like a wildfire, reignited in the hearts of the survivors. Though still faint, it gave them a clear goal and something to look forward to. What the survivors previously felt as endless torment now seems like a sudden, visible end. Immediately afterwards, the discussion in the channel shifted dramatically from the previous despair and lamentation to a heated discussion and mutual support on how to survive the last 48 hours. Let's form a team, preferably a team of 3 or more. We'll use the guild to post a quest. I'm a fine-grade character, and I also have fine-grade weapons and shields. I need a ranged archer and a support character. We've already formed a team of 3. Let's have 2 more. The wisdom of survival was brought to its peak in the final moment. In the trading channel, the prices of various defensive supplies soared again, but at the same time, more requests for barter and mutual assistance emerged. People began to share intelligence more actively, integrate resources, and even engage in small-scale tactical coordination. Although the system has updated the trading channel and will charge taxes for transactions between 2 people, there will be no tax issue if the other party goes to someone's shelter for a face-to-face transaction. However, this means you'll need to make several trips, since many people lack large-capacity backpacks these days. Lin Feng breathed a slight sigh of relief as he watched the dramatic turn of events on the channel. He had already deduced from various signs that the insect swarm might have a time limit, but this prophetic scroll was undoubtedly the strongest stimulant, stabilizing the hearts of people who were on the verge of collapse. The last 2 days, Lin Feng put down the water glass in his hand, his gaze becoming sharp. These are also the 2 most dangerous days. The commanders behind the swarm will definitely not let us get through this easily. Just as all the survivors were making intensive preparations for the life or death test of the last 2 days, a solemn system notification sounded in the minds of every survivor once again, but the content was completely different from the disaster announcements of the past. Chapter 157. Issue a mission to destroy the insect hive. Regional Challenge Mission released. Eradicate the insect swarm. Mission background. The insect swarm is not a natural disaster. It is under the unified command of a central authority. Severing this authority will greatly weaken the swarm and create an opportunity for victory in the region. Task objective. 1. Eliminate hive guards. Kill as many hive guards scattered throughout the area as possible. After accepting the mission, you will receive the real-time location, strength assessment, and characteristics of the designated guards. 2. Destroy the hive brain. Locate and destroy the hive brain, the ultimate command unit of the Zerg swarm. After accepting the mission, you will receive the real-time location, strength assessment, and characteristics information of the hive brain. Task rewards. Complete the Zerg swarm guardian kill. The team/individual who participated in the kill will receive a large amount of spirit coins, gold chests, and special damage-boosting items against the Zerg. Complete the Mother Nest raid kill. The team/individual with the highest final kill/contribution will receive a huge amount of spirit coins, legendary chests, regional legendary points, as well as titles, honors, etc., and will also receive at least 2 disaster-resistant artifacts. Warning. The mission objective is extremely dangerous. Accepting it if you're not strong enough is tantamount to suicide. Please choose carefully. This mission announcement was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, instantly igniting the entire chat channel. Challenge mission. Kill the boss. The rewards are gold chests and legendary chests, my god, and disaster-resistant artifacts too. What does that mean? I've only ever heard of artifacts that are effective against people, cities, or armies. How can they be effective against disasters? The fact that it can provide a hint means that it is a very precious treasure. The system actually provides coordinates and information directly. This is encouraging us to hunt them down. The system said it was extremely dangerous and even gave a strength assessment, so it's probably not that simple. Fortune favors the bold. There are only 2 days left. Let's give it our all. If we win, we'll take off. I don't recommend it. I still think it's better to just stay in a shelter for 2 days. What if you die after you get out? That's right. Anyway, it's 48 hours to resist 2 insect swarms. Have you ever considered this? What if the number and strength of these 2 insect swarms both increase dramatically? If we were to carry out a decapitation strike, we might be able to weaken them. You need to have the ability first. Survivors without skill wouldn't bother with this, but those who are confident in their abilities or their teams are tempted. High risk comes with high reward, especially at the end of this disaster. If you can defeat the boss, you will not only get a generous reward, but also be able to cope with the subsequent disasters. As the saying goes, if you take the lead, you'll stay ahead. Lin Feng understood this principle as well. He assessed his own strength and realized that he probably couldn't handle it all by himself, so he would have to ask the other members of the Tarot Club. In the Tarot Club group, message notification sounds immediately filled the air. Sha Jin Vow, a legendary treasure chest. It's sure to contain some great stuff. This reward is making my heart race. Don't you guys want to take it? Song Xiangwen. Accept it, we must accept it. My blood blade needs even stronger sacrifices to nourish these bosses, and this is the perfect time. Bai Chun, don't rush, let's analyze it carefully. There are 2 possibilities for the system to actively issue high-reward hunting missions. First, the intensity of the insect swarm will exceed expectations in the last 2 days. The system will use this to incentivize high-end combat forces to take the initiative and share the overall pressure. Second, the existence of boss is itself the core mechanism of the disaster, and killing them can substantially shorten the course of the disaster. Another thing I'm wondering is, if this boss hadn't been killed, where would it have gone? Would it have gone back underground to lie dormant, waiting for the next disaster strike? Shu Jiner, that makes sense. Lin Feng, I personally believe that the boss will disappear but not die. Perhaps it will suddenly appear in some disaster, superimpose with the original disaster, and form a compound disaster again. Shu Jiner, you mean to say that this complex disaster should not have existed, and that it was just simple acid rain? Lin Feng, it's just speculation. There's no actual evidence to confirm it, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Bai Chun, I think so too. It's really unreasonable for a compound disaster to appear a second time. It doesn't give the survivors any way to survive. No matter what kind of game it is, it should be gradual. Starting with hell mode is not as good as just destroying everyone at once. Shu Jiner, according to you, should we accept it or not? Lin Feng, I'm inclined to accept it. I'll take the first mission and see. Anyway, it's about killing the insect hive guard. With the strength of the few of us, it shouldn't be too difficult. The others readily agreed. Lin Feng accepted the request, and the next moment, the relevant information appeared on the panel in front of him. Hive Guardian. Location. The abandoned sewage treatment plant is located in the southeast corner of the area, deep in the dense forest in the northwest, at the bottom of the mining pit in the east, and in the center of a swamp eroded by acid rain in the south. Strength assessment. Individual strength is approximately equivalent to superior grade, possessing strong defense, specific elemental resistance, and area attack capabilities, and is protected by a large number of excellent grade insects. Characteristic. Wastewater treatment plant guards, skilled in acid spraying and corrosive toxic fumes. Forest Guardian possesses mimicry and surprise attack capabilities and is extremely fast. Mine Pit Guardian. Its carapace is extremely hard, its physical defense is extremely high, and it is adept at using seismic waves. Swamp Center Guardian can summon swamp tentacles, highly adaptable to the environment, and has a fast recovery ability. After accepting the mission, you will have 1 hour to prepare. Once you have completed the preparation, you will be automatically teleported to the area. If you choose to refuse, there will be no penalty. Lin Feng took a picture of the information on the panel and sent it to the group. This is the information that appeared after I accepted the mission. Take a look. Shu Jiner. That's great. There won't be any punishment. I thought it would be like those infinite flow novels, where they would refuse and directly eliminate the target. Bai Chun, I have a question. You've given 4 guards, which means I have to kill at least 4. Also, how many guards are there? If I accept the challenge, will I be given guards in different locations? If 10, 50, or 100 people accept the task, does that mean the number of Zerg Hive guards will be 400 or 500 or more? If that's the case, as long as each shelter has 2 or 3 high-quality guards, ordinary shelters won't last long at all. Lin Feng. One possibility is that there are many survivors in our area, so the number of guards is dispersed. Another possibility is that there are not many guards, so it's first come, first served. After all, there can only be one mother nest. It's not feasible for many people to accept it and then split it into countless nests. Bai Chun, I just tried accepting the mission. Look, the location is different from Lin Feng's. Chapter 158, Killing the Fly King. Lin Feng looked around and noticed that the distribution area of the 4 guards on Bai Chen's side was completely different from his own. This indicates that there are at least 8 guards. He opened the chat channel again, but no one posted any information about accepting tasks. It seemed that either they accepted but didn't post, or they were just observing. Bai Chun, now that we've accepted the mission, how are we going to complete it? Song Xiangwen, accepted it too, but it's different from yours. I plan to go over there and try myself first to see how strong they are. If you can't beat them, you can wait for me. Lin Feng, in that case, I'll give it a try too. Shu Jiner, no, since you've all accepted, then I think I'll pass. I don't want to fight these bugs. Lin Feng looked at the countdown timer, put on his pet, grabbed his weapons and equipment, and only after everything was ready did he choose to start the mission. The teleportation force enveloped him, and he vanished from the shelter in an instant. When Lin Feng reappeared, he had already arrived at the abandoned sewage treatment plant. The abandoned factory area resembled a giant steel tomb, with rusted pipes and collapsed buildings looming in and out of view in the gray-green rain, and the ground covered with a layer of sticky, oily stains. Lin Feng activated his shield, surveyed his surroundings, searching for the guardians of this insect swarm. A red signpost pointed ahead. Lin Feng became more vigilant and, guided by the road signs, carefully traversed the broken stairs and twisted steel frame, arriving at the edge of a huge, open-air sedimentation tank, as large as a football field. The bottom of the pool had long since dried up, but it was covered with a thick layer of black, viscous, asphalt-like substance that was constantly bubbling up in a nauseating way. In the center of the sedimentation tank lay the target of this mission. Its shape resembles a metal fly magnified dozens of times, looking incredibly ferocious. It is nearly 4 meters long, and its entire body is covered with a thick, shiny black carapace with a metallic sheen. Its 6 stout limbs are deeply embedded in the black sediment. What is most unsettling is its enormous head, which is covered with thousands of constantly flashing compound eyes that reflect the surrounding scenery, giving it a near 360-degree field of vision. A pair of transparent, rapidly vibrating wings folded behind its back, emitting a low, buzzing sound. Almost the instant Lin Feng and his group stepped into the sedimentation tank, the compound-eyed fly king's thousands of compound eyes simultaneously locked onto them. Buzz! It let out a piercing screech. Its wings suddenly unfurled, and its massive body soared into the air with an agility disproportionate to its size. At the same time, from the black sediment beneath it, a large swarm of fist-sized elite corrosive flies suddenly flew up, circling around it like an escort fleet. Whoosh, 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 here it comes. The compound-eyed fly king nimbly changed position in the air, while its abdomen contracted, continuously spraying out 3 thick, foul-smelling, acidic arrows the size of buckets, which shot in a triangular pattern toward Lin Feng's location. Its reaction speed and attack sequence were astonishingly fast. Shield guard. Lin Feng let out a low shout, and the lava armor shield in his left hand was instantly activated, forming an energy shield with dark red light. Laugh! The concentrated acid arrows struck the lava shield, producing a violent corrosive sound. The shield's light flickered, and it was found that most of it had been corroded through. The strength of this acid far exceeded that of ordinary Zerg. The elite flies swarmed towards Lin Feng and Lin Bin like suicide bombers, attempting to disrupt their actions. Truly impressive. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. The compound-eyed fly king's all-around vision and high-speed reaction made conventional sneak attacks and flanking tactics almost ineffective. Coupled with its flight ability and strong acid attacks, it was indeed extremely difficult to deal with. However, what he brought today is precisely the nemesis of this insect. Fighting cock, it's up to you now. Lin Feng transmitted the command in his mind. Cluck, cluck. The King Kong fighting cock, which had been eager to try, let out a piercing cry that seemed to split the clouds and shatter rocks. Its body burst forth with crimson gold light, like a small sun, illuminating the surrounding gray rain and swarms of flies with brilliance. The King of Chicken's intimidation ability, with its natural suppressive aura against insects, was released without reservation. The once aggressive elite flies were thrown into disarray by the pure aura of the Chicken King, becoming restless and agitated, with some of the weaker ones even losing control and falling to the ground. For the first time, the compound-eyed fly king in the air showed obvious fear in its countless compound eyes. Solar impact. With a flap of its wings, the golden fighting rooster transformed into a streak of crimson gold light, ignoring the chaotic flies, and charged straight at the compound-eyed fly king in the air, its speed comparable to lightning. The compound-eyed fly king, with its superb dynamic vision thanks to its compound eyes, barely managed to catch the cockfighting cock's trajectory. In a panic, it tried to dodge to the side and spewed acid again. But the scorching sun attack of the golden rooster is not so easy to dodge, especially when its mind is intimidated by the aura of the Rooster King. Boom! The crimson gold orb of light slammed solidly into the chest and abdomen of the compound-eyed fly king, unleashing a burst of blazing solar power, accompanied by a piercing sound of its carapace shattering. Squeak! The compound-eyed fly king let out a shrill scream as its massive body was slammed backward. A charred hole was blasted into its hard carapace, emitting blue smoke, and green blood and fragments of its internal organs flew everywhere. It struggled to regain its balance, but the rooster gave it no chance. Its sharp claws, like hooks, viciously clawed at its vulnerable compound eyes and joints, while its sharp beak pecked at its wounds like a warhammer. Lin Bin wasn't idle either. He wielded his twin swords, clearing away the elite flies that tried to interfere with the cockfighting like ghosts. Wherever his sword flashed, the flies fell like dumplings. Lin Feng, holding the armor-piercing bow, calmly looked for an opportunity. Just as the compound-eyed fly king lost its balance and fell after its wing root was torn open by the fighting rooster's claw, Lin Feng seized the moment. Whoosh! An arrow, imbued with dark, corrosive energy, streaked across the sky like a meteor, piercing the core of the compound-eyed fly king through a hole in its chest carapace. The struggle of the compound-eyed fly king came to an abrupt end. The light in its compound eyes quickly dimmed, and it finally crashed to the ground, hitting the black sediment and remaining motionless. The remaining elite flies suddenly lost their command and scattered, quickly disappearing into the rain and the shadows of the factory. Hint: successfully defeated the Nest Guardian, the compound-eyed Fly King, and obtained 2,000 spirit bronze coins and 1 gold chest. A treasure chest, radiating a dazzling golden light, appeared beside the corpse of the compound-eyed Fly King. Lin Feng did not immediately open the treasure chest. Instead, he had Lin Bin keep watch while he stepped forward to carefully examine the corpse of the compound-eyed Fly King and the surrounding environment. Chapter 159, Seizing the Time. The battle ended faster than expected. Lin Feng hadn't anticipated that the Vajra fighting rooster would be so effective at controlling these insects. Plus, it's already of premium quality, so it's incredibly easy. It's about the surrounding environment. Lin Feng looked around. This sewage treatment plant looked like a product of modern society. Could it be that modern technology exists in this world, or that it has been integrated into the modern world? Lin Bin's eyes flashed with blue light as he scanned his surroundings in detail. Master, abnormal energy residue has been detected at the bottom of the sedimentation tank. It is not purely generated by the Zerg. Structural analysis shows that there may be a man-made hidden passage or space below, but it is covered by these corrosive sediments and Zerg secretions. Should we open it? Lin Feng frowned slightly. How could there be an artificial passage beneath an abandoned sewage treatment plant? Did it exist before the disaster, or was it dug by later generations? Is there a deeper connection between this and the insect swarm? He noted down this suspicious detail, but did not immediately investigate it further. His immediate priority was to complete the hunting mission. However, Lin Feng used the shelter's signpost ability to mark the place, and he would come back to check it in detail after he finished his business. Then, Lin Feng opened the golden treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining 2,000 spirit copper coins. The following rare items: Fly King's compound eye lens, the insect winged wind ship, perfect blueprint, the fly transformation, rare designated prophecy scroll, and a druid heritage trial opportunity. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that he would receive 2,000 spirit copper coins at once. This was indeed a good thing. He quickly examined the remaining items. The strange item was a pair of glasses that looked somewhat like fly eyes. Wearing them would grant him compound eyes and the ability to see in motion. It was Lin Feng's first time wearing this kind of equipment, and he couldn't get used to it, so he vomited. He vomited for a while before stopping. Looking at the strange object, he could only say that it was incredibly effective, especially in combat, as it allowed him to observe the enemy from all angles without any blind spots. Unfortunately, he can't use it now and can only wait until he gets used to it. One of the most important materials on the construction blueprints was the Lord of the Flies. As for the others, he had never even heard of them and put them aside for the time being. This skill left Lin Feng speechless. After a moment's thought, he learned it and tested it out. He found that the skill was quite powerful, capable of absorbing the hearts of creatures like flies to transform themselves and inheriting their abilities. The only thing he can change now is the Lord of the Flies. If other fly-like creatures can be found in the future, they can also transform. That's right, turning into a fly is really absurd. However, this druid trial opportunity allows you to enter and undergo trials. If you succeed, you will receive the druid's legacy. Lin Feng was quite interested in druids, and he planned to give it a try when he had time. After putting his things away, Lin Feng didn't linger. Let's go to our next target, deep in the forest. Meanwhile, other skilled survivors in the regional channel also accepted the mission, and some even posted the mission objectives in the chat channel. To their surprise, they discovered that several people had the same goal. This made the survivors realize a problem immediately. The number of Zerglings was fixed, and if others killed them, they would have nothing left to kill. Rob, time is of the essence. Stealing monsters. The survivors who accepted the mission immediately became agitated and rushed to kill the guards. According to the task assigned by the system, Bai Chen's target was located deep in a dense forest. Unlike the industrial ruins of the sewage treatment plant where Lin Feng was located, this place was covered with lush vegetation. Huge, mutated and twisted trees looked like menacing ghosts in the acid rain and thick fog, with extremely low visibility. The air was filled with the stench of decaying plants and insects. Bai Chun moved silently through the forest, wearing armor with environmental camouflage capabilities, almost blending into the surrounding shadows as he moved. On his shoulder stood a magnificent wind and thunderbird of superior quality. The bird was the size of an eagle, with feathers that were a mix of bluish-gray and silver-white. Its beak and claws shimmered with the luster of wind and thunder. Its eyes were sharp. Behind him, 3 elite wind-eyed falcons circled overhead, acting as his eyes. Bai Chun found it strange that these guards were distributed in different places. Logically speaking, since they were the guards of the hive, they should be guarding inside the hive and protecting the so-called brain of the hive. Unable to figure it out, no matter how much he thought about it, he could only put the question aside for the time being. He soon arrived at his destination, an empty space that had been completely cleared out and was covered with a sticky, slippery slime. In the center of the open space, the target of this mission was entrenched. Even with Bai Chun's composure, his brows furrowed deeply when he saw the true form of this insect hive guardian. It was a giant centipede with a body length of over 10 meters, but its body was not made up of uniform limbs. Instead, it was forcibly pieced together from the twisted heads of dozens of different wild beasts and even humanoid creatures. Wolf heads, bear heads, ape skulls, and even skulls with vaguely discernible human features. These heads all seemed to be alive, their expressions pained and ferocious, their empty eye sockets or beastly pupils flashing with chaotic lights of various colors. Countless sharp legs wriggled between the gaps in these heads, supporting its massive body. If it were a human head, Bai Chun would definitely turn around and leave. There was no way around it. The mental pollution was just too intense. Even looking at these beast heads, Bai Chun couldn't help but gag. If his sanity is one of his attributes, it's definitely dropping steadily right now. 100-headed centipede, painful aggregate. Characteristics, multi-attribute attacks, mental pollution, uneven physical defense, regeneration ability. Almost the instant Bai Chun stepped into the open space, the dozens of heads turned to him in unison, emitting a piercing noise that was both mind-numbing and filled with roars, hisses, and wails. The wolf opened its head and spewed out a breath of icy breath mixed with ice shards, freezing the ground wherever it passed. The bear roared, unleashing a shockwave that combined rubble and sonic waves. A twisted, horned head fired a shadow arrow, silent yet brimming with corrosive energy. Another goat-like head, its eyes gleaming, attempted to instill psychological fear in Bai Chun. The various attacks, with different attributes and forms, covered almost all possible dodge angles for Bai Chun. Wind and thunder protection. Bai Chun reacted extremely quickly, letting out a low shout. The wind and thunderbird on his shoulder let out a clear cry, spread its wings, and the blue wind element and silver lightning element intertwined, instantly forming a rotating, crackling energy barrier in front of Bai Chun. Chapter 160 Bai Chun's Battle. Boom! Boom! Ice, sound waves, and shadow arrows struck the wind and thunder guardian in succession, unleashing violent energy fluctuations. The protective barrier shook violently, barely managing to block this wave of combined attacks. But Bai Chun could feel the fatigue emanating from the wind and thunderbird. Wind-eyed falcon, disrupt its head from the side, Bai Chun quickly ordered. He knew that if he kept dragging things out, he would only become more and more disadvantaged. So the only way was to fight a quick battle. 3 wind-eyed falcons swooped down like arrows, their target not the centipede's hard body, but the specific heads that were preparing for their next attack. Their sharp claws reached for their eyes, attempting to interrupt the spell casting. This tactic had some effect, at least making the centipede's attacks less synchronized and dense. However, the 100-headed centipede's defense and regeneration abilities are equally astonishing. The wind-eyed falcon's attacks can only cause some superficial wounds, which are quickly healed by the mucus. Bai Chun held a longbow and continuously fired arrows imbued with the power of wind and thunder. He tried to find the monster's core weakness, but the constantly writhing, alternating attack and defense of its head made any weakness fleeting. His arrows were either blocked by a hardbear head or a skull covered in bone armor, or even if they hit relatively vulnerable spots, they failed to cause fatal wounds and instead provoked a frenzied counterattack from more heads. The battle reached a stalemate. Bai Chun could barely protect himself thanks to the Wind Thunderbird's agile defense and his own accurate archery skills, but he was completely unable to inflict any effective damage on the 100-headed centipede. Both his energy and the Thunderbird's stamina were being continuously depleted, while the opponent, relying on its twisted, aggregated body and powerful regenerative abilities, seemed to still have energy to spare. This can't go on. Bai Chen's eyes were cold, and his expression was solemn. He was used to planning carefully before acting and analyzing weaknesses, but the chaotic structure of the monster in front of him was the greatest mockery of analysis. It cannot be resolved in a short time using conventional methods. He glanced at the Wind and Thunderbird, whose feathers were somewhat disheveled, struggling to maintain its wind and thunder protection in the air, and then at the twisted centipede that was still spewing out various energies and making annoying noises. We must finish this quickly and decisively. We cannot afford to expend too much strength here, which could affect our subsequent battle against the Mother Brain. An idea flashed through his mind. Without further hesitation, he slung the longbow behind his back, reached into his robes with his free right hand, and took out a card with a peculiar material, its edges engraved with countless fine runes, and its center depicting an abstract vortex pattern. This card exudes an ancient and obscure energy fluctuation. It was the card he opened from a treasure chest. One-time space sealing card. This is one of his trump cards. Once used, it can directly seal away creatures of extremely low quality. It was originally intended for the Mother Brain, but for now we have no choice but to use it. Bai Chun felt a pang of heartache, but he also knew that such trump cards were reserved for the most critical moments. After all, one only has one life, and if it's gone, no matter how many trump cards one has, they're all useless. He took a deep breath and frantically poured his mental energy into the card. The runes on the card lit up one by one, emitting a strong silver-white light. Seemingly sensing a deadly threat, all the heads of the 100-headed centipede emitted extremely sharp hisses, and attacks of various attributes poured down on Bai Chun like a torrential rain, attempting to interrupt his movements. Wind Thunderbird, full defense. The Wind and Thunderbird let out a high-pitched cry, pouring all its power into the Wind and Thunder Guardian. The blue and silver light surged, barely withstanding the wave of frenzied attacks. However, the barrier was on the verge of breaking, and the Wind and Thunderbird's aura instantly weakened. At that very moment, the card in Bai Chen's hand reached its zenith. Seal up. He gave a low shout and hurled the card at the 100-headed centipede. After the card left his hand, it instantly transformed into a huge, rotating silver-white spatial vortex, emitting an irresistible suction force. The spatial locking force generated by the vortex caused the massive body of the 100-headed centipede to struggle violently, but it could not move an inch. The attacks launched from those heads, whether frost, fire, or shadow, were silently swallowed and annihilated the moment they came into contact with the spatial vortex. In the final screams filled with resentment and fear emanating from countless heads, the twisted and enormous body of the 100-headed centipede was completely swallowed up by the silvery white spatial vortex. Then, the vortex rapidly contracted, transforming back into the shape of the card, and floated lightly back into Bai Chen's hand. However, the original vortex pattern in the center of the card has now turned into a miniature image of a 100-headed centipede that is solidifying and struggling. The card itself has also dimmed completely, turning into a seemingly ordinary piece of cardboard. The sealed space inside is saturated and can no longer be used. Hint: successfully sealed the 100-headed centipede, the guardian of the insect nest, and obtained 2,000 spirit copper coins and 1 gold treasure chest. A golden treasure chest appeared in the center of the open space. Bai Chen's face was slightly pale, indicating a significant depletion of his mental energy. He glanced at the sealed card in his hand, now worthless, and then at the listless Wind Thunderbird. He felt little joy, only a deeper sense of dread for the battle to come. A single guard forced me to reveal my trump card, the Mother Brain. It's only going to be more terrifying. He opened the golden treasure chest, and a large number of items appeared inside. When Bai Chun saw the treasures inside, a satisfied expression finally appeared on his face. For him, he had lost 1 trump card, but what he had obtained was quite good. He fed the Thunderbird an energy-restoring potion, then turned without hesitation and disappeared into the shadows of the dense forest, heading to the next area. But when he arrived at the second area, he saw that a battle was taking place there. Bai Chen knew someone had beaten him to it. He quietly approached and saw a man with an exaggerated build, wearing only underwear, tearing a beetle more than 3 meters tall to shreds. The green, acidic blood splattered on the man, but did not cause him any harm. Just as his skin has the ability to resist corrosion, or perhaps his defenses are too strong, this blood simply cannot penetrate them. The golden treasure chest appeared, but the man glanced back. In that instant, Bai Chen's hair stood on end, and he felt a deep-seated fear. He reacted instantly and immediately headed to the next area. Before he had completely disappeared, the man suddenly appeared in front of him. A mere lackey, yet he dares to hunt these trash insects. But he reacted quickly. Bai Chen had already seen his face clearly, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Chapter 161 Mother Nest. In a tarot club group, Bai Chen, Lin Feng, Song Xiangwen, you two must be careful after accepting the mission. When I went to complete the mission just now, I found that the mission target had been killed, and the one who did it was Liao Yu. You may not be familiar with this name, but his reputation is particularly intimidating. He is a successor of ancient martial arts and once single-handedly killed more than 30 well-equipped and experienced mercenaries in a foreign mercenary group. He is also a bodyguard for top figures in China. These are his photos and videos. Soon after, other people in the group started to speak. Song Xiangwen, it was him. This is troublesome. Lin Feng, remember, leave the moment you encounter him, without any hesitation, or you will die. Lin Feng, you know him? Song Xiangwen, I met him once when I was on a mercenary mission abroad. He was a very domineering person with no sense of modesty. No one dared to provoke him. It is said that he once withstood a bomb without any damage, and he was even more at ease in the Amazon rainforest. Shu Jiner, no, you guys aren't really talking about celestial books or ancient martial arts practitioners. Do such people exist in reality? Aren't they just things from war god novels? Bai Chen, yes, you should think about it. The Great Xia dynasty has a history of 5,000 years, and there are countless possibilities in the long river of history. Ancient martial artists are a relatively small group, and I have heard about them. It is said that cultivators still exist in the real world, but whether that's true or not is unknown. Shu Jiner, never mind, I was just ignorant. You all need to be careful, and make sure you don't run into them. Song Xiangwen, it's unavoidable. The other side is obviously also hunting down the guards. You've all killed at least one guard, right? The rewards are quite generous, and the other side definitely wants to take them all for themselves. Bai Chen, I think we can give up now. The guards I killed were disgusting. I had to use a trump card to defeat them. The final boss will definitely be very powerful, and we will also have to face ancient martial arts practitioners. Everyone's physique has been enhanced. We were originally ordinary people, but now we are so strong. What about those who were originally ancient martial artists? Shu Jiner, according to you, then we're doomed. No, we're all in a cataclysmic game. Shouldn't we be focusing on fairness? This is just too unfair. Lin Feng, do you think there is any fairness in this world? Shu Jiner, I have nothing to say. Lin Feng was at the bottom of the mine pit when he discovered that there were many high-quality ores there, and next to him was the corpse of an insect. It was over 5 meters long, and its entire body was covered in a shell as hard as steel. Even a high-quality armor-piercing bow couldn't penetrate it, and it was only thanks to the Vajra, fighting rooster, that it was killed. This was the third guard he had killed. Only one remained. Lin Feng frowned as he looked at the messages in the group chat, muttering to himself, "Ancient martial arts practitioners. No, don't mess with us." He immediately accepted the offer. After all, before entering the cataclysmic game, he had seen countless strange and wonderful things through the internet. It can only be said that those who are unaware of these things are simply people at the bottom of society who cannot see them. Since such a strong competitor has emerged, Lin Feng decided to abandon the fourth guardian and directly accept the mission of destroying the mother nest brain. He wanted to go and see what the so-called nest brain actually looked like. As Lin Feng confirmed that he had accepted the mission to destroy the mother nest brain, a powerful spatial force instantly enveloped him and Lin Bin beside him. After a brief period of weightlessness and dizziness, the feeling of being grounded returned, and the surrounding scenery had completely changed. To Lin Feng's surprise, the system did not send him directly to the front of the mother nest brain as he had expected, but instead randomly placed them into a passage inside the mother nest. A strange, pungent odor, a mixture of humus, insect secretions, and some faint mental fluctuations filled the air. The light was extremely dim, with only the faint illumination provided by some fungi and insect egg sacs on the walls of the passage emitting a faint green or pale glow, outlining the contours of this underground world. Lin Feng looked around and found himself standing in an enormous circular passage. The tunnel is over 5 meters in diameter. Its inner walls are not made of soil or rock, but of a dark red biomass tube that seems to pulsate slightly as if it were alive. The surface is covered with a sticky, slippery slime that feels soft and greasy when stepped on. The temperature in the entire space was high and the humidity was extremely high, making it feel stuffy to breathe. A system notification sounded. Currently in the insect hive passage, you need to find the location of the mother hive on your own. Number of players currently in the hive, 3. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Including him, there were 3 people who came here. It seemed that everyone was very confident in themselves. He looked around and saw that the place resembled a super-enlarged ant nest, with interconnected and intricate passageways. Within his field of vision alone, there were no fewer than 5 or 6 forks in the road, leading into the unknown depths of darkness. On the system map, the light representing himself flickers in a huge dark maze. The location of the mother brain is only vaguely indicated by a general area, which he needs to explore and find himself. Pay attention to your surroundings and be careful about hygiene, Lin Feng ordered Lin Bin, while also carefully observing the situation himself. Soon, he discovered a strange phenomenon. These channels are not entirely the same. Some channels have bright red walls, abundant mucus secretion, and more active bioluminescence from the fungi, as if they had just formed. Other channels are dark in color, with relatively dry and hard walls. And in some places, there is hyperplasia resembling scar tissue, making them appear ancient and old. Master, the passages show significant differences in age, suggesting that the mother nest is undergoing rapid expansion and continuous transformation. Newer passages may point to active areas or the location of the brood brain, but they could also be traps or fast passageways for insectoids, posing a higher risk. Older routes are relatively stable, but may be circuitous or lead to less important areas. Lin Bin quickly analyzed. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and decided to choose a passage that looked relatively new, but not the most vibrant. He needs to find the core, but he can't just plunge headlong into the most dangerous swarm highway. The two kept a close eye on their surroundings, and they carefully made their way through the quiet and oppressive passage for about 10 minutes. Apart from the sticky sensation underfoot and the rhythmic heart-like pulsation of the pipe walls, all around was deathly silent. Yet this silence was even more unsettling than the chirping of insects outside. Suddenly, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. There was an incongruous mark on the pipe wall next to him. Chapter 162 Nest Cleaner. Those weren't naturally formed patterns, but rather a line of characters carved into the tough biomass tube wall with some kind of sharp object. The handwriting is messy yet profound, as if it was left by the writer in a state of extreme haste or pain. The mother brain must be killed. It is constantly learning, evolving, and reproducing. If not stopped, it will devour everything. The writing on the back was scratched off and difficult to read. Lin Feng's pupils contracted slightly. The information conveyed by this line is alarming. Constantly learning, evolving, reproducing, and devouring everything. This far exceeds the concept of an ordinary insect hive. Moreover, the handwriting was clearly left by a human. Before him, a survivor had arrived here and realized the ultimate threat of the mother brain, but obviously that person was probably in grave danger. However, this was also their first time receiving a mission, and Lin Feng believed that he was among the first batch to arrive. In other words, there were other survivors who arrived here before them. Previously, Lin Feng had discussed this issue with Bai Chun and the others. They had all encountered some items left behind by previous survivors and felt that this cataclysmic game should be a kind of selection process. One group dies, then another group arrives, until a certain goal is achieved. Now it seems that the words on it have confirmed their guess. What puzzled Lin Feng was why the previous survivors hadn't killed the mother nest brain. Didn't any of them become particularly strong survivors? Or did the survivors fail to unite? If that's the case, then this nest brain is quite terrifying, indicating that it has existed for a very long time, spanning at least 2 generations of survivors. Lin Feng immediately wanted to send a message to the group, but he found that it was as if the signal was blocked. The chat channel, the trading channel, and the friend channel were all unusable. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he was in trouble. He had a sudden thought and realized that the shelter's signpost ability was still usable, which put his mind at ease. He kept this discovery in mind and continued on. However, just as they rounded a bend, dozens of pairs of scarlet lights suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. Shush-shush-sho. A dense crawling sound came from ahead. Dozens of peculiar insects suddenly emerged from several small openings in front of and on the side walls of the passage. They were small, about the size of a domestic dog, completely black, with smooth carapaces and 8 sharp legs that allowed them to walk on the vertical tube walls as if on flat ground. Their mouth parts are like 2 rapidly vibrating bone drills, producing a teeth-grinding noise. Name: Drilling Worker Ant, Nest Cleaner. Grade: Excellent. Description: the lowest level of the insect hive. They possess characteristics such as high-speed movement, drilling attacks, swarm cooperation, and extreme adaptation to tunnel environments. Once they discover an intruder invading their hive, they will fight to the death. These are clearly patrolmen from inside the mother hive. Their duty is to eliminate intruders and maintain the passageways. There was no need for further words. The battle erupted instantly. Roar! The golden rooster was the first to charge forward, unleashing a burst of fiery power in an attempt to intimidate the swarm of insects, just as it had done before. However, these drilling worker ants, having lived under the influence of the mother nest's spiritual field for a long time, were significantly more resistant to the pressure from the Rooster King. After only a brief moment of confusion, they charged forward again fearlessly. They were extremely cunning. Instead of confronting the fighting cocks head-on, they used their numerical advantage and the terrain to surge in from all directions like a black tide, focusing their attacks on the relatively weaker Lin Feng and Lin Bin. Their sharp bone drills pierced their vitals like electric drills. Sizzle! Sizzle! Lin Bin wielded his twin blades, transforming them into a curtain of blades that precisely parried the incoming bone drills and, in the process, severed the legs of several worker ants. But his knife struggled to penetrate the opponent's smooth, hard shell, leaving only shallow white marks. Lin Feng, wielding the armor-piercing bow, fired rapidly. The arrows, imbued with an acid-corroding effect, did indeed inflict effective damage on the worker ants, corroding their carapaces. However, these worker ants were extremely resilient. Unless they were directly hit in the core, they would continue to attack, even when injured. Even more troublesome was that they began frantically digging into the adjacent pipe walls with bone drills, spraying out large amounts of viscous, slightly corrosive, and sticky biological slime from the damaged areas, greatly interfering with Lin Feng and Lin Bin's movement and vision. The entire passage instantly became a mess, as if it had been plunged into a viscous swamp. We can't keep fighting like this. Making too much noise will attract even more insects, Lin Feng thought quickly. Lin Bin cleared the way, cockfighting, covered a rear, B-guard, jamming fire. He quickly changed tactics. Lin Bin abandoned his precise strikes and instead used his ferocious blade to forcefully cut a path in front of him. The Vajra fighting rooster continuously unleashed its flaming charge from behind. Although it couldn't instantly kill the pursuers, its powerful impact effectively blocked and repelled them. The Crimson B-guards concentrated their firepower, precisely targeting the worker ants' joints and compound eyes to slow their movements. The group fought their way forward, charging through the passage. The drilling worker ants relentlessly pursued them, and the noise and hiss of the bone drills echoed in the enclosed tunnel, sounding particularly jarring. The sticky crawling sounds, the sharp hissing, and the noise of the bone drill scraping against the pipe wall were like a concerto of death, closely following Lin Feng and his group. Behind them, More and more swarms of insects emerged from various forks in the road, their shapes becoming increasingly bizarre. Lin Feng even saw some fusion monsters that looked like different insects forcibly spliced together. Some have the heavy body of a beetle and the countless legs of a centipede, while others are twisted individuals with the wings of a moth but the fangs of a mantis. Not only are they powerful in physical attacks, but some individuals can also spray neurotoxins with paralyzing effects or release mentally disturbing shrieks. We can't fight head-on. We need to find a way out. Lin Feng roared, and his shield once again emitted a scorching wave of air, temporarily repelling a swarm of venomous worms that surged from the side. Lin Bin wielded his twin blades with lightning speed, precisely severing the tentacles of several attackers, attempting to dangle from the cracks in the overhead pipes. The golden rooster's feathers bristled, and crimson flames scorched the approaching flying insects, but clearly, its area of effect damage was greatly limited in such an environment. As they fought and retreated, Lin Feng noticed an unusually dark and narrow side road to his side and rear. The pipe walls there were a dark gray color, almost no longer pulsating and covered with a thick layer of hardened film, giving off an extremely faint glow, as if they had been forgotten for countless years. Go in there. Lin Feng made a decisive decision. The group suddenly turned into this old pipeline. Sure enough, once inside, the omnipresent, active aura belonging to the mother nest was greatly reduced. The pipe was unusually quiet. Even the screech of the pursuers seemed to be largely blocked out. The frenzied swarm of insects hovered and roared at the entrance, but seemed hesitant and did not immediately pursue them, instead firmly blocking the exit. We're safe for now. Chapter 163 Records on the Wall. Lin Feng was panting heavily. He looked around. The light here was extremely dim. If it weren't for the fact that his physique had been strengthened many times and his vision was far superior to that of ordinary people, it would probably be pitch black. In particular, the pipes here are much narrower than the main passage. The air smells of musty dust, and the feel underfoot is no longer sticky, but rather something hardened, like a keratin layer. Master, the biological activity here is far lower than that of the external passage, and the structure is highly stable. It is speculated that this is a passage that was built in the early days of the mother nest, or has been abandoned. Lin Bin reported while vigilantly scanning the area in front and behind him. With their escape route blocked, they had no choice but to explore forward along this unknown, old pipe. Lin Feng was on high alert, his shield ready to be activated at any moment. He hadn't gone far when his keen eyes spotted some scratches on the left side of the pipe wall. Unlike the hasty warning he'd seen before, these scratches were denser and more desperate. He leaned closer to look, and using his own eyesight, he took out the dwarf torch to decipher the writing, some deep, some shallow, carved with various sharp objects or even fingernails. The writing styles varied, clearly indicating that it came from different people at different times. The first engraving, with its hasty and trembling handwriting, seemed to have exhausted its last bit of strength. Day 47. Food's gone. Water's gone. Insects are swarming outside. We've come in, but we can't get out. Wang Lei's dead. Li Sha's dead too. I'm all alone now. They're digging into the wall. They know we're here. Help, someone help. Lu Ming. Following, there was a blurry string of numbers that appeared to be a date, but it was no longer legible. This is like the final words of a survivor, trapped in this place, filled with the fear of isolation and helplessness and the sense of impending death. Moving forward, another mark appears slightly calmer, but reveals a more terrifying message. Record. Based on the analysis of the Zerg samples and organizational structure, as well as the monitoring of energy fluctuations, it can be determined that this mother nest is not static. It is learning, it is recording our fighting style, analyzing our weapons, and may even be absorbing fragments of our genes. After each large-scale conflict, new variants of the Zerg emerge, targeting our previous tactics. This isn't a disaster. It's an evolutionary race, and we seem to be its whetstone. Researcher Chun Jing. There are also a few rudimentary molecular formulas and energy circuit sketches engraved on the side, but they no longer had any effect. This self-proclaimed researcher seems to have touched the edge of the truth. The brood hive is constantly evolving by devouring survivors. A few steps further, A string of words written in an unidentified black ink, with wild and unrestrained handwriting, came into view, carrying a kind of all-knowing madness and despair. Ha ha ha, I understand everything. We are not the first batch, and we will never be the last batch. Look at the structure of this nest. Look at those fossil layers. Look at the iterative traces of the energy circuit. At least 5 generations. The survivors are at least 5 generations or more. This monster, this mother nest brain, treats us as nourishment and evolutionary blueprints. Each time it devours enough flesh and knowledge, that is the combat experience and genes of us unlucky souls. It will undergo a transformation, an evolution. With each evolution, its power, the size of its insect swarms, and its cunning will increase dramatically. That will be the real catastrophe. In the era we live in, this acid rain insect swarm is probably a sign that its new round of evolution is about to be completed. It is accumulating power, preparing for the next eruption, to devour the entire region, and even farther away. The moment of evolution is also its most vulnerable moment, but it is also the moment when it is most protected. Find it, kill it, or everything will perish. Insightful Old K. This information struck Lin Feng like a thunderbolt. 5 generations or more. Each evolution brings boundless disaster, and they are on the eve of yet another evolution. This hypothesis is bold and audacious. It perfectly explains why the hive is so mysteriously powerful and capable of continuous learning and innovation. They were facing a terrifying aggregate that had accumulated the lives and knowledge of at least 5 generations of survivors. The immense pressure almost suffocated Lin Feng. He could almost see, in the endless river of time, generation after generation of survivors, just like them, struggling, fighting, discovering the truth, and then being devoured, becoming stepping stones on the path of the mother nest's evolution. He remained silent and continued forward. As long as his signpost ability was still usable, he had a way out. If he encountered any danger, he would leave immediately. Now, he was more interested in seeing what this so-called mother nest brain was. The passage seemed to have no end, only an ever-growing atmosphere of despair. Then he saw the largest and most tragic area of scratches. The walls here have been extensively scraped, leaving behind long passages of text. The handwriting is sometimes neat and firm, and sometimes messy and impassioned, as if it were a collective record left by multiple people at different times. Beside them, there were even several simple yet powerful murals depicting the scene of humans bravely fighting against a massive swarm of insects, only to be swallowed up by endless darkness in the end. The handwriting at the beginning of the record was steady and powerful. We are the Dawn Sword Team, a group of 37 elite survivors of this generation, all of whom possess combat strength above the level 4 protection level, and are equipped with superior equipment and numerous contracted beasts. We have located the core of the mother nest and are determined to penetrate deep into the nest to carry out the decapitation operation. This journey is fraught with peril, but it promises to pave the way for lasting peace for future generations. Though I die 9 times, I will not regret it. Captain Rock, 120th day of the first year. The next handwriting changed, becoming slightly more delicate, yet carrying an undeniable resolve. We have found the mother brain. It is in the core chamber, surrounded by countless insect eggs and energy channels. It is not combat-oriented, but its mental power is as vast as the sea. It can directly distort reality, create illusions, and summon an endless swarm of insects. The handwriting in the 3rd paragraph becomes hurried, as if it were carved in a moment during a fierce battle. The losses were heavy. Iron Wall self-destructed its core to block the charging swarm of insects. The Shadow Blade team attempted to infiltrate, but has lost all contact and is likely under mind control. The types and abilities of the insects far exceeded our expectations. They can even use attack methods similar to our combat techniques. They are using our tools to fight us. The 4th paragraph was written with a violent tremor and suppressed pain. The doctor is dead. He was killed by a newly appeared insect that can shoot bone spikes while trying to save me. We are surrounded, and our escape route is cut off. There are less than 10 of us left. Xing Yu is burning his life force to build the last mental barrier to buy us time. Chapter 164 Zilling Strange Movements. The fifth paragraph is written in the steady handwriting of the captain, Pan Sure, but at this moment it is filled with the sorrow of blood and tears. We failed. Xingyu died from exhaustion, and Lin Feng detonated all the energy scrolls, perishing together with the three newly evolved Blade Queens. Now, only Lynx and I are left. We rushed to the front of the Mother Brain. We were so close, so close. Its defensive field is too strong. Most of our attacks are distorted and absorbed. It is mocking us. I can feel its will. It is enjoying the hunt and analyzing our final despair. Lynx charged forward and used his body to block a node in the energy pipeline, creating our last chance. The handwriting here is blurred in large areas, as if it were stained with tears or blood. The final section, left by the rock with a force that seemed to carve through the pipe wall, is filled with endless resentment, entrustment, and final relief. I did my best. My sword shattered, my shield broke, I injured it, and I saw its core tremble, but it was too large and recovered too quickly. Those who come after, if you can see this, remember our failures, but do not despair. The Mother Brain is not invincible. During evolution, it is at its weakest. Its defenses will be reorganized, its power will fluctuate, and its core will be briefly exposed. Find it where we failed and keep fighting. Tell those who come after us that the Sword of Dawn fought to the very last moment, and we did not disgrace humanity. Rock. The recording ends here. Lin Feng stood for a long time in front of the wall engraved with heroic elegies, as if he could travel through time and see how the team called Dawn Sword stepped into the lair with high spirits, how they went through fierce battles, how they fell one by one on the way forward, and finally failed and were wiped out. Their sacrifice was not in vain. They used their lives to prove the horror of the Mother Nest Brain, and they also used their lives to obtain the most crucial information. During evolution, the core was briefly exposed, which was the only chance. The sword-wielding figure on the mural, ultimately swallowed by darkness, seems to be a final portrayal of Captain Rock. Lin Feng didn't know how they managed to leave their experiences on the wall, but he was certain of one thing. 5 generations of survivors have come here, and so far, none of them have succeeded. Even though the Mother Brain is extremely weak during its evolution, they are still unable to eliminate it. He reached out and gently stroked the last 2 words of his final writing. His hand was icy cold, yet he could feel the burning passion contained within them. Lin Feng turned around, his gaze sharp as he looked into the darkness deeper into the pipe. That place might be the path to where the Sword of Dawn failed, the hideout of the Broodbrain. He didn't rush over, but pondered. An entire squad, and all of them were highly experienced in combat. Just from the information they left behind, it was clear that these people were very strong. Even so, they all failed, died, and were devoured by the broodmind. Lin Feng considered himself to be among the better survivors, but he knew very well that he could never defeat his opponent on his own. Unless the strongest individuals in their region unite, there is even the slightest hope. Unfortunately, they cannot contact each other here. Lin Feng then noticed that the number of survivors who had entered the insect nest had reached 10, but he didn't know where they were. Now, with 10 people fighting independently to find the core, they are likely to be defeated one by the Mother Nest Brain. Lin Feng is now hesitant about whether to continue forward, wondering what to do if he really encounters the final boss. Just then, Ziling on his shoulder suddenly raised her head, her large, jewel-like eyes fixed on the dark depths of the pipe ahead, her small nose twitching incessantly, and her throat emitting rapid, excited squeaking sounds. Lin Feng had a sudden thought. The purple spirit squirrel's talent was treasure hunting, and it had an extraordinary ability to sense high energy and high-value items. What can it find deep within these desolate, hopeless, and insect-infested old pipes? Through the contract, he sensed the vague consciousness transmitted by the purple spirit squirrel. Ahead, there was light, a warm, ancient, and powerful light, but its simple intelligence could not comprehend its exact nature. It only knew that it was an extremely precious treasure. Treasure? In the core area of this hive, what treasures could there be besides that damned hive brain? Could they be something left behind by our ancestors that the Zerg have not yet discovered? Lin Feng instantly became extremely vigilant, But at the same time, a strong sense of curiosity also arose within him. The treasure that could excite the purple spirit squirrel so much, and that it could even clearly sense it in the oppressive environment of its nest, must be extraordinary. Perhaps I should go and take a look. I trust you. Lin Feng gently rubbed Zi Ling's little head. In such a desperate situation, any slight change could bring about a chance for survival. He changed direction, no longer strictly following the main pipeline, but instead following the direction indicated by the purple squirrel, turning into a more secluded side road that was almost completely blocked by hardened secretions. Lin Bin carefully cleared the obstacles with his twin swords, while Vajra Fighting Rooster vigilantly watched behind them to prevent pursuers from following their trail. The deeper Lin Feng went, the stronger his astonishment became. The color of the surrounding pipe walls changed from gray to a deeper, almost blackish-brown hue, and the texture became like ancient wood or weathered rock, extremely hard, with some extremely ancient and intricate patterns beginning to appear on them. These patterns are not the organic, twisted veins of the Zerg, but rather have an artificial, geometrically beautiful and mysterious style, like some kind of lost rune, or like fragments of a mural recording ancient knowledge. The nauseatingly active scent that once belonged to the mother nest almost completely disappeared here, replaced by a dusty, heavy, and timeless tranquility. It was as if they were traversing not the intestines of an insect nest, but a secret passage forgotten by time, leading to some ancient ruin. Master, we have detected that the environmental structure is far older than the present, and the nature of the residual energy is fundamentally different from the current bioenergy spectrum of the mother nest. We speculate that this place is a relic of the previous generation that was devoured and encased when the mother nest was built, or an area that was not completely assimilated for unknown reasons. Lin Bin's analysis confirmed Lin Feng's guess. They walked for a long time, so long that they almost forgot about time. In this darkness that seemed to have frozen time, there were only the faint sounds of their feet crushing the hardened secretions and each other's breathing. The purple squirrel grew increasingly excited, its little paws gripping Lin Feng's collar tightly, its squeaking incessantly. Finally, at the end of the passage, there was a seamless wall covered with ancient and mysterious patterns. This wall blends perfectly with the surrounding old pipe walls, yet it gives people a completely different feeling, as if it does not belong here, but exists independently. The patterns shimmered with an almost imperceptible light in the darkness. If Lin Feng hadn't possessed exceptional eyesight, he would have been completely unable to detect them. Chapter 165, Between the Flames. Zi Ling suddenly jumped off Lin Feng's shoulder, ran to the wall, and eagerly pointed with her little paws at an area in the center of the wall that seemed no different from the rest of the wall, squeaking loudly. Is this the place? Lin Feng stepped forward and carefully observed the area. The patterns here seemed to converge into an extremely complex, tiny vortex-like pattern, like a keyhole. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and tried to touch this swirling pattern. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the wall, something unexpected happened. The seemingly indestructible wall vanished under his fingertips. A faint electric-like stinging sensation instantly traveled from his fingertips, as if he had been pricked by something extremely tiny and sharp. A drop of bright red blood seeped out and stained the swirling pattern. Lin Feng was startled and was about to retreat when he saw that the drop of blood was quickly absorbed by the vortex pattern as if it had a life of its own. The next moment, a line of ancient characters composed of soft golden light, which he had never seen before but could inexplicably understand, appeared on the wall. Human bloodline verification passed, soul compatibility assessment passed, merit points passed. You meet the admission requirements. Welcome, fellow countrymen. This sudden change stunned Lin Feng. Human bloodline verification, merit points, what kind of place is this? Before he could think it through, the vortex pattern that had absorbed the blood suddenly lit up, and the golden light rapidly expanded, transforming into a stable, rotating portal of light that exuded warmth and tranquility. An irresistible suction force emanated from the portal. Alert! Lin Feng gave a low shout and subconsciously tightened his grip on his weapon. Lin Bin instantly stepped in front of him, and the Vajra Fighting Rooster also assumed a fighting stance. However, the suction force was not a violent pull, but a kind of guidance. The light gate gently brushed over their bodies, and in the next instant, a dizzying sensation came over them, and Lin Feng lost his current vision. Once his vision stabilized and he felt solid ground beneath his feet, Lin Feng realized he was in a completely different space. There's no stickiness and filth of the mother nest here, no stench of decay, and no oppressive mental fluctuations. Before me was a stone chamber that was not very spacious, but was filled with an ancient and solemn atmosphere. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the stone chamber are constructed of a warm, jade-like stone that emits a faint white light. They are carved with ancient patterns similar to those outside the door, which flow slowly like living things, maintaining the stability of the space. In the center of the stone chamber, there was only a simple jade platform. On the platform, 3 orbs of light that constantly changed color and shape floated, emitting vast and ancient information fluctuations. Just as Lin Feng was cautiously looking around, a voice that was neither male nor female, devoid of any emotion, and seemed to resonate directly in the depths of his soul, echoed in the stone chamber. New visitor detected. Identity confirmed. Lin Feng, a current human survivor. Welcome to the space between flames. This is an independent information node established by the previous generation of Guardians using their remaining sparks of civilization and partial game privileges, based on the rules of the Cataclysmic game. This space aims to provide crucial information and guidance to promising and virtuous future generations of humanity, ensuring the continuation of civilization. Rules to be announced. First, due to the constraints of the Cataclysmic game rules and the limitations of the Pioneer's power, each visitor can only obtain 3 fixed pieces of information left behind by previous generations. Second, each visitor also has the right to leave 3 messages for reference by later visitors. The messages left will be reviewed by the core of the space and must be of sufficient value and not violate the purpose of passing on the torch. Third, the eligibility for entry is not open to everyone. Applicants must meet the following criteria: pure human bloodline, human soul, potential for growth, and a history of showing great goodwill and providing assistance to their fellow human beings during the early stages of their survival, thus accumulating a mark of merit. Visitor Lin Feng meets the eligibility criteria due to his title of Good Person and his past actions. Lin Feng was deeply shocked. Independent of the game, yet dependent on it, this space was created by the previous Guardians, who could only obtain and leave 3 pieces of information. His entry was largely due to the titles and intangible merits he had earned from selflessly sharing strategies and helping other survivors. This made him realize that there is cause and effect in the universe. A moment of kindness may unexpectedly pave the way for one's survival. Which 3 pieces of information can I obtain? Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and tried to ask a question in the empty stone chamber. During information retrieval, the 3 highest priority information items are selected based on the current environment and the visitor's capabilities. Please tap the corresponding light orb. As the sound faded, one of the 3 orbs of light on the central jade platform lit up with a soft white glow. Lin Feng stepped forward, took a deep breath, and touched the ball of white light with his finger. In an instant, a massive stream of information, mixed with intense emotional fragments, flooded his mind. These were not cold words, but rather the spiritual imprints left by several previous visitors, carrying their deepest concerns and warnings. The first message, like the heavy sighs and cries of many sages, resounded in his soul. Beware of the mother brain, the master of evolution. Later generations, regardless of which generation you come from or what kind of disaster you have encountered, if you see this message, it means that you have already faced or are about to face the terrifying existence called the nest brain. We have learned a lesson through countless bloodshed and sacrifice. This thing is no ordinary area boss. It possesses terrifying learning, evolution, and reproductive abilities. It devours flesh and blood, as well as knowledge, genes, and combat experience. Each successful evolution means that its power increases exponentially, and its insect swarms will become more diverse, more cunning, and more deadly. Key warning: if it successfully completes a full evolutionary cycle, its core imprint will be deeply imprinted in the Catastrophe sequence of the Cataclysm game. This means that in the future, no matter where you are or what disaster you face, it and its swarm may reappear as regular guests or random events, like a persistent ailment, bringing endless peace. It will become the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all survivors, reaping lives time and time again, and growing stronger with each passing year. The sacrifices of each generation will lose their meaning, because they will turn each generation of survivors into food for its ascent to a higher level. Therefore, we must stop it and destroy it at all costs. If we are unable to do so, at the very least, we should severely disrupt its evolutionary process. Even if we can only delay it by a year, a month, or a day, it will buy precious time for future generations. We must not allow them to successfully devour the essence of your generation and complete that damned evolution. Chapter 166, The Plague of the Corroded Realm. Lin Feng felt ice cold all over, yet a surge of heat rushed to his head. As expected, the information left by Old K, Dawn Sword, and others corroborated each other, showing that the Mother Nest brain could indeed imprint its existence into the disaster sequence, becoming an eternal nightmare for all survivors. If this evolution succeeds, the consequences will be unimaginable. This is no longer a regional disaster, but a critical juncture concerning the future fate of the entire human survivor community. He trembled as he moved his hand away, and the white light gradually dimmed. The second message then lit up, emitting a pale green and ominous dark red glow. Lin Feng placed his hand on it again. The second message, with its more specific and tragic imagery, was like a first-hand account of someone's suffering, shocking him to his core. Insect plague, the ultimate nightmare, known as the corruption realm. Those who come after remember this term. A plague of insects eroding the world. This is one of the most terrifying forms of catastrophe in the game and the ultimate embodiment of the Zerg system. This disaster may occur when the brood brain evolves to a certain extent, or when the Zerg system in a certain area loses its balance and expands wildly. Its characteristics are not a single acid rain or a specific type of insect, but a comprehensive, three-dimensional, and relentless swarm of insects. The sky will be obscured by flying insects. The earth will be hollowed out by drilling insects. Rivers and lakes will be filled with aquatic insectoids, and even terrifying units that can corrode energy, parasitize spirits, and manipulate elements will appear. The brain of the Mother Nest must be one of the core and command centers of the erosion insect plague. Many of us, our relatives, comrades in arms, and compatriots, did not die in the initial hardships, but fell victim to the catastrophe of the erosion insect plague. It was a real, desperate war of attrition. Resources were being devoured at breakneck speed, shelters were melting away like snow under the sun, and hope was being eroded inch by the endless swarm of insects. Remember, once the mother brain completes its evolution, it will become the most terrifying seed and fuse of the erosion insect plague. Your hesitation and retreat today may be paving the way for the erosion insect plague to sweep everything away tomorrow. Look at us. We are a bloody example. We failed to stop the previous evolutionary lord, and ultimately, the spark of our civilization was almost completely destroyed in the ensuing world-eroding insect plague. From a group of survivors who lost everything in the erosion insect plague, the signature is blurred, leaving only a blood-stained, broken sword emblem. The despair and regret almost overwhelmed Lin Feng across time and space. The plague of eroding insects. Lin Feng seemed to see the sky-covering swarm of insects, hear the deafening roar of his shelter collapsing in the insect sea, and feel the utter despair of the previous generations of survivors in the face of the endless insect tide. All of this is closely related to the evolution of the brood brain. He was almost certain that if they failed and the mother brain successfully evolved, the erosion insect plague would inevitably descend in the near future, and their generation of survivors would repeat the same mistakes, or even face a more terrifying fate, because the mother brain absorbed more nutrients. Lin Feng recalled the book he had seen in the Doomsday Library called Insect Plague, which described endless swarms of insects that swarmed in from all directions, and which humanity could not destroy even by using any means necessary. Even if one person can kill thousands or tens of thousands, where even a single forbidden magic spell could destroy hundreds of thousands of insects. Such a person would be useless against trillions upon trillions of insects. It's important to know that his final perspective was that of the ruler, who could see the entire country. To put it simply, any random mage or warrior could destroy Lin Feng's sanctuary. Faced with an insect plague, this nation was still destroyed. Lin Feng clearly remembers the fear and oppression he felt at that time, the kind of desperate feeling that made it hard to breathe. Unexpectedly, the beast brain is related to the insect plague. Lin Feng wanted to survive, which meant that if he wanted to survive the subsequent disasters, he had to destroy the mother nest brain. The third message, though relatively brief, was like a cold scalpel, dissecting the cruelest reality and pointing to a slim but necessary opportunity. The moment of evolution, the only chance. Based on a comprehensive review of historical information and analysis of the behavioral patterns of the maternal nest, the following conclusions are drawn. When a brood brain is fully committed to driving the evolutionary process, it concentrates the vast majority of its energy and computing power on internal reconstruction and gene sequence sublimation. During this period, 1. Its ability to directly manipulate the swarm will temporarily decrease, and the swarm offensive may rely more on pre-programmed procedures and instinctive ferocity than sophisticated tactics. 2. The strength of its external defensive force field will fluctuate periodically due to energy diversion, resulting in a brief window of weakness. 3. Its core body will undergo a brief reorganization and exposure in order to adapt to the new evolutionary form. This is the moment when it is most vulnerable and least able to focus on other things. This evolutionary process cannot be interrupted. Once it begins, the broodstock brain cannot be completely stopped. This is both its most dangerous moment and its weakest moment. Seize that moment, when it is at its most triumphant and about to reach a new level, and deliver a fatal blow. This is the only and final opportunity that our predecessors have discovered with their lives. The 3 pieces of information were all more serious and urgent than the last. The first point reveals the long-term harm of the broodstock brain and the fundamental reason why it must be destroyed. The second point describes the dire future that will inevitably follow if left to evolve unchecked. The third point points out that fleeting, yet life or death, opportunity in battle. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his hand, stood still, and remained silent for a long time. The stone chamber was completely silent, save for the faint glow of the jade's patterns and the heavy thumping of his own heart. The sheer volume of information and the terrifying perception of the future nearly overwhelmed him. He understood that what he carried on his shoulders was not just the lives of a few members of the Tarot Society, nor just the survival of tens of thousands of survivors in this area, but the responsibility that might determine whether countless generations of survivors could avoid the nightmare of the corrosive insect plague. The name Between the Flames is excellent. Every piece of information here is a precious spark ignited and passed down by the lives of previous survivors. They failed and fell, but they desperately left behind these warnings and hopes, expecting their compatriots to complete their unfinished work. Lin Feng raised his head. All the confusion and hesitation in his eyes had vanished, replaced by an almost solidified determination and an unwavering resolve. It seems he has to fight this time, otherwise he has no hope of surviving the later insect plague. However, Lin Feng was well aware of one thing. Even if he provided a method that might succeed, there were too many uncertainties in its actual implementation. He can work hard, but he won't work himself to death. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. Chapter 167, The Mother Nest's Grain Storage. After thinking it through, Lin Feng walked to the jade platform and asked in a deep voice, "How should I leave my information?" Please place your palms in the center of the platform. Concentrate your mind and visualize the message you want to convey. The spatial core will assist you in concentrating your mental image. Lin Feng did as instructed, placing his hand on the cool jade platform, closing his eyes, and beginning to concentrate his will and knowledge. He left 3 messages. However, these 3 points are not about the bugs, but rather his summary of this cataclysmic game from the beginning to the present, including the information he left behind with his earlier talent. Even if all the survivors of their generation die out in the future and a new generation of survivors emerges, If the other party can find them, they should be able to live longer based on their information. Information recording complete. Your visit is about to end. May the flame of civilization burn brightly and never die. The soft light enveloped Lin Feng and his companions once again, sending them out of the space between the flames. Returning to the desolate, old pipes and looking at the wall that had been restored to its original state with faded patterns, Lin Feng felt a flame burning within him. He was quite surprised and astonished to see that the number of survivors entering the mother nest had reached 22. Are there that many skilled survivors in our area? Immediately, Lin Feng suddenly realized something. He had forgotten that he could only contact the survivors in his own area, but the disaster affected all survivors. In other words, did other survivors also come here? If that's the case, then we could unite. However, the most crucial point now is how to find their location. After thinking it over and over, Lin Feng couldn't come up with a good solution, so he had no choice but to continue walking forward. Having left the place that carries the weight of history, Lin Feng's state of mind has changed. He is no longer just a survivor fighting for his own and his companion's survival, but a torchbearer who carries the expectations of generations past. He continued his ascent deeper into the nest along the old pipes, his mental perception heightened to its limit. He was not only wary of the Zerg that might appear, but also attentive to any traces that might belong to other survivors. Sure enough, at several intersections he passed, he discovered fresh signs of battle. Deep knife marks on the walls, charred elemental burn marks, frozen frost areas, and even several recently deceased Zerg corpses that had been gnawed beyond recognition. Judging from the residual energy in these traces and the fighting style, it was definitely not the work of a single person. It looks like someone has been here, but we don't know exactly where they went. The passage seemed to have come to an end, and ahead appeared an exceptionally wide and enormous chamber. The moment you step inside, an indescribable stench, a mixture of rot, blood, despair, and the odors of countless creatures, hits you, almost making you faint. Lin Feng suppressed his discomfort and stared intently at the scene before him. The sight made him gasp, and his soul trembled. This is an unimaginably vast underground space, as if it had hollowed out the entire mountainside. At the bottom of this space, there is a mountain. That was a real mountain, made up of countless bones. Human skulls, ribs, and limb bones are mixed together with the skeletons of other oddly shaped and varying sizes of organisms. Some are as white as new, while others have weathered and turned yellow, or even become fossils. He saw giant animal bones larger than houses, strange skeletons shimmering with elemental light, and even the remains of several ancient giants that, even as just skeletons, still exuded a chilling aura. These bones were piled up layer upon layer, their thickness unknown, resembling a vast, open-air graveyard spanning countless years. How many lives will this devour? Lin Feng felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. This is far beyond what 1 or 2 generations of survivors could leave behind. It is the residue left behind after the mother hive has devoured and digested things for countless years. It stands like a silent monument, recording the sins of the mother nest and the tragic songs of countless civilizations. He walked carefully along the edge of the bone mountain, trying to bypass this deadly area. At the other end of the chamber, he discovered an even more chilling place, the mother nest's living food storage. There are no hard biomass tubes here, but huge cages woven from countless thick, active tissues that resemble blood vessels and vines, each cage imprisoning all sorts of creatures. Some of the cages contained ordinary mutated wild beasts, such as giant wild boars and ferocious gray wolves. But most of them were on the verge of death. Their eyes were numb, and their bodies were visibly shriveling up, their life energy being constantly drained away by those blood vessel-like tissues. In the other cages, elite creatures radiating powerful energy fluctuations were imprisoned. There are high-quality flame-hoof leopards with fur that burns like flames, excellent quality black iron rhinoceroses with shells that gleam with a metallic sheen but are known for their defense, and high-quality wind chaser cats with whirlwinds swirling around them. Without exception, they were all struggling and banging against the cages, letting out angry and desperate roars and cries. But their active tissues were incredibly tough and secreted paralyzing toxins and digestive juices, making their resistance seem futile and tragic. Lin Feng even spotted several powerful beings whose strength was estimated to be at least at the rare level. A rare level frostwing dragonhawk bound by countless ice crystal chains, and a rare level ancient earth vein tortoise encased in a thick stone shell, yet still trembling. Their aura was like a storm, and every struggle caused the entire granary to tremble slightly. But the active tissues that bound them were also thicker, and natural runes that could resist elemental attacks even appeared on them. Lin Feng tried shooting the cage with the armor-piercing bow. The arrows hit the active tissues and only left a shallow dent, which was quickly repaired by the secreted mucus. He then ordered Lin Bin to strike with all his might, but even the fine-quality iron-slaying sword could only cut less than an inch deep before it could not advance any further. Instead, it attracted more active tissue to entangle and attack it. With my current strength, I can't break through these cages at all, let alone obtain the high-quality materials inside. Lin Feng felt conflicted. He put aside his greedy thoughts. These powerful imprisoned creatures were themselves moving treasure troves, but at this moment, he could only watch helplessly as they were drained dry by the mother nest. His heart sank. Even rare-level creatures had been captured. Just how powerful was the mother brain? Although Lin Feng is of superior quality, he is different from those creatures. Even if he encounters a monster of the same level, he is no match for it in a one-on-one fight. The key point is that there isn't just one rare-level animal in front of us, but a large number of them. Chapter 168, The Ancestor of the Vajra Fighting Cock. As he walked through this desolate, living ranch with mixed feelings, a deep, hoarse voice, carrying an indescribable air of authority and weariness, resounded deep within his mind like a muffled thunderclap. Human alt. Lin Feng was startled and looked in the direction of the sound. The sound came from an exceptionally large cage, not far away. The cage was made of several dark golden active tissues as thick as ancient trees, and the creature imprisoned inside made his pupils suddenly contract. That was a chicken, but this is a magnificent and spirited rooster. Standing over 3 meters tall, even after being imprisoned and drained of its energy for countless years, it still exudes a sense of mountain-like stability and power. Its feathers were not the dark gold of Lin Feng's Vajra, fighting rooster, but a deeper and purer crimson gold, as if they were cast from solidified magma and immortal gold, with each feather flowing with a faint divine light. Its comb is not a fleshy comb, but rather a burning, crystalline structure like a ruby crown, radiating a scorching heat. Its 2 feet are as thick as pillars, covered with a layer of keratin like dragon scales, and its sharp claws gleam with a cold light, as if they could easily tear apart metal and stone. What is most chilling is its gaze, a look of vicissitude and arrogance born for the trials of countless years, and the understanding of life, death, rise and fall. Even in its cage, it still exudes an air of looking down upon all things. Lin Feng was even more shocked to discover that he was unable to discern the level of this giant chicken, which meant that its strength was far beyond what he could currently detect. Just as he was in shock, the Vajra fighting rooster in his shelter space seemed to be summoned by some powerful call from the depths of its bloodline, and flew out on its own, landing on the ground. Instead of raising its head and chirping as usual, it lowered its head slightly and made a low cooing sound that was a mixture of awe, excitement, and sadness. Its wings trembled slightly, as if paying the highest respect to the enormous creature before it. The giant fighting rooster's gaze fell on Lin Feng's fighting rooster, and a faint emotion, a mixture of relief and sorrow, flashed in its weathered eyes. I never expected to find such a pure-blooded descendant in this desolate place. The giant rooster's voice rang in Lin Feng's mind again, tinged with a touch of emotion. Humans, are you the ones who nurtured it? Lin Feng suppressed the turmoil in his heart, nodded, and responded cautiously. Senior, yes, who are you? My name is Chi Huang. The giant rooster's voice was filled with endless weariness, yet contained an undeniable majesty. Imprisoned here by this damned mother nest, I can't remember the exact years. According to your human race's timeline, it's probably been 500 or 600 years. 500 or 600 years. Lin Feng was shocked again. The mother nest had existed for far longer than he had imagined. Hundreds of years ago, I was the overlord of the lava mountains, and I was only half a step away from igniting the divine fire and stepping into the legendary realm. Qi Huang's voice was filled with reminiscence and resentment. Unfortunately, I was ambushed by this mother nest and dragged into this underground prison. My divine power was used as nourishment and absorbed by it for hundreds of years. If it weren't for my extraordinary bloodline and profound potential, I would have long since become a member of that mountain of bones outside. It paused, its tone becoming even more somber. Even so, I am about to give up. The power of this mother nest is growing stronger and stronger with its evolution. It's not just me. Look around here. Qi Huang's gaze swept across the entire granary. Those imprisoned here are all former powerful figures who once dominated their respective regions. The finest and best are just trash, and the rare are commonplace. Their power, bloodline, and even fragments of their souls became resources for the evolution of the mother nest. Deeper still, 3 true divine beasts were imprisoned. Even they became prisoners and nourishment for this mother nest. A mythical beast. Lin Feng gasped in shock. This news was even more unbelievable to him than the existence of Qi Huang. Divine beasts were legendary, terrifying beings at the top of the food chain, possessing the power to move mountains and overturn seas and control the rules. Even they were captured and imprisoned by the mother nest. Just how terrifying was this mother nest at its peak? Therefore, humanity. Qi Huang's gaze refocused on Lin Feng, scrutinizing him with an almost pitying look. Your human race has entered this place more than once, but you have failed each time. Now, you and these little guys around you are the only ones left. His tone was filled with undisguised disdain. Don't be delusional. In its heyday, the mother nest dared to capture, analyze, and devour even legendary and epic-level beings. Even now, in its weakest evolutionary period, with most of its power used for internal sublimation, its defense mechanisms and residual power are far beyond the reach of mortals like you who haven't even reached the legendary level. However, you humans are indeed a wondrous race, generation after generation coming here, fighting with everything you have, even to the point of death, to carve out a piece of its flesh. Qi Huang's words were like ice water, extinguishing some of the enthusiasm that Lin Feng had just felt after obtaining the information. The cruelty of reality far exceeded his worst expectations. Seeing the shock and solemnity in Lin Feng's eyes, Qi Huang changed the subject, and a faint flame of hope ignited in his huge eyes. However, although it is impossible to completely destroy it, if we combine our strength and deliver a severe blow to its core at the most critical moment of its evolution, when it is most unable to concentrate, interrupting its evolutionary process and causing its current efforts to be in vain, it is not entirely impossible. Lin Feng's spirits lifted, as this coincided with the third piece of information between the torches. Senior, are you willing to help us? Lin Feng asked eagerly. Help I can. Qi Huang's voice was resolute. I will use all the primal power I have accumulated over the past few hundred years to lend you a helping hand at the crucial moment. But it stared intently at Lin Feng. Human, you need to swear on your soul that you will grant me 2 conditions. Please speak, Senior. Qi Huang's gaze fell on the excited little fighting rooster. First, raise this descendant of my bloodline to at least the legendary level, so that it can inherit my will and soar in the heavens, instead of dying in this dark and hopeless cage like I did. Secondly, its voice carried a deep longing for its people. My people were once one of the most powerful races in this world. I wonder if they still exist. If possible, I would like to find them, at least 100 of them, and protect them so that my bloodline can continue and grow stronger. These 2 conditions, one concerning nurturing and the other concerning the survival of the race, are incredibly weighty. Raising a legendary battle pet and finding and protecting a race that may have long been lost to history is no easy task. But looking into Qi Huang's expectant and resolute eyes, Lin Feng knew that his arrival had actually given the other party a glimmer of hope. It originally intended to do everything in its power to destroy the mother nest, and now that it sees the bloodline still existing, it naturally has no more worries. Chapter 169 Oath. Lin Feng nodded heavily and said loudly, Lin Feng, swear by my soul that I will do my utmost to cultivate the Vajra fighting rooster to the legendary level, and I will find the Vajra fighting rooster flock to ensure its bloodline continues and the flock grows stronger. If I break this oath, may my soul be annihilated and never be reincarnated. An invisible wave carrying the power of rules swept by, and the soul contract was established. Lin Feng made this vow for his own reasons. Firstly, the golden rooster was originally his pet, so raising it to legendary level was a necessary step. Secondly, they didn't set a time limit. As long as you try your best to find it, the time aspect is another matter. Perhaps he won't even have time to find all the golden roosters before he dies in the disaster. Considering these factors, Lin Feng might as well just state his position directly and gain the other party's full support. The moment the contract was established, it was as if a signal had been given, and the entire live animal ranch was in an uproar. Human boy, and me too. A sharp voice, filled with the power of wind and thunder, rang out from a cage, imprisoning a perfect-level thunderwing cloud rock. It was a giant bird with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, its feathers flashing with blue and white electric light, its eyes sharp and full of menacing aura. Iam Leisha, if you are willing to swear an oath to find my nest in the future, hatch and raise the only egg I left behind, I am willing to burn my remaining soul and summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens to help you break through the force field of the mother nest. Count me in, human kid. A dull sound, like a boulder colliding, came from the rare-level ancient ley line tortoise. If you swear to find my descendant tribe and pass on my heart of the earth to them, I will use this soon-to-be fossilized shell to create an absolute defensive barrier for you. Me too. The rare frostwing dragonhawk emitted a clear and urgent mental fluctuation. My youngest daughter is frozen deep within the ancient ice cave in the far north. I vow to find her and unseal her. I will then burn my ice wings and freeze the core of the mother nest in an instant. The Flame Lion King is here. He swears to find my pride and bring my legacy with him. Then I will use my remaining flames to burn all the insectoids that come near. Shadow Moon Wolf, the spirit of the forest. In an instant, countless voices, some ancient, some majestic, some sharp, and some clear, rang out from all directions from the cages that imprisoned the powerful beings. They had been imprisoned for too long and had too much power drained from them. They were already on the verge of death. The contract signed between Lin Feng and Qi Huang was like a spark thrown into the darkness of despair, igniting their last and most desperate hope. They no longer crave survival. They only hope that their bloodline, their heritage, and their people can continue. For this, they're willing to give up everything they have left, their remaining life, their primal power, and even their immortal souls. Lin Feng stood there, overwhelmed by the sudden, overwhelming petition and tragic sentiment. He looked into those eyes filled with expectation, determination, and deep sorrow, feeling the soul's fluctuations, like candles flickering in the wind, yet still trying to burst forth with their last light and heat. He knew that agreeing to them meant he would bear countless heavy promises and responsibilities that transcended race and time. The road ahead will be even more difficult, and the enemy will be even more formidable. But should we refuse? Looking at these piles of white bones, thinking of the martyrs who passed on their legacy, recalling the tragic song of the Sword of Dawn, and feeling the anger and anticipation of the Crimson Emperor beside me, which had been suppressed for hundreds of years like a volcano. He took a deep breath, and the air, which was mixed with decay and despair, seemed to carry a chilling power. He knew this was an opportunity that, if missed, would never be regained. Since he's already agreed to one, he doesn't mind taking on a few more. As I said before, there's no time limit. I can pay it back slowly later. All right, I, Lin Feng, hereby swear. A thought flashed in Qi Huang's huge crimson gold eyes. It exchanged glances with the other strongest beings, and an invisible spiritual communication was completed in an instant. Human brat. Qi Huang's voice carried a tension that seemed about to snap. We old bones must reserve our last strength for the mother nest brain, and cannot accompany you for too long. But we can work together to forcefully create a temporary passage for you, and for ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of more than 10 top prisoners, including Qi Huang, Lei Sha, and Xianjia simultaneously emitted light of different colors, yet all equally dazzling. Crimson flames, blue-white lightning, and a thick, earthy, yellow halo. These lights were not attacks, but rather they were burning their remaining essence, forcibly impacting and distorting the active tissues and spatial structure of the Mother Nest prison. Sizzle. A teeth-grinding, tearing sound rang out. Under the impact of various powerful primal forces, those incredibly tough, active tissues twisted and writhed violently. Finally, in front of Lin Feng, they were forcibly torn open into an extremely unstable, dark passage with constantly twisting and flickering edges, only wide enough for one person to pass through. Deep within the passage, an aura emanated that was far more ancient, vast, and chilling than that of the living ranch. Go inside quickly. Qi Huang's voice was noticeably weak and hurried. This passage won't last long, and the core defense mechanism of the Mother Nest will detect and repair it soon. You only have 1 minute. At the end of the passage is the prison where those 3 divine beasts are held. If there is anyone in this Mother Nest who can pose a real threat to the Mother Nest brain during its critical evolutionary period, it is none other than them. One of them had a voice like thunder, yet it carried a hint of awe. Whether you can persuade them depends on your luck. Remember, you only have 1 minute. Another being gave him a warning. In 1 minute, persuade 3 mythical beasts that may be from legends. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng cast a grateful yet resolute glance at Qi Huang and the other prisoners, then moved like an arrow released from a bow, rushing into the extremely unstable, dark passage without hesitation. Upon entering the passage, the surrounding scenery instantly becomes blurred and distorted, as if one has traveled through time and space. The powerful spatial tearing force acted on his body. If Lin Feng's physique had not been strengthened multiple times, he would probably have been torn to shreds in an instant. He felt his soul trembling, as if he were traversing the most central and forbidden area of the Mother Nest. It felt like a long time had passed, yet it also felt like only a moment. When the feeling of solid ground returned and the surrounding distortion disappeared, Lin Feng found himself in a space completely different from before. There are no sticky pipe walls, no piles of bones, and no wailing prisoners here. This is an incredibly vast and silent spherical space. The 4 walls of the space are made of a translucent, amber-like crystalline material, and the interior seems to seal in flowing galaxies and chaotic energy. The entire space was filled with an ancient, vast, and supreme pressure, making Lin Feng feel as insignificant as a speck of dust. Chapter 170 Azure Dragon. At the center of this spherical space, 3 enormous cages, each formed from the same amber crystals, float. Each cage exudes a distinct yet equally chilling aura. Lin Feng's gaze was immediately drawn to the cage on his left. Inside the cage, a tall and graceful giant figure was coiled. Deer antlers, camel head, rabbit eyes, snake neck, clam belly, fish scales, eagle claws, tiger paws, ox ears. Those familiar images engraved deep in his blood almost made Lin Feng's heart stop beating. Azure Dragon. It turned out to be the Azure Dragon, the supreme divine beast in Chinese legends, which governs the East, controls clouds and rain, and symbolizes vitality and imperial power. This Azure Dragon is over 100 meters long. Although it is imprisoned here, its scales are slightly dull and its whiskers hang limply, but its innate holiness, majesty, and auspiciousness are still boundless. Its eyes are closed, as if it is sleeping, or as if it is silently enduring endless torment. In the other 2 cages, 2 other giant beasts, each with a different form, were imprisoned, yet both radiating divine brilliance. In the middle of the cage was a giant horse, pure white as snow, with wings on its back, a spiral horn on its head, and a holy halo surrounding its body. Or rather, it was some kind of Pegasus-like being, but even more sacred and powerful. Lin Feng couldn't identify its specific name, but the light, purity, and healing aura it emitted instilled peace and awe in people. In the cage on the right is a colossal beast, resembling both a lion and a dog, with 3 heads, each with a fierce expression, bared fangs, and a ghostly blue flame burning around it. exuding a chilling aura of slaughter, protection, and the underworld. This was another divine beast that Lin Feng had never seen before, but he could sense its power and antiquity. 3 mythical beasts, living mythical beings, were actually imprisoned here by the mother nest. Lin Feng suppressed the shock in his heart. He knew that time was running out, and there was less than a minute left. He took a deep breath, focused his gaze on the Azure Dragon, the totem of the great Xia dynasty, and tried to communicate with it using words imbued with respect and spiritual power. Respected Azure Dragon, Seua. I am Lin Feng, a survivor of the human race. I have come here with the hopes of many imprisoned predecessors to stop the evolution of the mother nest brain. I humbly request that you lend me a hand, severely damage the mother nest, and save the world. His voice echoed in the silent prison. Seemingly moved by his words and the aura of pure human blood, the coiled Azure Dragon slowly opened its eyes. Those were such majestic and ancient eyes, as if they contained the endless starry sky and the long river of time. However, deep within those eyes, Lin Feng keenly detected a trace of indescribable weariness and subtle fluctuations. Azure Dragon's gaze fell on Lin Feng, scrutinizing him. He spoke slowly, his voice ancient and resonant, echoing deep within Lin Feng's soul. Young human, I know your purpose in coming. Having been imprisoned for countless years, I also yearn to escape and return to the heavens. It is not impossible for me to help you. Lin Feng was overjoyed, but Qinglong's next words made his heart tighten. However, I am deeply bound by the core laws of this nest. If I wish to use my power to help you, I will have to pay a great price, unless you can agree to one condition. Please speak, Your Excellency, Lin Feng said without hesitation. The condition is... A faint, almost imperceptible glint flashed in the Azure Dragon's eyes. After this matter is resolved, regardless of success or failure, you must use your own soul essence as a guide, combined with the opportunity of the turmoil in the mother nest, to help me completely break free from the seal of this place and gain freedom. Take it away. Lin Feng's heart stirred. If he could take away an Azure Dragon, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous help. But for some reason, he always felt that there was a hint of urgency and strangeness hidden in the Azure Dragon's tone. However, if he could really get help from a mythical beast, his sanctuary would definitely develop rapidly. Just as he was about to blurt out his agreement and complete this seemingly perfect deal, a sudden change occurred. The dormant talent within him, the ability to deduce the myriad phenomena of the heavens and the great Zhou heaven, suddenly began to operate wildly on its own at this moment. As if a cold current rushed straight to his head, Lin Feng's vision blurred, and the surrounding scenery instantly distorted and shattered. A series of vivid and chilling images of the future, like fast-forwarded nightmares, were forcibly crammed into his mind. Scene 1. He agreed to Qinglong's conditions, and his soul established a deeper connection with him. Scene 2. At the crucial moment of the final battle with the Nest Brain, he activated the power of the Azure Dragon. However, that power did not attack the Nest Brain, but instead resonated and merged with the power of the Nest Brain in a strange way. Scene 3. The Azure Dragon's massive body bursts out of the shattered cage, but its eyes are no longer majestic and auspicious, but filled with chaos, greed, and the cold will unique to the mother nest. It opens its huge mouth, not with a dragon's roar, but with a sharp mental hiss that is exactly the same as the brain of the mother nest. Scene 4. The other 2 divine beasts in the cages let out painful and angry roars. The amber crystal seals on their bodies shone brightly for a moment, and their suppressive power increased exponentially. It was as if their original power was being forcibly drawn away by some invisible channel and poured into the body of the Azure Dragon, turning them into blood bags. Scene 5. After devouring the power of its companions, the Azure Dragon's aura surged wildly. It completely merged with the mental fluctuations of the mother nest brain and turned against Lin Feng and the prisoners who had burned their origins, ultimately failing and losing everything. Puff! The vision of the future backlash was too shocking. Lin Feng's face turned pale, and he suddenly spat out a small mouthful of blood, forcibly retreating from the state predicted by the great Zhou heaven. His eyes were filled with lingering fear and anger. It's fake. This Azure Dragon is fake. It is not a true guardian beast at all. It has long been corrupted and controlled by the mother brain, and may even be an imposter cultivated by the mother brain in some way. Its purpose is to lure newcomers like him, who are full of hope and carry the destiny of humanity, to deliver a fatal counterattack at a crucial moment. The other two silent divine beasts are the real victims, whose power is used by the mother nest to nourish the Azure Dragon's disguise and replenish it at critical moments. No wonder Chi Huang said that the Dawn Sword and other teams that came before failed. They probably also saw this Azure Dragon, but failed to see through this deadly trap. They were either bewitched by it and betrayed at the crucial moment, or they were unable to get any help from the divine beast at all. What a treacherous mother nest, what a wicked trap. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. If the myriad manifestations of heaven had not been activated on its own at the crucial moment, he would have surely followed in the footsteps of his predecessors today. Chapter 171, Entrusted by the Divine Beast. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp as lightning, no longer looking at the disguised Azure Dragon, but turning to the holy unicorn Pegasus in the middle and the ferocious three-headed giant dog on the right. His eyes were clear and firm, filled with a profound understanding that saw through everything, as he said, "You are the true divine beast, venerables. This junior has already seen through its conspiracy. It has long been corrupted and controlled by the brain of the mother nest, intending to lure me into a deadly trap." The moment he said that, the entire divine prison space seemed to freeze. The dragon's seemingly peaceful eyes flashed with an undisguised panic and ferocity, but it seemed to be bound by some rule and could not act immediately. It only let out a low, threatening dragon roar. Meanwhile, the unicorn Pegasus and the three-headed giant dog, which had seemed to be in eternal slumber or silence, suddenly opened their eyes. The unicorn's eyes were pure gold, like warm sunlight, but at this moment they were filled with shock, relief, and a sense of relief. The three-headed giant dog's 6 eyes simultaneously erupted with ferocity, anger, and a wild joy that had been suppressed for countless years. An invisible, powerful mental barrier seemed to weaken considerably because Lin Feng had seen through it, and it was finally able to respond more clearly. "Omans." A gentle yet urgent female voice rang in Lin Feng's mind, speaking at an extremely fast pace. "You're right. It is the shadow of the heart. It is a puppet created by the mother nest using the dragon bones and core left after the fall of the ancient Azure Dragon, combined with countless chaotic wills and Zerg genes. It stole part of the Azure Dragon's authority and used the rules of the mother nest to suppress and absorb most of the power of my holy radiance unicorn and the guardian of the underworld in order to maintain its disguise and power. Over the years, countless brilliant successors have fallen before this final trap. They could not see through this perfect disguise that originated from a soul. Too many humans have been deceived, which is why they have failed at the last hurdle." Another furious, triple wave-like male voice roared. "Damn insect hive, damn shadow kid, since you can see through this deception, you have gained the approval of the rules of this world. Very good, very good. Listen, the mother brain, as one of the ultimate bosses recognized by the Cataclysm game, has accumulated power over multiple eras. Its existence is protected by the rules, making it almost impossible to completely destroy. At most, it can only be severely damaged to interrupt its evolution and put it into a long slumber." The Holy Radiance Unicorn spoke solemnly, yet hopefully. "However, there are different degrees of severe damage. In the past, those who failed could only cause minor disruptions at most. But this time, we have 2 true divine beasts, burning the last pure essence accumulated over countless years of imprisonment, plus the desperate attack of those ancient prisoners outside, and the power of you, contemporary survivors. We have the opportunity to inflict an unprecedented blow, enough to completely thwart its evolutionary progress and plunge it into a period of weakness that could last for hundreds or even thousands of years." The 3 heads of the Underworld Guardian simultaneously revealed a ferocious and resolute smile. "That's right, enough to teach this damned monster a lesson. Even if we can't kill it, we'll make it know the price of imprisoning a god." Just then, they looked at each other, as if they had made a major decision. They simultaneously chanted ancient and obscure incantations, their bodies erupting with unprecedented light, the former a warm and wholly milky white light, the latter a deep and violent dark blue ghost fire. At the intersection of the two divine lights, space slightly distorted, and two eggs, exuding a powerful life force and supreme rule fluctuations, slowly condensed into shape. The egg was pure white, with golden holy patterns flowing across its surface, radiating light and the aura of life. The other egg was dark blue with dark red flame patterns dancing on its surface, exuding the majesty of the underworld and slaughter. Lin Feng, a human. The Holy Radiance Unicorn's voice was weak, yet incredibly solemn. This is the egg of a divine beast, formed from our last hope and origin during our imprisonment. We are bound to this cage and cannot escape, but this egg nurtures our pure bloodline and heritage. We entrust them to you. Take them away, find a suitable place, and incubate them with pure energy and faith, so that our bloodline can continue under the sun. This is the only condition for us to help you destroy the nest. The guardian of the underworld roared, "Boy, take good care of our cubs. If anything happens to them, even across the endless void, I will settle the score with you after I am resurrected." Looking at the two eggs before him, which carried the last hope and trust of two true divine beasts, and feeling their determination to fight back against the mother nest and continue their bloodline at all costs, Lin Feng was filled with indescribable shock and a sense of responsibility. He stepped forward and carefully, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world, placed the two divine beast eggs into the mushroom bag. Then, he raised his head, looked at them with unwavering eyes, and nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, I will definitely do it." Buzz. At that very moment, the minute was up. The unstable passage began to tremble violently, then rapidly contracted and collapsed. "Run," they urged at the same time. "Get ready. When you launch your all-out attack on the mother nest brain, we will burn everything and surprise it." Without further hesitation, Lin Feng took a deep look at the two true divine beasts, imprinting their images into his mind. Then he turned around, transformed into a streak of light, and rushed into the soon-to-close passage. Behind him, the disguised azure dragon let out a silent roar of resentment and rage, and then slowly closed its eyes, beginning to gather its final strength for the final blow. When Lin Feng came out, they all asked how he had done. When they learned that he had received help from a divine beast, the powerful beings nodded slightly. It seems that this time, the mother nest can remain dormant for at least 1,000 years. We who are barely clinging to life can finally be free. "Kid, you're pretty good. Go on, the mother nest brain is just ahead." Lin Feng bid them farewell and continued walking forward. Every step he took was incredibly heavy. He didn't know what the outcome would be, nor did he expect things to develop to this point. It was supposed to be a boss mission, but now it's involved survivors from all over the world, which is making his mind very confused. As Lin Feng continued forward, he finally reached the end of the passage. But at that moment, a spatial force suddenly enveloped him and took him to a strange place. It was a slightly old but clean and tidy rural brick house with its red-lacquered wooden door wide open, as if welcoming a traveler returning home. In the courtyard, several free-range chickens were leisurely pecking at their food. Firewood was piled up in the corner, and the afterglow of the setting sun bathed everything in a warm golden hue. Chapter 172 Illusion. A familiar, deeply cherished aroma of food wafted out from the kitchen window. Lin Feng's steps faltered uncontrollably. His heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, making it difficult to breathe. Step by step, like a puppet on a string, he walked into the open door. Inside the main room, the furnishings were exactly as he remembered them. Old tables and chairs, and faded New Year pictures on the walls. In the kitchen, a woman wearing a floral apron, slightly plump from behind, with her hair casually tied up, was busy at the stove with her back to him. The sizzling sound of the spatula hitting the iron pot is the most beautiful sound of cooking. That figure from behind was his mother. The woman seemed to hear the noise behind her. While stirring the vegetables in the pan, she spoke in that familiar voice, tinged with a mixture of indulgence and complaint, without turning her head. "You're back. Why are you a little later than usual today? Are you hungry?" Go wash your hands and change out of these dirty clothes. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour pork. It'll be ready soon. Go inside and rest for a while and watch some TV. Her tone was so natural, so genuine. Lin Feng didn't move. He just stood there, quietly watching the busy figure, his eyes uncontrollably starting to heat up and turn red. The woman ladled the stir-fried dishes onto a plate and turned around. It was a face weathered by time, yet bearing a gentle smile, exactly like Lin Feng's mother in his memory, even down to the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. The mother smiled and playfully scolded, placing the plate on the table in the main room. Several dishes were already laid out on the table. Glistening sweet and sour pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and tomato and egg soup, all of which were his favorites in his memory. Come on, sit down and eat while it's hot. His mother picked up a bowl, filled it with rice, and handed it to him, her eyes filled with expectation and love. The aroma of the food wafted into my nostrils. It was the warmest taste from the depths of my memory. The peace of home, the care of mother, all the war, killing, and despair seemed to be kept outside the small house. This was the most perfect, yet most malevolent illusion woven for him by the mother brain. It unearthed his deepest longings for peace, family, and a return to the ordinary, and used these to construct this irresistible, gentle trap. If one's will is even slightly weak, one will be completely immersed in it, forgetting everything in the false warmth, and ultimately assimilated, becoming nourishment for the nest. Lin Feng's body trembled slightly. Looking at his mother's gentle smiling face and the steaming family feast on the table, hot tears finally welled up and slid down his cheeks. But he neither took the bowl of rice nor sat down. He simply looked at his mother with tears in his eyes and spoke, word by word, in a hoarse but incredibly clear voice. No matter how well you pretend, it's still fake. My mom is from Dongshan. She doesn't know how to make sweet and sour pork at all. These words, like a thunderclap or a sharp sword, instantly pierced the core of this perfect illusion. The gentle smile on her mother's face froze instantly, cracking like porcelain. Her eyes shifted from loving to astonished, then from astonished to an incomprehensible bewilderment. Finally, all color and emotion receded like the tide, leaving only a cold, inhuman emptiness. The surrounding scenery began to crumble like a shattered mirror. The warm sunset, the tidy houses, the fragrant food, the kind mother. Everything was twisted, deformed, and dissipated. It's like stripping away a glamorous exterior to reveal the bloody reality underneath. The warm and peaceful farmhouse has disappeared, replaced by a space that is indescribably vast and eerie. This place is like a living, pulsating biological dome composed of countless brain sulci, nerve bundles, energy vessels, and wriggling oocysts. At the center of the dome, suspended in the air, is an enormous, flesh-colored brain, like a living star. Its surface is covered with deep grooves, from which flow streams of seven-colored energy. Countless tiny nerve synapses extend and contract around it like nebulae, emitting a vast, chaotic, and frenzied mental fluctuation. This is the true form of the mother brain, the lord of evolution. It seemed to be briefly stunned and angry because the perfect illusion was forcibly broken. Its huge brain tissue throbbed violently, and even more violent mental power began to gather, like an invisible tsunami, about to completely crush and devour Lin Feng, this tiny virus. However, at this critical moment, roar, Li, two roars and cries, seemingly from the primordial wilderness, and imbued with supreme majesty and resolute fury, suddenly erupted from the depths of this creature's dome. It is the holy radiance unicorn and the guardian of the underworld. Two beams of light pierced the heavens and the earth, one milky white and holy, the other dark blue and fierce. They tore apart the mental field and biological barrier constructed by the mother nest brain, and from two directions, like two Damocles swords burning with divine fire, they pierced into the huge, pulsating brain tissue. Laugh! Like a red-hot iron being branded with grease, the mother nest brain emitted a sharp, extremely painful shriek that did not come from sound but directly affected the souls of all living beings. The shriek was filled with unbelievable shock and rage, and the excruciating pain of being severely wounded. Its massive body twisted and convulsed wildly. The energy flow on its surface became chaotic, and large swaths of brain tissue were instantly charred, carbonized, and disintegrated under the impact of the two extreme forces of the divine and the underworld. This sudden attack from the core completely disrupted the rhythm of the Mother Nest brain, and the mental tsunami that was about to descend upon Lin Feng also collapsed. Now, human, go. The urgent and weak telepathic message from the Holy Radiance Unicorn rang in Lin Feng's mind. At the same time, Lin Feng felt the dozens of soul contract marks on his body become scorching hot, and he seemed to hear Qi Huang's resolute cry. At the same moment, all the ancient prisoners who had signed the pact burned away their last remaining possessions, transforming the anger and power accumulated over countless years into streaks of different colors, yet all equally dazzling, which fearlessly crashed into the severely damaged Mother Nest brain. For freedom, for the sake of our people, for revenge, countless powerful soul fluctuations, accompanied by this final cry, converged into an extremely tragic elegy for death. Lin Feng saw countless powerful phantom creatures, and even some human heroes clad in ancient armor, rushing towards the chaotic living star like moths to a flame or rivers flowing into the sea. Chapter 173, The Disaster Ends. The Mother Nest brain was plunged into unprecedented chaos and pain. It frantically mobilized its power to resist and repair itself. But the primal attack from the divine beast and the collective suicidal attack from hundreds of ancient powerful creatures were too terrifying. They had deeply shaken its foundation and interrupted its crucial evolutionary process. A gentle yet powerful spatial force enveloped Lin Feng. It was the escape route that the two divine beasts had opened for him with their last remaining strength at the last moment. In the final moment before being teleported away, Lin Feng turned back and took a deep look at the Mother Nest brain, which was struggling violently amidst countless explosions and energy shocks, its light rapidly dimming, and at the soul light points that bloomed and fell like brilliant fireworks. He succeeded. He completed the trans-epical mission, inflicting an unprecedented blow on the Lord of Evolution. When Lin Feng regained consciousness, he found himself back in that familiar and safe shelter. Outside the window, acid rain continued to fall, but the omnipresent, unsettling hiss of the insectoids and the sense of mental oppression had miraculously disappeared. Dead silence. A deathly stillness, tinged with bewilderment, after surviving a catastrophe. Before he could even catch his breath, the system's notification sound solemnly resounded in the minds of all the survivors in the area and appeared before everyone's eyes. World announcement. The special challenge mission to destroy the insect hive has been completed. Mission objective: destroy the mother brain. Status: achieved. Severe trauma. Evolutionary process interrupted. Forced into sleep. Main contributors. Task rewards are being calculated. The acid rain and insect swarm disaster ended prematurely due to damage to the core. Congratulations to all survivors. You have been lucky enough to survive once again. The announcement was broadcast 3 times in a row. Then, the entire regional channel fell into an eerie stillness. It took a good 10 seconds for the information to explode like a volcanic eruption. What? The mission is complete? The insect swarm is over. Am I dreaming? It's only the 6th day. Didn't they say there would be 8 rounds? The mother brain has been severely damaged and put into a deep sleep? Who did this? Boss Lin Feng. Really, look. There are no more bugs outside. The acid rain seems to have decreased a bit, but I don't know if it's just my imagination. No, it's certain that it has really shrunk. We survived, and we don't have to hold on for the last 2 days. What on earth happened? Ecstasy, bewilderment, disbelief, and the tears of relief after surviving a catastrophe. Various emotions intertwined and erupted on the channel. No one knows what happened deep within the mother nest. All they know is that the seemingly endless sword hanging over their heads suddenly disappeared, giving them 2 precious days of respite. No one urged them to gather resources. No one forced them to strengthen their defenses, and the disaster ended prematurely in a way no one expected. Lin Feng looked at the system announcement in front of him and let out a long sigh. In his view, the experience and encounter just now felt like a dream with an unreal feeling. He even had the idea that if he laid down to sleep now, he would forget what happened in the mother nest when he opened his eyes. The main problem is that it felt too fake. Going through this whole process felt like just going through a formality. Lin Feng thought that perhaps if it were someone else, they could also make those powerful creatures severely damage the mother nest, but they might not be able to identify the divine beast, or they might not be able to enter the fire chamber. However, he always felt that the cataclysmic game was actually controlling the evolution of the nest brain, preventing it from evolving too quickly. In other words, the disaster game doesn't actually want the survivors to die so quickly. Perhaps the previous generation of survivors experienced the same thing. The same was true for the generation before that, and the generation before that. However, they ultimately died in other disasters. In any case, it's good that this disaster is over. At least it has bought the other survivors 2 days of survival time. Lin Feng saw that the rewards were still being processed. He went to the door and saw that the thick green fog outside had thinned out considerably, and the acid rain had also subsided. He felt exhausted, glanced at the system panel a few more times, and muttered a complaint. Could be stuck? Is it trying to swallow my rewards? Lin Feng decided to take a bath first. He went to the bathroom, filled the bathtub with warm water, and then lay down in it. Warm water submerged his body. Lin Feng rested his head on a towel and closed his eyes. Without realizing it, he fell asleep. When I woke up again, I found that half an hour had passed. Lin Feng got out of the bathtub, changed into clean clothes, and went to the living room. He found that Lin Bin was already in the kitchen preparing the meal. He sat on the sofa, took a couple of sips of a glass of juice. He waited, but half an hour had passed, and the transaction still hadn't been processed. He still couldn't believe it had really been swallowed up. Finally, after he finished his glass of juice, the bill was settled. Main contributor to the Regional Challenge Mission's Insect Nest Extermination Reward Settlement. Lin Feng. Basic rewards. 1 spirit purple coin, 200 spirit gold coins, 3,000 spirit silver coins. Legendary status. +1. Your name has stepped out of the regional channel and onto the world stage. The system defaults to hiding your name. Its effects will only be realized after it is made public. Title. Swarm Terminator, Epic. Effect. Increases all damage dealt to all Zerg units by 25%. Naturally increases Zerg units aggro towards you. And when fighting you, there's a high probability that you'll be briefly stunned due to fear. Greatly increases resistance to Zerg mind control and mind control abilities. You can wear it or not. Note, you have proven with your actions who is at the top of the food chain. Shelter Upgrade Scroll. Directly upgrades your shelter by 1 level. Applicable to shelters below level 7, excluding level 7. Shelter ability. Energy conversion. It can continuously absorb external energy and convert it into the resources needed for shelter. Random talent scroll. After use, you will randomly gain a talent ability. Special items / resource rewards. Epic Chest 1. Gold level treasure chest 5. Resource gift pack. Open to obtain a large amount of fine to high quality wood, stone, metal, and certain rare elements. Random epic building blueprint gift box 1. Spirit plant seed lucky bag 3. Contains a variety of high quality to rare magical and medicinal plant seeds. Contract beast potential activation potion superior 5. Soulbound storage ring epic. The internal space is stable and the flow of time is frozen. Hidden contribution / special privilege rewards, triggered by hidden factors such as accessing the fire of life, detecting divine beast traps, and teaming up with ancient prisoners. Chapter 174, The Development Direction of the Shelter. Civilization Seed Badge, Special. Effect. When equipped, it slightly increases initial affinity with neutral / friendly factions, especially lost human ruins, remnants of the ancient guardians, etc. Makes it easier to discover clues and relics related to the ancient civilization, and provide a certain degree of boost to all attributes when fighting enemies with civilization-destroying characteristics, such as the brain of the nest. Note, passing on the torch ensures the enduring legacy of civilization. Stackable rewards for completing tasks. Name, Fertile Land. Rank Rare. Description, an acre of magically fertile soil when placed in a planting area, can increase crop growth rate by 100%, yield by 50%, and greatly enhance crop resistance to harsh environments. It can gradually assimilate the surrounding ordinary soil, upgrading its quality. Note, some rare plants have very high requirements for soil, and fertile soil can perfectly accommodate them. Magic Tower Construction Scroll, perfect. Random Arrow Tower Construction Scroll, perfect. Disaster Buffer Scroll, 72 hours, special. Effect. After use, it can delay the next major disaster by 72 hours. This scroll effect cannot be stacked. The series of rewards left Lin Feng somewhat bewildered. Looking at all the rewards, he took a deep breath. The basic reward only gives so many gold coins, and the key point is that there isn't even a single spirit purple coin, which is a rare item. As for his legendary status, he didn't really care. It was better to just play it safe. The title Swarm Terminator is quite powerful, and thankfully it can be worn freely. Otherwise you'd be targeted by swarms as soon as you step outside. Lin Feng knew how powerful insects were. Even in the real world, a large group of rats could easily kill a group of unarmed adults if they united. In this cataclysmic game world, these insects are quite powerful. Quantity, and more quantity. Lin Feng's purpose in cultivating the Crimson Spirit Bee guards was to use quantity to counter quantity. So far, it seems to have played a significant role in the mother nest, indicating that his approach is correct. Lin Feng then used the Shelter Upgrade Scroll directly, limiting it to levels below 7, but not including level 7, which meant he wasn't given the opportunity to take a shortcut. He had almost collected enough resources to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. If this upgrade scroll didn't have any restrictions, he could have upgraded 2 levels at once. What a pity. With the scroll used, the shelter was enveloped in white light and reached level 6. He looked at the information about the level 6 shelter. Shelter, level 6. Abilities, solidity, spatial folding, elemental resonance, living entity, landmark, energy conversion. Description. After 6 upgrades, and the use of a special shelter upgrade scroll, when upgrading from level 5 to level 6, the shelter is completely different from before. The process at step 56 is a process of choice. Thereafter, survivors can freely choose the development direction of their shelter. Based on the materials used when constructing the survivor shelter, in addition to the basic development path, several other paths are added. 1. Basic development direction. Expand the area of shelters and gradually develop them into villages, towns, cities, and countries. Special development direction. 1. Sky Court. Core concept. Break free from the Earth's constraints, ascend into the sky, and become a mobile fortress suspended above the clouds. Appearance. A floating city powered by an anti-gravity core, the main body of which may be made of white boulders and magical metals, with flowing cloud-like energy surrounding the edges. Below, there may be giant chains or crystal clusters for stabilization and energy extraction. It has multiple airports for flying mounts or aircraft to take off and land. Unique advantages: extreme security and strategic mobility, excellent visibility, and almost immunity to most ground threats. Potential challenges: it consumes a huge amount of energy, making it an easy target for powerful aerial creatures or hostile forces, and it faces significant pressure when confronting extreme weather phenomena, such as space rifts and thunderstorms. 2. The Inner Earth Kingdom. Core concept: to develop deep into the earth and establish a vast underground kingdom. Appearance: no longer a simple cave, but an intricate and vast network of underground cities, where the architecture blends perfectly with the natural rock formations, featuring magnificent underground plazas, canals, and planting areas. Core competencies: Earth Pulse, deeply connected to the Earth's veins. With nearly unlimited energy, it can trigger local earthquakes, shape rock layers, and generate solid rock golems. Absolute defense. Protected by a thick crust, it can withstand most surface disasters and external attacks, and has a variety of defense mechanisms against burrowing enemies. Leyline Teleportation Network. Short-range teleportation portals can be established between known leyline nodes around the world, enabling covert and rapid deployment of troops and resources. Unique advantages: unparalleled physical defense, extremely convenient resource extraction, especially minerals, and strong secrecy. Potential challenges: potentially encountering more terrifying underground native creatures, weak air defense capabilities, relatively enclosed environment, and reliance on internal ecological cycles. 3. Eco-arc. Core concept. The shelter itself becomes a complete, self-sustaining ecosystem and a cradle of biological civilization. Appearance. A green kingdom shrouded by a huge, transparent energy dome, with a layered ecological environment inside, from swamps and rainforests to grasslands and hills, simulating a complete food chain. Core competencies. Life tide. The growth rate, recovery ability, and evolution potential of all plants and contracted beasts in the shelter are greatly enhanced, and creatures can be selectively cultivated and evolved. Nature's wrath. It can command powerful plants and beasts cultivated within the sanctuary to fight together. It can also temporarily create a natural domain in the outside world that is beneficial to one's own side. Harmony of all things. Possesses powerful purification capabilities, can slowly repair polluted land and water sources, and has extremely high-quality internal air, water, and food, which can greatly extend the lifespan of residents and improve their physical condition. Unique advantages. The ultimate form of sustainable development, unparalleled logistical support, a massive biological army, and the highest level of environmental livability. Potential challenges. Relatively weak direct defense. Vulnerable to large-scale destructive attacks, such as meteorites or forbidden spells, and poor adaptability to extremely harsh external environments. Hybrid development direction. The shelter absorbs other organisms and energy sources for mixed development, but this development is subject to uncertainty. The current survivor shelter has the initial potential to develop in this direction. Please consider carefully before choosing it. Once it's decided, it's very difficult to change. Lin Feng was completely stunned when he saw the development direction given. He finally understood why level 6 was just the beginning. Just looking at these different development paths already indicated one thing. Their shelter's development would eventually be geared towards the entire world. Chapter 175, Endless Map. So the question is, which development direction should we choose? Fortunately, the system not only provided the development direction, but also the corresponding material requirements. Lin Feng checked them one by one, and the more he looked, the more alarmed and troubled he became. Sky Court is a very good development direction. It can be used for aerial combat and can fly around. However, it needs an anti-gravity core as its foundation to continue developing. Without the core, it can't even take off. Moreover, this core is not an ordinary one. It must be at least of rare quality. Even so, if the shelter area increases, then the core level will need to be upgraded. In other words, the area of the Sky Court is naturally limited. Then there's the Inner Earth Kingdom. The materials needed for this are relatively simple. Once you start developing in this direction, you'll gradually delve deeper into the earth. Some disasters from the ground cannot affect him, such as the extreme cold weather last time and the acid rain this time. However, there are also many drawbacks. Being underground means there is no sun or moon. Even with lighting equipment, it is not as good as natural light. Living there for a long time will change a person's mood and psychology. Furthermore, the underground is still too unsafe. What if an earthquake occurs? The eco-arc is similar to the previous two, but its advantages are quite obvious, except for the materials required. Lin Feng sighed, his brows furrowing as he looked at the basic development direction. If the focus is on basic development, then it means radiating outwards from the shelter as the center, developing into villages, towns, cities, and countries. This is similar to what he saw when he was looking at disasters in the Doomsday Library. But does he really want things to develop this way? Lin Feng was caught in a dilemma and suddenly remembered something Bai Chun had once told him. I should have taken a gamble. I wouldn't be stuck in this shelter with nowhere to go. If I had another choice, I would definitely be a wanderer. With Bai Chun's abilities combined with Feng Yuye's, he received a message from the future, which he then told Lin Feng. Lin Feng was puzzled as to why he would say such a thing. Now, it seems he understands something. Having nowhere to go, but nowhere to go means that the shelter one has chosen is fixed, which means that there will be no way to escape when attacked in the future. He hopes to be a wanderer, and at present, the Sky Court seems to be the most suitable choice. However, obtaining an anti-gravity core is out of the question. Let's take a gamble. Let's take a gamble. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps the so-called taking a gamble was a mixed development direction. Lin Feng didn't know if his thinking was right, and since he had already used his talent in the mother nest, he had no opportunity to make a choice for himself. Let's take a gamble. Lin Feng chose the mixed development path. The moment he made his decision, the entire shelter trembled, and he felt excited and thrilled. Then, several lines of text appeared before my eyes. Since the survivors have chosen a hybrid development path, the shelter requests to absorb items that can provide for their development. Survivors can choose to participate, but what the impact will be is still unknown. Then, a long list of items appeared in front of him, all of which were what he currently owned, such as materials, buildings, plants, seeds, etc. Lin Feng first inquired whether these substances could still be used after being absorbed, and after receiving an affirmative answer, he immediately poured them all into the process. He had received so much before that he couldn't even remember it all, and much of it was managed by Lin Bin. Now that it has value, there's no need to be reluctant to part with it. Moreover, the shelter is Lin Feng's foundation. If the shelter becomes strong, then he will also become strong. As the progress bar moved slowly, Lin Feng looked at his other gains from this trip. Looking at the random talent scroll, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together. He was somewhat expectant. He already possessed 2 talents, but he didn't know what the 3rd talent would be. As the scroll opened, a huge roulette wheel appeared before him. Lin Feng shook the roulette wheel, and the pointer spun continuously before finally stopping amidst Lin Feng's anxious emotions. Congratulations on drawing the talent Harmony. Passive. Lin Feng. No, what do you mean by reconciliation? Harmonize. Passive, able to harmonize all discomfort. Upon seeing the description of this ability, Lin Feng was even more confused. He had thought it would be an exceptionally powerful talent, but this seemingly nonsensical talent was truly baffling in its purpose. Lin Feng had no choice but to accept it. Then, he began to look forward to the epic treasure chest. After thinking it over, he decided to open it himself and see what was inside. The treasure chest was opened, revealing 2 orbs of light inside. Name: Broken Branch of the Towering Tree. Tier: Epic. Description: This is a branch from the Tree of Heaven. It may or may not be able to be cultivated. Lin Feng, no. Are you kidding me? He looked at the second item. Name: Endless Map Oddity. Description: This is a map that can continuously record the surrounding situation. The longer the holder stays in a certain location, the more complete the map records will become. As soon as this picture came out, it was included in the things the shelter was absorbing. Lin Feng only looked at the description before handing it over to the shelter. He couldn't help but doubt his life. Was his luck really that bad? There were also golden treasure chests behind, so Lin Feng simply let Lin Bin open them. As he opened each treasure chest, Lin Feng obtained another 50,000 spirit coins and 1,000 units of high-quality materials. The other seeds, buildings, and so on were all absorbed by the shelter. The resource gift pack was opened, but the materials inside were not of much use to Lin Feng at the moment. The random epic building blueprint gift box contains a hero's monument, where the dead can be engraved and revered, and their spirits can be nurtured. The only problem was that the required materials were extremely rare. Lin Feng had never even heard of them. What interested Lin Feng the most was the soul-bound storage ring. It looked like an ordinary black ring with nothing fancy about it. However, as his thoughts entered the space, Lin Feng arrived inside and discovered that it was actually 500 square meters, which surprised him. He no longer had to worry about not having enough space when he went out. Lin Feng saw that the group was constantly receiving messages. He opened the tarot club, looked at the messages they sent, and remained silent for a moment. Chapter 176: Meeting and Detailed Discussion. Shu Jiner. No. Why did the disaster suddenly end? The mother nest brain was also severely damaged. Who did it? Lin Feng, Bai Chun, Brother Song. The 3 of you went to the mother nest. Tell me what happened. Bai Chun, I did go, but the system teleported me to a pipe outside the hive. Signals were blocked there, so I couldn't contact the outside world through chat or trade. I also encountered a lot of hive cleaners. There were too many of them, so I could only fight and retreat. Then I met a survivor from another area, and we got to know each other, added each other as friends, and chatted for a bit. His area has also ended the disaster. Shu Jiner, other areas? Oh my god, what's the situation like there now? Are they doing better than us? Bai Chun, no, they're worse than us. I'll explain that to you in detail later. Let's talk about the mother nest first. Song Xiangwen, my situation is similar to yours, but I went much deeper and saw a lot of insects. These insects are all kinds of things. I will post pictures and videos later. Then came a series of pictures and videos. When they clicked on them and saw what they contained, they were all shocked. The insects looked rather horrifying. Some looked like a combination of 2 or even 3 different insects. Just looking at it is enough to make one's sanity drop drastically. Even Shu Jiner, who hadn't been to the mother nest, felt nauseous just looking at it. Song Xiangwen. In addition, I also saw many inscriptions on some old and dilapidated walls, which you can also take a look at. The inscription on the picture indicates that survivors had previously entered the nest but failed to kill the nest's brain. Furthermore, I also noticed that the survivors seem to be from generation to generation. Judging from the inscriptions, there should be at least 4 generations or more. Such news was truly shocking, and it took quite a while before the other people in the group started to speak. Shu Jiner. If that's the case, then the previous generations of survivors all failed and died. Will our generation suffer the same fate? Bai Chun, I also saw some inscriptions, but not as many as yours. However, by combining the two, we can confirm that the insect plague occurs in every generation of survivors. As for what will happen to the survivors afterward, that's unclear. Lin Feng, I know some of it too, and I'll post the pictures and videos now. Aside from the fire of life and the imprisoned creatures, Lin Feng also detailed how to deal with a mother nest brain. As for the other information, he provided a thorough account. He has never kept things to himself. The more people know, the more pressure he will bear. The message he sent out shocked everyone. Bai Chun, I think we need to talk face to face. They all agreed, and the location was set at Bai Chen's shelter. After making some preparations, Lin Feng teleported to Bai Chen's location. As soon as you come out, you see yourself high in the sky with an unobstructed view of the distance, giving you a feeling of looking out from a high place. Bai Chen's shelter was located atop a massive tree, so high that the top was nowhere in sight. The shelter door opened, and Bai Chen called out, "Come in." As for the scenery, there will be plenty of opportunities to see it. Lin Feng entered his shelter. The living room was quite large and well arranged, with all kinds of furniture neatly placed. He had thought Bai Chen would be the kind of person who pursued a minimalist style, but he didn't expect that he was not at all, but the opposite. The living room is filled with a lot of furniture, but it doesn't feel cluttered. It gives people a sense of order within chaos. Sitting on the sofa, Bai Chen poured him a glass of bright green water. This is a unique mint water from here. It can clear the mind and calm the nerves, so that what we're going to talk about later won't be too scary. Lin Feng took a sip, and the taste was indeed quite potent. A short while later, Shu Jiner and Song Xiangwen also arrived. They sat around the table, each with a glass of mint water in front of them. The group of people looked at each other. Bai Chen adjusted his glasses and spoke first. "I have compiled the information you just gave me. You can take a look." He took out a huge sheet of white paper, spread it on half of the table, and started writing and drawing on it. Currently, it is a confirmed fact that there are at least 5 generations of survivors. As for the 6th or 7th generation, there may be some, but there is no evidence, so I will not mention them here. Cataclysmic games feature periodic disasters, which may be single or a combination of them, requiring survivors to survive these disasters. We have already experienced 2 disasters, and Lin Feng has seen more than 10 more in the Doomsday Library. In other words, as long as we live long enough, we will eventually encounter them. Then there's this insect plague. Many survivors from previous generations died here. Now we've severely damaged the mother nest brain, but not killed it. Now we'll see how long it needs to recover. If it takes 10 or 100 years, then I believe that with our development capabilities, we can develop to a terrifying level. Perhaps we can't develop to the level of the magical kingdom Lin Feng described, but at least we can hold out for a while during the insect plague. As he spoke, he sighed. No matter what, they had little confidence in surviving the insect plague. But if the brood brain recovers quickly, then there's a problem. We won't live that long at all. Let's put that aside for now. The mother brain won't be making a comeback anytime soon, at least not anytime soon. Bai Chun paused, took a sip of mint water, and continued. Generation after generation of survivors, we can't understand the purpose of the cataclysmic game, but we only know one thing: to survive. Here's what I'm thinking. We need to speed up the upgrade of the shelter and collect as many defensive structures as possible, such as arrow towers and protective shields. At the same time, we also need to improve our own strength, including combat experience, level, pets, equipment, abilities, and so on. Lin Feng spoke up. I have something to tell you all. My shelter has been upgraded to level 6. What? Holy crap. No. His words immediately unsettled the three of them. They were all in level 5 shelters before. So how did he suddenly upgrade to level 6? The group all looked at him, each with their own guesses. Lin Feng continued. I found a shelter upgrade scroll in the treasure chest. It can upgrade the shelter by 1 level, but it can only be used on shelters below level 7. Otherwise, I would have kept it to upgrade it by 2 levels after I collected enough resources. They all nodded in agreement. This was the correct usage. The information about level 6 shelters is very special. It could be said to be the real beginning. As he spoke, he shared the information about the shelter. Chapter 177. Some channels only have a few thousand users left. Shu Jiner exclaimed in shock. My God, Lin Feng, are you sure we're playing the same survival game? Even Bai Chun, who is usually the most calm and rational, let out a long sigh, which was rare for him. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Level 6 shelters are not the end, but a brand new beginning, a watershed moment towards specialization and ultimate development. Lin Feng, the information you provided is invaluable. After the initial shock, a massive wave of discussion ensued. They originally thought that upgrading their shelter to level 5 or 6, with its robust defenses and unique abilities, would be the pinnacle of survival. Only now do I realize that it might have just been a ticket to participate in a higher level of competition. After level 6, every choice you make will determine what your future path will be like. Luckily, Lin Feng, you freak, was ahead of us. Shu Jiner said, with lingering fear and immense relief. Otherwise, when we finally managed to accumulate enough resources to reach level 6, facing a bunch of development directions that we couldn't even understand, we would definitely suffer from decision paralysis on the spot and go bald from worry. Song Xiangwen laughed heartily. That's right. Now that we know our goal, we feel more confident. At least we know which direction to go to gather materials and plan our capabilities. Bai Chun calmly added, this not only gives us a clear objective, but also provides us with a huge strategic early warning. It is foreseeable that survivors or factions possessing level 7 shelters will completely alter the power dynamics of the region, and we must prepare in advance. This sense of superiority, stemming from having connections in high places, has greatly enhanced the cohesion within the Tarot Club. They're no longer just a survivor squad sticking together for warmth, but a potential alliance with a clear future blueprint and core competitiveness. Riding on this momentum, the group used the information provided by Lin Feng as a blueprint and combined it with their own characteristics and needs to initially finalize several core plans for future development. From the development path of a shelter, to individual strength, to equipment, abilities, pets, and so on. This time, everyone who went to the Mother Hive to kill the insect guards reaped huge rewards. In addition to spirit coins, Bai Chun obtained a secret realm key, which allowed him to enter a place called the Card World, and he also obtained buildings and blueprints. Song Xiangwen received a message that the Myriad Realms auction would begin soon, and that one would need enough spirit coins to enter. In this multiverse auction, you can find anything. If you can't imagine it, it has it. However, spirit coins are a prerequisite for entry, and the auction has multiple levels. The more valuable the item, the higher you need to go, and the more spirit coins you need to hold. This news confirms why the 10 Elders Alliance suddenly started collecting spirit coins in large quantities. It seems they also want to participate in the auction. After some discussion, they each decided what they would do next. Since they had come all the way to Bai Chen's shelter, they had a meal there. The main dish was perfectly roasted ribs from an unidentified animal, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sprinkled with exotic herbs. The side dishes consist of crisp seasonal vegetables grown using a small hydroponic system, and there's even a pot of light, refreshing wine made from wild berries. The food was delicious, and eating with a group of people is always more lively than eating alone. After the meal, the group climbed to the lookout tower at the top of the shelter. At this time, although the acid rain had not completely stopped, it had become a light drizzle, and the thick clouds in the sky seemed to let through a sliver of light. Looking out, beneath the trees lies a devastated landscape ravaged by decay, but on the distant horizon, one can vaguely discern twisted forests, meandering rivers, and the hazy outlines of mountains further on. You're saying that after acid rain, the Earth is completely unable to collect resources. Does that mean we have to wait for time to recover? Sha Jin'er asked. I don't know then. Let's see how it goes. If we really have to wait, then the survivors will be in big trouble, unless they enter the secret realm to find resources, but most people don't have a secret realm. By the way, Bai Chun, you were talking about other areas online. I was so focused on discussing the shelter upgrade that I didn't even ask you about it. Bai Chun sighed. I talked to him and found out that our area is considered very good. His area only has a little over 3,000 people left. What? Shu Jin'er exclaimed in shock. No, how could there be so little? I'm not lying to you, nor am I exaggerating. There are indeed more than 3,000 people. They experienced the same disaster as us, the first of which was extreme cold weather. However, these survivors weren't as lucky as those in our area, who had Lin Feng help them make hand warmers and were forcibly saved. On their side, there are not only no such people, but many opportunists who take advantage of the chaos, engaging in all sorts of swindling and deception. Some survivors trust others too much and end up being completely devoured. Later, a powerful figure emerged from their territory, claiming that as long as they pledged allegiance to him, he would help them survive. A large number of low-level survivors swore allegiance, only to be deceived. All their resources were taken away by him, and they were subsequently killed. After the extreme cold disaster ended, tens of thousands of people died in the region. The arrival of the second disaster completely destroyed the survivors' will to live, and many chose to end their own lives. His sanctuary is level 4, and he is not loyal to anyone. The reason he appeared in the mother nest was to take a gamble. He estimated that he wouldn't live much longer if he went back this time, because the powerful figures in their region will undoubtedly become even more powerful this time, and might even force them to pledge allegiance. Lin Feng sighed. It seems that the survivors in other areas are in dire straits. Sha Jin'er nodded. Luckily, we have you here. We can't rely on me alone. They also need to work hard to improve their strength. I always felt that sooner or later, the regional channels would be opened. Don't forget, there's a world channel on the system panel, but it has never been opened. We don't know when it will open. If their strength isn't enough, they'll be in big trouble. After all, those who survive in other areas are all ruthless. Lin Feng's words were also agreed upon by the others. Those who survive in the goo-raising model possess a ruthlessness that even beasts find frightening. Strength still reigns supreme. Bai Chun said. Several people looked into the distance, the wind blowing and ruffling their hair. After a brief period of relaxation and conversation, everyone returned to their respective shelters, especially for Bai Chun and Song Xiangwen. Having learned about the benefits of a level 6 shelter, they naturally sped up their resource gathering. Chapter 178, The Earth Rejuvenates. Lin Feng stood in the shelter's living room, watching as he obtained the pet eggs from the mother nest. To put it simply, these pet eggs were all god level, and hatching them was impossible for him with his current abilities. However, he could place these pet eggs in a place containing life energy to nurture them, but when they would hatch was unknown. As for the conditions and requirements he had sworn to agree to, Lin Feng wasn't too worried. There's no time limit. He can do it whenever he has the chance. But if he dies in the disaster, there's nothing that can be done. The shelter was still absorbing those items, and Lin Feng was starting to look forward to seeing what his shelter would become. When the first rays of sunlight, not exactly scorching but undeniably real and warm, pierced through the shelter's windows and fell on their faces, many survivors even doubted whether they were still dreaming. Lin Feng opened his eyes, adjusting for a moment to the long-lost brightness. He walked to the window, opened it, and found no pungent, sour smell as he had expected, no deadly gray-green fog, and no deafening rain. Instead, There is air so fresh it brings tears to your eyes, a mixture of earthy fragrance, the scent of grass and trees, and the faint smell of sunshine. The sky was a clear, almost unrealistic azure blue, dotted with wisps of thin clouds like cotton wool. The sun, once so familiar yet now seemingly unreachable in the past few days, hangs gently in the sky, showering light and heat upon this long-suffering land. What shocked and horrified all the survivors even more was the view outside the window. It is one night. The desolate land, riddled with holes and lifeless from the corrosion of the acid rain, seemed to be caressed by an invisible, vibrant giant hand. The ground, which had been blackened and bubbling from being soaked in acid and almost turned into a swamp, was now, although still muddy, much of it had hardened. Some tenacious, unidentified, tender green grass shoots could even be seen sprouting from the soil, scattered here and there, demonstrating the resilience of life. The trees that were originally bare, with withered branches and leaves, and stood like charcoal, are now mostly still bare, but their branches are covered with a moist, vibrant dark luster. Some particularly vigorous tree species have even sprouted tiny, emerald green new leaves. The corroded rock surface becomes relatively smooth, as if it had been polished by water. The puddles that were originally filled with acid rain and had an eerie color have mostly seeped into the ground or evaporated, leaving only a few clear pools of water reflecting the blue sky. Looking around, the colors of the world have changed from the previous despairing gray-green and dead black to the brown of the soil, the green of the new shoots, and the blue of the sky. Although it has not yet recovered to its pre-disaster lushness, compared to yesterday's apocalyptic scene, this scene, which has at least recovered 50% of its vitality, can already be described as a miracle. In the chat channel, the sun, it's the sun. Am I fucking dreaming? The rain has stopped. It really has stopped. And the air quality is normal. My God, look outside. The grass has sprouted in the fields. Those trees were almost dead yesterday. What's going on? How did the earth come back to life overnight? It's the system. It must be the disaster game that did it. It refreshed the environment. Although I know this is not scientific, well done. I finally don't have to see that damn acid rain anymore. Wow, we survived. We really survived. We can see the sun again. The channel was filled with ecstasy, sobs, and incredulous exclamations. This stark contrast between returning from hell to the human world caused many survivors with weaker mental fortitude to break down in tears, releasing emotions that had been suppressed for too long. However, there were also some calm voices among them. Don't get too excited yet. A survivor with the ID Old Soldier Never Dies commented, "The disaster ended 2 days early, which is an opportunity for us to have 2 days to prepare. Don't forget, the countdown to the next disaster may be coming soon." That's right, another anonymous person echoed. These 2 days of silence are a chance to catch our breath, and more importantly, a crucial time for development. Yes, we can't let our guard down like last time, which almost led to a complete annihilation. Brothers, grab your weapons, go out and gather resources to repair the shelter. These 2 days are a golden opportunity. We absolutely cannot waste it. The sentiment in the channel quickly shifted from initial jubilation to a more pragmatic, even somewhat urgent, action-oriented approach. With almost no mobilization, the doors of the shelters were pushed open and figures cautiously stepped onto this newly transformed land. They wore repaired clothes, carried various tools and weapons, and although their eyes still showed fatigue and vigilance, they also showed a greater sense of relief at surviving the ordeal and an even stronger will to survive. Some cut down trees, some mined, and others searched for food. The members of the Tarot Club naturally noticed this dramatic change in the environment and the developments within the channel. Shu Jiner sent a cheering emoji in the group. Long live the sun. Finally, I don't have to stay in the damp house every day anymore. I'm going to take my crabs to the river to see if we can find any new aquatic creatures and give them a bath while we're at it. Song Xiangwen's writing is concise and to the point. I've already taken the Wind Wolf Pack to the northern mountains to hunt, where we can gather meat and fur and also train our troops. Bai Chun then shared his analysis. The rapid restoration of the environment is consistent with the logic of game version updates, which means that disaster mode may have a fixed environment reset mechanism. These 2 days of safe passage are invaluable. I suggest that In addition to gathering basic resources, the focus should be on intelligence gathering and targeted reinforcement. Lin Feng, the information you mentioned about the mother nest, while it cannot be disclosed, requires us to adjust our long-term strategy accordingly. Lin Feng looked at the messages from his companions and walked to the open space outside the shelter. The sunlight felt warm on my skin, and the new grass shoots under my feet were soft to the touch. He took a deep breath of the air, which was filled with the fragrance of earth and grass, and felt the charm of nature. I just don't know what the next disaster will be. Lin Feng returned to the shelter, but compared to the other survivors, he wasn't in such a hurry to find resources. Currently, his immediate focus is on collecting resources to upgrade from level 6 to level 7. But since the upgrade is not yet complete, he doesn't know what those resources are. He has a full stock of food, meat, and other necessities at home, and he wants to live a better life than others. Besides two things, one is what Bai Chan mentioned earlier about a group of survivors searching for the dwarf mine, and the other is the fallen sanctuary mentioned in the previous intelligence. Chapter 179, Level 6 Shelter. The midday sun poured down on the earth without reservation, dispelling the damp, cold, and oppressive atmosphere brought by the continuous gloom. The traces of acid rain have been almost completely erased by this thriving life, and as far as the eye can see, there is a rapidly recovering, lush green world. The newly sprouted grass and trees unfurled their leaves at a speed visible to the naked eye, and many plants even emitted a faint aura of energy, prompting the survivors to explore and collect them with the excitement of discovering a new continent. Lin Feng spent the entire morning carefully searching this vast and complex mining area, taking advantage of the sheer number of Crimson Spirit Bee guards. Those blocked mine tunnels, exuding a dangerous aura, remain inaccessible, showing no signs of reopening. Bai Chan had previously said that a group of people would be coming, but they haven't shown up yet. It's unclear whether they haven't arrived yet or have gone to another dwarf mining area. Additionally, using the shelter's signpost ability, he went to the sewage treatment plant where he had previously killed the guards and searched there for a while. This is just an ordinary sewage treatment plant in the real world, nothing special except that you can't get out. Lin Feng tried to get out of the sewage treatment plant, but found that the surrounding area was filled with a thick green mist, which acted like a barrier, and he could not get out no matter what method he used. In addition, he also noticed that the map only showed the sewage treatment plant, but the surrounding area was completely dark. It was a deep, frightening black, as if this place were a forbidden zone. Perhaps this area was never meant to be opened up now. No longer dwelling on it, Lin Feng activated the teleportation system and returned to his shelter. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation halo, a powerful and vibrant aura, completely different from anything he had experienced before, rushed towards him. He could even feel the elemental energy in the surrounding space flowing joyfully, converging towards the core of the shelter. "Master, you're back." Lin Bin's voice remained steady, but Lin Feng keenly sensed a subtle, almost imperceptible, human fluctuation within it. He seemed more human now, and also seemed to be sensing the changes in the shelter. Lin Feng nodded, but his gaze was drawn to the shelter. The original two-story building with a cellar has disappeared, replaced by a crystal-clear tree trunk that emits a soft light and is about the size of several dozen people's arms. The tree trunk is neither wood nor wood. Inside, countless fine, meridian-like life energies flow slowly, radiating a warm and powerful vitality. The tree trunk's roots are deeply embedded in the ground, connected to the pulse of the earth, while above it, a dense canopy extends out like a parasol. These branches and leaves sway gently, as if breathing, and each sway creates subtle, comfortable ripples in the surrounding space. After absorbing a large number of items, the shelter finally leveled up to level 6. However, he did not expect that the shelter would undergo such a big change. Turning a house into a tree. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Note, your shelter has been successfully upgraded to level 6. Due to your selection of a hybrid development path and the absorption of a large number of items, the core form of the shelter has solidified into an activated world tree sapling after the upgrade. Notification: the shelter core has been detected to be highly compatible with the host's innate abilities of myriad manifestations, space folding, and a large amount of active materials, fountain of life, active building seeds, etc., resulting in a positive resonance. The shelter core has been initially activated and has awakened its basic form transformation ability. A series of information flooded into Lin Feng's mind, along with a comprehensive understanding of the new shelter. With a thought, he connected his consciousness with the crystalline world tree sapling. In an instant, he saw the interior of the shelter. The space that was originally divided by walls and rooms had disappeared, replaced by a vast and unified spherical space filled with soft light. The sky in the space is an illusory canopy of branches and leaves, casting dappled light, while the earth is a solid, living floor exuding the fragrance of grass and trees. The previously designated planting, breeding, living, and working areas still exist, but the boundaries between them have become blurred and natural, as if they were originally part of this small world. The edge of space is a slightly fluctuating, stable spatial barrier. The area of the entire interior space is more than 10 times larger than when it was a level 5 shelter, and the structure is more stable, the energy is more abundant, and the environment is more comfortable. Is this my world? Lin Feng felt an indescribable surge of excitement and pride. However, the surprises didn't end there. As he focused his thoughts, information about the transformation of the shelter's form became clearly presented. Currently switchable modes. World tree morphology normal. Appearance. A huge, lush tree that blends perfectly into the natural environment, possessing strong concealment and a life-affirming quality. Core competencies. Life resonance. Enhanced significantly enhances the effects of gathering energy, purifying the environment, and promoting the growth of internal beings. Root system absorption, enhanced more efficient at absorbing nutrients and energy from the earth. Beginner earth walk. The shelter can move extremely slowly, like a real ancient tree, by moving its revitalized root system. Although slow, this means it is no longer fixed in one place. Advantages. Lowest energy consumption, best concealment, conducive to recuperation and long-term development. Ba fortress form. Appearance. The world tree sapling's radiance receded, and its form changed, transforming into a more traditional, angular, colossal fortress covered in heavy armor made of a mixture of wood and metal. Towers soared, and natural defensive runes appeared on the walls. Core competencies. Absolute defense. Physical defense and energy resistance are increased to the limit, and a powerful defensive force field is activated. War Prism. Activates all preset defensive structures, greatly enhancing offensive capabilities. Earth Anchored. Deeply connected to the Earth's veins, unable to move, but gains near-infinite defensive energy and support. Advantages. Focused on defense and combat. It is the ultimate form for dealing with strong attacks and holding positions. Ship type. Appearance. The world tree sapling undergoes a dramatic change in form. The trunk converges and transforms into a streamlined ship hull. The massive root system intertwines and activates, forming countless enormous mechanical legs resembling centipedes or millipedes. The canopy of branches and leaves above converges and deforms, forming a semi-transparent energy shield and sail structure covering the ship hull. Core competencies. Earth-walking boat. Relying on countless giant feet, it moves quickly across the land, far exceeding the speed of the world tree form. It's wandering and has strong terrain adaptability. It can climb steep slopes and cross narrow ravines. Amphibious. If it can move on land, it can also move in water, requiring the conversion of corresponding functional modules. Energy sails. Can draw on environmental energy, such as wind and solar energy, to assist in movement and reduce the consumption of core energy. Stable navigation. The interior space is strongly stabilized, so you will not feel any turbulence even when moving at high speed. Advantages. It combines good defense with strong land mobility, making it suitable for long-distance migration, rapid transfer, and exploration of unknown territories. Chapter 180 Lottery Machine Disaster. Each of the three forms has its own unique characteristics. The world tree is used for development and concealment in normal times. Fortresses are used for defense and combat, and ships are used for movement and exploration. This perfectly resolves the contradiction between the incompatibility of fixed and mobile shelters. Lin Feng's heart pounded, filled with immense joy and a sense of accomplishment. All his previous investments, risks, and even the heavy contracts he had borne felt incredibly worthwhile at this moment. Fortunately, he boldly chose a mixed development model. Otherwise, a single model would have been far too restrictive. He couldn't wait to try it out. Transform into ship form, he silently chanted to himself. Buzz! A slight yet distinct tremor came from the ground beneath my feet, and the enormous world tree sapling in the center shone brightly, its form beginning to change and recombine at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tree trunk contracted and elongated, transforming into a brown, streamlined wooden hull. Countless thick, active roots broke through the soil, rotating flexibly like giant joints, eventually forming hundreds of pairs of solid and powerful giant feet beneath the hull. The tree canopy above converges, forming a cabin that covers most of the ship's hull. In just over 10 seconds, the once peaceful and serene towering tree transformed into a giant land vessel, 20 or 30 meters long and brimming with life energy. It lay there quietly, like a lurking beast, exuding power and speed. Lin Feng walked to the bow of the ship, where there was a control panel that resembled a rudder and was naturally formed from the branches of the world tree. He placed his hand on it and made a thought. Start, proceed at low speed. Rumble. A deep, powerful sound rang out, and the hundreds of giant feet beneath the ship began to rise, step out, and fall in sequence like waves, propelling the entire vessel forward smoothly. Although the speed wasn't fast, the feeling of moving the whole house along with it was unprecedented and awe-inspiring. He watched the scenery outside the window slowly move backward, and the excitement in his heart was indescribable. He maneuvered the boat around a small circle, testing its steering, climbing ability, and stability. Everything was more perfect than he had imagined. Very good. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire it. With this ability, he would have unprecedented initiative in his future search for the Vajra fighting cocks, explore clues about divine beasts, and even avoid insurmountable disasters. With another thought, he switched the shelter back to the world tree form, which consumed the least energy and was the most comfortable. The giant ship slowly shrank, transforming back into the miracle tree that emitted a faint light and stood tall and graceful. Just then, Lin Bin's voice rang out, "Master, lunch is ready." Lin Feng calmed down a little from his great excitement. He opened the tree door, walked in, and came to the living room. No matter how much the exterior had changed, the interior remained the same. Lunch was as plentiful as ever, made with fresh produce from the planting and breeding areas. Lin Bin's culinary skills seemed to have improved as the shelter was revitalized, making the dishes even more delicious. As he enjoyed the food, he felt the vibrant energy field around him, his heart filled with anticipation and plans for the future. First, you need to be familiar with the switching and control of the three modes, especially the maneuverability of the ship mode. Secondly, we will use the life resonance in the form of the world tree to accelerate the growth of the Vajra fighting rooster and the two divine beast eggs. Then, they began to move the shelters in a planned and slow manner, exploring the direction where the target group might be located. Resource gathering cannot stop either. Level 6 is just the beginning. Maintaining the transformation and future growth requires massive amounts of resources. Outside the window, the sun shines brightly, and everything is thriving. Inside, Lin Feng sat in his living, mobile shelter, enjoying a delicious lunch and planning for a hopeful future. For him, the end of this disaster was not the end of a phase, but the beginning of a new era. He now possessed the foundation to change the landscape. His next task was to ensure that the world tree truly took root in this chaotic yet wonderful world and grew strong enough to protect everything he had promised. He put down his cutlery, looked out the window at the distant horizon, and a confident smile curved his lips. So, the next step is to set off. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The early end of the combined disaster of acid rain and insect swarms gave survivors an excellent period of respite. Furthermore, the survivors who have managed to stay alive are all incredibly diligent, desperately searching for resources. The shelters, which had previously suffered extensive damage from acid rain, have now been repaired. In addition, many people have taken this opportunity to gather enough resources to upgrade the shelters to the next level. Some survivors have contracted pets with decent strength and are fighting against those wild beasts. Compared to before, the beasts are all in an extremely weak state after experiencing a complex disaster, which gives survivors the opportunity to kill them without taking any damage. The chat channel was full of messages about how many wild beasts they had killed and how much meat they had stockpiled. Overall, these past 2 days have been the best time for survivors. 2 days later, the system arrived as scheduled. System, the acid rain and insect swarm disaster has ended. Given that the disaster index was 3 stars and the insect swarm's final boss was defeated 2 days ahead of schedule, this is an excellent result, ranking among the top 10 even among all survivors throughout history. System, in recognition of your outstanding performance, the next disaster will be issued immediately. Disaster name, Lottery Machine. Disaster level. The following is disaster information. The lottery machine requires you to insert special coins to draw a prize, which will result in various outcomes, including resources, monsters, or other disasters. If you don't use the lottery machine, nothing will happen. No other disasters or monsters will appear around you. But that also means you won't get any items from the lottery machine. As for what's inside the lottery machine, let me remind you, it has everything. When Lin Feng saw the message from the system, he was slightly stunned. Lottery machine? Isn't this just gambling? Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a ball of light outside the shelter, and he quickly went outside. The light faded, and a lottery machine appeared in the spot. It is made entirely of some kind of dark red wood and metal. The front has 6 transparent roller windows engraved with unknown runes, and below it is a coin slot and a lever. At the top is a screen displaying the results, which is now dark. Its overall style is rustic, even carrying a cheap feel from an old era, which is incompatible with its identity as the core of a 6-star disaster. It's ordinary and simple. At least from its appearance, there's nothing particularly unique about it. However, Lin Feng would not underestimate it. The last disaster was only 3 stars, but this time it was 6 stars, which was ridiculously strong. Chapter 181, completely random. Special gold coins are inserted into the lottery machine. Lin Feng recalled the system's description. Risk and opportunity coexist, but this time, the upper limit of risk is unknown. The 6-star rating weighed heavily on the hearts of all the survivors. The last 3-star acid rain swarm almost wiped them out. This time, the star level has doubled, so the potential terror is unimaginable. Below the lottery machine are 5 gold coins, their surfaces scratched and worn, as if they have been used countless times. Lin Feng looked around and finally understood how the lottery machine worked. Each person receives 5 free coins. Once those are used up, resources must be used to redeem them. As for the exchange rate, Lin Feng tried it briefly and found that it was slightly higher than the exchange rate for spirit coins. He stroked his chin, looked at the lottery machine, and instead of using it immediately, he opened the chat channel. Lottery machine? Are you kidding me? I hate gambling more than anything. 6 stars. It's a 6-star disaster. We're doomed. Has anyone tried it? What will happen? Who would dare to try? What if they pull out a monster capable of destroying the world? But the system says it has everything. What if I pull out a mythical item or endless resources? Damn it. Fortune favors the bold. I'm going to risk it all. Does the lottery machine come with 5 special coins? Does that mean we get 5 free chances to win something good? I think we shouldn't use it. The system said that as long as we don't use it, nothing will happen. We just need to wait for the disaster to pass during this period, and we can also collect resources to upgrade the shelter level. Agreed. I've always felt that this kind of gambling is too unreliable. Let's wait and see. Lin Feng closed the chat channel. The 6-star level disaster still made the survivors wary. After all, no one who has survived this long is a fool. This kind of thing, which is obviously a gamble, is really too outrageous. Not everyone has particularly good luck. He opened the Tarot Club channel, where there was also a lot of discussion. Shu Jiner. Ugh, I hate multiple choice questions the most, especially these luck-based ones. Should we use them or not? Song Xiangwen. What is there to fear? Since it's a disaster, there's no way to avoid it. I want to see what kind of powerful monster can be summoned to serve as a sacrifice for my sword. Attached is a photo of him standing in front of his own lottery machine, holding a giant knife. Bai Chun, I think this is a typical risk game model, where the expected return is unknown, but the variance is extremely large. It's best to focus on observation and information gathering, and avoid blindly trying anything. We need to know exactly what's in the prize pool and what the probabilities are. Bai Chen's calm analysis was recognized by everyone. In such a completely unknown situation, acting rashly would be tantamount to suicide. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and then made a decision. Bai Chen is right. We should observe first, but just observing isn't enough. We need information. I propose that we each use our own channels to collect as much information as possible about the lottery machine's output, good or bad, and share it within the group to quickly establish a rough database of the prize pool. Agree. No problem. Good. Shu Jiner. Speaking of which, as long as there's no lottery, there won't be any disaster. How long will this disaster last? If it's a week or two, it will give ordinary survivors a good transition period. This is much more comfortable than the newbie protection period. If they work hard in these 2 weeks, upgrading their shelter to the next level is no problem at all. They can also buy some contract scrolls to contract pets and grow crops, making it an excellent time for development. Bai Chun, do you think you can resist? If there were no chat channels and everyone was working alone without any other sources of information, then some people with strong willpower would really do what you said. But what if everyone in the chat channel is posting what they got? If it's just 1, 2, or even 10 people, that's fine, but what if hundreds of people got good stuff? What would you do then? Shu Jiner, I will also try to enter the lottery. Lin Feng, here's the problem. Once you start, you can't control yourself. That's gambling. The reason why people say that gamblers will relapse is because their threshold has been raised to the highest level and nothing else can satisfy them. Shu Jiner, this is too scary. Bai Chun, we all smoke. It's just a matter of time, but we must take the necessary precautions. The members of the Tarot Club reached a consensus. Lin Feng found a stool and sat down next to the lottery machine, while Lin Bin brought over a table and some juice. Today's juice is grape juice, and it tastes pretty good. Before long, someone in the chat channel couldn't hold back any longer. Some people couldn't resist, or rather, they were blinded by the abundance of resources and the potential for huge profits. A survivor with the ID Lucky Jack started streaming in the channel. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. It's all up in the air. I've used the initial gold coins I was given. I'm going to start the gacha. Please bless me with a divine artifact. In an instant, almost everyone online in the channel held their breath, waiting for the result. A few seconds later, Lucky Jack let out a joyful shout. Resources. I got resources. Ha ha ha, 100 high-quality timber. I'm rich. Brothers, this lottery machine is a real perk. His statement was accompanied by a picture of a pile of high-quality timber stacked on the grounds of his shelter. The channel was immediately filled with envy and excitement. Lin Feng noticed that the screen of the lottery machine next to him displayed 3 pieces of wood, an apple, a rice plant, and a skull. 3 pieces of wood, and you can get high-quality timber? Lin Feng murmured. The lottery machine is random. As someone who played slot machines when he was young, Lin Feng knew a little about this type of lottery machine. To win the grand prize, you need to shake the box and get all the same thing, whether it's an apple, an orange, or a watermelon. But there are also some small rewards, such as 3 or 4 identical patterns. However, there are simply too many such combinations, and at present, his guess can only remain a guess. We need to check the lottery results on other people's sides. After all, Lin Feng knows human nature. Once someone tries, others will inevitably follow suit. Holy crap, they actually released some content, and it's high-quality stuff. 100 units, how long will it take to cut that? Damn, I'm tempted. I'll give it a try too. Immediately afterwards, another ID, poor old Wong, issued a desperate cry for help. Help! I summoned 3 high-level, ferocious mountain wolves. My shelter is only level 3. It can't hold them off. Someone please save me. His avatar went gray quickly after letting out a scream. The atmosphere in the channel instantly plummeted from fervor to freezing point. Chapter 182. It all comes down to luck. Dead. A level 3 shelter with 3 high-quality mountain wolves is indeed not enough to hold out. The probability is terrifying. That's not all. Another survivor, named Curious Baby, spoke in a wrong tone. I got a small thunderstorm, lasting 1 hour, and my cabin caught fire. It's all over. It seems that too many people are using the lottery machine, and bad news is coming one after another. Within just a dozen minutes, the regional channel resembled a chaotic theatrical stage. Some people cheered and showed off the resources, materials, and even high-quality tools they had won. Some cried out for help, facing the threat of a sudden monster horde or a bizarre environment. Others, like the unfortunate old Wong, had their avatars completely grayed out and disappeared without a trace. The gamblers' euphoria and despair were vividly displayed at this moment. Lin Feng silently observed everything and recorded all the information. To him, whether it was good news or bad news, it was all valuable data. It seems that the prize pool does indeed contain a wide variety of things. Bai Chan summarized his thoughts in the Tarot Club group in one sentence. From basic resources to monsters to environmental disasters, the strength of monsters observed so far does not seem to be directly related to the shelter level. It seems to be generated randomly, which increases the risk of uncertainty. Lin Feng looked at the lottery machine in front of him and knew it was time. He took a deep breath of the moist, fresh air and held the gold coin, which had a slightly cool feel to it, in his hand. The dice pattern on the gold coin seemed to come alive, exuding a subtle allure. Master, all defenses are ready, and the Vajra Fighting Rooster and Crimson Spirited Guards are on standby. Lin Bin's voice rang out from behind, calmly reporting on the preparations. Even if it was just a possible monster, they were fully prepared. Lin Feng nodded without further hesitation. He walked to the lottery machine and inserted the coins into the slot. Click! The gold coin fell in with a crisp click. A faint hum came from inside the lottery machine, and the rune-engraved roller window on the front suddenly lit up. Countless icons flashed by rapidly like a carousel, dazzling the eyes. Lin Feng's dynamic vision was excellent, and he was able to barely catch some of the fleeting patterns. Piles of timber and stone, weapons gleaming with a cold light, phantom images of monsters of various shapes, and even disaster symbols representing storms and lava. His heart skipped a beat. Although he was somewhat prepared, the anticipation and tension of the completely unknown were still intense. A few seconds later, the speed at which the rollers rotated began to slow down. The first scroll will slowly came to a stop, and the pattern froze on the screen, a sharply defined gray rock icon. The second scroll will stopped, and there was another rock icon. The third roller stopped, this time displaying a thick, round log icon. The fourth one is still the log icon. The fifth one is a bright red apple icon. The sixth one is a sinister black skull icon. Bite! A crisp beep came from the lottery machine, and the final text result was displayed on the screen at the top. Congratulations! You have triggered a resource combination and obtained 50 high-quality wood and 50 high-quality stone. Rumble. A slight spatial fluctuation came from below the lottery machine. Immediately afterwards, a pile of high-quality wood, neatly stacked with clear wood grain and emitting a faint fragrance, and a pile of high-quality stone with uniform color and hard texture appeared out of thin air and formed a small mound. 50 units of high-quality timber, 50 units of high-quality stone. Even with Lin Feng's resolute will, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy at this moment. I never expected to win so many prizes on my first lottery draw. He immediately shared the results and his analysis in the Tarot Club group. Shu Jiner replied almost instantly. Wow, Lin Feng, you're lucky. A great start with so many high-quality materials. That skull scared me to death, but thankfully it was a false alarm. The post was followed by an emoji of someone patting their chest. Song Xiangwen, not bad. It seems this lottery machine is quite interesting. I'll give it a try, too. A few minutes later, Song Xiangwen sent out his results. A fine quality, powerful bracers. Not bad. The pattern I rolled was 2 crossed battle axes and a shield, and a burning flame. Bai Chan followed closely behind and shared his findings. I received a high-quality blueprint for an automatic irrigation system upgrade. The design features water droplets, gears, and plants, but there's a question mark on it, and I don't know what it means. However, this blueprint is quite good. It can be used to optimize the planting area. At this moment, Shu Jiner let out an excited scream, which went viral. Oh, look what I got. In the accompanying picture, a small crab, about the size of a palm, and as if carved from a colorless, transparent diamond, is raising its two crystal-clear pincers and baring its claws in her palm. Its shell refracts a rainbow of colors under the sunlight, resembling a stunning work of art. Name, Diamond Crab, Juvenile Stage. Quality, Rare. Description, extremely high physical defense, can reflect some energy attacks, and can secrete special substances to reinforce defensive fortifications. Growth potential, extremely high. Special requirements. It primarily feeds on pure pearls and can also absorb small amounts of energy from high-quality gemstones. Oh my god, it's a rare quality pet, and it's ocean type. It's so beautiful. Sha Jinia was thrilled, but its food requirements are too demanding. Pearls? Where am I supposed to find so many pearls for it? Don't worry, Lin Feng replied. There should be someone selling in the trading channel, or keep an eye on whether the system shop refreshes. Buy some with spirit coins to tide us over, and then we'll figure out a solution. Shu Jiner quickly replied, Yes, I'll go search the trading channel right now. She immediately sprang into action, searching through a vast sea of transaction information for pearl sellers. As Lin Feng watched them share what they had won, a terrifying thought suddenly struck him about this 6-star lottery machine. It's a rare pet, and one that we just acquired. With continued training, it will grow stronger over time and become much more powerful. It will definitely be a great help in future disasters. It's worth noting that survivors are lucky to have even a common level pet these days. Excellent level pets are extremely rare. Risk and opportunity go hand in hand. This lottery machine is a bit too scary. However, even though the survivors know this, they still harbor a sense of wishful thinking. What if I manage to shake for something good instead of a monster? What if I'm lucky? Chapter 183 dire Wolf. They all knew that this was just the beginning. The regional channels continued to receive bad news about people encountering monsters and triggering minor disasters. This lottery machine is like a Pandora's box, releasing hope while constantly accompanied by the shadow of destruction. Since Lin Feng had chosen to participate in the lottery, he naturally wouldn't just do it once. He put his coins in again. As the lottery machine started, 6 different icons appeared this time. Lin Feng was stunned. The lottery machine didn't produce anything, which made him mutter to himself. No way, is my luck really that bad? How could I possibly get this kind of result? He was speechless. People were afraid of getting monsters when they shook their phones, but he couldn't get anything at all. Undeterred, Lin Feng inserted another gold coin. This time, it was the same icon again, an apple. Congratulations! You have obtained a superior grade water spirit fruit, level 2. 2 fruits, roughly the size of apples and a deep blue color, emerge for the lottery machine. Name, water spirit fruit. Grade, excellent. Description, this is a fruit that can increase one's sensitivity to water elements. After consumption, it can enhance one's ability to sense water elements, while also nourishing the body and strengthening the physique. Lin Feng took a bite. It tasted sweet, somewhat like a peach. He gave the other one to Lin Bin. Lin Feng is already at the premium level, so eating fruits of this level won't be of much help to him. He put in the gold coins again. The first roller slowly came to a stop at the eerie white skull. The second roller stopped immediately, and it was another skull. The third scroll finally freezes on a dark shadow representing the beast horde. 2 identical skull icons were definitely not a good omen, so Lin Feng immediately told Lin Bin and the others to get ready. Ding! Lottery results. 2 skull symbols, 1 herd of beast symbol. Congratulations! You've drawn a high-quality monster, a dire wolf. As soon as the system notification sound ended, the space in front of the lottery machine suddenly distorted, and a wild wind carrying a fishy smell rose out of nowhere. With a low, threatening wolf howl, a huge figure pounced out of the distorted space and landed heavily on the grass. It was a giant wolf, comparable in size to an adult bull, covered in steel needle-like gray-black fur, its muscles bulging, brimming with explosive power. Its protruding muzzle revealed gleaming white fangs dripping with saliva, and its pair of eerie green wolf eyes gleamed with cruelty and hunger as it stared intently at Lin Feng, who was closest to it. What is most striking is the area around its shoulder blades, where there are faint, bone spur-like protrusions, as if it has the potential to evolve into a more ferocious form. This is the highly efficient hunter, the dire wolf, in the wilderness. Name: ferocious dire wolf. Grade: excellent. Description: powerful and fast, adept at pouncing and biting, possessing some dark vision and tracking ability, and capable of summoning ordinary wolf packs. It must be killed quickly, otherwise, as time passes, it will continuously summon wolf packs. As soon as it appeared, without any hesitation, it slammed its hind legs into the ground, bringing with it a gust of evil wind, and pounced straight at Lin Feng like a gray lightning bolt, its blood-red maw wide open, its target aimed at his throat. If it were an ordinary level 4 or even level 5 shelter owner, facing such a fierce attack, they would probably be in a life-or-death crisis in an instant. However, it was facing Lin Feng and his bodyguard Lin Bin. Almost the instant the dire wolf appeared, Lin Feng didn't even take a single step back. Bang! With a muffled thud, Lin Bin neither dodged nor evaded, his fist containing immense power, colliding fiercely with the dire wolf's swung claws. The air surged, and grass clippings flew everywhere. The dire wolf let out a painful whimper. Its claws, sharp enough to tear through iron, were slightly deformed by Lin Bin's punch, and its massive body was also stopped by the force, its momentum momentarily halted. At the same time, cluck cluck, a cry that pierced through gold and shattered stone, carrying the majestic and righteous aura of a primal bird king, rang out from the branches of the world tree. The Vajra fighting rooster transformed into a streak of crimson gold light, like a diving fighter jet, its sharp beak and gleaming claws aimed directly at the relatively vulnerable waist and abdomen of the dire wolf. Sizzle. The rooster's sharp claws left deep, bloody gashes on the dire wolf's tough fur, leaving a trail of blood droplets. Roar. The dire wolf, in pain, let out an angry roar and twisted its body, attempting to bite the flying rooster. But Lin Bin wouldn't give it a chance. His fists were like the wind, his steps were agile, and he clung to the dire wolf like a leech. Every punch or kick landed precisely on the dire wolf's joints, nose, and other weak points, making a dull thud. The dire wolf howled repeatedly, unable to fight back effectively. Lin Feng stood calmly at the back, not even taking out his weapon, simply observing the battle with composure. He noticed that in the life energy field naturally emanating from the world tree, Lin Bin and the golden rooster seemed to recover their strength faster and their movements were more fluid. The dire wolf, on the other hand, seemed somewhat restless, as if it were being suppressed by an invisible force. It seems that the world tree form provides a buff to friendly units and a slight debuff to enemy units. Lin Feng thought to himself. The outcome of the battle was a foregone conclusion. This high-quality dire wolf, which would be a dominant force in the wilderness, couldn't cause any trouble at all in front of Lin Feng's well-coordinated and powerful team. Under Lin Bin's direct control and the aerial harassment and attacks on its weaknesses by the golden rooster, it was overwhelmed and covered in wounds. Less than 3 minutes later, Lin Bin delivered a powerful side kick that slammed into its hind leg joint. Snap! A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. The dire wolf let out a mournful howl. Its massive body lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Before it could struggle, the golden rooster fell like a meteor, its sharp beak like a war hammer, precisely piercing its skull. The dire wolf's limbs twitched a few times, its eerie green eyes quickly dimmed, and it fell completely silent. The battle is over. From the appearance of the dire wolf to its death, the entire process was clean and efficient, without even affecting the main body of the sanctuary. Lin Feng didn't even move his position. He stepped forward, looked at the dire wolf's corpse, and nodded slightly. Although he spun out a monster, to him it was more like a gift of materials and experience points delivered to his doorstep. This also proves that his current strength is sufficient to deal with the threat of high-quality monsters. Second draw, monster, high-quality dire wolf, resolved decent haul. Lin Feng opened the Tarot Club group and attached a photo of the dire wolf's corpse. Shu Jiner, wow, Lin Feng, you're so calm. You just dealt with that high-quality monster like that. Song Xiangwen, this dire wolf has pretty good abilities. If we could form a contract with it as a pet, Would it be able to summon a pack of wolves without limit? Chapter 184 Hailstorm Disaster. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. He really hadn't thought of that. If they were really caught, even if they weren't made into pets, just locked up, they would be unlimited wolf meat. For a moment, Lin Feng felt somewhat annoyed. However, he quickly adjusted his mood. Anyway, the lottery machine was here, and he could draw other monsters in the future. At least for the short term, there will certainly be no shortage of flesh and blood. Lin Feng put the gold coins in again, and this time, his luck exploded. He got 3 identical scroll icons and 2 identical skull icons. Congratulations! You have obtained a high-quality contract scroll and drawn a fine-grade bioelectric sheep. The next moment, 2 electric sheep appeared in front of the lottery machine. They were over 1 meter tall, blue all over, and had 2 curved horns on their foreheads, making crackling sounds. Name: Electric Sheep. Grade: Excellent. Description: Electric Sheep, a sheep capable of generating electricity, which can be used to attack enemies. The moment Lin Feng saw the electric sheep, his eyes lit up. Electricity! This is electricity! Lin Bin, don't kill me. I want the contract. Lin Bin nodded and then rushed forward. The 2 electric sheep seemed to sense the danger, shaking their horns in unison, and 2 bolts of electricity struck down instantly. Unfortunately, Lin Bin was too fast, and it was impossible for him to hit him. In no time, Dian Yang was knocked down by Lin Bin and fell into a coma. Lin Feng walked over, took out a contract scroll that could form excellent contracts, tore it open, and the light fell on the electric sheep. As the light entered the electric sheep's body, the contract took effect. Lin Feng sensed it briefly and was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that there would be a male and a female, which would be perfect for breeding. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, having Lin Bin place the electric sheep into the breeding area. Only now did he truly realize how terrifying this lottery machine was. There are so many good things. These 2 electric sheep could be defeated by any other survivor with some skill, and they could successfully form a contract as long as they had a contract scroll. Besides its ability to use electric current attacks, the most crucial aspect of the electric sheep is its ability to generate electricity. Although our current level of development is not even at the early stages of industrialization, what we lack most is energy. Now that we have a stable power supply, if we can manufacture more power banks or energy storage batteries, we can achieve development in the power sector. He had only shaken the machine a few times when 2 kinds of monsters appeared. You can imagine how many things were inside that lottery machine. Lin Feng inserted gold coins once again. As the lottery machine started, this time there were still 6 different icons, but nothing came up. He pursed his lips and began giving some of his unwanted resources to the lottery machine in exchange for special coins. After exchanging 20 coins at once, Lin Feng stopped. Invest draw lots. 30 units of high quality, or continue investing and try again. 100 units of a high quality resource set. Continue. A high quality axe. Whether it was due to bad luck or the low frequency of monster appearances, Lin Feng shook the wheel 10 times in a row, which meant he obtained a considerable amount of basic resources. He temporarily gave up, and instead gave the gold coins to Lin Bin. You shake it. Lin Bin took the gold coin and put it into the lottery machine. As it started, the icons kept changing before finally stopping. Ding 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 ding, it's here. 4 identical icons appeared, all of them tree symbols. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. A tree over 3 meters tall emerged from the lottery machine. Strangely enough, the tree had a smooth surface, was engraved with dragon patterns, had no branches or leaves, and had 3 fruits on its branches. 1 is mature, while the other 2 are immature. Name: Longan Tree. Rank: Rare. Description: a tree that can only take root and sprout after absorbing the blood and essence of dragons. Its fruit possesses the power of dragon blood, which can temper the body, enhance physique, improve bloodline, strengthen special abilities, and make men stronger. If the flesh and blood of dragons are used as nourishment, the fruit will ripen faster. Lin Feng: no, your luck is just too good. You got a rare tree right away. Lin Feng looked at the description of a longan tree, pondered for a moment, picked the ripe fruit, took a bite, and found that the taste was just like an apple, neither good nor bad. After he finished eating, he didn't notice any difference. 1 isn't enough. Lin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't know what was going on, so he had to give up since the remaining 2 fruits were not yet ripe. Lin Feng didn't have any dragon flesh and blood on hand, so he could only plant it temporarily and rely on time to work it out. He told Lin Bin to continue drawing the lottery. Once, twice, 3 times. After 5 attempts, something came out each time, either voluntarily or as a scroll. This left Lin Feng speechless. He could only console himself that some people just have good luck. On the 6th try, a hailstone icon appeared on the lottery machine screen. Lin Feng had never seen one before, and he was puzzled as to what it was. The 2nd screen showed hail, and the 3rd screen showed the same thing. Congratulations, you have drawn the hailstorm disaster, 1 hour. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and heard a strange sound coming from the lottery machine. Then, large clumps of black clouds emerged from it and covered the entire shelter in the blink of an eye. Grass! Lin Feng cursed and urged them to hurry back to the shelter. The next moment, hailstones the size of eggs fell from the dark clouds, pelting the shelter with a loud, crackling sound. The ground was riddled with craters from the hail. Lin Feng stood at the door, muttering, "Weather disaster, this lottery machine really has all sorts of things inside." "I'm sorry, master," Lin Bin said apologetically. Lin Feng waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's just a lottery machine. It's all about luck, and besides, you're much luckier than me." Lin Feng wasn't afraid of the hail disaster. His shelter was of a high level and had strong defenses. Besides, it would only last for an hour, and the hail would disappear once that time was up. However, while he can withstand it, others may not be so lucky. Lin Feng first posted about the hail disaster he had encountered in the Tarot Club group, and then opened the chat channel. In just a short while, the entire channel was filled with all sorts of different opinions. Some people drew high-quality buildings, while others drew 500 caddies of wheat. Some people drew high-quality equipment with powerful abilities, while others drew high-quality monsters that are now cowering in their shelters. Chapter 185 Special Event, Rabbit Mayhem. An hour later, the hailstorm outside stopped, and the dark clouds immediately dissipated. Lin Feng walked out of the shelter, looked at the hailstones scattered on the ground, and muttered, "Not bad ice and water. We can store them up." He ordered the Crimson Spirit Bee guards to collect the hailstones, put them in a large barrel, and store them in the cellar. Lin Feng had previously witnessed a high-temperature disaster in the Doomsday Library, so naturally, he needed to take specific measures to deal with it. As night fell, Lin Feng stopped drawing the lottery and returned to the shelter. In the darkness, the screen of the lottery machine glowed, as if beckoning people to put in their coins. Those who cannot resist will continue to succumb to it. To put it bluntly, this lottery machine is gambling. Lin Bin went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Lin Feng sat in the living room watching the survivors' messages in the chat channel. The lottery machine is absolutely amazing. You won't believe it, but I actually got a shelter upgrade scroll, which upgraded my shelter from level 4 to level 5. Holy crap, your luck is absolutely incredible. You must have used up all the good luck you've ever had in your life. No, why don't you upgrade the shelter to level 5 first, and then use the scroll to upgrade it to level 6 directly? That way you can save a lot of resources. I'd like to, but the scroll is limited to level 5. Thinking about it, it makes sense. If there really were scrolls that could upgrade unconditionally, those big shots could directly upgrade their shelters from level 6 to level 7, and from level 7 to level 8. If there were a lot of scrolls, wouldn't that mean unlimited upgrades? That's unlikely. There must be limitations. That's right. If it were possible, there would be shelters at level 10 or 15 on the leaderboard right now. Why are you all so lucky? I only got some ordinary resources, and in the end, I even got a rare level beast. Luckily, the level wasn't high, or I would have been doomed. You're lucky. A guy rolled 3 high-quality monsters, and his avatar went black. Another brother pulled out a rare creature, but his shelter level is quite high, and his strength is also good. He's still struggling to survive. To put it bluntly, it's all about luck and chance. Anyway, I've already used up all 5 of the coins that came with me. The results from the shake were pretty good, so I'm not going to shake anymore. I'm afraid I'll shake out a monster. It's hard to say. Everyone else is shaking their heads. Can you really resist? So, I'm going to stop looking at the chat channel and wait until the lottery machine disaster is over. Awesome, bro. With that kind of willpower, you can succeed at anything. As night deepened, the noise in the regional channel gradually subsided, leaving only a few night owls sharing their joyful or sorrowful lottery experiences or discussing how to deal with possible monsters. Most rational survivors, after exhausting their easily obtainable initial coins, chose to wait and see, suppressing their gambling instincts and waiting for dawn. Inside the shelter, however, there was a warm and peaceful atmosphere. In the center of the living room sits a simple-looking copper hot pot, which Lin Feng acquired in a previous transaction. The broth at the bottom of the pot, made from thick bones and garnished with a few bright red goji berries and shiitake mushrooms, is bubbling away, emitting an enticing aroma. The table was covered with a dazzling array of ingredients. Thin, translucent slices of premium meat, red and white stripes. Vibrant green vegetables freshly picked from the planting area. Smooth and delicious mushrooms. And even a large plate of incredibly bouncy fish balls made by Lin Bin using a special technique. Lin Feng and Lin Bin sat together. "Master, please use it." Lin Bin meticulously prepared the dipping sauce for Lin Feng. The simple soy sauce, vinegar, and a little minced garlic were the best way to bring out the original flavor of the ingredients. Lin Feng picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the boiling broth for 3 or 4 seconds until it changed color, then took it out, rolled it in the dipping sauce, and put it in his mouth. The meat is tender and springy, infused with the savory flavor of the broth and the salty aroma of the dipping sauce, instantly awakening the taste buds. In this apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy a steaming hot pot meal so comfortably is an unimaginable luxury. It tastes so good. Lin Feng sighed contentedly and picked up another piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks. This hot pot meal not only dispelled the tension and fatigue of the past few days, but also brought a sense of peace and satisfaction from the bottom of my heart. The outside world may be fraught with danger, but inside the shelter, they have their own warm corner. After eating, Lin Feng digested for a while, took a shower, and, as usual, went to the Doomsday Library to take a look. During this period, he had witnessed all kinds of disasters. Some of these disasters, if known in advance and prevented early, can be managed to survive. But there are just too many disasters, and even if you know about them, it's hard to survive. Back in his bedroom, lying on his bed, Lin Feng found that since the shelter had been upgraded, the gentle energy inside easily soothed the fatigue of the past few days. Before he knew it, Lin Feng had fallen asleep. The next morning, sunlight gently waking him as it filtered through the leaves. Outside the window, birds sang and flowers bloomed, the air was fresh, and there was a vibrant scene, as if the devastating acid rain of a few days ago had never happened. Only the dark red lottery machine, still standing quietly on the grass, reminds people that a new and different kind of test is underway. After enjoying the breakfast prepared by Lin Bin, which included fresh bird eggs and vegetables, Lin Feng took stock of his assets. He used his resources to exchange for some special gold coins, and without much hesitation, he started today's lottery. The first 3 draws yielded unremarkable results. First time, 30 pieces of high-quality stone. Second, high-quality water resources 20. Third time, high-quality iron pickaxe 11. These are all basic resources and tools. They are useful, but nothing surprising, and they are completely risk-free. Lin Feng remained calm as he recorded the results of these 3 trials to enrich the database. He picked up another gold coin and inserted it into the coin slot. Snap! The rollers began to spin rapidly. This time, the flashing of the pattern seemed to be more rapid than before. As the scroll wheel slowly came to a stop, the pattern that appeared made Lin Feng's pupils shrink slightly. The first scroll wheel, a cartoonish white rabbit head with a sly look. The second scroll wheel, another rabbit head, but this time it's red and looks grumpy. The third wheel, a chaotic vortex composed of countless rabbit shadows. Ding! Lottery results. 1 cunning rabbit symbol, 1 angry rabbit symbol, 1 rabbit swarm whirlpool symbol. Congratulations! You have triggered a special group event. Rabbit Mayhem. Chapter 1, 86 rabbits with different abilities. As soon as the system notification sound ended, the space in front of the lottery machine did not distort violently, as when a monster appeared before. Instead, it rippled out like the surface of water after a stone was thrown in. Immediately afterwards, a rustling sound, growing louder and louder as it approached, came from all directions through the grass and the edges of the woods, as if a vast army was closing in. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened, and he immediately issued instructions to the entire shelter. All personnel on high alert. Lin Bin appeared beside him in an instant, his twin swords already in hand. The golden rooster flew to a branch, its sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The Crimson Spirit Bee guards scattered throughout the shelter quickly gathered like a disturbed beehive, forming a sentinel formation in the air. The next moment, the scene was chilling. Like a tidal wave, countless rabbits swarmed out from the grass, behind the earthen slopes, and in the woods. They are generally a size larger than ordinary rabbits, with red eyes, protruding incisors, and emitting sharp squeaking sounds. They rush frantically towards the World Tree Sanctuary, their numbers so numerous that they seem to stretch as far as the eye can see, probably numbering in the thousands or even tens of thousands. Name: Crazy Rabbit. Level: Common. Description: extremely numerous, average speed, highly aggressive, but poses very low threat to a single target. If it were an ordinary level 3 or 4 shelter, being surrounded by such a large swarm of rabbits, its outer defenses would likely be devoured in an instant, with unimaginable consequences. However, Lin Feng's defense system is least afraid of numbers. Crimson Spirit Bee Guard, scattering mode, coverage strike. Lin Feng calmly gave the order. Buzz! The 100 Crimson Spirit Bee Guards that had gathered in the air simultaneously flapped their wings and raised their tails. The next moment, a barrage of bee stings rained down like a storm. Although a single sting was not powerful enough to kill a high-quality monster, it was fatal to these fragile, crazy rabbits. Puff, 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 puff. Like mowing grass, a large number of the rabbits at the forefront fell down instantly, each of them riddled with several or even a dozen bee stings, dying instantly. But there were just too many rabbits. When one fell, the others would immediately step over the corpses of their companions and continue charging forward. Their goal was clear: the shelter. Lin Bin, clear out any fish that slipped through the net near the tree trunk. Cockfighting, free hunting, focus on attacking those that are different colors. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his tactics. He noticed that among the ordinary crazy rabbits, which resembled waves of gray and brown, there were some individuals with very different colors and shapes. A pure white rabbit, exceptionally agile, darted left and right among the rabbits, easily dodging several volleys of bee stings. It was a slightly larger creature with fiery red fur. It could even spit out faint sparks when it opened its mouth. Although the sparks weren't very powerful, it was clearly different from others. A rabbit was gnawing on something shiny. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small piece of metal ore. There was also a rabbit whose front teeth gleamed with a metallic sheen. With one bite, it left a shallow bite mark on the ground. As expected, there are special cases. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The danger of this rabbit brawl lay in the sheer number of rabbits, but the opportunity lay in these special rabbits. The battle was fierce yet orderly. The stings of the Crimson Spirit Bee Guards were like an inexhaustible storm, reaping the lives of ordinary crazy rabbits in swathes. Lin Bin stood guard around the tree trunk, wielding his twin swords. The blades created a death zone, instantly slicing any rabbit that managed to get close by breaking through the bee needle's blockade. The golden rooster was like a tiger among sheep. It obeyed Lin Feng's orders and specifically targeted and hunted down those special rabbits. Its blazing sun crashes and explodes among the rabbits, clearing out a small section each time and causing effective damage and deterrence to special rabbits. Lin Feng also took action. He held the armor-piercing bow and did not use any skills. He simply fired ordinary, precise shots at the special rabbits that were trying to breathe fire from a distance or were too fast for the bee guards to lock onto. Whoosh! With a single arrow, the fire-breathing red rabbit was pinned to the ground. Whoosh! Another arrow struck, and the rabbit that was gnawing on the ore was knocked to the ground, the ear rolling out of its arms. The battle lasted for about 10 minutes. After the last few special rabbits were dealt with by the combined efforts of King Kong Fighting Rooster and Lin Bin, the area around the World Tree was covered with a thick layer of rabbit corpses, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. Note: the special event, Rabbit Mayhem, has ended. You successfully resisted the rabbit horde and obtained the special building rabbit hole. The system's reward notification came through. Lin Feng didn't expect there would be a reward after successfully defending against the attack. He glanced at it and saw that it was a high-quality rabbit burrow. Living in this environment can improve the rabbit's disease resistance, enhance their physical fitness, and increase their reproductive rate. He walked over to the special rabbits that had been deliberately caught and looked at them. Name: Swift Snow Rabbit. Level: Common. Description: extremely fast, quick-reacting, and its fur has a subtle scent-concealing effect. Name: Fire-Breathing Rabbit. Grade: Excellent. Description: it can breathe weak flames, which are effective against flammable materials. Its blood and glands are used to make low-level fire potions or enchantments. Name: Gold-Eating Rabbit. Grade: Excellent. Description: it feeds on minerals and can accurately locate underground mineral veins. Once tamed, it can be used for mineral exploration. Its excrement is a special fertilizer rich in metal elements. Name: Steel Teeth Rabbit. Grade: Excellent. Description: incisors contain metallic components, are extremely hard and sharp, and are excellent materials for making small carving tools, precision arrowheads, or specific trigger mechanisms. Upon seeing the information about these rabbits, Lin Feng smiled. This lottery, though seemingly risky, actually yielded huge rewards. Each of these special rabbits represents a unique resource or technological direction. Once all these rabbits are domesticated, his breeding area will be dominated by rabbits. It seems that this lottery machine really does have everything. Looking at the lottery machine that had returned to calm, Lin Feng's opinion of it rose even higher. The battlefield was cleared, and a large quantity of ordinary rabbit meat was stored in the warehouse for further processing. As for the rabbits, they were placed in the animal pen for taming. Lin Feng looked at the lottery machine in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. The lottery machine disaster is getting more and more interesting. He shared the result of the tarot draw in the tarot club group, and just then he saw that Bai Chun had also posted a message. Bai Chun, I got a special event called Flying Bird. It gives me a pair of wings so I can fly. Then, circles will appear in front of me. As long as I can fly through the circles, I can pass. I passed through 10 circles and was given a flight wing, a high-quality one, which allows me to fly for 10 minutes. If I add energy, the flight time can be increased. Chapter 187, The New Era. The lottery machine disaster is a test of human nature. If you don't use the lottery machine, you won't get anything, and naturally you won't encounter any disaster. However, most survivors simply couldn't resist using the lottery machine, which led to a large number of high-level monsters appearing. These monsters are focused on the shelters and will attack them relentlessly. Survivor shelters are usually only level 3 or 4, which are no match for them and are easily breached. After the monster destroys the shelter, it will chase after the survivors until it kills them, and then it will leave. These monsters did not return to the lottery machine, which seems to have contributed to the later disaster. Many survivors even encountered disasters, such as localized high temperatures, localized extreme cold, and beast tides. These all have time limits. The first two can hold out, but there's simply no match for the beast tide. In the chat channel, many survivors were saying, "Don't keep shaking it, or you'll really die." Some people listened, but most people still thought they would have good luck, which led them to suddenly draw terrible disasters or monsters, and it was too late for regrets. Within a short period of time, more than 1,000 survivors died in the chat channel. Lin Feng also pulled out quite a few things. The worst one was 3 rare-level monsters. Fortunately, his sanctuary was strong enough that it was not breached, and one of them was killed instead. The remaining 2 left, and no one knows where they went. The lottery machine disaster lasted for about 2 weeks. Some people won big, while others died on it. After the disaster ended, the system was updated again, and this time the world channel was finally opened, and all regions were merged together. After inquiring, they learned that the survivors in other areas were living in dire straits, with some channels having only a few hundred players left. After comparing themselves to others, they realized how fortunate they were to be living. Then came new disasters, high-temperature disasters, animal tide disasters, torrential rain disasters, insect plagues, and more than a dozen other disasters. In these disasters, the survivors are constantly fighting against them. Time slips away quietly. The fifth year, autumn. The system announcement sounded again, but this time the content sent chills down the spines of all the survivors. The final test of adaptation begins. The tragedy of civilization. Description: this planet will enter a 1-year period of law disorder. All past disasters will recur randomly and in succession. Resource points will gradually wither. The system shop will permanently close in 30 days. Objective: survive. Note: this is the final test of your civilization spark. Those who pass will be qualified to enter the new era. The message went silent for a moment, then erupted into utter madness. Countless messages of despair, curses, and pleas flooded the screen, but the system remained silent. The real apocalypse has begun. Lin Feng looked out the window. It was clearly noon, yet the sky was a strange, dark red. Snowflakes and burning ashes fell simultaneously, and in the distance came the roars of mutated beasts and the rumble of collapsing buildings. The temperature plummeted from 40 degrees to minus 20 degrees in half an hour, then quickly rose again. Disruption of the laws. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He understood that all the previous disasters were merely a rehearsal. Now was the real test. Order had completely collapsed. The laws of nature were distorted, and the system, his mentor, was about to depart. He inventoried all his supplies, reinforced the last line of defense of the shelter, and then polished the fine steel longsword that had been with him for many years until it shone brightly. The days that followed were true hell. Lin Feng witnessed firsthand how a large settlement that once housed tens of thousands of people was reduced to ruins in a combined disaster of extreme heat, acid rain, and earthquake. He also fought hordes of raiders, their eyes gleaming with hunger, to protect his last foothold. Resources were dwindling, monsters were growing stronger, and the environment was becoming increasingly harsh. One by one, his companions fell, some swallowed by sudden spatial rifts while searching for food, others dying from exhaustion while resisting the beast tide. Lin Feng himself was also seriously injured and on the verge of death several times, only managing to survive thanks to his tenacious will to live. He stopped paying attention to the World Channel because it was now completely silent. He didn't know if he was the last human being. He was simply driven by an instinct to survive. The sixth year, winter. Lin Feng's shelter was dilapidated and completely depleted of resources. He huddled in a corner, covered with anything that could keep him warm, listening to the howling wind and the piercing sound of hail pounding against the metal roof. His consciousness began to blur, and past experiences flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. The allure of the lottery machine, the roars of monsters, the smiling faces of his companions, the desolation of the apocalypse. Is this the end? He wondered, feeling a sense of relief. Just then, a soft white light, out of place with its surroundings, pierced through the cracks in the shelter and shone on his face. A completely emotionless electronic voice rang directly in his mind. Survivor detected. Lin Feng. Vital signs weak. Willpower assessment resilient. Adaptability assessment extremely high. Congratulations. You have passed the final test. The spark of civilization, eligibility confirmed. Lin Feng struggled to open his eyes and saw a structure resembling a teleportation portal slowly forming in the white light. New era. He recalled the announcement from a year ago. With his last ounce of strength, he struggled to his feet and walked toward the light. Just before stepping through the portal, he glanced back at this ravaged world, the ruins of an old civilization that bore witness to countless pains and struggles, yet also shone with a faint glimmer of humanity. The portal disappeared, and the shelter returned to darkness and deathly silence. Lin Feng found himself in a pure white space, and a figure of light and shadow, resembling a guide, appeared before him. Welcome to the Civilization Archives, Light and Shadow said. Your planet is a simulation field for the restart of civilization. Your performance will be recorded and analyzed to study the evolutionary path of civilization under extreme pressure. Lin Feng fell silent. All the disaster, death, and suffering were just an experiment? So, what is the new era? He asked in a hoarse voice. It is a suitable planet in the real universe. You Sparks will be there, using your preserved memories as a blueprint, and under our guidance, you will rebuild your civilization. Of course, You have the right to refuse. We will erase this part of your memory and send you back to the ruins. Lin Feng looked at the light and shadow, his eyes showing neither anger nor joy, only a deep weariness and enlightenment. He recalled those people who supported each other during the disaster, those eyes that never gave up hope even in the face of despair, and those last words of encouragement in the chat channel. Humanity may not stand the test, but in the deepest darkness, there are always some glimmers of light that never go out. I accept, Lin Feng said calmly. It's not for the so-called rebirth, but for the souls who failed to reach this place, to prove that human civilization, even after experiencing the harshest winter, still retains the seeds to sprout anew. He was transported to a vibrant new world, with blue skies, white clouds, and lush green grass. Gradually, more portals lit up, and emerged a number of survivors like him, their faces haggard but their eyes resolute. They came from different regions, numbering no more than 10,000. They were the last survivors among billions of humans. They looked at each other without saying a word. Everything was understood without words. Lin Feng looked up at the unfamiliar, warm star in the sky. The old era has ended. All the sins and punishments, the blood and fire, have become data in the archives. And these sparks, carrying all the memories and lessons of the old civilization, will here personally ignite the first bonfire of the new era. The road ahead remains unknown, but at least they have a real future that they can write themselves.